A young man developed a strange illness that required him to have intimate contact with his wife every day. But instead of feeling pleasure, his wife urged him to find other women. This was due to a work accident a year ago that caused damage to his brain. Once he was stimulated by the opposite sex, he couldn't control his impulses. At first, his wife didn't pay much attention and happily remarked that he was too energetic. However, over the next year, he needed at least 3 to 5 times every night, severely affecting his wife's sleep, and both of them became haggard. Until their second wedding anniversary, the wife could no longer bear it and said to Wei Chen, "Honey, you're so handsome, if you can't stand it, go find another woman." "I don't mind." Wei Chen smiled and nodded. "Sure, I'll go out today and see if there are any needy married women." Although it was all in a joking tone, there was actually a bit of seriousness to it. At this rate, the two really couldn't go on like this. After finishing breakfast, the wife looked at the dejected expression on Wei Chen's face and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She knew that such matters would never be resolved by Wei Chen alone, and before leaving, she tentatively asked Wei Chen, "It's still early, if you want, shall we go to the bedroom?" Wei Chen could sense his wife's concern and her helplessness, and then he looked up at her, smiled, and shook his head. "You've had a long day at work, so you don't need to worry about me." Then he tidied up the dining table, went to the computer, and prepared to find the saved video teachers for help. Every day, Wei Chen must relax first after getting up, otherwise he will be restless all day. As soon as I sat down, I felt a sudden itch on my butt. He came to the mirror, pulled down his pants to take a look, and saw 4 or 5 blood-red blisters on his buttocks, as if they had appeared in an instant, with no signs of discomfort at all. There were also some small blisters around his thighs and knees. Although it wasn't very painful, it was clearly an uncomfortable feeling from the inside out. He didn't have time to communicate with the teachers and went to a clinic not far from home. A female doctor in her 40s received him at the clinic. Micron rolled up his pants leg to show the doctor the herpes on his knee. The female doctor asked him, "How does it feel?" He shook his head. "It doesn't hurt or itch, but there's a bit of pain inside the knee." The female doctor looked down carefully and wasn't quite sure which symptoms it belonged to. She was wearing a mask, and Micron noticed she had a pair of beautiful eyes, with faint crow's feet at the corners, exuding a special charm, and her gaze was very clear, as if it had a purifying effect on the soul, causing Micron's brain to instantly stop secreting dopamine, and his thoughts were no longer under the control of carnal desires. In the past year, it was the first time he felt such a calmness, completely in control of his desires. The female doctor was not quite sure what the symptoms were, and she looked up to ask, "Are there any other areas on your body?" At the same time, she noticed the infatuated look in Wei Chen's eyes. The two of them made eye contact and both felt a bit awkward. Wei Chen avoided the female doctor's gaze and nervously replied, "There are a few big ones on my butt." The female doctor's eyes narrowed slightly. She also had a good impression of this handsome young man and smiled, beckoning Wei Chen, "Come behind the curtain. Let me take a look." Wei Chen quickly stood up and followed the female doctor behind the curtain, while also noticing her figure of medium height, relatively slender, but slim without being gaunt, very graceful, making one feel an urge to take care of her. The female doctor pulled the curtain and reminded, "Pull down your pants. Let me take a look." Mike Dust pulled down his pants, revealing a large part of his butt. The female doctor didn't notice the herpes at first. Instead, she was attracted by the young man's buttocks, suddenly feeling a rush of excitement and unable to help but blush and feel hot. After so many years of practicing medicine, she had seen too many bodies of the opposite sex, yet it was the first time she had such an unprofessional reaction. The connection between people is truly wonderful. The excessive secretion of dopamine made the primal lust surge like an elephant, rampaging uncontrollably within him. As long as he saw someone of the opposite sex, he couldn't help but feel impulsive, regardless of the other person's looks. But when I see this female doctor, I don't have that kind of uncontrollable impulse. Even though she is wearing a mask, I can still tell she is a beautiful woman, and her figure is also very good. For many years, the female doctor had a heart as calm as still water, never letting her thoughts wander when seeing the bodies of the opposite sex during work. But today, because of the fine dust, she felt ripples in her heart and developed thoughts that made her feel shy. She admitted that the young man was very good looking, but she often sees attractive patients of the opposite sex and has never been this excited before. Wei Chen looked back at the female doctor and asked, "Doctor, what kind of symptom is this?" The female doctor finally stopped staring blankly, and fortunately, her mask helped cover her awkward expression. She quickly threw out a line, "Pull up your pants." Then she opened the curtain and took Wei Chen outside to sit down, saying, "It should be shingles, but you caught it early, and you're young. A few days of treatment, and you should recover quickly." While comforting Wei Chen, the female doctor prescribed medication. "Your situation is quite normal, so there's no need to worry too much. Actually, you are so young, your immune system should be able to recover. but since you found out, it's better to treat it early to suffer less. Wei Chen sighed and speculated that it might be due to his excessive indulgence over the past year and the immense psychological pressure, which led to a weakened immune system, allowing the virus to take advantage. The female doctor noticed Mitsuan's lost expression and kindly reminded her, pay attention to your diet and rest, adjust your mindset, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Then she handed a slip to Mitsuan. Go over there to get the medicine, and then take the medicine to the 3rd floor for the 4-drip. When Wei Chen took the form, he noticed the female doctor's delicate and slender fingers, which were so beautiful, yet he had no distracting thoughts about her at all. It was truly amazing. He pointed to the scrawled handwriting at the bottom of the form and asked, what do these 3 characters read? The female doctor smiled and said, that's my name. It has nothing to do with your medication. Wei Chen replied, I just want to know your name. Facing Wei Chen's direct and honest attitude, the female doctor met his gaze, hesitated for a few seconds, and then shyly answered in a low voice, my name is Shen. Wei Chen smiled, nodded, and excitedly left. Shen watched him leave, feeling a sense of unreality, curious about why she would have feelings for a young man. She took a deep breath, urged herself not to overthink, and then continued to ask the next patient. Wei Chen went to the 2nd floor with the medicine, first getting 2 injections in his buttocks, and then he needed to get 2 4-drips, which would take nearly 2 hours before he could leave. A young nurse gave him the injections and looked at him with a shy smile as his buttocks were exposed. After you're done, go over there and find an empty bed to wait. I'll bring the 4 over in a bit. The young nurse had a good impression of Wei Chen, but he only had one thought about her. He could only maintain a calm and rational mindset when facing Shen. Wei Chen waited on the hospital bed for a few minutes, and then the nurse came over with the medicine bottle, hung the 4 solution on the stand at the head of the bed, checked his name, and began to insert the needle into his hand. Wei Chen was sitting on the hospital bed, directly facing the nurse's chest, the collar of her shirt bulging, making Wei Chen unable to help but indulge in wild thoughts. Extremely excited, regretting that he should have taken care of it at home before coming, he quickly recalled Shen Sayua's beautiful and clear eyes to help himself drive away those bad thoughts, and couldn't help but ask the nurse, how old is Dr. Chu? Dr. Chu? The nurse looked very surprised, not understanding why Wei Chen was asking this question. Yes, it's that Dr. Shen from your clinic. Looking at Wei Chen's excited and expectant expression, the nurse guessed he had that kind of thought and frowned as she reminded him, you have quite an eye. Dr. Chu has a particularly good character and is also very beautiful, but she should be in her 40s, right? Her child is already in high school this year. How old are you? Are you 30? I'm 26. Wei Chen smiled awkwardly and confessed honestly, I am 2 years younger than you. The little nurse told Wei Chen, then playfully asked, do you have a partner? I am married. Then why are you asking about Dr. Chu? The nurse shot Wei Chen a glare and said, call me when the medicine is almost gone. Then she put away her smile and turned to leave. Microdust looked at her twisting slim waist and perky hips, helplessly closed his eyes, and silently recited Ba. During the infusion, Micron thought a lot. Continuing like this is not a solution. Forcibly suppressing physiological needs is too oppressive psychologically, and emotionally it's unbearable. If he ends up with depression or goes crazy, it would be a problem. But if he indulges carelessly, his wife won't be able to handle it, and his body will eventually wear out. He's still young and doesn't feel any obvious effects yet, but in a few years, problems are likely to arise. He has been to the hospital several times. Psychological experts and physical therapy have had no effect at all. Surgery is too dangerous, and even the doctors do not recommend it, fearing it would leave more serious after effects. Although today is the first time meeting Shen Wei Chen feels that, in a way, she is his remedy and savior. If I live with her, coming home to face her every day will help me maintain a stable mindset. Microdust covered his face, let out a long sigh, interrupting his crazy thoughts. It was nearly noon when he finished the infusion, and the nurse reminded him that he had enough medication for one more day, telling him not to forget to come for the injection tomorrow. Micron had to work the next day and wouldn't have time during the day, so he asked, what time does our clinic close in the evening? The nurse told him, we close around 8 o'clock. Your infusion will take about 2 hours, so as long as you can make it before 6 in the evening, it will be fine. Micron nodded and turned to walk downstairs. As he passed the outpatient department, he saw Shen talking to a patient, and he smiled as he approached. Shen saw him and asked with concern, have you finished your 4-drip? He Zhengliang nodded and awkwardly inquired, doesn't Dr. Shen eat at noon? He wanted to chat with Shen preferably have a meal together and talk about the problems that plagued him, but with other patients around, he was too embarrassed to ask. After all, his kind of illness couldn't be cured by an ordinary outpatient clinic. Shen was puzzled by He Zhengliang's sudden question. A patient came to the clinic. Why worry about whether the doctor ate lunch or not? she politely replied. There's no rush, we'll arrange shifts to go upstairs for dinner later. Oh, well, I'll be off then. He Zhongliang had nothing to say and excused himself awkwardly. Shen Kaiwa smiled as she watched him leave, although she could detect that this young man, as if he had something he couldn't say, but with a patient she wasn't at liberty to ask much beyond her condition. Also remind yourself that you shouldn't be imagining things. He Zhongliang returned home and tried to recall Shen Sayua's appearance to restrain his desire. It worked slightly, but not very much. The only way to really calm myself was to see her and feel her around. His wife does not go home at noon. He Zhongliang dealt with a few mouthfuls of lunch by himself and then sat down in front of the computer. Please invite the teachers to shine. Although solving it yourself is not as good as quenching your thirst in real life, it's a no-brainer given the limited conditions. He Zhongliang endured the ordeal, finally waited until the evening, heard familiar footsteps, should be his wife's footsteps upstairs. He couldn't wait to want it, and had been expecting his wife to come home early and loosen himself up. Listening to the footsteps coming closer up the stairs, he couldn't wait to get behind the door and prepare to open it. Suddenly I heard the older sister across the street come out and met her wife just in time, and the two started chatting. Where are you going to be going, big sister? Too lazy to make dinner. I asked my date not to come home from work. Wait for me outside and we'll go out to eat. Your partner's organization is good. He's a leader. He earns a lot a year, right? Well, not counting the salary and the mess. There's a couple $100,000 in bonuses at the end of the year alone. He Zhongliang's wife praised with a look of envy. You are truly blessed, big sister. Your family's conditions are quite good. The young couple is so young. There is no pressure at all. And your boyfriend is so handsome and strong. If my boyfriend had that look and body, I'd rather he earn less money. The elder sister's tone was even more envious, and then asked with a smile on her face, but your object is a lot thinner than when you first got married. Isn't he especially pampering you? He Zhongliang's wife let out a sigh and helplessly confessed, not only has he lost weight, can't you see that I'm also emaciated? The elder sister pretended to be angry and questioned, oops, you're showing off aren't you? With another long sigh, He Zhongliang's wife couldn't help but start complaining. Didn't my subject have a head injury a year ago? The doctor said it caused his brain to overproduce dopamine. The desire is especially strong. Several times a night, an average of more than 20 minutes each time. I honestly can't take it anymore. And several times I've had thoughts of divorce, but I'm too embarrassed to say it. Really drought death flood death. Your object to make hard. A night can be worth my family that half a year's production. He is several days once 3 or 2 minutes. The older sister let out a sigh, her expression becoming more pained. I also admit that sometimes it does get too fast. Stop it now. You want to gluttonize. Big sister shouted with envy and jealousy. He Zhongliang's wife couldn't help but smile and pat her big sister's shoulder for comfort. Then seriously, but it's not an occasional indulgence. It's every night. I have to work during the day. Who can stand it all year round? The older sister, though envious, nodded, admitting that it was indeed too much to do this on a daily basis. Isn't there anything the doctor can do? Several trips to the hospital, to no avail. The two chatted outside for a while longer before the older sister came downstairs to leave. He Zhongliang was behind the door when he heard his wife open the door, and he hurried to the sofa to sit down and try to suppress his desire. Chapter 4, Second Meeting. When his wife entered the house, she saw He Zhongliang sitting quietly on the sofa staring at the TV and asked with relief, "Why are you so honest today?" Usually as soon as she came home in the evening, He Zhongliang couldn't wait to pounce on her and drag her into the bedroom, and of course in the living room. He Zhongliang glanced at his wife and revealed a mortified smile. "Let's eat first," then went into the kitchen and brought out the meal that had been prepared long ago. While the two of them were eating, He Zhongliang suddenly asked in shame, "Did you feel very hard and exhausted during this year?" His wife looked at him in self-doubt and comforted him with a heartfelt, "There were also many moments of happiness and fulfillment. Let me know if you have any ideas. You're still so young and we're not having kids. It's not too late for you to start another family." The wife did not favor or oppose it, and it seems that she has also had this thought. If He Zhongliang goes on like this, sooner or later he will break his body. When he first got married, he still had a face of collagen and glowing, white and tender skin. In less than 2 years, he still looks quite handsome, but he is obviously much thinner and older, and his skin is dull and somewhat pale. It used to be white and red, but now it's dark in the indigo and unhealthy at first glance. Just wait and see. Maybe you'll be better soon. The wife does not want to divorce He Zhongliang, and still holds the last glimmer of hope, but it is just lying to herself. She is ready to divorce. The two walked into the bedroom after dinner. After more than 20 minutes, He Zhongliang finally got a brief moment of peace. Before going to bed, He Zhongliang took his wife in his arms and began to press on again. The wife was no longer very interested, but tried to satisfy him one more time. After finishing, He Zhongliang told his wife, I'll go sleep in the other room and leave you alone for the rest of the night. His wife laughed and nodded, and warned him, you'd better stop playing yourself and go to bed. Zhongliang didn't say anything and left the room with a smile. It wasn't up to him to say anything about such things, especially when lying in bed late at night feeling like he was about to explode. He could have forced himself to hold back his desires in exchange for a full night of sleeplessness. Feeling even more exhausted the next day, that way was more than worth it. The next day, while eating breakfast, Zhongliang told his wife that he had to go to the clinic for an infusion in the evening and would be home late. His wife looked at the herpes on his butt and legs and wondered how she hadn't noticed it last night. Just as his wife was wondering, she noticed that Zhongliang's eyes were getting anxious again. Hurry up and lift his pants. Dropping. We're going to be late for work. Then smile and walk away quickly. Zhongliang also revealed a helpless smile. His excessive solicitude are making his wife afraid. Working during the day calms his desires a little and doesn't make the urge so overwhelming at all times. But at night, the spring tide will come like a wave. Without venting 3 or 4 times, it is impossible to sleep peacefully. In the evening, as night fell, Zhongliang became hungry and thirsty again. Walking on the street, he didn't dare to look around, especially some women with pretty faces and dominating bodies. If they were dressed a little more revealingly, it would simply kill them. The stimulus to Zhongliang was too great for him to take more than a glance. After walking into the clinic, Zhongliang saw Shen sitting at the clinic, talking to a patient. The moment he saw this woman, Zhongliang's lust instantly calmed down. It was as if the dopamine in his body returned to its normal state as soon as he saw Shen Zhongliang smiled and went over to greet him. Dr. Shen, are you still off work? Shen nodded at him. Yes, I'm on the late shift today, so you should quickly go up and get an infusion. It's just in time to finish the infusion before I get off work. Before Zhongliang went upstairs, he looked at Shen as many times as he could to help keep himself calm inside. Although he couldn't solve the problem from the root, he could at least relax himself for a while. He is now sure that he is saved. Shen is his savior. Nearly 8 o'clock. Zhongliang came down from the second floor and found that Shen was not at the clinic. He looked around to look and saw Shen at the window where she was grabbing medicine, chatting with an older sister. Zhongliang didn't have the heart to go over and disturb. Just staring at Shen back for a while, couldn't help but exclaim in my heart, what a beautiful back. This woman has no dead angles in 360 degrees. She looks good anyway. Zhongliang walked out of the clinic, still calm inside at the moment, and his desires were easier to control. But he knew that once he got home, he would soon fall into a sick state of lust. Not to mention that his wife couldn't stand it, but he himself was a little afraid of that endless self in the night. Zhongliang stood in front of the clinic without leaving. He wanted to talk to Shen That woman looked very kind and might be willing to help him. The woman from the pharmacy noticed Zhongliang outside the glass door and asked curiously, Dr. Shen, is that young man outside waiting for you? Shen glanced out and saw Zhongliang standing in the doorway slipping back and forth. I don't think so. What's he waiting for me for? The pharmacy woman reminded. He just kept staring at you from behind you with that weird look in his eyes. Did he have his eye on you? How can it be? How old is he? You can really talk nonsense. Shen smiled and chided her colleague. That's not necessarily true. Some guys like mature type ants. Besides, you're so well maintained. I don't think it's impossible for the two of you to. I'm not going to bull you. I'm going to go change and get off work. Shen throws out a sentence and smiles as she walks to the locker room. Moments later, Shen walked out of the clinic, taking off her white coat. She was plain but radiant in a simple white shirt and straight black pants, and taking off her mask as well. She not only has beautiful eyes, but her face and features are perfect as well. Zhongliang stood in the doorway and looked at Shen who walked out, not daring to greet her for a moment. When she was inside the clinic, she had been wearing a mask, and at the moment, Zhongliang was a bit unable to recognize her. But his feeling for her hadn't changed. It was definitely her. Just as Zhongliang hesitated how to greet him, a middle-aged man came down from the big Ben on the side and quickly rushed to Shen with a big smile on his face. He asked, You're finally off work. Shen had wanted to greet Zhongliang, but now she turned to face this middle-aged man and asked curiously, Why are you still here? Haven't you been going home? I came to ask you to have dinner in the evening, and you said you had to work the late shift. Now that you're finally off work, can you give me a chance and let's have dinner together? It's so late. I'd rather not. Besides, I'm not hungry. If you don't want to eat, you can just sit somewhere. Still unwilling to give up, the man tries to ask Shen out. Shen didn't want to go out with him, but looking at how sincere he was, she didn't feel too good about saying things too bluntly. Surprisingly, with a helpless look, he glanced toward Zhongliang next to him. Chapter 5, Taking Her Home. Shen gave a look, and Zhongliang hurriedly took 2 steps forward, nervously asking, Dr. Shen, you're off duty. Shen nodded. then stood with He Zhenliang and looked helplessly at the man across from her. The middle-aged man carefully measured He Zhenliang. Although he had a big ben, the financial conditions should be good, but He Zhenliang is young and handsome, standing together with Shen Kaiyue. Although the age difference is a bit big, but it does look like a good match. He understood instantly and said awkwardly, "Since you have something else to do, forget it, let's talk about it some other time." Then with a sense of humor, he turned away and sprinted off with a kick of the gas, carrying anger in his heart. He didn't think that a conservative-looking person like Shen Kaiyue would find a young man. It was true that when one reached the age of a tiger and wolf, the usual serious look turned out to be all pretense. It was only after the man left that Shen Kaiyue sighed and asked with a smile, "Why haven't you left yet? Waiting for someone here?" He Zhenliang replied frankly, "Yeah, Dr. Shen, I'm waiting for you." The lights were off upstairs in the clinic and those nurses were off duty and would be out soon. Shen Kaiyue didn't want to stand in the doorway with He Zhenliang and have her co-workers misunderstand when they saw her. "Let's walk and talk." He Zhenliang hurriedly nodded and followed Shen Kaiyue out of the clinic entrance. The two walked to a bus stop not far away. Shen Kaiyue stopped and turned around to ask, "Is there something you're waiting for me for?" He Zhenliang felt embarrassed, not knowing how to speak, and casually asked, "Do I still need to come for an infusion tomorrow?" Shen Kaiyue smiled and teased, "It's too dimly lit here, and it's not like that to pick your pants and look at them here." At this time a bus pulled into the station. Shen Kaiyue left a sentence, "You can come back to the clinic tomorrow." Seeing that Shen Kaiyue was about to leave, He Zhenliang anxiously requested, "Dr. Shen, is it convenient for me to take you home? I have something else I want to talk to you about." Faced with this excessive request from He Zhenliang, Shen Kaiyue should have decisively refused, but looking at his sincere attitude, Shen Kaiyue unexpectedly hesitated, neither promised nor refused, acquiesced to He Zhenliang sparingly with her on the bus. On the way, the two sat separately and didn't have a chance to talk, until after the stop. He Zhenliang followed Shen Kaiyue out of the car and came to the downstairs of her house. It was only then that Shen Kaiyue realized how ridiculous it was for her to bring home a young man she had just met 2 days ago. The two stood under the streetlight and at first glance looked like lovers. "I can't take you home, so if you have something to say it here." He Zhenliang scrutinized Shen Kaiyue's face under the streetlight, and surprisingly, he was mesmerized, and couldn't help but praise, "Dr. Shen, you sure are pretty after you took off your mask. Is that why you're telling me this?" Shen Kaiyue seriously questioned a sentence, but she was not angry in her heart. She also had an inexplicable fondness for He Zhenliang, which she had realized when she first examined the lad for herpes on his buttocks. It was just that she was sure that the two were not right for each other and didn't dare to think about it. He Zhenliang put away his own feelings of admiration and tried to inquire, "That man at the clinic entrance just now, is he a friend of yours?" Shen Kaiyue sighed and replied slightly helplessly, "He's the person my friend introduced me to, but I don't think I'm right for him. But he has been unwilling to give up. But today when I saw him walk to, he seemed angry. He shouldn't pursue me again in the future. He thinks I'm your boyfriend, doesn't he?" Shen Kaiyue glared at He Zhenliang and tried her best to hold back her expression of joy as she reminded, "Don't be rude to me. I'm sorry, Dr. Shen." He Zhenliang hurriedly nodded his head and apologized, unable to resist staring at the slightly upturned corners of Shen Kaiyue's mouth. "Curious?" I asked. "Are you single now?" "I got divorced a couple years ago," Shen Kaiyue answered frankly, then continued to press, "Do you have anything serious to say or not?" There. He Zhenliang hesitated for a moment, summoned up the courage to explain, "I was working at height about a year ago when I had an accident and fell from a high place, resulting in a head injury. In the hospital in a coma for 2 days before waking up, is considered to be in the ghost gate walked around. At that time, no abnormality was found after examination and he was discharged from the hospital without any problem. However, as his body slowly recovered, his sex drive became abnormally high. Being busy with work during the day was fine, but when it came to lying in bed at night, it was very craving, 3 to 5 times a night, every day, so that both himself and his wife are physically and mentally exhausted. If you don't get satisfaction, you can't sleep all night long. I'm not a professional in that field. You should see a neurologist or a psychologist." Shen Kaiyue seriously proposed to He Zhenliang, even though He Zhenliang's words sounded ridiculous, but as a doctor, Shen Kaiyue did not doubt his words. "I know. I've been to the doctor several times and tried many of the things the doctor suggested, but none of it has worked. There's just no stopping those impulsive thoughts in the dead of night. At this rate, I don't know how long I'll last." Shen Kaiyue looked at He Zhenliang's face and turned on the illumination of her cell phone. Reaching out and touching his face, she scrutinized his eyes, hair, skin, and some of the details and, "Stick out your tongue and see." He Zhenliang cooperated with Shen Kaiyue's request and didn't rush to explain. A moment later, Shen Kaiyue reminded heartily, "You did overindulge in lust, and your external strength is strong. If you don't properly recuperate, your body will have problems. I have a friend who is a renowned expert in this field. She's settled abroad and happens to be planning a trip back home recently. Prepare your own case, and the information from past examinations, and I'll make an appointment with her to take you to see her. There's a number for you over at the clinic. I'll call you when I have an appointment with her. It doesn't work. I've been to other hospitals and those specialists say much the same thing. Nothing works. He Zhongliang had lost hope in the words of those experts. She, my friend, very experienced in this area. It's rare to catch this opportunity to meet with her. So go ahead and try. Shen Kaiyue comforted, and seeing that He Zhongliang didn't have any expectations, she asked curiously, you don't want me to help you, so why are you telling me this? He Zhongliang replied, you can help me yourself. Shen Kaiyue helplessly reminded again, I said that's not my specialty. Nothing to do with the doctor's specialty. All I have to do is look at you and I stop those wild thoughts and return to my normal state of sanity. Shen Kaiyue murmured incredulously, am I that unfeminine? He Zhongliang excitedly explained, no. You're very pretty with a great body, very feminine and attractive, but it just can help me restrain that kind of morbid desire, so that I just desire to get you like a normal person. When Shen Kaiyue frowned, He Zhongliang immediately shut up, knowing that he hadn't expressed himself very well. Bowing his head in shame, he reached up and covered half his face with a helpless sigh. Shen Kaiyue looked at He Zhongliang's big white and slender hand. Surprisingly, another ripple. She hadn't had this kind of springtide feeling for many years. She had the urge to do so when she checked the herpes on He Zhongliang's buttocks that day. After that, she had been pining for the young man, only she knew it was impossible for the two of them, so she didn't want to admit that she was moved. Well, you don't have to explain. People do have subtle feelings for each other, and I can understand what you mean. Still, I'd like you to come with me to meet that friend once and see what she has to say. Chapter 6, Confession of Illness. Hearing Shen Kaiyue's sincere consolation, He Zhongliang felt warm in his heart and seriously discussed with her. Dr. Shen, I have an idea. I hope you won't be angry if you hear it. I really don't mean to disrespect you. Although Shen Kaiyue didn't know what this young man was going to say, she was inexplicably excited and nodded as calmly as she could. Say it, let me hear it. He Zhongliang took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to speak out his plan. I believe that by staying with you, I'll be able to stop those crazy thoughts at night and sleep peacefully. Maybe if I live with you for a while, I'll be able to return to normal. Before Shen Kaiyue flipped out, He Zhongliang hurriedly raised his hand and swore, I promise that I won't do anything excessive to you. You can call the police in advance for the record, and if I treat you with disrespect, it will immediately get me sanctioned by the law. That won't be necessary. If you want to do something bad, why do you have to go around so many corners? Shen Kaiyue calmly comforted He Zhongliang, then still proposed, let's arrange for you to meet that friend of mine first. Listen to what she has to say, okay? He Zhongliang nodded. Okay, I'll listen to everything you say. Looking at He Zhongliang's obedient appearance, Shen Kaiyue couldn't help but reveal a smile. She really had a good feeling about this young man, and was also heartbroken by his current physical condition, but she didn't dare think too much about it, and could only feel more at peace if she treated him as a patient. Looking around no one, Shen Kaiyue turned on her cell phone to illuminate and signaled He Zhongliang to peel down his pants a little so she could look. He Zhongliang turned around and exposed half of his ass again in front of Shen Kaiyue. Shen Kaiyue was agitated again. She obviously really wanted to observe the herpes, but she couldn't help but get distracted. This was a situation that had never occurred in all her years of practicing medicine. Perhaps the two people really had an unavoidable destiny in the underworld. Shen Kaiyue turned off her cell phone lighting and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. When He Zhongliang saw Shen Kaiyue's expression, he nervously asked, what's wrong? Is the condition not getting better? Shen Kaiyue hurriedly explained, no, it's already under control. You are so young, immunity is not a problem. These days take back those medicines, eat them on time on the line, no need to go to the clinic again. He Zhongliang nodded, then I'll wait for your call in the next few days? Yeah, just wait for my call. Shen Kaiyue watched He Zhongliang leave. She was actually worried about this young man. She really wanted to take him back home and take good care of him, but she knew that she shouldn't do that, and that there was still a need to keep a proper distance between the two. She is conservative and has a daughter who is just starting high school. She's afraid to enjoy life as she pleases. He Zhongliang went home. His wife heard the movement in the bedroom, could not control the beginning of tension, guessing that her husband came back so late. Surely will not be able to wait to rush into the bedroom. After waiting for a few minutes and not seeing her husband enter the bedroom, she wondered in her mind, why isn't this guy in a hurry today? She put down her cell phone and walked out of the bedroom to see He Zhongliang sitting at the dining table. He found some leftovers from the kitchen and just opened a bottle of beer. His wife sat down across from him and asked with concern, haven't you eaten yet? I thought you didn't come back this night, so you must have eaten out. No, I went to the clinic for an infusion right after work. He Zhongliang poured himself a glass of beer, looked up and asked, would you like some? Drink it yourself. The wife shook her head. I thought you said the infusion would take over an hour. Why are you back so late? He Zhongliang drank a glass of beer, lowered his head and stammered to answer. I have a little something else to do after my infusion. Looking at her husband's calm demeanor, he completely lacked the impatient impulses of the past. After a moment of silence, the wife suddenly gave a surprised cry. You cheated on me tonight, didn't you? He Zhongliang shook his head, looked at his wife with an easy smile, and poured himself another glass of wine. His wife questioned him, then why are you so calm today? You're usually on fire after you come home and see me. He Zhongliang let out a sigh, his expression somewhat helpless, not knowing how to explain. Seeing that he was a little embarrassed, his wife decided that he had another woman outside, picked up a cup and put it hard in front of herself. He Zhongliang hurriedly poured her a cup, and after she took a sip, tears began to well up in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she didn't let the tears slide down her face. With a sigh of helplessness, he said, actually, you can't be blamed for this situation. You are sick and not a womanizer. Although I don't blame you, but if you keep on like this, how can we live in the future? How long will your body last if you overindulge every day? The wife finished her glass of wine and this time the tears slipped down uncontrollably and she couldn't help but start crying. She wasn't angry, she just didn't know what to do about the future for both of them. It's definitely not a good idea to live like this, but it's not a good idea to get a divorce. He Zhongliang smiled and patted her shoulder, comforting her. You're thinking too much. I didn't cheat. I just met a female doctor in the clinic, and as soon as I saw her, I would stop those inhibited thoughts and return to my normal self. I drove her home tonight, and since I had a long conversation with her, I'm still relatively calm to this day. The wife stopped crying and asked excitedly, are you done now? That's not true. After I separated from her, I gradually started those impulsive thoughts again. He Zhongliang replied helplessly, and his eyes staring at his wife began to wait impatiently. But the wife still saw hope. That means you have no desire, won't be impulsive as long as you're with her. Right. It's not a lack of desire. It's being able to control yourself like a normal person. My wife muttered curiously. How old is she? How ugly does she have to look? It's amazing that you can stop secreting dopamine and restrain your desires after seeing her. He Zhongliang almost sprayed out a mouthful of wine and smiled as he explained. She's in her early 40s, but very well maintained, very pretty, and her figure is much better than most young girls. If she's really that good looking, how come you didn't have any impulsive thoughts after seeing her? The wife suspected that He Zhongliang was talking nonsense. He Zhongliang laughed and didn't bother to explain much. The wife didn't continue to dwell on that aunt's looks and excitedly suggested, then you should spend more time with her, even if you live with her for a while, as long as she can cure you. I'm absolutely fine with that. I actually had that thought after meeting her. He Zhongliang rubbed his face in embarrassment and said sheepishly, but people don't necessarily want to. I confessed my condition to her today as well. She has a friend who is an expert in that area, and is planning to take me to see it in the next few days. Okay, for the time being, just listen to her arrangements. If you can't, talk to her husband and let her treat you as a patient and stay at home for a few days. We can give her money as if we were going to his house to see a doctor. She got divorced a long time ago and has a kid who just started high school and lives at the school. She lives alone now. That's not cheap. Give her a young handsome guy to bring home to live with. She won't want it. The wife couldn't help but shout in excitement at the woman's offer, then graciously consoled, as long as you can get well and return home in good health, I will never care what happened between you and that aunt. Think for yourself. Save your life. Everything is trivial in the face of life and death. He Zhongliang poured another glass of wine for his wife and teased with a smile. What if it can't be cured? As long as you leave her, you'll fall ill. What should we do? The wife picked up her glass of wine and consoled helplessly. That's the fate of the two of you. You're just destined to find an old aunt to live with. It's better than you tossing your body around. I'd rather we get a divorce to make it work for you than watch you die of exhaustion. Don't say that. If we are willing to do it, Dr. Shen may not be willing to do it. Doesn't she look at you as an old aunt in her 40s with a child that age? Okay, we've gone too far. He Zhongliang smiled and waved his hand, and after simply eating a few bites, he was anxious to go into the bedroom with his wife. Chapter 7, Going Home with Her. When the two went into the bedroom, his wife asked helplessly, are you going to do it again tonight? He Zhongliang was also helpless and replied shamefully, definitely. It didn't take long after I got home to start getting anxious. Looking at his wife's tired and resistant look, he discussed again, it's not going to count. You go to bed early. I'll go to that room. His wife took his hand and comforted him. I'd better help you once. You'll sleep in that room again when you're done. I know you go over there and sleep by yourself, and you sure aren't idle. This isn't going to work. You'd better get that old aunt to help you soon. People aren't much older. In fact, it's fine to call them big sister. Even if you call her aunt, there's no need to add the word old in front of it. Hearing He Zhongliang's correction, his wife laughed and chided. Good you, He Zhongliang, you're starting to speak for her now. Have you already planned to live with her for the rest of your life? He Zhongliang didn't answer, explaining with an innocent expression. If my life is in danger if I don't stay with her, I don't seem to have any other choice, and I have to pester people even if I'm dead. Right, God arranged the greatest well, can't blame you. His wife couldn't help but joke and express her understanding of him. She has had enough of this year. Is it really wait until her husband's body to get broken that day? Smashed in the hands of it. Although she did not want to part with her husband, but if that woman can really help He Zhongliang to restore health, separation is also the best choice for the two. A husband and wife for one day is like an ocean, not to mention several times a night. Husbands and wives want the best for each other. The next day, He Zhongliang went directly to the clinic to find Shen Kaiwei after work. Shen Kaiwei was off the morning shift today and was just about to get off work after changing her clothes. Seeing He Zhongliang walk into the clinic, she rushed over to her. Curious, he asked, "Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" He Zhongliang replied politely, "No, I just came over to see you. You're off work now. You come here." Shen Kaiwei called him aside, touched his thinning face, and carefully checked him again. Worried, she asked, "How many times did you have sex again last night?" He Zhongliang lowered his head and whispered truthfully. Go back to his wife once, go back to the other room, and then twice more by himself in the latter half of the night. I think you're at your limit. This can't go on. Something will go terribly wrong. That friend of mine is coming back home in 2 days and I've already made an appointment with her. Can't you restrain yourself for 2 days? I tried to refrain all night and it was very hard, and couldn't sleep all night. I had to go to work and work the next day and felt even more physically exhausted. Last night was a little better because I met and talked with you. Usually 3 times isn't enough sometimes if you want to sleep through the night. After Shen Kaiwei heard this, she felt both heartbroken for him and felt a little weepy at the same time. So, did you come to see me today for something? Nothing much, just wanted to see you. Seeing you makes me less impulsive and allows me to calm down and relax. I'd like to take you to dinner, if you have time. Shen Kaiwei looked at He Zhongliang's expectant and nervous expression and guessed. You just want to spend more time with me, don't you? He Zhongliang let out a sigh before confiding helplessly. I don't want to bother you either, but I'm already tired from a day's work. But I'm a little scared of that feeling when I come home and see my wife who's extremely hyper. Even if I'm excited for a few days in a row, let me rest for a day. 365 days a year without rest. It's so tiring. Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but feel sorry for this young man and raised her hand to give him a hug. But there were too many people around, so she didn't feel like touching him. Just a friendly invitation. I don't like going out to eat, so if you don't mind, come home with me and deal with a meal. Then let He Zhongliang out of the clinic. He Zhongliang followed her and asked cautiously, Are you home alone? I told you last time, I'm single now, and my daughter lives in high school and only comes home once a weekend. Thank you for trusting me so much that you were willing to take me home. The first time Shen Kaiwei met He Zhongliang, she had a special kind of good feeling, even generating affection and longing. It had gone far beyond just simple trust, but she was too embarrassed and afraid to respond and believe that feeling, casually telling He Zhongliang, I don't see you as a bad person, I just think of you as a patient. He Zhongliang hurriedly nodded his head to express his gratitude. You, Dr. Shen, have such a good heart. It's the healer's job. Your case is really quite serious and unique. Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but smile sheepishly as she turned back towards him at the thought of this strange disease of He Zhongliang's. He Zhongliang was attracted by her sweet smile. She was obviously so beautiful and attractive, but she could suppress that restless fire of desire. He Zhongliang felt ridiculously comical and could only laugh awkwardly without saying anything. Shen Kaiwei brought He Zhongliang back to her home, almost 100 square meters of 3 rooms and 1 hall. The decoration and furniture is not considered to be very high-end, but very clean and tidy. As far as the eye can see, every corner gives a cozy feeling. Why don't you sit on the couch for a while? I'll go to the kitchen and cook a simple home-cooked meal. It'll be ready soon. Shen Kaiwei instructed and walked towards the kitchen. He Zhongliang followed close behind, discussing with her. I also cook a lot at home. It would have been embarrassing to bother you. Let me help you do some work. Shen Kaiwei turned back and seriously advised. It's too crowded to have 2 people standing in the kitchen, and I'm not used to having people around to disturb me when I'm cooking. Just go and wait honestly. It won't be long before you can eat. Alright, then. Trouble for you. He Zhongliang nodded and helplessly retreated to the sofa. Shen Kaiwei smiled as she walked into the kitchen, taking a deep breath to adjust her breathing, pressing one hand on her chest to hold back her emotional excitement. After all these years of divorce, it was the first time I'd brought a man home, and I was surprised to see that I was starting to ramble. How old is he? He's not even a generation older, and he's still sick, so he's not going to take advantage of the situation. Shen Kaiwei scolded herself in her heart and stopped those thoughts that she shouldn't have, and immediately began to prepare dinner. Chapter 8, Falling asleep on the couch. He Zhongliang sat on the sofa and looked at the kitchen door. Although he couldn't see Shen Kaiwei, he could vaguely hear the voices coming from inside, and she was busy inside, feeling everything in this home. Zhongliang suddenly had a sense of déjà vu, as if he had experienced it in his previous life. He knew that his bond with this Shen Kaiwei was definitely not ordinary. Maybe he had fantasized about such a woman in his past life and had actually met her in this one. It's true what they say, God's plan is the greatest. God's will cannot be violated. Zhongliang had never felt so cozy and relaxed since his accidental injury. He leaned against the sofa. This feeling of physical exhaustion and inner peace was so good. He felt extremely sleepy and his upper eyelids started fighting with his lower eyelids. The body lies limp on the couch and quickly falls asleep. 20 minutes later, Shen Kaiwei brought the meal to the table and tenderly shouted towards the sofa, "Come over and eat." Seeing that Zhongliang did not respond, she took off her apron and walked toward the sofa. When he came to the front of the sofa, he saw Zhongliang lying crookedly on the sofa. It looked like it should be uncomfortable, but he was sleeping soundly. Shen Kaiwei wanted to tell him to get up and eat, raising her hand and stopping it in the air with a difficult expression, guessing that he probably hadn't had a peaceful sleep for a long time. Seeing as he was sleeping so soundly, he really couldn't bear to wake him up, but the meal was already done. Shen Kaiwei hesitated for a moment and decided not to disturb his sleep. The meal could be reheated if it got cold. He so needs to rest and recuperate to build up his strength. Shen Kaiwei wanted him to sleep comfortably, but with her own strength, she definitely couldn't hold Zhongliang. Even though he was now much thinner and emaciated, he was still over 130 pounds, and so big that Shen Kaiwei was at her wit's end. He could only take out pillows and blankets from the bedroom and set Zhongliang's body upright, so that he could make do with a nap on the sofa. After everything was arranged, Shen Kaiwei was just about to leave when she was suddenly attracted to Zhongliang's side face. She sat next to her and scrutinized it, questioning herself in her mind. Had she been alone too long and started to get horny? Or was this young man really destined for himself? Although Shen Kaiwei was low-key and modest, she knew that she wasn't bad in all aspects. If God really wanted to help her end her singlehood, it wouldn't be hard. But why couldn't they arrange for a man of a similar age? She is 42 years old, 16 years older than this young man. Moreover, he is still married. This kind of sudden destiny is too ridiculous and laughable. Shen Kaiwei was trapped in a sigh of her own, but her eyes never left Zhongliang's side face. Until more than 10 o'clock in the evening, Shen Kaiwei put the rice in the pot, intending to wait for Zhongliang to wake up, the two of them a meal. But now that he himself was already sleepy, Zhongliang was still huffing and puffing, with no sign of waking up at all. It seemed like he wasn't going to get up tonight without waking him up. Just as Shen Kaiwei was having a hard time deciding whether or not she should wake him up, Zhongliang's cell phone rang in his pocket, the vibration plus ringtone waking him up. Zhongliang opened his eyes in a daze, lifted the blanket and pulled out his cell phone. It was his daughter-in-law who called. When he answered, his wife's voice came, "Did you go to that old aunt again? Are you still coming home tonight?" Zhongliang was blinded by sleep, glancing at Shen Kaiwei in front of him and looking around before reacting to where he was. "Hurry up and answer." "Yes, I'm with her. I'm going home now." After hanging up the phone, Zhongliang glanced at his cell phone and realized that it was already past 10 o'clock. Ashamed, he said to himself, "How did I fall asleep?" Then he said goodbye to Shen Kaiwei, intending to leave. Shen Kaiwei anxiously asked, "Aren't you going to eat before you leave?" "Eating? Am I going to fall asleep before I eat?" Zhongliang covered his stomach with a confused face. He really felt hungry. Shen Kaiwei smiled and reminded, "Yeah, you fell asleep while I was cooking. I never had the heart to wake you up. It's all done. Eat before you leave." It was already so late, and it wasn't too bad for a meal, so Zhongliang nodded awkwardly. "I'll turn on the heat and warm up the food for 3 or 2 minutes. Don't you fall asleep again." Shen Kaiwei instructed with a smile on her face and quickly walked towards the kitchen. Zhongliang rubbed his face, sleeping so much that he was a bit unable to tell day from night. He had never slept so soundly in the past year, and felt his body was full of strength. He got up and came to the kitchen door as well, and saw Shen Kaiwei standing in front of the stove staring at the steamer with a smile on her face. She turned her head to spot Zhongliang and put away her smile to ask, "What are you standing at the door for?" "Stand here for a while. I'm afraid of falling asleep again." Looking at Zhongliang blinking his eyes in a not-so-lucid manner, Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but laugh out loud and instructed him, "Go sit at the table. Warm it up a little. It'll be ready soon." 10 minutes later, Shen Kaiwei looked at Zhongliang's wolfish appearance. There was a kind of joy that hit her heart and said, "Looks like you're really hungry." Zhongliang nodded and made to swallow the rice in his mouth, urging, "You eat quickly too. Didn't you also not eat? It's so late. I wouldn't want a bite if it weren't for the company you keep. You shouldn't have waited for me. Just eat first yourself. It's not like I'm putting in any effort during the day, so it's good for my health to eat less at night, just as a diet. Do you need to lose weight with a body like yours? I don't think it's necessary." At my age it's too late to lose weight when I put on weight. I can't compare myself to you youngsters. Shen felt a sudden pang of loss in her heart at the mention of the age difference between the two. You're not too old. You look like you're in your 30s. He Zhengliang sneaked a glance at her with a smirk. Smooth talker, eat your dinner. Knowing that He Zhengliang was deliberately trying to please, but Shen Saiyue's heart was still beautiful. It turns out that she used to dislike oily men, just not those men, and it has nothing to do with oily. After Shen Kaiyue put down her dishes, she mortared her face with one hand and watched He Zhenliang wind up cleaning up the meal. Much to her relief, she praised with satisfaction. You're quite the eater. You're such a good cook. Before I came to your house for dinner, I always thought I could cook as well, so it seems I was mistaken about myself. Shen Kaiyue blankly glanced at He Zhenliang, making him feel a little uncomfortable with his compliments. Hurry home when you're full. Don't let your daughter-in-law worry about you. Shen Kaiyue urges He Zhenliang to go home. When he sent him to the door, he seriously urged, go back to sleep honestly. Don't think any more nonsense. Your body needs to recuperate for a long time before you can recover. I know, it's pretty normal now anyway, but I don't know what it's going to be like when I get home. Without finishing, He Zhenliang hurriedly excused himself. He wanted to get home and go to bed while he was more emotionally stable now. Hopefully, he could still renew his sleep and sleep through the night. Chapter 9 The Best Option. When He Zhenliang returned home, his wife was waiting for him in the living room and asked in surprise, you really went to that old aunt's house, and slept at her house? I was just going to ask her to join me for dinner, but she ended up inviting me to his house. While she was cooking in the kitchen, I fell asleep on the couch and slept until now, He Zhenliang said and walked into the room. The wife was close behind. Are you that mindless when you're with her? Yeah, I just want to hurry up and get to bed now, so hopefully I'll have a good night's sleep tonight. He Zhenliang undressed for bed and urged his wife, don't bother me in this room. Go back to your bedroom and sleep. Well, then you go to bed early. The wife nodded repeatedly and hurriedly exited her husband's room. He Zhenliang tried to keep his mind calm and wanted to fall asleep as soon as possible, but after lying down for more than half an hour, he began to ruminate again and could not stop. His brain began to secrete dopamine again to disturb him. Even if he tried to remember Shen Kaiyue, it was useless. He could not fool himself, and it was clear in his heart that the woman was not here, and he could not calm himself down. The next morning his wife prepared breakfast and saw He Zhenliang come out of his room with a listless and exhausted look. Stepping forward, he asked heartily, did you lose control again last night? It's under control, but I haven't slept all night. He Zhenliang shook his head helplessly. Although he didn't indulge his desires, he didn't take advantage of it either. Losing sleep all night was also very damaging to the body. A healthy young man with occasional insomnia is nothing that can be made up with a good meal and a good night's sleep. But he's been overdrawn for a year straight and no longer has the money to stay up late. After breakfast, He Zhenliang endured the night, looking at his wife's eyes, like a hungry beast seeing prey. The wife understood and dropped, hurry up, or you'll be late for work. Then she got up and walked towards the bedroom with a helpless look on her face. She had long been too tired, physically and mentally, to be in that kind of mood, simply to help her husband. He Zhenliang know should not toss themselves, but not to vent out. The whole heart and mind irritation cannot be peaceful. Had to rush into the bedroom with a quick step. When they were done, the two of them went out and downstairs together. His wife looked at He Zhenliang's tired and haggard appearance and comforted him heartily. Hubby, you can't go on like this. If being with that aunt can keep you healthy, just try your best to pursue her and live your life with her. I don't blame you. He Zhenliang heard his wife's intention to give up the marriage. She should have also considered it for a long time and waited carefully before making her decision. The two kept silent and walked down the stairs, not continuing to discuss the issue, but in their hearts they both realized that separation should be the best way. In the evening after work, He Zhenliang came to the clinic again. Shen Kaiyue was treating someone else and turned her head to look at He Zhenliang's haggard appearance, knowing that he hadn't slept well last night. I'm working the late shift today. Have you eaten? He Zhenliang shook his head, looking breathless. Shen Kaiyue heartily suggested, you go eat first. He Zhenliang nodded and turned to leave the clinic, walking toward a noodle shop not far away. Half an hour later, He Zhenliang returned to the clinic, sitting in the waiting area occasionally looking at Shen Kaiyue twice. Couldn't help but doze off, and several times almost fell from the chair. Shen Kaiyue looked at his comical appearance and felt both heartbroken and amused. Finally getting through to more than 8 o'clock, He Zhenliang leaned against his chair and dozed off, almost slipping off the chair. Snapping his eyes open, he saw that Shen Kaiyue had already changed her clothes and was standing in front of him. He rushed to his feet and asked expectantly, you're off duty? Shen Kaiyue smiled and nodded. You've already had dinner. Why are you still waiting for me here? Nothing much, just came by to see you. I'll take you home. That friend of mine is coming back home tomorrow and I'm meeting her for dinner tonight. You'll come with me then and hear what she has to say about your situation. He Zhongliang nodded and followed Shen Kaiyue out of the clinic. The two stood downstairs in Shen Kaiyue, and He Zhongliang was too embarrassed to open his mouth, so he could only say goodbye awkwardly. Shen Kaiyue called out to him, "Will you be able to sleep well when you go back tonight?" He Zhongliang shook his head and helplessly confessed, "As long as you're not by my side, you'll soon become ill and unable to calm down." If it was any other man who said such absurd and nonsensical words, Shen Kaiyue would definitely think that he was a liar. But with He Zhongliang, she didn't have the slightest doubt. Believing that this young man was truly desperate, he had pestered her. "Will your wife call for you again tonight?" "No, no, no. She's also supportive of me coming to you." Shen Kaiyue couldn't help but reveal a smile as she teased. "Did she let you toss her around physically and mentally? And she's had enough too, right? She's doing it for my own good, and doesn't want to see me weaken day by day." He Zhongliang lowered his head in shame, disappointed in himself. "If she doesn't mind, why don't you go to my house tonight and get a good night's sleep? Get well and I'll take you to see that expert friend tomorrow evening." Shen Kaiyue invites He Zhongliang to go home with her. He Zhongliang let out a long breath and followed him up the stairs. He was finally able to recuperate tonight, and he's long since exhausted. Shen Kaiyue brought He Zhongliang to a room and simply cleaned it up, intending to let him sleep here. He Zhongliang took off his jacket and couldn't wait to lie down on the bed. Never had this loose feeling. "See how sleepy you are. Get some early rest." Shen Kaiyue was just about to turn around and leave. He Zhongliang suddenly opened his mouth to request, "Can you sit with me for a while? You're next to me. It won't take 2 minutes for me to fall asleep." Shen Kaiyue frowned and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at He Zhongliang expectantly. Smiling, I took his hand. "Is this okay? Close your eyes now." He Zhongliang almost cried out, not understanding what kind of magic this woman had that could make him so relaxed and grounded. "Dr. Shen, thank you." He Zhongliang excitedly expressed his gratitude and then closed his eyes. Finally, no longer controlled by dopamine, can enjoy normal sleep. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, He Zhongliang was breathing steadily and snoring slightly and gently. He fell asleep, and with Shen Kaiyue's help, he finally had his first peaceful and solid night after his injury. Shen Kaiyue gently let go of He Zhongliang's hand, wanting to caress his face, but trying to restrain that strange thought. Could it be true that we were really destined to be with him in a past life? If it wasn't deliberately arranged by heaven, how could we know each other in this way? And let me be the medicine to save him. Or maybe he's lying and just cajoling me. But I know my feelings for him are real, and I can't be lying to myself on purpose too. Shen Kaiyue looked at He Zhongliang's face and muttered for a while as her heart was in turmoil. After a moment, she consoled herself with, "Let it all go. Then slowly get up and turn off the lights. Leave the room and gently close the door behind you." Chapter 10, Meeting with an Expert. The next morning, He Zhongliang opened his eyes and felt as if he had been reborn. "Every morning for the past year I've opened my eyes and felt extremely weak and sleepy. This morning I finally said goodbye to that pain and got back my long-lost vitality." He Zhongliang walked out of the room and came to the kitchen door, looking at Shen Kaiyue who was preparing breakfast inside. Her eyes are focused and serious, and her slender fingers are nimble and skillful, dressed in a plain knit shirt and pants, and a simple apron, but it is difficult to hide the graceful figure. The soft long hair was casually pulled behind her head, and a few strands of broken hair fell down next to her white neck, showing her gentle temperament. The sunlight sprinkled on her face through the window, and the picture made He Zhongliang obsessed. It was probably the fact that he had gotten a good night's rest that made him start to lust after this woman, but not that uncontrollable carnal desire. Close but different. Even if he didn't get it, it wouldn't hurt, and the anticipation of longing was a blessing. Shen Kaiyue noticed He Zhongliang, who was standing in the kitchen doorway in a daze, stopped the work in her hands and approached the doorway to scrutinize his face. Then he nodded with satisfaction. "You look better now, just a bit better than yesterday. It seems like you had a good rest last night." "Yeah, sleep until dawn. Haven't slept this soundly in a long time. Look at your messy hair. Go wash your face and you'll be ready to eat soon." Shen Kaiyue urged a sentence and turned back to her busy schedule. He Zhongliang looked at her back. Thin but not firewood, concave and convex curve beautiful. Shen Kaiyue turned back to meet him at eye level and asked curiously, "Is there anything else you want?" No, no, no." He Zhongliang hurriedly put away his appreciation and turned toward the restroom in a panic. When the two ate breakfast, He Zhongliang's wife called him, and the two briefly chatted. After hanging up the phone, Shen Kaiyue asked, "Your wife doesn't feel at ease with you, does she?" He Zhongliang replied, "She's just making sure that I'm not going to return to normal just by being with you." Shen Kaiyue was slightly embarrassed and asked with some embarrassment, "Won't she be jealous?" "No, she doesn't want us to stay like that. If I can stay healthy by living with you, she thinks it's for the best if we separate. That would be better for everyone." "Live with you?" Shen Kaiyue gave a surprised cry. She was only trying to help this young man regain his health. How did she suddenly progress so quickly? Although she felt excited and expectant, She couldn't believe it for a moment and didn't know how to take it. Looking at Shen Sayue's surprised expression, He Zhongliang hurriedly explained, I don't mean that. I'll rent you a room, and you'll be my landlord, so it's okay to live together. I don't plan on renting your room out, and can you live alone forever? Shen Kaiyue was not too satisfied with He Zhongliang's statement. In fact, he could have had that kind of meaning, then Shen Kaiyue would be happier. Maybe if I recuperate for a while, I won't get sick again, and then I won't have to bother you anymore. Whatever, let's have my friend take a look at it for you tonight before we talk about it. Shen Kaiyue casually threw out a sentence with a more serious expression. He Zhongliang didn't know why she suddenly wasn't too happy, and guessed in his heart, did she have that kind of idea too? Stealing a glance at Shen Sayue's face, she nervously discussed, if I commit an illness whenever I leave you in the future, I wonder if you can consider it. Consider what? Shen Kaiyue had just asked a question when she reacted. She understood what He Zhongliang meant, but didn't dare to respond positively. Before He Zhongliang made his words clear, he hurriedly said perfunctorily, observe for a while. He Zhongliang nodded his head repeatedly. Since he didn't refuse, it was a chance. It already made him feel overjoyed. After dinner, the two men went to their respective workplaces and arranged to meet with that expert in the evening. Going to work today was the easiest day for He Zhongliang since his injury. It also made him determined not to go back to the kind of life he used to have. Whether it's to save his life or because of a special bond, he himself is dead set on being with Shen Kaiyue. In the evening, He Zhongliang came to the address Shen Kaiyue had told him to meet at an upscale hotel. Originally, the old friend returned to China to have a meal with Shen Kaiyue to catch up, and now Shen Kaiyue brought He Zhongliang with her, and her friend didn't have the heart to object. Shen Sayue's friend was 3 years younger than her, graduated from the same university, and was considered her junior sister. When she wanted to study abroad, she settled abroad. Although there was a difference of 3 years, the two were very close. This is the patient I was telling you about. It's been over a year and hasn't gotten better. Shen Kaiyue introduces He Zhongliang to her friend, whose name is Huang. After carefully sizing up He Zhongliang, his friend told Shen Kaiyue, let's wait until after dinner. How long has it been since we've seen each other? Tell me how you've been doing these past 2 years. Still living alone? The friend didn't care much about He Zhongliang's condition, but instead talked to Shen Kaiyue about their past and their current lives, leaving He Zhongliang awkwardly hanging out to dry. From the conversation between the two, He Zhongliang could hear that this Dr. Huang's personality and outlook on life were completely different from Shen Sayue's. She is a very open-minded person and is a proponent of timely pleasures. She has been married 3 times. Her first husband was a foreigner, her second was a national, and her third was a foreigner. And there are quite a few lovers out there, but it's all good with anyone. It can be seen that although she is indulgent, but a person who is careful. When they talked about some emotional and physical topics about Shen Kaiyue, it made both Shen Kaiyue and He Zhongliang embarrassed. Shen Kaiyue signaled her friend not to speak too revealingly, while He Zhongliang felt like he was in the way and really wanted to find a crack in the ground. Although he was interested in anything about Shen Kaiyue, but now that he was facing 2 charming aunts and talking about female topics nakedly, it did make him feel awkward. Dr. Huang saw that He Zhongliang was having trouble sitting still, so he gave him his room card and told him his room number. He told him to go up and wait, and after he and Shen Kaiyue finished eating, he would go up and talk about his condition. Shen Kaiyue was a bit surprised, but didn't block it. He Zhongliang glanced at Shen Kaiyue, and seeing that she had no opinion, he followed Dr. Huang's arrangement and went to wait in her room first. When He Zhongliang left, Shen Kaiyue asked curiously, what did you let him go to your room for? I'm going to find out what's going on with him. Yeah, I have my own way of doing that, so don't you worry about it. Unless your relationship with him is more than just doctor and patient. My friend stared at Shen Sayue's eyes, suspecting that her relationship with He Zhongliang was not simple. Shen Kaiyue hurriedly explained, you think I'm like you? I'm clean and innocent with him. No messy relationship. Then I'm relieved. In fact, I don't mind even if you're related to him. You're living more and more as you please, and you're not a bit restrained in your old age. Why should we tighten up? The older we get, the more we learn to enjoy ourselves. The two went back to talking about funny stories from the past and intimate topics with women. Chapter 11, What the Experts Can't Do. More than 2 hours later, Shen Kaiyue finished her meal with her friend. When her friend wants to go back to her room to see He Zhongliang, Shen Kaiyue wants to go with her. Her friend advised her, wait at the cafe. In half an hour, if that handsome guy doesn't come down to you, you don't have to wait for him. Shen Kaiyue was puzzled, but didn't bother arguing. After seeing her friend off, she walked towards the cafe herself and sat down, glancing at the time to wait patiently. She believes her friend is more indulgent, but as a top psychiatrist, she should have her own methods. He Zhongliang waited in Dr. Huang's room for more than 2 hours, and her nightgown and underwear were scattered on the bed, making He Zhongliang unable to stop his heart from pounding. Although Dr. Huang is nearly 40 years old, but the face is pretty good skin white, and rich people spend money to maintain. Not tall, but chest and buttocks full. Looks like the front and rear curvature charms still exist, since there was no Shen around. Staying in this sexy young woman's room in the middle of the night, the dopamine in Hee Jungliang's body began to flood again, and he couldn't control his rambling thoughts, making him feel horny and thirsty. Suddenly came the knock on the door. Hee Jungliang took a deep breath and simply adjusted, and then quickly rushed to the back of the door. After opening the door, he only saw Dr. Huang and asked curiously, "Did Dr. Shen not come?" "She's waiting in the cafeteria on the first floor. You'll find her after I'm done with you." Dr. Huang walked into the room and asked Hee Jungliang to close the door behind her and came with her to sit by the bed. Hee Jungliang closed the door behind him and came to the bedside with a loud gasp to see Dr. Huang taking off his jacket and sitting on the edge of the bed with his legs crossed, slightly drunken cheeks, flushed with a cloud of red. Inside, she wore a white halter low-neck short dress with lace. The silky fabric in front of her chest was taut and high, as if the thin shoulder straps would soon not be able to withstand the tension that was crying out to be seen. The hemline of the skirt that just reaches the thighs also appears to be relatively tight, and the plump thighs and buttocks fully display the charm and sexiness of a mature young woman. Hee Jungliang, blushing and breathing heavily under the effect of dopamine, stood hand and foot in front of Dr. Huang, trying to restrain the urge to pounce on her. Dr. Huang could see that Hee Jungliang was in a state of sputtering, but she still charmingly patted herself next to him and invited Hee Jungliang to sit down. She's not at all worried that this chap will not be able to hold it together. Consider it medical malpractice. She looks expectantly eager. Hee Jungliang was unusually nervous when he sat down, not daring to look up at Dr. Huang, because one look at her, the eyes straightened, and could not wait to. Dr. Huang cupped Hee Jungliang's face and carefully examined every detail of him. Hee Jungliang couldn't tell if she was stroking or inspecting. Anyway, he couldn't hold himself up any longer. There were only two choices now, either let it out regardless, or go to Shen right away and naturally calm down when you see her. After an examination, Dr. Huang came to the conclusion, "You do look handsome." Hee Jungliang looked at her in surprise and muttered in his heart, "You're an imposter as a psychiatrist, aren't you?" Seeing Hee Jungliang's surprised expression, she added, "It's a pity that the overindulgence, to put it bluntly, is already terminally ill. If this continues, it won't take long to become an invalid, and you might not even be able to save your life. Seeing how your body is reacting right now, it's not a psychological problem. I've looked at your case and there's no other way but to do surgery, but brain surgery is very risky, as the other doctors should have told you a long time ago." Hee Jungliang took a deep breath and asked, "You're saying that in my case, there's basically no cure, right? I heard Shen say that you can stay calm as long as you're with her, right?" "Yeah, as soon as I see her, or make sure she's around me, I calm down and return to my normal state." Dr. Huang stared into Hee Jungliang's eyes, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he asked in a flirty tone, "Don't you have any other thoughts about her?" Hee Jungliang answered truthfully, "I respect her and like her a lot. The first time I met her, she was still wearing a mask, and my heart was moved just by seeing her eyes. She has beautiful eyes and they are permeated with so much tenderness that a man's heart would flutter at the sight of them. It's normal for you to fall in love with her, not to mention that she is your life-saving medicine, but it's not too bad. Let me properly diagnose your condition tonight. You don't have to restrain yourself, show all your symptoms." Dr. Huang lifted his two plump thighs onto the bed and placed them in front of Hee Jungliang, his eyes staring straight at him. Hee Jungliang felt like he was about to explode and swallowed and asked, "Is Dr. Shen still waiting for me down there?" "I told her that in half an hour. If you don't go down there, you can go home by yourself. Now there are less than 5 minutes. You may not be able to go down. Let her go. Stay with me tonight, okay?" Dr. Huang came up to Hee Jungliang, blinking her big eyes and biting her lip in gentle request. The desire in Hee Jungliang's eyes was burning like a blazing fire. He wanted to leave the room to find Shen but his legs were uncontrollable, and his hands trembled with reluctance to push Dr. Huang away. "Just don't make it hard on yourself. You're just sick, and the fact that this happened has nothing to do with your character. There's no need to be psychologically burdened. I'll be with you tonight, and I'll let you have it as many times as you want." Dr. Huang comforted Hee Jungliang and reached to his waist. The moment he was touched by Dr. Huang, Hee Jungliang forced himself to jump out of bed and shouted, "I'm going to find Dr. Shen," then quickly escaped the room. Dr. Huang eyed his wolfish escape and smiled as he picked up his cell phone and dialed Shen Kaiwe. Shen Kaiwe stood up and was just about to leave the cafe when suddenly her cell phone rang. "He escaped from my room. You take him home." Hearing her friend's words, Shen Kaiwe anxiously inquired, "What do you mean? What about his illness? Is there any treatment program?" "You're his only treatment option, so accept him if you're interested in him. Not only does he need you to control his condition, he should be genuinely fond of you as well. If you're not interested in him, let him fend for himself. You're a doctor too. You should know that his condition is serious. If he doesn't refrain from tempering, he'll be done soon. But he's not a psychological problem. I can't help him. After Shinkaiwa let out a sigh, she silently hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Zhongliang ran to the cafe and rushed to Shinkaiwa, panting and celebrating. I'm glad you haven't left yet. I'm relieved to see you and feel much more relaxed. Why are you so nervous? What were you doing in her room? Zhongliang was too embarrassed to speak ill of Shinkaiwa's friend, and stammered to explain. I don't understand what Dr. Huang means. Maybe he's testing my condition. Shinkaiwa smiled and told him, you misunderstood her. She should just be deliberately seducing you. I know her. Then why do you still let her see me? There's a disease. Just in case she can help you. I'm taking a chance, too. It seems no one can help you but me, Shinkaiwa said helplessly, then asked, are you coming with me, or going back to your own home? Of course I'll go with you. It's not like going home and being idle tonight. Won't your daughter-in-law mind? She's long been tired of being tossed around by me, and she'd prefer not to see me get weaker and weaker by the day. Come home with me then. You'd better call and talk to her so she doesn't get the wrong idea. Shinkaiwa reminded Zhongliang and left the cafe. Zhongliang followed her and pulled out his cell phone to call his wife. Chapter 12, Planning for the Future. After Shinkaiwa brought Zhongliang home, she didn't communicate too much and each went to her own room to rest. Zhongliang is not very sleepy, sitting on the bed with nothing to do, fuming. After Shinkaiwa finished her bath, she saw that the light was still on in Zhongliang's room and the door was left open. She stood in the doorway, wiped her hair with a towel, and asked with concern, why aren't you asleep yet? Aren't you sleepy tonight? Zhongliang looked at Shinkaiwa, who had just finished taking a bath, and was as fresh and gentle as a lotus flower. She wore a silky silver and white nightgown with a skirt that was above her knees, and since it covered her thighs, it didn't completely cover them. Flesh between the hidden flesh, if the hidden more hazy beauty and seductive. Zhongliang looked at Shinkaiwa, his eyes were straight, dumbfounded and speechless. Noticing Zhongliang's expression, Shinkaiwa deliberately took 2 steps back and asked sheepishly, didn't you say that whenever you see me, you'll be very calm? That urge for you is a normal feeling that can be controlled. No, I didn't have an urge for you. I just found you beautiful and attractive. Simply admiring. No disrespect meant to you. Zhongliang was incoherent and nervously excited as he explained. Alright, you don't have to explain. It's not like I blame you. Shinkaiwa comforted him and couldn't help but blossom in her heart. Zhongliang was overindulging. She hadn't blossomed in years. It was impossible to say that she didn't want to. She just hadn't met the right man. Plus, she was a conservative person, so she never had the chance to fulfill her desires. As much as she hated to admit it and knew it was bad, but the first time she met Zhongliang, she had a crush on him, especially when she peeled down his pants to inspect him. The dryness and inexplicable excitement kept her in mind. You should bring your toiletries tomorrow if you plan to stay here permanently, or I can buy some for you. Shinkaiwa expects Zhongliang to live in her house often, and before she had a crush on him, she didn't feel lonely living alone. But now that I'm home alone, there's a sense of emptiness and loneliness and loss. No, I'll just go home and get it myself tomorrow. Just think of it as you renting this room to me, okay? Whatever. How much rent do I pay you each month? Doesn't matter. Give or take. Feel free. Shinkaiwa was too lazy to count these things, and cautiously reminded again. Your wife really won't be angry that you're living in my house? Though the two are clean between them and it's mostly about saving lives. It's just that they have a soft spot in their hearts for each other, and no one knows unless they say so. But after all, Zhongliang is already married. In case his wife comes to the door to pursue the words, there are mouths cannot say. She won't be offended. She encouraged me to approach you in the first place. She still cares about you, because she had a crush on Zhongliang. Shinkaiwa felt more or less guilty and left behind a sentence. You take an early rest. Before leaving, just before reaching to close the door to the room, Zhongliang hurriedly discussed, don't close the door, okay? I feel closer to you with the door open, and I sleep more soundly. Are you still little? Do you need me to put you to bed? Shinkaiwa smiled and flirted with a sentence, causing the two to fall into an awkward situation. Both shyly lowered their heads, embarrassed to face each other. Only after Shinkaiwa left did Zhongliang dare to mutter in a low voice, that's certainly good. Then lying on the bed, after closing his eyes, the image of Shinkaiwa just now appeared in his mind. It made the corners of his mouth turn up. The next day at noon, Zhongliang went to his wife's unit to find her. His wife works in the mall, a cashier. Zhongliang did not call ahead and came to the mall without seeing his wife. His wife's co-workers told him that it was shift mealtime. Zhongliang just wanted to call to ask. His wife, a colleague, came back from dinner, told Zhongliang, your daughter-in-law on the second floor of that spicy hot to eat it. You guys just love those things. He Zhongliang smiled and chatted with them for a few moments before going to the second floor to find his wife. Came to the second floor of the spicy hot pot store. He Zhongliang stood in the doorway and looked around, and really found his wife's figure. She was having dinner with a male co-worker. It's not a big deal for co-workers to have dinner together, but the two of them were acting too close. They're chucking food from each other's bowls, and they're talking and laughing and wiping each other's mouths with paper towels. The picture is very cozy and sweet. Maybe they didn't mean it, but lovers don't have to go out of their way to show an ambiguous vibe. He Zhongliang didn't go up to disturb and slowly exited that store. Although his heart was not savory, he was not very angry. He himself has actually long been attracted to Shen Kaiyue, and technically speaking, it is also considered a spiritual derailment. She believed that her wife was only planning for the future and should not have done anything out of the ordinary. After He Zhongliang's wife finished her meal and returned to work, her co-workers asked her, "You're back so early. Why don't you stay with your husband a little longer? I don't see him. He went looking for you a long time ago and didn't find you?" He Zhongliang's wife heart-shocked, foreboding that something may have happened. Casually perfunctory, maybe he temporarily have something, and go it, then took out his cell phone and hesitated for a moment, but still didn't have the courage to call. In the evening, He Zhongliang called and asked his wife to meet him at a noodle shop near his home. When his wife arrived, she saw that He Zhongliang was already waiting for her, with 2 boxes by the table. When his wife sat down, she nervously asked, "What are you doing with all that luggage?" He Zhongliang replied frankly, "I'm moving in with Dr. Shen. Good thing too. You should take some time off to recuperate. How long do you plan to stay and come home?" The wife had an apprehensive look on her face, probably not sure what kind of answer she wanted to hear herself. He Zhongliang calmly asked a rhetorical question, "When do you want me to come back?" The wife reddened, not knowing how to answer, and carefully inquired, "You went to that hot and spicy restaurant at noon today and saw me, didn't you?" He Zhongliang nodded without denying it. The wife explained helplessly, "Nothing happened between me and that male co-worker." "Really? You must believe me, but you have a crush on each other and have plans to be together in the future, don't you? So what do you want me to do? How can I not mind watching you live in another woman's house? The wife couldn't say any more and drew out 2 tissues to wipe the tears that were streaming down her face. "I know you are concerned about me and worried about my health. You are doing this for my own good. I understand it all and I can understand you. Thank you for being with me for so long. It's me who apologized to you first. If he truly treats you well, you should give him a chance, and I hope you'll be happier in the future." The wife held He Zhongliang's hand as she excitedly pleaded, "Husband, let's go home. I'm meeting you outside because I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it at home. It's been a year since I tossed you around, and you haven't had enough." The wife shook her head with tears in her eyes and both of them couldn't help but smile. Chapter 13, The Last Night. After the two of them finished eating, He Zhongliang bluntly proposed, "Let's get a divorce. You may as well make your own plans as soon as possible. I can't live without that woman. It's true that it won't take me more than a few years to toss myself to death." Wife cried and laughed at He Zhongliang. "Cannot help but sigh with tears. I have long anticipated that there will be this day. Thought I have been psychologically prepared, but I did not expect to really come to this day. Will be so reluctant to give up. If you can always be healthy, even if I let you toss and turn for the rest of your life, I am willing to." He Zhongliang reddened his eyes. This moment he was also very reluctant to give up. After all, the movement of 2 years of marriage, almost catching up with some people's whole life, the feelings are not generally deep. But now, can only helplessly comfort his wife. "I was injured that time. From the ghost gate turned around to retrieve a life. But our destiny is over. God arranged the greatest well. We all need to look forward, so that we can catch the next period of destiny and live a happy life." The wife suddenly complained sadly, "It doesn't matter to me. I can still pick someone I'm happy with. But why is it so unfair to you? Setting you up with an old aunt in her 40s, not even giving you a chance to choose." He Zhongliang smiled and explained, "Although Dr. Shen is a bit older than me, he is excellent in all aspects, so I'm not at a disadvantage. Moreover, people are only helping me to cure my illness, and they didn't agree to do anything with me." "Ah, you're saying this too early?" the wife asked expectantly. "Is there another woman besides her that can help you?" "Haven't met one yet." He Zhongliang shook his head with an indifferent expression. It was enough that he had Shen Kaiyue, and he didn't want to get help from other women. What a way for that old aunt to pick up the slack. Looking at his wife's indignant expression, He Zhongliang seriously told her, "You won't say that if you have a chance to see Dr. Shen, being mesmerized by her because she can help you regain your health. So look at her everywhere, isn't it? If you say so." He Zhongliang was too lazy to argue with his wife and urged her to go home early and rest. Make an appointment some other day to get the divorce finalized. After the two walked out of the noodle shop, his wife looked at He Zhongliang with his suitcase and asked reluctantly, "Can't you just go home and stay another night? We are still husband and wife now." The emotional guilt towards his wife, Coupled with Shin Sayue's absence, the brain uncontrollably secreted a large amount of dopamine. Let He Zhenliang face his wife's request, simply cannot bear to refuse, carrying 2 suitcases and helplessly following home again. Half an hour later, his wife was panting and snuggled in He Zhenliang's arms, reluctantly discussing, "Husband, why don't we reconsider? Do we really want a divorce?" He Zhenliang reminded his wife, "Didn't you used to say, 'Let me go find another woman'? Sometimes it's only when I'm not feeling well and I'm in a bad mood that I say a couple of angry things like that. Actually, most of the time, I still enjoy it, and I can't bear to part with you. It's true that there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields. I'm afraid I won't be able to work for 2 years before I'm tossed to waste. That's true. You're much thinner and more emaciated than when you first got married, and it hurts me to look at you. I hope that being with that old aunt will allow you to slowly recuperate and return to your former healthy and sunny appearance." He Zhenliang nodded. He hoped so himself. "By the way, if we get divorced, what's the right amount of money to give you from the card?" The wife was embarrassed to discuss, although talking about money is a bit hurtful, but after all, it is a very realistic problem that must be faced. The house was bought by the woman's family before the wedding, and He Zhenliang was only responsible for buying furniture and appliances. But these 2 years He Zhenliang's salary are handed over to his wife, and his own because of work-related injuries, get more than 300,000 compensation, but also in his wife's bank card. "I don't want a penny." He Zhenliang always felt that he had wronged his wife and should have left the house. "How can that be? It's not your fault that it's come to this. You didn't want it to. I think you should at least be given the compensation for your injuries. If I say no, I don't need it. Let's not argue about it." He Zhenliang comforted his wife, then got up and dressed. "Curious?" my wife asked. "Where are you going?" He Zhenliang replied awkwardly. Back to Dr. Shen's home." "What's your hurry? We haven't signed the divorce yet. Why are you sneaking around in your own home? Our relationship as husband and wife is still protected by the law. Do you know that? Don't leave tonight. I've had a hard time recuperating for 2 days, and I'm feeling in better spirits. Who knows how many times I'll have to toss and turn without leaving tonight. You don't want to sleep tonight." The wife hesitated for a moment, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. "I'm not afraid." He Zhenliang helplessly flirted. "The doctor said that I'm externally strong, and I'm already terminally ill. Do you think that you won't be your man in the future anyway? So you won't be heartbroken no matter how you use it?" His wife revealed a shameful smile and felt that He Zhenliang had a point. Pretending to be angry, but clinging on, he said, "You're right. Go back to your old aunt's house and let her heart you." He Zhenliang had already dressed and gotten out of bed, smiling as he said goodbye to his wife. The wife put on a nightgown and went down to send He Zhenliang away. He Zhenliang, carrying suitcases, just opened the door. His wife suddenly from behind and hugged him hard. Tears cannot help but slide down. The thought that after He Zhenliang walked out of this door, he would no longer be his husband. His heart is particularly bad taste. He Zhenliang glanced back at the home and his wife, and couldn't help but be saddened and disheartened. He took his wife in his arms and wiped away the tears she was shedding, caressing her hair and cheeks. The two couldn't help themselves with one last kiss, but they didn't put the brakes on. His wife did not want to let go, and He Zhenliang was also under the manipulation of dopamine, and began to move again. Simply closed the door, holding his wife, and rushed into the bedroom again. 20 minutes later, He Zhenliang came out of the bedroom unclothed, followed by his wife from the bedroom. He Zhenliang picked up his suitcase and headed out, turning back to advise, "No need to send it off. You'd better take an early rest." Still, his wife tugged him to a halt at the door, smiling and reassuring, "Don't worry about it. I don't want it. It's wearing you out." Then after helping He Zhenliang straighten his collar and buttoning him up, he sent out, "Let's go, hubby." Both of them can hardly hide their sadness look. He Zhenliang squeezed out a smile at his wife and turned to walk down the stairs. His wife watched him leave. When he walked to the corner of the stairs to turn back that moment, the wife's tears slipped down again, waving goodbye fondly. He Zhenliang also reddened his eyes, stopping in his tracks with his lips moving slightly. "Go back quickly." The voice caught in his throat, even to his own ears. Then fighting back tears, I turned my head and continued to leave. The wife leaned against the doorframe until she could not hear He Zhenliang's footsteps before closing the door behind her. Chapter 14. Eating longevity noodles. He Zhenliang came to Shen Kaiwei's house with a suitcase. Shen Kaiwei opened the door, saw his appearance, and knew that he did not do anything good. "Seriously," he admonished, "you have to pay attention in the future. Wait until you've gotten your body in good shape before you can think about that kind of thing." Then he took out a key and handed it to He Zhenliang. "This is the key to the house. Take it. Have you eaten yet?" He Zhenliang took the key and nodded. "I've eaten." A look of having done something wrong, and he knew he shouldn't give himself a chance to indulge in this physical condition he was in. "Look at your emptiness. Go take a shower and go back to your room to rest." He Zhongliang first brought the suitcase to the room, and then took his daily necessities towards the restroom. When he turned off the shower, he was about to wash the clothes he had changed out of. There was a sudden knock on the door from outside, and Shen Kaiwei asked, "Are you done washing?" He Zhongliang hurriedly responded, Finished washing. You'll come out first when you're done washing." He Zhongliang thought she was in a hurry to use the restroom, so he hurriedly put on his pajamas and walked out. Shen Kaiwei walked into the restroom, looked at He Zhongliang standing in the doorway, and urged him, "Go back to sleep. What's the point of standing at the door?" He Zhongliang replied awkwardly, "The clothes I changed out of haven't been washed yet. I'll wash you up. You go to your room and rest." No, I'll just wash myself. You're good enough to live in my house. Do you need to be shy about this little thing? You quickly go and rest. My heart aches when I see you weak. Shen Kaiwei casually blurted out the truth, then hurriedly changed her words, "Because I'm a doctor. I feel awkward in my heart when I see weak people not resting properly." "Thank you then, Dr. Shen." He Zhongliang also did not have the good sense to argue again, silently turned away. Only after he left did Shen Kaiwei take a deep breath and reach out to touch her chest to calm that agitated heart, then began to help He Zhongliang wash the changed clothes. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise. A few moments later, Shen Kaiwei dried the washed clothes, seeing that the lights had been turned off in He Zhongliang's room, but the door was still open. She gently walked to the door of the room and looked inside. He Zhongliang had already fallen asleep, and when he was physically tired and weak, as soon as he saw Shen Kaiwei, the dopamine in his body returned to normal. After calming down and feeling particularly sleepy, you fall asleep quickly and sleep well, which is the body's automatic recuperation and repair process. Shen Kaiwei didn't know how to face this bond between the two of them and didn't dare to imagine what would develop in the future. We can only take one step at a time and hope that he can recover soon and return to his old life. End this ridiculous relationship between the two. Just think of it as a dream. Shen Kaiwei silently consoled herself and helplessly turned around and walked back to her room. She lost sleep this night. Her own otherwise calm and regular life was disrupted by He Zhongliang's appearance. Let her sleep alone. In a complex of sweetness and torment, anticipation and apprehension. The next morning, Shen Kaiwei woke up early and made 2 bowls of hand-rolled noodles. He Zhongliang saw the hand-rolled noodles that were brought out, topped with a brine of kidney beans and eggs. Excitedly, he said, "It's been a long time since I've eaten this kind of hand-rolled noodles. My mother used to make them all the time. Nowadays people are too lazy to bother. It's more convenient to go to the supermarket. It's too much trouble for me too. I only make it on special days. You eat it." Shen Kaiwei lowered her head and started eating the noodles. He Zhongliang was silent for a moment and began to analyze Shen Kaiwei's words. What was a special day? When he was a kid on his birthday, his mother would make hand-rolled noodles, also called longevity noodles, especially for him. "Is it your birthday today?" Shen Kaiwei didn't answer and casually threw out a sentence. "You're quite smart. You can see right through it." Then tell him, "I was going to ask you not to come to my house tonight because it's the weekend and my daughter is coming home. But yesterday she called out of the blue and said she was going to a classmate's house and wouldn't be home this week. Didn't you tell her you had a birthday today? It's not a big deal. Just get yourself a bowl of noodles. I don't want to interrupt her plans." Shen Kaiwei looked like she didn't care. He Zhongliang excitedly invited, "I'll invite you out for dinner tonight. I don't like eating out. I'll come back early to fix a few more dishes. Just come back from work and eat." Shen Kaiwei couldn't hide her excitement. Having her favorite person to spend her birthday with made her heart blossom. He Zhongliang could see that Shen Kaiwei also had a good feeling about him, and felt that he might have a chance, so he directly announced, "I discussed it with my date yesterday, and we'll go and get the divorce formalities done in the next 2 days." "What do you mean by that? Why are you doing this?" Shen Kaiwei was astonished. Just now, she was in a state of bliss, but now she was suddenly splashed by reality, as if she was a third party. He Zhongliang hurriedly explained, "We have long since discussed this, and have been physically and mentally exhausted over the past year. If we continue to live together, you also know that in my situation, sooner or later something big is going to happen. What's more, she's already got plans for her future, and I don't want to hold her back from starting a happy family." Shen Kaiwei nodded her head and acquiesced, but in her heart, she still felt a bit awkward, always feeling that this matter had something to do with her. He Zhongliang struck the iron while it was hot to emphasize, "Dr. Shen, in fact, I can't live with anyone but you." Shen Kaiwei sheepishly persuaded, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe you'll be able to return to normal later on, or meet other women who can help you calm down as well." "No, I've got you all to myself." Hearing He Zhongliang's naked confession, Shen Kaiwei was so excited and nervous that she didn't know how to respond for a moment. The age difference between the two made her a bit apprehensive. "Let's wait until some days later. You first get your body in shape." Although Shen Kaiwei didn't agree, she didn't refuse either, giving He Zhongliang hope. "Okay, I'm all yours." Shen Kaiwei looked up at He Zhengliang and couldn't help but smile. The fact that He Zhengliang was able to return to singleness was the best birthday present she had ever received, and she could seriously and boldly consider this destiny of theirs. There's a bigger age gap, but at least there are no moral qualms. Both are divorced and it's nice to be a halfway decent couple and be partnered for the rest of their lives. But she was still a bit worried and didn't dare to invest too much depth in her feelings. After all, He Zhengliang was now doing this because he couldn't help it and wanted to live a healthy life, and didn't have any other choice but to stay by her side. It's hard to say what will happen in the future, and the two haven't known each other long enough to get to know each other better. After the two ate, they each went to work. He Zhengliang received a call from his wife in the morning, and they arranged to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 15, Surprises and Surprises. He Zhengliang and his wife came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau and waited for a month to come and get a divorce certificate. He Zhengliang inadvertently saw the man who had eaten with his wife that day, waiting in a car on the side of the road. He's in quite a hurry, isn't he? How long have you known each other? The wife graciously confessed. Old schoolmate, even earlier than knowing you. If I hadn't met you later, I would have been with him. So it's my underdog. He Zhengliang smiled and flirted, then sighed. There is a time in your life when you have to have it, and there is no time in your life when you don't have it, so don't force yourself to ask for it. You finally made it right with him. The wife looked at He Zhengliang and reddened her eyes again. He Zhengliang hurriedly comforted her. Your true love is watching. Let's not get too melodramatic. Let's just get together and part ways. I look back on the marriage with no regrets and no complaints about my other half. Even if we didn't grow old together, it was a wonderful journey of life. It's just that we're on different paths now. And I thank you for walking me through that. May your future paths be as smooth as they can be, with beauty and kindness in all you encounter. The wife was ultimately unable to maintain her composure, flung herself into He Zhengliang's arms and began to choke back tears. He Zhengliang looked at the man in the car and revealed a mortified and friendly smile. The man didn't have the heart to meet his eyes, and his eyes dodged awkwardly. A few moments later, his wife left He Zhengliang's shoulder and stabilized a little. Stop tormenting that man. I'm leaving, bye. He Zhengliang waved his hand and turned away of his own accord. His wife watched him walk some distance away and turned toward the car at the curb as well. The man rushed out of the car to greet him, and the handover was finally completed without incident. Shen Kaiwei was busy in the kitchen, almost ready, when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. You're back so early. Didn't I give you the key? Shen Kaiwei muttered all the way to the door, and when she opened it, her eyes were obscured by a large bouquet of flowers. The faces of my daughter and ex-husband peeked out from either side of the flowers with smiles on their faces yelling, Happy birthday! Surprised? I thought you said you were going to a classmate's house to play, so it's a surprise. I lied to you on purpose. How could I forget Mom's birthday? Come on in. What's the point of buying so many flowers? Where to put them? Shen Kaiwei greeted the two of them as they entered the house, a look of surprise and bewilderment on her face. Her daughter's sudden appearance was enough to surprise her. Her ex-husband had come along, to her complete surprise. The ex-husband's name was Han Bing, 3 years older than Shen Kaiwei and 45 years old. He is slender and well-proportioned, although not particularly handsome type, but he had good speech and temperament, and was also considered to be a talented person, and is the chairman of the listed company, called a very dazzling successful people, always surrounded by all kinds of beautiful women. He socializes too much outside and can't avoid some things. He can't control his body, but in his heart there is only Shen Kaiwei. 7 years ago Han Bing was rumored to be with an actress, and he didn't deny it himself. Shen Kaiwei didn't make a fuss with him and chose to get a low-key divorce, giving up her position as mistress. Han Bing was confused by the actress, and on impulse agreed to divorce, dividing a large sum of money and several properties to Shen Kaiwei. The house that Shen Kaiwei now lives in was bought by her and Han Bing when they got married. At that time, Han Bing was still an ordinary civil servant, and his financial condition was okay, but he wasn't very rich. Shen Kaiwei was used to living here, and Han Bing had given her several sets of properties, including a villa. It had been sitting empty, and she had never gone to live there. She and Han Bing parted peacefully, as her daughter also met occasionally and were always polite to each other. Han Bing divorced Shen Kaiwei, with the actress for more than a year, after the sweet period, then often have conflicts and quarrels, and the actress broke up. He began to miss Shen Kaiwei, but Shen Kaiwei did not agree to remarry with him. He was too embarrassed to force himself, but he had been secretly observing Shen Kaiwei's life and never gave up the idea of remarrying. Over the years he had lived a dashing life, with no shortage of women around him, but had never gotten serious. Han Bing went inside with her daughter and found a place to put the flowers and cake. Shen Kaiwei went back to the kitchen and began to be nervous, worrying about how to introduce He Zhengliang when he came back in a while. Han Bing came to the kitchen door with her daughter, ready to go in and help. The daughter looked inside the kitchen and turned her head to complain to her father. Mom didn't fall for it at all. She knew we were coming back. look at her getting those dishes. They've been ready for a long time. Han Bing smiled and nodded, also thinking that Shen Kaiwei had prepared it for them. Shen Kaiwei didn't want to make things so awkward for everyone later, and decided it would be better if He Zhongliang didn't come back. She walked out of the kitchen to call He Zhongliang, but the more anxious she was, the less she could remember where she had left her cell phone handy. Her daughter followed behind Shen Kaiwei and asked curiously, "Mom, what are you looking for?" "I forgot where I put my cell phone." Shen Kaiwei didn't raise her head and continued to look around the sofa. Han Bing stood beside the dining table and picked up Shen Kaiwei's cell phone from above, smiling as he reminded, "Your cell phone is here." Shen Kaiwei was just about to go over to get it when there was a sudden sound of the door opening. She giggled inwardly and couldn't help muttering silently, "It's over. He's back." He Zhongliang entered the house, also holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, looking at Shen Kaiwei and her daughter by the sofa, and Han Bing at the dining table. All four of them were dumbstruck with a surprised expression. Then they coincidentally looked at Shen Kaiwei. Shen Kaiwei could only walk stiffly to He Zhongliang and awkwardly introduced him. "This is my daughter Han Shui, and my ex-husband Han Bing. They didn't inform me and suddenly came to celebrate my birthday, wanting to give me a surprise." He Zhongliang froze for a few seconds and brewed out 4 words. "Hello, hello, hello." Han Shui squeezed out an awkward smile and greeted He Zhongliang. Han Bing didn't say anything, just nodded slightly with an expressionless face. Both father and daughter were waiting for Shen Kaiwei to give them a reasonable explanation. Shen Kaiwei nervously spat out a sentence. "His name is He Zhongliang. He is a patient." One sentence left the other 3 at a loss as to how to respond, and He Zhongliang was already considering whether to find an excuse to leave. Han Shui could see that her mother was in a difficult situation and hurriedly stepped forward to help her out. "Mom, you and this uncle met because he went to the clinic to see a doctor, and then became friends. He came to spend his birthday with you today on purpose, right?" Shen Kaiwei hurriedly nodded and glared back at He Zhongliang, chiding in a small voice, "What are you doing buying flowers?" He Zhongliang didn't say anything and looked like he was at a loss for words. He and Shen Kaiwei were both nervous. Han Shui took her mother's arm and whispered in her ear, "I'm in high school. I can understand everything. You've been single for a few years now. It's normal to know friends of the opposite sex. What's more, he's quite handsome and a good match for you." After getting her daughter's support, Shen Kaiwei finally loosened up. As for what her ex-husband thought, he didn't care. "Hurry up and put your stuff down. It's almost time to eat." Shen Kaiwei told He Zhongliang and walked shoulder to shoulder with her daughter to the kitchen. Chapter 16, An Awkward Dinner. Shen Kaiwei walked into the kitchen, her daughter close beside her, and asked curiously, "How far have you guys progressed?" "Just normal friends. What are you babbling about?" Shen Kaiwei chided, then asked expectantly, "He's not even 30 yet. Do you think I'm suitable for him?" "Age is certainly not an issue as long as you are attracted to each other and get along. You see all those successful and good men looking for partners who are a decade or so younger than they are. It makes sense that a quality woman like you would attract young, handsome men. Can that be the same?" Shen Kaiwei retorted a sentence, but she was especially happy to hear her daughter's words. "Why not? What makes it different? Just look at my dad. Have any of his girlfriends over the years been over 30? What are you bringing him up for?" Shen Kaiwei didn't want to talk about this topic anymore and couldn't help but glance outside. He Zhongliang also came to the table, one on a side with Han Bing. Seeing their awkward expressions, Shen Kaiwei and her daughter couldn't help but laugh. After all, Han Bing is an old man. What scenes have not experienced? After a short period of embarrassment, took the initiative to invite He Zhongliang to sit down. Although he hated to just throw the young man out, he still showed politeness and poise. This was now Shen Kaiwei's home, and both he and He Zhongliang were guests, and he was still in his daughter's good graces. Otherwise Shen Kaiwei wouldn't have let him come to dinner. "What does the lad do for a living?" "I install air conditioners." "That's pretty tough work, but it's not a bad thing for young people to suffer a little bit of experience." Han Bing took the initiative to open up and chat, and his friendly and generous attitude made the two of them less awkward. "Color Moon said you met her when you visited the clinic, right?" Yeah. I had shingles on me the other day and it cleared up after a couple shots." "Oh, the low immunity of the elderly, easy to grow that kind of herpes, and slow to get well. Serious times especially suffer. At your age, your immunity is relatively strong, so you will definitely get well quickly, and you will be fine if you pay attention to your diet and rest." Yeah. He Zhongliang nodded his head repeatedly, impressed with Han Bing as a person, and appreciated his conversation and temperament. No wonder Shen Kaiwei was willing to marry him in the first place. It was indeed quite outstanding, and the fact that the two are still able to have normal dealings now shows that the two have not harmed each other and are both very generous. Han Shui came out with a plate of food and placed it on the dining table, carefully sizing up He Zhongliang and nodding in satisfaction. Then he smiled at his father and ran into the kitchen to whisper to his mother, "Look at the way my father is pretending to be very calm. It must not be good for him to see you looking for a handsome young man. He and I are just regular friends. Shen Kaiwei felt that she and He Zhongliang hadn't reached that point yet, and didn't want to talk too much too soon. Ordinary friends, have a date alone at home? And he came to the appointment with roses. Do you think I'm a child? Shen Kaiwei smiled awkwardly and didn't have the heart to tell her daughter. In fact, he didn't come to the appointment, he was staying in this home. After the dishes were served, the four of them sat down and started eating to help Shen Kaiwei celebrate her birthday. The joyful and cordial atmosphere made Shen Kaiwei ignore the awkward relationship between the two men. Although she was divorced from Han Bing, her ex-husband's way with people and his concern for her and her daughter, Shen Kaiwei had always been satisfied. And although the couple's destiny had come to an end, she still appreciated the man in other ways. Maybe he's too successful. In a world of fame and fortune that ordinary people can't touch, surrounded by beautiful women, most men can't keep their hands off each other. Some things are inevitable for everyone. Shen Kaiwei divorced him, but did not blame him, much less hate him. Let nature take its course and end. No regrets about that past period of life, and no wounds left behind. Everything is quite good. The four of them chatted about topics that centered around Han Shui's school life, and Shen Saiyue's job. He Zhongliang and Han Bing, more like two supporting characters, responsible for the comic relief on the line. Let them both feel relaxed and not feel awkward. After the wine and dinner, it was getting late. Han Bing had long planned to leave, knowing that Shen Kaiwei would definitely not keep him overnight. He was so sure of this that even with his daughter as a talisman, it was useless. He didn't feel comfortable letting He Zhongliang stay at Shen Saiyue's house, although he wasn't sure how far the two of them had progressed. But listening to the conversation just now, the two hadn't known each other for more than a few days, so they shouldn't be living together anymore. He took the initiative to inquire about the address with He Zhongliang and wanted to leave Shen Saiyue's house with He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang glanced at Shen Saiyue's nervous expression, so he didn't have the heart to tell the truth. He said the address of his former home and pretended that he didn't live here. Shen Kaiwei nodded her head in acquiescence, agreeing with him and answering in this way. Han Bing said enthusiastically, "That's just right. When are you leaving? I can give you a ride when I pass by there." He Zhongliang could hear that Han Bing was hinting that it was time for him to leave. The mother and daughter hadn't seen each other for a week, so he really shouldn't be bothering here. It's getting late, so you guys talk. I'll just take a cab myself. As soon as Han Bing heard that He Zhongliang was so uptight, he hurriedly stood up to say goodbye. I should go too. I just happened to be on my way to send you back. Shen Kaiwei sent the two of them to the door, and Han Bing noticed the way she looked at He Zhongliang, very worried. In the back of my mind, I couldn't help but wonder what she was worried about. Is she afraid I'll hurt her little boyfriend? What a worry. After sending off He Zhongliang and Han Bing, Shen Kaiwei began to clean up the table. Her daughter also came over to help. Shen Kaiwei sidetracked her. No need for you to clean up. Go finish washing up and take an early rest. I still want to talk to you. The daughter wasn't sleepy now, and she wanted to talk to her mother about that little boyfriend. Yeah, I'll finish cleaning up after you wash up, and I'll go to your room and talk with you for a while. Shen Kaiwei dismissed her daughter and walked into the kitchen with the dishes. He was surprised when He Zhongliang and Han Bing came downstairs and followed him towards a large Bentley sedan. He had thought that Han Bing was going to take a taxi to drop him off on the way. From the conversation he had just had over dinner, he understood that Han Bing was a successful businessman, but he hadn't expected to be so successful. He Zhongliang stood beside the car and asked incredulously, "Can you drink and drive?" Without waiting for Han Bing to answer, the driver's door pushed open and a driver got out of the car to open the door for Han Bing. Han Bing signaled He Zhongliang to get in the car from the other side. He Zhongliang nodded. The other side of the winding. Couldn't help but wonder in his heart. So there was a driver waiting for him all the way down there. It seems like he's not generally rich, but why does Shen Kaiwei live in such an ordinary neighborhood with their daughter? Chapter 17, Getting Support from Your Daughter. The driver drove out of the neighborhood, and He Zhongliang sat side by side with Han Bing in the back. It was his first time in this kind of luxury car, and it was really a world of difference from the van he usually drove at the company. Mr. Han, what kind of business are you in? The company must be huge. He Zhongliang couldn't help but be curious. Han Bing had been sizing up and analyzing He Zhongliang since the meal earlier. Through his every word and action, she guessed why he was approaching Shen Kaiwei. Han Bing was worried that he was after Shen Saiyue's money, and now it seemed that he should really know nothing about Shen Saiyue's past. When Shen Kaiwei divorced Han Bing, the property that Han Bing gave her was conservatively estimated to be in the hundreds of millions. It's just that Shen Kaiwei is low-key and has been working at the clinic, living the life of an ordinary working-class person. She was satisfied with this simple and regular life, which was what Han Bing appreciated most about Shen Kaiwei, and he had always wanted to remarry this woman. Tired of the paper and gold life. Looking back, it was still the days with Shen Kaiwei that were the happiest. If Han Bing hadn't gone into business and become a top tycoon in just a few years, causing him to lose his way in his lifestyle, their marriage wouldn't have ended. Han Bing smiled and said the name of his company, and He Zhengliang understood what his status was as soon as he heard it. The richest man in the city, the chairman of a listed company. This identity did not occur to He Zhengliang, and he was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to chat. Looking at He Zhengliang's puzzled expression, Han Bing invited in a friendly manner. If you're Shen Saiyue's friend, that means you're my friend. If you're interested, come work in my company. I'm not planning on changing jobs just yet. Thank you kindly. Ho Chungliang politely declined. He doubted that this Han Bing was really so generous. That was his ex-wife, and it was obvious that he cared very much about Shen Kaiyue, so how could he not be jealous at all? Alright then, feel free to contact me if you change your mind. Han Bing took out a business card and handed it to He Zhengliang. It was true that he wasn't trying to help He Zhengliang. He was just trying to keep He Zhengliang in a controllable area for surveillance and watchfulness. Although he did not want to force Shen Kaiyue to remarry, he did not intend to prevent Shen Kaiyue from remarrying. But the moment he saw He Zhengliang walk into Shen Saiyue's house, he changed his mind. He can't accept that another man possessed Shen Kaiyue. He wants to take back the woman who originally belonged to him. Han Shui was washing up in the restroom when she noticed something strange inside. An extra set of toiletries and a pair of men's slippers make her suspicious. Couldn't help but marvel. Mom's actually living with that man. She walked out of the restroom while her mother was still busy in the kitchen. Quickly, she went to her mother's room, and upon closer inspection, she didn't notice any changes. Then he checked the other rooms and found out about He Zhengliang living here. Standing in He Zhengliang's room, Han Shui couldn't help but wonder. They're both adults, so why do they have to live separately since they're both living together? Just as she was puzzled, Shen Kaiyue appeared behind her. Knowing that he could not continue to hide it, he confessed shamefully, "He does live here, and I rent this room to him." Han Shui couldn't help but tease. "What kind of drama are you guys putting on? The usual one of a young handsome guy with a mature and beautiful landlord? See, it's not what you think." Shen Kaiyue nervously took her daughter's hand, but she couldn't explain He Zhengliang's situation to her daughter. "You don't have to hide it like that. If you like each other, be together in a big way. No one has the right to oppose you, and I support any decision you make anyway." Getting her daughter's support, Shen Kaiyue felt very moved, and a stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. "Tell me, how far have you gotten and why are you living apart when you're living together?" The daughter took her mother's arm and continued to press the issue. Shen Kaiyue brought her daughter out of the room and came to the sofa to sit down before answering frankly. "We have a good feeling about each other, but we haven't settled on a couple yet. I want to spend more time with him before deciding whether to go further. He lives here, and he can honestly sleep in the face of such beauty as yours? There can't be anything physically wrong with him." "What nonsense!" Shen Kaiyue scolded her daughter, but she couldn't help but smile, because she was half right. He Zhengliang was indeed abnormal. He just lied when he said he lived out there, didn't he? Faced with her daughter's speculation, Shen Kaiyue could only nod her head. "Then get him back quickly. Should we let him spend the night on the street? He's old enough to find a place to live. Don't worry about him." Because her daughter was at home, Shen Kaiyue was too embarrassed to call He Zhengliang home. "Let him come back and stay. Do you think I'm in the way? What nonsense. He comes back to sleep in that room of his and it doesn't affect anyone." The daughter looked at her mother's tense expression and earnestly advised, "Just call him back. I can see you're worried about him." Shen Kaiyue glared at her daughter but didn't retort. She was indeed worried about He Zhengliang. "I'll go get your cell phone." Daughter gets up and runs all the way to the table to get her mother's cell phone. At this time, He Zhengliang has already stood in front of the original neighborhood. Han Bing's luxury car has long left. He was standing on the side of the road, debating where to go from here. The phone rang. Shen Kaiyue called. "Where are you? It's so late. Come back." "Forget it. It's not very convenient for your daughter to be at home, so I'll just find a random hotel for the night." Shen Kaiyue heard that He Zhengliang was going to stay in a hotel and asked with concern, "Can you sleep without me? You'd better come back. I've talked to the child and she doesn't mind." He Zhengliang was also afraid of that feeling of being manipulated by carnal desires and being unable to sleep. He has already gotten used to being in Shen Kaiyue's house and sleeping peacefully until dawn. After Shen Kaiyue hung up the phone, her daughter couldn't help but learn what she had just said. "Can you sleep without me?" Then he laughed and teased. "You two have reached this point, and you still haven't confirmed your relationship? Who would believe it? You live separately. Are you deliberately acting for me?" Shen Kaiyue hurriedly explained. "It's not what you think. He has a special disease. If he can't see me at night, he can't sleep peacefully and solidly." "Come on. It sounds a little mushy to me." Her daughter interrupted Shen Saiyue's explanation and couldn't help but chide. "Are you insulting my intelligence as a high school student? Speaking so evilly. There's another disease. How dare you think of it? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Shen Kaiyue was amused by her daughter's words and shook her head helplessly. Not knowing how to explain, she simply gave up resisting. My daughter continued her analysis in a serious manner. That's not a disease. It has nothing to do with medicine. It's called love. When a man people fall in love with a woman, it will produce an emotional dependence. Can't sleep or light. Some leave each other, even can't live. Okay, stop it. Shinkaiwa interrupted her daughter and urged her to go back to her room to sleep. The daughter pouted at her mother in a conspiratorial manner. No, you'll accompany me to my room. I can't sleep without you around. You're done. I'll put you to bed tonight. Okay. Shinkaiwa knew that her daughter was connoting her, full of smiles to accompany her daughter into the room. Chapter 18, 2 more remain. He Zhongliang returned to Shinsayue's home. Shinkaiwa was in her daughter's room when she heard the sound of the door opening and turned her head to look outside. My daughter smiled and reminded, "Go put your little boyfriend to bed. Don't be ridiculous. Go to sleep." Shinkaiwa glared at her daughter and smiled as she left the room. He Zhongliang stood in the living room, looking at Shinkaiwa as she came to him and asked in a low voice, "Your daughter is asleep." "No, you don't have to be so cautious. She doesn't have a problem with you staying here." Shinkaiwa comforted him and asked again, "You're at the doorstep. You didn't go up to take a look. What's the point of going back when you've already signed the divorce? That fast?" Shinkaiwa was a bit surprised. "She took the initiative to call me this morning, and people have their own plans. It's important to get the paperwork done as soon as possible to take the next step." Shinkaiwa nodded and asked expectantly, "What are your next plans?" With a smile on his face, He Zhongliang replied helplessly, "Other than bothering you, I have no other choice. Maybe in the future, when you get your body back in shape, you'll return to normal. At that time there will be other options without having to stay by my side. Dr. Shen, even if I get better, I want to be with you forever. I love you." Faced with He Zhongliang's confession, Shinkaiwa nervously reminded him, "Our age difference is too big. Do you think it's appropriate?" "I don't think age is an issue. It's how you feel about each other that counts." He Zhongliang's attitude is very firm, and then also said his own concerns. "I did not expect your ex-husband is the chairman of the listed company. Compared with that kind of successful people, I an air conditioning installer. Really climbed you. If you can't see me, it's normal. Do you think I'm someone who cares about wealth and status?" Shinkaiwa seriously questioned, looking into He Zhongliang's eyes, not wanting him to feel inferior and retreat. "Of course not. You don't look like you care about material things. I think just enough money is enough, and I don't lack money. I lack someone who has feelings for each other and is around for company." It was as if He Zhongliang could see in Shinsayue's eyes the grievances and loneliness she had felt over the years, and he couldn't help but want to embrace her. Shinkaiwa was breathing heavily. She was eager and nervous. However, she still had concerns and carefully turned her head, looking towards the door of her daughter's room. He Zhongliang also felt a little guilty like a thief. Raising his arm and pausing in the air for a few seconds, he honestly lowered it again. Shinkaiwa glanced at He Zhongliang's tense expression and reminded with a smile, "You should get your body in good shape first before thinking about the future." He Zhongliang nodded ashamedly, then the two looked at each other and smiled. Each walked back to their own rooms. The next day, the three had breakfast together. He Zhongliang and Shinkaiwa both ate with their heads down, shyly not saying a word, even trying to dodge their eyes. Manhwa kept sizing them up and couldn't help but praise them. "You two look quite compatible. Hurry up and eat." Shinkaiwa didn't want to talk about herself and He Zhongliang in front of her daughter. Being able to get Shinsayue's daughter's affirmation, He Zhongliang was quite happy and nodded with a smile. "Thank you," Manhwa warned unabashedly. "You'd better genuinely like my mom. If you just covet her beauty and don't know how to cherish it when you get it, my dad won't let you off." "Why are you talking like that? It's not like your father has to worry about me." Shinkaiwa seriously criticized her daughter, feeling that it was too rude for her to talk like that. "My dad divorced you, but he still cares about you, and you say." Shinkaiwa put down her chopsticks and looked at her daughter angrily. He Zhongliang hurriedly consoled, "Your daughter is right, and I can also tell that your ex-husband still cares about caring for you. I don't think this is a bad thing." Manhwa asked with interest, "You're quite generous. Aren't you jealous?" "I can't wait for everyone to care about Dr. Shen, as long as it's for her good. I'm not jealous." He Zhongliang flashed a smile at Shinkaiwa, and the two couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes inadvertently filled with ambiguous feelings. "All right, you guys need to be a little more restrained in front of me," Manhwa shouted, and He Zhongliang hurriedly lowered his head to eat. Shinkaiwa glared at her daughter, and did not have the heart to say anything, smiled and continued to eat. Han Bing sat in his office, always distracted all morning. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he was. In the end, he could not resist arranging for two people to find out about He Zhongliang's background and to monitor his whereabouts. Shinsayue's daughter returned to school, and she was the only one left to eat with He Zhongliang in the evening. The house was suddenly quiet and both were a little embarrassed. Although Shinkaiwa had a good feeling about He Zhongliang, She hadn't planned to develop a couple relationship with him before. Now she knows that he Zhongliang is divorced and is also interested in her. Cannot help but rise up and desire the beauty of the wind and moon. Dr. Shen, your daughter seems to be quite supportive of us being together, isn't she? He Zhongliang was the first to break the silence and bravely looked into Shen Saiyue's eyes. Shen Kaiyue glanced at him. You should get well first, then think about the two of us. I just feel so much better now than I did in the past. I'm eating and sleeping well, and I'm especially energized to work during the day. You're looking better, but you've been overdrawn so badly in the past that it's best to recuperate for a few more months. Does it take that long to abstain? He Zhongliang obviously couldn't wait that long. Shen Kaiyue sized him up for a few moments and reminded, you must at least return to your normal weight. You're still on the thin side now. That's easy. I've been eating and sleeping well since I've been living in your house and I've already gained a significant amount of weight. That's good. It's more appropriate for a man your height to grow at least 10 pounds more. Yes, promise to finish the job. He Zhongliang assured confidently and began to eat with a big mouthful of food. Shen Kaiyue smiled and reminded, don't grow too fat. I don't like bloated men. Don't worry. I'll keep the weight under control and make sure you're satisfied. Mostly for your health. The two ate and chatted. Shen Saiyue's mouth has been unable to help up. Shen Kaiyue finished cleaning up and came out of the kitchen to see He Zhongliang waiting for her outside. Curious, he asked, what are you doing standing here if you're not going back to your room to sleep? He Zhongliang replied with a smile on his face. Waiting for you. Shen Saiyue's cheeks instantly burned, and she was also very eager to look forward to it. But still, as calmly as possible, he questioned, don't you think it's too soon? What's too soon? It's still early. I want to watch some TV with and talk. Shen Kaiyue went from excited and nervous to a pang of shame. So it was because she had thought too much. You can see for yourself. I want to rest early. Shen Kaiyue finished talking and headed to her room. He Zhongliang reacted to her earlier question and guessed right after. Did you just think that I was waiting for you to sleep together? You said it was a bit too soon, but didn't refuse, did you? Shen Kaiyue turned around and glared at He Zhongliang, and without speaking or stopping, she continued to walk back to her room. He Zhongliang didn't give up and still followed her. She walked into the room and turned to try and shut He Zhongliang out. He Zhongliang reached out and pressed his hand against the door of the room as Shen Kaiyue seriously questioned. Do you still want to break into my room? I'm in good spirits and not sleepy at all. I just wanted to talk to you. Can you sleep this early? Shen Kaiyue looked at He Zhongliang's sincere eyes and believed that he wouldn't mess around. You can come back in when I'm changed. Shen Kaiyue threw out a sentence and gently closed the door. Chapter 19, Asking for a Hug. Shen Kaiyue couldn't help her heartbeat from racing after she closed the door. Since the divorce, her room had never had a man in it. She changed into the halter nightgown she usually wore, the silky silver-white fabric making the curves of her dimpled body even more attractive. Bare shoulders and arms, even flesh and bones, beautiful lines, smooth and delicate skin, full of seduction. The hem of the skirt was above the knee and couldn't hide the long, straight, long legs. She looked down and felt herself as if she was deliberately seducing a man. Usually, when she dressed like this at home, she didn't feel anything wrong. But now that there was a man in the house, she felt a little too exposed. The door to the room finally opened, and Shen Kaiyue was wearing a nightgown and pajama pants, wrapping herself up tightly. But the body curves were still beautiful. He Zhongliang wanted to ask, does it take you so long to change your clothes? But didn't have the heart to say it. He walked into the room and couldn't help but look around in a very excited mood. It was as if there was a special smell inside the room. He couldn't tell. Maybe it was the seductive hormones of the opposite sex at work. What are you looking at? Shen Kaiyue asked, getting into bed and leaning against it. Casual visit. He Zhongliang was curious about Shen Saiyue's room. He found the sexy silky nightgown on the hanger and remembered seeing Shen Kaiyue wearing it. Why aren't you wearing this nightgown? He Zhongliang moved a chair and came to sit by the bed. Shen Kaiyue smiled and replied, I'll wear whatever I like. You're at a time when you're nourishing your energy and recuperating your body, so it's best not to think wildly. You don't care how many clothes you wear. It doesn't stop me from rambling. Don't you dare. Shen Kaiyue glared at He Zhongliang, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Don't worry, I'm just thinking about it. I can control my behavior, and I'm not delaying sleep to tone up my body. Hearing He Zhongliang's straightforward words, Shen Kaiyue blushed and stared at his face, instead feeling a burst of heat herself. He Zhongliang could see that Shen Kaiyue was also excited and bravely held her hand and asked, Dr. Shen, do you believe in love at first sight? Shen Kaiyue took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She didn't dodge, and she also held He Zhongliang's hand tightly, feeling each other's temperature and longing. After a moment's hesitation, she graciously confessed, I didn't believe it until I met you. Until that day when you walked into the clinic and pulled down your pants in front of me, revealing half of your ass. For the first time, I couldn't help but fantasize while I was giving medical care. Shen Kaiyue couldn't help but laugh out shyly when she said, He Zhongliang stared at Shen Kaiwei with a wry smile, waiting for her to stop laughing before telling her seriously. I was attracted by your eyes, and that day you were wearing a mask, so I could only see your eyes. At one glance, I was mesmerized by you. My brain immediately stopped secreting dopamine, and I was instantly no longer controlled by those carnal desires. At that time, I guessed that this would be love at first sight, that I had met the right person. This kind of fate can be encountered, and many people spend their whole life without the chance to meet it. Shen Kaiwei smiled and flirted. Hearing you say that, on the contrary, my feelings for you are too superficial. I don't mind if you have feelings for me because you see an ass. Essentially, ass and eyes are both part of the body, and liking someone's eyes is the same as liking someone's ass. There's no emotional difference, and high or low. Shen Kaiwei caressed He Zhongliang's cheeks and gently comforted. Actually, I also like your eyes very much, and then couldn't help but laugh again, looking at Shen Kaiwei's bright smile, revealing her white and neat teeth. The pink and full lips made people think. He Zhongliang scooted his chair closer to Shen Kaiwei and reached out to put his hand on her shoulder. Shen Kaiwei suddenly put away her smile and seriously questioned, what do you want to get so close? He Zhongliang excitedly confessed, I want to hug you. The two were close enough to face each other that they could feel each other's rapid breathing. Shen Kaiwei reached out against He Zhongliang's shoulder, but her body was limp and her arm had no strength at all. She was powerless to resist if He Zhongliang insisted on getting closer. But still, he tried to calmly discuss. I don't want to develop so fast. You recuperate for 3 or 2 months before you say anything. I just want to hug you. Give me a hug before bed and I'll go right back to bed. Shen Kaiwei felt that she was once again being tricked, or that she was overthinking things. Maybe it really was time and couldn't help but desire to bloom to the fullest. She gently slapped He Zhongliang on the shoulder and raised her arm. Here's a hug. Hurry back to bed. He Zhongliang held her in his arms as he ruffled her hair and inhaled deeply. Well, go back to rest. Shen Kaiwei prodded and gently pushed He Zhongliang, but he still hugged and refused to let go. I thought you said cuddle and then go back to bed? I didn't say how long to hold it. You're playing games with me. Shen Kaiwei let out a reproachful cry, then couldn't help but reveal a smile, and after gently pushing He Zhongliang's shoulders a few times, she no longer resisted. A long sigh and a gentle touch on his shoulder. At this moment Shen Kaiwei officially took over this little boyfriend and decided to love him well in the future. Nearly 10 minutes later, Shen Kaiwei patted He Zhongliang's back and urged, have you hugged me enough? I'm sleepy. Go back to sleep. Only then did He Zhongliang reluctantly let go of her, leaving behind a mischievous sentence. I'll come back to hug you tomorrow night. Then stood up violently, but he forgot his body's instinctive reaction, and hurriedly bent down again, awkwardly turned and quickly left the room. Shen Kaiwei noticed his body's reaction the moment he stood up. The breath couldn't help but quiver in his throat as he looked at him gray and run out the door, complaining helplessly, you're quite obedient. In fact, as long as you don't overdo it, you can occasionally. Shen Kaiwei let out a sigh and couldn't help but be filled with shyness as she grabbed the corner of the quilt with force. Then pull the covers up over your face to hide the smile that can't help but show. The next morning, the person Han Bing sent to investigate He Zhongliang came to report to him about He Zhongliang's workplace, as well as his previous marital status, and the fact that he has now moved in with Shen Kaiwei. After hearing this, Han Bing couldn't believe his ears and seriously questioned, have you guys figured it out yet? Is he really living with Shen Kaiwei? We followed him after he got off work. He really went to Shen Kaiwei's house, and it wasn't until the next morning that the two came out of the house one after the other. Tonight, we'll continue to monitor for one more night. No need. You guys get out. Han Bing dismissed the two men with an icy expression, looking thoughtfully at the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. A female secretary came into the office and put a document in front of him for him to sign. He picked up the fountain pen, only for the ink not to come out from a scratch. Instantly enraged, he slammed the pen against the wall and then slammed the table twice as hard. Standing up suddenly, he turned near the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out menacingly. The secretary hurriedly cleared her desk and had a pen at the ready, waiting with trepidation. Chapter 20, Going to a female client's home. At noon, Han Bing sat with a woman in an upscale restaurant. This woman is called Su Meng, who was also Han Bing's lover a few years ago, and then slowly ended that relationship. With Han Bing's financial support, he runs a KTV and has close dealings with people on the road. In his own store, he also has a few regular fighters. This woman not only had a beautiful appearance, her brains and means were also appreciated by Han Bing. It was the one with the most outstanding ability among his many lovers. Although the two had already ended that kind of relationship, they still often exchanged information. Han Bing had some unseemly things that he needed her help with, and of course he wouldn't treat her poorly afterward. This time, he planned to leave the matter of dealing with He Zhongliang to her, but Han Bing was worried that if he hit too hard, in case Shen Kaiwei suspected him, he didn't know how he would face that woman in the future. Moreover, his daughter would be on Shen Kaiwei's side. and his daughter and Shen were the people he cared about the most, and he didn't dare to offend them. After Han Bing explained the situation to Su Meng suggested, since there's no deep hatred, and there's no competition for benefits involved, there's no need to be ruthless. As long as you can find a way to make him no longer close to your ex-wife, it's fine. Han Bing was still a bit hesitant, always feeling that he Zhangliang had slept with Shen Kaiwei, causing him to hold a grudge. Although that was already his ex-wife, it was still unacceptable. I didn't expect the puritanical Shen Kaiwei to find a young guy at home. He guessed that it was impossible for the two to live together without having sex. One was energetic and the other was in the age of a wolf and tiger, and just thinking about it made Han Bing furious. He couldn't wait to arrange for someone to lay their hands on He Zhangliang. Su Meng can see Han Bing's heart, with a smile on her face to comfort him. You're willing to do what you want, so don't be so angry. I'll find a way to get that young man to take the initiative to leave your ex-wife. If you hurt him, it's not like he's a socialite. He's clean and has no enemies. Your ex-wife will definitely suspect you. You care so much about her. You shouldn't want her to hate you. Han Bing took a deep breath, sighed helplessly, and silently nodded his head, counting it as mercy for He Zhangliang. Then curiously asked, how do you plan to make him leave Shen Kaiwei of his own accord? It's not like you don't know what I can do with men. A young man who is bloodthirsty and earns hard-earned money. What could he be after by approaching your ex-wife? It's nothing more than he plans to rely on his rich aunt and doesn't want to work hard anymore. If he wants to have a good time or glory, I can satisfy him. I'll seduce him and then dump him. He changed his mind on his own. Your ex-wife can only blame herself for looking at the wrong person. No one else. Han Bing analyzed with less certainty. He doesn't seem to know how much family money Shen Kaiwei has, and it's not necessarily because he's after money. That's just a figure of beauty. I've seen your ex-wife before. Although she's about 10 years older than me, I can't say I can beat her in terms of beauty. Han Bing raised his head to glance at Su Meng and smiled as he judged. The styles are different. There's no comparison. Seeing how much you care for her, surely no one is prettier than her in your mind. There are some feelings and sentiments that cut through that have little to do with appearances. I'm sure I've got more tricks up my sleeve for dealing with men than she does. Don't worry, that lad. I'll take him down in no time, and never let him near your ex-wife again. Su Meng confidently assured. Han Bing wasn't too satisfied and emphasized, not as soon as possible. Starting tonight, I don't want him to spend the night at Shen Sayue's house again. In such a hurry? I was supposed to have something to do this afternoon. Get this done first, and I won't treat you badly. I know you're rich and generous. Okay, now I'll arrange it. Su Meng took out his cell phone and began to phone for a layout. He Zhangliang received an arrangement from the company in the afternoon to do air conditioner dusting maintenance for a customer. He drove himself in the company van to an upscale neighborhood and followed the address to the client's door. After pressing the doorbell and waiting for a while, Su Meng opened the door to greet her with a smile. She only wore a white bathrobe with a ribbon tied around her waist. The collar of the upper body was very low, and the flesh of the two hemispheres was hidden. The lower half was also very high, and as she stepped away, the roots of her thighs were hidden. After He Zhangliang entered the house, his brain began to secrete a large amount of dopamine under the strong stimulation. He could only keep chanting Shen Sayue's name in his heart to remind himself to calm down and never be impulsive. Led by Su Meng, He Zhangliang came to the air conditioner and began the quick dusting and maintenance work, trying hard to keep himself focused and not think about the image of his mistress. But on the contrary, Su Meng insisted on helping, hanging around in front of He Zhangliang's eyes. She sometimes pounded her chest and bowed her head, and sometimes she deliberately half-squatted in front of He Zhangliang. The bathrobe can be said to be 360 degrees all naked, smooth and tender white skin, and rich and delicate body, in front of the eyes of He Zhangliang on stinting display. Are you alone in the house? He Zhangliang expects to have a man to help him out. Yeah, I'm the only one home. Do you have any more ideas? Su Meng put her hand on He Zhangliang's shoulder and stared at him with flirtatious eyes. He Zhangliang hurriedly explained. No, don't misunderstand. I don't have that kind of idea. Su Meng grabbed his arm and unrelentingly questioned. Which idea? Tell me clearly. Just no disrespect. Stay away. It's too dusty here. It's just as well that after we finish our work, we'll take a shower together. Su Meng a sentence. Let He Zhangliang excited dumbfounded. This is simply naked seduction, not the slightest inflection. After adjusting for a moment, he awkwardly advised. No, I have other work. I'll wash it when I get home from work. You'd better not stay here. I'm afraid of bumping into you. Think I'm in the way here, do you? Well then, I'll go and squeeze you some juice. Only then did Su Meng let go of He Zhangliang's arm and twisted her waist to leave, and He Zhangliang couldn't help but take a glance at the plump, rounded buttocks under the white bathrobe, then hurriedly turned his head back to his work, just wanting to finish and get out of here as soon as possible. 20 minutes later, He Zhangliang completed all the maintenance work and tidied up the scene before hurrying out. He couldn't stay here for a second and felt like he was going to explode. Su Meng saw He Zhongliang hurrying to leave, and hurriedly chased after him with a cup of juice. Where are you going? Don't you need the client to sign? Yeah. He Zhongliang hurriedly retrieved the sheet and pen from his kit, came over to Su Meng, and handed it to her with both hands. Why are you blushing? Are you hot? Su Meng held the juice in one hand and caressed He Zhongliang's face with the other. It's a little hot, so sign it. I have other work and I'm in a bit of a hurry. He Zhongliang's body backed up slightly, nervous as hell. Su Meng knew men very well. It was obvious that the young man in front of her was already burning with desire. But why did he just not take the bait? Is he really that loyal to Shen Kaiyue? No way. What man wouldn't take the bait for a bargain delivered to his mouth? Su Meng muttered in her heart, also felt unconvinced. With their own posture and flavor, should not miss. Chapter 21, Almost Bullied. You take the juice. Su Meng handed the juice to He Zhongliang and then took the list in pen. He Zhongliang, big mouth gasping, staring at the juice in his hand, cannot help but gulp. In fact, he craved not the juice. Su Meng didn't sign and stared at He Zhongliang's eyes with a flirtatious smile on her face. You drink the juice first. All He Zhongliang wanted was for her to hurry up and sign the papers so he could get out of here. So he did what she said right away. Tilt your head back and take a big glass of juice and drink it all in one go. Su Meng tilted her head and stared at the knot in He Zhongliang's throat sliding up and down, accompanied by the sound of a large swallow, coupled with his handsome face. The large hand that clutched the cup, with its long white fingers, looked strong. Su Meng originally just for the sake of interest, want to use beauty to seduce He Zhongliang. He has experienced a lot of men. What kind of have not seen, but He Zhongliang this is the first time to meet. Usually the handsome guys around him were good at eating soft food, one more than the other scum. It was rare to meet a handsome one who was so pure-hearted. She was starting to warm up to the young man in front of her, and even if it wasn't to help Han Bing, she wanted to try dating He Zhongliang. Maybe she could really meet a dedicated man. He Zhongliang finished the juice and hurriedly sent the cup to a side table. Staring at Su Meng after a quick step back, he reached out and pointed to the lower right corner of the list, politely urging, just sign here. Su Meng glared at him, took the list and turned around. He Zhongliang followed closely, nervously asking, Big sister, where are you going? Su Meng approached the dining table and plopped down on it and started signing. He Zhongliang followed her and stopped, staring at her puckered, plump ass. That silhouette was too strong to kill, and He Zhongliang hurriedly turned around, turning his back to this extremely beautiful thing. He adjusted his breathing with a big mouth. A few seconds later, Su Meng hugged He Zhongliang from behind and handed him the sheet and pen with both hands. He Zhongliang took a deep breath and held it for a few seconds, forcing himself to take the list and stride away. The 50-cent pen was not going to be needed, but Su Meng had no intention of letting him go. Her hands wrapped around his waist and her chest pressed against his back. He Zhongliang complained angrily in his heart. This is also too bullying, not to mention that the brain points also over secretion of dopamine. Even if there is no such problem, what man can withstand such a test? He didn't dare to turn around and face that seductive face and windswept flesh, grabbing Su Meng's hands and excitedly questioning, Big sister, why are you like this? Su Meng approached He Zhongliang's ear from behind and asked aggressively, can't I make a friend with you? He Zhongliang could feel her exhaling hot breath and helplessly advised, it's fine to make friends, but there has to be a process. How can you come up and be so intimate? Are you shy? Or is there any particular reason? Su Meng loosened her hands and went around to He Zhongliang, undoing the ribbon around her waist. She does not believe this evil. Today must take this prey. He Zhongliang knew that this was the last chance, and if he dawdled any longer, he really would not be able to hold it. He didn't dare to look away, much less stay with the beauty in front of him, and turned and ran out. Su Meng shouted a threat towards He Zhongliang's back. If you dare to leave, I'll file a complaint against you. He Zhongliang were still care about those small things. Head did not return to open the door to leave. Su Meng chased to the door and watched He Zhongliang like a fleeing thief. Wolf scurried to the van and violently rushed out with a foot of gas. She angrily eyed He Zhongliang away. Gradually the corners of her mouth began to rise and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Increasingly interested in this young man, He Zhongliang drove directly to the clinic where Shen Kaiyue worked, rushed inside and stood in front of Shen Kaiyue, finally calming down. Shen Kaiyue was talking to a patient and looked up at He Zhongliang, feeling a pang of puzzlement. Curious, he asked, what's the emergency? He Zhongliang shook his head and just stared at Shen Kaiyue without looking away. A few moments later, Shen Kaiyue told the patient to get the medicine. Then he brought He Zhongliang to the corner where he was examining his body, pulled the curtain closed and asked with concern, what's going on? Why are you acting like an aggrieved child? Did someone bully you outside? He Zhongliang honestly said, today I went to a female customer's house to do air conditioning maintenance, and she deliberately seduced me. The dopamine in my body went out of control, causing me to be so excited and aroused that it was hard to hold it in. Shen Kaiwei took a look downward and smiled reassuringly. Sit down and unzip your pants. I'll check you out. It's calmed down now, and as soon as I saw you, the dopamine in my body was back in balance. Do I leave you with no impulsive desire so much? Shen Sayua's tone was slightly lost. Of course not, because the desire for you is manageable and doesn't make me feel uneasy or impatient, and I've certainly wanted you for a long time. He Zhongliang couldn't help but want to hug Shen Kaiwei. Although there was a curtain blocking it, Shen Kaiwei still gently pushed him away and chided shyly. I'm at work, then couldn't help but inquire curiously. That female client who seduced you, was she pretty? He Zhongliang hesitated a little and replied cautiously. It's just that the dress is more active in terms of exposure. It's not as good looking as you. It was pretty tough for you to endure today, and that's with an illness. Shen Kaiwei held He Zhongliang's face and carefully observed it, nodding with satisfaction. The complexion is getting better and better. Stick out your tongue and let me take a look. He Zhongliang stuck out his tongue and deliberately made a face. Don't get this weird look. Shen Kaiwei smiled and chided, then praised. Your qi and blood are much stronger than before. Your body recovered quite quickly. It seems that you have a very good base, and after overdrawing so much, you were still able to regain your health so quickly. He Zhongliang stared at Shen Sayua's face from a close distance and couldn't help but put his hands around her waist and boldly flirted with the sentence. I'm good and you're good. What are you doing? Let go. Shen Kaiwei chided, but couldn't help the expression of delicate anticipation. Her face flushed and her cheeks heated. What reward do you give me for standing the test today? He Zhongliang came closer to Shen Kaiwei and met her eyes with anticipation. Even though there was a curtain covering her, Shen Kaiwei still couldn't help but look around, revealing nervous and excited eyes. He Zhongliang eagerly reminded, it's just the two of us, and the people outside can't see us. Shen Kaiwei took off her mask, and her delicate lips made He Zhongliang swallow. She cupped He Zhongliang's face and tilted her head in excitement, just about to deliver a sweet reward. Dr. Shen, a nurse called out from outside. Shen Kaiwei was so frightened that she hurriedly put on the mask and turned around to go outside. It's just a matter of seconds. Look at you. He Zhongliang pulled Shen Kaiwei, still wanting to claim the reward that was on his lips. Wait until we get home tonight. Shen Kaiwei comforted a sentence and pulled back the curtain to hurry outside. He Zhongliang also hurriedly let go of his hand, lost and watched Shen Kaiwei leave. Shen Kaiwei chatted with the nurse. She had something to go up to the second floor, and turned back to comfort He Zhongliang. There's nothing wrong with you. Go back to work. He Zhongliang dropped a sentence. Thank you, Dr. Shen. Then I'll leave first. Then he smiled with Shen Kaiwei and turned to leave the clinic. Shen Kaiwei also rushed toward the second floor. Chapter 22 Complaints by Female Clients. It was after 4 in the afternoon when He Zhongliang was packing up his tools in the van, ready to get off work. Suddenly received a call that a female customer complained about him that the air conditioner was not working properly after maintenance. He was told to go to the customer's home immediately to take a look and apologize to the customer. He Zhongliang knows that the woman is deliberately looking for trouble, but this kind of thing has a mouth. The company leadership will certainly not listen to him. The company does not want to offend customers. He Zhongliang knows that even if he goes to apologize is useless. The woman wants what he cannot give. He will definitely make things difficult for him on purpose. But the big deal is to deduct some money, even if he loses his job. It's not a big deal. He Zhongliang refused the leader's request and was determined not to apologize to the female client. The leader had no choice but to arrange for someone else to handle it after criticizing him. Half an hour later, Su Meng heard the doorbell. She had put on her luscious makeup and wore a gray wraparound dress that took advantage of her voluptuous figure and showed it off to the fullest. With a confident smile on her face, she wiggled her delicate waist to open the door. The staff in front of him surprised him. I didn't expect He Zhongliang to come straight away and replace it with someone else to deal with the matter. Hello, I am the after-sales person arranged by the company. The man stared straight at Su Meng, his eyes flustered and busy, not knowing where to look first. Every part of his face and body made him salivate. He hurriedly put on his shoe covers and couldn't wait to get inside. Su Meng looked at his excited look. This should be a look on the hook, but this is not the target person. Had to tell him in exasperation. You don't have to come in. The air conditioning is back to normal. Better get in there and check you out. The after-sales staff held the attitude of being responsible for their work and also wanted to see more of this gorgeous young woman. Can't you understand when I say no? Su Meng directly rejected the after-sales staff. Turning around, he angrily scolded. Is that kid sick? Damn, is he still a man? She began to fret about how to explain to Han Bing, confidently promising a good thing, not realizing that she would miss. This kind of result is what she did not expect. She dealt with men for more than 10 years, or the first time to lose so completely. In the evening, He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiwei finished buying vegetables together and went home in company. The person in charge of surveillance downstairs at Shen Sayua's house immediately called Han Bing to inform him. When Han Bing heard the news, He immediately called Su Meng to question her. What are you doing? Why is that brat going home with Shen Kaiwei again? Su Meng explained in shame. I met with him today and did my best, but I didn't expect that kid to not take the bait. Give me a few more days. I'll definitely help you fix him. I'm going to lose sleep tonight, and you want to keep me up for a few more nights? If you can't handle him tomorrow, just arrange for someone to finish him off. No matter what you use, crippling him or vaporizing him is fine. Anyway, I don't want to continue losing sleep tomorrow night. Is it necessary for you to lose your temper like this? Just find a way to get him to leave Shen Kaiwei. I don't think it's necessary to get someone killed. Then you should let him leave Shen Kaiwei. If you're not sure about getting this done, just say so, and I'll arrange for someone else to do it right away. No. I will definitely help you with this tomorrow. You're my god of wealth and great backer. I'll make sure you're satisfied. I hope you don't let me down again tomorrow. Don't worry. I was careless today. He definitely won't be able to escape from me tomorrow. What about your insomnia tonight? I'll go over to keep you company. Han Bing stabilized a bit and said politely. No need to trouble you. Su Meng very sensibly guessed. I know you don't lack women around you. It's not my turn to accompany you, is it? Han Bing didn't answer, just smiled perfunctorily. Well, I have a meeting. I won't talk to you. After Su Meng hung up the phone, her expression gradually became grave. What if he Zhongliang still doesn't go on the road tomorrow? No disputes of interest were involved, and there was no deep hatred. Su Meng couldn't bear to let anyone lay hands on him. Such a good lad. What a pity. In the social crawling so many years, Sweetword's false love is also tired of playing. She also wants to find a reliable man, and she is not older than he Zhongliang, a few years old. She feels that the two are quite compatible. During the evening meal, he Zhongliang chatted with Shen Kaiwei and brought up the fact that he had been complained about by a female client today. Shen Kaiwei casually guessed, is that the woman who seduced you during the day? He Zhongliang nodded and couldn't help but sigh a little depressed. Shen Kaiwei smiled and teased, don't be angry. People also hate out of love because they like you. You can make friends with her first, and after slowly getting to know her, you might like her. Are you jealous? I don't have half a mind for her. So who was the guy who ran to the clinic at noon and said he was suffocating? He Zhongliang smiled and explained, that's not moving, it's a physiological instinctive reaction, not controlled by thought. Dr. Shen, you are a medical professional. You should be able to understand it. I understand you, and I don't blame you. Shen Kaiwei had a tone of indifference, but it was clear that she cared. She was just like any other woman. Once she fell in love, she would become a bit sensitive and childish. He Zhongliang deliberately stared at Shen Kaiwei's eyes, admiring the way she played her little temper. Her expression that resembled a young girl's shyness and avoidance fascinated He Zhongliang. After a moment of silence, He Zhongliang seriously analyzed, that woman should not simply have a crush on me. Must be holding some purpose. Her behavior was too much, and after she didn't get her way, she even called the company to be unforgiving. I've encountered more enthusiastic clients in the past, and at best there were some ambiguous remarks, which is not as crazy as she is. I don't think something is right about this. Shen Kaiwei's expression also became serious as she asked curiously, does she look abnormal? Truth be told, she is in good shape. Her face and body are 1 in 100, and live in a high-end neighborhood. Home decoration is very luxurious. The talk and temperament are also extraordinary. Not at all like the kind of woman who has no brain to commit nymphomania. This time when she heard He Zhongliang praising that woman, Shen Kaiwei didn't get jealous and seriously guessed, you're suspecting that someone intentionally set a trap for you, wanting to frame you. Theoretically it should be a trap, but to be able to instruct that kind of woman to voluntarily seduce me, there must be a big shot behind it. But I'm a working class person who earns hard money, not to mention offending a big shot. I don't even have the chance to know them. After He Zhongliang finished speaking, he was silent for a moment before suddenly pulling out the business card Han Bing had given him the day before from his pocket. To be really rich, I know just one person like your ex-husband, He Zhongliang just said as a joke. He could not imagine that the courteous Han Bing would be such a ruthless character. But Shen Kaiwei knew her ex-husband better, and as he continued to accumulate power and wealth, he became more and more ruthless. This was one of the reasons why Shen Kaiwei couldn't stand it and live with him anymore. Although Shen Kaiwei knew that Han Bing was forced to do some things because he was sitting in that position, people who do big things can't have clean hands, and in order to compete for benefits, you and I are good and everyone is good, does not exist. Some people are in the limelight and some people are out of it. Some people climb up and some people fall down or even get trampled to death. But Shen Kaiwei was only skeptical and didn't dare to be very sure, so she didn't continue to chat about it. I hope it's just a misunderstanding or a farce. Chapter 23, Receiving Rewards. After dinner, Shen Kaiwei came out of the kitchen and saw He Zhongliang waiting for her at the door. What are you standing here for? Trying to talk to me again? He Zhongliang nodded, his face full of anticipation. I'd like to watch some TV for a while. Would you like to watch it with me? Of course I do. I don't have much to do anyway. The two walked to the couch together and sat side by side. Shin Kaiwa stared at the TV, and Hee Jongliang stared at Shin Sayue's face. Shin Kaiwa looked at him and reminded with a smile, "If you don't like watching this kind of parental drama, you don't have to force yourself to stay here with me. Don't all young people like to play games? I'm not interested in online gaming. I can't play it, and I can't learn it." Hee Jongliang moved his body to stay close to Shin Kaiwa, an arm gently wrapped around her waist and pressed on the sofa on the other side of her body, ready to take her into his arms. Shin Kaiwa knew his intentions and pretended to concentrate on watching TV. Ignoring him, Hee Jongliang cleared his throat and gently pressed his arm against Shin Sayue's body. Shin Kaiwa obediently snuggled in his arms. Both smiled without saying a word, hugging together nestled in the sofa. A moment later, Hee Jongliang stared down at Shin Sayue's face. Holding her in his arms like this and observing her face up close made Hee Jongliang very excited. Couldn't help but praise, "You're so naturally beautiful. You don't need any adornment. Even the crow's feet at the corners of your eyes are so naturally beautiful. You sure know how to pick a place to compliment someone. Are you looking at my crow's feet? Not exactly, but also your eyes, your nose." Hee Jongliang gently stroked Shin Sayue's delicate face. Shin Kaiwa didn't have the heart to stare at the TV anymore, and closed her eyes and pressed the side of her face against Hee Jongliang's chest to feel this long-awaited sweetness. Staring at Shin Sayue's moist and full lips, Hee Jongliang excitedly reminded her, "You still owe me a reward during the day." Shin Kaiwa didn't open her eyes and nodded with a flushed face, acknowledging her promise to give Hee Jongliang a reward. She slightly tilted her head, accompanied by a sharp breath. Hee Jongliang gently picked Shin Sayue's chin and stroked her delicate and smooth, beautifully defined side face. Her fingers couldn't help but gently tweak her vermilion lips, and for a moment, she couldn't bear to taste the flavor so soon. Shin Kaiwa opened her eyes confused with a hint of grudge, as if she was blaming the other party for being too abrasive. The two of them looked at each other and felt the deep love and affection in each other's eyes. Shin Kaiwa had already put down that reserve. Her face was unusually flushed at the moment, and she felt her mouth was dry. Breathing is also getting more and more rapid. Finally could not help but stretch out the tip of the pink slippery tongue, lightly lick the lips. She didn't mean to seduce Hee Jongliang. It was just a hot and dry, an instinctive reaction without thinking. But for Hee Jongliang, the silky glimpses were too tempting. He took a deep breath. Half an hour later, Shin Kaiwa gently pushed Hee Jongliang away and buried her face in his arms. Panting shyly, she chided gently, "Have you kissed me enough? I'm tired. Let me rest for a while." Hee Jongliang also took a deep breath and flirted. "Think of it as exercising your lung capacity for good health. That's enough practicing for tonight. I'm thirsty. I'll get you some water." Hee Jongliang let go of the limp and powerless Shin Kaiwa and ran all the way to pour a cup of water and bring it back. Shin Kaiwa drank half of it and left him half. Hee Jongliang placed the empty cup on the coffee table and continued to hold Shin Kaiwa in his arms. Face to face, he discussed with her, "We've taken another step closer, so let's strike while the iron is hot tonight. I don't know if you're up for it, or up for it, or up for it." Shin Kaiwa stroked Hee Jongliang's face, raised her head and took the initiative to peck him at the corner of his mouth, smiling and shaking her head. "Remind him, if I remember correctly, you haven't received your divorce papers yet," Hee Jongliang hurriedly explained. "We signed the papers and negotiated everything, just waiting to go through a procedure. She should be planning a wedding now. Wait until you get your divorce papers before you think about striking while the iron is hot." Shin Sayue's attitude was firm, and although she was also eager, she still insisted on waiting a few more days. "Okay, a good meal is never too late." Hee Jongliang nodded in agreement, then asked, "Then is it still necessary for us to sleep separately tonight?" "Of course we're going to sleep separately, and in a little while we'll each go to our own room and rest. I'll just cuddle you to sleep and promise not to make a mess." "You can't hold it." I can't." "Alright." Shin Sayue's words made Hee Jongliang want to sleep with her even more. Seeing Hee Jongliang's mind, she seriously confessed, "If you must have me, I'm powerless to resist, and I won't blame you. But I hope I can wait until the day you receive the divorce certificate before I give myself to you completely. Are you willing to cooperate with me?" Hee Jongliang took a deep breath and excitedly assured, "I'm willing. Even if you break into my room in the middle of the night tonight, I'd definitely rather die than obey." Shin Kaiwa laughed and teased, "I'm not that female client you met today. You're thinking too much. She's not as good as you. No one else is as good as you, and I can't get enough of you." Hee Jongliang again close to Shin Sayue's lips. "Almost done. Go to your room and sleep." Shin Kaiwa wanted to advise Hee Jongliang to take an early rest, but she couldn't finish her sentence and stopped making a sound. And she's not about to end this sweet bite. The next day, Hee Jongliang just came to the company, was called by the leadership to talk, still insisting that he go to the female customer from yesterday and apologize in person, who has complained about him several more times. The company's leadership also felt that there was something fishy about the incident and suspected that the female client was making things difficult on purpose. But in the face of customer complaints, they could not do anything, so they advised He Zhongliang to condescend and go to the door to apologize. What can a young man suffer? He Zhongliang was too lazy to explain in detail to the company's leaders, and he also wanted to go and ask the woman face to face what she really wanted to do. At 9 o'clock in the morning, He Zhongliang came to the door of Su Meng's house and took a deep breath to ring the doorbell. Su Meng opened the door and saw that it was He Zhongliang, revealing a satisfied smile. This time she was dressed more casually, a blue skirt just above her knees, not very revealing, but it still shows off her front and back advantages. People with good figures are full of temptation as long as they wear well-fitting clothes. Come in, Xu Emeng politely invited, turning and twisting her waist. He Zhongliang really cannot see this kind of thin waist and rich buttocks, but still hard to go in. Really cannot carry. Just run out. Go to find Dr. Shen. Calm down. Sit down. Su Meng brought He Zhongliang to a bar with all kinds of foreign and red wines. It seemed she was a bit of a wine addict. When He Zhongliang sat down, he said he had to drive to work and couldn't drink. Su Meng poured herself a glass of foreign wine and asked with concern, "Let's get you a drink." "I'm not drinking anything. I'm here to talk to you about things." "Why are you taking it personally? Just say what you have to say." Su Meng held a wineglass and sat next to He Zhongliang, her legs overlapping. The hem of the skirt was pulled above the knee, and the wonderful lines of the thighs were again presented in front of He Zhongliang's eyes. He Zhongliang was able to control his behavior but couldn't hide his excited and nervous expression. Chapter 24, Instructed. Su Meng took a sip of wine and slowly shook the glass, staring at He Zhongliang's excited and nervous expression. Even though he tried not to look directly at Su Meng's body, his eyes still revealed his desire. Su Meng couldn't help but be curious. "You obviously look extremely horny, like you can't wait to get your hands on me. But why are you desperately trying to suppress your desires?" He Zhongliang directly confessed. "Would you believe me if I said that I had a head injury and my brain always overproduces dopamine, and that I can't control my impulses when I see the opposite sex?" Su Meng blurted out. "Of course I don't believe you. Yesterday I took off all my clothes and you turned your head and ran away. Is that called not being able to control your impulses? Physical impulsive reactions I can't control, but behavioral awareness I can. Why do you want to control? Am I not pretty enough? Or not enough body? After you've had your way with me, you'll know I've got even better skills." Su Meng stood up and approached He Zhongliang. "Have you never seen a man?" He Zhongliang roared, then rationally analyzed. "With your kind of posture and condition, it's impossible for you to lack men around you. How is it possible to see a man with an air conditioner and be as impatient as a hungry tiger? Because you're young and handsome. There are plenty of young good-looking men. I'm not so handsome that I can't be found on the street to that extent. Don't act with me. What exactly is your purpose in seducing me? You are quite measured. I do have a crush on you, but I am also entrusted by someone. You can't fight him. Listen to my arrangement before it's too late. It's definitely good for you. I didn't offend any big shot. You'd better be clear with me." He Zhongliang stared at Su Meng with a dumbfounded look on his face, and at the same time, he couldn't help but have a strong reaction to her body. "Don't ask so many questions. You just need to leave Shinkaiwa. I originally wanted to seduce you and dump you after breaking up you in Shinkaiwa. Now I'd like to experience what it's like to be that kind of man who overproduces dopamine." Su Meng took a sip of her drink and placed the glass on the bar. She moved closer to He Zhongliang and put her hands on his shoulders, showing off her style. Since Shinkaiwa was mentioned, He Zhongliang naturally thought of her ex-husband. "It's Han Bing who wants me to stay away from Shinkaiwa, isn't it? Do you know Han Bing?" Su Meng felt a bit surprised. "I didn't think an air conditioner installer would know Han Bing. I had dinner with him at Shin Sayue's house, and I saw how polite he was and thought he was a nice guy. If he were a good person, there would be no bad people in this world. Anyone who can climb to such a high position is not a ruthless, moralistic hypocrite. If he were a good guy, could he stand out from a group of bad guys? It must be even more ruthless and bad than those bad guys to be good." Su Meng had met too many dignified people and had seen the true colors of many people. He Zhongliang suddenly asked nervously, "Will Han Bing hurt Shinkaiwa? It seems like you've really moved on with that woman, and you're still worried about her at this time. To tell you the truth, Han Bing is ruthless to everyone but his ex-wife, who he cares so much about and can't let go. He definitely won't hurt Shinkaiwa, but he won't be soft on you. If you take the initiative to leave Shinkaiwa now, it's not too late. If you still continue to risk your life, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to back out tomorrow." He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment and dropped a sentence full of concern. "As long as he doesn't harm Shinkaiwa, let him come at me with whatever means he has. Then just turn around and leave." Su Meng stepped forward and pulled He Zhongliang with a serious warning. "I'm not scaring you. If you still dare to go to Shin Sayue's house tonight, something big will definitely happen. I'll go back to the police and file a report, and something will be on his head." He Zhongliang did not have a better solution. He, an ordinary citizen, could only think of this way. You're also too naive. Is a big shot like him still afraid of you calling the police? Take my advice. Don't ever piss him off. Now I'm giving you a chance. Take it as it comes. I was going to cheat on you. Now I'm seriously going out with you. How about even making it up to you? You've seen my conditions. The fling and the glory will satisfy you. Forget it. I want to live 2 more years in good health. He Zhongliang had no intention of accepting Su Meng's kindness, and just as he was about to walk out, he was forcefully patted by Su Meng. Angrily, he questioned, "What do you mean? I'm no better than that Shen Kaiwei, even if she's good. She's over 40 years old, does she really smell that good? You couldn't wait to use me as an ass as soon as you heard about my massive dopamine production. When she found out about my condition, she supervised me every day, forcing me to nurture and tone my body. What are you comparing yourself to her?" Su Meng was instantly stumped by the question and couldn't help but murmur. Could this be her means of conquering men? Then suddenly and loudly retorted, "That also has to run into a man like you. I also once sincerely paid when I was young. How come I didn't meet a man who knows how to cherish me? That's your business. Why are you asking me?" He Zhongliang was too lazy to discuss those messy things with her and continued to walk out. Su Meng chased him all the way to the door, pulling him hard and warning him for the last time. Han Bing has been sending people to spy on the downstairs of Shin Saiyue's house. If you dare to go to her house tonight, the consequences will be really serious. He Zhongliang looked at Su Meng's nervous expression, knowing that he was an ordinary citizen. What he could see and touch was only a small part of society, and it was the part that was packaged and designed. Once he was enveloped in true darkness, he might not be able to fight back at all. Let me think about it. He Zhongliang's attitude was no longer so tough, and at the same time, he felt Su Meng's concern for him. More than a little gratitude for her, plus a lot of dopamine. Couldn't help but swallow, desire burning like fire in his eyes. Su Meng also noticed the change in He Zhongliang's attitude and the sputtering state, and couldn't help but look him up and down, pulling his arm and dragging him towards the house. Look at what you're suffocating into. Isn't it very hard? It's weirdly heartbreaking. Quickly follow me in. Let me help you, okay? Although He Zhongliang didn't want to go into the house with her, reason and desire were now at odds, and neither was willing to compromise. He took a big breath to adjust his breathing, trying to calm himself down, but without Shin Saiyue's help, it was hard for him to fight against the large amount of dopamine, and step by step, he was dragged into the house by Su Meng. Su Meng looked at He Zhongliang's exaggerated expression. A veteran of love affairs like herself, what scenes and men have not experienced? At this moment, the expectation value, surprisingly, was also pulled full and burst. The whole thing was exciting and hot. It's as if you're traveling through an underwater tunnel for the first time. Just when she thought it was basically done, she was about to reach down and close the door. He Zhongliang suddenly shouted, seized the door and fled without looking back. Su Meng was startled and rushed to the door with a step, looking at He Zhongliang's back as he fled in a mess. 1,000 words accumulated in his chest, and finally could only helplessly mutter in a small voice, asterisk 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 asterisk. Really let him whole won't. Then angrily went back inside and slammed the door hard. Chapter 25, Undaunted by Threats. Su Meng goes back to the house and calls Han Bing, who asks her if she's gotten things done. She didn't answer directly. She wanted to help He Zhongliang plead for leniency, but saying it over the phone didn't feel sincere enough, so he inquired where Han Bing was, intending to talk to him face to face. He Zhongliang came to the clinic again, and this time Shen Kaiwei happened to be doing nothing. He sat directly in front of Shen Kaiwei and let out a long sigh. Once he saw this woman, his entire body finally relaxed. Shen Kaiwei smiled and teased, "Where is the young man uncomfortable? Did you let someone bully you again?" Then couldn't help but reach out and touch He Zhongliang's face, so that the colleague next to him was surprised. Caught in the heat of love, woman, some ambiguous behavior will naturally flow. They sometimes cannot be detected. Fortunately, Shen Kaiwei reacted in time and realized that this was not at home. Hurry up and pretend you're examining He Zhongliang. I went to that female client again today. Shen Kaiwei was slightly displeased. Why did you still go looking for her? She called the company to complain about me and the leader told me to come to the house and apologize. She told me plainly that it was your ex-husband who instructed her to set me up in order to stop me from getting close to you, and threatened me with serious consequences if I still dared to go to your house tonight. Shen Kaiwei wasn't particularly surprised. She'd been suspicious of Han Bing since last night. She knew that Han Bing had always wanted to remarry, but she hadn't expected to interfere with who she was with. She also knew that Han Bing didn't just talk the talk and walk the walk. That man had all the tricks and schemes. Shen Kaiwei looked at He Zhongliang's tense appearance and asked heartily, "Are you afraid? As long as he doesn't hurt you." "I'm not afraid of him. Does he have his hands full?" Shen Kaiwei didn't want to admit it either, but she still nodded helplessly. "He can. Against ordinary people with no background like you, Then he stood up and led He Zhongliang to the corner where he examined the patient. After pulling the curtain closed, taking the initiative, he jumped into He Zhongliang's arms and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't think he would do such a thing. I don't care what his tactics are. As long as he won't hurt you, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm going to be with you, and it's no good for anyone to threaten me. Shen Kaiwa looked at He Zhongliang's firm attitude, excitedly took off her mask and took the initiative to send a passionate kiss. When the two separated, He Zhongliang said sheepishly, Dr. Shen, I'm a bit unaccustomed to you suddenly taking such initiative. Shen Kaiwa, with a shy face, gently patted He Zhongliang's chest. Then she tenderly stroked his face again, loving this little boyfriend. Don't worry, I won't let him hurt you. Shen Kaiwa pulled out her cell phone to call Han Bing. Han Bing was both excited and apprehensive when she saw the call on her cell phone. After so many years, it was the first time Shen Kaiwa took the initiative to contact him, but he guessed that it was because of He Zhongliang, and that his own scheme was 80% exposed. Han Bing answered with a smile on his face. Kaiwa, what did you want to see me about? If you dare to hurt He Zhongliang, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. What rumors have you heard? I meant no harm to that young man. You saw it the other day when we dined at your house, and I was friendly to him. It's impossible between us, but because of my daughter, I'm willing to accept you as a friend. I hope you won't break this harmonious relationship, okay? Of course. I cherish our relationship of caring for each other, but keeping out of each other's way. I think there may be some misunderstanding here. Is that young man beside you? I'd like to explain it to him. Shen Kaiwa glanced at He Zhongliang, still hesitating. He Zhongliang reached out and took the phone. He was close enough to Shen Kaiwa that he could hear the conversation between the two. He Zhongliang greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Han. Hello. There might be some misunderstanding between us. Would it be convenient for you to talk about it in person? Of course it's convenient. Where do we meet? I'm in the corporate office now, so I can come to you if you're not up to it. It's better if I come to you. After a few simple conversations, He Zhongliang hung up the phone and returned it to Shen Kaiwa. Are you really going to see him? Shen Kaiwa hugged He Zhongliang tightly, expressing her worry. He Zhongliang looked at her nervous appearance and couldn't help but sigh. I'm willing to go up a mountain of daggers and down a sea of fire for you, not to mention going to see your ex-husband. Why don't I accompany you? I don't feel comfortable with you going to see him by yourself. Just don't go irritating him. I'll be home safe with you tonight. Hugs and kisses. You just know how to think about that kind of thing. Shen Kaiwa glared at He Zhongliang, put on the mask to pull the curtain open, reluctantly sent him out of the clinic. Han Bing threw his cell phone aside and leaned back in his chair with a sad face. Shen Kaiwa's words still carried a lot of weight to him, and if she really stopped hitting on him for the rest of her life, her daughter should be on her mother's side as well. Even if he is now against scenery, paper drunkenness is just a cloud of smoke. In the future, when I grow old, I will always be most concerned about their mother and daughter. He didn't dare to break Shen Kaiwa's heart. He knew that woman didn't want fame or money. If she made up her mind to draw a line with him, she would really become a stranger. Just when Han Bing was at a loss, there were a few knocks on the door, and the secretary brought Su Meng into the office. Su Meng came to the desk and sat down before she had a chance to speak. Han Bing then took the lead in chastising. Not only did you fail to get things done, you also betrayed me. Su Meng hurriedly explained. It was his own guess that it was you. I didn't think that you and he knew each other and had dinner together at his ex-wife's house. Han Bing glared at Su Meng with a sigh before not wanting to pursue the matter any further. Unless He Zhongliang took the initiative to leave Shen Kaiwa, as long as he arranged for someone to harm him, Shen Kaiwa would 80% guess who was behind the scenes. Su Meng carefully consoled. After a few tests, I think that young man is sincere to your ex-wife. You don't have to worry that he will cheat Shen Kaiwa of her feelings and property. Han Bing seriously questioned. Are you speaking in favor of that young man? I do think there's no shortage of women around you, so why bother with your ex-wife? I'm not going over with her, no. I can't let her go. She's not just a woman. She's my wife and the mother of my children. That relationship, even if I divorce her, will never change. Su Meng sensed that Han Bing was a bit agitated and didn't dare to help He Zhongliang intercede again. But remembering that interesting incident, he told Han Bing that He Zhongliang had once suffered a head injury that caused his brain to overproduce dopamine. Han Bing asked half-heartedly after hearing this, what kind of disease is that, and what symptoms would a large amount of dopamine secretion have? Su Meng smiled and replied, it can stimulate the central nervous system, thus enhancing the libido, and when you see or come into contact with the opposite sex, you will be especially easily excited and impulsive, endlessly wanting it, until it empties the body, or even exhausts the sperm. Han Bing thought of Shen Kaiwa and her daughter, who would be with this kind of person in the future. He instantly became murderous, and he would never allow this kind of person to get close to Shen Kaiwa and her daughter. But on second thought, seemingly laughing and flirting, who did you listen to talk nonsense? There is such a disease? I've been in contact with him. It looks normal. He said it himself, and I could see it when I seduced him. The reaction of his body was really very strong and exaggerated, but his willpower was particularly strong. I don't know who gave him the determination and strength to fight against his own instincts and desires. Surprisingly, he was able to withstand the temptation time and time again. Han Bing still didn't quite believe in this sort of thing and casually threw out a sentence. Just wait for him to arrive in a while and try it out. Su Meng asked in surprise. What? Is he coming? Han Bing nodded and looked out the window thoughtfully. Chapter 26 Negotiations. He Zhongliang arrived at Han Bing's company and took the elevator to the highest floor. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, there was a beautiful woman with a tall figure, greeting him. Hello, Mr. He Zhongliang, is it? The beautiful woman approached He Zhongliang. She was as tall as He Zhongliang in her high heels, shot wearing a white blouse, and a tight black skirt, with a slender waist, but plump bust and hips, presenting a super seductive S-curve. Han Bing deliberately arranged for her to meet to test He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang nodded. Yes, I'm looking for Mr. Han. Please come with me. Beauty in front of the waist, twisting limbs, waist and hip swaying amplitude is really a bit exaggerated, but really good looking. It is a man all like to see. He Zhongliang is even more let her shaking distraction. Cannot wait to immediately pounce on her to the ground. The beautiful woman brought He Zhongliang into the office, and both Su Meng and Han Bing left their desks and sat on the sofa to wait for him. Han Bing stood up and greeted He Zhongliang, still polite and courteous. On the surface is a harmless, amiable look. Su Meng took off her jacket, and her flesh-colored halter-wrapped skirt outlined the curves of her body to the extreme. Coupled with her pretty and charming face, she exuded an irresistible allure. After He Zhongliang sat down, Han Bing sat across from him, and Su Meng stayed close to him. He Zhongliang stared ahead, not daring to turn his head to face Su Meng. Her high top made the straps unusually tight, as if they might break at any moment. There are also almost completely bare thighs, white and smooth skin blowing. He Zhongliang tried not to imagine the woman beside him, but she was too close and smelled of strong hormones, and the beautiful woman who brought He Zhongliang into the office started serving tea and water, deliberately hovering in front of He Zhongliang, sometimes bending over and drooping his chest, sometimes squatting down and deliberately clinging to He Zhongliang's thighs. The neckline of the shirt on her chest was high and tight, and the tiny white buttons, under great pressure, seemed as if they might burst open at any moment. When she squatted down, even more spring light appeared under her short black skirt. He Zhongliang stared straight at Han Bing's face, not thinking about him, but now he could only focus all his attention on him as much as possible. After the beautiful woman poured the tea, she didn't leave and stood on the side of He Zhongliang, showing her extreme curves from the side. Tea, please. Han Bing politely extended his hand in greeting. Without waiting for He Zhongliang to touch the teacup, the beautiful woman beside him grabbed the teacup first and handed it to him, and deliberately touched his hand, staring into He Zhongliang's eyes with a delicate smile. He Zhongliang swallowed his saliva. His hands could not control the slight trembling, took a big mouthful of tea, and just wanted to put it back. The beauty caught the teacup again right away, and the same operation again. He Zhongliang could see that these two women, both of whom were deliberately teasing him, could guess without being asked that they were instructed by Han Bing. Mr. Han, just say what you have to say. I don't need you to be in charge of Shen Saiyue's affairs with me, and it's not your turn to be in charge of them either. I came to see you today to give you face, and I also hope that you won't interfere in matters between me and her in the future. Han Bing saw He Zhongliang's reaction and believed that he really had a dopamine overdose. With him in this state, living with Shen Kaiyue at night, wouldn't he that be? Han Bing didn't dare to imagine the endless images and couldn't help clenching his fists, but tried to remain calm. I heard you had a head injury that caused your brain to overproduce dopamine. Sex drive is very high and not very easy to control, is it? He Zhongliang didn't hide it and graciously confessed. That was a year ago, and in the past, I've always been plagued by this symptom. It's a little better during the day, but at night it gets even worse, and I have to go to sleep 3 to 5 times every night before I can barely fall asleep. For over a year straight, without stopping for a day? Han Bing was surprised. The two women next to him also couldn't help but stare up and down at He Zhongliang, exuding complex eyes. He Zhongliang took a deep breath and nodded helplessly. How can it be? Can the body stand it? You look well and quite healthy. Han Bing expressed his skepticism and couldn't help but make eye contact with the two women in front of him. It was as if she was consulting with them to see if there was a man that powerful. The two women thought he was blowing off the awesome, but couldn't help but be curious and expectant. It was only after I met Dr. Shen that I slowly toned my body up. Upon hearing He Zhongliang utter these words, Han Bing couldn't help but slap the sofa hard before clenching his fists with an angry expression. Regarding Shen Kaiyue, he was afraid of hearing something he couldn't accept. Was there really a side of Shen Kaiyue that he had never seen before? If something untoward really happened, he would definitely not let go of the seed-sowing man. However, out of curiosity, he tried to remain calm and signaled He Zhongliang to continue. I had overindulged before and my body had already reached its limits, but I still couldn't make myself stop. But after I went to the clinic and saw Shen Kaiyue for the first time, from the first moment I saw her, the uncontrollable desire instantly disappeared. Emotions also stabilized and have never been so calm. Hearing this, Han Bing asked curiously, "You're saying that you get excited and impulsive when you see other women, but you don't have that kind of desire once you see Shen Kaiyue, right?" He Zhongliang nodded, thinking that the same could be said. Although Han Bing didn't quite believe it, she still asked expectantly, "So have you had that kind of relationship with Shen Kaiyue now?" He Zhongliang knew what answer Han Bing was expecting, although it wasn't as he had guessed, but it was also true that the two hadn't shared a room until now. "No, she and I sleep in separate rooms. Because of living in her house, I was able to control my desires at night and stay calm. I eat and sleep well, and my body is slowly toning down." Han Bing stared into He Zhongliang's eyes for a moment before angrily accusing, "You think I'm a little cutie? Do you think I'm a little girl? You live with her, and you dare say you don't want her." "I didn't say I didn't want to, just that she hasn't agreed to it yet. I respect what she wants and I'll be patient. She should like you too, so why not agree?" He Zhongliang didn't want to answer this question and said bluntly, "This is a private matter between the two of us. There's no need to explain it to others. In any case, the two have not shared a room until now." Han Bing's heart felt better, although she didn't completely believe what He Zhongliang said, but Shen Kaiyue's persona was clear to him, and a situation like what He Zhongliang said was entirely possible. Self-deceiving speculation. Shen Kaiyue is treating you like a patient, caring and taking care of you, right? Not exactly, He Zhongliang replied briefly, not bothering to explain himself deliberately. Han Bing noticed that He Zhongliang is now extremely excited and nervous, breathing rapidly, face red. Eyes seem to be full of hot burning fire. Han Bing gave an explanation. "I'm going out to make a phone call, so you guys help me entertain Mr. He." Then he gave Su Meng and the beautiful secretary a wink and stood up to leave. He Zhongliang knew that Han Bing was trying to give him the beauty trick, and really if he locked himself in the office with these two extremely beautiful women, these two have the best body and face value, and at a glance, they have the means to do it, so they probably can't hold it themselves. He stood up right away too, but of course his body didn't dare to stand up straight. "Mr. Han, if you don't have anything to say, I'll take my leave." Han Bing hesitated for a moment, smiled and nodded, signaling for the beautiful secretary to send the guests. Chapter 27, Temporary Calm. After seeing his secretary take He Zhongliang out of the office, Han Bing returned to sit behind his desk and began to consider what to do next. Su Meng walked to the front of the desk and asked expectantly, "How do you plan to deal with He Zhongliang?" Han Bing ignored her and took out his cell phone to call Shen Kaiyue. "Is He Zhongliang at your place?" After Shen Kaiyue answered, she was first concerned about He Zhongliang's situation. "We had a pretty good conversation, and he's already left." Han Bing replied calmly, then cleared his throat and asked awkwardly, "I heard you guys live together but sleep in separate rooms, right? What exactly is your relationship with him?" "It's a personal matter between him and me, and I don't need to explain it to you. You two really sound alike." Han Bing grumbled and simply asked bluntly, "When do you plan to marry him? Do you have anything else?" Shen Kaiyue didn't want to answer that question and was ready to hang up the phone. Han Bing could hear that Shen Kaiyue was angry, and he didn't have any temper at all with this woman. The two had never had a heated argument from the time they met to the time they married until they divorced. Shen Kaiyue is a very gentle and understanding woman. With her looks and figure and character, she couldn't pick a single fault either. If it wasn't for the fact that he was overwhelmed by power and money after getting rich that year, Han Bing would not have divorced her even if he was dead set on it. But it's too late to regret it now. Back then Shen Kaiyue was dead to him, but it's a pity that he didn't know how to cherish it. Han Bing hurried to talk calmly. "I'm not trying to interfere in what's going on between you two. I'm just concerned about you. Just think of it as an ordinary friend inquiring." Shen Kaiyue, who usually had things to say and wouldn't be particularly emotional, also calmed down and replied, "I haven't considered that step for the time being." Han Bing carefully inquired again, "I heard that you two are still sleeping in separate rooms, right?" "Aha." Shen Kaiyue nodded. "I just knew you weren't the casual type when we first met." "Nothing much. I'm hanging up." Shen Kaiyue hung up the phone, and Han Bing frowned helplessly, also revealing a smile. Shen Kaiyue played a little temper with him, making him feel quite happy, thinking about the good times that the two of them used to have. A trace of sweetness was born from the heart. Su Meng, in front of her desk, stared at Han Bing's expression of sweetness in retrospect and asked with a smile, "Mr. Han, what are you thinking about?" "Whatever, go about your business." Han Bing waved his hand to send Su Meng away. It's still good to be the original spouse. Even after the divorce, the status hasn't changed. Su Meng flirted helplessly before asking, What about Hee Jungliang's matter? Let's put it off for a while. Let me think about it for a while. To find a way to make him make his own mistakes. Shen Kaiyue won't be able to blame me. Han Bing muttered. He still wanted to stop Hee Jungliang from being with Shen Kaiyue, but he didn't want to offend Shen Kaiyue. I'll leave you then. If you need anything, you can arrange it. Han Bing nodded with a grim expression and watched Su Meng leave the office. Because he went to meet Han Bing in the afternoon, Hee Jungliang got off work slightly late. When he went back, Shen Kaiyue had already prepared a meal and was waiting for him. While the two were eating, Shen Kaiyue asked Hee Jungliang what he and Han Bing had talked about. Hee Jungliang honestly, of course, did not mention around the two beautiful women seduced him. After Shen Kaiyue heard this, she sighed helplessly. That Han Bing person has a very deep city. He usually doesn't give up on things he decides, and can always do whatever it takes to get it done. I hope this time he'll have a clear conscience and not interfere in things between us. Now that we've decided to be together, we don't have to think about it so much, and he's taking too much control. I reckon he's not regretting it after he divorced you. Shen Kaiyue nodded. He did mention that he wanted to remarry a few times in the past few years, but I rejected them all. Why don't you give the prodigal son a chance? Shen Kaiyue glared at Hee Jungliang, who added, I mean, weren't you always single before we got better? Why are you unwilling to accept him again? Shen Kaiyue didn't answer and lowered her head to continue eating. Hee Jungliang hurriedly apologized. Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry. Nothing. I don't blame you. I just don't know how to respond. I don't hate him and I don't feel anything for him anymore. So I've just been waiting. Waiting for someone who makes you feel something, isn't it? Shen Kaiyue still did not answer, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. She finally waited. After dinner, the two of them nestled back on the couch, and it didn't even matter what was on TV. They don't have the heart or the time to look at the TV screen. Shen Kaiyue separated from Hee Jungliang and took a deep breath to discuss with him. Talk to me. Don't keep kissing me. You're tired of it. Shen Kaiyue shook her head shyly and casually mentioned. Han Bing asked today when we're getting married. Is he still going to come with the gift? Hee Jungliang smiled and teased a sentence, then looked at Shen Kaiyue's expectant eyes. Tentatively, he asked. You're the one who wanted to discuss this with me. Shen Kaiyue asked rhetorically. Have you considered this? Of course. From the first moment I saw you, I decided, I'll definitely live with you in this life, as long as you're willing. After I get the divorce license in the morning, we'll go register for a marriage license in the afternoon. Shen Kaiyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. That staff member issued you a divorce certificate in the morning and a marriage certificate in the afternoon. Would he think he was hallucinating? You're overthinking it. These two businesses don't seem to be in the same window. Well, what if he does business at the divorce window in the morning and then switches shifts to the window for marriages in the afternoon? Hee Jungliang froze for a few seconds and gently pinched Shen Kaiyue's beautifully defined, white and smooth chin. Flirting? Do you think you're funny? Shen Kaiyue lying in the arms of Hee Jungliang smiled happily, revealing 2 rows of white and neat teeth. Then sheepishly, he spat out his tongue, the tip of his pink, wet tongue probing his head that little bit. Hee Jungliang then did not have the heart to continue talking. I haven't said anything yet. Shen Kaiyue did not have a chance to finish her sentence, her arms around Hee Jungliang's neck, and she could not help but hug tightly with force, until it was very late. Hee Jungliang curiously asked, why aren't you in a hurry to go back to your room and sleep tonight? Shen Kaiyue asked rhetorically, what do you think? Hee Jungliang stroked her rosy, hot cheeks and speculated excitedly, you want to share a room tonight, don't you? Shen Kaiyue didn't answer. One hand covered her face, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, her bashful appearance showed everything. If you want it, you can have it. There's no hard and fast rule that you have to wait for a specific day for this kind of thing. Choose a day. Today is a good day. I just want to have you hold me all night. Shen Kaiyue exuded the tenderness of a small woman. Okay, I'll carry you back to bed now. Hee Jungliang carried her off the sofa and walked toward Shen Kaiyue's room. After placing Shen Kaiyue on the bed, she negotiated with some difficulty. I still want to wait until the day you receive the divorce certificate before sharing a room. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hee Jungliang agreed painfully. Instead, Shen Kaiyue was a bit disappointed. Why is it that when you face other women, you are so impatient and need to work very hard to restrain yourself? But what about being so calm when facing me? Is it that I am not attractive to you? When I face other members of the opposite sex, it's just a simple desire to lash out under the influence of dopamine. When confronted with you, it's more of a distraction from the desire for that sort of thing by being attracted to your every word, and your every smile. After Hee Jungliang explained a few sentences, he came to Shen Kaiyue's ear. Of course I want you to. Especially. Shen Kaiyue took a deep breath and felt like she was about to melt. She struggled to sit up, wanting to take a shower but being too lazy to move. After a few moments of calm, the question was asked. When are you getting your divorce papers? Hee Jungliang thought for a moment and replied. Not for a few days. In 2 more weeks it will be to the point where you can go and claim it. Let's wait 2 weeks then. Let's give you a few more days to recuperate your body. Shen Kaiwei sent a kiss and excitedly discussed. Is it good? I hear you. He Zhenliang agreed painfully. You go back and rest. I'm going to change for bed. Shen Kaiwei urged him to leave. Do we have to be so formal now? I'm afraid you won't be able to hold it. I have a feeling you want more. He Zhenliang whispered and walked out. Chapter 28, Final Farewell. The next night, He Zhenliang and Shen Kaiwei again in the sweet torment, and finally reluctant to part with their respective rooms to sleep. On the third day, it was the weekend again, and Shen Saiyue's daughter came home. The two didn't have so many thoughts and ideas, instead they had a relaxing time. Han Bing came back to Shen Saiyue's house for dinner on the pretext of seeing his daughter. He did want to see his daughter, but was even more uneasy about those two adults. While Shen Kaiwei was cooking in the kitchen, Han Bing chatted with He Zhenliang and visited his room. He was relieved to know that the two still sleep in separate rooms. While eating together, Han Bing takes the initiative to care about He Zhenliang and wants to arrange a job for him. The job of installing air conditioners is very hard and dangerous. Since the accident, He Zhenliang has become a little afraid of heights, and is indeed a little tired of this job. Shen Kaiwei also didn't want him to engage in such hard and dangerous work all the time. She just wasn't sure if Han Bing really wanted to help, and was afraid that he was a weasel paying homage to a chicken and didn't have good intentions. But in front of her daughter, Shen Kaiwei pretended to accept Han Bing's kindness and let him watch the arrangements. He Zhenliang also said that there is no opinion. Anyway, when the time to go or not, it is up to you to decide. After dinner, He Zhenliang helped Shen Kaiwei clean up the dishes. The occasional eye contact between the two was full of ambiguity and sweetness. They got caught up in it and didn't feel like going for a deliberate show of affection for each other. But Han Bing could see clearly from the sidelines, and his lungs were about to explode. But in front of her daughter, she still tried to disguise a smiling face. The moment his daughter walked him to the door and closed it, Han Bing's eyes were fierce and he clenched his fists tightly. This home and the woman and the child all belonged to him. Now he even let another man take over the nest. He could not swallow this breath. He must find a way to get rid of He Zhenliang as soon as possible. A few days later, one Wednesday morning during dinner, He Zhenliang received a call from his ex-wife asking him to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After He Zhenliang hung up the phone, he smiled and teased. She's even more anxious than me. It seems that people are developing faster than the two of us with the object. He Zhenliang went to get a divorce certificate today, and tonight he will be in the same room as originally planned. Shen Kaiwei thought of the warmth of tonight's whole night, instantly blushing, excited and do not know what to say. He Zhenliang looked at her flushed face, seemingly smiling a shy expression, casually threw out a sentence, waiting for a hurried. Shen Kaiwei raised her head to scrutinize He Zhenliang's face and ordered him again. Stick out your tongue for me to see. He Zhenliang patted his chest and promised, I've been abstaining for a month. I've already toned up my energy. I'm having a lot of wet dreams at night now, and I'm starting to get full of sperm. Let me see. Shen Kaiwei insisted on seeing his tongue. Kissing me half the day every night. Don't you see that? He Zhenliang complained, stretching his neck and sticking out his tongue. Bummer. How can I see your tongue when we kiss? Shen Kaiwei smiled and nodded, expressing her satisfaction. I'll get off work early today and go to the food market first. You can go straight home when you get off work. How many dishes are you going to get? At least 2 more than usual. There seems to be only white wine in the house. Do you drink white wine? It's just intercourse. Does it need to be so ritualized? Shen Kaiwei glared at He Zhenliang, smiled without saying a word and lowered her head, the joy of happiness and anticipation overflowing. Both of them quietly continued to eat. Their hearts have been happy. He Zhenliang and his ex-wife came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, each with an extra small book, although the mouth said that in the future or friends, but in their hearts they all understand that there is no child in the middle of the involvement. This life should not have the need to see each other. Your date didn't come with you today. He Zhenliang broke the silence. The wedding day is set. He's not so worried now that someone will steal his daughter-in-law from him. Congratulations. You won't be mad if I don't send you a wedding invitation. How embarrassing for me to go. All the relatives on our side of the family know me. He Zhenliang casually said our family, making his ex-wife instantly red in the eyes, then tilted her head, as if trying to pour back the tears. Then he couldn't help but laugh himself, or he took out a tissue to wipe a couple of times, and asked in a pretense of lightheartedness, how are you doing with that auntie? Or is it still the relationship between the doctor and the patient? He Zhenliang shook his head awkwardly and confessed shamefully, actually, I was attracted to her from the first time I saw her, and I always felt sorry for you. I guess it's also because you fell in love with someone at first sight. But even the heavens have helped you guys. Heaven arranges the greatest. I can't help it. The ex-wife grumbled helplessly, then asked expectantly, if you hadn't been injured and caused that particular situation, even if you met her, you shouldn't have abandoned me, should you? Of course I won't. Of course I won't abandon you. He Zhongliang assured his ex-wife that the brain began to secrete dopamine in large quantities, probably sensing an old acquaintance. Looking into He Zhongliang's eyes, his ex-wife knew that he was getting impulsive again, and in the past, she had been the one to personally smooth out such situations. She couldn't help but caress He Zhongliang's face and praised with tears in her eyes. That auntie is really a blessing for you. Only 1 month and she's toned you up so well. You're no longer so thin either, and now you look very healthy. When you were with me, it was almost draining you dry. Both of them couldn't help but laugh with tears in their eyes when the ex-wife suddenly asked, "Do you want me?" He Zhongliang nodded, while firmly assuring, "But I can endure. If it wasn't for your health, I really wouldn't want to let go." After a sigh from his ex-wife, he wrapped his arms around He Zhongliang's neck and the two hugged goodbye for the last time. After sending each other blessings for each other in their ears, the two slowly parted. After his ex-wife let go of He Zhongliang's neck, an arm slid down his chest and touched the old friend. He Zhongliang was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back. Ex-wife apologizes in the face of a smile. "I'm sorry, I did that on purpose." He Zhongliang glanced down and couldn't help but snort a laugh. After a moment of earnest reassurance, "You're bound to get better." The ex-wife didn't say anything, just shook her head slightly with a helpless expression. Then the two waved goodbye. After He Zhongliang watched his ex-wife walk away, turning his head to hold back tears, he dared not recall the past of the two. One can only send silent wishes. I hope she will be happy in the future and all is well. Chapter 29, Laissez-passer. In the evening, He Zhongliang returned to Shen Sayue's home. She had already prepared the meal, 4 dishes and 1 soup, which was already quite substantial for 2 people. He Zhongliang washed his hands and came to sit down at the table, took out the divorce certificate and put it on the table, telling Shen Kaiyue, "Pass for tonight. Darn it, put it away and eat." Shen Kaiyue gave He Zhongliang some food and asked with concern, "Are you tired of working today?" "Don't worry, I have plenty of stamina." Shen Kaiyue smiled without saying anything and lowered her head to eat. After dinner, the two were still on their regular program, nestled in the couch and making out. He Zhongliang held Shen Kaiyue in his arms, looked at her flushed cheeks, and reminded, "You're so hot." "I know." Shen Kaiyue nodded shyly and gently discussed, "I want to rest early tonight, okay? Just waiting for you to say that." He Zhongliang has long been anxious. He abstained from sex for a month. Now it's all a bit unbelievable. Is it really going to be unblocked? I had a shower before you came back. I'll wait in the bedroom while you take a shower. Shen Kaiyue finished speaking and stood up to walk towards the bedroom. "I'll take a quick shower. Be with you in a minute." He Zhongliang dropped a sentence and rushed into the restroom. A few moments later, he dried his body and didn't even bother to put on his clothes, directly to Shen Sayue's room. 3 minutes later, Shen Kaiyue snuggled into He Zhongliang's arms, gently comforting, "It's okay, you're probably too nervous. Go to bed early. It's fine to just cuddle together like this." He Zhongliang had never encountered this kind of situation before, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, it can't be that he hasn't used it for too long and is idle. Shen Kaiyue sat up and wanted to put on her pajamas, but He Zhongliang stopped her, pleading with her very eagerly, "Just sleep like this. I want to be flesh on flesh with you, just for tonight according to you. You can't sleep like this from now on. I'm not used to it." Shen Kaiyue reluctantly agreed, lying down and couldn't wait to cling to He Zhongliang's arms. The two started whispering. After a while, He Zhongliang began to move again. "No, wait until tomorrow night." Shen Kaiyue tries to refuse, but quickly changes her mind. 20 minutes later, she lay on her back in He Zhongliang's arms, panting and chiding, "Don't be so greedy in the future, you know." But the intense feeling of satisfaction and pleasure was so strong that she couldn't help but keep the corners of her mouth up, always with a small smile. He Zhongliang nodded perfunctorily. He had just found his rhythm. When it was almost 10 o'clock, Shen Kaiyue reminded He Zhongliang, "Stop talking, turn off the lights and go to sleep." He Zhongliang didn't turn off the light after he got up. He lifted the quilt and carefully surveyed Shen Sayue's delicate body curves, couldn't help but reach out and run his hands over her smooth, delicate skin. Shen Kaiyue looked at He Zhongliang's eyes and guessed what he wanted. "You're not allowed to fool around anymore." She sat up as well after a serious warning and gently soothed, "That's it for today. I'll give it to you when tomorrow night. Okay, you listen to me." Then turned around and had to turn off the lights. He Zhongliang held her from behind. "Why are you so disobedient?" "No, no." Shen Kaiyue third cannot yet said. Once again changed their minds. Half an hour later, Shen Kaiyue took a deep breath and adjusted her sharp gasps. Then with gentle reproach, "Tomorrow night, I won't let you come to sleep in my room." He Zhongliang got up immediately. "No leaving tonight." Shen Kaiyue gave a delicate cry, tightly embracing He Zhongliang's neck, not willing to let him leave for a second. "I was trying to turn off the lights." He Zhongliang turned off the lights and hugged Shen Kaiyue tightly, smiling and learning her tone of voice just now. "You're not allowed to leave tonight." Shen Kaiyue gently pinched the back of He Zhongliang, close to his body. with a smile no longer speak. The next morning during dinner, Shen reminded He Zhongliang, in the future, you must exercise restraint. It can't be endless, or else you really won't sleep with you. It's only the first time I've been in the same room with you that I'm like this, and I'm sure I'll be able to refrain from overindulging in the future as I have in the past, He Zhongliang assured confidently, then reminded, besides, you didn't reject me last night, I mainly wanted to satisfy you, Shen immediately retorted. I said no, it's just a couple of words out of your mouth, your body can't wait. You shut up. Shen interrupted He Zhongliang's description and couldn't help but reveal a shy smile as she ordered, don't you go to my room to sleep tonight, I'll snuggle up and sleep with you, but do nothing, okay? You lie, you must not be able to resist. He Zhongliang didn't retort, he knew that Shen was just talking casually. For the past month, the two have held the last line of defense. Now that the defense had been breached, both of them certainly couldn't do it if they wanted to retreat back and redefend it. Ho Chunliang had some control. 3 times on the first night, twice on the second night, and once on the third night, Shen advised him to exercise restraint on her lips, but her body was honest. On the 4th day and the weekend, Shen Saiyue's daughter came home. The two of them slept in separate rooms again, just so that He Zhongliang could rest for 2 days. Han Bing took the opportunity to see his daughter again and came to Shen Saiyue's house to rub it in. He could obviously ask his daughter out to meet him or take her back to his house. Daughters are so old, it's not like they have to keep their moms, but he always found all kinds of excuses to come to Shen Saiyue's house, and this time he brought good news and arranged a job for He Zhongliang. It's a company librarian with a good paycheck, and it's very laid back and good for pampering, so the average person doesn't have a chance to get the position. He Zhongliang was curious. Your company even has a library. Do company employees have the free time to read books? Han Bing replied seriously. It cost a huge amount of money to build, and the interior design and decoration is very luxurious. To be honest, it's just for show, to make the company look high fashion. When it was first built, many employees frequented it. Going to read a book? He Zhongliang expressed skepticism. Nowadays the workplace is under pressure and competition is fierce. How can employees have that kind of literati elegance? It's all just a photo op and a punchline for posting to your friends. After hearing Han Bing's reply, Shen couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. After so many years of divorce, although Shen had always been relatively polite to Han Bing, but laughing so happily because of one of his words was the first time he'd seen it. Instant happy hands and excited hands said, hardly anyone goes there anymore, so that job is very relaxing. Of course, if you don't like the comfort of your job, I can also place you in one of those challenging departments. Forget it. I don't like challenges and I'm not good with people. I can't get used to the workplace's trickery and deceit. It's good to have a stable and easy job, don't you think? He Zhongliang turned his head to seek Shen Saiyue's opinion. Shen Kaiyue nodded in agreement. Although she was a bit skeptical of Han Bing, she couldn't rule out the fact that he really did have good intentions. After all, when you get older, you may have thought through a lot of things and not be so narrow-minded and competitive. Chapter 30, Working at the Library. Han Bing looked at Shen Saiyue's face and couldn't hide his infatuation. How beautiful a woman he could easily have, but none of them could replace his thoughts and longing for his ex-wife. He felt that Shen Kaiyue had a special charm today and couldn't help but ask, are you wearing makeup? Shen Kaiyue shook her head. She rarely wore makeup, and there was even less need for that at home. Han Shui stared at her mother's face and praised in surprise as well. Mom, you really do seem younger. Then couldn't help but reach out and touch my mother's face, feeling her delicate, smooth skin. Not even close to a little girl like you. Shen Kaiyue smiled and caressed her daughter's face. Han Bing and He Zhongliang both stared at Shen Saiyue's face obsessively. She had indeed become more radiant in the past 2 days. Han Shui suddenly realized, I know why you look in such good shape, being nourished by love. Right. He Zhongliang hurriedly lowered his head sheepishly, and Han Bing was so angry that he almost overturned the table. Taking a deep breath, she tried to restrain the anger in her heart. Hurry up and eat. Shen Kaiyue glared at her daughter, not wanting her to say those words. It was her own business, but after all, it was more than a little awkward to have her ex-husband and current one present at the same time. The daughter could also see that her parents were a little embarrassed and hurriedly changed the subject by telling her father, I also want to go to that library in your company to have a look. Han Bing tried to squeeze out a smile to hide his anger and hatred. He hypocritically helped He Zhongliang actually had other plans. He was a man and understood men. He believed that men as a species, as long as they didn't hang on to the wall before, there was no such thing as a bad horny one, especially in the face of top-notch beauty. And He Zhongliang still has the dopamine overdose problem. Just don't believe he can carry it off again and again. A few days later, He Zhongliang quit his job installing air conditioners and reported to Han Bing's company. Han Bing arranges for a department manager to greet He Zhongliang, and from now on, she'll be He Zhongliang's top boss. a woman who was in her 30s, and who also had an image and temperament that was somewhat similar to Shen Sayue's. She wore a blue professional suit, very proper and elegant, revealing a kind of competence and confidence. With a shapely figure and a waist-shaping top, her proportions look outstanding, obviously showing signs of working out all year round. She should be a very disciplined woman. Hello, my last name is Sue, and I have a single name, Lee. She smiled and stretched out her hand, her pair of peach blossom eyes releasing the charm of a mature woman at He Zhongliang. Manager Sue. Hello, my name is He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang hurriedly extended his hand to introduce himself, and the moment he shook hands with this woman, he felt that something wasn't quite right, but couldn't tell where it was wrong. The woman's openness made him feel as if she was deliberately seducing, but he couldn't find any obvious evidence, so he hoped he was overthinking it. Suli brought He Zhongliang downstairs in the elevator. The library is behind the company building, a separate 3-story building, very grand and beautiful. In the elevator, Suri asks He Zhongliang about his age and marriage. He Zhongliang replied awkwardly, I'm 26 years old and I've been divorced once. You're so experienced. You've been through a marriage at such a young age. Do you have children? Suri was a little surprised. No, just separated after 2 years of marriage. No kids is as good as never being married. And I oversee another department and know a lot of quality leftover women. What type of women do you like? Suli expressed her concern for He Zhongliang's personal problems, but in fact, she knew all about He Zhongliang's bottom line. She was nothing more than a pawn for Han Bing to seduce He Zhongliang. Han Bing took into account He Zhongliang's tastes, and beauties of all ages were prepared for him, and they would be listed in turn next, so he didn't believe that he would be able to withstand them. No need. I already have someone and we are in a stable relationship. Thank you for your kind words, Manager Sue. He Zhongliang bluntly refused, and politely nodded and smiled at Su Li. Of course the eyes could not help but show the love for this woman. This woman is sexy in her mature elegance. It's so charming. He Zhongliang had no control over it, and his brain began to secrete dopamine to stimulate him again. Then it can't be helped, and I'm trying to fulfill a good thing for you. Suri pretended to sigh helplessly, then cocked her head again. A pair of peach blossom eyes that would smile, staring at He Zhongliang's side face, warmly suggested, this superior and subordinate of ours is just for show. There's not a lot of work involved. You don't need to be so polite with me. I'm 10 years older than you. Just call me sister. He Zhongliang froze, and she hurriedly chided herself with a smile. Isn't this too rude of me? As if I'm deliberately taking advantage of you. He Zhongliang hurriedly explained. No. I call you sister is the right thing to do, so get along, feel more intimate. Suli took a step closer and looked up with her hands behind her back into He Zhongliang's eyes with an expectant expression. Let me hear you scream. The upturned corners of her mouth, and eyes that smiled, and put just the right amount of distance between the two of them, with just the right amount of control. If it's like that makes He Zhongliang can't help but be thrilled, and can't help but mutter in his heart, she's really a flirting master. At that moment the elevator doors opened and they reached the first floor. He Zhongliang took the opportunity to move a step to the side and politely said, Sister Sue, after you. Suli's face nodded with satisfaction and led He Zhongliang out of the elevator. The moment the two of them stepped into this lavish library after walking for 4 or 5 minutes, it was as if they were in a sea of knowledge. Walking into the museum, the spacious and bright hall is refreshing. Rows and rows of tall bookshelves were neatly arranged, and the shelves were made of precious wood, emitting a faint aroma mixed with wood and paper. The reading area is comfortably and elegantly furnished, with soft sofas and sophisticated tables and chairs staggered about. A vintage table lamp sits on each table, emitting a soft, warm light and creating a quiet reading atmosphere. In the center of the library, there was a gorgeous rotating staircase that circled up. The handrails of the staircase were beautifully carved with floral patterns, and every detail showed luxury and refinement. There is also a special lounge area with 2 vending machines that offer a variety of fine foods and drinks. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows let the sunlight pour in unreservedly, and outside the window is a beautiful garden view. It makes you unconsciously relax and feel refreshed. Inside the quiet halls of this luxurious library, it is not only a treasure trove of knowledge, but also a haven for the soul. Although He Zhongliang had little interest in reading, he still reveled in the beautiful and luxurious surroundings. Suri led him to the counter, where a girl in her 20s stood up to greet them. Chapter 31, Another Trap. Suli introduced He Zhongliang. This is your colleague. You two manage this library together. Hello, my name is Hu Yuping. The girl reached out to greet He Zhongliang. Her skin was rather dark but delicate and shiny. The smile was sunny and sweet, and her body was hot and sexy, with a wild beauty. Hello, my name is He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang shook her hand and felt that her palms were sweaty. Young people are just on fire, or maybe they are a little nervous. Are there 2 administrators in this library? Facing He Zhongliang's doubt, Suli smiled and explained to him, with such a big bookcase, can you be busy alone? He Zhongliang looked around and couldn't help but tease, there's not a single person who comes to see the book, so what's the point of being busy? There are 2 more floors upstairs, there's enough cleaning to keep one person busy every day, and the company has an agreement with the surrounding vocational colleges that the library will be open to those students for 2 days on the weekend. There will still be quite a few people who will patronize it then. It's still quite lively. So it is. He Zhongliang nodded, then noticed the way Hu Yuping looked at him, suddenly boldly guessed that this is a ing trap set by Han Bing, right? Such a relaxing and cozy job, and with a beautiful woman accompanying her every day. The lone man and woman stayed in this quiet library. Han Bing must be deliberately baiting him, hoping that he wouldn't be able to hold on and make a mistake, then go and tell Shen Kaiwei off to achieve the goal of breaking up the 2 of them. Hu Yuping and Su Li, a mature young woman, full of flavor. One is youthful and energetic, sunny and hot. Standing beside He Zhongliang on one side or the other made him as if he was in deep water. It was too much of a torment. In my mind, I reluctantly and helplessly decided that this job was not going to work. Come on, I'll show you upstairs. It's not open to the public up there, so you and Xiao Hu can just go up and clean it occasionally. Sometimes the leaders of the company will go up there to talk about things. And the 2nd floor is the gym. The 3rd floor is a tea room. If a leader comes over, he will arrange a special service staff, and will not bother you with Xiao Hu. Suli took He Zhongliang up the stairs and gave him a brief introduction. The 2 came to the gym on the 2nd floor, which appeared empty even though no one was working out. But there was still an atmosphere of vigor and passion coming through. The modern decor of the spacious and bright space is a sight to behold. With huge mirrors inlaid on the walls and high-quality non-slip rubber mats on the floor, you can feel solid and stable with every step. He Zhongliang was also a sportsman when he was in school and liked to exercise. It's just that after entering the society, he was engaged in the work of hard labor. Every day at work is very hard, where there is extra energy to exercise. But now that he had the chance, with such a free job, he could sweat it out and get both fit and in shape. He really doesn't want to give up this job, but if it's really Han Bing's trap, the endless bombardment of beautiful women, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to carry that many flesh bombs. Suri took him to the strength training area. The barbells and dumbbells were heavy and strong. They were great for building muscle definition. She excitedly introduced, when I have free time, I come here to exercise. After breaking a sweat, it feels very comfortable to take a shower in the bathroom over there to wash away the day's fatigue. He picked up a 10-kilogram dumbbell and did a few standard bending movements, and it looked like he had a workout base. She put down the dumbbells and invited He Zhongliang. Do you like working out? Take one and try it. He Zhongliang did like to play around with these fitness equipment, but he just didn't have the opportunity or conditions in the past. His body is considered relatively strong, but because he has no exercise base, he also lowers himself to get 10 kilograms of dumbbells. You're a big man. Why are you using the same weight as me? Su Li's sentence made He Zhongliang a little embarrassed, and gathered courage to directly pick up a 20-kilogram dumbbell and let out a sound full of testosterone. That's the kind of masculine voice I like to hear. Su Li pressed against He Zhongliang's arm holding the dumbbells, smiling as she helped him guide the bending movements. Her chest pressed against He Zhongliang's arm. He Zhongliang did 2 bending movements, and the friction touch that killed him made him hurriedly put down the dumbbells. Pretending to be out of energy, he didn't want to continue working out. You're so handsome and well built, just slightly on the skinny side. If you make yourself a little stronger, it would be perfect. Su Li proposed to He Zhongliang, and brought him to the front of the barbell again, and began to add the counterweight piece. He Zhongliang smiled and nodded in agreement. He loved working out, but having a beautiful woman so close beside him was too much for him to take. You assist me while I do a few deep squats. Su Li took off her jacket and placed it on the equipment next to her, wearing only a white sports undershirt inside. The neckline was just right to reveal her charming collarbone, with beautiful and delicate lines. It also outlined the curves of her fit yet sexy body, with almost no flab at the waist. The buttocks, which echoed it, were full and firm, with rounded curves full of tension. Looking from the side and back, the beautiful arc formed between the waist and buttocks. It is just like a charming wave, smooth and dynamic, which is the result of her perennial self-discipline and fitness. He Zhongliang was very eager to become friends with someone like her, to work out together and to urge each other on, but his own brain was uncontrollable, secreting dopamine in large quantities under the stimulation of this opposite sex body. It made him like an ant on a hot pan, enduring the torment that ordinary people could not experience. Su Li asked He Zhongliang to stand behind her and put her hands under her armpits to assist her in doing deep squats. When she squatted, He Zhongliang followed suit. Her arse almost touched He Zhongliang, scaring He Zhongliang back and assisting her after she did a deep squat. He Zhongliang hurriedly kept his distance from her, his body not even daring to stand up straight, pointing elsewhere and asking, is that the rest area over there? You'll have to assist me in making a few more. Suri deliberately pouted in request. No, why am I suddenly a little dizzy? Zhongliang made a random excuse and walked towards the rest area. All he wanted to do now was sit down. Suri could see his embarrassment and with a smile on her face took her jacket and left the strength training area right behind her. The lounge area is warm and cozy, with soft sofas and a clean coffee table, allowing for a moment of relaxation between training sessions. There are water fountains nearby to help with hydration. Zhongliang sat on the sofa. Suli sat down next to him with her head held high, and her jacket was held in her hand without being put on. Lines of smooth arms and waist, as well as a towering top, is a fatal temptation for Zhongliang. The skirt just reaches her knees, but splits at the side, revealing her firm, beauty-filled thighs. The contours of her buttocks were even more stunning when she sat on the couch. Chapter 32, Challenging the Limits. Zhongliang moved his body, keeping a certain distance from Suli, and directly opened the door and asked, "Did Han Bing instruct you to seduce me?" Suli first froze, and after a few seconds, awkwardly explained, "What do you mean by that? Is it because I'm too enthusiastic towards you, making you misunderstand?" Zhongliang could see that she was deliberately pretending to be confused, so he didn't have the heart to argue with her, and said helplessly, "I'm sorry, maybe I'm just thinking too much, but I do have a crush on you. You look a lot like my first boyfriend, and as soon as I see you it's like I'm back in those good, young days, like a saying on the internet, you can't have both youth and feelings about youth. Do you have any particular regrets, and good times that were wasted because you were too naive?" Suli moved closer to Zhongliang, clinging to his body and reaching out to take his arm. Cocking her head, her peach blossom eyes looked at him with anticipation. Zhongliang locked eyes with her and couldn't help but swallow a little, revealing a helpless smile. Gently pushing her away, he seriously reminded, "Manager Su, if you're always like this, I don't think I can do this job. You mustn't quit. I won't be able to explain to Mr. Han when the time comes, and I still want to keep my job." Suli hurriedly distances herself from Zhongliang and admits that she was instructed by Han Bing. "Then just get along with me like a regular co-worker, okay?" Suli nodded helplessly. Looking at that look, surely she didn't intend to give up. She was just temporarily tightening her grip. She still wanted to take down Zhongliang early and then get Han Bing's reward. Zhongliang probed and inquired, "If I'm not mistaken, that colleague of mine is also someone Han Bing specially arranged for me." "You mean that Hu Yuping? Who else but her?" "I don't know." Suri shook her head, but the smirking expression said it all. Since she didn't dare to tell the truth, Zhongliang didn't want to pursue it. But helplessly, she was told, "This job, I can't take it. This is a great job. Many people can't even get a chance to do it. So you should stay." Suli grabbed Zhongliang's arm, excited to stay. She was worried that if she couldn't keep Zhongliang, Han Bing would blame her. "You always seduce me, plus that Hu Yuping, how can I stand it? It's not like we're going to force you. You're a big man and you're afraid of two women?" Zhongliang looked down at himself and sighed helplessly. "Didn't Mr. Han tell you guys that I'm sick?" Suri laughed and teased. "He said that when you see a beautiful woman, you secrete a lot of dopamine and your desire is particularly strong. Is that true?" Zhongliang nodded helplessly and turned his head to the side, trying not to let himself see Suli. "I see you have a lot of self-control." Suli one hand gently on Zhongliang's legs. Eyes cannot help but steal a glance. Zhongliang hurriedly pushed Suli's hand away and stood up, dropping a sentence, "Tell Han Bing that I can't do this job. Just rush off." Suli hurriedly went forward to stop him. "You mustn't go. It's okay for me to keep my distance from you. If you don't succeed, Mr. He will arrange for someone else to seduce me. How can my body stand it?" Zhongliang had an aggrieved and embarrassed look on his face. "I see you can control yourself. What's there to be afraid of?" Zhongliang looked down and said helplessly, "Can't you see that I haven't dared to stand up straight since I came up here? I can barely control my behavior, but I can't control my body's reaction. In my old job I didn't think about that kind of thing when I didn't have a beautiful woman around and was busy. Now the job is so free and there are always beautiful women around. I'm in a blood frenzy from morning to night. Can my prostate take it? No, I can't do this job. I'll torture myself sooner or later." Suri glanced around and hurriedly suggested, "You don't have much to do at work anyway, so just come up and exercise whenever you have a reaction. Practice until you're exhausted, so it won't listen again." Zhongliang let Suli's eyes, amused to want to laugh, also really want to indulge in a quickie with her. When faced with a woman who looks good and has a great body and a cute sense of humor, it is inevitable that you will fall in love with her over time. "I can't. I've tried relieving the urge by exerting myself and nothing seems to work. Could it be that you're not exercising enough? Have you never tried to train yourself until you can't get up?" Zhongliang blinked his eyes, because he used to have trouble sleeping at night and was already tired from working during the day, so he hadn't really tried to exhaust himself to the point of exhaustion. maybe that would actually work. Suri suddenly asked, how many push-ups can you do? He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment and replied with less certainty. 40 to 50. Should be no problem. Try doing 1,000. I don't believe it will still react after you've done 1,000. It's probably long since gotten old and stumped. He Zhongliang smiled, looking at the fitness equipment in front of him, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Maybe he could try this method himself. His brain surprisingly overproduced dopamine, making him unable to control his excitement and impulses. Then he pushes his limits, and maybe that dopamine can be turned into motivation to work out on his own. Suli brought He Zhongliang to an open space, sat down on a piece of equipment, and said easily, let's begin. I'll count for you and see if you can complete 1,000 push-ups. He Zhongliang looked down at himself. He really had enough of this swelling. Today, I'm going to give up. Just exercise to death for once, and see if I can change this problem of my own. Doing over 80 in one go had broken his previous best. Suli guided her from the sidelines, encouraging her not to stop. After finally breaking through 100, He Zhongliang was so tired that he knelt on the mat, panting heavily. Suri laughed and teased, is it not so up there? He Zhongliang did not have the good sense to reach out and touch it, as if it was relieved, although the body is very tired. But that kind of lustful feeling lessened. The mental state is no longer so tense, is slightly relaxed. Did it work? Suri asked, then urged, hurry up, keep doing it. You can only rest for 30 seconds each time. He Zhongliang took a deep breath and began to continue to exert himself. 497, 498, 499, 500. Suri clapped her hands in excitement as she counted to 500 whole. He Zhongliang collapsed onto the mat in exhaustion, and he couldn't remember how many times he rested. Anyway, every time he rested for 1 to 30 seconds, he was urged by Suli to continue to the next set. Even if you can only do 3 or 5 in a set, get up and continue. He took off his shirt, already sweating and exhausted. Couldn't even feel either of his arms and his abdominal muscles felt very sore. As an ordinary person with no training base, it was already very difficult to reach this amount. Chapter 33 Accepting New Challenges. Suli could see that He Zhongliang's physical strength was almost at its limit. She went to bring a cup of water and squatted down to persuade. I tell you 1,000 is indeed too much for you. To be able to make 500 is already very impressive. So let's call it a day. He Zhongliang sat up, took 2 sips of water, and put the cup next to him, then bravely looking straight at Suri's chest. He had tried to avoid being aroused by the opposite sex in the past, and now deliberately challenged his soft spot. Suli excitedly proposed, are you thinking through? Let me accompany you there to take a rest. Stimulated by beauty, his brain was still secreting dopamine, allowing him to continue the excitement rush. But He Zhongliang had already found a way to cope with it, converting that excitement into power to release it. Isn't it over 30 seconds already? Go on. He Zhongliang continued to challenge 1,000 push-ups, his eyes unusually determined. Even if he succeeded in accomplishing his goal, it wasn't the end. It could only be considered a starting point. Suli sat on the side, surprised and dumbfounded. I did not expect that my own sentence of a joke, but let this man like a chicken blood take out the energy of desperation. Getting through the toughest times, it's as if muscle memory is forming in the arms. Or maybe it's the dopamine in the body that's starting to kick in. He Zhongliang surprisingly more and more easy to do. From a group of 3 or 5, to 10 or so, then dozens of 997, 998, 999, 1,000. As Suli finished counting the last push-up, He Zhongliang surprisingly didn't get exhausted, but just knelt down on the mat, raising his head and chest to inhale a big breath. He already had a low body fat percentage and had visible abs. Now that the muscles were engorged, the lines were even more pronounced and he looked very lean. Suli couldn't help but hug him to celebrate his victory, and He Zhongliang didn't have much of a reaction, even though he didn't feel as impulsive as he did in the past when he felt this exciting physical contact. It seems that dopamine has a way of running out. He Zhongliang muttered to himself, finally revealing a triumphant smile. Then he stood up and put on his clothes, full of concern. I'll do a good job in this job. Let Han Bing send beautiful women as much as he wants. I'm not afraid anymore. Really? Can this really work? I'm just joking with you. Don't tell Mr. Han that I gave you the idea. Suli had a timid look on her face, afraid of being blamed by Han Bing. Don't worry, I'm too lazy to talk to him. Let's go down. If we stay up there for so long, Hu Yuping will still think we're doing something up there. He Zhongliang casually flirted with a sentence, and looked up and down Suli's body. Really not so impulsive, probably too tired. The two came downstairs, where He Zhongliang was still panting and adjusting his breathing. From Hu Yuping's surprised eyes, He Zhongliang guessed that she thought wrongly. After Suli left, He Zhongliang and Hu Yuping were the only 2 people left in the empty and silent library. He Zhongliang asked, do you like to read? Hu Yuping smiled and replied, I don't love to read. I get sleepy when I look at it. I'm all about playing with my cell phone. He Zhongliang also did not read books, looking up at this library as if it were a sacred temple. I can't help but sigh, we're a bit unworthy of this place. Then left the counter and slipped around observing every corner of the library. Although I don't have the patience to read the contents of the book, it is more interesting to browse through the treasure trove of books with their beautiful book covers. Hu Yuping followed closely behind and asked shyly, what were you doing upstairs with Manager Su for so long? He Zhongliang casually replied, I'm working out up there. How do you work out? Did 1,000 push-ups? Hu Yuping gently disliked He Zhongliang's arm, reproaching shyly, you're so annoying. He Zhongliang looked at him and couldn't help but smile, guessing that what she understood by doing push-ups wasn't the same thing as what he said, but not bothering to explain seriously. He casually asked, why aren't you on your cell phone anymore? What are you following me for? It's only busy on weekends, but usually there's no one here from morning till night, so it's boring, and it's creepy to be alone, so it's not easy to have you as my companion. I'd better stay with you. Do you get a lot of students coming to see the books on the weekends? What books they read? They're all here to fall in love, and the nooks and crannies are full of little couples. We'll have to slip in and make the rounds often. The smooching will be ignored. There's no need to interfere, but too much behavior is certainly not acceptable. He Zhongliang glanced at Hu Yuping and praised, I didn't expect you to be so responsible and think about the safety of those students. They're 18 or 19. I don't care to worry about them. I'm afraid they'll get the place dirty and we'll have to clean it up and clean it. Used to sweep condoms out of nooks and crannies when cleaning. Disgusting. Hu Yuping bared her teeth with a disgusted expression. He Zhongliang thought she was quite cute and asked curiously, how long have you been working here? 2 weeks. I used to be in another department and then for some reason I was transferred to work here. At first, I thought it was a beautiful job, and I had had enough of fighting among my colleagues, so I thought I had come to enjoy my happiness. It seems that not everyone can endure loneliness. When you stay alone for a long time, you feel very lonely, as if you've been abandoned by the world, and you're on the verge of depression. Luckily you're here. We'll be companions from now on, men and women working together, and we won't be alone. He Zhongliang looked at her eagerness and guessed that she should also be someone Han Bing had deliberately arranged. Are you seeing anyone? No. Introduce me to a suitable one if you have one. He Zhongliang looked her up and down and teased. With your kind of posture and figure, there should be a long line of people chasing you. Do you still need someone else to introduce you? Where would I get the chance to meet the right one if I work here? You introduce me to one. Hu Yuping naturally took He Zhongliang's arm, and it looked like she was a veteran of love affairs. He Zhongliang pretended to match her. What type of man do you like? 5'8", lean and strong, fair-skinned, with a clear brow. Hu Yuping stared at He Zhongliang's face and began to detail her criteria for choosing a spouse. Do you think I'm okay as a person? He Zhongliang interrupted her and turned his head to meet her at eye level. Yes, I think we are quite suitable for each other. The first time I saw you, I felt very close to you. We must have been destined to each other in our past lives. Let's start this relationship right away. Hu Yuping stopped and couldn't wait to cling to He Zhongliang's body. He Zhongliang smiled and guessed, after taking me down, your mission will be complete. Han Bing should give you quite a reward. What are you saying? I don't understand. What does our business have to do with Mr. Han? Hu Yuping denied it, but her expression could not hide some panic. Chapter 34 Appreciating Works of Art. He Zhongliang reached out and cupped Hu Yuping's small face, which was indeed beautiful and had a youthful and wild appeal. Han Bing also really took great pains to find extremely beautiful women with different styles, and thought of them quite thoughtfully. He Zhongliang was slightly stupid, but it was not very difficult to control. Smiling, he pushed Hu Yuping away and kept his distance from her. As he walked, he said, don't get physical with me. Manager Su has explained. Both of you are people arranged by Han Bing, and you're still talking tough here. You're kidding me. Hu Yuping still does not want to admit, followed closely by He Zhongliang, cannot help but show an awkward smile. When the two of them walked to the area of human sketches and oil paintings, He Zhongliang stopped in his tracks. Looking at the beautifully illustrated books on the shelves, he unexpectedly developed a kind of worshipful mentality. I don't know if it's because the dopamine in my body is more stable now, or because I really like this art. Surprisingly, his mind is not distracted to appreciate these works, so he still has such an elegant hobby. How did he not realize it before? You men can't walk away from the sight of a naked woman. Hu Yuping stood beside He Zhongliang, surveying those oil paintings and sketches with disdain. It's art. What do you know? He Zhong didn't tell her back, staring at a piece of artwork in fascination. On it was a woman, looking bland as she lay on a bed. A snow-white blanket was draped over her body, which didn't cover anything that should be covered anyway. But with the woman's body, it makes a very intentional picture. He Zhongliang can't say what he realized, but it just resonated with him in some way. And maybe that's the charm of art. The author paints a picture and searches for a kindred spirit that resonates in a sea of people. There are some things that can only be conveyed without words. After staring at the painting for a long time, Junliang finally came to a realization that the woman on the painting looked like Shen Kaiwei, so it was no wonder he felt so much. The author of this oil painting was a foreigner, and it was impossible for him to have seen Shen Kaiwei, but it was such a coincidence that he painted a woman similar to Shen Kaiwei. Junliang picked up the album, and Hu Yuping hurriedly reminded him, "Are you going to supervise the theft? I'll pay for it. There are real people you're not interested in. What are you looking at a painting for? Just put it back." Junliang smiled, put the album back, and sighed. "I also want to learn to paint." He wanted to help Shen Kaiwei paint a picture of that woman's beauty and elegance. Hu Yuping chimed in, "You want to see a woman's body?" Junliang pointed to the bookshelf next to him. "You don't like looking at women. Aren't there portraits of men over there?" Hu Yuping threw out, "I saw it long ago. It's not pretty at all." Junliang didn't bother to argue with her and twisted his head. Hu Yuping followed with a suggestion, "If you want to learn to paint, let's learn together. There's nothing to do at work anyway, so let's find a room where you can draw me and I can draw you." Junliang said with great interest, "I'll draw you one back at the counter." "It's not good at the counter. What if someone comes in? There's someone else who cares about painting." "No one cares about painting, but nudity isn't very nice. At our level, we'd better draw with clothes on first." "What's the point of that? You die of that heart. You definitely won't be able to complete the task Han Bing gave you." "I don't know. Maybe we'll fall in love over time." Junliang couldn't help but molest her. "I won't date you. It's impossible to have a love affair." Hu Yuping followed behind Junliang, indifferently throwing out a sentence. "It's okay for me to date you." Junliang glanced back at her and asked curiously, "Which department did you work in before?" "It's your company's song and dance troupe, isn't it?" "What song and dance troupe?" "It's the PR department, all right." "Oh, that's about right." The two returned to the counter to find paper and pens, sat at opposite ends of the counter, and faced each other and began to draw each other. 5 minutes later, both men delivered work they were happy with. Hu Yuping drew a donkey and Junliang drew a caterpillar. Both think they draw better, but in fact the level is comparable, and there are a lot of them in elementary school. When Junliang returned home in the evening, Shen Kaiwei was already busy in the kitchen. He stood in the kitchen doorway, leaned against the doorframe and asked, "Can I help you?" "It's a meal for two. Simple for a while, so don't make a mess. Coming in doesn't help much, and you're always making a move on me." Shen Kaiwei blamed with a smile on her face, then asked with concern, "How do you feel on your first day of work? Are you still comfortable with that job?" "The work environment is nice and relaxing. It's just the co-workers." Junliang smiled, hesitating whether to tell Shen Kaiwei that Han Bing had arranged for a beautiful woman to seduce him again. "What's the matter? Don't co-workers get along?" Shen Kaiwei turned her head with a worried expression. Junliang took a deep breath and replied, "It's okay. I found the right way to get along with them." Shen Kaiwei comforted him, "Try your best to adapt. If you can't stand it, you don't have to force yourself too much. Just find another suitable job." Junliang helplessly lamented, "Now the general environment is bad. It is not easy to find a satisfactory job." "Then you lie flat. Stay at home. I'll feed you." Once he heard this, Junliang smiled and walked into the kitchen. "What are you doing in here?" Just as Shen Kaiwei finished speaking, Junliang hugged her from behind, face to face. "Dr. Shen, you're so nice, but how can I eat soft food when I'm so young?" Shen Kaiwei proposed. "Then do something on your own. How much money do you need? I'll give it to you." "Are you rich?" Shen Kaiwei asked a rhetorical question. "Don't you know?" "Know what?" The two were like a mute riddle. Shen Kaiwei directly confessed, "When I got divorced, Han Bing gave me several sets of properties and a sum of money. In fact, I can't even spend the interest every year, so you don't have to worry about the money." Junliang guessed that Han Bing cared so much about Shen Kaiwei that he shouldn't treat her poorly when he divorced, but he never asked how much property Shen Kaiwei had. "So you're a rich woman, Auntie. I don't want to work hard." Junliang exaggerated his plea. "Stop it. Go wait outside. Don't delay me from cooking." Shen Kaiwei turned her head to deliver a kiss. Junliang had a feeling of both wealth and sex, but after being with Shen Kaiwei, he was probably infected by her and had no expectations of money. "I'm not cut out for business, and we're fine as we are." Junliang turned to leave the kitchen. Shen Kaiwei nodded, revealing a satisfied smile. When it was time to eat, Junliang's appetite was particularly good, and he ate a lot. Shen Kaiwei asked curiously, "Isn't your job very free? Why does it seem like you've been doing physical labor all day?" Junliang honestly said, "It's just that the work is too idle. There is a gym on the second floor of the library. I found a way to fight with the dopamine in my body. Which is to exercise like crazy, so that I won't think about anything if I'm exhausted. From now on, I'll exercise during the day and have you at night. and this dopamine overdose of mine will be solved. Your doctor suggested exercise therapy to you a long time ago. Why are you just now trying it? In the past, I worked so hard at work and didn't sleep well at night, and I couldn't push the limits of my physical strength, so I didn't feel any effect. Now it's good that I have you with me at night and I eat well and sleep well. The daytime is also free, and there's plenty of stamina to exercise. Shen suggested to He Zhongliang, with so much exercise during the day, you should stop tossing and turning at night and sleep honestly. He Zhongliang stared at Shen and suddenly remembered the oil painting he saw today. His infatuated eyes made Shen couldn't help but be petulant and expectant. Chapter 35, A Lively Weekend. The next day, after He Zhongliang went to work, Hu Yuping still looked for various opportunities to seduce him. Han Bing arranged for her to work at the library in order to take down He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang talked and laughed with him, and also found it quite interesting, but as soon as he felt the urge to want it, he ran to the gym on the second floor and started working out like crazy. It wasn't until after those urges were chased away that he came downstairs exhausted. Hu Yuping saw him coming down from the second floor, panting, couldn't help but tease. Why do you need to torture yourself like this? Just comply with me. If you're good and I'm good, Mr. Han will be happy. He Zhongliang took a big breath to adjust his breathing, took out a bottle of water from the vending machine, sat down next to the counter, and drank 2 mouthfuls afterward, throwing out a line, you're dead in the water. I won't give you a chance to take credit. If you're like that, Mr. Han should transfer me someday and replace me with someone else to deal with you. He Zhongliang took a sip of water and couldn't help but smile. Looking at that scowl of yours, are you particularly looking forward to another beautiful woman to seduce you? It's useless to replace anyone else. Once this kind of thing starts, you simply can't put the brakes on it. I don't want to toss my body to waste, then lose Shen and end up with nothing. I heard that Shen is Mr. Han's ex-wife, so she shouldn't be too young. He Zhongliang glared at her, but answered truthfully, she's 42. Why do you like such old aunts? I don't like her because she's older. I like her because I like her and it just so happens that she's that age. Get your logic straight, will you? Hu Yuping laughed and teased. Then let Mr. Han arrange for a nearly 100-year-old to seduce you next time. He Zhongliang was amused by Hu Yuping. Honestly, this girl was sunny and cute, coupled with a top-notch face and body. It was hard not to be attracted to her when faced with it every day. She was wearing a little yellow knit shirt today that was so slimming that all it took was a lift of her arms to reveal her belly button and tiny waist. Coupled with those light-colored jeans, they couldn't be tighter and outlined the curves that were going to kill her. You tell Han Bing that I like Yumi Kazama and arrange for her to seduce me. He Zhongliang took half a bottle of water and was going to work out on the second floor again. You've only had a short break. Why are you going up there again? The sight of you sets me on fire. He Zhongliang left a sentence and had left the counter. I can help you. Just don't go up there tired like that. He Zhongliang ignored her and walked quickly up the stairs. She exclaimed, who's Yumi Kazama? A foreigner? Look it up yourself on the internet. He Zhongliang went upstairs without looking back. Hu Yuping opened her cell phone, typed in that name, and looked at it for a few moments, muttering in a low voice, He Zhongliang, you're so perverted. 2 days later at the end of the week, the library became alive with activity. Pairs of boys and girls, hiding in nooks and crannies with their books, shielding their faces with them, but not reading a word. Of course there are some students who like to study and are reading seriously. Anyway, to each his own. The library is indeed a place to grow knowledge. Hu Yuping and He Zhongliang took turns patrolling, preventing those love-inert guys from doing excessive things. They didn't care in other places, but they were determined not to do so in the library. Hu Yuping had already slipped around a few times and returned to the counter to sit down, telling He Zhongliang to go on patrol to keep an eye on the students. He Zhongliang said helplessly, I'm not going. I can't watch those images. Hu Yuping took a sip of water and asked, why? He Zhongliang spat out one word, greedy. You're such a poser. Why don't you crave it when it's just the two of us in the library? He Zhongliang smiled and explained, then what do you think I went up to the second floor to work out for? You actually crave my body, don't you? Hu Yuping approached He Zhongliang with a flirtatious face. I'm going to the second floor to work out. He Zhongliang left the counter after saying that. You're not allowed to go up there today, so get on patrol, or I don't care. I'll go up to the second floor with you. He Zhongliang walked to the stairs, and after a sigh, he helplessly changed direction and slipped away to spy on the students. He Zhongliang tried not to look around. He only wanted to serve as a warning. Let those young boys and girls know that there were administrators slipping back and forth, and that some of their actions should not go too far. He Zhongliang was in the middle of a group of young boys and girls who were talking about love. He suddenly remembered what Mr. Zhao, in the animal world, had said, it's animal mating season again, and the air is filled with the smell of hormones. Suddenly out of nowhere a few girls appeared and surrounded He Zhongliang, greeting him with both enthusiasm and shyness. Hello, are you the new administrator? He Zhongliang nodded. Facing these energetic and shy young girls made one sigh at the beauty of youth. A girl spoke up and asked, "Where does that staircase lead to?" He Zhongliang replied, "The second floor." "Of course. Can you take us up there and show us?" "Yeah, let's go up there and check it out. The administrators used to be mean." "You seem nice." The girls began to give He Zhongliang high hats and pampered him with discussions. He Zhongliang looked at this group of young and beautiful girls, sighing in his heart. Sometimes you can't blame men. It's too hard to stop thinking about it. When can a man not be horny? But he still insisted on refusing. And the girls relied on their youthful beauty and saw that He Zhongliang was polite to them. Pulled He Zhongliang's arm. Unforgiving pampering. "If you guys don't stop, I'll call the company security." Although He Zhongliang used a joking tone, the girls could hear that he had a firm attitude. Only helplessly choose to give up. Lost and scattered to the corner. Han Shui, with two classmates, suddenly walked into the library and came to the counter only to see Hu Yuping alone. Politely, he asked, "Does He Zhongliang work here?" Hu Yuping didn't recognize Han Shui and thought she was just He Zhongliang's friend. Pointing casually, "He should be skulking over there." "Thanks." Han Shui led the two students over toward the bookshelf. After the trio approached He Zhongliang, Han Shui greeted him warmly and introduced the two female classmates. The two girls greeted He Zhongliang politely, unable to hide their surprised expressions. The two couldn't help but whisper behind Han Shui. She spoke to He Zhongliang. As the boyfriend of Han Shui's mother, He Zhongliang was indeed too young and well-built and handsome. It made Han Shui's classmates feel surprised. He was a far cry from the elders he remembered. After chatting with He Zhongliang for a few moments, Han Shui took the two students free and began to visit this library. Chapter 36. As He Zhongliang returned to the counter, Hu Yuping wondered who those three girls were to him. The girl in the lead is called Han Shui. Don't you recognize her? With a puzzled expression, Hu Yuping questioned. "She is here to find you. How can I recognize her? What exactly is your relationship with her? Let me run through." He Zhongliang thought about it and started to explain. "Her mom and I are lovers. She should call me uncle, right? She's so old now. Even if her mom and I get married in the future, there's no need to change her name, don't you think? Aren't you with Mr. Han's ex-wife now?" He Zhongliang nodded. "Yes, that's right." Hu Yuping suddenly realized. So she's the daughter of General Manager Han. He Zhongliang purposely praised. "Your brain turns really fast." Hu Yuping hurriedly left the counter, leaving behind a sentence. "You watch here." He Zhongliang was curious. "What are you doing?" "Go and be a guide for Mr. Han's daughter and introduce her to it. There are many interesting designs in this library that many people don't know about." "What an interesting design. Why didn't you tell me?" "You count for nothing." Hu Yuping dropped a sentence and had already walked away, exasperating He Zhongliang to tears. He held the counter and gasped, helplessly exclaiming, "What a ing bully to honest people. This little wavy hoof, when conquered, it is estimated that it is not so arrogant." He Zhongliang could not help but think wildly, and the appearance of Hu Yuping begging for mercy came to mind. "This dopamine is back. It's ing torture." He Zhongliang vented a sentence, could not care less, left the counter, rushed to the second floor gym. Half an hour later, He Zhongliang took off his shirt and was doing pull-ups. He was already sweating, and his muscles had become very full and defined as they filled with blood. "What are you so mad about running here again?" Hu Yuping's voice came from behind her. He Zhongliang let go of the bar and turned around impatiently, just about to scold her for coming up for what. She ended up seeing Han Shui and those two classmates following her up, and awkwardly picked up her blouse and put it on. "Why did you bring them up here?" "They wanted to come up here, so I brought them up here." "Do I have to ask your permission? Then I'll go down and watch while you guys play up there." He Zhongliang left a sentence and left in a panic. Only after seeing him leave did Han Shui's two classmates put away their surprised expressions and shyly exchanged words. Han Shui had a special relationship with He Zhongliang, so she didn't feel like discussing it with them. "Come on, I'll give you guys a tour. This is the gym, and there's a floor above it. Mr. Han used to come here too." Hu Yuping began to introduce to Han Shui and others. He Zhongliang hurried down from the second floor and was stopped by a couple of girls who indignantly questioned, "Why do other people get to go up there?" He Zhongliang casually explained, "The upstairs is only open to insiders." Were those three women just now also insiders? He Zhongliang told the truth. That girl's father is the boss of this company, and this library is what he agreed to build. There's no commercial value, just because he wanted to build a library. People have more money than they can spend, so they can use it however they want. The girl was very unconvinced. Rich people are great. Why should they be treated differently? The world is not fair. Being rich is no big deal, but it's not a crime. Some children still can't get enough to eat and can't afford to go to school. You do not study well. Every day you are full of nothing to do. Take the parents' money to spend recklessly, to buy those junk food, and some useless things, to meet their own vanity. Is it fair to the children who don't have enough to eat and can't afford to go to school? A few girls are lazy to listen to He Zhongliang on the education class. Whitey did not speak again, turned around and left in pairs. He Zhongliang took a deep breath and walked towards the counter. He didn't hate the girls, he was just too lazy to tangle with them. After returning to the counter and sitting down, he grabbed a bottle of water and took a couple sips. He finally calmed down. Han Shui waited until the library closed and left with He Zhongliang, who was off duty. The two go home together, and over dinner, Han Shui talks to her mother about everything in the library, including He Zhongliang's pretty young female co-worker. Shen was a bit surprised when she heard it. She didn't expect the librarian to be a young and pretty girl. She looked at He Zhongliang and flirted with him with a smile. It's good to have a young and pretty female co-worker. It won't be boring to go to work. You must be very happy during your work hours. We go our own way. He Zhongliang lowered his head to eat, his expression a bit awkward. Although he hadn't done anything to wrong Shen Kaiyue, he was still worried that Shen Kaiyue would mind, so he didn't deliberately hide nor actively state that his co-worker was a beautiful young girl. Han Shui could see that He Zhongliang was a little nervous, and her mother seemed a little jealous, smiling reassuringly. Mom, why don't I talk to Dad and ask him to transfer that pretty sister, replace it with an uncle or a granny? She didn't know that the beautiful sister was the one his father had deliberately set up. Shen Kaiyue stared at He Zhongliang and continued to flirt. Forget it. How boring it would be for him to go to work like that. He Zhongliang lowered his head with a smile on his face and continued to eat. A stomach of aggression cannot speak. After Han Shui went home, He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiyue were too embarrassed to share a room and still slept separately at night. At the end of the weekend, the usual quiet returned to the library. When He Zhongliang went to work, he did have quite a lot of fun messing around with Hu Yuping. The two cleaned and organized their bookshelves, often getting into fights over the smallest things, and they still got along as regular friends. More than 10 in the morning, Han Bing walked into the library with Su Li. Since He Zhongliang had come to work, he hadn't come to inspect the situation, and he didn't know if Hu Yuping had gotten it yet. The two walked into the library and saw that the counter was empty. Suri reminded, yesterday was the weekend, they should be cleaning today. The two walked toward the reading area, did not see anyone but heard Hu Yuping begging for mercy. Voice, I dare not. You lighten up, okay? Hurt me. It hurts my ass. I didn't even try hard enough. Just give me. He Zhongliang didn't have the slightest bit of compassion. You let go of my hand. Don't hold me down. Let me get up first. I'm too lazy to play hide and seek with you, so don't you dare try to escape. Han Bing was overjoyed, thinking that Hu Yuping had seduced He Zhongliang. Easing her footsteps with Suri, she approached the place where the noise was made and ducked down the side of a bookshelf to peek out. He Zhongliang was found to have pinned Hu Yuping down on the floor, but both of them were fully dressed. Hu Yuping took out a packet of beef jerky from her arms, and He Zhongliang grabbed it before letting him up. Showing a satisfied smile, he sarcastically said, Mantis is not self-conscious enough to rob me. Hu Yuping just climbed up, a face of defiance, leaping to start a new round of battle. Chapter 37, Just Friends. Han Bing walked out from behind the bookshelf and teased, You two are having quite a good time. Mr. Han, you're here. Hu Yuping hurriedly greeted respectfully. He Zhongliang awkwardly put the beef jerky behind him and greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Han. This job is still a good fit, isn't it? Pretty good. Han Bing chatted briefly with He Zhongliang and then asked Su Li to take him elsewhere for inspection. Then he came over to Hu Yuping and asked in a low voice, How are you developing with him? Hu Yuping replied helplessly, Just ordinary friends. Are you still just ordinary friends after all this fun? As long as there is physical contact between a man and a woman, the next thing to do is not just a matter of water and water. You still need me to teach you. He's not cooperating with me. He's just messing with me. And the minute I go overboard, he scatters. Damn. This kid is pretty out of line. Han Bing muttered, then warned Hu Yuping, You'd better get a grip. If not, I'll transfer you and get someone else to deal with him. Hu Yuping asked with an expectant face. Mr. Han, which department are you planning to transfer me to? Transferred to the factory to hit the screws. I'm not going. Hu Yuping took Han Bing's arm and pampered him. What are you doing with me? If you can, do it to him. Hu Yuping pleaded. Mr. Han, please give me some more time. Han Bing glared at her and couldn't help but wonder. Youthful and beautiful girls like you, ordinary men can't handle it. There's also Su Li's kind of poised, mature woman, who's also arranged for him. Also, what kind of woman does this brat really like? Is it true that besides Shen Kaiyue, he can't accept a second woman? Hu Yuping suddenly remembered what He Zhongliang had said and hurriedly reported to Han Bing. He said he likes Kazama Yumi. What the hell? Is that a personal name? Han Bing stared at Hu Yuping, feeling confused. Hu Yuping took out her cell phone and found out Yumi Kazama's information to show him. Oh, so it's her. After Han Bing saw the person, he was really a bit impressed, as if he had accompanied his youthful years. Then crying and laughing, he flirted. This is older than I am. Is there something wrong with this kid? He's teasing you. Hu Yuping loaded up her cell phone and lowered her head to stop talking. Get a grip on yourself. Women chasing men through the veil. Why is it so much work? You go and get busy. Han Bing sent Hu Yuping away and left the library himself. Su Li and He Zhenliang circled around the first floor twice, and the two of them came back to the gym on the second floor. In some ways, the two had a common language. An hour later, both men were drenched in sweat and sat on the mat panting heavily. Suri was wearing a white sports undershirt, her tight skin glistening under the sweat. The bumpy figure was extremely seductive. She came over to He Zhenliang's side, tilted her head with a pair of peach blossom eyes staring at He Zhenliang, and proposed, "Let's go to the bathroom and take a shower together." He Zhenliang knew that he hadn't worked out enough, as he was still physically very eager and impulsive. Without saying anything, he stood up and began to continue his workout, intending to do so until he calmed down. Seeing his intentions, Su Li helplessly consoled, "If you don't want to, forget it, it's not like I'm forcing you. Don't wear yourself out. I'll leave first." Then Suri took her coat and left. He Zhenliang didn't stop his workout, but just sent out, "Manager Su, take care." Half an hour after Su Li left, Hu Yuping saw that He Zhenliang had not yet come down, so she walked up the stairs. He Zhenliang had already done several sets of pull-ups and was almost exhausted. He tried his best to finish the last one and come down to rest, too tired and hard, all a little tinnitus. Hu Yuping came behind him and did not hear. Hu Yuping hugged the naked He Zhenliang from behind, and the sudden move startled He Zhenliang. Hurrying to let go of the bar, he turned around and pushed Hu Yuping away. "What are you doing? I'm covered in sweat. You don't mind?" Hu Yuping pounced up again, hugged He Zhenliang and said with resignation, "I don't mind. I like this kind of manliness. Let go of me. Don't make me do it." He Zhenliang gasped out a warning, and after pushing Hu Yuping away again, he sat down on the equipment next to him. "Did Han Bing put pressure on you? What are you planning to do? Trying to bully your way to the top? It's simply like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and you don't know what you're doing." He Zhenliang reminded Hu Yuping that he actually quite liked this girl, and that being an ordinary friend was very suitable. Hu Yuping approached He Zhenliang, sat next to him, and confessed seriously, "I really like you, and it has nothing to do with Han Bing. After these 2 days of getting along, I think we're quite suitable. You're so young, you don't know how many people you're going to like in your life. Even if you really like me, skip me over and go straight to the next one. Why don't you believe it?" "I believe it, but I don't accept it. Why are you so good at this?" Hu Yuping took advantage of the fact that He Zhenliang was very tired right now, and pounced on him, pinning him to the ground. Even if He Zhenliang was tired, he would have no problem dealing with a girl, but he was indeed too tired to bother fighting back as he slumped to the ground and laughed twice. "I'll beat you up every time I see you from now on." Hu Yuping put down a vicious sentence, and also stepped on He Zhenliang's buttocks twice, turned around and fled at a fast pace. She knew that He Zhenliang was just too lazy to fight back, and once she got up and did it, she was in trouble. He Zhenliang looked at the way Hu Yuping twisted her thin waist and arched buttocks to escape, and could not help but let out a long sigh. The library was unusually quiet, the afternoon sunlight spilling into the empty, quiet halls and lulling people into a state of lethargy. Hu Yuping sat inside the counter and couldn't help dozing off. He Zhenliang had fallen asleep on the counter. He had exerted too much physical strength in the morning and now needed to rest. Suddenly someone pushed open the library door, an elongated shadow that stretched across the counter in an instant. After closing the door, the shadows disappeared and someone walked toward the counter. Hu Yuping heard footsteps and opened her misty eyes to see a woman coming to her. Shen stood in front of the counter and couldn't help but smile when she saw He Zhenliang, who was sleeping. "Auntie, are you looking for him?" Hu Yuping saw Shen staring at He Zhenliang and guessed that she was here to find him. Shen signaled not to wake him up and requested Hu Yuping in a low voice, "I'll go inside and take a look, and tell him when he wakes up," then smiled and left, deliberately easing my footsteps toward the reading area. The clinic wasn't busy today, so Shen left work early after lunch. When she returned home, because He Zhenliang was not at home, she suddenly felt very lonely and empty inside. All those years of being single on my own, I've spent them uneventfully. Now it was surprising that she couldn't stand being alone and had a fidgety feeling. She knew she wasn't afraid of being alone because she was in love with someone. Chapter 38, Library Show of Love. Half an hour later, He Zhenliang raised his head and craned his neck, looking at the sun and the youthful beauty of Hu Yuping. Honestly really rare. He began to stir again, and with a sigh, he planned to go to the second floor and move around a bit. Hu Yuping reminded, "Someone was looking for you just now." He Zhenliang rubbed his eyes. "Where is everyone? You were sleeping when she came. She didn't ask me to wake you up and went over to the reading area to wait for you." "Who is it?" "I don't know. It might be because Mr. Han knows you like older ones, so he arranged for an aunt to come to you, but she's very pretty and has a unique temperament. If only I could be as beautiful and elegant as her when I get older. He Zhongliang had just walked out of the counter when he suddenly turned back and threatened. If you lie to me, beware of your grandpa Wu Song's pair of fists. Don't be a pugilist here. Go find your aunt. He Zhongliang walks to the reading area with a smile on his face. Shen Kaiwei found a hidden corner behind the bookshelf and sat on the sofa, holding a book and seeing it mesmerized. He Zhongliang walked over to her before she realized it, still concentrating on her book. She didn't look up and notice until He Zhongliang stood to one side of her, blocking out the sunlight. Putting down her book, she stood up and greeted. You're awake from your nap. You're not working today. Did you come to check in on me specifically? Shen Kaiwei smiled and teased. Right. Catch you sleeping during work hours and deduct your bonus for this month. He Zhongliang sat on the sofa, pulled Shen Kaiwei into his arms, and said emboldened. Feel free to gouge. I know a rich woman with plenty of money. Shen Kaiwei asked with a bit of loss. Am I just someone you know? And my doctor and savior. I can't live without you anyway. What if you can calm down without me later? Will you still need me? He Zhongliang heard that Shen Kaiwei seemed a bit emotional and sensitive, and hurriedly explained. Did you see that girl at the counter and mind a bit? I have nothing to do with her. I can control myself during the day now. I didn't do anything bad. You can check my color and my tongue. He Zhongliang stuck out his tongue for Shen Kaiwei to examine. Alright, it's fine. Take it back. It's like the black and white. He Zhongliang did not retract it, and slowly approached Shen Kaiwei. After a few minutes, the two separated. Shen Kaiwei complained. This isn't at home, so pay attention. You're such a man. You don't say anything when you're kissing, and then you say these things when you're done. Shen Kaiwei smiled, stroked He Zhongliang's face, and said seriously, I got off work at noon today, and when I got home I didn't know what to do alone. I just realized that I'm used to having you around and can't get away from you more and more. I'm middle-aged and it's so rare and lucky to meet someone who makes my heart sing, but I also feel very uneasy. I am afraid that one day I will lose you. He Zhongliang interrupted Shen Kaiwei's words with a kiss until her body went limp before slowly separating. Stroking her face to meet her eye to eye, he said awkwardly, I wanted to propose to you, but didn't have a ring ready, but I still want to ask you, will you marry me? Shen Kaiwei nodded with tears in her eyes and happily complained. I thought you were going to wait for me to speak first. I'm sorry. I'm used to letting you decide everything and listen to your arrangements. That's why I didn't take the initiative to bring up the matter of marriage. And I was afraid that if I proposed rashly, what if you didn't agree? What do you think I am? I've let you stay in my house, and I've even shared a room with you. How could you not want to? Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but reveal a petulant expression. That's the look I like to see on your face. He Zhongliang kisses her on the cheek and explains helplessly. Maybe when you care too much about someone, you don't feel confident when facing her, becoming cautious because of the fear of losing her. Me too. Shen Kaiwei wrapped her arms tightly around He Zhongliang's neck, unable to hide her joy. He Zhongliang proposed, since the words are all out, it's better for you to decide. When are we going to get married? Shen Kaiwei hesitated for a moment and discussed. Wait for the end of the year. I'll take a long vacation and let's go out for a honeymoon. Okay? You're so rich. It's not the same when you take a long vacation. Why do you still have to wait until the end of the year? It has nothing to do with money. I've worked at the clinic for so many years and I value my job. He Zhongliang purposely made things difficult. To you, which is important, me or the job? How is this comparable? No, it must be chosen. It's you. You're the most important. Shen Kaiwei came up to He Zhongliang's ear and revealed a shy smile. Then tenderly, you must not fail me, and I shall cry a great deal. Don't worry, if I fail you, the heavens will not spare me. It will definitely make me not die a good death and exhaust my essence. You don't say things like that. Shen Kaiwei chided and hugged He Zhongliang tighter. A few moments later, He Zhongliang led Shen Kaiwei to the human sketch and oil painting area. Shen Kaiwei scolded with a smile on her face. What did you bring me to see all this for? He Zhongliang found his favorite painting and asked excitedly, do you think the woman in this famous painting looks like you? Shen Kaiwei looked twice and shook her head, not feeling like herself. Why do I feel so much like you? He Zhongliang is still not dead. Carefully compare the woman in that painting and Shen Kaiwei. Alright, I'll leave you to your work. I'll go back first. Shen Kaiwei planned to go home first. He Zhongliang pulled her back. What's the disturbance? You see how I'm not working? I'm just staying up. It's still early. I'll take you around. It's a library. What's there to hang out in? There's 2 more floors up there. There's a gym and a couple of separate little rooms and a tea room. So I'll show you around. He Zhongliang pulled Shen Kaiwei up that coiled independent staircase. Shen Kaiwei was a bit scared. He Zhongliang directly picked her up, and the two of them looked very loving and sweet. Hu Yuping was inside the counter, probing at the 2 men on the stairs. Couldn't help but mutter, this guy He Zhongliang, he really likes older women. Shen Kaiwei wasn't interested in the fitness equipment, and the two came to the top floor. Above it was a tea room surrounded by several small individual rooms. The inside of the room is very moody and each room is a different style. After the two of them visited a few rooms, Zhongliang wrapped his arm around Shen Sayue's waist and discussed with her. Don't visit anymore. Let's stay in this room. What are you doing in this room? Shen Kaiyue asked. She originally didn't have that kind of intention, but looking at Zhongliang's expression, she couldn't help but blush. But still, a word of negotiation. Wait until you get home tonight, okay? No good. Zhongliang's arms are straining. Shen Sayue's breath caught in her throat as she pleaded. Be gentle. I can't catch my breath. Zhongliang pressed. Is it good to be here? Yes. Shen Sayue's breath couldn't help but tremble. Lying on Zhongliang's shoulder, he nodded in his ear. Chapter 39, Underhanded Strokes. More than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhongliang sent Shen Kaiyue out of the library. She wanted to go home first to cook. After Zhongliang returned to the counter, Hu Yuping couldn't wait to ask. What did you do with that ant up there for so long? Can't you experience something new for a change? Zhongliang sat down full of concern and muttered. It's almost time for work again. Hu Yuping came over to Zhongliang and asked after him. Did you guys know each other before? Or do you just like older ones? You don't have to be so old. Okay. She's in her early 40s and just reached middle age. I don't think she's old. You two have been having an affair for a long time, haven't you? We are a legitimate couple, dating with the intention of talking about marriage. What are you thinking? Hu Yuping suddenly realized. She is Mr. Han's ex-wife. It's true that she has an extraordinary temperament. No wonder she can make Mr. Han forget about her. Then cautioned. I don't think you two are a good match. She'll be an old lady by the time you're in your 40s. As we get older, we need our soulmates more. And our looks and body are less important. What do you know? Zhongliang turned his head to the side, not bothering to explain much. Hu Yuping pushed him and threatened. Do you want to fight? How do you want to die? Zhongliang glanced at her, his face full of disdain. You can die if you don't blow awesome. It's almost closing time. Can't you take less of a beating? The two began exchanging harsh words, and a mutual brawl was imminent. When they ate together in the evening, Zhongliang again winded down and didn't let the meal remain. Shen Kaiyue revealed a satisfied smile when she saw that he had such a good appetite. Are you hungry early today? Zhongliang nodded. Yeah, too much exercise in the library. Nasty. Shen Kaiyue couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising. Zhongliang hurriedly explained. I'm not talking about today's exercise with you. I usually always work out in the second floor gym as well. Of course today in the room on the third floor with you. Alright, come on, don't explain. I didn't ask you. Zhongliang smiled and didn't continue that topic. Where are you going to go on your honeymoon when we get married? How about you? What do you have in mind? Zhongliang shook his head. I'm only interested in you. Shen Kaiyue helplessly suggested. Then why not just spend your honeymoon at home? I'm fine with that. Wait for me to think about it. Find a picturesque place to distract you. Save you from thinking about that kind of thing all day long. I'm pretty regular with that sort of thing now that I'm toned down. Yeah. Do you think it's too much? Shen Kaiyue smiled without saying anything. You don't say anything. Is that too little? Shen Kaiyue glared at him with a shy face and stood up to clean up the dishes. Zhongliang hurriedly got up to help, deliberately touching her hand and apologizing falsely. Oops. Sorry. Shen Kaiyue blushed and gently urged. I don't need your help. Go take a shower. There's no rush. I'll wait for you to wash up with me. Zhongliang followed her into the kitchen. I don't want it. Shen Kaiyue refused on her lips, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. A few months later, Zhongliang's colleague was no longer Hu Yuping, because he had never completed the task Han Bing had given him. Hu Yuping was transferred by Han Bing and replaced with another beauty to partner with Zhongliang, but it still didn't work out. Zhongliang always responds to all changes with one word, practice. Just go to the second floor on an impulse and go on a practice binge to burn off all the extra dopamine. Keep yourself calm and not ramble on about your coworkers and be stupid. Han Bing is anxious, and through his daughter, he knows that Shen Kaiyue plans to marry Zhongliang at the end of the year. If we delay any longer, it will be too late, and I'm afraid we'll just have to watch the two of them get married. Han Bing has almost no weaknesses in this person's character. Delicate-minded, ruthless and very shrewd, but he has a shortcoming, which is to believe in the unseen. Maybe he's done a lot of bad things and is more squeamish about ghosts and gods. He inquired about the bordering country of Savatica, where there was a master who could anticipate things and could put a compulsion on people to control the behavior of those who were under the compulsion. But masters don't see everyone. They have to be introduced by an acquaintance, and it was very expensive to ask a master to cast spells. But for Han Bing, connections and money were not a problem. Since Zhongliang refused to get on board and refused to drink until he was forced to do so, he had no choice but to use underhanded tactics. He intended to trick Zhongliang into going to the country of Savatica and have a master put a compulsion on him to control him for a period of time. As long as he was allowed to break up with Shen Kaiyue when he returned to the country, he didn't intend to take his life. Han Bing walked into the library, only to see the beautiful woman he had arranged for sitting at the counter. "Hello, Mr. Han." The beauty hurriedly stood up to greet Han Bing. Han Bing looked to the second floor. "He's gone to the gym up there to work out again." The beauty nodded and said helplessly, "Mr. Han, I really tried my best, but he wouldn't take the bait. I'm not as strong as him, so I can't force him to be with me. Okay, I'll transfer you tomorrow." Han Bing threw out a sentence and walked straight to the stairs. Coming to the gym on the second floor, Han Bing stared at He Zhongliang, who was working out. He had done his strength training and was practicing hitting the sandbags, his tendon flesh strong and terrifying. Because of the intense daily workout, he became very strong. Under the effect of a large amount of dopamine, it gave him exceptional physical strength and outstanding hands. At the moment, his muscles were so full of blood that they looked like they were made of steel. His well-developed pecs emphasized his great strength, and his tight abs were neatly aligned like carefully carved slabs of stone. The arms were long but lean and sturdy, with sinewy arms full of explosive power. The muscles of his legs were also strong. His steps were light but very powerful, and the whole person exuded a masculine aura. Han Bing walked over to He Zhongliang and flirted with him with a smile. "I don't know anything about boxing, but looking at your stance, you should be able to fight professionally. If you're interested, I'll pay for a team to help you." He Zhongliang stopped, took a big breath to adjust his breathing, and politely refused. "I don't have that kind of idea. It's better to be an honest office worker. A mediocre life is just fine now. I'm very satisfied." For the matter of Han Bing arranging for a beautiful colleague to seduce He Zhongliang, the two people are unspoken. "You're a solid young man." After Han Bing praised it, he told He Zhongliang, "The library is rented to a theater group for filming next week, so you can take a few days off." He Zhongliang nodded. It didn't matter to him. There was no big difference between going to work and resting at home. Han Bing proposed again. "It just so happens that I'm going to visit a master in the country of Sabatica, and there are some business decisions I'd like him to help me with. If you don't have anything to do, can you accompany me on my trip?" That kind of person isn't easy to meet. He Zhongliang wasn't interested in that kind of godly man and couldn't help but be curious. How could someone as capable as you believe in those godly men? You can't say that. I'd rather believe it than not believe it. You are still young. Some things exist. There must be its reason. Why don't you come with me? I've been too busy with work and haven't had a chance to talk to you properly even though I've been wanting to. This time, I'll leave on a plane in the morning when I go abroad, and I'll be back the same night. Han Bing hurriedly persuaded He Zhongliang with a cautious attitude, and it seemed that he was very much in awe of those things. He Zhongliang didn't want to go, but in the face of Han Bing's sincere invitation, he didn't quite feel like refusing. Han Bing could see that he was a bit embarrassed, and smiled again as he asked, "What's wrong? You still don't trust me by now? Afraid I'll set you up? Don't worry, if you have any damage, Shen will never take me on for the rest of her life, and I really want to make you a friend." Han Bing said to this point. He Zhongliang, embarrassed to resign, so reluctantly nodded to agree. Chapter 40, Wanting to be a Housewife. When He Zhongliang had dinner in the evening, he told Shen about Han Bing's invitation to go to the country of Sabatica. Shen worriedly asked, "Can you sleep well at night without me around?" He Zhongliang smiled and replied, "It doesn't matter even if he doesn't sleep for a night once in a while," and he said that he left in the morning on a private jet and came back at night. Shen asked again, "Do you want to go?" I didn't want to go, but his repeated and sincere invitations made it hard for me to say no. You don't have to commit yourself, just tell him if you don't want to go. Forget it, if he really wants to play tricks, if he rejects him this time, he'll think of other ways in the future. Maybe it's to get an exotic beauty to seduce me. I'd like to see what tricks he's playing. Shen glared at He Zhongliang and asked with a smile, "Can you stand the test?" "Must land," He Zhongliang confidently assured. Shen held He Zhongliang's hand, heartbroken and comforted with a bit of jealousy. "It's really hard for you to be with me. Every day, you have to go through the trials of a beautiful woman." He Zhongliang immediately became alert and asked cautiously, "Are you pointing at me?" "No, I really feel sorry for you," Shen replied casually, but her expression was somewhat careless. He Zhongliang exclaimed, "Dr. Shen, why are you also inconsistent in your appearance now?" Then after gazing at Shen for a moment, she carefully asked, "Are you still willing to have a child?" "Of course I do. I can still have babies. I want to talk to you." Shen didn't finish her sentence, but she was actually shy. He Zhongliang gripped her hand tightly and excitedly proposed, "When we get married and have a child, I'll stop working and become a housewife, okay? Serve the child every day and wait for you to come home from work. Won't you be aggravated and bored? For a man who loves his wife and children, this is very happy. How can it be boring? But only with your consent. After all, there is no financial income, and you will have to eat and spend your money in the future, and you will have to look at your face." Shen couldn't help but laugh out loud, her eyes full of doting comfort. I won't give you a face, I will definitely love you well. He Zhongliang deliberately humbled himself to curry favor. It's okay. You're under a lot of pressure at work, and it's only right that you come home to take it out on me once in a while. After I put the child to bed at night, I'll serve you well and do my best to satisfy you. Nasty. What do you make me out to be? Shen scolded, could not hide the happy and excited smile. Shen returned to the bedroom after her bath, wearing a silky halter nightgown, and got into bed to snuggle in He Zhongliang's arms. With a rosy, tender face, He Zhongliang couldn't help but praise excitedly. Dr. Shen, you're getting more and more charming. Then can't wait. After a period of intimacy, Shen Saiyue's body has been hot. He Zhongliang pulled open the bedside table and was stopped by Shen Kaiyue. Don't use that. I don't want you to use. Looking at Shen Saiyue's excited and urgent expression, He Zhongliang understood that she didn't want to wait until she got married to start having children. The wedding day is in a little over 3 months, so even if you get pregnant now, it's not out of the question. He Zhongliang forcefully closed the drawer. He has long been looking forward to this moment. After carrying clouds and holding rain, Shen Kaiyue snuggled into He Zhongliang's arms and stroked his body curiously. Why are you so strong now? It doesn't look very fat, but when it presses down on me, it feels so much heavier than before. Sorry, I'll be more careful in the future. I was probably too into it and didn't control the power. It's not like I blame you. I don't mind as long as you're healthy. Shen Kaiyue is full of shyness and satisfaction. 2 days later, He Zhongliang took Han Bing's private jet and arrived in the country of Savatica. Han Bing also brought a few henchmen with him, all of whom were stout and appeared to be practiced. The group was led down by the locals to the master's villa. The villa covered an area of several thousand square meters, and there were more than 10 workers inside alone. Several people approached an elaborate 3-story penthouse, and a few bodyguards stayed outside to wait. Han Bing took He Zhongliang inside to sit in the main hall and wait while the subordinate went to inform the master. He Zhongliang sat next to Han Bing and couldn't help but mutter, "The master's rack isn't small." "You can't say that." Han Bing gave He Zhongliang a serious reminder, and it seemed that he greatly admired the master. He Zhongliang didn't speak again inside in his heart. If it's more than mind's eye and scheming, he's definitely inferior to Han Bing, but such a shrewd big shot, preferring to believe in these gods and goddesses. A few moments later, a 70 to 80-year-old lean old man came to the main hall with the support of 2 wonderful young girls. Han Bing hurriedly stood up and saluted in greeting, and He Zhongliang followed suit. He Zhongliang's attention was on the 2 young girls beside the master. They were as beautiful as flowers with a beautiful figure, like 2 freshly bloomed snow lotuses. Just based on the master's row, He Zhongliang was sure that this old man was not a serious thing. The underlings brought tea, and Han Bing took it with both hands, drinking it and signaling He Zhongliang to drink it as well. He Zhongliang didn't think much about it and drank the tea as well, then sit beside Han Bing and listen to him chatting with the master. 2 minutes later, He Zhongliang felt that he had a problem with his hearing. How could he just watch Han Bing open his mouth with the master? But he couldn't hear the sound. Rubbing his ears, he still couldn't hear anything, and his head was buzzing and his vision was starting to get blurry. He tried to get up, but his whole body was so limp and weak that he blacked out and fainted. 2 underlings came over and set He Zhongliang up, dragging him to kneel in front of the master, one on each side assisting him. The master opens his treasure box, which is quite a mess. He picked up a long needle, coated it with black potion, and prepared to stab it through the top of He Zhongliang's head. Han Bing reminded, "Master must not hurt his life." The master confidently assured, "Don't worry, it will only cause his temperament to change drastically and his temper to become violent. Even the closest people around him won't be able to tolerate him." Han Bing nodded. This was the result he wanted. When He Zhongliang broke with Shen Kaiyue, he stepped forward to protect her and took the opportunity to start over with her. Just as the master was about to make his move, a group of local police broke in from outside. They were armed with guns and had already brought Han Bing's bodyguards outside under control. The sheriff who led the way came to the Grandmaster and was still polite to him, politely telling him, "This is a private matter between Mr. Han and I, so it would be best for the Grandmaster to recuse himself." These people broke into the master's villa without permission and came to see his guests, much to the master's displeasure. But he wasn't stupid. Even if he had some fame and power, it depended on who he was comparing himself to. He didn't dare to put on airs in front of these groundlings. Since the sheriff had given him face, there was no need for him to do so. Hurrying away with the help of his subordinates, he left Han Bing and the unconscious He Zhongliang to these local police. Chapter 41, Murdered Outside the Country. Han Bing recognized the lead sheriff. His name was Wan Hu. Once a mobster in the country, he secretly had a lot of cooperation with Han Bing. He helped Han Bing to do some unseen things. Han Bing gave him a lot of benefits, but his appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and he even used his own knowledge of the secret as a bargaining chip. Wanting half of the shares of Han Bing's company, Han Bing could see that this man was insatiable, and there was no way to control or fill his appetite. Then he spent a lot of money to hire killers outside the country to silence Wang Hu while he was here in the country of Sabatica for fun. This was 2 years ago, when the news also reported the accidental death of Wang Hu. Han Bing didn't expect that he hadn't died and had changed his identity to stay in the country of Sabatica all this time, and that he had even gotten into such a high position here. Mr. Han, do you still recognize me? Wang Hu came close to Han Bing and fired a shot at his leg. Han Bing screamed miserably and fell to his knees in pain. Wang Hu ripped off his clothes and pointed to the scars left by several gunshot wounds on his body. You've hit hard. You directly sent someone to take my life, but I was so lucky that I was shot several times and didn't die. I know you have power and connections in China. I can't fight you back, so I simply changed my identity and stayed in this foreign country, and have been paying attention to your whereabouts through friends in China, waiting for this day. Strong dragons don't suppress snakes, and Wang Hu has already put down roots here and gotten into the position of sheriff. Han Bing knew he couldn't fight him here and only hoped to save his life. As long as he could return home alive, everything would be fine. Han Bing showed weakness to Wang Hu. I'll give you as much money as you want if you let me go back. I know how you are, and once I let you roll over, you won't give me another chance. I'm afraid that if I have more money, I won't have the life to spend it. Han Bing had a feeling that things were not going well, and that he should be in trouble today. Covering his injured leg, he forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and asked, "What do you want?" 1, 2, 3, 4. Wang Hu counted the scars on his body, a total of 4 gunshot wounds. I'll give you back these 4 shots, if you're tough enough to survive too. We'll be even. How about that? Han Bing glared angrily at Wang Hu, and he was speechless at this point. That shot in your leg back there counts. I'll shoot you 3 more times and I'll be even. Right. After Wang Hu finished speaking, he fired 3 shots at Han Bing's chest. Han Bing collapsed in a pool of blood, no longer responsive. Wang Hu hesitated slightly and continued to shoot at Han Bing until he finished the bullets in his gun, then apologized falsely. Mr. Han, I'm sorry, I'm not good at math. Finally succeeding in his revenge, Wang Hu took a deep breath and instead lost some of it. He told those around him, "Sell the ones out there to the underground factory." The man turned away and escorted Han Bing's bodyguard away with a few of his colleagues. Wang Hu approached in front of the still unconscious Xi Zhengliang and squatted down to take a closer look for a moment. Hesitantly, he said, "I don't know who you are, but kill someone in my chassis and you don't expect to leave alive." Wang Hu wiped the pistol that he had just used to kill Han Bing, then shoved it into Xi Zhengliang's hand. Xi Zhengliang opened his eyes and realized that he was sitting on a chair and was handcuffed and shackled. Being held in a dimly lit, closed room, he tried to stand up, but his own handcuffs connected to his shackles prevented him from standing up straight. Worthy is this? Han Bing, are you out of your mind? Do you really have to play so hard to get? Xi Zhengliang muttered to himself that he thought Han Bing was setting him up. His memory was still stuck on the time he fainted in front of Han Bing and the master right after drinking tea. Outside the monitoring room, Wang Hu saw Xi Zhengliang woke up, then rushed out of the monitoring room with a few people. The door to the room was opened and Wang Hu led the men in. Xi Zhengliang takes a look at the police and guesses that he should have been framed by Han Bing to be locked up in this foreign police station. Before he could even begin to explain, Wang Hu opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you, Han Bing? Didn't you guys take Han Bing's favors to arrest me? What are you still pretending here?" Xi Zhengliang was still muttering in his mind when he was hit in the chest by a man swinging his baton. Shouted, "Asked you a question. Answer it." Xi Zhengliang was hit and coughed twice, and before he could catch his breath, he hurriedly replied, "Just an ordinary friend." He was afraid to say it late and get another smothering. Seeing as these people didn't look like they had a soft heart at all, Wang Hu continued to ask, "Do you have any problems with him?" Xi Zhengliang shook his head. "No." Then he took a deep breath. His chest still hurt a little. That smothering stick just now, it really hit him hard. There was no beef. So why did you kill him and shoot him several times? Hating him. Xi Zhengliang looked up and stared at Wang Hu, not understanding what he meant by these words. The man who had just beaten Xi Zhengliang grabbed him by the hair and warned with his baton against his face, "You'd better tell the truth. Don't waste our time." Xi Zhengliang tried his best to explain. "I didn't kill him, and I didn't fire a gun. I've never touched a gun. You guys must have arrested the wrong person. The evidence is overwhelming, and you're still trying to deny it." Wang Hu put the pistol in the evidence bag on the table. Xi Zhengliang angrily shouted, "What a mess! This gun has nothing to do with me. Why are your fingerprints on it?" Wang Hu glared at Xi Zhengliang and banged the table a few times. Xi Zhengliang looked straight into his eyes and could sense that this man just wanted to put him to death. "The truth is what's going on. Surely you few know better than I. What's the point of pretending with me here? You don't admit it, do you?" Wang Hu's also showdown. The attitude is very clear, is to make Xi Zhengliang admit that he is the murderer of Han Bing. With a look from him, a few of his men started beating on He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang was wearing handcuffs and shackles, and there was no way to fight back or escape. He can only curl up on the ground and try to protect his head with his arms. Wang Hu was emboldened to persuade, "Think it over. This is not your country. Killing a foreigner is not a big deal." He Zhongliang also realized that these people were really ruthless and didn't care about his life or death. If he didn't cooperate, he might be beaten to death, and then everything would be over. Before he was seriously injured, He Zhongliang shouted, "Stop fighting, I killed the man." Wang Hu signaled the others to stop and pulled He Zhongliang up into a chair and dragged him back to the table. He Zhongliang was lying on the table, panting heavily. The corners of his mouth were bleeding, and his arms and thighs and body were bruised in many places. Luckily, his muscles were strong enough to withstand the attack when he strained hard. A person with a bad physique would probably have their bones broken with a muffled stick. He was in a lot of pain, but he could still move around, so he shouldn't have broken any bones. Chapter 42, Injustice and Imprisonment. Say it, why did you kill Han Bing, and did you have any accomplices? Wang Hu continued to make things difficult for He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang replied helplessly, "There are no accomplices, and as for the motive for the murder, whatever you guys say." Wang Hu laughed and threw a document in front of him, ordering, "Sign these." He Zhongliang picked up the document and was just about to take a closer look at it when he was hit in the back with another muffled stick, and there came a chortle. "Can you stop delaying?" He Zhongliang couldn't care less about the pain and rushed to sign a plea to save his life first. Late at night, Shen was restless at home. He Zhongliang hasn't come home until now, and the phone can't be reached. Even Han Bing can't be reached. Shen didn't think of things as serious. She was just worried that without herself by He Zhongliang's side, he wouldn't rest well. Shen did not sleep the whole night. The next day after work still cannot contact the two. Is hesitant to call the police. Colleagues start discussing a news headline that the city's richest man was murdered in the country of Savatica by someone he brought with him. Shen rushed to open the phone to check. Han Bing was shot several times in yesterday and the country of Savatica was killed. The murderer is He Zhongliang, has been the country of Savatica police control. This news was unacceptable to Shen She was sure that those people had made a mistake. It was impossible for He Zhongliang to do such a thing. She rushed to the police for confirmation and soon received official confirmation that what the news said was true. The domestic police have been sent to investigate the case, but such transnational cases are difficult and very slow to be heard and investigated. Shen was anxious, but could only wait patiently. He Zhongliang spent the night at the police station and was sent at dawn to the most chaotic prison in the country of Savatica, where felons are held. As long as they don't cause a widespread riot, the prison guards don't stop the behavior of fights and brawls between individuals. The warden has prepared an octagonal cage ring especially for the inmates and holds fighting matches every night. It was like the ancient Colosseum, where many powerful people would come to watch, including some general-level big shots. Because this kind of competition is not seen anywhere else, these prisoners don't care about life or death, so they don't need any rules or protection. There are no rules or referees, and the match is not declared over until one of the parties can't get up. Once inside the octagon, it is not uncommon to be lightly bruised or to lose your life if you are unlucky. After negotiations between the two countries, He Zhongliang was to be brought back to the country to be tried and sentenced, but the process was very slow. A delay of a year and a half or even 3 or 2 years is possible. Wang Hu sent He Zhongliang into this prison with no intention of letting him out alive. He Zhongliang just entered the prison with some gang big brother stared at. His kind of white skin, handsome and beautiful young man, a great use. There were those who simply wanted to play with him and torture him for fun, and there were also those whom Wang Hu had bought off, intending to find an opportunity to take He Zhongliang's life. It is not unusual for foreigners to be put in this prison and be beaten to death or to choose to commit suicide when they can't stand the torture themselves. He Zhongliang was taken to a room for a physical examination and was told to strip naked and stand with his hands on a table. A tall, but effeminate man stood behind him and couldn't help but gag as he looked at his body. Heartfelt admonition. It's a shame that a little white boy like you would have to be crippled tonight when you're locked up with those prisoners. They won't be as gentle with you as I am. He Zhongliang sucked in a sharp breath of cool air and clenched his hands into fists nervously. He rushed to reassure. Relax, don't be afraid. This guy had a good feeling about He Zhongliang and didn't give him a hard time, and reminded him after checking his body. You're so physically strong. Are you a fighting expert? He Zhongliang answered truthfully. Not considered an expert, just like to exercise. If you are very capable of fighting, you can apply with the prison guards to participate in the evening fighting matches. In order to protect the contestants to be able to compete smoothly in front of those big shots, the warden will provide single rooms to the contestants who participate in the tournament without being harassed by other inmates. It's very dangerous to get into the ring for a match, but at least it's fair. But a foreigner like you, once you're locked up in a cell with a dozen people, they can all be in a group, and you'll definitely lose out if you face them alone. The guy was shifty and not like a normal person, but there was some truth in what he said. Zhongliang knows that he is wrongly accused. Wrongly accused others naturally will not let him leave here alive. People cannot continue to investigate if they are dead. Let him take the blame as a scapegoat. The truth will never be known. Zhongliang walked out of the room and was sent to the work area by the prison guards. It's like a factory where the prisoners work during the day and return to their cells at night. Those who can do it become the bosses, and those who can't are left to their own devices. Zhongliang noticed the leering eyes around him. The only good thing about this place was that there were no women, and the people around him had grim, nasty faces, leaving Zhongliang with little chance to get excited and impulsive. Not knowing what the night would bring, he guessed he should lose sleep again. In just one morning, Zhongliang had been topped from behind several times, reminding him to see him at night. These guys have been in prison for I don't know how many years. They've been suffocating for a long time, and most of them are a bit perverted. Since it was now working hours, they just wore lewd smiles and occasionally took the opportunity to bump into Zhongliang, not daring to act too much. Although the prison guards didn't care about their personal grudges or their deaths, their work couldn't be delayed, or the prison guards wouldn't be polite with them. The electric baton in his hand is not a vegetarian. The powerful electric current can make a strong man fall to the ground and convulse instantly, catch the bad luck, vomit and diarrhea, and pee incontinence. Zhongliang hadn't eaten any water or rice since noon yesterday, and had long been hungry and thirsty, so it was hard to make it to the noon mealtime. Being constantly rushed and crowded while standing in line for food is how a newcomer is treated. The guards laughed at him from the sidelines and paid no attention, acquiescing to this bullying of the newcomer. Zhongliang hungry, but there have been people inserted into the queue in front of him. He queued for half a day, surprisingly farther and farther away from the window to beat the meal, while being rushed and abused by the two men. He couldn't stand it anymore and pushed and shoved with the two men. The guards noticed him immediately and stepped forward, pulling out their electric batons and threatening, "If you make a scene, I'll have you carried away." The two men saw the good in them and didn't dare to continue their rampage. Zhongliang didn't dare to resist either. It was fine for others to bully him, but if he resisted, the prison guards would definitely make him look good. After a long wait, Zhongliang finally received his lunch. After cruising around the cafeteria, it was hard to find a table to sit at. There was only one skinny guy at this table, and his gaze seemed relatively friendly, a coy expression to be exact. Chapter 43, Disgusting Lunch. Zhongliang flashed a friendly smile to the man at his table, and the man smiled back and nodded. It's so hard to finally run into a normal person. Zhongliang sighed in his heart. Then looking at the food on the plate, it emitted an unpleasant odor, and it was so poorly sold that Zhongliang even wondered if there would be any difference between the food before eating it and after digesting it. He started by downing a bowl of soup made of I don't know what. It tasted like brush water, but at least it quenched his thirst. Zhongliang held the spoon and hesitated for a moment, but still forced himself to take a bite and almost didn't spit it out. The smell made him unable to resist the images of vomit and feces in his mind's eye. With a pained expression he struggled to swallow, then looked at the food in front of him in disbelief, not really having the courage to take a second bite. He thought back to the time he was with Shen, savoring her cooking and the feeling of holding her in his arms. Thinking about it now was like being in heaven, wondering what she was doing. She must be very worried and anxious right now. When he thought of Shen, Zhongliang couldn't help but feel the urge to cry. It was like a child going away for the first time and feeling homesick. Eat quickly. You need to get used to the food here as soon as possible, or you won't have the strength to work during the day. The small thin man at the same table advised Zhongliang. Zhongliang shook his head helplessly and let out a long sigh, as if he would never be able to accept this food. The little skinny man suggested again, "Seeing that you are so strong, if you participate in the evening's fighting tournament, you will be rewarded with a sumptuous meal if you win. But if you lose, if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured or crippled, and your end will be very miserable." Zhongliang began to waver. Rather than being slowly tortured into a wreck, it is better to let go of the fight. Perhaps there is still a silver lining. Suddenly someone tapped the table, and a tall, lean and strong bald guy with a mouthful of yellow teeth came to Zhongliang with a few minions, spitting a thick mouthful of spit onto his dinner plate. He came up to him with a lewd smile of comfort. "That won't hurt as much, and I'll get to you tonight. I'm not sure how many I'll be able to get in line for. I'll try to be the first to you." Zhongliang had thought that the food on his dinner plate was disgusting enough, but he didn't realize that there was something even more disgusting for him to bring to his door. Unable to restrain the anger he had suppressed all morning, he picked up the dinner plate with both hands and slammed it into the disgusting face in front of him, knocking the bald man to the ground. The bald guy did not expect this newcomer to be so bold as to dare to hit him. Wiping away the food on his face and his own mouthful of thick phlegm, he was just about to do it. The guards then rushed over and shouted, "Don't make a scene. If you have any grudges, go back to your cells at night and settle them yourselves." Forced by the pressure of the prison guards, The bald guy temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart and reached out to point at He Zhongliang and threatened, "I'll make you look good tonight, just wait for me," and then left in anger with his man. The guard pointed an electric baton at He Zhongliang and warned, "If you make any more trouble, you'll be put in the brig." He Zhongliang knew that he was in trouble tonight, although he was not afraid of anyone, but after all, he was still inexperienced in the jungle. He hadn't even fought many people, just sandbags at the gym. When you go back to the cell at night, facing so many ruthless guys, it's hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, not to mention dozens of hands. He plucked up the courage to plead with the warden, "I want to be in the night's fighting match." The guard looked him up and down a few times, smiled and teased, "You want to die a quick death, don't you?" Then looking at He Zhongliang's resolute expression, he dropped a sentence, "Alright, I'll notify the top, so you wait for the news. Clean up this place." After the prison guards left, He Zhongliang began to clean up the floor. The little skinny guy, who also helped him clean up, crouched down beside him and asked in surprise, "Are you really going to play in the tournament?" He Zhongliang asked rhetorically, "Didn't you just advise me to compete as well?" "I'm just saying, when you get in the ring, life and death is a matter of moments, and one punch could kill you." The little skinny man had already felt the fear of facing death in advance. On behalf of He Zhongliang, curious, He Zhongliang asked, "If I win every game, will they let me keep fighting?" No one can win all the time. People are made of flesh and blood, and even when they win a match they are inevitably injured. When facing the next opponent, it's hard to win again. Killing one is enough. Killing 2 is earned. Since I've fallen to this, I couldn't care less. He Zhongliang had already put life and death at risk. He had no other choice but to let go. The little skinny man reminded him, the highest winning streak recorded here was 18 matches. The Prime Minister and several generals came to watch that match, and there was a rumor that the Prime Minister might pardon that man if he could win back-to-back matches. Unfortunately, he was covered in bruises by the time of his last match. One arm couldn't lift at all and was limping, like an injured and aged lion. He was powerless to fight back, killed alive in the ring by his opponent. He knew before he got into the ring that he was going to die and had little chance of winning, because the opponent was a newcomer, raw and very strong. But in order to get out of here, he fought to the death, and in the end, he couldn't escape a miserable death in the ring. He Zhongliang didn't know how many matches he could win in a row, and he might even be killed in the first match, but he saw hope. As long as he could get a pardon, he could leave this place and return to Shen Caiyue's side again. As soon as he thought of Shen Caiyue, he was filled with courage and fearlessness. As long as he could return to that woman, he was not afraid of anything. "It's over if you do it. Those who stand in my way will die." He Zhongliang hungry to do an afternoon of work. During the period of no less than the top of the harassment, he was too lazy to resist. As long as the other party did not go too far, he has to save his strength, and it's no joke if he's scheduled to be in the ring at night. And he realized that his old problem now came in handy. When he was weak and powerless, just thinking about women, his brain would secrete a lot of dopamine. It was like a stimulant, making him excited and also feeling full of strength. There are 3 matches tonight, with the first 2 already set in the finale. The third, not yet fit for purpose. The third match was the holder of a 15-match winning streak, a 300-pound hulk of a man. He was a professional wrestling coach before he went to prison and was reported to prison for raping his multiple female students. He's very strong in all aspects of his game and hasn't suffered any serious injuries so far. There was a good chance of breaking the prison record for consecutive victories, and if he exceeded 18 consecutive victories, he would surely attract some big names to the venue to watch. Who knows what decisions those big shots will make whenever they are happy. Anything is possible. But because he was so strong, no one dared to challenge him. If no one took the initiative to meet the fight, the warden could only arrange for a random unlucky person to get into the ring. But as long as one side didn't have the will to fight, the match would definitely not be exciting enough. The warden was most afraid that those rich people would not have a good time watching and it would affect their mood. Just as the warden was at a loss, the guards came to report that a newcomer wanted to participate in tonight's fighting match. The prison warden checked He Zhongliang's profile, although his qualifications were mediocre rookie one. But since there was no more suitable candidate, he agreed to arrange for him to die in the ring. Chapter 44, A Risk of Losing Your Body. In the evening, He Zhongliang was sent back to his cell by the prison guards. A dozen people stared at him wistfully, and the leading boss couldn't wait to get in front of He Zhongliang and scrutinize his face and body. Here belongs to the tropics. The locals are generally dark-skinned and thin, like He Zhongliang this white and full of really rare. The prison guards could see the men's intentions, but didn't stop them, flirting with the idea with all the care in the world. Take it easy, you guys, don't let him not be able to work tomorrow. After saying this, he left with a smile on his face, leaving He Zhongliang alone to fend for himself. The lead boss politely discussed with He Zhongliang, "Are you going to go to the restroom to cooperate with me consciously, or are you going to let my brothers help me hold you down?" He Junliang knew that he would be powerless to fight if these dozen or so people came together. He didn't say a word as he turned himself toward the restroom. The cell boss nodded in satisfaction and walked into the restroom right after him. Those people outside were a little disappointed. They were looking forward to helping the boss hold down this little white boy so they could watch the fun. He Junliang stopped and turned to face the boss of this cell, deciding to make the first move. Go over there against the wall. The cell boss reached out and pushed He Junliang, unable to wait to unzip his pants. He Junliang treats him like a sandbag, just like when he trains in the gym, and suddenly throws a hard punch. This boss didn't expect He Junliang to suddenly launch an attack, and without defense, he was directly hit with a jerk, lying on the floor of the restroom shaking non-stop. In a semi-conscious state, He Junliang nodded, satisfied with his stance. It seemed that the usual workout hadn't been in vain, although he didn't have much practical combat experience. After all, his strong physique was here. The reaction speed and explosive power were different from normal people, and the killing power was very great. This boss was lying on the ground in shock. He Junliang had no intention of saving him. Let him fend for himself. Then he turned around in the toilet, making sure that there was no way to escape, and there were no tools at his disposal. It seemed that we could only fight those people outside with our bare hands. After a few minutes, there was no movement at all in the toilet, and the people outside felt curious. After calling the boss twice and no one answered, the two men led the way into the restroom. Seeing the boss lying on the ground, several people rushed up to check on him. He Junliang took the opportunity to leave the toilet and rushed behind the cell door to look outside. Not a single prison guard in sight. The guards are too lazy to care what the prisoners do in their cells at night. They drink and chat in the monitoring room, as long as they don't make a big mess. A few minutes later, the crowd helped the boss out of the toilet, glaring at He Junliang with fierce eyes. He Junliang leaned his back against the large iron door of the cell, unable to hide his panicked expression, clenching his fists in preparation for the vicious battle. He didn't have much practical combat experience, and facing so many people at the same time, he really didn't know how to deal with them. It was estimated that he would be knocked down with a messy punch, and then what was going to happen was simply unimaginable. He Junliang didn't think that he, an ordinary citizen, would be able to encounter such a situation. Give it to me. At the boss's command, the crowd swarmed. Ho Chunliang quickly threw punches and was tackled to the ground after knocking down two men. Then there were countless punches and kicks, smashing down on him crazily, and he didn't have a chance to fight back at all. He could only hold his head hard and curl up on the ground. After a few minutes, the group, tired and out of breath, finally stopped. He Junliang has no energy, two arms are weak, the whole body is numb, and cannot tell where it hurts and where it does not hurt. He moved his body and sat down on the floor with his back against the cell door, fortunately able to move his body without very serious injuries, but there was no strength left to fight back, and it was hard to even stand up. Thinking about what was going to happen next was worse than death. I'm trying to save face and take you to the restroom. You don't know what's good for you. Hold him down. The boss ordered the men around him. You go. This kid's punches are still really heavy. I'm still dizzy to this day. Let me slow down a bit. He Dunliang was pulled up by the two men. He swung his fists, but there was nothing left to kill. After another round of punches and kicks, he completely lost his ability to resist. Two men made him face the big iron door, pressed down his hands, and two others grabbed his legs below. He couldn't break free even if he tried his best to resist, and no one paid any attention to him even if he shouted. A cool sensation made He Zhongliang feel desperate as his pants were peeled down. I heard those guys behind me excitedly yelling, "That ass is so white, it's so sexy." He suddenly thought of the time when Shinkaiwa had examined his buttocks, and it was a world away from now. He wanted to be strong as well, but indisputable tears were welling up in his eyes, and the feeling of humiliation was worse than death. The boss stared straight at He Zhongliang's ass, and suddenly felt it again, pushing his men away who had already taken off their pants with one hand. "I'll go first," then unzipped his pants and spit on his hand. "What are you doing?" Two guards came to the cell door and knocked twice on the iron door with their truncheons. The person holding down He Zhongliang let go of his hand, and he hurriedly lifted up his pants, trying not to let the tears flow down his face. It was so damn embarrassing. "You guys stay back." The prison guards made a few gestures with their batons to drive the men back. Then he opened the cell door, let He Zhongliang out, and locked it again. Those inside were upset, but they didn't dare to disobey the orders of the prison guards. The prison guard looked He Zhongliang up and down and asked curiously, "The warden asked you to fight. Can you still get into the ring in your current condition?" No. He Zhongliang nodded repeatedly. He would rather be beaten to death in the ring than suffer that kind of humiliation in a cell. "Then let's go." Two prison guards took He Zhongliang away and started chatting. "He's definitely going to die if he gets in the ring like that." "Yeah, but he was supposed to be up there to make up the numbers." He Zhongliang turned around and glared at those people in the cell, and those people stomped their feet in anger. But in the face of the prison governor's arrangement, they dared to be angry. As He Zhanliang was brought to the tournament venue, a tense and blazing atmosphere came over him, and he could even smell blood in the air. In the center was a ring surrounded by an iron cage, surrounded by seats of people spread out in a ladder-like fashion, tiers upon tiers, filled with well-dressed spectators. These people were all dignitaries, and if they didn't have enough financial resources, they weren't qualified to come and watch this kind of competition. They have power and status, and their biggest affliction in life is boredom. So some special performances are needed to make them feel excited and thrilled. There was no lack of graceful and beautiful ladies among them. When they saw the bloody scene in the ring, they covered their eyes with their hands as if they didn't quite dare to look, but they couldn't help but playfully smile with an expression of excited anticipation. One of tonight's 3 matches has already been fought, and now the second match is underway. Both men in the ring are battered and bruised, and now it's up to who can hold on and not fall. But even if he won this match, when he waited for tomorrow night's match, he would surely be dead. With such a serious injury, it would be impossible to recover the next day, and it would be so sore all over that it might be hard to even move. Chapter 45, A Tough Win. He Zhanliang was brought to the waiting area next to the ring. He was now very weak and hungry. Seeing some fresh fruits and snacks placed in front of the audience made him gag. He had drunk a bowl of water and swallowed a small mouthful of food since yesterday. The beating and being beaten in the cell just now had almost drained his strength. The guards were right. He was going to die if he went into the ring. A young woman sitting in the front row noticed He Zhanliang's pitiful eyes and his handsome face. She had rarely seen such a handsome inmate come to the competition, and she picked up a banana in front of her and compared it, with a smile on her face, like a monkey teasing a zoo. He Zhanliang hurriedly stretched out his hand, and now he couldn't care less about pride. First replenish some physical strength before saying, is it really to go to the ring to die? No matter what, he had to fight. The woman literally threw the banana at He Zhanliang, and the man beside her looked at it but ignored it. He Zhanliang caught the banana, peeled off the skin and stuffed it into his mouth in 2 bites. If not for the fact that someone was watching, he really wanted to eat the banana skin as well. The women looked at him and revealed smiles. These women of the dignitaries, naturally, were of a beautiful appearance. The body is also shapely. Calling out, He Zhanliang stared at the woman up and down, instantly having evil thoughts, and his brain began to secrete dopamine. He didn't refrain and tried to let himself fantasize. He needed the dopamine now to get himself pumped up, to translate into power, to go to the ring and fight to the death. The woman noticed He Zhanliang's hungry eyes as she picked up another snack, but after being glared at by the man beside her, she didn't dare to continue throwing it to He Zhanliang and silently put it back. The man didn't like the way He Zhanliang looked at his woman and glared angrily at He Zhanliang. That's when the second match ended and one man was carried off. The other man was victorious, but his face was beaten beyond recognition and he staggered and barely made it out of the ring. His face would be so swollen the next day that he probably couldn't keep his eyes open. He Zhanliang was brought to the ring by the prison guards and walked into the cage. The floor was stained red with blood in several places. The first 2 matches were very grueling. He Zhanliang clenched his fists. With the help of a banana and the woman, he was now full of strength and especially excited. He tried to will himself to turn his carnal desire for that woman into a desire to kill. In this moment of life and death, it could still make a big difference. Stimulated by a large amount of dopamine, he was now like a stimulant, temporarily unable to feel hunger and exhaustion. Applause erupts as Ho Chun-liang's opponent emerges from the aisle. The inmate with the most wins in a row so far has won 15 games in a row and has not suffered a serious injury and is well on his way to breaking the record of having an 18-game winning streak. The audience was very much looking forward to witnessing that moment. They were a bunch of everything and a bunch of boredom. Top-notch food and drink and enjoyment have made them feel less than thrilled. As loyal spectators of such games, they are eager to witness the streak being broken over and over again. The moment the 300-plus-pound Hulk stepped into the ring, He Zhanliang felt as if the floor was shaking. This guy was too lanky, and he was also an expert wrestler. He Zhanliang looked at him dumbfounded, not knowing where to start. The host briefly introduces both sides and their records, and when the streak of champions is mentioned, the entire arena rejoices. When He Zhanliang, the newcomer, was mentioned, there were instant boos. The crowd didn't favor the bantamweight and felt that the fight was not interesting or suspenseful. Although He Zhanliang is also physically strong, he has no experience in the game, and standing in front of his opponent makes him look thin. He quickly exits the ring as the host calls for the match to begin. He Zhanliang slowly backs away while his opponent, with a confident smile on his face, steps closer to force him towards the edge of the cage. It was as if his 16-game winning streak was just around the corner and he was about to make it. When there was no way to retreat, He Zhanliang took the initiative to attack. Just like he usually practiced hitting sandbags, a set of combinations came down. It could not be said to be ineffective. At least it made the opponent not dare to attack easily. The big guy didn't expect He Zhongliang to be so explosive and have extremely fast reflexes. He just lacked real-world experience. And if he had real-world matches every day, he wouldn't be at his current level in time. Nor would I have gotten my pants pulled down in a cell and nearly had my asshole mutilated in full of but hurt. He had every chance of knocking out all of them if he was skilled in pace and familiar with some more roaming tactics. Using his dodges and heavy punches against the dozen or so inmates, the big guy didn't move as quickly and flexibly as He Zhongliang, but his defense was good. His body was protected by thick fat, and his arms protected his head. He Zhongliang was never able to hit his vital parts, but the audience began to get excited. Originally, I thought this was a boring one-sided match, but I didn't expect to fight with a bit of suspense. The big guy kept trying to grab He Zhongliang and bring him to the ground. Time and time again, he nimbly dodged or fought his way free, but as his stamina wore off, He Zhongliang began to sweat, his belly empty and in need of refreshment. His speed and strength were dropping and he wasn't as excited anymore. As he backed up, he looked out into the audience, trying to find a beautiful woman to spur him on to get pumped up. Just as he was distracted for a moment, his opponent seized the opportunity to pounce on him and pick him up. He Zhongliang's feet left and his two arms were trapped. He had lost the ability to fight back. It felt difficult to breathe. At this rate it wouldn't take 2 minutes for him to suffocate. Now with only his head left to move, He Zhongliang headbutt his opponent's face. The opponent rushes to dodge and meets the impact with his head. He Zhongliang bumped a few times and didn't seem to get any advantage. His opponent's head was big and hard. Is it possible to be defeated just like this? He Zhongliang was unwilling. Even if he could live to walk out of the ring alive, being sent back to an ordinary cell would be worse than death. He Zhongliang felt like he was about to suffocate and his vision began to blur as he tilted his head back to look up, realizing that he was dying. Suddenly Shen Saiyue's face appeared in the sky. He Zhongliang was instantly filled with motivation and hope. He must not give up. He snapped his head down and bit one of his opponent's ears, tearing at it. His opponent released his grip on He Zhongliang's neck in pain, and he landed on both feet before delivering a high leg lift on his opponent's crotch. The big guy clenched his legs and knelt on the ground, pushing He Zhongliang out with such force that a piece of his own ear was bitten off. He Zhongliang was truly hungry, and even had the desire to eat his opponent's ear, but in the end, he spat out the piece of meat in his mouth. Before his opponent could get to his feet, he charged full force and jumped up to drive a knee into his opponent's face. Even though his opponent covered himself with his arms, he was still knocked down by the powerful impact. After scrambling to his feet, his head was still buzzing and his wobbly arms lost protection for his head. Seeing an opportunity, He Zhongliang landed a solid punch on his chin, and his opponent fell down and didn't get back up. He Zhongliang panted heavily, already exhausted and starting to sweat. He Zhongliang was victorious. He didn't have to go back to his regular cell and could have his own single cell, and as a bonus, a great meal. Chapter 46, Investigating the Truth. He Zhongliang was taken to a single room by prison guards and then brought a plate of food. Now that's a human meal, He Zhongliang exclaimed, then began to feast on. After He Zhongliang ate and drank, he lay down and squinted a little bit and then could not sleep. No normal person has enough to eat, let alone in his situation. Without Shen Kaiyue by his side, he couldn't calm down at all, so he had to get up and practice boxing. It was not until the early hours of the morning that he was exhausted and barely fell asleep. The next day, Wang Hu got news from He Zhongliang. He had arranged for his men to take out He Zhongliang in prison, but now that he's being held in solitary confinement by the prison warden, his men won't have a chance to do it. However, he wasn't very worried, believing that He Zhongliang wouldn't be able to fight more than a few matches. The longest winning streak in prison was only 18 matches. It would be easy to get rid of He Zhongliang once he was seriously injured and sent to an ordinary cell when he lost the match. It didn't even have to be a fight, maybe he'd die in the ring, and it's not uncommon for people to be killed in the ring. Han Bing's body was shipped back to China, and Shen Kaiyue accompanied her daughter to his funeral. Han Bing has long made a good will. All the property is inherited by his daughter and Shen Kaiyue. Han Shui wonders why He Zhongliang killed Han Bing, and Shen Kaiyue guarantees with her life that He Zhongliang must have been wrongly accused. Han Shui believes her mother's words, and the two pray that the matter will come to light soon. Shen Kaiyue applied to see He Zhongliang in the prison in the country of Zavatica, but was refused and could not visit until He Zhongliang returned to China. But the process of when he will be able to return home is very complicated and lengthy. It is very difficult to do so if just one part of the process does not cooperate. On this night, He Zhongliang picked up his 19th consecutive win, breaking the prison record for consecutive wins, and having never been seriously injured. He converts a lot of dopamine into a desire to kill on the field. Now even if he was sent back to a regular cell, he'd be capable of dealing with the dozen or so guys and wouldn't have his pants pulled down again. The Prime Minister of the state of Zavatica, a big fan of the game, also came to watch the game. If He Zhongliang was a local, the Premier would have pardoned him, but because he was a foreigner, he simply admired him and didn't take special care of him. It wasn't until after the 24th consecutive victory with Hee-jeom that the Prime Minister finally couldn't restrain his admiration for him. Arrangements were made to escort him to the Premier's residence and invite him to dine with him. During the meal, the Prime Minister promised to send Hee Zhongliang back to China in the next 2 days. However, Hee Zhongliang has already been charged with murder and will still be imprisoned upon his return. Hee Zhongliang claimed that he had been wrongly accused, but there was nothing the Prime Minister could do about it. He has no right to intervene in what kind of trial Ho Chunliang will be subjected to when he returns to his country, unless Hee Zhongliang was willing to renounce his status and voluntarily take up Vatican citizenship. He had no right to intervene. Of course Hee Zhongliang is reluctant. There are still people in the country he can't let go. The Prime Minister can only ensure that the police on this side of the border are allowed to provide valid evidence on which to base a trial. Hee Zhongliang knew that he was framed, and the evidence would definitely be falsified. Moreover, he had seen the interrogation methods of Wang Hu and the others, and the police over here could not be trusted at all. He asked the Prime Minister if he could arrange for someone to help him investigate the case through the local police. The Prime Minister asked, "Do you have a clue yourself?" Hee Zhongliang replied, "I'm not sure who the real murderer is, but I know where to start the investigation." After hesitating for a moment, the Premier told Hee Zhongliang, "I'll send a few people to assist you and give you one night's time. You can go anywhere and find anyone to investigate without hindrance. Whether we can find evidence or not, you will be deported tomorrow. We won't interfere too much in this case." "No problem." Hee Zhongliang put down his chopsticks and was in a hurry to depart. Stand up and unintentionally noticed the beautiful woman beside me. Just a waitress serving the guests, but looks as beautiful as a flower. The body rounded with soft lines, flooded with warm luster. The colorful fabric fit his shapely body, outlining the charming curves just right. Raising his hands and feet in a graceful and dignified manner, Hee Zhongliang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. All the good girls have been allowed to be overrun by you people. Also attracted to this femininity, large amounts of dopamine began to stimulate him again. Seeing the lust in Hee Zhongliang's eyes, the Premier smiled and teased, "You're suffocating in prison, aren't you?" Then ordered the girl, "You take him upstairs and serve him well." The girl tenderly took Hee Zhongliang's arm and was going to take him to the guest room upstairs. Hee Zhongliang admitted that he was shaken and his heart desperately longed for it, but he still refused the Prime Minister's kind offer. It's important to get on with business. If you can't find valid evidence, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison when you return home. The Prime Minister has arranged for a few people and a car, all at Ho Chunliang's disposal this evening. In addition to cooperating with his full investigation, these people were also there to watch over him and prevent him from escaping. The car stops outside the master's villa, where Hee Zhongliang was mesmerized in his house, and I believe this case must be related to him. There was a security guard at the entrance to the master's villa, and you couldn't just see the master without an appointment. Hee Zhongliang didn't bother to talk nonsense to anyone and directly punched his liver. It made the security guard who blocked the way crouch on the ground. Sweating in pain and unable to stand up, Hee Zhongliang left a sentence, "Don't move, take a deep breath." Then they took the lead and broke into the villa, and the other subordinates hurriedly stepped aside, not daring to come forward to stop them. Hee Zhongliang put his hand on an underling's shoulder and asked politely, "Can you take me to see the master?" "No, no, no." The subordinate nodded in fear and hurriedly led the way in front, waiting for Hee Zhongliang and those few people to walk away. The security guard dared to call the police. The subordinate brought Hee Zhongliang and the others to the bathroom door and said with trepidation, "Master is taking a bath inside." Hee Zhongliang kicked the door open. Foggy inside, the master leaning against the wooden tub. The two wonderful girls, also without clothes, were trimming the master's nails and massaging him. Seeing that someone had intruded, the two beauties were so frightened that they hurriedly covered their bodies. The Grandmaster's eyes snapped open, glaring angrily at the person who had barged in. After seeing that it was Hee Zhongliang, his eyes became terrified again. "You two get out of here." Hee Zhongliang instructed the two beauties that their nakedness was too distracting. The two beauties casually grabbed a bath towel, wrapped themselves up, and hurriedly ran out of the bathroom. Chapter 47, Returning to her. Hee Zhongliang grabbed a wooden chair and came to sit by the barrel, staring at the master's wrinkled skin, flirting with a line, "Can you still stand up? Hogging two young girls every day. What an old disgrace." The Grandmaster carefully sized up the men standing in the doorway, then fixed his gaze on Hee Zhongliang's face and asked cautiously, "Aren't you in prison? What are you doing here looking for me? A great immortal like you should have great powers. Has it not been calculated that I will come to you? And why?" Hee Zhongliang took out a pedicure knife from a nearby toolbox, then took one of the master's hands and gave him a manicure. The Grandmaster tried to break free, but his little bit of strength had no effective resistance with Hee Zhongliang. "Don't you move. This knife is too sharp and I'm not very skilled. I'd be sorry if I hurt you," Hee Zhongliang warned him, grabbing his wrist with a slight force. He bared his teeth in pain and didn't dare to move again. Master, I'm going to be deported back to my country tomorrow. Can you help me do some math? How will my luck be for the rest of my life after I return home? The Grandmaster stared at the knife in He Zhengliang's hand, wandering around his fingertips, trembling with fear. Trembling, he replied, I don't know. Then let me tell you, I'll be put in jail for the rest of my life. Can the master show me the way and help me resolve this difficulty? He Zhengliang pressed the tip of the knife against the gap between the master's fingernails and raised his head to meet his gaze. The eyes that were filled with a murderous aura made the Grandmaster shiver uncontrollably, but he still lied with a hint of fluke. This matter has nothing to do with me. I really can't help you. Without waiting for the master to finish, He Zhengliang directly picked his nails off by the roots, and the master screamed miserably. But the pain didn't end there, as He Zhengliang followed up by picking off the nail of another of his fingers, blood instantly staining the tub. When He Zhengliang plunged the tip of the knife into the third nail slit, the master couldn't care less about the pain and hurriedly stopped screaming. I said, I know everything. It was Wang Hu who killed Han Bing and intentionally framed you. He Zhengliang stopped hurting him and asked seriously, who is Wang Hu? That's the sheriff who took you away. So it's him who's a thief calling out for a thief. He Zhengliang mumbled something, then asked the master, can you help me prove my innocence? The Grandmaster stared at the knife in He Zhengliang's hand, trembling in pain, wanting to cry. He shook his head helplessly. Then there's no use keeping you. He Zhengliang grabbed over the master's head and pressed the knife to his neck. The master at the moment felt that he had half a leg into the ghost gate. Scared and wowed, I can help you. I can prove that you are innocent. He Zhengliang slowly released his hand, leaving a deep knife mark on the master's neck. Angrily, he chided, you old geezer, will you stop playing games with me? I don't have the patience to play games with you, the master honestly explained. I was worried that I would be implicated later, so I secretly saved the security camera footage from that day just in case, or at least to prove that I wasn't the murderer. Where is the video kept? In my room. As soon as He Zhengliang lifted the master out of the tub, he urged him to get the evidence. The master cradled his injured hand and pleaded, can you let me get dressed first? You still know how to have a face. He Zhengliang picked up a bath towel and threw it onto the master. Hurry up! The master did not dare to delay, and hurriedly draped in a bath towel to lead the way in front. In the master's room, He Zhengliang sees the crime and asks about the deal between Han Bing and the master. Although Han Bing didn't have good intentions, watching him die a horrible death didn't make He Zhengliang's heart very happy, and his mood was rather complicated. He Zhengliang saved the video and left with the evidence. A few people had just walked out of the house when they encountered Wang Hu arriving with a few police officers. The Grandmaster finally saw his savior and hurriedly reminded Wang Hu, he has evidence of your murder. Then he turned his head and ran to find someone to treat his wounds. He Zhengliang ignored him. He was irrelevant now. Wang Hu regretted that he did not do it earlier, and should have silenced He Zhengliang when he was in the police station. He raised his gun, and the men beside He Zhengliang also pulled out guns to confront the police. At such a close distance, with both sides having guns, surely neither would dare to shoot. Wang Hu loudly questioned, who are you people? How come you have guns? It is not possible for ordinary people to carry guns in this country, except for police officers and people in special jobs. Today, coincidentally, these people beside He Zhengliang were the ones who were engaged in special work. They flashed their special documents, and Wang Hu knew that people with such documents had no right to interfere with whatever they were doing. Wang Hu lowered his gun, nodded politely, and stepped aside, not daring to block. He didn't expect He Zhengliang to have a chance to turn over a new leaf. He should plan for himself next. Once the truth was revealed, the police in both countries would not let him go. Although Wang Hu put down his gun, he had been holding it tightly, ready to fight to the death. Both sides had guns and were staring cautiously at each other as they slowly backed away. He Zhengliang left with those people. Wang Hu turned his head to find the master. Back at the Prime Minister's office, He Zhengliang produces evidence, and the Prime Minister immediately calls the top commander of the police department to make an arrest of Wang Hu. Wang Hu was intercepted by the Marine police when he was smuggling an escape in the middle of the night and was killed on the spot by the police in a fierce gunfight. The next day, He Zhengliang returned home with a clean slate. Shen heard others discussing it at the clinic before she saw the news and learned that He Zhengliang was innocent, and has successfully returned to the country. Excited tears of joy, just as she was panicking, not knowing where to go to greet He Zhengliang. He Zhengliang pushed open the door of the clinic and came to her. Despite a bearded and unkempt appearance, he looked healthy and stronger. Shen froze for a moment, not caring that there were people watching, and jumped into He Zhengliang's arms. With tears in her smile, she stroked his face and asked heartily, can you sleep well at night without me these days? He Zhengliang let out a long sigh. He once thought that he would never see this woman again. Now that he was finally able to hold her in his arms again, it was so blissful that it was a bit unreal. I'm getting very little sleep these days, so will you sleep with me for 2 days and 2 nights when I get home? Stick out your tongue and I'll see. He Zhenliang smiled and stuck out his tongue. Shen Kaiyue nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad. Then say hello to your leader and leave work early. After the two of them went home, He Zhenliang wanted to go to the bathroom to take a shower, and Shen Kaiyue took the initiative to ask him, do you need me to help you? Looking at Shen Kaiyue's excited appearance, He Zhenliang smiled and teased, usually when I ask you to take a bath with me, you always push back. Why are you so proactive today? I missed you. I thought I'd never see you again. Shen Kaiyue wrapped her arms around He Zhenliang's neck, not willing to part for a second. Thinking of the torment she had endured these days, she couldn't help but shed tears. He Zhenliang looked at Shen Kaiyue's face. The double hunger of emotion and desire made him impatient to get this woman. He held Shen Kaiyue tightly, caressing her soft body, and couldn't help but be a little hard and savage. Shen Kaiyue is also very eager, so does not mind. After a passionate kiss, she was beaming with happiness, but couldn't help complaining. Your beard is stinging me. He Zhenliang tenderly stroked her lips, his eyes full of heartache and favor, then picked her up and rushed her into the shower. Chapter 48. A little goodbye is better than a new love. It wasn't until after nightfall that Shen Kaiyue got up and dressed to get out of bed to make dinner. With a breathless look, the two of them had been lingering on the bed for a day, and Shen Kaiyue had never been this crazy before. When I got out of bed, my legs were weak and I couldn't help but complain. You're too strong. You can't be this unrestrained in the future. He Zhenliang also got dressed and got out of bed, wrapping his arms around her waist and explaining, it's only because I haven't seen you for so long, and looking at your reaction, I thought you wanted it. Shen Kaiyue stroked He Zhenliang's face and sighed helplessly. I also missed you so much that I couldn't control it. It's all my fault today. I'll pay attention in the future. It's okay, I like you like that, but I'm not as physically fit as you are, and I'm going to be tired for the next few days. He Zhenliang smiled and teased, you're not a good drinker and you're still greedy, but I just want to drink today. Shen Kaiyue jumped into He Zhenliang's arms with a shy face. Let's eat first and replenish our energy. He Zhenliang picked her up and walked to the kitchen. When the two of them ate dinner, He Zhenliang finally ate this familiar flavor again and said excitedly, it's still your cooking that's so good. I can't get enough of it for the rest of my life. Then let's make a date to meet early in the next life. Don't wait until I'm in my 40s for you to show up. He Zhenliang sighed helplessly. This kind of thing, fate, doesn't count until it's too early or too late. Shen Kaiyue nodded. That's true, then expectantly asked. Han Bing left all the property to us both as mothers. Han Shui is still in high school and incapable of taking care of it, and I don't have the heart to deal with all that mess. Are you interested in doing business? Care to take over his company? He Zhenliang hesitated for a moment and helplessly reminded. Didn't we agree? When there's a child, I'll be the housewife. Shen Kaiyue laughed and teased. You're really ambitious. Then sighed. You do not aspire to those fame and fortune or good. Plain and simple life is more down to earth. If Han Bing hadn't founded the company and gotten so much wealth in just a few years, we wouldn't have gotten this far. Shen Kaiyue remembered that she and Han Bing were just married for a few years, but there was still a period of happiness. Han Bing didn't realize it when he was alive, but once he was gone, he couldn't help but miss his goodness. Seeing Shen Kaiyue's red eyes, He Zhenliang asked with concern, after all, we're a married couple, and Han Bing's death made you feel sad, didn't it? Shen Kaiyue didn't answer, her tearful eyes already obvious. Han Bing had apologized to many people, but had always been very caring to their mother and daughter. He Zhenliang also felt a bit sad about Han Bing's death, although he always held back on doing bad things. As long as the person who was good to Shen Kaiyue, He Zhenliang couldn't bear to hate. After dinner, the two went back to their bedroom early to rest. He Zhenliang put Shen Kaiyue in his arms, enjoying the happiest moment, and tonight he can finally sleep soundly. At 8 o'clock or so, Shen Kaiyue discussed with He Zhenliang, turn off the lights and go to sleep. Isn't it too early? Why don't you wait a little longer? He Zhenliang stared at Shen Kaiyue's eager eyes, and both of them were dumbfounded. But you're already tired today. Shen Kaiyue's expression was a bit difficult. She wanted to but felt it was too frequent. It's good to have a little farewell. Don't worry so much today. The corners of Shen Kaiyue's mouth couldn't help but rise, an expression of excited anticipation. Over the next few days, He Zhenliang began to busy himself with the property left behind by Han Bing. Han Shui is still in school and has no time, and she is still young and not capable of making decisions about many things. Shen Kaiyue did not want to worry about those things, so she had to entrust He Zhenliang to deal with it. Tens of billions of dollars of wealth, so that He Zhenliang also a little shaken. Just a little bit of manipulation can be in their own pockets, and there were frantic hints of currying favor all around, all hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to get a drink. This money thing is so seductive. He Zhenliang couldn't help but sigh. When a person gets wealth that does not match his or her abilities, he or she is controlled by money and led by desire. He Zhenliang didn't want to lose his way. He didn't need that much money. As long as he had Shen Kaiyue, it was enough. That woman was the greatest treasure of his life, and being able to hold her hand as he grew old was more important than anything else. After transferring all the property to Shen Kaiwei and Han Shue's name, He Zhengliang intends to be at ease as a housewife, believing that Shen Kaiwei will not treat him badly. 2 months later, He Zhengliang and Shen Kaiwei held a wedding. Although they have huge wealth, but their wedding is very low-key, because they are all second marriages. Not many people were invited. Next up was the honeymoon the two were looking forward to, and after some serious discussions they settled on a vacation to Australia. Han Bing had a property there that had now been transferred to Shen Saiyue's name. It was a large villa built in the mountains, and the surrounding thousands of square meters belonged to private territory. The seasons there are just the opposite of home and it's very quiet. You can walk in the woods and enjoy the view, or go boating and swimming in the lake. The afternoon sun shone brightly as He Zhengliang and Shen Kaiwei took a walk by the lake. He Zhengliang took Shen Saiyue's hand and proposed, "Let's go swimming in the lake." "I don't dare. I don't know water." Shen Kaiwei instinctively backed up, wanting to escape. "I will protect you." "Then I wouldn't dare." Looking at Shen Saiyue's panicked expression, He Zhengliang didn't force her. After all, in this kind of wilderness environment, who knew if there would be accidents that he could not control? "Then let's go back to the villa and I'll teach you to swim in the pool." "Okay, but I don't really want to learn," Shen Kaiwei said casually, then looked at He Zhengliang's expectant expression. Smiling, she asked, "Do you just want me to go in the water with you?" He Zhengliang nodded. "Right, okay then." Shen Kaiwei reluctantly agreed. Chapter 49, Honeymoon. He Zhengliang was in the pool and had been flopping around for a while. Shen Kaiwei, wearing a pink bikini, came out of the house and stood by the pool with a bashful expression. He Zhengliang stood in the center of the pool, staring dazedly at Shen Kaiwei. It was the first time he had seen Shen Kaiwei dressed so sexy. Shen Kaiwei slowly sat on the edge of the pool and carefully placed her legs in the pool. Even though the water in the pool was just up to her chest, she was still too scared to go in by herself. He Zhengliang came to her, also causing the water to ripple, a burst of it lapping against the edge of the pool and Shen Saiyue's legs. It made her even more scared, and people who couldn't swim got a little dizzy when they saw the waves. She recoiled, not wanting to enter the pool, and was just about to get up and leave when He Zhengliang held her in his arms. "Where are you running?" Shen Kaiwei put her hands against He Zhengliang's shoulders as she rejected this man for the first time. "I'm scared. I don't want to go in the water." He Zhengliang naturally refused to let go and comforted. "You're wearing such a beautiful dress. If you don't go into the water you'll be sorry for this bikini." Shen Kaiwei helplessly explained, "I didn't want to wear this either, but I couldn't find a generous and decent swimsuit in the room. I can't just wear nothing." "It's okay. What's there to be afraid of in your own home? It's not like this is a public pool." Shen Kaiwei wrapped her arms around He Zhengliang's neck and gradually became less nervous after feeling the other party's body temperature. He Zhengliang gently negotiated. "All right, I'll carry you down. Just a little longer." Shen Kaiwei hurriedly requested and began to take in large gulps of air. He Zhengliang looked at her nervous appearance and smiled as he teased. "You're not scuba diving. You can breathe normally even if you come down." Then cupped some water and gently poured it over her and stroked her body. Shen Kaiwei was so frightened that her body instinctively leaned back. She tried her best to adjust her breathing and calm herself down. After a moment, he finally nodded grudgingly. He Zhengliang picked her up and just turned. Shen Kaiwei hurriedly pleaded, "Don't go inside. Don't go that deep." He Zhengliang could feel that she couldn't help but tremble. It seemed like there was a real fear of water. "Where's the depth in the pool?" "The sides are the same depth as the inside," He Zhengliang reminded, but did not go further inside, stopping to put Shen Kaiwei down. Shen Kaiwei was a bit dizzy, unable to stand still in the water at all. Her arms wrapped tightly around He Zhengliang's neck. Her body was tilted in the water, and she was so scared that she closed her eyes and flailed around for a while. In fact, she wanted to beg He Zhengliang not to put her down, but because she was too scared, she didn't even dare to open her mouth to speak. He Zhengliang held his waist with both hands and secured her so that she stepped on the backs of her feet. When the water gradually calmed down, her body was able to stand steadily before she dared to open her eyes and stare at He Zhengliang's face. He Zhengliang kissed her on the forehead and gently comforted. "Take a deep breath, no need to be so nervous. I will protect you." Then his arms wrapped around Shen Saiyue's waist, slightly exerting himself to make her feel more secure. After a few minutes, Shen Kaiwei was finally less nervous. Her feet touched the ground. One arm wrapped around He Zhengliang's neck, and the other hand began to paddle and pull the water to play, happily like a small child. Seeing that she wasn't so scared anymore, He Zhengliang smiled in disgust with her. "I'll teach you how to dog paddle," Shen Kaiwei hurriedly pleaded. "But you can't let go." "Don't you worry, I can't afford to let go." He Zhengliang held Shen Saiyue's body with both hands, letting her float naturally on the water first. After half an hour, He Zhengliang asked her, "Are you tired?" Shen Kaiwei was having quite a good time and shook her head. "It's not bad, not really tiring." He Zhengliang didn't dare let go for a second, and she definitely didn't allow it. "I'm tired. let's take a break. He Zhangliang brought Shen Kaiwei to the edge of the pool, put his hands on her waist, and lifted her to the edge of the pool to sit down. Staring at her stomach, she asked curiously, "We've been trying for over 2 months and you haven't reacted at all?" "What reaction?" Shen Kaiwei blurted out, facing He Zhangliang's eyes and looking at her stomach again. Immediately responding, she sheepishly replied, "I'm not sure, I think it's, anyway that." Then holding He Zhangliang's face, he kissed the corner of his mouth and said excitedly, "After the honeymoon, we'll go back and check. We should almost have it." He Zhangliang became more excited and carefully stroked her stomach. "Can you feel it? You don't have to ask in detail. I can't explain it to you. We'll see when we get back and check it out." He Zhangliang guessed with a smile on his face. "Then I'm going to seize the opportunity of this honeymoon. And when I go back, if you're really pregnant, will I not be able to touch you for a long time?" Shen Kaiwei sheepishly consoled. "It's not that absolute. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer." He Zhangliang couldn't wait to jump out of the pool and carry Shen Kaiwei into a heart-shaped bathtub nearby, that's only filled with a small amount of water. Half a month later, the two ended their honeymoon trip, returned to the country to the hospital for a detailed examination. Shen Kaiwei pregnant, He Zhangliang completely give up to step into the social work, early to start studying cooking to serve pregnant women and take care of the child. At night, when Shen Kaiwei was chatting with He Zhangliang in bed, she couldn't help but praise him. "It's rare that you're so unmotivated. In fact, you can start a company and become a boss. I'm willing to support you." He Zhangliang stared at Shen Kaiwei's eyes and said seriously, "You're being tongue-tied. You clearly want me to stay by your side and accompany you. I'd prefer you to do what you want to do. Taking care of you and your child is what I want to do most. And being there for a pregnant wife and a growing child is the most valuable experience in a man's life. But some men don't know how to cherish and choose to run away, while others have no choice but to run away because life forces them to do so. I am very lucky. What is it to treat my career as a hobby? Every second of my life is my hobby." Shen Kaiwei couldn't hide her happy smile, her arms encircling He Zhangliang's neck, flirting. "Now that you've found a way to fight against dopamine overdose, do you have no plans to leave me and find a younger, prettier woman?" He Zhangliang deliberately and seriously questioned. "Are you deliberately looking for trouble?" "Aha!" Shen Kaiwei nodded, her expression and tone as gentle as possible. "I have a feeling for you that I fantasized about meeting a woman like you in my last life, and it has finally come true in this life. So I will cherish this destiny, and I believe we will be white and happy in this life, but I'm a dozen years older than you, and will certainly leave this world before you. You're being too absolute. Women's average life expectancy is already longer than men's. Our village is full of those kinds of old men who have gone away and old women who have lived by themselves for more than 10 years. Maybe I'll go early, but you'll be healthy enough to consider another old man. What are you babbling about?" Shen Kaiwei raised her hand and almost slapped He Zhangliang. It was the first time she had ever been so mean to him. He Zhangliang looked at Shen Kaiwei's serious expression and smiled as he teased. "Why are you also a bit godly like Han Bing?" "I'm just joking. It's not like old age, sickness, and death can be swayed by a joke from us." "Then I forbid you to say such things," Shen Kaiwei once again warned sternly. He Zhangliang stroked Shen Kaiwei's face and comforted. "When you're 100 years old and I'm in my 80s, the two of us will go to another world together hand in hand. It's okay to start a new life. You're in such good health. You should live to be more than just 80-something. Shen Kaiwei stroked He Zhangliang's body and made a serious guess. "Don't need a bicycle. It's not easy for a man to live past 80. In fact, after 70 there may not be much fun left." Looking at He Zhangliang's expression, Shen Kaiwei pressed herself against his body and questioned, "When you say fun, is it that kind of thing?" He Zhangliang came closer to Shen Kaiwei and pretended to be curious. "I don't understand what you're saying." Shen Kaiwei's hand slowly wanders. Then he stared at He Zhangliang's eyes, revealing a rare flirtatious look. "Do you really not understand?" He Zhangliang took a deep breath. His heart has been happy. Chapter 50, The Standard Bearer Released from Prison. Shen Kaiwei is now in the early stages of pregnancy and still goes to work normally every day. She plans to wait until 2 days before her due date before she stops working. That morning, a woman came to the clinic to find Shen Kaiwei. She was Shen Kaiwei's younger sister and her name was Shen Kaiyun. Pretty good looking too, but sadly a relationship brain and down on her luck. When married to a scumbag named Wang Wei, 2 years after the marriage gave birth to a pair of twin sons. Wang Wei gradually tired of her, began to look for other women outside. After being discovered and unrepentant, the conflict between the couple intensified, until the man completely showed his cards and not only had another woman on the side, but he was also domestically abusive to her. Shen Kaiyun tolerated the situation for 2 years for the sake of her 2 children, hoping that her husband would turn back for the sake of her 2 children. But Wang Wei had no intention of repenting, and Shen Kaiyun had no choice but to tell her sister what had happened to her. At that time, Shen Kaiwei had not yet divorced Han Bing, and Wang Wei also held a position in Han Bing's company. Wang Wei was a gangster. His behavior was extremely improper, and he often did some unseemly things in the company. Han Bing knows that he has long been in disfavor with him, just in the way of this relationship, has not had the good sense to pursue him. When Shen Kaiyue tells Han Bing what happened to her sister, he steps in to warn Wang Wei to be more restrained. Wang Wei does as he's told on the surface, but in his heart he's not convinced. After 6 months of peace with Shen Kaiyun, he began to be dishonest again, and once again domestic violence against his wife. This time Shen Kaiyun didn't want to endure and proposed to divorce him. Although Wang Wei was no longer interested in Shen Kaiyun, he didn't want to lose Han Bing as a backer. Once he divorced Shen Kaiyun, Han Bing would not be his brother-in-law anymore, and he would definitely not be able to take advantage of him anymore in the future. He used the fight for child custody to threaten Shen Kaiyun, so that Shen Kaiyun did not dare to divorce. As a mother, which child she was not willing to let go. But in the face of Wang Wei's bad behavior, this day really cannot go on. Had to once again turn to her sister for help. When Shen Kaiyue received her sister's call, she immediately went to her home and saw that her sister had a visible wound on her face. While Wang Wei is still drinking with no fear, Shen Kaiyue angrily goes up to him and scolds him. Wang Wei was afraid of his brother-in-law Han Bing and did not dare to do anything to Shen Kaiyue, but also did not want to be counted by Shen Kaiyue for nothing. He once again vented his anger on Shen Kaiyun. In front of Shen Kaiyue, he insulted his wife and wanted to make a move. Shen Kaiyue naturally could not allow him to behave like this, and the three people were pulling. Wang Wei was too manic after drinking and accidentally put his elbow on Shen Kaiyue's face, causing the corner of her mouth to break. Wang Wei immediately calmed down when he saw that he had injured Shen Kaiyue. He knew he had gotten into trouble and was scared in his heart, but he still pretended to be calm and sat down to continue drinking. Shen Kaiyue glared at him, didn't continue to argue with him, and left with her sister and 2 nephews. Let them live in their homes first. When Han Bing returned home at night, he saw the bruises on Shen Kaiyue's face. Although the corner of her mouth was only slightly ruptured and not very serious, half of her face was swollen. It was the first time Han Bing had seen Shen Kaiyue suffer this kind of aggravation, and after asking why, with angry eyes, she was no longer friendly to her sister-in-law and her 2 nephews. Han Bing was not that powerful at the time, but it was still more than enough to deal with a Wang Wei. Wang Wei's hands have always been unclean, and he has not taken advantage of the company. Han Bing knew what kind of virtue he had, and he simply couldn't stand the temptation of money, so he deliberately gave him the opportunity to be in charge of a big project that involves a large sum of money. Wang Wei really fell into the trap and embezzled a large sum of money from the company. Han Bing has long been secretly arranging for good people to take evidence and directly call the police to arrest him. Due to the huge amount, Wang Wei was sentenced to 7 years in prison. After Wang Wei was imprisoned, Shen Kaiyun applied to the court to dissolve her marriage with him and remarried with her 2 children. My current husband is not well off, and he is not a good-looking man, just an ordinary working-class man, but he is loyal and honest. Otherwise he would not have accepted 2 sons from other people. Shen Kaiyun and her husband don't make much money, and they have 2 sons in elementary school and a daughter in kindergarten, but there is no great pressure on the economy. Shen Kaiyue has long promised her nephews to buy a house in the future, and some of the big expenses are borne by her. Although Shen Kaiyun didn't feel too good about taking advantage of her sister, she also knew that that little bit of money was nothing to her sister. Everything in life was on track, but just a year ago, Wang Wei completed his sentence and was released. He'd just gotten out of prison and hadn't had time to go to Shen Kaiyun yet. Han Bing had arranged for someone to warn him that he would only be given 1 day. If he still showed up in the city the next day, let him evaporate. Han Bing is already the richest man in the city, and Wang Wei knows that with his current power and means, he has no qualifications to fight against him. Although he felt a bit aggrieved, just because he accidentally hit Shen Kaiyue for a moment, he had already been in jail for 7 years. Han Bing was surprisingly still holding a grudge over the incident, leaving him helpless but daring to be angry. The next day, he took his backpack and went to work overseas. Just a few months ago, Wang Wei was excited to come back from the field after seeing the news about Han Bing's murder. In the name of visiting the children, he often harassed Shen Kaiyun's family. He had no feelings for the 2 children at all, but just wanted to make things difficult for Shen Kaiyun, forcing Shen Kaiyue to help her sister pay to settle the matter. Wang Wei was tall and gangly. Shen Kaiyun's current husband didn't dare to make a move against him, and if he fought him to the death, he didn't have the guts to do so. Shen Kaiyun had to go back to her sister for help. At noon today, Shen Kaiyue took her sister to meet with Wang Wei at a cafe and asked him what he really wanted. Wang Wei opened the door and picked it up with Shen Kaiyue. When I accidentally touched you, I let Han Bing be framed for 7 years in prison, and drove him out of the city after he got out of prison. Now that you've inherited his property, aren't you going to make some compensation to me? Shen Kaiyue also expected him to ask for money, and since she asked him to meet today, she also planned to spend some money to settle the matter, not wanting her sister's family to be harassed by him again. How much are you going to ask for? $100 million a year. I've been in jail for 7 years. You give me $700 million. Don't say let me leave the city. Emigrate to a foreign country. Shen Kaiwei asked in surprise. You're crazy about money. Do you know how much $700 million is? Wang Wei just casually said that he wanted so much, but he also knew that Shen Kaiwei wouldn't give it to him. If you think it's too much, you can scratch the price. We can negotiate. Then staring at Shen Kaiwei, she smiled and praised. Big sister, you've maintained yourself really well. There's no change from a dozen years ago, and you're getting more and more charming. Shen Kaiwei glared at him, bored with him. He even shamelessly proposed, look at Kaiyon now also re-established a family. But I'm still alone. Han Bing is also gone. Why don't we make do? I don't want any money, and I promise to be devoted to you. Shen Kaiyun couldn't hear it anymore and couldn't help but swear. Do you still want to be shameless? My sister is already married. Even if she isn't, it's impossible for her to look at a scum like you. Wang Wei slammed the table and roared. Did I talk to you? He didn't know much about Shen Saiyue's life, and he didn't know this person from He Zhongliang. Wang Wei's unqualified behavior drew curious stares from other guests in the cafe. It seems you're not sincere about talking properly. Shen Kaiyue stood up and left with her sister. Wang Wei shouted at her. You should return the price. If you don't give $700 million, you can give $70 million. Or $7 million. Shen Kaiyue took her sister out of the cafe, not wanting to face Wang Wei's insatiable face again. Chapter 51, Helping My Sister-in-Law. He Zhongliang started his life as a housewife and man in advance, responsible for buying food and cooking, waiting for Shen Kaiyue to come home. In the afternoon, Shen Kaiyue brought her sister home. When He Zhongliang heard the door open, he was still wondering how he got off work so early today, but after seeing the sister-in-law, know that the original is the family too and, in fact, the sister-in-law than He Zhongliang is still a few years older. He Zhongliang had seen her twice, and her temperament was not as outstanding as Shen Kaiyue, but her features could not be picked out, and although her body was a bit out of shape, she was also considered a good-looking woman. He Zhongliang came out of the kitchen with his apron on and warmly went up to greet him. The sister-in-law looked at He Zhongliang's appearance. Tall, handsome and young. Do not smoke or drink. No bad habits. Every day at home waiting for his daughter-in-law to come home from work. Pampered. I can't help but sigh with my sister. All women. How come your life is so good? Both husbands love you so much. Although Han Bing divorced you, but cared for you very much, and left you several lifetimes to spend your property. He Zhongliang looked at the two men's sad faces and asked worriedly, is something wrong? Shen Kaiyue replied with a helpless expression. That ex-husband of Tsayun's came back and intentionally harassed the family. He Zhongliang had heard of this person Wang Wei, and when his mother-in-law came to his house, she talked to him about those things once. Mother-in-law and husband are especially fond of He Zhongliang. Every time they see this son-in-law, they are very enthusiastic and chat with him endlessly. He Zhongliang guessed, did he come back to fight over the child? Shen Kaiyun said with a face full of disdain. Only a good man like you cares about children. His kind of scum only has money in his eyes. Today my sister and I met with him. He opened his mouth to ask for $700 million. He simply wants money like crazy. He knew I wouldn't give him that much, and purposely made jokes to embarrass us. Shen Kaiyue looked at He Zhongliang not knowing what to do. Then he changed his story to tens of millions. Millions? And who knows which of his statements was true? Shen Kaiyun complained angrily and also looked at He Zhongliang, asking with anticipation. That one in my house is too honest, and he definitely can't beat Wang Wei. You're so strong, can you beat Wang Wei? He Zhongliang smiled and threw out. I can beat him to death. It's not okay to beat someone to death. Isn't that a crime? Just teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to harass me again. He Zhongliang glanced at his simple sister-in-law and helplessly told her. It's against the law to teach him a lesson. Besides, that kind of person's dog can't change its ways, so teaching him a lesson definitely won't help. In fact, I don't care about giving him money. Just think of it as breaking the bank. I'm just afraid that he won't stop. He won't be satisfied with any amount of money. The problem can't be solved and it's too annoying to be pestered by him endlessly. Shen Kaiyue voiced her concerns, and He Zhongliang cupped her face and came up to her to praise her. You're right. That kind of person can't be spoiled, or else he'll surely stomp on his nose and get an inch. The two of them looked at each other with eyes full of ambiguous feelings, and usually as soon as Shen Kaiyue entered the house, the two of them started to make love to each other. Shen Kaiyun turned her head to the side with a sigh and said to the next, I'm going to the restroom. Shen Kaiyue smiled and chided. Can you not show your love in front of others? He Zhongliang turned his head to watch his sister-in-law walk into the restroom before wrapping Shen Kaiyue in his arms and discussing with a smile on his face. While she's not around, quickly let hubby kiss. You stop it. Let's go to the kitchen. Shen Kaiyue refused on her lips, a happy smile on her face. He Zhongliang asked excitedly, going to the kitchen to make out? Off to the kitchen to help you prepare dinner. Shen Kaiyue tilted her head and glanced at the restroom. quickly kissing He Zhongliang before her sister came out. When the three of them were having dinner together, Shen Kaiyun received a call from Wang Wei saying that he would go to her house tonight to see her children. Shen Kaiyun angrily questioned, "You are not welcome in my home. What do you want to do on the ground? You know what I want. Talk it over with your sister. With all the money she has, a few random leaks from her fingers would be enough for me to spend for the rest of my life." Shen Kaiyun angrily hung up the phone and looked at Shen Kaiwei with a difficult expression. Shen Kaiwei looked at He Zhongliang and helplessly discussed, "What should we do? Give him money?" He Zhongliang replied indifferently, "All the money in our family is yours, so of course it's up to you." Shen Kaiwei was a bit lost. She hoped that at this time He Zhongliang would help her with her ideas instead of making snide remarks. He Zhongliang looked at her lost expression and hurriedly comforted, "Alright, you don't need to worry about this matter, leave it to me. I'll go and meet that Wang Wei tomorrow. See what kind of virtue he is?" Shen Kaiwei was worried that He Zhongliang would suffer, and hurriedly instructed, "You mustn't make a move against him. He's quite tall as well. Don't worry, I don't dare to fight him. I'm afraid that if I punch him to death, I'll still have to go to jail." Shen Kaiwei and her sister both looked at He Zhongliang half-heartedly, not knowing whether he was joking or bragging. At this time Shen Xian's cell phone rang again, and it was the honest husband who called, telling her that Wang Wei was knocking on their door and harassing them on the pretext of watching the children. Shen Xian's family also reported to the police, but even if the police came, they could not take him. He does not hurt people, just diaphragm, but also can only persuade mediation. But for Wang Wei's kind of underhanded people, reasoning with him is like a wind in his ears, and no one can do anything about it. After Shen Kaiyun hung up the phone, she was no longer in the mood to eat and was in a hurry to head home. He Zhongliang comforted her, "It's not that bad, I'll send you back after dinner." Although Shen Kaiyun didn't know if He Zhongliang could cure Wang Wei, but at last there was a man who could back himself up, and her heart was slightly more solid. After dinner, Shen Kaiwei wanted to follow along. She was worried that He Zhongliang would suffer. What's the use of going against a scoundrel like that? He Zhongliang flirted with a sentence, did not promise to let Shen Kaiwei follow. He sent his sister-in-law home. More than 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the door of Shen Xian's house. Wang Wei squatted in the doorway and smoked, throwing cigarette butts all over the floor, and the hallway was pandemonium. After seeing Shen Kaiyun come back, he stood up holding the wall. Aggrieved, he complained, "Why did you only come back? I've been squatting at the door for more than half an hour. My legs are numb. Your husband didn't open the door for me either. What do you two mean? Not letting me see my own son?" Shen Kaiyun excitedly reminded, "You don't have custody of the children. They'd had nothing to do with you for a long time. You fart. I don't care what messed up power you have. Those two boys are my seed, and no one can change that. Then you take them away. I'll give you custody of both kids." Wang Wei knows that Shen Kaiyun is talking in anger. He does not really want a child, and Shen Kaiyun is not willing to give up her child. Both of them know exactly what the other is thinking, but Wang Wei dares to put the happiness of the two children out of the way. Shen Kaiyun cannot dare. She can't bear to let the two kids live without a mom with Wang Wei. Chapter 52, Setting the Scene. Wang Wei grabbed Shen Xian's soft underbelly of not being able to give up her children and agreed in a serious manner. "Good, give me the custody of the two of them, and we'll live our own lives without disturbing each other. You don't even have a real job. What are you going to do to raise a child? You don't have to worry about that, and you don't have to worry about the three of us, father and son, begging for food on the streets." Shen Kaiyun was speechless with anger at Wang Wei's nonsense and looked helplessly at He Zhongliang beside her. Wang Wei also stared at He Zhongliang and looked him up and down before questioning Shen Kaiyun. "What do you mean? You found a helper to deal with me? I've never experienced anything before. I'm not afraid of how many people you find. I'm not an outsider. I'm her brother-in-law." He Zhongliang politely introduced himself and smiled as he faced Wang Wei. Wang Wei came to a realization and couldn't help but praise. "Although Shen Kaiwei is quite a bit older than you, she is very well maintained. No worse than a young woman in her 30s. Moreover, she has so many properties. You're really good. This time, you've got both wealth and color. You've developed." Wang Wei had an envious look on his face and longed to make friends with He Zhongliang, who he guessed was a kind of person like him. "Don't be ridiculous. People aren't like you." Shen Kaiyun could see Wang Wei's mind and couldn't help but open her mouth to remind him. "Men talk, you keep your mouth shut." Wang Wei now set his mind on He Zhongliang, fantasizing that he could get something out of him. He Zhongliang comforted his sister-in-law. "Go home now." Then he politely invited Wang Wei. "Let's find a place to talk." Wang Wei looked at He Zhongliang with a kind face, and estimated that he was just a smooth talker, and he could not be ruthless. What's more, they are not afraid to wear shoes with bare feet, so they promised not to harass their ex-wife's family first today, and happily followed He Zhongliang to leave. He Zhongliang brought Wang Wei to a high-grade KTV. Wang Wei once also came here with someone. He knew that the boss here was a woman named Su Meng, and he had an affair with Han Bing many years ago. And back then, with Han Bing's help, he made a name for himself in society. Even if Han Bing is gone now, this woman is still very popular in both the black and white worlds. Wang Wei had met Su Meng twice, and he had wanted to use his relationship with Han Bing to make friends with her. But Su Meng never looked him in the eye, didn't take him seriously at all, and now she won't even remember him. He Zhongliang took Wang Wei to open a luxurious private room. Eat and drink all the points of the highest consumption. There is no need to look at the price. Wang Wei looked at He Zhongliang in surprise, his eyes full of envy and jealousy. This is the life he aspires to. Poor, extravagant, money spinning, paper drinking. That's what makes a man most handsome. Wang Wei sighed in his heart. A few moments later walked in 7 or 8 beautiful women with revealing clothes and a curvy front and back, standing side by side in front of the 2 men. He Zhongliang casually asked, "Why are there only a few people? I'll get a couple more in here in a minute." The waiter was just about to leave when Wang Wei couldn't help but open his mouth to persuade. "Enough is enough. Brother, you're spending too much. These girls are good. Let's pick one for each of us." "No need to pick. They're all there for you," He Zhongliang told Wang Wei, and then waved his hand. "All of you guys, go accompany Brother Wang." Wang Wei was fidgeting nervously, although he hadn't come out to fool around much in the past, but it was the first time that he had such a beautiful woman accompanying him at the same time, and it was the first time that he had enjoyed this kind of treatment. Surrounded by a group of beautiful women, he's a little too busy for his own good, and has lived like an ascetic since he's been incarcerated. Right now at this moment, he was in a bit of disbelief. It felt like a dream. Excitedly, he expressed his gratitude to He Zhongliang. "Brother, you are also too much. Rich is bold. I'll toast you first." The words just fell. The beauty beside the body took the initiative to help the 2 pour foreign wine. He Zhongliang drank a small sip, and Wang Wei drank it all in one go. His current state of extreme excitement didn't allow him to take small sips of alcohol at all. Seeing that He Zhongliang only drank a small sip, he smiled to curry favor. "Brother, just feel free." Then told a couple of beautiful women, "No need to all gather around me. Go over to the 2 to keep that brother of mine company." He Zhongliang waved his hand, refusing the beauties to come closer, and pointed at one of them, saying, "You go out and ask Su Meng to accompany me." The woman blinked and turned her head to ask the other sisters, "Do we have another sister named Su Meng here?" The other few people heard the name sound a bit familiar, but none of them had much of an impression. In unison, they shook their heads, indicating that they did not know this person. Suddenly someone remembered and shouted, "Isn't our boss's name Su Meng?" A few other people laughed and teased, "Handsome guy looking for an escort lady, not our boss. Why don't you go call the boss?" He Zhongliang told them seriously, "I'm just looking for your boss here. Go get her over." A few beauties instantly put away their smiles and cautiously asked, "Handsome guy, you're joking. Do you know our boss?" Wang Wei also hurriedly persuaded, "Brothers, we come out to play. The figure is happy. Don't get into trouble. We can't afford to mess with the boss here. Go on." He Zhongliang prodded a beautiful woman with a serious expression. The beautiful woman looked at her sisters, but also had to go out to inform a hard. The rest of those beauties and Wang Wei cannot laugh. Wang Wei has been a little afraid, jumping to want to leave. However, he did not want to be laughed at by He Zhongliang, so he could only pretend to be calm and continue to chat awkwardly with the beauties. The heart has already planned. If something unpleasant happens later, he himself will immediately get rid of the relationship with He Zhongliang and find a way to bugger off. A few moments later, the manager walked into the booth with a couple of infield security guards. Judging from He Zhongliang's spending, he was also considered a valued guest. They wouldn't rough up the guest before they figured out the situation. They just wanted to make sure that the guest wasn't intentionally looking for trouble. "Do you know our Mr. Su?" The manager was still polite to He Zhongliang, as he wasn't sure what the other party was from. He Zhongliang nodded. "What is your name, sir?" After inquiring about He Zhongliang's identity, the manager went outside the private room and made a call. A few moments later, Su Meng walked into the private room and saw He Zhongliang, and enthusiastically sat down beside him to greet him. "My goodness, it's really you. Why did you suddenly think of looking for your sister? Then send the manager and those security guards away." Wang Wei was finally relieved and took the initiative to stand up and greet Su Meng. Su Meng glanced at him, and for the sake of He Zhongliang's face, she casually made a couple of perfunctory remarks, and then stopped paying attention to him. Wang Wei is also self-aware. Sit back and continue to drink and sing with the others, no longer disturbing He Zhongliang and Su Meng. This deluxe room has a separate small room inside that is very well soundproofed. Su Meng led He Zhongliang into the small room. Wang Wei turned back to see the two into the room, enviously shaking his head. Cannot help but sigh, this kid is also too powerful. What kind of women can be taken? I've had an eye-opening experience. There are really people beyond the mountains. Half of my life has been in vain. Compared to others, I am nothing. Luckily, he is now accompanied by a beautiful woman who makes him smile and have fun. Chapter 53, Let the Scum Settle the Bill. Su Meng walked into the room with He Zhengliang and closed the door behind them, instantly falling silent. Su Meng came up to He Zhengliang, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said tenderly, I really didn't expect that you could remember me, and knew to come back to see me, which makes you and me feel warm in our hearts. He Zhengliang gently pushed Su Meng away and smiled as he sat on the sofa. Seeing that He Zhengliang didn't mean it, Su Meng put away her flirtatiousness, sat across from him and asked, Are you still with Han Bing's ex-wife now? I heard that Han Bing left all of his property to his ex-wife and daughter. He Zhengliang said truthfully, Yes, Shen and I are already married. You're really good. This trick of taking in both wealth and color is beautifully done. Did you already expect this day to come? Su Meng looked at He Zhengliang with an incredulous expression. He Zhengliang didn't want to talk about this, and said right to the point, that man outside is my sister-in-law's ex-husband, and after coming out of jail for a few years, he endlessly harassed his ex-wife's family. He knew that Shen Kaiwei had money and wouldn't watch her sister being harassed and stand by. He just wants to blackmail money on purpose. But after a scoundrel like him gets a taste of sweetness, he will definitely get an inch. I don't want to spoil him. Can you arrange for someone to help me resolve this matter? You're smart enough to know that you have to fight fire with fire when dealing with people like this. After praising a sentence, Su Meng stared at He Zhengliang and asked with a smile, What benefits can I get if I help you solve this matter? You name a number. Money is not a problem. He Zhengliang graciously assured that both he and Shen Kaiwei didn't care about money, but didn't like being threatened. I don't want your money. Looking at Su Meng's affectionate peach blossom eyes, He Zhengliang knew what she was thinking and shook his head helplessly. You're not short of men either. Why are you always staring at me? Su Meng's expression was also helpless. I don't know. It might be a psychological effect. What I can't get is always on my mind. I just can't let go of you. Then forget I said anything. I'll figure out how to handle this on my own. He Zhengliang stood up and was about to leave. I didn't say I wouldn't help you. Su Meng hurriedly stopped He Zhengliang, pounced into his arms and wrapped her arms around his waist, praising in surprise, You're so strong now. Do you work out often? He Zhengliang nodded. That's right. A lot of physical exertion makes it less impulsive. You still got that problem? It's gotten better. Not as hard to control as it used to be. He Zhengliang still couldn't help but physically crave very much when he met Su Meng's 4 eyes. But he was already used to this impulsive feeling and could control it well. Su Meng stared into He Zhengliang's eyes and let out a long sigh. I really want to see you commit a crime. He Zhengliang took her in his arms and caressed her back, then said in a serious tone, I treat you as a friend, and that's the biggest yardstick between us. Su Meng gave He Zhengliang a blank look. Are you scratching my itch? Then tell him, I'll help you with this, and if I need funding for a new project in the future, I'll ask for your help again. He Zhengliang agreed flatly. No problem. Su Meng expressed her skepticism. Can you say anything about Shen Kaiwei's money? You probably don't understand my position in the family. On the surface I'm a housewife. In fact, I'm deeply favored by Shen Kaiwei, and as long as I ask, she's willing to give me anything. It's just a soft meal. What are you showing off for? He Zhengliang lowered his head in shame, and there was nothing wrong with what Su Meng said. In fact, it was just like that. Su Meng curiously inquired. You're so physically strong. Are you particularly powerful in that area? That's why Shen Kaiwei is obedient to you and listens to what you say. He Zhengliang didn't bother to explain, and simply continued to nod his head, unable to hold back his laughter. I see you two are the stuffy type. Su Meng flirted, then assured He Zhengliang, Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you, and if I need to borrow money from you in the future, I'll treat it as if you're a shareholder. We're in a partnership. I won't use your money for nothing. It doesn't matter. I trust you. He Zhengliang's words warmed Su Meng's heart again. In this man-eating society, it's not easy to have a trusted friend. She wrapped her arms around He Zhengliang's neck again, softly discussing, Don't be so curmudgeonly, okay? Good friends can also be confidants. There are some things that heaven knows and earth knows that you know, and I know that will never reach your wife's ears. He Zhengliang gently pushed Su Meng away and commanded in a serious manner, Stop fooling around and get on with your business. Seeing He Zhengliang's lack of understanding, Su Meng glared at him and slapped him hard on the chest. You don't need to worry about it here. Go back and coax your daughter-in-law. He Zhengliang smiled to please. Thank you, Mr. Su. The two walked out of the small room, and Wang Wei was so excited to play with the beauties that he didn't even notice the two. He Zhengliang looked at Wang Wei hand dancing look, has completely let fly. After Su Meng sent He Zhengliang away, he immediately arranged for his men to deal with Wang Wei. When He Zhengliang returned home after 9 o'clock, Shen Kaiwei stood up from the sofa and walked quickly to him. Why are you so late? He Zhengliang looked at those 2 steps of Shen Kaiwei and smiled as he teased. Your stomach isn't obvious yet, but walking already feels a bit pregnant. It's your psychology, isn't it? I don't think I've changed. Shen Kaiwei wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang's waist and pressed herself into his embrace to confide. When you're not at home at night, my heart is empty and I'm not used to it at all. Are you blaming me for my dereliction of duty as a housewife? I went out for your sister's sake. It's pretty hard for a man to eat soft food at home without earning money. He Zhongliang picked Shen Kaiwei up, walked to the sofa and sat down, stroking her face and kissing down. Shen Kaiwei turned her face to the side and gently pushed He Zhongliang away, asking curiously, "You've been drinking, haven't you? And there's still the smell of perfume on your body." He Zhongliang pretended to have a horrified expression. "It's over. I'll just take a shower first when I get back." Shen Kaiwei wore a smile on her face and He Zhongliang's 4 eyes. She believed in this man and was more or less worried. When a person cared too much about the other person, it was inevitable that they couldn't help but be suspicious. He Zhongliang smiled and explained, "I took Wang Wei to a high-end KTV to spend money, and I ordered a few $1,000s of foreign wine, and he's got several beautiful women to keep him company, and he's still having a good time there. But when it's time to check out, she shouldn't be able to smile. Will he come after you if you deliberately tease him?" Shen Kaiwei is worried that Wang Wei will take revenge on He Zhongliang afterwards. "Don't worry. I know the owner of the KTV. She will definitely teach Wang Wei a good lesson. To deal with that kind of hooligan, you have to find a bigger hooligan to cure him. You still know that kind of socialite." Shen Kaiwei thought that Wei Zhongliang stayed at home every day and didn't know any outsiders except his relatives. He Zhongliang couldn't help but start bragging. "I also know the Prime Minister of the country of Savatica. If Wang Wei doesn't know any better, we'll trick him into going outside the country and make him disappear from this earth. Don't you dare go out on any more adventures. I won't let you go back to places that dangerous." Shen Kaiwei tightened her arms around He Zhongliang's neck and ordered him seriously. He Zhongliang smiled and reached out to gently caress Shen Sayue's face, still in love with her even after seeing her every day. Chapter 54, Give 50,000 a punch. Wang Wei and 7 or 8 beautiful women have been playing Cannot Find the North, drinking and singing with beautiful women to interact. Busy, simply busy. The music suddenly stopped, and the booth was instantly quiet. Time was up, and the beautiful women left the private room in droves. The waiter came in with the bill and asked Wang Wei if he was checking out or continuing to spend. Wang Wei glanced toward the small room behind him and threw out, "Find that brother of mine to settle the bill. The gentleman you came with left a long time ago, and you have been spending money alone." Hearing the waiter's words, Wang Wei instantly sobered up a bit. He had a bad premonition. "I'm going out to look for him. I'll be back soon." Wang Wei took out his cell phone and headed out of the private room, pretending to call He Zhongliang, but in fact he didn't have He Zhongliang's cell phone number at all. He just wants to get out of it. Just walking to the door of the private room, he found several men blocking the doorway, and he realized that he had been tricked by He Zhongliang. Slowly retreating back to the private room to sit on the sofa, he began to call Shen Kaiyun, hoping to reach He Zhongliang. It's the middle of the night. Shen Kaiyun won't even pick up his phone. Several men walked into the private room and stood in front of Wang Wei. The one who led the way sat beside him and raised his hand on his shoulder. "How do you get it, bro? A total of $22,000 spent. How are you going to pay for it? Is it that expensive?" Wang Wei picked up the bill on the table and stared in horror. "The drinks alone are over 10,000, and we've called so many beautiful women. The mess adds up. Don't worry, we won't ask you for a penny more." Wang Wei hurriedly explained. "Today is that brother of mine's treat. I didn't bring so much money. Who's buying is between you. As long as someone else is checking out, you can ask him to come back and check out. He wouldn't have run away if he would have come back to settle the bill. He's just playing me on purpose." Wang Wei mumbled in panic, then pleaded, "Can I owe it first, and come back to settle the bill when I have enough money? What do you say? All like you. How can we still do business? Just close down." The man had a serious expression and a fierce gaze. Wang Wei knew very well in his heart that it was He Zhongliang and the boss of this place who deliberately screwed him. He didn't want to beat around the bush, and directly showed his cards. "I don't have that kind of money, so you guys see to it. Then we'll have to call the police." When Wang Wei heard that he wanted to call the police, he hurriedly pleaded, "Don't call the police. I know your boss has a wide range of connections. I just got out of there not long ago. I really don't want to go back in. Then find a way to scrape together the money to settle the bill. I'm a loner, and I can barely make ends meet by working as a temporary laborer. One person to eat the whole family is not hungry. Really have no savings. You always have parents and relatives and friends. I offended them all a long time ago. No one will help me. Brothers, you're such a big business. You're not that bad. Just treat me like an ass and let me go. We are also working for the boss. Such a big business is not ours." Wang Wei playfully begged. "Brothers, can you tell your boss? I know what she means. I promise I will never harass my ex-wife's family again. So don't push me this time. I really don't have any money." "What's this nonsense about what you and your ex-wife have to do with our boss?" The one leading the charge was getting impatient. Wang Wei did not want to be in the explanation. Hammer head drooping, picked up the table, did not finish the foreign wine and took a sip. After putting down the bottle, he slumped down on the couch with a look of a dead pig. I don't have any money anyway, so you guys just watch. I'll admit it. The man looked at Wang Wei's look and smiled as he asked, we can call the police to solve the problem, or we can lend you money, and the minimum amount of money to be released is $50,000. Do you need it? Wang Wei knew it was a loan shark, and with his own ability, he probably would never be able to pay it back, but he has no other choice now. No one will lend him money except a loan shark. After thinking for a moment, Wang Wei had to agree to borrow loan sharks first to solve the immediate problem. Wang Wei was taken to a room. After filling out the contract, borrowing 50,000 to hand only 20,000 more, with more than $20,000 in the account, Wang Wei walked out of the KTV, has forgotten all about the repayment. Take a cab straight to the baths. The next morning, Wang Wei went directly to the clinic to find Shen Kaiyue. He promised that he would never dare to harass his ex-wife again and hoped that Shen Kaiyue would help him pay back the loan sharks. Shen Kaiyue called He Zhongliang. Half an hour later, He Zhongliang met up with Wang Wei outside. As soon as Wang Wei saw He Zhongliang, he grumbled playfully, "Brother, you did me a great disservice last night. I spent more than $20,000, but I didn't have the money to pay the bill. They forced me to borrow $50,000 from the loan sharks. After deducting last night's spending and the first installment of interest, there are only 20,000 yuan left, and I definitely won't be able to pay it back by the repayment date. To your family, that little bit of money is not as good as a drop in the bucket. Can you help me pay back the loan sharks? And I won't dare to harass your sister-in-law anymore." He Zhongliang stared at Wang Wei for a few seconds and seriously told him, "I'll only give you this one chance. I'll pay you back that $50,000 of loan sharks, but if you dare to appear in front of Shen Kaiyue and her sister again in the future, I can take out $500,000 or even $5 million and find someone to play you to death." "I wouldn't dare, and I certainly won't dare to go near them again." Wang Wei nodded repeatedly. He knew that He Zhongliang was different from the soft-hearted Shen Kaiyue. Wang Wei didn't dare to mess with this kind of person. He only dared to play rogue with women when he bumped into a really tough character. He also knew to hide far away and didn't dare to mess with them. He Zhongliang approached Wang Wei and threw a punch at his abdomen. Although he didn't use his full strength, Wang Wei was already in so much pain that he couldn't stand and couldn't withstand the punch at all. He Zhongliang helped him sit down on the side of the road and calmly comforted, "Just take a deep breath and adjust." A few moments later, Wang Wei's expression was no longer so painful, and it looked like he had slowed down. He Zhongliang asked seriously, "I'll spend $50,000 to punch you. Do you have any opinion?" "No comment." Wang Wei shook his head, timidly glancing at He Zhongliang before hurriedly lowering his head. "In the future, don't ever force me to fight again. I'm really afraid that I'll accidentally kill you. Although even if I kill you, spending some money might be able to settle it. But there is no deep hatred between us. Is it unnecessary to go that far?" After He Zhongliang finished speaking, he patted Wang Wei's shoulder. Wang Wei hurriedly nodded his head, daring to be angry. Only after He Zhongliang turned and walked away did Wang Wei raise his head to angrily glare at his back and muttered in a low voice, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shen Kaiyue, that is really good. The men she finds are all grams of me." After sitting for a few minutes, Wang Wei covered his abdomen and slowly stood up to leave. Chapter 55, Running into a Cellmate. In the evening, Shen Kaiyue returned home. He Zhongliang has prepared meals. Shen Kaiyue asked anxiously when she came to the table. "Did that Wang Wei find any trouble with you? If I lent him 200 guts, he wouldn't dare to trouble me. Rest assured, he shouldn't harass your sister in the future." He Zhongliang held Shen Kaiyue in his arms and couldn't help but stroke her stomach. "It's not like anything's changed now. What are you always touching?" Shen Kaiyue smiled and chided, but didn't stop He Zhongliang. She liked being touched like this. "Sit down and eat." He Zhongliang helped Shen Kaiyue pull out the chair, and Shen Kaiyue sat down and looked at the sumptuous dinner. "Seriously," he reminded He Zhongliang, "it's just the two of us. You shouldn't prepare so many dishes in the future. Don't you think we've both gained weight lately? It's normal for you to gain weight. I don't feel like I've changed. I can feel it. You've put on a little weight too. And you can't finish so many dishes in one meal. There's a lot left over every time. You'll have a little of each and I'll clean up the rest at home tomorrow. Just in time to redo it tonight when you get back." Shen Kaiyue chided heartily. "Then won't you have to eat leftovers every day?" He Zhongliang said uncaringly. "It doesn't matter. I think it's all the same. It doesn't affect the flavor." "That doesn't work either. You can't keep eating overnight leftovers. You guys who are doctors are just too preoccupied. As long as it doesn't spoil. People of our previous generation ate overnight meals and didn't see anything wrong with them." He Zhongliang had an unimpressed attitude, then noticed Shen Kaiyue's serious expression. Hurriedly consoled, "Dr. Shen, I will definitely control the amount of food in the future and try to finish every meal. I'm blaming you for secretly eating all the leftovers and not leaving them for me. I don't want you to have leftovers. He Zhongliang purposely wore a contrived expression, then couldn't help but ask with a smile. Do you think the little baby will try to persuade us not to show our love when it hears our conversation in the belly? Shen Kaiyue also smiled and asked, could you hear your parents talking when you were in your mother's belly? He Zhongliang seriously recalled for a moment and helplessly shook his head. Not to mention when I was in the belly. I don't even remember what it was like to be cradled by my mother. Did I sleep on my own after I was born? How can it be? Don't you have to breastfeed? He Zhongliang continued to laugh and shook his head. I don't know. Can't remember at all. It seems like I've never eaten it before. I'll let you have a couple of tastes when I'm on my month, so maybe you'll remember. Shen Kaiyue flirted with a sentence, shyly lowered her head and snickered. The corners of He Zhongliang's mouth rose as he stared at the laughing Shen Kaiyue. She just calmed down, looked up and He Zhongliang glanced at each other, and couldn't help but laugh again. He Zhongliang seriously reminded, when the time comes, it's best to carry the child on your back. Don't let him see. I'm afraid he'll have a problem with me. Shen Kaiyue gradually put away her smile and sheepishly comforted. It's fine. You can sneak a few bites while he's sleeping. He can't finish it himself anyway. What if it's twins or triplets? Maybe there's not enough to go around. I don't want to have that many babies. Besides, I'm already considered an older woman. Shen Kaiyue didn't finish his sentence. He didn't want to say things that would make people worry. He Zhongliang held her hand and asked worriedly, are you still nervous? Shen Kaiyue replied calmly, that's not true. I'm a doctor myself, and having already given birth to a child, there's nothing to be nervous about. He Zhongliang stared at her face and asked curiously, when you first got your ID card, did you report the wrong age? You don't look a few years older than me. You don't have to be so good at talking. It's not like I mind being older. As long as you don't mind me being old, I like you, and it has nothing to do with age. After dinner, the two cleaned up and went to bed early. Before going to sleep, Shen Kaiyue suddenly asked He Zhongliang, have you named the child yet? He Zhongliang never thought about this matter. Casually perfunctory, your culture is high. You take it. What culture does it take to make a name? It's not like you can't read. He Zhongliang smiled and proposed, I think it's quite good to name the child with a combination of the parents' surnames. Shen Kaiyue blurted out, called Hushana. No, it's not a good name to call it in case it's a girl. Boys can't be called it either. Shen Kaiyue laughed and patted He Zhongliang's chest, knowing that he was deliberately joking, then suggested, actually, if it's a girl, it's quite nice to be called Lotus. He Zhongliang nodded, it's good, just a bit rustic, the name and, called the smooth on the line. There is no need to deliberately highlight the learning. Deliberately go to find some normally unseen words. Look strange awkward. We'll talk about it when the time comes. It's all up to you. I don't want to go to the trouble of getting a name. He Zhongliang got up and turned off the lights, wrapping Shen Kaiyue in his arms from behind and tenderly caressing her stomach. Good night. The corners of Shen Kaiyue's mouth rose, full of happy smiles. With that $20,000, Wang Wei was too lazy to look for work. Days of playing mahjong in the middle of the night, and then go to the Bath City dashing fast. Half a month later, Wang Wei had finished hawking his money. In the middle of the night to the Bath City, after the bath lying in the rest hall, Pocket just left a few $dozen. What services do not dare to point. This money will have to stay tomorrow dinner. He's got arms and legs in good health, and can actually support himself with just about anything. But because of his ex-wife and Shen Kaiyue's relationship, it makes him always want to get something for nothing. Once a person starts to think, and feels that he has a chance to realize it, he will think about it day and night without giving it up. Although he knew that He Zhongliang was not a person to be messed with, Wang Wei still muttered in his heart, riches and riches, calculating what to do next, or fantasize about getting a fortune from Shen Kaiyue and living a thankless life for the rest of your life. Manhwa own power alone, and also do not have the top of the clever mind and courage. Thinking about it, I can't do anything else but to be a scoundrel. Just when Wang Wei was frowning and thinking about his headache, he was about to put himself to sleep. Suddenly his thighs were tapped, and Wang Wei snapped his eyes open to see a man sitting next to him, more than 20 years old. Not tall, body plate is also relatively thin. A thieving look. He greeted Wang Wei cordially, Brother De Wei. What a coincidence. Do you still remember me? Wang Wei froze for a few seconds and revealed an excited expression. Little lazy. Your hair has grown. I almost didn't recognize you. When was it released? Just over 2 months out. Wang Wei and the young man is a cellmate. Both are smooth talkers with no real skills. Inside the time, the two are more compatible. The relationship is not bad. Chapter 56, Stinking Kindred Spirits. After a few simple pleasantries, Wang Wei asked curiously, your hometown is not in the provinces? How come you came all the way here and didn't go back to your hometown? Lazy said helplessly, what's the point of going back? With this kind of status, even our family doesn't treat us well. I'd rather follow those two big brothers from before. You were arrested for taking part in a robbery. You're not preparing another big case, are you? Wang Wei's casual joke caused Lei Zi's face to change suddenly. Realizing that he had said something he shouldn't have, he hurriedly smiled and explained, I'm joking, don't take it seriously. Lei Zi also squeezed out an awkward smile and casually inquired, Brother David, where did you get rich? Not a rich woman to enjoy the happiness. He was well aware of Wang Wei's character, and he had no other skills except for his decent looks and ability to please women. If I were your age, I might have a chance. Now I'm nothing, not to mention a rich woman. I can't find any woman without spending money. Women are everywhere if you have money, but I don't have any money. All day long, I've been eating all the time. Wang Wei started complaining about his terrible situation at the moment. Moments later, two middle-aged men walked into the rest hall. Lei Zi looked up and hurriedly excused himself from Wang Wei. My big brother is coming over. Let's talk again when we have the chance. Then they got up and left, walking towards the two men. These two men are cousins. The older brother, called Wang Hongxiang, this year has been 47 years old. Medium stature, looks mediocre. The younger brother is called Lu Jinbao, 35 years old, slightly taller than his brother, slightly better looking. Both are from the remote mountain villages out to work. Not much culture but are ruthless, and flexible and alert. When they were young, they committed a murder and have not been home for more than 10 years. Both are now using false identities and roaming the community. This time, they chose to come to this city, and they were indeed ready to do a big job. They were planning to rob a gold store. As for the cities and locations of the crimes, they were picked at random so that they would not be easily caught. After the two lay down, Thunder came over and lay down next to the two big brothers. Wang Hongxiang turned his head and asked, Who are you talking to? Are there any more acquaintances here? Lei Zi hurriedly replied, Former cellmate, just happened to meet and chatted for a few minutes. Don't talk nonsense. Remember how you went in by yourself last time? If it wasn't for the fact that you're quite righteous, I wouldn't take you to play this time. After Lu Jinbao reminded a few words, he looked back at Wang Wei and asked Lei Zi, What's that guy's origin? Brother David has no background. He has a good skin and is good at pleasing women. Now that he's older, he's not doing so well, and he's worried about making ends meet. Just now, he was bragging to me about his greatness, saying that his ex-wife's sister had inherited tens of billions of dollars. He had wanted to blackmail a sum of money, and he would have been clothed and fed for the rest of his life. But instead, he ran into a ruthless person and almost got trapped himself. When Wang Hongxiang and Lu Jinbao heard the amount of tens of billions, they looked at each other and simultaneously looked at Lei Zi with surprised expressions. Lei Zi hurriedly explained, He's the one who said it. He must be blowing awesome. And ing tens of billions. I graduated from elementary school. I don't even have any concept of that number. Lu Jinbao muttered. A few months ago, the news said that the richest man in this city was killed outside the country, leaving behind tens of billions of dollars of property. But the specific information was not publicized. Could it really be such a coincidence? Wang Hongxiang looked at Lei Zi and excitedly said to Lu Jinbao, Maybe this kid is really a blind cat who stumbled upon a dead mouse. If it's true, this is a rare opportunity to consider. Lu Jinbao understands what his cousin means. If Wang Wei is telling the truth, as long as there are detailed information provided by him, it's much easier to kidnap and blackmail a 10 billionaire than to rob a gold store. He turned to Thunder and asked, Do you have the guy's contact number? Reiko shook his head. Go get a contact number from him. We'll find a chance to talk to him tomorrow and find out what's going on. Lei Zi nodded, understanding what his big brother meant, and hurriedly got up to find Wang Wei. The next day, Wang Wei found a day-end job, but the result was that he just went into the workshop and ran away after an hour of work. His hand speed was so slow that he couldn't keep up with the others. After leaving the workshop, angrily cursed, so capable to go as a donkey good. Wearing a human skin for what? Damn, really not a human job. At noon in the small restaurant to eat and drink. Wang Wei on the money spent. The afternoon back to the rented single room, blindfolded. When night fell, Wang Wei sat on his bed and fumed. He had woken up a long time ago. Half a box of cigarettes had been smoked, and he was worrying about dinner. Thunder called him. Half an hour later, Wang Wei came to the address Lei Zi told him, an old neighborhood. After a few knocks on the door, Lei Zi opened the door and invited Wang Wei into the house. He lives here with his two older brothers, and the table is already prepared with wine and food, 2 cases of beer, a couple plates of deli food, plus peanuts and coleslaw for a cost-effective downer. Lei Zi gave Wang Wei and the two big brothers to introduce each other. The 4 people sat down. A few cups of wine down began to call each other brothers. It's easy to find a common language with a few people who stink. The atmosphere is almost baked. Lei Zi two big brothers heard out. Wang Wei is now a miserable mix, and is not a person who walks on the right path. Then pretended to be very casual attitude, as if telling jokes. started to inquire about what they cared about. Information about the 10 billionaires. Wang Wei could hear that the other party was testing, and he could also tell that Lei Zi's two big brothers were ruthless people, and probably guessed their intentions. It just so happened that he had the heart of a thief but not the guts, and now that there was someone to help him, he went out on a limb and wanted to take a big gamble as well. So he told the truth. The rich man who was killed outside the country a few months ago used to be my brother-in-law. It was because I offended him that I was framed and sent to prison for 7 years. After I got out of prison, I was threatened by him and fled overseas to make a living. It's a good thing that God has his eyes and his life is too short to take me now. All this property was left to his daughter and his ex-wife. And the thing is true. I know exactly where his ex-wife works and where she lives. Lei Zi curiously asked, so you guys are so close? At least you are her brother-in-law. Didn't she give you a hand? Pull a fart. Her sister and I divorced a long time ago, and at that time it was very unpleasant. Now see me as if I see the enemy. Can't wait for me to disappear from this world. The two kids are still my seed. Okay. Lu Jinbao advised Wang Wei to stop complaining, and after pouring him a glass of wine, he lifted the glass to Showdown directly. You're a smart guy. You should be able to guess what we do. If you intend to join us, let's work together to do a big job, and you won't have to worry about the rest of your life. If you're not interested, we won't force you. Let's finish this drink and go our separate ways. Chapter 57, Kidnapping for Ransom. Wang Wei held up his cup and hesitated for a moment, asking worriedly, doing this kind of thing, are you guys sure? Although he was greedy for money, he was a coward, and he didn't want to be imprisoned and suffer again. Moreover, if he was imprisoned again, the rest of his life would be over. Even if he could survive until he got out of prison, there would be no point in being that old. Lu Jinbao comforted him. As long as you can provide accurate information and address, isn't it easy to deal with a woman? After the money arrives, we have a way to leave. Enjoy the rest of your life abroad, and there's no need to come back and take risks in the future. Wang Wei nodded. The thought of being able to live a thankless life for the rest of his life, to enjoy wine, food and beauty with abandon, the temptation of such a life was too great. But once he thought of He Zhongliang, he hurriedly reminded, that woman has found a white boy, who is also a ruthless character, and knows people in the underworld, not too good to deal with. We are not fighting with him, as long as we see the opportunity to control the woman. As soon as the money arrives, immediately withdraw. He knows more people have no use. Wang Hongxiang confidently reassured Wang Wei that he could not wait to act. It was as if an endless amount of money was beckoning him, making him fidgety. Wang Wei took a deep breath, clinked glasses with a few people, and promised with a firm gaze, okay, I'll follow you guys. After finishing their glasses of wine, several people began to discuss the details of the plan. A few days later in the morning, Shen Kaiwei had just walked out of the neighborhood when she was followed by a van. Wang Wei was in the car, telling his associates, that's the woman. The van drove not far in front of Shen Kaiwei and stopped by the side of the road. When Shen Kaiwei passed by, Wang Hongxiang and Lu Jinbao quickly got out of the car, put a cloth bag over Shen Kaiwei's head and pulled her to the car. Lei Zi drove off with a kick of the gas. Shen Kaiwei had never experienced such a thing before and nervously inquired, what are you doing? Who are you people? Be honest and shut up, or I'll kill you. Shen Kaiwei heard a ferocious warning sound and a large hand pinched her neck. She knew she was too weak to fight against two strong men. Then he did not dare to speak and resist. He guessed that it should be a kidnapping, and prayed in his heart that these people were just trying to get money. The van left the city and drove into the village 2 hours later, where Wang Wei and the others had rented a farmhouse. There aren't many people left in the village. Most of the young adults have gone to work in the city. There are only a few old people left in the village, and many houses are empty and unoccupied. After the van stopped, Wang Hongxiang and Lu Jinbao got off one side of a frame Shen Kaiwei into the courtyard. A few moments later, Shen Kaiwei was curled up in a corner on the bed, trembling with fear. Lu Jinbao and Wang Hongxiang stood on the bed wearing masks, and Lei Zi and Wang Wei were outside the room. Lu Jinbao reached out and pulled off the cloth bag on Shen Kaiwei's head, and Shen Kaiwei looked at the two strange men in front of her in shock. Wang Hongxiang looked Shen Kaiwei up and down and marveled. No wonder her ex-husband left all his money to her. This looks really energetic at a closer look. The body is also strangely gluttonous. It doesn't look like someone in her 40s. Then, unable to resist getting on the bed and caressing it, Shen Kaiwei pushed him away with all her might and shouted, don't you touch me. Lu Jinbao reached out and pulled Wang Hongxiang down. Persuaded, first do business. With money, what kind of woman can not find? Then directly pick with Shen Kaiwei. We know that you have a lot of money. Anyway, you cannot spend it. As a support for our brothers a little. Shen Kaiwei didn't bother to beat around the bush and asked bluntly, how much do you want? We've heard you have $10 billion in assets. How much do you think is appropriate to give? Lu Jinbao and Wang Hongxiang looked at each other. It was their first time to face such a rich person, and they didn't know how high a price should be appropriate. Those assets are not liquid. Those assets of the stock real estate company are transferred to your name. Are you willing to go through the process with me? Of course not. That would be putting us at risk. We just want cash. Lu Jinbao smiled and asked expectantly. How much cash can you give us? Shen Kaiwei asked expectantly. Let me go to the bank and withdraw it for you? Wang Hongxiang loudly reminded. You're thinking beautifully. You don't want to leave here until we get the money. And let your family get the money to ransom you. Can I ask my husband to withdraw $2 million and give it to you? Is your life worth $2 million? Wang Hongxiang angrily questioned and raised his hand to slap Shen Kaiwei. Shen Kaiwei reached out to cover her hand and hurriedly explained. I also want to give you more money, but you only need cash. And my husband can't withdraw much. There are some large transactions that require us to go to the bank at the same time as a couple. Seems like you're quite the heartthrob, defending yourself against that little white boy at every turn, doesn't it? What little white boy? Are you talking about me, my husband? He Zhongliang? Nonsense. Do you still keep several men? The man who is my husband is not that interested in money and has no savings in his personal name. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of man doesn't love money? Lu Jinbao advised Wang Hongxiang. Come on, do not say these useless. The amount is too big to arouse suspicion. Just $2 million. What? It's just $2 million. She's a $10 billion woman. Wang Hongxiang felt that asking for $2 million was too cheap for Shen Kaiwei. Lu Jinbao made a wink at him and he immediately stopped complaining. Find the phone from Shen Kaiwei's bag. Let Shen Kaiwei unlock it and call He Zhongliang's phone. He Zhongliang was mopping the floor at home when his cell phone rang on the table. He went over and picked up the phone to see that it was a call from Shen Kaiwei. Dr. Shen, why did you remember to call me during office hours? A man's rude voice came from the phone. Who is your Dr. Shen? You're He Zhongliang, aren't you? Yes, it's me. How did Shen Kaiwei's cell phone get in your hands? And who are you? You don't have to ask anything. If you want your rich daughter-in-law to go home safely, get $2 million in cash ready right now. We'll be in touch with you again. And if you call the police, get ready to collect the corpse of your cash cow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nowadays this society even has people who dare to kidnap and extort money. He Zhongliang marveled in his heart. Then he hurriedly advised. Money is not a problem. You must not hurt her. Can you let me have a word with her? Say, if you don't want her to die you should get the money ready. Wang Hongxiang hung up the phone when he finished speaking, then took Shen Kaiwei's cell phone card out, and he would not use this cell phone in the future. When He Zhongliang called again, Shen Kaiwei's cell phone was already turned off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He Zhongliang roared, did not dare to delay, fast step rushed to the door. He first rushed to the clinic to make sure that Shen Kaiwei really did not come to work, and then went directly to the bank to get money. He didn't plan to call the police for the time being. If anything happened to Shen Kaiwei, catching those people wouldn't help. I hope those people are just after money and don't hurt the lives of the hostages. Chapter 58, Raising Money for Ransom. He Zhongliang felt that kidnapping for ransom was something that ordinary people didn't have the guts to do, and it was almost impossible to succeed in committing a crime in the country. There was no need for people with power and influence to take risks, and only those desperate people would fight to the death. He and Shen Kaiwei lived a low-key life without any enemies, and it was even more unlikely that they would be targeted by those outlaws. Thinking about it, He Zhongliang felt that Wang Wei was the most suspicious. Guessing that he can't do this kind of thing alone, he must be looking for others to help. He Zhongliang rushed to the bank to withdraw the money, but because the amount was too large, it needed all kinds of audits. Also have to cooperate with the staff arrangements and investigations. He Zhongliang simply did not have the heart to waste time with them. Turned around and left the bank, directly calling Su Meng. Where are you? I'll be right over to you. At home. Come over here. Su Meng's expectant voice came from the other end of the phone. 20 minutes later, He Zhongliang rang the doorbell. Su Meng opened the door and stood in front of He Zhongliang wearing a bathrobe. Just like the first time they met, she posed in a sexy and provocative manner. He Zhongliang rushed into the room and grabbed her by the shoulders in an excited plea. I need your help. Come on then. Su Meng reached out to undo the ribbon around her waist and jumped into He Zhongliang's arms. He Zhongliang quickly gave her a ribbon tied a deadbolt. Holding her shoulders, I'm telling you something serious. Lives are at stake. Shen Kaiwei has been kidnapped, and the kidnappers just called to ask me to come up with $2 million and contact me again. I was afraid they would hurt Shen Kaiwei, so I didn't dare call the police. You immediately helped me gather $2 million. Then use all your connections to secretly investigate this matter. I guess it's related to Wang Wei, so we can start tracing from him. Su Meng said with some disappointment. I thought you were finally enlightened and knew how to enjoy life. It turns out it's still for that old woman. He Zhongliang grabbed Su Meng's shoulder hard and shook it. Are you going to help me or not? Be gentle. I'll help you. But $2 million is not a small amount. Seeing that Su Meng was a bit hesitant, He Zhongliang immediately assured her. After this is over, no matter what the outcome is, I'll pay you back $20 million. When Su Meng heard $20 million, he instantly widened his eyes and was too excited to speak. Now the general environment is not good. It is not easy to earn money, and investing $2 million in a short period of time to turn 10 times is simply too cost-effective. He Zhongliang thought Su Meng was too little and blurted out, $200 million. I'll pay you back $200 million after I'm done. Don't be so excited. It's still $20 million. $200 million is too much. I'm afraid you can't make it. Su Meng does not want to be too much for He Zhongliang. Can give 10 times the return is already very good. To $200 million he is afraid of He Zhongliang later then backtrack. Sit down and calm down. I'll arrange for someone to get the money together and send it over right away. Su Meng pulled He Zhongliang to the sofa and sat down, picking up the phone and hesitating for a moment before asking curiously, is it possible that Shen Kaiwei is testing you? He Zhongliang replied impatiently, she doesn't have as much heart as you do. We're already married, and we didn't sign a prenuptial agreement. So many of her properties are shared between us as husband and wife. What is she testing me for now? That's true. Su Meng nodded, then cautiously reminded, think it over. If anything happens to her, all her possessions will be yours. Are you sure you want to save her? He Zhongliang glared at Su Meng and seriously questioned, which end are you from? Of course it's with you. With all that property, don't you really care at all? In the face of Su Meng's skepticism, He Zhongliang didn't bother to make any explanations and just glared at her solemnly. Okay, I get it. Su Meng got up and called to arrange for people to get money together, and used all his contacts to investigate Wang Wei's whereabouts. After everything was arranged, Su Meng returned to sit beside He Zhongliang and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, they figure money, they shouldn't get anyone killed. Then stared at He Zhongliang's eyes. His body could not help but approach. He Zhongliang sensed Su Meng's mind. His body stepped back to keep a distance from her, and asked, you want to take advantage of the fire, don't you? Su Meng angrily slapped his chest and chided, don't know how to be charming. That old woman fascinates you that much. Will you stop saying she's old? She's not much older than you. He Zhongliang was slightly displeased. He did not like people calling Shen Kaiwei an old woman, but because he was begging Su Meng, he didn't have the heart to get angry. Su Meng looked at He Zhongliang's expression, couldn't help but laugh, and said helplessly, you two are really enviable, and I don't know how you two got together. Let's see if you can still be so in love when another few decades pass. He Zhongliang let out a long sigh. He was now worried about Shen Saiyun's safety. He didn't have the heart to talk more. There's no use in your hurrying. I'll get you something to drink. Su Meng comforted a sentence, then got up and left. An hour later, Su Meng's people delivered a traveling bag containing $2 million. As for Wang Wei, he had long since disappeared, and there was no sign of him in the entire city. He Zhongliang can be sure that this matter has something to do with him, and then call Shen Saiyue's cell phone, or off state. Let him sit in peace, until noon. Su Meng was discussing with He Zhongliang whether to go out to eat or eat at home. I don't want it. He Zhongliang sat on the sofa, too lazy to think about dinner. You can't afford not to eat. Su Meng is still trying to persuade. He Zhongliang's cell phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number called. He signaled Su Meng to be quiet and hurriedly answered the phone. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. When will the $2 million be ready? He Zhongliang heard that it was the kidnapper and calmly told him, the money is ready. It's in my hands now. How can I give it to you? What? It's ready already. So soon? Wang Hongxiang had a surprised expression and looked at Lu Jinbao beside him. Putting the cell phone down, he asked in a low voice, is it going to be too little? Lu Jinbao had a serious face, signaling him to hurry up and deal without nonsense. Wang Hongxiang began to tell He Zhongliang how and where to trade. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hongxiang complained, did that lie to us? Didn't she say that it was troublesome for her husband to withdraw the money? How come it's ready so soon? It doesn't matter. We don't intend to release her either. First get the $2 million before, have to eat a fat After we have the money, we'll take her outside the country, and then slowly deal with her family. She likes to play. We'll play with her slowly. Lu Jinbao comforted Wang Hongxiang, the two of them and Wang Wei in another room. Lei Zi was in Shen Saiyue's room to watch her. After a few minutes, Lu Jinbao and Wang Hongxiang walked into the room where Shen Kaiwei was kept. Lu Jinbao told Lei Zi to go out and arranged for him and Wang Wei to get the money. Wang Hongxiang sat on the Kong, staring lustfully at Shen Kaiwei. Chapter 59, Money and People Too. Wang Hongxiang assured He Zhongliang on the phone that as long as he received the money successfully today, he would release Shen Kaiwei home tonight. He Zhongliang was about to pay the money with his travel bag, and Su Meng asked worriedly, are you really not going to call the police? What if they don't release anyone after collecting the money? He Zhongliang let out a sigh. For the sake of Shen Saiyue's safety, there's nothing I can do. This is supposed to be an unfair deal, so I can only pray that they have a way of stealing and can keep their word. Su Meng reminded, with Shen Saiyue's worth, It's not much for them to ask for a ransom. Since they're taking such a big risk, I don't think they'll release her easily. Zhengliang calmed down and also felt curious. If they don't release the person and still want to continue trading with me, aren't they afraid that I'll call the police? And the longer it drags on, the more transactions there are, the easier it is to be found out. It's hard to successfully get out of this kind of case in the country. Maybe they just want to get a sum of money as soon as possible, and then continue the extortion when they escape outside the country. All human hearts are greedy, let alone those who embark on a criminal path for money. They will never easily give up Shen Kaiwei as a money tree. Zhengliang agreed with Su Meng's words, then asked expectantly, if they want to take Shen Kaiwei out of the country, they definitely don't dare to go through the regular channels. Can you help me find out what illegal exit channels are available? Su Meng replied with some difficulty, I do have connections, but the road has its own rules. If you bring the police to take people out in one fell swoop, how can I still mix in the future? Who would still dare to deal with me? Don't worry, I won't call the police. I'll disguise myself as a stowaway. Just set me up. That would be too dangerous. Do you know how many people are on the other side? Su Meng was worried that Zhengliang couldn't deal with those people, couldn't save Shen Kaiwei, and then got himself involved. You don't have to worry, just let me find them and this game will be over. You hurry up and find someone to investigate. Zhengliang assured Su Meng, then left with his travel bag. Su Meng picked up his cell phone and began to contact his friends on the road. Zhengliang went to the bustling mall in the city center and then got a call telling him to run to the food market, bounced around several venues, all crowded and lively, finally leaving Zhengliang sitting on a roadside bench. Lazy watched from a distance for a few minutes, called for him to put his travel bag on the chair, and quickly left himself. Zhengliang obeyed the other's command, put down the traveling bag to walk away quickly by himself. Wang Wei, who had been ambushed nearby, took the opportunity to appear and take the travel bag on the chair, and turned around to escape in the opposite direction to meet up with Lei Zi. Lu Jinbao received a phone call from Lei Zi. The money has been obtained, everything went well. The two are on the way back. After he hung up the phone, he excitedly told Wang Hongxiang, it worked, let's try to leave as early as possible. Then they call contacts to help them smuggle them out of the country. Lu Jinbao took the cell phone and walked out of the room, leaving Wang Hongxiang alone to look at Shen Kaiwei. He sat on the Kong again and looked up and down colorfully. Shen Kaiwei discussed expectantly, you guys received the money, so you can let me go back. Wang Hongxiang comforted with a smile on his face, don't worry first, when we leave, we will definitely send you back to the city. Don't worry, I hope you guys are true to your word. I'm going to go back as a broken record, and I'm sure I won't call the police and pretend nothing happened. It's best if you think so. Wang Hongxiang approached Shen Kaiwei. A hand pulled Shen Kaiwei's hand. Couldn't help but praise, rich people are good. How do you maintain? More than 40 years old is still so inviting. Shen Kaiwei shook off his hand with force and warned loudly, the money is all yours. What else do you want? Wang Hongxiang is also lazy to disguise. Pounced on Shen Kaiwei, I want money. I want people. I want to see what is different about you. How are you so valuable? Shen Kaiwei did not cooperate with him and desperately resisted. After Wang Hongxiang was pushed away after several attempts, he clenched his fists in irritation and warned loudly, you owe a beating, don't you? At this time, Lu Jinbao returned to the room, saw the two men pushing and shoving on the bed, impatiently persuaded, what are you doing? Let's get down to business first. I've made a deal with the others to get on the boat tonight. You quickly go to prepare some meals. In a while when the two of them come back, eat and drink enough to sleep in shifts. At night, get energized to go to the pier to take a boat to leave. Wang Hongxiang slowly backed up from the bed down after the heart is not willing. I am anxious to taste this kind of rich women in the end. What is the taste? Lu Jinbao laughed and teased. Pull yourself together. You can do it without medicine. Wang Hongxiang stared straight at Shen Kaiwei. I have quite a feeling for this. It should be about the same. I guess this kind of woman is more stimulating than those of a few $100s. Go and cook. Wait until you're full. After taking off her clothes, she's all the same. She's still got the gold trim. That's not necessarily true. Maybe there's something in the hole. The two of them sized up Shen Kaiwei and flirted a few words with a lewd and nasty expression. You don't want to get rough with her. I've got my eye on this. You make me rare enough first. Wang Hongxiang exhorted a sentence and left the room reluctantly. Lu Jinbao sat on the Kong and continued to flirt. I heard that you have a white boy, right? He is young, strong and handsome, but I advise you not to count on him. All men like young and pretty ones, and when you get old in a few years, he will definitely abandon you. In fact, you and my brother are about the same age. I think you two are more suitable. Why don't you two live together, and we'll be a family from now on? Shen Kaiwei had a bad premonition and glared at Lu Jinbao, casually agreeing. Yeah, you guys send me back. I'll treat you guys to dinner. I think you're being tongue-in-cheek. You surely can't look at people like us, but it just fell into our hands. Do you think it's fate? Kidnapping if it counts as fate. Shen didn't finish her sentence and didn't bother to verbalize with him, turning her head to the side not wanting to face him. You do have a lot of class for a pussy. It's the first time I've been interested in a woman in her 40s. Lu Jinbao stared at Shen face and couldn't help but praise it, then reached out his hand to caress Shen Kaiwei. Shen Kaiwei forcefully pushed his hand away, and he instantly showed a fierce light in his eyes. Glancing toward the door, he suppressed his anger again. It wasn't time to relax yet. He wasn't in that kind of mood for the time being. He planned to wait until the situation was safe. Then he would properly temper Shen Kaiwei and make this woman obedient to him. Don't you try to escape and wait honestly in the house. Don't force me to do anything. Do you hear me? Lu Jinbao reached out and pointed at Shen Kaiwei in warning. Those eyes full of murderous aura were frightening. He and Wang Hongxiang were both ruthless people. Shen Kaiwei nodded, did not dare to say. As long as he did not move roughly, Shen Kaiwei did not want to provoke him. Lu Jinbao turned around and went out, locking the door from the outside. Shen Kaiwei looked at the wall helplessly, praying that these men would release her after receiving the money. Although she could tell that both of these men were up to no good, she still expected them to keep their word, then touched her stomach and fought back tears. Chapter 60, Learning to Use. He Zhongliang returned to Su Meng's home. The money has been sent out. The rest is to wait patiently. He sat on the sofa and clenched his fists. It's easy to dodge a gun in the open and hard to defend against an arrow in the dark, and there's nowhere to put his empty strength to use. Su Meng comforted him. Don't worry, I've made all the right calls, so as long as they escape tonight, we'll definitely be able to find out. He Zhongliang was worried that Shen Kaiwei would be mistreated, but he didn't dare to say it, fearing that the good would not work and the bad would not work. He didn't even dare to think about it, and his heart was burning with anger. Can't wait to find those people and finish them off in the most primitive and violent way possible. You should eat first. If you really need those people at night, you have to have the strength to deal with them too. He Zhongliang looked at Su Meng and nodded his thanks, then got up and followed her to the table. Lei Zi and Wang Wei came back in the afternoon. A few people opened the traveling bag and looked at the money inside. The four men's eyes went straight. They had never seen so much money. Lu Jinbao excitedly told a few people, this is only our first income. Later will be more and more. That is a 10 billion rich woman. Ah. A few people were so happy that they couldn't imagine how luxurious their future life would be. Overwhelmed by money and desire, they completely ignored the dangers they would face. Several people began to eat and drink. In addition to Lei Zi have to drive cannot drink. The other three people have drunk a lot. After drinking and eating, Lu Jinbao asked Lei Zi to watch at the door of Shen Sayue's room, and the other three were going to sleep for a while. Wang Hongxiang could not sleep at all after lying down, and he thought about Shen Kaiwei even more after drinking. He jerked up and asked, where did we put our bags? Lu Jinbao knew that he was looking for the aphrodisiacs in his bag, so he advised him, it's better for you to forget about it if you drink so much wine. Taking pills doesn't always work well. Stay out of this. I want to sleep with that now. Wang Hongxiang was adamant. Lu Jinbao was too lazy to argue with him and pointed outside with a smile. It's on the table outside. Go find it yourself. Wang Hongxiang walked out of the room, found a backpack on the table outside, and took out a bag from it. Inside several kinds of medicine. All kinds of efficacy of Chinese medicine and Western medicine have, in case of emergency, usually have any cold and flu, bumps and bruises. The two try not to go to the hospital. Are their own symptomatic medicine? Wang Hongxiang rummaged around twice, didn't see the small blue pill he needed, and didn't bother to look for it. Carrying the bag towards Shen Sayue's room, Lei Zi looked at his big brother coming over and greeted him excitedly. I'm not sleepy, brother Wang. I don't need to come and replace me. Who the replaces you? You come to sleep with rich women. Wang Hongxiang pushed the door hard and ordered Lei Zi, open the door. Brother Wang, can you do it when you're drunk like this? Why don't I go on for you? I'll come when I say so. Lyko opened the door and couldn't help but flirt with, off to the side. You're not as good as me when you're my age. When Wang Hongxiang entered the house, he turned back and closed the door with force, and threw the bag toward the bed. Fiercely, she warned Shen Kaiwei, don't you refuse to take the punishment. If you cooperate well and make me feel pain, maybe I won't have to take the medicine. If you force me to take the medicine afterward, I can toss you to death. Shen Kaiwei glanced at the transparent plastic bag that contained capsules and pills of various ingredients. Those medicines can cure diseases, but medicines are 3 times poisonous, and some medicines with special ingredients cannot be taken at the same time. It can cause physical discomfort in light cases and can be fatal in serious cases. Shen Kaiwei, who is a doctor, knows the efficacy of these drugs and also understands their dangers. She didn't want to use her expertise to harm people, but being pushed this far, she had no choice but to learn from it. Wang Hongxiang planted on the bed, rushed to Shen Kaiwei, pounced. Shen Kaiwei hurriedly reached out to resist. Wang Hongxiang raised his fist and roared, I don't have the heart to coax you to play. If you don't cooperate, I'll beat you to death. Shen Kaiwa looked at his glaring eyes and that fierce look. He should be able to do what he said. Shen Kaiwa didn't dare to get tough with him and gently comforted him. It's not that I don't want to, but you're obviously not in the right state right now. And the more anxious you are about this kind of thing, the less it works. This is a psychological problem. Two people lacking communication will be like this. Wang Hongxiang think back. It seems to be so. He is just anxious to do things every time after paying money. It is getting worse and worse. Seeing that Wang Hongxiang wasn't so fierce anymore, Shen Kaiwei complained, "You guys are out there eating and drinking, and no one cares about me." And with a smile on his face, he discussed, "You bring me some food, and I'll drink some more with you. Okay, after your mind is smooth and relaxed, you will slowly find the feeling, and after your body is adjusted, you won't even need to take medication in the future. When you smile, you immediately have that flavorful look." Wang Hongxiang touched Shen Saiyue's face, then touched himself and said excitedly, "It seems like there's really a reaction." Shen Kaiwei was afraid that he couldn't hold it, and hurriedly advised him, "Don't be in a hurry. I'll accompany you to drink and chat. You don't put pressure on yourself. You can only reach your best state after your psyche is completely relaxed." "Really?" Wang Hongxiang was half convinced and also showed an expectant expression. Then with a slap on the thigh, he dropped, "I'll believe you for once, then get off the bed and waddle out of the room." Shen Kaiwei hurriedly took the capsules and pills she needed from that bag. Lei Zi was sitting outside, and after seeing his big brother come out, he smiled and asked, "Finished so soon? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I haven't even started yet." Wang Hongxiang cursed and didn't bother to say anything more. There was no one to clean up the table, so he dumped a few leftovers on a plate and grabbed 2 more pairs of chopsticks. Then he picked up 2 bottles of beer in one hand and rushed back to his room. "Is so ritualistic?" Reiko muttered with a smile on his face. Wang Hongxiang put the things on the Kong, used chopsticks to start the beer and handed Shen Kaiwei a bottle. Shen Kaiwei took the beer and asked, "Where's the cup? What am I drinking with?" "Just blow into the bottle. I bet you're good at that." Wang Hongxiang molested Shen Kaiwei with a blush. "No, I should burp endlessly later if I drink like this. Why don't you get me a cup, okay?" Shen Kaiwei pleaded as gently as she could, her heart nervous as hell. In case this man didn't fall for it, she would be finished. Cocksucking is a lot of things. Wang Hongxiang pinched Shen Saiyue's chin and shook it twice with a very impatient expression. "But still take the bed and leave the room again." Shen Kaiwei took the opportunity to pour the powder from several capsules into Wang Hongxiang's beer bottle. In less than 2 minutes, Wang Hongxiang returned to the room with a cup, and after closing the door with force, throwing the cup in front of Shen Kaiwei, he threw out a sentence without a good mood. "Now you're satisfied. Thanks." Shen Kaiwei poured herself a glass and lifted it before she could speak. Wang Hongxiang then picked up the bottle and took a big gulp, goes down half a bottle in one gulp, then looks at the beer in his hand, blinking his eyes. He wondered vaguely, "What flavor is this beer? Why is it so bitter?" Shen Kaiwei took a small sip and hurriedly agreed. "Right, beer is so bitter. What's so good about it?" Wang Hongxiang took another sip and still felt that the flavor was not right. After a moment's thought, consoling myself, "Screw it, it's not like I'm going to die from drinking anyway." Then he also told Shen Kaiwei, "It won't be bitter if you take a big gulp." Shen Kaiwei nodded and picked up her wineglass again. Chapter 61, Send him on his way. Shen Kaiwei just had a drink, and Wang Hongxiang finished his own bottle, and his eyes were already almost open. He wanted to go out to get another drink, and Shen Kaiwei poured herself a glass and handed him the rest of the mostly beer. "I can't finish it, you drink the rest." Wang Hongxiang took Shen Saiyue's hand and the beer bottle and held them together. Vaguely, he said, "You're a really understanding woman, and you're especially pleasant when you're gentle, so I'm a little reluctant to hurt you. Marrying a daughter-in-law like you. When I was in the village, if I could get a daughter-in-law like you, I wouldn't have to go down this road now. Those women in the village take themselves too damn seriously because they have such a pussy. One by one, I still don't look at me, and I don't look at them. I don't want anything." Listening to Wang Hongxiang's complaints, Shen Kaiwei could only smile in agreement, muttering inwardly, "You shouldn't get a chance to hurt me again in your life." Then surprisingly, with a touch of guilt, he soothed, "When you're done drinking, lie down and go to sleep. Yeah, drink up and we'll both go to bed." Wang Hongxiang drank down a lot more in one breath, and then tasted the flavor, pointing to the empty bottle that he finished. "No, that bottle of beer is just strong. Drinking it gives me a headache." He put the beer bottle down and frowned with a pained expression. Shen Kaiwei hurriedly took the bottles and plates down and assisted him to lie down. Wang Hongxiang arm on Shen Kaiwei, but also remembered, "You also lie down. Quickly undress." But it's just lip service, and there's no longer any action. Okay, I'll lay down too." Shen Kaiwei perfunctorily coaxed him to fall asleep. 10 minutes later, Wang Hongxiang stopped breathing. Shen Saiyue's tears were welling up in her eyes. although she was forced to do so, and in such a gentle way. But this is after all murder. She never thought that in her life she would go so far as to intentionally kill someone. Shen Kaiwei was now very sad and scared. She wished that He Zhangliang would be beside her. She felt most secure when she was snuggled in her husband's arms. She wanted to tell He Zhangliang about it, so maybe she could feel better. He Zhangliang could indeed comfort Shen Kaiwei, as he had also killed people, and more than one of them, though he had never felt guilty about it. Males are naturally more accustomed to killing, and have nothing to feel guilty about killing their opponents in order to stay alive themselves. Lei Zi approached the door of the room to eavesdrop. There was no movement at all inside, and pushed open the doorway a little to look inside. Wang Hongxiang and Shen Kaiwei were lying quietly, as if they were both asleep. Lei Zi closed the door behind him and muttered in a low voice, ********, is it done? How come I didn't hear a single movement? Then go back to sitting on the couch and keep playing with your phone.'' As night fell, He Zhangliang leaned on the sofa, always half asleep. The image of Shen Saiyue's murder always appeared in his mind, making him unable to distinguish between reality and dream. Su Meng sat down next to He Zhangliang, who jerked up and looked at her expectantly. *Any news? There is indeed a ship smuggling out of the country tonight, and people won't tell me the exact address. I can contact them if you want to go. They'll let you go to the designated location and then arrange for someone to pick you up as a stowaway.'" Su Meng told He Zhangliang, then worriedly asked, "Do you really want to go?" "Of course." He Zhangliang was very firm in his attitude. "What if you can't save her? You don't hear from me tomorrow. You just call the police." He Zhangliang gave an explanation, then urged her, "Contact them quickly. I have to board that ship tonight. I can't understand how you're willing to take risks when you have so much property." Su Meng looked at He Zhangliang, shook his head helplessly, picked up his cell phone and began to contact those people. Lu Jinbao's cell phone rang and he instantly woke up. After turning off the alarm clock, he got up and pushed Wang Wei next to him. "Let's go. Time's up." He walked out of the room and saw Lei Zi still sitting on the couch playing with his cell phone. Looking around, he asked, "Where did my brother go?" Lei Zi did not speak, smiled and pointed to the room off Shen Kaiwei. *******, tossed out so far? Lu Jinbao muttered and walked into the room. Shen Kaiwei leaned against the corner, and Wang Hongxian lay on his side on the bed without moving. Lu Jinbao went up and pushed him from behind. "It's time, don't sleep." There was no response to several pushes in a row, and the feel of the hands that touched his body was unusual, different from normal. Lu Jinbao turned Wang Hongxiang over and was shocked to see his face, and the dead man looked different from sleeping. Lu Jinbao saw at a glance that things were not good, reached out to test his nose, and hurriedly withdrew his hand. Rushing to Shen Kaiwei, he grabbed her hair and roared, "What did you do to him? Why did a good person suddenly die?" Shen Kaiwei could only pretend to be confused and explain, "I don't know. He took the medicine when he came into the house and then asked me to drink with him. After drinking for a while, he said he had a headache and lay down. I didn't dare to get close to him, thinking that he had been sleeping." Lu Jinbao pushed Shen Kaiwei away and went over to pick up the bag of medicine, questioning Shen Kaiwei. "What kind of medicine did he take, and how much did he take?" Shen Kaiwei shook her head, indicating that she didn't see it clearly. Lu Jinbao carefully observed Wang Hongxiang. There is no obvious damage to the whole body, even the clothes are very regular. He believed what Shen Kaiwei said. It should be Wang Hongxiang's own body. Drinking too much alcohol coupled with taking medication indiscriminately was what sent himself to his death. Wang Wei and Lei Zi also rushed into the room when they heard Lu Jinbao's angry roar. Shen Kaiwei exclaimed when she saw Wang Wei, "So it's you." Wang Wei was just about to go out when Lu Jinbao told him, "There's no need to recuse yourself." Then he ordered the two men, "Go and bring in some hay and wood, light up this house, and send my brother on his way." "What's wrong with Wang?" Reiko was still curious and went up to check it out. "Hurry up, I don't have much time," Lu Jinbao roared. Wang Wei and Lei Zi rushed to the yard and the door, looking for hay wood. Shen Kaiwei asked fearfully, "You have no intention of letting me go, do you? You tell me." Lu Jinbao approached Shen Kaiwei. That leathery smile made her afraid. Wang Hongxiang was lying on the bed, with hay and firewood piled up around him. Lu Jinbao grabbed Shen Kaiwei and fiercely blamed, "My brother died because of you. You spoil sport. See how I'll clean you up after we arrive safely in White City." Shen Saiyue's gaze was dull. She was incapable of resisting in this situation, and there was no need for her to make any explanations. One could only listen to the fate of heaven and seek their own happiness. Lu Jinbao lit the hay and threw 2 boxes of cigarettes into it. When the fire came up, he turned around and left with a few people. Soon after the van left, smoke billowed from the house. The fire grew and flared up. Chapter 62 Stowaway to the White City. He Zhangliang took a taxi to the appointment and a car was waiting for him. When he got in the car, the driver told him to pay up front, and when he received the money, he drove him to the dock where he boarded the boat. He Zhangliang got off the car, surrounded by dark and deserted. He could not tell what place this is. Someone took He Zhenliang to the boat, and He Zhenliang asked curiously, "Leaving now?" The man didn't say anything and glared at He Zhenliang. He Zhenliang could see that he was impatient and shouldn't want to talk much, so he didn't ask any more questions. Taken into the cabin. There was no light at all in it, and nothing could be seen clearly. The man who brought him aboard sat him in a corner with the admonition, "Keep quiet." Then he turned and left the cabin. He Zhenliang could sense that there were other people around, but he couldn't see how many, and everyone was very quiet. He wasn't sure if Shen was in here, so in order not to arouse suspicion, he chose to wait and see what would happen until everyone was on board. In less than half an hour, a few more people came up one after another. The cabin was pitch black, so He Zhenliang couldn't see who they were. Waiting for the ship to sail, he let out a long breath and waited patiently for the moment when the answer would be revealed. The ship drove along the river for more than 3 hours, arriving at a secret stopping point. From here it disembarks through a forest to reach the White City. The White City is located at the junction of 3 countries and belongs to a triple zone. Law and order has been very poor since ancient times. Many exiles and outlaws were entrenched here, gradually forming a few larger forces and setting the rules of their own path. Each is responsible for their own money-making areas and turf, and usually don't cross the line. Of course there are times when there is competition for business and turf, or when gang leaders change, and there can be massive brawls, and then it settles down for a long time. This is a place outside the law, and certainly not protected by the law. If you mess with someone you shouldn't mess with, or if you run into bad luck, you can only accept it, and you must abide by the rules here. The stowaways disembarked one by one and were led by 2 men into the forest. After leaving the cabin, bright moonlight poured down. Although it was difficult to see the faces of the people around them, the silhouettes of their bodies could be seen clearly. Treading through the thick snow, maybe 14 or 15 people, walking slowly through the forest. Everyone wore cotton coats and hats, and He Zhenliang also wore a hat and a mask, so that he could not be seen even in the daytime. He Zhenliang scrutinized the people around him, finally locking his eyes on a woman at the back of the group, who was walking with 3 other people. Even though he couldn't see his face, he could be sure that it was Shen from her figure and the way she walked. He Zhenliang was excited in his heart, but he didn't rush up to confirm. He didn't want to start a conflict with someone here, because with no one to lead him, he wasn't sure if he could lead Shen out of this forest. Luckily, this forest wasn't very big, and after nearly an hour, the men walked out and finally saw the road. It was some distance from the White City, and a minibus was waiting for them, and the crowd was taken aboard. He Zhenliang kept his eyes on Shen and was relieved to make sure she was within his line of sight. Shen had been surrounded by 3 people, and He Zhenliang guessed that these 3 guys should be the kidnappers. Since we have come to this unregulated territory that is not bound by law, He Zhenliang intends to simply send them on their way here. Nearly 2 hours later, the minibus arrived in downtown White City and pulled up to the neon-lit streets. Stowaways, this journey is over, and it is up to them to live, die and prosper in the White City in the future. The people got off the bus and went their own way, and He Zhenliang stood on the side of the street to observe where the others were going. Lu Jinbao pulled Shen Sayue's arm and led the other 2 towards an inn. He Zhenliang took a deep breath and forced down his anger. He had a very strong opinion about the man who had roughly pulled Shen Kaiwe. After following a few others into the inn, a few people took off their hats and masks. He Zhenliang let out a long breath and finally got a good look at them. He didn't recognize Lu Jinbao and Lei Zi, but Shen Kaiwe and Wang Wei, he could recognize them at a glance. Sure enough, it's Wang Wei who's up to no good, He Zhenliang muttered in his mind, approaching a few people to stand behind them. Lu Jinbao opened a room at the counter, one for himself and Shen Kaiwe, and one for Lei Zi and Wang Wei. No ID cards here, just pay. The hotel is not afraid of people making trouble. All open stores have to pay protection fees, and naturally there are people to help them deal with things that go wrong. Is there that kind of service here? I don't want to go to sleep now, Lei Zi discussed with Lu Jinbao, and Wang Wei immediately followed up with, I'm not sleepy either. Lu Jinbao has spent time in the White City and knows the market here very well. The service here is very good, and it can be said that the people are beautiful and inexpensive. He smiled and told the desk clerk, arrange for 2 beautiful women to go to their room. The waiter shouted directly at a yellow hair sitting on the lobby couch. Room 2046, 2. When yellow hair heard this, he said nothing, picked up his cell phone and started calling people. The waiter noticed He Zhenliang behind the few people and asked, where is he? Is he with you guys? Lu Jinbao looked back and hurriedly shook his head, indicating that he didn't recognize that person. He didn't know He Zhenliang in the first place, and besides, He Zhenliang's hat and mask were not removed. Even if she didn't look at her face, Shen Kaiwe would still look familiar to He Zhenliang, but she was so distraught right now that she didn't have the heart to observe strangers. Right after the woman at the counter handed the key to Lu Jinbao, Shen Kaiwei suddenly begged for help from the people at the counter. I was kidnapped by them. Can you help me call the police? Lu Jinma pinched Shen Kaiwei's neck on top of her, preventing her from continuing to speak. The woman at the counter froze for a few seconds, ignoring Shen Kaiwei's pleas for help and pointing at Lu Jinbao. She warned, "Don't you make trouble in the hotel." Lu Jinbao hurriedly explained, "My wife and I are just having a disagreement. We'll solve it ourselves and won't cause you any trouble." Then forcefully dragged Shen Kaiwei upstairs. Shen Kaiwei saw that the waiter did not want to help her, and her heart was completely desperate. He Zhongliang clenched his fists and came to the counter to also open a room. His eyes kept staring at Shen Kaiwei. After taking the key, he Zhongliang quickly followed Shen Kaiwei. After walking up to the second floor, Lu Jinbao told the other two, "Go back to your rooms and rest. Come back to me tomorrow." Actually, Lei Zi and Wang Wei were also salivating over Shen Kaiyu, but they knew who was the boss. This team was definitely Lu Jinbao's call, but they were also very excited about the services here. Lu Jinbao took out $40,000 from the travel bag, gave $20,000 to each of Wang Wei and Lei Zi, and said with a smile, "Don't get stingy. With this money tree, we won't lack money in the future." Wang Wei and Lei Zi received the money, cannot hide the excitement. Walking or light, Lu Jinbao held Shen Kaiwei's arm tightly and walked towards his room. Side walked to her ear, viciously threatened, "My brother died because of you. Tonight we settle this account. You still pretend to me noble. In a moment let you kneel down and beg for forgiveness." Chapter 63, Getting rid of the first one. He Zhongliang walked up to the second floor and stood in the long hallway. Wang Wei and Lei Zi walked towards a room on the right-hand side, while Lu Jinbao and Shen Kaiwei walked towards the other side. He Zhongliang glanced at Wang Wei and Lei Zi to make sure that they went to that room, then turned around and approached Shen Kaiwei. Lu Jinbao grabbed Shen Kaiwei with one hand and opened the door with the key in the other. He Zhongliang was approaching them, and Lu Jinbao saw it with his afterglow, but not taking it seriously. They walked back and forth into the room opened at the inn, thinking that the man just happened to live on this floor as well. He opened the door and pushed Shen Kaiwei in first with a forceful hand. Shen Kaiwei had already despaired to the point of collapse, so scared that her legs went weak and she staggered a few steps and fell on the edge of the bed. She had never been in a fight since she was a child. She couldn't even curse, and never dreamed she would be reduced to this. He Zhongliang had already walked behind Lu Jinbao. He looked back but ignored it, entered the room and turned around just to close the door. Being hit by a heavy punch to the jaw, Lu Jinbao did not expect the stranger behind him to make a sudden move. Staggering a bit dazed back a few steps, he Zhongliang entered the room and punched him again in the abdomen. Lu Jinbao covered his stomach in pain. His body could no longer stand straight, although he had a ruthless spirit. In front of a fighting expert like He Zhongliang, the difference in strength was too great to fight back. He Zhongliang turned around and closed the door behind him, clenching his fists and pressing hard a few times, his knuckles crackling. Lu Jinbao's body staggered, and he just raised his arm to try to fight back. He Zhongliang landed another heavy punch, hitting him solidly in the face, directly knocking him out. He fell to the ground and fell into a coma. It scared Shen Kaiwei into backing up and curling up in the corner. He Zhongliang became enraged at the sight of Lu Jinbao's face, grabbed him by the collar, dragged him into the restroom, and threw him by the toilet. Then from the shelf next to the wash basin, picked up a disposable razor. With a little force he crushed the plastic casing and squatted in front of Lu Jinbao with the blade. Lu Jinbao gasped weakly, no longer able to resist, but his eyes were still fierce. Incredulously, I asked, "Who are you? When have I offended you?" He Zhongliang grabbed his hair with one hand and put the blade against his neck, not bothering to make any explanations, throwing out a careless, "There's no reason, I just don't like you." Then the blade cut through Lu Jinbao's aorta and blood rushed out. He Zhongliang stood up, turned on the faucet and rinsed the blade clean before placing it on a nearby shelf, then washed the blood on the hands. Lu Jinbao convulsing in the corner of the restroom wall, has lost too much blood moribund. Shen Kaiwei didn't know what was going on in the restroom, much less was she sure if the person who rushed in was a friend or foe. It might be a good person, or it might be someone more frightening. She warily stood up against the wall and tried to leave the room. Just as he reached the door of the restroom, He Zhongliang came out from inside. Shen Kaiwei was so scared that her legs went limp and she couldn't help shivering as she clung to the wall. He Zhongliang took off his mask and hat, and wrapped her in his arms with tears in his eyes as he chided. "You made me look for wow." Then compelled to caress Shen Kaiwei's face and check Shen her body, he asked heartily, "Did they hurt you?" Shen Kaiwei still had a confused expression. It was clearly her husband in front of her, but she couldn't believe it and suspected that this was just a man who looked exactly like He Zhongliang. Looking at Shen Kaiwei's dumbfounded expression, He Zhongliang kissed her several times in succession on her forehead, cheeks and the corners of her mouth, stroking her face comfortingly. "Dr. Shen, it's me. I've come to take you home." Shen Kaiwei finally slowed down, tears rushed out, wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang's neck, and began to bawl. I I thought I would never see you again. I felt sorry for you and the baby. Shen Kaiwa had a lot more to say, but she was already sobbing uncontrollably. Okay, you cry first. Stop talking. He Zhongliang patted Shen Kaiwa's shoulder before picking him up. After walking to the edge of the bed and gently putting him down, Shen Kaiwa still tightly wrapped her arms around his neck and refused to let go. He Zhongliang also lay on the bed, put Shen Kaiwa tightly in his arms, gently stroking to comfort her. After a few minutes, Shen Kaiwa finally calmed down and looked up to stare into He Zhongliang's eyes. It was still a bit unbelievable. She hadn't even dared to think that there would be such a good thing when she was even praying. Honey, how did you find this place all of a sudden? What time is it? You didn't come home in the middle of the night. I had to come out and look for you. He Zhongliang flirted a bit and was also a bit scared afterward. I guess that they wouldn't let you go easily and might take you to escape. I actually took a gamble. If I hadn't met you this time, I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Shen Kaiwa pleaded with tears in her smile. Hubby, I want to go home now. How can we go in the middle of the night? Let's wait for dawn. And there are still 2 kidnappers. I don't want to spare them. He Zhongliang comforts Shen Kaiwa, who said he would only give Wang Wei one chance. When Wang Wei decided to die on his own, He Zhongliang decided to fulfill him. I don't want you to risk it. Let's go back to the police and let them handle it. This is an extra-legal area. They are hiding here and the police can't do anything about them. He Zhongliang insisted on taking care of those 2 by himself. Shen Kaiwa didn't argue anymore and had a worried expression. Then the aggrieved man said, I wanted to pee and held it for so long I didn't dare tell them. He Zhongliang pulled Shen Kaiwa out of bed and grabbed the key to his room, and the travel bag with the money. Bong advised, you'd better go to that room of mine to pee. The restroom in this room is already full of blood, so I guess you don't dare to go in. Did you kill that man? He Zhongliang nodded, and Shen Kaiwa confided with tears in her eyes. Actually, there was another kidnapper, who tried to molest me before. I then secretly put some medicinal powder into his wine, causing him to go into shock with arrhythmia and low blood pressure. I knew how to save him, but I was afraid that he would hurt me, so I just watched him die. He Zhongliang can see that Shen Kaiwa is anxious and scared because she caused the death, seriously reassuring her. You didn't kill him. You were just protecting yourself. God let him die to protect you as well. You're not at fault. There's no need to take this to heart. Shen Kaiwa carefully asked, don't you even get scared when you kill someone? He Zhongliang replied, I'm used to it. Ah, do you kill a lot? Shen Kaiwa had a surprised expression. Not often, but more than 1 or 2. He Zhongliang replied casually, then pulled Shen Kaiwa outside. Enough of this. You need to go pee in my room. As she followed He Zhongliang past the restroom door, Shen Kaiwa was both scared and couldn't help but look inside through the doorway. Seeing the blood-red patch on the floor, he didn't dare to look at it again and hurriedly turned his head away from the room. He Zhongliang led Shen Kaiwa into another room and turned on the light urging, go to the restroom quickly. Shen Kaiwa did not dare to open the door and stood at the door to discuss. You first look inside. He Zhongliang smiled and pushed open the door to the restroom. Standing inside and making a gesture of please come in, Shen Kaiwa then went in and took off her pants to pee. Wow. Chapter 64, Reuniting the 4 over there. 20 minutes later, Shen Kaiwa was in He Zhongliang's arms, finally sleeping peacefully. He Zhongliang did not have the heart to sleep. Those 2 kidnappers do not die. He cannot sleep. Gently taking Shen Kaiwa's arm away from her body, He Zhongliang tiptoed out of bed and left the room with the key. When He Zhongliang went upstairs, he noticed which room Wang Wei had gone to, quietly coming to the door of Wang Wei's room. I heard a woman scream coming from inside. The voices of the 2 women rose and fell one after the other, which honestly sounded a bit fake. It should be that Wang Wei and Lei Zi give the right amount of money. The 2 women are more professional, so they are very hard-working. He Zhongliang eavesdropped at the door for a moment, and couldn't help but feel a bit impulsive as well, all a bit tempted to go back to his room to find Shen Kaiwa. 3 or 2 minutes later, He Zhongliang heard the sound of someone opening the door from inside. He hurriedly took a few steps back, pretending to have just walked by from somewhere else. The 2 women emerged from the room and threw flying kisses inside, seemingly satisfied with the deal. Turning his head, he met He Zhongliang and asked excitedly, handsome guy, which room are you staying in? Do you need company? No, I'm here to see a friend. He Zhongliang pretended to be looking for someone in this room. Your 2 friends just finished getting comfortable. Just let the counter know if you need anything and we'll be at your beck and call. A woman stared straight into He Zhongliang's eyes and told him with a winking smile. The other woman raised her head and chest, sideways rubbing past He Zhongliang, deliberately using their own towering parts. Close to He Zhongliang body scratched, turned back and also threw a wink. He Zhongliang nodded and squeezed out a polite smile at them. Then push the door open and go into the room to do your business. Lei Zi came out of the restroom and was just about to go lock the door when he saw a stranger suddenly enter. Curious, I asked, who are you looking for? He Zhongliang didn't bother to talk to him, kicked him out a few meters away. and then closed the door behind him. Wang Wei sat up violently and looked at He Zhongliang's murderous eyes. Hastily jumping out of bed, he retreated to the base of the wall in just his pants, with an incredulous look on his face, muttering in horror, "How did you suddenly appear here? This can't be." Lei Zi from under the pillow, took out a folding knife, from behind close to He Zhongliang, leaping forward, but did not dare to make a direct move. Across the room, He Zhongliang discussed with Wang Wei, "Brother Da Wei, let's go together. There's nothing to fear from him alone." Wang Wei picked up an ashtray from the nightstand, and with Lei Zi bracing himself, he tried to approach He Zhongliang, intending to spar. He Zhongliang rushed forward 2 steps, and Wang Wei was so scared that he hurriedly stepped back as Lei Zi rushed up from behind him. He Zhongliang just fakes a couple of steps and takes a sharp stopping back step, kicking Lei Zi in the calf. The powerful explosive force and precise position caused Lei Zi's calf and knee joint connection, forming an obvious deformity. The calf bone was broken off just below the knee, leaving only a layer of skin and flesh attached. It hurt like hell to look at it. Lei Zi fell to the ground and wailed in pain, his hands protecting his weak and feeble calves, not daring to touch and not knowing what to do. Wang Wei was so scared that he hurriedly threw away the ashtray in his hand and raised his hands to beg for forgiveness. "Brother, it was all their idea. I didn't do anything." "Really?" He Zhongliang flashed him a contemptuous smile, rushed to him, and made his best effort to punch him in the abdomen. Wang Wei slowly squatted against the wall, opened his mouth wide with veins on his neck, held his breath, and could not say a word in pain. He Zhongliang grabbed him by the hair and dragged him to Lei Zi, picking up the knife that Lei Zi had dropped on the ground. Against Wang Wei's neck, he questioned, "Do you have any accomplices?" "Just the 2 of us," Wang Wei replied with a pained expression, then hurriedly corrected, "No, there's also that person with Shen. He's the mastermind. Just the 3 of us." He Zhongliang glared at Lei Zi, who was sitting on the ground, and he hurriedly agreed, "Brother Da Wei is right. It's just the 3 of us. There was originally another brother Wang. I don't know if he took the wrong pills or what, but he screwed himself up. You 4 go over there and reunite." He Zhongliang told the 2 with a sneer before stabbing Wang Wei twice in the chest, the knife piercing his heart. The blood that gushed out shot Lei Zi in the face, scaring him so much that he turned his head and fled. Since he couldn't stand up, he could only fight his way to the door. He Zhongliang kicked the trembling Wang Wei to the side of the bed, took a few steps to catch up with Lei Zi, and stomped on his injured calf. Lei Zi screamed loudly in pain, just as he turned around and tried to open his mouth to beg for mercy. He Zhongliang did not let him waste his words, hand up the knife down from his neck to help him end this pain. A few minutes later, Wang Wei and Lei Zi were lying in a pool of blood, both unresponsive. He Zhongliang took the tens of thousands of dollars from the 2 men's bags and put it into his pocket. It was originally his money. If he was by himself, He Zhongliang would choose to just walk away, but with Shen by his side, he didn't want to start a conflict with the locals. After walking out of the room, He Zhongliang went downstairs to the front desk and asked the staff, "Who is the person in charge of your place? What's the matter with you?" The waiter asked rhetorically. With a look of disdain, He Zhongliang directly confessed, "I just killed 3 people on the 2nd floor of your hotel, so I might need someone to clean it up." "What did you say?" The waitress was dumbfounded with surprise. She'd obviously heard it all. She just couldn't believe it. Cocking his head, he looked aside at Yellow Hair. "Did you hear all that?" Yellow Hair approached He Zhongliang, his eyes pretending to be fierce. Half-heartedly, he asked, "In which room?" He Zhongliang calmly locked eyes with him and told him the 2 room numbers. "You wait here honestly, don't try to escape. You can't run away from the White City." Yellow Hair tapped He Zhongliang's chest twice with his finger and gave a stern warning. Then he took the key with the staff and went upstairs to check it out alone. He Zhongliang rushed the staff at the front desk, revealing a polite smile. The 2 women looked at each other. Their attitudes became much friendlier, and cautiously asked, "Handsome, you really killed someone?" He Zhongliang nodded and asked expectantly, "Has this never happened to you here?" "Yes there is, but not often." Hearing the woman's answer, He Zhongliang couldn't help but laugh and continued to inquire, "Are you guys in charge of whether to call the police or handle it yourselves? Even if you call the police, you'll have to be crippled first, and it's hard to say if you'll be alive until the police arrive. Is there no other solution?" He Zhongliang stared at the waiter, believing that there must be other ways to solve the problem. "You killed someone in our place, and 3 of them at that, and you want our boss to wipe your ass for you." After the waiter finished speaking, he stared at He Zhongliang's calm and self-contained expression, and then asked curiously, "Are you very background, or do you have a lot of money?" He Zhongliang directly showed his cards. How much money to set things right? The female service was not too sure of her answer. In the past, someone had beaten someone to death in the hotel, and I heard Yellow Hair say that he had to be forced to spit out more than $100,000 anyhow, and also to teach him a hard lesson, so that he will learn from his mistakes and never dare to make trouble in this territory again. Can you swing it for $100,000 or so? He Zhongliang muttered casually. The waiter reminded contemptuously. Can rich people stay here? White City is full of upscale hotels. Anyone who stays here would be lucky to come up with $100,000. I'll go to my room and be right down. He Zhongliang dropped a sentence and turned to walk upstairs. The waiter hurriedly reminded him. Don't you try to run away. They'll beat you to death. He Zhongliang did not stop and continued up the stairs with an easy smile on his face. Chapter 65, Money is Good for Business. He Zhongliang had just left with his front foot when Yellow Hair came down the stairs in a panic and yelled at the waiter. Did that kid run away? The waiter pointed upstairs. He's gone back to his room. He looks very calm. He probably has a backer or is very rich. Asterisk. He really did kill 3 people. That's ing mean. Yellow Hair, who often fights and kills, was also a bit scared after seeing the 3 corpses upstairs. He has called to report to his big brother, who is on his way with his brothers. He Zhongliang opened the door to the room and walked in gently, afraid of waking Shen Kaiwei, but seeing that Shen Kaiwei had already gotten up and was sitting on the bed nervously looking at the door. After seeing clearly who came in, she bravely got out of bed and rushed into He Zhongliang's arms, crying and complaining. Where have you been? As soon as I rolled over and didn't touch you, it scared me awake. Why did you leave me behind and go out alone? He Zhongliang helped Shen Kaiwei wipe her tears and comforted helplessly. I went to deal with those 2 kidnappers. Of course I couldn't bring you with me. I'm not back now. What did you do with them? Sent those 2 guys off to reunite with their accomplices. Shen Kaiwei asked timidly. What are we going to do then? Will the police come to arrest us? Most of the problems here don't need the police to deal with them. I'm going down there right now to fix this. So wait here. I'll be back soon. He Zhongliang comforted Shen Kaiwei and told her to go to bed and wait, and he himself went to pick up the travel bag and was about to head out. Shen Kaiwei took a few steps to catch up and hugged He Zhongliang's arm tightly, not wanting to separate from him again. He Zhongliang continued to comfort. Wait in your room. This money is enough to settle this matter. I'll be back with you soon. Shen Kaiwei hugged He Zhongliang's arm tightly. I don't. I want to stay with you, and if they want to take you away, I'll go with you too. He Zhongliang guessed that he should be able to resolve the matter without any problems, but in case something unexpected happened, having Shen Kaiwei around would affect his ability to use his fists and feet. But looking at Shen Kaiwei's determined expression, it seemed like she was really scared. As long as He Zhongliang wasn't in sight, she would be very panicked. He Zhongliang sighed helplessly and held her hand tightly as he walked out of the room, casually teasing. Wait a minute, if it really comes down to it, how many can you fight? Shen Kaiwei knew that He Zhongliang was joking and blankly glanced at him, smiling as she offered. Can't you pull me to run fast? He Zhongliang showed a relaxed smile and kissed her forehead. A dozen people rushed into the hotel with machetes in their hands, and Yellow Hair hurriedly went forward to greet them, nodding his head at the person leading them. Brother Dashing. Dash was in his late 30s, tall and fit, wearing a dark blue suit that was one size too big, but because he was broad and strong enough in the shoulders, so it looked imposing. With his greasy hair slicked back, he looked very stylish. His sword eyebrows and starry eyes with a high nose. His face is warm and well-defined. With a cigarette in his mouth, he is as handsome as his name suggests. It's just a fierce face that makes you overlook his high face value. Brother Dash is well known in the White City, and is considered to be a man of honor. He has many minions under him, and this place belongs to his chassis. Usually, as long as the gangs were not involved in some grudges, ordinary people who caused trouble or even killed someone were handled by some small leaders. There's no need to alarm a big brother of his caliber. But today he heard that someone was at the hotel and killed 3 people at once. He would like to see what kind of ruthless character it was that struck with such venom. Seeing only Yellow Hair alone, the Dashing brother angrily questioned, "Where is everyone?" Yellow Hair hurriedly replied, "He can't run away. He's still upstairs. It's only the 2nd floor. Wouldn't he jump out the window and escape?" The Dashing brother angrily reprimanded Huang Mao, and then arranged for a few people to go to the back alley to look for it, leaving a few people to block the door. Take a few people yourself just to go upstairs. He Zhongliang brought Shen Kaiwei down the stairs, and Yellow Hair hurriedly pointed his hand casually, reminding Brother Dash, "That's the guy." The woman? Dash glared at Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair really wants to scold him. Are you ing? Of course it's that strong man, but because he was the big brother, Yellow Hair only dared to think about it in his mind and hurriedly pointed at He Zhongliang. It's that man. He Zhongliang with Shen Kaiwei had already arrived in front of the crowd and came face to face with Dash. This guy looked like a big brother. He Zhongliang guessed that this guy should be the boss, and he must be in charge here. Looking at He Zhongliang's confident expression, and with a woman with a unique temperament by his side, Xiaoshan couldn't help but look at Shen Kaiwei twice more. He had never seen such a good-looking woman before. Although it was said that one could not know a person's face, some people were truly born from their hearts. Dash also suspected that this guy's origins were not small. Temporarily suppressing his anger, he asked curiously, Who gave you the guts? Dare to make trouble in my place? He Zhongliang explained sincerely. I have a personal grudge against those 3 deceased. They kidnapped my wife and hid here, and I tracked them here. Now that I've found them, I don't want to give them another chance to do evil. Once he heard that it was a kidnapping, Dash looked at Shen Kaiwei and looked up and down. Although he didn't mean any harm, Shen Kaiwei was still frightened by his eyes and instinctively took a step back behind He Zhongliang. Do they covet this big sister's beauty or money? Xiaoshan was very interested in Shen Kaiwei. He was surrounded by flowery socialites. Suddenly seeing such a different woman made Xiaoshan put aside his desire for the opposite sex, and surprisingly had a thumping feeling. Dash's mother died early and she had no older siblings. Growing up with a lack of love and care from the opposite sex, Shen Saiyue's temperament could fulfill all his beautiful fantasies about the opposite sex. Without much explanation, He Zhongliang placed the travel bag in front of Xiaoxia and asked bluntly, I've caused trouble for you by getting someone killed here. There's nearly $2 million in this bag. It's considered a small token of my appreciation, so I hope you'll be magnanimous enough to let me out of here. As long as there was money, it was a good thing. In fact, it didn't need so much money. Dash would help him solve this matter. The triads fight and kill for money, and they are forced to use their knives, and they can't wait to make peace. Dash a wink. The next person squatted down to open the travel bag, probably counted. Then he picked up the bag and excitedly told Dash, Big brother, he's right. There's really more than $1,800,000 in here. Dash glanced at the money in the bag and smiled as he stepped forward to pat He Zhongliang's shoulder. Friendly praise, brother, you are quite generous in your offer, which in turn makes me feel a bit of hospitality. Then he smiled at Shen Kaiwei again and assured them, you don't have to care about what happened here. I'll arrange for someone to take care of it cleanly, so you can just pretend that nothing happened. If you don't want to stay here tonight, I'll arrange for someone to send you to check in at an upscale hotel where the environment is a bit better. He Zhongliang politely refused. No need, it's already so late. We'll make do here for the night and leave here tomorrow. Back in the country? He Zhongliang nodded. Dash guessed that He Zhongliang should be either rich or noble in the country, and sincerely discussed with him. In fact, I've always wanted to do business in the country, so let's make a friend. When I have the chance to be on your chassis in the future, I'll have to ask you to take care of me. He Zhongliang nodded his head in agreement, but also seriously reminded him, there is no such thing as anyone's turf in the country. All turf belongs to. He Zhongliang didn't make his words clear, but only revealed a meaningful smile. Got it. I know all the rules of the game. Dash is not the kind of person who has the courage to do nothing. He has long wanted to switch to the right line of work to give himself an additional way out. Chapter 66, Home is the best place to be. After He Zhongliang and Xiaoxia left each other's contact numbers, he took Shen Kaiwei upstairs. Dash watched the two of them go upstairs. His eyes stayed fixed on Shen Saiyue's body, and after a sigh he shook his head helplessly. The little brother beside him could see that he was interested in Shen Kaiwei and hurriedly came to his side to curry favor. This isn't young, but she does have a lot of charm. Does Big Brother have any arrangements? You hurry up and get rid of those 3 bodies. Dash drops a line and turns away. He Zhongliang brought Shen Kaiwei back to her room, and just as the two of them sat on the bed, Shen Kaiwei asked worriedly, will those people make things difficult for us? He Zhongliang comforted her. Don't worry, they are also seeking wealth. If they wanted to make things difficult for us, they would have done it down there. Then he wrapped his arms around Shen Kaiwei and lay down, continuing to comfort. Sleep well. I'll take you home as soon as it's light. Shen Kaiwei stared intently at He Zhongliang's face and told him, I'm not sleepy at all now. Come on then. I miss you like crazy too. He Zhongliang began to caress Shen Kaiwei. I didn't mean it like that. I just can't sleep. Shen Kaiwei just explained a couple of sentences. Then she stopped talking, and after a burst of kissing, she panted and hugged He Zhongliang tightly and whispered, Hubby, I miss you too. The next day, Dash personally sent He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiwei away from the White City. He Zhongliang thanked him. Multiple friends are better than multiple enemies. What Black Road and White Road, as long as the money to open the road. In the end, things are quite convenient. When Shen Kaiwei returned to the clinic, her colleagues were curious as to how she, who had always been a conscientious and responsible worker, could suddenly miss a day of work, and everyone couldn't reach her. Shen Kaiwei has no way to tell the truth, can only casually perfunctory a few sentences, said he was not feeling well yesterday. The phone happened to break again. He Zhongliang called Su Meng before she called the police and told her that he and Shen Kaiwei had returned safely, and kept his promise to transfer $20 million to him. When Su Meng received the money, she felt very sorry and embarrassed to take so much money for nothing. Then he called to discuss with He Zhongliang, we are friends. Even if we did you a favor, we can't ask you for so much money. Consider this money as your investment in my business, and I will give you appropriate dividends in the future. He Zhongliang insisted that he didn't need that much money and that it was useless to ask for that much money. Shen Kaiyue had planned to donate most of her possessions, but had to dismiss the idea because the charity was unreliable. There's no telling whose pockets the money donated will end up in. Maybe it all goes to those who don't lack money. When Su Meng heard He Zhongliang's words, she could only send him a couple of words. It's not a family that doesn't enter a family. You two are really suitable. Surprisingly, you still think there's too much money. I'm really convinced of the two of you too. Then he excitedly proposed, why don't I give my body in return? In a few months Shen Saiyue's belly will be big, and some things will definitely be inconvenient. Don't you aggravate yourself. Come to me when you have time. Sister will help you solve your problems. Don't worry about that. We have a way to take care of it ourselves. Your kindness is appreciated. He Zhongliang smiled and hung up the phone. At night, Shen Kaiyue after the bath, lying in bed snuggled in the arms of He Zhongliang exclaimed, or in their own home is good. The heart is especially solid. He Zhongliang stroked Shen Saiyue's stomach and consoled. You've been considered very lucky, meeting such a big thing and going home in one day. You didn't get hurt either. It should be that the heavens saw your good character and took special care of you both as a mother. You should be thanked for finding us so quickly. Thanks to that Su Meng's help. Otherwise I really don't know where to start tracing it. Are we done paying her $20 million? Did she ask you to repay her in any other way? She's not that greedy. People are still embarrassed to ask for that $20 million. That's me being small-minded. Shen Kaiyue deliberately laughed at herself, and He Zhongliang cupped her face and flirted with her with a smile. Dr. Shen's temper has even gotten bigger since she got pregnant. If I become ill-tempered later, will you resent me? Let me see you be mean to me first. Humph. Shen Kaiyue tried to look angry, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. He Zhongliang stared at her expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud, pretending to be scared. He made a strong effort to drill into Shen Kaiyue's arms. Shen Kaiyue held He Zhongliang's head in her arms and teased with a smile. Why are you like a little piglet? Happiness overflowing on his face. From the next day, He Zhongliang drove Shen Kaiyue to and from work every day. Shen Saiyue's stomach grew bigger and bigger, and her whole body became round and rumbling. He Zhongliang was even more in love with her, and took good care of her every day. A few months later, He Zhongliang accompanied Shen Kaiyue after the bath. The two went back to the bedroom to lie down. It was still the same as usual, Emily, talking and laughing. After a passionate kiss, Shen Kaiyue complained with a flushed face, you haven't taken the initiative to want me for a long time. Is it because my current chubby appearance doesn't make you interested? He Zhongliang blinked and started analyzing with a smile on his face. When I accompanied your bath just now, I noticed that you looked strange and had a high body temperature. I thought it was the normal body temperature of a pregnant woman. It turns out that you were imagining things. Do you have no feelings for me anymore? Of course not. I'm just afraid to do that with you. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Can't you take it easy? Shen Kaiyue revealed an expectant shy smile. Any lighter? He Zhongliang didn't know how to describe it. He didn't have that kind of experience or common sense. Try to avoid that sort of thing for the first and second trimesters, and you can do it in moderation in the middle. Just be gentle. I have a sense of proportion. Shen Kaiyue glared at He Zhongliang with a look of expectant petulance. Dr. Shen, I'm at your disposal. He Zhongliang excitedly began to cooperate. Half an hour later, Shen Kaiyue snuggled in the arms of He Zhongliang, panting sound continuous. He Zhongliang stroked Shen Saiyue's back and asked curtly, Dr. Shen, are you still satisfied with my performance just now? Shen Kaiyue nodded. After taking a deep breath, he told He Zhongliang, you don't have to be so careful. As long as you don't be very rough, you'll be fine. I think you're also too cautious. Like you're stealing a landmine. It's better to be careful. I heard someone tell a joke. It said that a couple had sex a lot during their pregnancy, and when the baby was just born, they poked his father in the head with their little hands, asking angrily if that hurt. Nonsense. How can that be? Shen Kaiyue smiled from ear to ear, then came to He Zhongliang's ear and said shyly, don't worry about it. He Zhongliang froze for a few seconds, smiled and praised. Dr. Shen, you're great. The two wrapped their arms around each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 67, Friends Who Skipped School Together. One day at noon, He Zhongliang received a call from an old classmate asking him to go back to attend a wedding. They were all from the same village, although they hadn't been in touch much in the past 2 years. But when he got married for the first time, people were there for the ceremony. When He Zhongliang married Shen Kaiyue, he didn't notify those old classmates, because he had already called them once when he got married for the first time. He didn't notify that many people for the second marriage. Han Shui went home on the weekend, and He Zhongliang, by himself, went back to his hometown to attend a friend's wedding. When he first married Shen Kaiyue, he bought a BMW 7 Series. Although it wasn't considered a luxury car in the eyes of the rich, it was still very dignified to drive back to the village. He Zhongliang drove back to his home, then walked to the wedding. Anyway, our inner village is not much far. At the table, He Junliang met a few hair-small and old classmates. This table of people of similar age, although usually not much contact between the world, but after meeting feel very cordial. He Junliang originally did not want to drink and planned to rush back home to accompany Shen that night, but after talking away with old friends, you find that feeling of the past again, the things you did with your buddies, stupid but happy. After 3 rounds of wine, He Junliang realized, this table of 10 people, 4 have been divorced, 1 also divorced twice. Ostensibly the divorce rate reaches 40%, but in fact it does not count He Junliang, who hides the fact that he has been divorced once. It's so hard to talk about it because of my own divorce. If you add He Junliang, the divorce rate at this table is exactly 50%, and it's hard to say how far that half who are still married will last. That classmate who had been divorced twice, after 3 rounds of wine, putting his arm around He Junliang's shoulder, he began to pour out his heart. The two were especially close when they were in middle school and even skipped school together. By the year they were about to graduate, 2 teenagers who had no chance and no desire to go to high school. Every second they spent in the classroom was like sitting on pins and needles. Just moments before the class bell was about to ring, the two looked into each other's eyes and for the first time in their lives took a rebellious step. The two rushed out of the classroom and tumbled over the fence in the backyard of the school. As if breaking the shackles of their bondage, they ran along the mountain road all the way to the top. Breathe fresh air, feel the wind of freedom. But that classmate graduated from junior high school and went to work in a distant place. He Junliang at least went to a technical school. They hadn't been in touch all these years, and if it hadn't been for this wedding, the two of them wouldn't have known if they'd ever had the chance to get together and talk about the past in their lives. He suddenly asked He Junliang expectantly, "Do you still remember when we were in middle school? We skipped school together and went to the mountains to play for a day?" He Junliang nodded. "Of course I remember. You even took me to your relative's house and rubbed me the wrong way. At that time, I thought that life in school was the biggest pain in the ass in life, as long as the step into society will be like a fish in water. Now think of myself at the beginning, just like after I received 2 love letters, I thought I was a saint of love. I fantasized that after I left school, I would be surrounded by beautiful women. I thought receiving a love letter from a female classmate was the beginning of my relationship, but I didn't realize it was the ing peak. The 2 marriages combined lasted less than a year, and no one believed that my 2 ex-wives were too pretentious. They all decided that it was me who had character problems. I jumped into the yellow river cannot wash off." Looking at his friend's lost appearance, He Junliang couldn't analyze who was right and who was wrong, and there was no need to discuss that topic. Picking up the cup to drink one with him, he comforted, "Since we've already separated, there's really no point in who's right and who's wrong. Since the law allows for divorce, it means that it's simply unrealistic to want this to work all at once. Now that you've finally found the right person, I see you 3 as a nice family. What's wrong with me? Do you want to get divorced again? You have to swallow even if you've bitten your teeth." He took a look at his daughter-in-law, holding the baby, who was feasting at another table. Couldn't help but complain to He Junliang, "Look at the one in my house. She looks like a ing gas canister come to life, and she's still munching away. I'm full just by looking at her." Then he inquired expectantly, "When you got married, I was also working abroad and we didn't get in touch. Your daughter-in-law should be very pretty." Without mentioning his divorce, He Junliang smiled and replied, "I think it looks pretty good. I can tell by the look on your face that you must have married a beautiful daughter-in-law." He speculated enviously, then sighed helplessly. "This marriage system we have now is inherently flawed. How can a marriage license govern for life? It should be like a driver's license, which must have an internship period, and in the future, we have to review often, listing detailed deductions. After deducting points, forced divorce. It's not a waste of time to get together if you're not right for each other. There's really no point in switching around. People are pretty much the same when they get old. You must have met someone you were happy with. That's why you said that, isn't it?" In the face of his friend's questioning, He Junliang was speechless, just smiled and raised his glass, admitting that he was favored by fate. "My friend was right. He did meet a woman who was a good match for him." Friends a drink to put the cup down after a long sigh. Surprisingly sang 2 lines of the opera, "Rich and Porton cannot help themselves, but also I am when the fate of the decline of low." Then staring at He Junliang's astonished expression, he casually explained, "Although I don't know what these 2 sentences mean either, I think they're quite reasonable." He Junliang couldn't help but laugh out loud, his expression even more puzzled. "I feel like that's what's happening to me. I just don't know how to explain those 2 sentences to you clearly." "You don't need to explain. I can understand the meaning of these 2 sentences. It's almost the same as everything is fate. Half of it is not human." "Right." The friend poured the wine and put his arm around He Junliang's shoulders, raising his glass with a sobbing look. "Right. Everything is ing fated. Work hard to get through this life to the end, and I won't ing come back in the next life." He Junliang patted his shoulder and drank another cup with him. Then he used the opportunity to go to the bathroom to leave and went outside to call Shen. I met with some old classmates and had a few drinks together, so I can't drive home tonight. Shen comforted. It's rare for you guys to get together. There's no need to rush back. Play at home for a few more days. That's no good. I can't sleep well without you around and I'm probably going to lose sleep tonight. You're with me every day, so maybe that old problem with yourself is long gone. You just don't know it. I'm not going to get better from that disease for the rest of my life. I can't live without you. Are you drunk? I hear you drifting a bit. Zhangliang earnestly complained. I might have gotten a little drunk and suddenly missed you in particular. Compared to those classmates, I feel so lucky to have met you. I'm lucky to have met you, too, Shen gently expressed, although the two of them had only not met for a few hours only. But after hearing that Zhangliang was a bit drunk, Shen wished to stay by his side tonight. Nope, I'm luckier. Well, you're luckier. Shen heard that Zhangliang was slurring his words a bit and followed his words to comfort him. The thought of him being drunk made her laugh. He had once seen Zhangliang's drunken appearance, which was very naive and cute. The two friends came out of the house and found Zhangliang, urging him to go back and continue drinking. Zhangliang spoke briefly with Shen then hung up the phone to go back with his friend. Chapter 68, accosted at the stadium, has been haunted after the cave. Zhangliang only staggered back to his parents' home to sleep. In fact, he had been sleepy for a long time, but a few old friends kept him from leaving. He was too embarrassed to spoil everyone's fun, so he accompanied them until midnight. Zhangliang woke up just after dawn, and it was not even 6 o'clock. In 2 hours, he could rush home and still have time to send Shen to work. Zhangliang drove on the road and began to recall that he fell asleep last night, and it was dawn when his eyes closed and opened. It seems like you're really getting better, at least not as bad as before. Shen had just gone downstairs when she saw her family's car parked downstairs. She deliberately looked at the license plate to make sure it was Zhangliang's car. Zhangliang got out of the car and greeted her. Get in. I'll take you to work. Why won't you come upstairs even though you're back? Shen approached Zhangliang with a delighted expression. I just got here not too long ago and figured you'd be coming down soon, so I simply waited for you in the car. Get in the car. While on the road, Zhangliang chatted with Shen about some of the wedding scene, and Shen couldn't help but yawn. Zhangliang asked curiously, did you not sleep well last night? Shen nodded her head in a slightly aggravated manner. I see that you're in good spirits. You slept well last night, Zhangliang hurriedly explained. Maybe it's because I was drunk, and I don't remember what my mom said to me when I got home, so I fell asleep. It seems that you can sleep through the night without my company. On the contrary, I always feel unsettled without you by my side, tossing and turning and unable to sleep. Then take the day off from work and I'll go home and sleep with you. Shen shook her head. That would disrupt the biological clock. Let's go to bed early when tonight. Zhangliang smiled and nodded, and in his heart he was grateful to fate, to be able to arrange himself to meet this woman. After sending Shen to the clinic, Zhangliang returned home by himself, checking the food in the fridge and figuring out if I need to make a trip to the grocery store. There was a sudden flushing sound, and Han Shui walked out of the restroom with her head down. Zhangliang greeted her with a smile. Is there a meal outside at noon? Han Shui casually replied. I don't want to go out today, so let's eat at home. It's sunny outside. Why don't you ask your classmates out to play? At your age, you shouldn't be able to stay at home. Before Zhangliang could finish his sentence, Han Shui walked back to her room, leaving Zhangliang standing in the living room with a dumbfounded look on his face. Han Shui was usually always friendly to him, but today's attitude was a bit impolite. Zhangliang didn't know if he had done something wrong or if she had something in her heart. Simply cleaned up the home. Zhangliang always felt a little awkward in his heart. He called Shen in the kitchen to inquire, only to learn that Han Shui had accidentally collided with someone else because she was playing basketball yesterday. There was still some swelling on one face, causing her to be in a rather low mood. But after Shen finished, she told Zhangliang, I took a look at the injuries on her face, and there were a few scratches on her neck. I suspected that she got into a fight with someone, but she flatly insisted that she accidentally bumped into them. I saw that she wasn't too emotionally stable, so I didn't have the heart to press her. So it is. Zhangliang hung up the phone after a brief chat with Shen and couldn't help but go and gently knock on the door of Han Shui's room. The relationship between the two is more or less awkward, but it doesn't stop them from caring about each other. Han Shui opened the door and stood in front of Zhangliang with her head down, her mood still low. Zhangliang glanced at her swollen side, and the obvious scratches on her collar, and flirted easily, how is the other party injured? Han Shui looked up at Zhangliang and couldn't help the corners of her mouth from rising. When she faced Zhangliang in something like this, she felt more relaxed, slightly more interested. He replied, she's hurt worse than I am. Then even if you win the fight, there's no need to be in a lost mood. I'll make 2 more dishes for lunch to celebrate. What kind of person educates people like that? It's not like fighting is a good thing. There were tears in Han Shue's eyes as she finished speaking. He Zhongliang could see that she must still have grievances in her heart that she didn't tell, and hurriedly comforted. I know you're afraid that your mom is worried, so you refuse to tell the truth. There's no need to hide it from me. I'm on your side and won't tell your mom about this kind of thing. Han Shui hesitated for a moment before helplessly telling the truth. I was at the stadium yesterday with 2 friends watching others play basketball, and there were a few guys who played basketball very well and were quite handsome. My friends and I watched happily from the sidelines, just simply admiring. You understand? I didn't have any thoughts. He Zhongliang nodded and urged. Alright, I can understand. Go on about the fight. Then one of the guys noticed me and came over to talk to me. I saw that he was nice and polite, so I agreed to tweet with him. He also asked me to have lunch with 2 friends. I didn't say yes to him right away and decided to wait until noon. He then went back to his game and I discussed with my 2 friends on the sidelines whether we should have lunch with him. But after 10 minutes or so, a female came to me in a rage. A man pointed at me and told her that I had seduced her boyfriend. It's not like I knew the guy had a girlfriend, but she didn't ask anything and started abusing me. I didn't give her the benefit of the doubt and then we wrestled together. After He Zhongliang heard this, he calmly said, she must know what her boyfriend's virtues are. Insulting someone without asking is definitely wrong of her, but since she was hurt worse than you, there's no need to pursue it. Right, she wasn't taking any advantage, but when her boyfriend came over and pulled us apart, she took offense and made her boyfriend hit me, and the bruise on my face is from the man slapping me. He Zhongliang was incredulous. That man really hit you? He seemed to be afraid of that woman. And then I heard that the woman's family was very rich, and that the man was a soft eater. He Zhongliang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he heard the word soft eating, as if he was talking about himself. You didn't call the police? My friend helped me call the police, but the woman also had injuries on her face, and the man apologized and was willing to pay compensation. The police advised us to settle the matter privately. It's just a superficial injury. Even if we go for an appraisal, what can we do? I don't want to go to the Public Security Bureau to delay for more money. And I have to make my mom worry. Can you still find that scumbag? I'll go get him for you. He's still supposed to be playing basketball at that gym today. But the woman warned me to have someone beat me up whenever she sees me outside from now on. Han Shui was aggrieved in her heart and hoped that someone would stand up for her. But she couldn't help but be concerned and helplessly advised. That man is very tall and there are a few companions around him. They should all be helping him. So it's best if you don't mess with them. It's not like I can't find someone. I just don't have that need. I don't need to think that much when I fight ordinary people. Looking at He Zhongliang's confident look, Han Shui teased with both anticipation and nervousness. If you lose the fight, can I pretend I don't recognize you? He Zhongliang smiled and nodded, urging her to go and change quickly. They are going to the stadium to take revenge. Chapter 69, Hit with the Ball. He Zhongliang drove Han Shui to the stadium. Han Shui because the face is a little red and swollen, so wear a hat and a mask. The two came to the basketball court. And the man who had slapped Han Shui yesterday was indeed still playing handsome on the court. Han Shui pointed at the man. That's him. He Zhongliang visually estimated that he should be around 1.87 meters and weigh around 170 pounds. And with a well-proportioned body, he did look quite handsome. There's nothing wrong with you eating soft food, but there's a way to steal, so you can't jeopardize the reputation of our business. He Zhongliang muttered in his heart, then prepared to go to the ring to play with him. Han Shui asked curiously, didn't you come to settle the score with him for me? Why are you still planning to play with them? Directly hit people. In case he broke, I have to go to jail. The nature of the ball in hand is different. At most it is just to lose money. Our family is not short of money. You watch the show from the sidelines. He Zhongliang walks into the arena and greets the guys, looking to join the fight. He also used to play basketball when he was in school, and after so many years of no contact, his skills were not great though. But the good thing is that he's not rushing to play either. Han Shui mingled among the onlookers, anticipating He Zhongliang's performance from the sidelines. She was worried about what to do in case He Zhongliang suffered a loss, and that she couldn't help but follow him and lose face. And if He Zhongliang was also injured, how would he explain it to his mother when he got home? The more Han Shui thought about it, the more scared she became, and she began to regret letting He Zhongliang take revenge. She tried to call He Zhongliang back, but He Zhongliang had already mingled with the pitch. Men can easily become friends once they share a common interest. He Zhongliang's ball skills are average, but his speed and power, including the height of his bounce, are much appreciated by his teammates. Played 10 minutes, although only scored 1 goal, but gave up several caps and was instrumental on the defensive end. Han Shui saw that he was having fun, so he probably forgot about the main event. Gazing at He Zhongliang, who was running hard on the pitch, he couldn't help but complain in a small voice. A man can be relied on. A sow can climb a tree. He Zhongliang also unintentionally glanced at Han Shui on the sidelines before remembering what he was here for. quickly put away the smile that filled his face and focused on the scumbag, watching him closely as he came to the basket, grabbing a chance to fight him for a rebound. He fought his way to a high jump. Although He Zhongliang suffered a bit of a loss in height, his bouncing height was 2 levels higher than his opponent. He didn't just grab the rebound, he used his afterblow to find the Jag's face on the way down, make Karl Malone's iron elbow kung fu and hit the scumbag hard in the face, and landed holding the ball and covering his elbow with an innocent look. The scum's teammates glared angrily at He Zhongliang, and although they suspected that he was doing it on purpose, they didn't act too aggressively, because on the field, bumps and injuries were common, and besides, they all had witnessed He Zhongliang's physical quality. No one dared to take the lead in a head-on conflict with this man. Jagged man lying on the ground, half his face covered in blood, has fallen into a coma. Companions rushed to help him call 120, and He Zhongliang pretended to care about him, leaving his contact number, said he was willing to take responsibility. After the ambulance pulled the scum away, He Zhongliang did not have the heart to play, pretending to feel guilty and just met his teammates to say goodbye and leave. On the way back, Han Shui asked with a smile on her face but some concern in her tone, "Did you hit too hard? Will something big happen?" He Zhongliang said indifferently, "You are afraid that he went to the hospital to rescue over. It's not that easy to die from a serious injury. Will he charge you with assault with intent? As long as I don't admit it, there's no way he can prove I did it on purpose. I'll go back and get a lawyer to take care of this, maybe even without compensation. Forget it, it's not like our family is short of money, so if he's badly hurt, it's better to pay him compensation. You're not mad at him now, my little bruise is nothing, the swelling will go down soon. He's on the verge of being killed by you, and I'm not angry, not at all." Han Shui shook her head repeatedly and said she forgave that scummy guy. He Zhongliang wanted to say, "You are not as gentle as Shen Kaiyue, but you are not as fierce as Han Bing." But considering that Han Bing was no longer around, he didn't have the heart to open his mouth and mention him, just smiled and consoled. "It's good that you're hurting in your heart. If you're aggrieved and unhappy in your heart, your mom will be sad and upset as well." Han Shui stared at He Zhongliang for a while and asked shyly, "You're so physically strong and resourceful. What if you bully my mom in the future? Who should I find to deal with you?" He Zhongliang smiled and suggested, "Just find a more powerful boyfriend, or spend money to hire a few fighters. You've inherited so much property. Are you still afraid that no one will help you? Will you really love my mom forever? For the rest of your life? Men who talk too much are useless, men who are useful don't need to talk so much." He Zhongliang didn't answer positively. Looking ahead confidently, Han Shui nodded with satisfaction. She believed that He Zhongliang was absolutely sincere to his mother, but how could any philandering man be willing to stay at home and spend his days around the kitchen? He Zhongliang suddenly reminded seriously, "Although you're rich, don't show off your wealth. It'll be troublesome if you let the bad guys target you. Don't worry, I've always kept a low profile at school. My daily clothes and belongings, as well as our family's living conditions, are at best considered a middle-class family. If you want to show off your wealth, it's only the BMW 7 Series you drive that's still considered a bit rowdy." He Zhongliang let out a sigh and muttered, I also regret, I should not have bought this car in the beginning. There's no need to be so dramatic. You and my mom are too low-key." Han Shui interrupted He Zhongliang's words and asked curiously, "When are we going to move and get a new villa to live in? After we have a little sister, isn't the house we're living in now a bit small?" He Zhongliang nodded in agreement and suddenly asked, "How did you know it would be the little sister?" Han Shui rightfully replied, "Because I like little sisters." He Zhongliang did not continue this topic, smiled and looked ahead. At lunchtime, He Zhongliang received a call from his lawyer. The scumbag was badly injured, with dozens of stitches in half his face and a concussion, but the lawyer told He Zhongliang not to worry. This situation he can easily deal with, will not cause He Zhongliang a lot of trouble. After He Zhongliang hung up the phone, he looked at Han Shui across the room, and both of them were a little ashamed. But then you can't help the corners of your mouth from turning up and it's hard to hide the smile on your face. Chapter 70, Rejecting Her for the First Time. In the evening, He Zhongliang went to pick up Shen Kaiyue from work. While in the car going home, Shen Kaiyue inquired if Han Shui was in a better mood today, because when she left home in the morning, Han Shui's mood was still relatively lost. He Zhongliang comforted her. "Han Shui isn't angry anymore and is in a much better mood now. Did she tell you what happened to the bruises on her face and neck?" "That's a bruise from when she got into a fight with someone at the stadium yesterday." He Zhongliang told the truth, then looked at Shen Kaiyue's surprised expression and hurriedly consoled. "It's not her fault, it's that other people misunderstood her, and the person who hit her was too unqualified. I already went to help her take revenge this morning. Don't worry, the person who beat her was injured much more seriously than her. Let's not pursue this matter in the future." "You hit again?" Shen Kaiyue exclaimed in shock, then carefully surveyed He Zhongliang from top to bottom. "I'm not hurt, and the matter has been referred to a lawyer. It's not a big problem. We don't have to worry about it. I hope you have a sense of propriety in what you do. I'm really afraid that one day the police will come and take you away. How am I going to explain to my little friend when the baby is born? He Zhongliang glanced at Shen Kaiwei, held her hand, smiled and comforted. You have a sense of proportion for that kind of thing at night, and I have a sense of proportion for daytime things. Shen Kaiwei gave He Zhongliang a blank look. Don't understand what you're saying? Don't you understand? Dr. Shen, you're a different person during the day and at night, Shen Kaiwei advised with a smile on her face. You drive well. He Zhongliang looked ahead and couldn't help but giggle twice. Shen Kaiwei smiled without saying anything, looking at He Zhongliang's face and caressing her stomach. Once He Zhongliang brought Shen Kaiwei home, Han Shui greeted her mother with a smile on her face. Looking in a much better mood, she told her mother in detail what happened at the basketball court today. After Shen Kaiwei heard this, she asked He Zhongliang fearfully, what if something happens to that person? He's just dead and I don't have to go to jail. Don't worry, blah blah blah. Don't you say such unlucky things. Shen Kaiwei was timid. She certainly didn't want her daughter to be bullied, but she also didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Before going to bed at night, Shen Kaiwei discussed with He Zhongliang, you can't do something that scares people in the future. It's best to call the police to solve anything. I know. He Zhongliang smiled and nodded in agreement. Shen Kaiwei looked at his expression and knew it was perfunctory. Sighing helplessly, forget it, it's a blessing that can't be avoided. After experiencing so much, I believe you have a sense of proportion. Dr. Shen, it's still you who has the measure of the night. I'm too lazy to take a shower today, and Han Shui is still at home. Let's wait for tomorrow night, okay? Shen Kaiwei stroked He Zhongliang's face and gently discussed with him. He Zhongliang told her, it doesn't matter. It's not like I'm in a hurry. It's all at your disposal. Are you going to be even less interested in me when I'm out of shape after the baby? There you go again. No matter what you become, my feelings for you won't change, and I think a figure like yours, a little rounder, would be more inviting. Shen Kaiwei came close to He Zhongliang, eyes full of tenderness, confided, I'm afraid that you're tired of me, but embarrassed to say it, aggrieved himself. Don't worry, I won't get tired of you. You can hold me with one look. Shen Kaiwei stared at He Zhongliang's eyes, couldn't help but exude a delicate look. The corners of He Zhongliang's mouth rose, and he deliberately questioned seriously, you're too much. Are you deliberately seducing me? Why don't we go take a shower? It's too late. Let's wait until Han Shui goes back to school tomorrow night. Shen Kaiwei nodded, although she agreed with He Zhongliang's words, but couldn't resist reminding, this is the first time you've rejected me, and with the first comes the second, and the third. He Zhongliang immediately sat up and couldn't wait to urge, go take a shower now. It's a little late today, so let's not toss it. No, I can't turn you down, not even once. I'm the one who's tired. You didn't reject me this time. It's me who said something wrong. I'll apologize to you, okay? Shen Kaiwei wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang's neck and leaned over to plead in his ear. He Zhongliang hugged Shen Kaiwei and slowly lay down, staring at her eyes and sighing helplessly. The first time I saw your eyes, I was attracted by your clear eyes. But it's when a normally serious woman like you whines and pouts that the killing power is too great. Do you like me like this? In your current condition, it's best to be a little more restrained. When your body recovers after giving birth, feel free to use whatever skills you have. I'm not afraid of you. Shen Kaiwei flopped down in He Zhongliang's arms and gently bit him on the chest, softly reassuring, I'll make it up to you tomorrow night. He Zhongliang stroked Shen Kaiwei's back, staring down at the slightly upturned corners of her mouth, and her plump, full lips. Can't help but look forward to tomorrow night coming soon. At noon the next day, the lawyer called He Zhongliang and told him that the matter had been settled. There is no need to compensate the other party for any expenses, but the other party's family demanded that he go to the hospital to apologize in person. He Zhongliang discussed with his lawyer, I'm willing to pay his medical bills. Can I not use to apologize? The lawyer said with some difficulty, the other party doesn't care about financial compensation either. They just want you to apologize in person, which is actually not a very excessive request. Since the lawyer had said so, He Zhongliang agreed to go for a walk. It's no big deal to pretend to apologize. And by the way, look at that scummy guy's miserable face. Then secretly take a picture and send it to Han Shui so she can look at it too. He Zhongliang rushed to the hospital in the afternoon and found the scum's ward. Jaggedy was lying in a hospital bed, bandaged up like a pig's head, and his mood looked very frustrated and lost. But the attitude towards He Zhongliang was quite polite, calmly accepting his apology without the intention of pursuing the matter. There was a woman in the room, looking at He Zhongliang with very unfriendly eyes. She also had visible bruises on her face and neck. She is the girlfriend of the scum, named Sun Mingjiao. Her looks are average to good. However, that bone-thin figure, coupled with the neck and arms, the tattoos that were exposed, made He Zhongliang feel nothing good about her. She was just in her early 20s, but had been in the community for years. My father, who worked as a coal owner in a foreign country, died in an accident a few years ago, but left the family with a lot of savings. She has an older brother named Sun Mingho, who used to be a professional free sparring athlete. After retiring, he opened a boxing gym and a bar. Sun Mingjio in his teens to help his brother manage the bar. His own personality is relatively strong, and then rely on the backing of his brother. Raised arrogant and domineering, unruly lifestyle. He Zhongliang noticed that Sun Mingjio had been staring at him and had a murderous look in her eyes. He didn't recognize Sun Mingjio and didn't bother with this strange woman. After apologizing to the injured, he turned and left the ward. Chapter 71, I'm married. Sun Mingjiao followed He Zhongliang out of the hospital room and shouted in the hospital corridor, "Stop!" He Zhongliang looked back at her, guessing that this woman should be the girlfriend of that scummy guy. The scratches on her face and neck should be from the fight with Han Shui. But He Zhongliang didn't bring up that incident, and it wouldn't be very nice if it was known that he had intended to do harm. Trying to feign shame, he nodded politely. "Hello, called me for something?" Sun Mingjiao approached He Zhongliang and raised her head to meet him at eye level. Taking a closer look, the eyes that were originally filled with murderous anger gradually became softer. Cocking her head in a deliberately difficult manner, "You hurt my boyfriend like that. Do you want to just let it go?" He Zhongliang guessed correctly. It is really that unqualified woman. Things are like people. Surely with that scum stinks and is not a good bird. I feel ashamed too. I can pay for his medical bills. Do you think that's okay? He Zhongliang does not want to make a big deal. It does not matter if he pays a little money. Mainly because he does not want Shen Kaiwei to worry. We're not that far behind on medical bills. Sun Mingjiao threw out a sentence with a face full of disdain, and then discussed with a magnanimous attitude. Seeing as you are a person with a relatively pleasant look, and you speak with a rather polite attitude, I won't make things difficult for you. I was going to box you out and arrange for someone to give you a good thrashing. Now you buy me a meal and if I'm in a good mood, I'll leave you alone. He Zhongliang was a bit puzzled and asked curiously, "What do you mean? I'm already married. It's not suitable to be friends with you. You're not too old. Why are you still old and futile? So what if you're married? Life is for experiencing. Don't leave anything to chance when you're young. Do you understand?" He Zhongliang wanted to say, "Even if I want to cheat, I will not find you like this, like a ing chopstick," but he didn't want to mess with this, who didn't look good enough to mess with the woman, and politely refused. "We're not the same kind of people, and besides, your boyfriend is still lying on the hospital bed. You'd better keep him company. The boyfriends I've dated, there's no one who's less than 1.8 meters tall. Your kind of condition is also if before. I can't even look at you. Don't give your face." Hearing Sun Mingjiao's irritated counting, He Zhongliang didn't argue with her and casually threw out a sentence. "I don't think I'm worthy either." Then he turned straight away, not bothering to look at the woman any longer. Couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "What do you want? You don't have any femininity at all. I don't know where the confidence comes from." Looking at He Zhongliang's back as he left, Sun Mingjiao felt humiliated, as if she had been humiliated by this man. She angrily dialed the phone and arranged for someone to give He Zhongliang a little color. Ho Chungliang drove away from the hospital before being followed by a jeep. Not long after getting on the road, the jeep overtook to the front of He Zhongliang, and a sharp brake startled He Zhongliang, almost crashing into him. Luckily he reacted quickly so he didn't rear-end the car. Jeep in front of the fast and slow driving, continuous lane change deliberately not let He Zhongliang overtaking, and cold unawares slammed on the brakes, with the obvious is deliberately looking for trouble. He Zhongliang glared at the jeep in front of him, clenching his fists angrily. After hesitating for a moment, he remembered Shen Sayue's instructions to him, still forced down his anger, picked up his cell phone and dialed 110. After a while, a police car caught up and told He Zhongliang's car and the jeep to pull over. Three lads get out of a jeep and pretend to look innocent. After He Zhongliang showed the traffic police the car recorder, the three young men were speechless and honestly apologized to He Zhongliang. And because of repeated malicious braking and lane changing, constituting dangerous driving, jeep driver needs to be administratively punished while Ho Chungliang leaves first. Half an hour later, He Zhongliang returned downstairs and just parked his car. The jeep then chased after him and stopped in front of He Zhongliang's car. The three lads got out and stared intently at He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang got out of the car, looked at them, didn't bother, and went straight upstairs to his home. The three lads blocked in front of He Zhongliang, with no intention of letting him go. He Zhongliang sighed and pulled out his cell phone again, ready to call the police. One of them hurriedly discussed, "Can you act like a man and not move to call the police, please?" He Zhongliang cried and laughed and asked him, "What kind of bull asterisk logic? The police has nothing to do with whether it looks like a man or not. Are the three of you?" He Zhongliang hadn't wanted to start a conflict with them, but had suppressed his anger all the way. "You can't help but get emotional when you open your mouth. Watch your ing mouth. Who are you calling? You. He Zhenliang reached out and nudged the three lads, ready to strike. He hadn't wanted to cause any trouble, but these three had found their way to his doorstep, making it impossible for him to endure. Seeing He Zhenliang's fierce gaze, the three of them calmed down instead. The person leading the group comforted, "Brother, you don't have to be so agitated. If you have a problem with us, let's have a civilized fight. No matter who suffers, don't call the police to pursue the other party's responsibility. Do you think so? You think you're martial ma, and you're fighting a civilized war. Are you civilized people? I don't even know you guys. It's you who have a problem with me. You don't need to recognize us. To tell you the truth, we are here to help Sun Mingjiao to teach you a lesson. Do you dare to accept the challenge and fight like a man?" He Zhenliang sized up the three of them and asked with a look of contempt, "Are the three of you going together? Of course not. You're coming with us to the boxing gym. I'll fight you alone. Surely I won't be outnumbered. I thought we agreed that I would practice with him." A young man who weighed almost 60 pounds looked like he was eager to show off. The man beside him surveyed He Zhenliang and helplessly reminded, "He's quite strong. The difference in height and weight between you two is a bit big. It's better for me to practice with him. Just pull it off. What's the point of knocking him down in one go? Better let me fight him. I'm sure I can teach him a lesson. I still want to practice with him. We're about the same height and weight, so let me on." Looking at the way the three were scrambling, He Zhenliang guessed that the three should be apprentices at the boxing gym. It is now the period of expansion. Thinking that after practicing for a year and a half, they do not put ordinary people in their eyes. In fact, there are many kinds of ordinary people, and people have different starting points from one another. Some people work very hard to reach a height that is just the starting point for others. Effort is important, but in the face of absolute talent, there is ultimately a gap. Don't argue. Let the three of you have a wheel fight. He Zhenliang threw out a sentence impatiently. He happened to want to move his muscles as well. The three of them stared at He Zhenliang in surprise and couldn't help but tease. "You're too capable of pretending." He Zhenliang turned the tables. "If you are willing to accept the challenge, I will accompany you. If you're not willing, stay away from me, or I'll call the police." "Don't ever call the police. We can solve this matter ourselves." A few people hurriedly persuaded, and then let He Zhenliang get on the car. They led the way in front and went to the boxing gym together. Chapter 72, Wheel Battle. After He Zhenliang arrived at the boxing gym with the three lads, Sun Mingjiao and her brother, Sun Mingho, were waiting. Sun Mingho revealed an admiring look when he saw He Zhenliang and muttered in a low voice, "This kid has a good physique." Then comforted Sun Mingjiao, "That boyfriend of yours isn't a good thing, and you have more than one boyfriend, so don't be too hard on him. Who let him get away with it? I took the initiative to ask him out for a meal and she turned me down." Sun Mingjiao is still angry about being in the hospital and being rejected by He Zhenliang. "Let me say something nice about you." Sun Mingho is obviously not happy with his sister's lifestyle, but can't do anything about it. The three lads came to Sun Mingjiao to claim credit. "The man brought it back for you. This kid's breath is bigger than his feet," saying he'll let the three of us fight him in a wheel battle. Dozens of people practicing kung fu in the martial arts school came over to watch the fun. Most of them were shirtless, and they were a mixed bag of heights, shapes, and sizes. These people, however, didn't put He Zhenliang in their eyes. In their opinion, even if an ordinary person was strong, he was simply unbeatable in front of someone who had practiced. Sun Mingho took a closer look at He Zhenliang, who was standing behind the three disciples. It was found that he was single-handedly facing dozens of people from the martial arts school without any fear. I don't know if he's really good at it or if he's simply good at pretending and doesn't know any better. Sun Mingho could firstly affirm that he was not a professional combat athlete, at least not an excellent one. He himself was in the combat industry and had been in the limelight for many years. The two were about the same height and weight. If He Zhenliang was a professional combat athlete, and a little bit of achievement, one would definitely know to him. "Dude, have you ever been exposed to Qmite before?" Sun Mingho smiled and asked with a fairly polite attitude. He had no intention of making things difficult for He Zhenliang. "Haven't played in a regular tournament, but I've fought a few people." He Zhenliang casually replied that the fights he said he had fought were in the felon's prison in the country of Savatica, where he won 24 in a row. There are no weight classes, no rule limits or any protection, and each match is decided by both winners and losers as well as by life and death. Sun Mingho revealed a disdainful expression. He thought that He Zhenliang was the kind of rash young man who dared to come to a boxing gym to show off after winning a few fights with people on the streets. "You're in good shape, but don't take your hobby and challenge someone else's profession," Sun Mingho advised He Zhenliang, then waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. "Let your disciple help me teach him a lesson for once." Sun Mingjiao is still reluctant and asks her brother to help her teach He Zhenliang the lesson. "What a joke! What if I break someone? If people call the police, I won't be able to open my gym." As soon as he heard Sun Mingho say this, the person who brought He Zhenliang here hurriedly reminded, "We've all discussed this with him. He's practicing with us voluntarily." Sun Mingho blared at his disciple and sternly warned, "You can only strike in the ring if you have the formal qualifications to compete. This kind of verbal agreement of yours is useless. It's an illegal act, you know? If you break the opponent, people can sue you. Be a man and keep your word. Don't be a scoundrel afterward." A young man shouted at He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang glanced at him, but didn't bother with him. Sun Mingho continued to wave his hand, signaling for He Zhongliang to leave the gym, holding the attitude that it was better to do more than less. He Zhongliang pretended to concede and turned to leave. Sun Mingjiao capriciously complained to her brother, "You just let him go without waiting for Sun Mingho to speak. The young man who brought He Zhongliang snapped, "It's okay, we know where his home is, and there will be plenty of opportunities to retaliate against him in the future." He Zhongliang had just taken a few steps out when he heard the man's threatening words and immediately stopped in his tracks. In his heart muttered, "I pretended to concede just to not involve my family, for fear that Shen will be worried. I didn't expect that you guys would even go up your noses. You really think that I'm afraid of you." Then turning violently, he walked up to the man who had spoken and sternly questioned, "You want to practice with me, don't you?" The man hadn't put He Zhongliang in his eyes, but at this moment, he was suddenly shocked by his eyes filled with a murderous aura. For a moment, he was speechless, and his tongue felt like it was tied in knots, so he couldn't even speak. Sun Mingho also noticed that his disciple was jaw-dropped by He Zhongliang's unnerving stare. Although He Zhongliang didn't intend to move to kill for the time being, he was very angry. Ever since experiencing that incident where Shen was kidnapped, he had become very sensitive. "Brother, it's just that young people are more competitive. You don't have to be so serious." Sun Mingho didn't want his disciple to fight with He Zhongliang. He was still worried that his disciple would injure someone. After all, having eyes full of murderous aura couldn't mean that he had strength in the ring. The apprentice slowed down when he heard the master speak and confidently invited, "Come on, let's get in the ring now." He Zhongliang told the three men who brought him to the gym, "All three of you go together, and after you lose the fight, don't show up in front of me again. Are you going to start pretending again? Why don't you fight 10? This is realistic fighting. Have you been watching too many kung fu movies? That's right, do you think you're Ip Man? Surround those practicing boxing and start making fun and flirting." Sun Mingho also couldn't help but show a smile. Even if a professional combat athlete, facing three regular trainers together, there was no certainty of winning. Not to mention that ordinary people like He Zhongliang were simply whimsical. He Zhongliang didn't bother to argue with those who were watching and threw out a sentence, "Don't argue if you can do it." Then pointing at the three lads, "If you dare to accept the challenge, get in the ring now. If you don't dare to give a word in pain, don't bother me again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're too crazy. I'll teach you a good lesson today. I'll do it. Let me go first." The trio scrambled up to the ring, and He Zhongliang took a step to follow. "Don't you guys fool around. There's no such thing as three fighting one." Sun Mingho sternly rebuked his disciple and stared at He Zhongliang for a few seconds, feeling that this fellow was indeed too arrogant. He should be given a free lesson to thwart him. "You put the gauntlet on first. Let them put it on. I don't need it." He Zhongliang a sentence, so that the people watching the audience laughed out loud again, cannot help but start to flirt. "You asked for it." Sun Mingho warned He Zhongliang with a warning. He was also a bit tired of seeing this guy. If it wasn't for the fear that he had struck too hard, he really wanted to personally teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. "Yellow hair, you practice with him, point to point, don't strike too hard." Sun Mingho ordered the disciple who was the youngest and weighed around 60 kilograms to deal with He Zhongliang. He felt that the strength of Yellow Hair's fist was not very strong, and he was instructed to be merciful, so it should not be a big problem. The other two retreated to the side. They hadn't wanted to go on together. That would be too dishonorable. Now they could only act as referees, calling off the match at any time. They guessed that Yellow Hair wouldn't be able to knock the layabout down with a few punches. Yellow Hair puts on his gloves and leaps to wiggle in front of He Zhongliang. A man handed the gloves to He Zhongliang and, seeing that he didn't have much of a reaction, asked in surprise, "You don't even want to wear the gloves, do you? Do you know how lethal a naked fist is?" "Of course I know." He Zhongliang considered that he had killed several people with his bare fists. After a moment's hesitation, "It's time to put on the gloves." Chapter 73, Let's Do It or Not. The crowd gathered around the edge of the ring, all curious as to how much weight this guy who was mouthing off had. With a start, the two temporary referees in the ring stepped back. Yellow Hair stretched out his fist and touched it with He Zhongliang, then jumped on his feet to test the waters and began to look for opportunities and angles to attack. He Zhongliang clasped his hands together and had no intention of dodging at all. In his opinion, a boxer of Yellow Hair's level could completely block his heavy fists. Yellow Hair was originally confident, but after two sweeps towards He Zhongliang's thighs, his expression turned tense. He Zhongliang's strong muscles made the young man realize that there was a gap in strength between himself and his opponent. and he began to carefully circle around He Zhongliang. After figuring out his opponent's strength, He Zhongliang deliberately lowered his hands to give him a chance to attack. Yellow Hair tries a couple of hard punches before throwing one. He Zhongliang bobs and weaves easily and follows up with a solid punch to the liver area of Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair instantly loses the fight and kneels in the ring, rolling around in pain. The two temporary referees rushed forward to care for Yellow Hair, and He Zhongliang took 2 steps back and asked, "Who's next?" After both men helped Yellow Hair down, they couldn't wait to rush to the ring, but were stopped by Sun Myung-ho. Advised the two, "Don't go up there. His explosive power and reaction speed are not on the same level as yours." Then expectantly, he asked, "Bro, are you interested in participating in the official competition?" He Zhongliang shook his head and seriously warned the two men, "If you two don't submit, I'll accompany you to the end today. After today, don't hang around in front of my eyes. When I feel danger approaching, I usually find a way to get rid of it, once and for all. I'm not here to joke with you guys." The two lads were still in a state of disbelief and wanted to get in the ring and compete. "You guys need to stop causing trouble." Sun Mingho angrily rebuked the two men. He could hear that He Zhongliang was full of stamina and did not seem to be talking big. Then he assured He Zhongliang, "They won't harass you anymore. You have extraordinary hands. If you let me train you to fight professionally, you should have a chance to win the national championship." He Zhongliang stepped out of the ring and sincerely confessed to Sun Mingho, "I'm a family man. My mind is on my wife and children and I'm not interested in anything else." Sun Mingho laughed, turned his head to look at Sun Mingjiao, and helplessly advised, "You'd better find those scumbags to play with. He is indeed not suitable for you. A strong twisted melon is not sweet. Stop making things difficult for people. I'm just messing with him. I'm busy with my business. Who has time for him?" Sun Mingjiao blanked He Zhongliang a glance. Because of the begging and cannot produce disgust, directly turn around and walk away. "Since you're not interested, I won't say anything more. You are welcome to come to my gym to work out in the future, and a friendly sparring session is also welcome." Sun Mingho appreciated He Zhongliang and treated him politely. Those disciples naturally didn't dare to be reckless anymore. He Zhongliang felt the other party's goodwill and nodded with a smile. He also no longer bothered with those 3 people, politely excused himself and left. Night. Shen Kaiwei inadvertently found that He Zhongliang's thigh was bruised. She looked up, curious and worried, and asked, "Why is your thigh bruised? Did you bump it somewhere?" "Nope," He Zhongliang blurted out, looking down at Shen Kaiwei and glancing at his own thighs as well. "Suddenly it occurred to me that it should have been caused by those 2 kicks by Yellow Hair today. It didn't feel like much and wasn't really an injury, but you could definitely tell there was a bruise. Probably knocked it on the corner of the table by accident while cleaning at home." He Zhongliang didn't tell the truth. He didn't want Shen Kaiwei to worry. Then he reached out and stroked Shen Sayue's face, gently chiding, "Dr. Shen, can you concentrate? You should be more steady in what you do from now on. Don't be hairy. You're going to be a father soon." He Zhongliang nodded in agreement with a smile on his face. "Got it. Kid's mom, won't you call me by my name properly?" "Okay, big sister Kaiwei." Shen Kaiwei smiled and suggested, "Why don't you just call me auntie? That works too." He Zhongliang agreed in one breath, then held Shen Sayue's face in front of him. Anticipatory plea, "Auntie, I want you, talk properly." Shen Kaiwei deliberately had a serious expression and criticized a sentence, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, her joy overflowing. He Zhongliang immediately apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry, Auntie, I want you." The two men looked at each other, one deliberately serious, the other pretending to be afraid. After a few seconds both couldn't help but laugh out loud and couldn't wait to embrace and kiss each other. Shen Kaiwei lay flat on her back and adjusted her breathing, stroking her stomach. Satisfied, he said to himself, "Baby, mommy got her way again." He Zhongliang smiled and teased, "Dr. Shen, how can you also say such things?" Shen Kaiwei turned around and stared into He Zhongliang's eyes. "You don't like me like this?" He Zhongliang couldn't tell if Shen Kaiwei had a grudge or a threat in her eyes. Anyway, she was mesmerized by her eyes, couldn't help but embrace her into her arms, whispering softly in her ear, "As long as it's you, I like it. When I'm 70 years old and I'm dry and wrinkled, will you like that too?" Shen Kaiwei knew full well that the answer that came out of her mouth now could only represent the here and now. No one can make time stand still or stop hearts from changing, but she still looks forward to hearing wonderful words of love from the man she loves. In his own words, He Zhongliang didn't let her down and said firmly, "By that time, who cares about appearances? People look pretty much the same when they get old anyway, but the one who has been with us night and day has become the most important habit in life. As long as there is still a breath, do not want to change." Even two people who have been arguing all their lives, when one of them leaves first, the remaining one will lose some days and can't help but miss each other's goodness. A particularly loving couple like us, honestly. No saying those words. Shen Kaiwei interrupted He Zhongliang, stopping him from talking about topics like life and death. Because she was 16 years older than He Zhongliang, she was theoretically closer to death. That's why she's also more afraid of that day. Time passes too fast for her. It's like a little kid who thinks the year is going by slowly and looks forward to New Year's every day. And the older you get, the more you feel like the year is going by fast. It's as if the new year has just passed and how it's going to be New Year's Eve again. In fact, the 365 days per year do not change, and children look forward to growing up, so they feel that time passes very slowly. And it's because adults are afraid of getting old that they think time is going too fast. Chapter 74 Parenthood. Shen Kaiwei determines that she will be the first to leave this world. She does not want to let go of He Zhongliang, and she is even more afraid that her lover will be lonely and sad. Being over 40, her mindset has changed. She feels as if she is counting down to the halfway point of her life. When she thinks of life and death, she can't help but start to feel sad. But He Zhongliang was not yet 30 years old. Death was still far away for him. There was no need to worry about that. Shen Kaiwei stroked He Zhongliang's face and couldn't help but get teary-eyed when she remembered the moment of separation years later. Curious, He Zhongliang asked, "What's wrong with you?" Shen Kaiwei shook her head, did not explain too much, snuggled in the arms of He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang gently caressed Shen Kaiwei's round cooing body, feeling that this was her most beautiful moment. A few months later, Shen Kaiwei gave birth to a healthy baby boy, 7 pounds 2 white and chubby, very cute. Han Shui talks about liking girls, but after seeing her half-brother, she loves him too. The little fellow was very fine-looking, and whiter and more handsome than any of the girls. The child was named He Jun after a discussion among the elders. As a result, when registering, the staff heard Jun as June, and ended up simply using the word June. He Zhongliang's family moved to live in a villa. A small independent 3-story villa, has its own yard with swings and lawn to provide space for children to run and play. There is more room in the house and it is convenient for both parents to come and stay some days. When Shen Kaiwei was sitting in the moon, she fulfilled the promise she made at the beginning. While the child was asleep, there was no one else in the room. She gently summoned, "Tad Ara, come here for a moment." Then stroking He Zhongliang's head, he smiled and teased, "How is it? Remember the flavor of childhood?" He Zhongliang smiled without saying anything, and sheepishly tried to leave. Shen Kaiwei didn't let him go and requested in a low voice, "Your son has a small meal, so help him share it. My side is rising uncomfortable." He Zhongliang took a deep breath and grunted with a look of reluctance. Shen Kaiwei gently patted him and teased with a smile, "Eat properly, you're not as obedient as your brother." He Zhongliang cocked his head and glanced at Shen Kaiwei, pretending to lose his temper and coaxed too. "Why are you like a little piglet? Don't be naughty, eat properly." Shen Kaiwei reminded He Zhongliang, then carefully glanced at the child. The little one sleeps soundly. Rice bowl let someone occupy, but did not notice. After Shen Kaiwei finished her maternity leave, all 3 members of her family ate white and fat, but He Zhongliang has been drinking only soy milk ever since. Never milk again. Shen Kaiwei and He Zhongliang think they should lose weight, but both think it's good for the other to be rounder. After Shen Kaiwei went to work, both parents went home. He Zhongliang officially started the job as a baby daddy. The house would be a bit more lively on weekends, with Han Shui coming home from school and He Jun's grandparents and grandma and grandpa, sometimes coming to see the kids. Most of the time, it is He Zhongliang who accompanies his son to play at home. Father and son like to touch the bed together, and He Jun is one of the very well-behaved children. Give him just about anything and he can play there for a long time by himself, and often make himself laugh, or lie down on He Zhongliang, do not know what is looking for. Anyway, can study half a day. When he was really bored, He Zhongliang hid and appeared in front of him right after he made an anxious noise. The child will then cheerfully clap his little hands and keep repeating the game over and over again. When your child starts crying, it's when he's sleepy and wants to go to sleep. For He Zhongliang, it was the signal to get off work. Pick up the child to skate around. The child will fall asleep on his shoulder in a few minutes. Sometimes He Zhongliang looked at the child does not want to sleep, but cannot control the dozing look. Cannot help but tease him, "You do not insist on it. Hurry down to sleep." Looking at the child's squinted eyes and smirk, he wasn't sure the child could understand the words. He Zhongliang usually walks from upstairs to the yard and skips less than 2 laps to get the kids done. Then after returning him to his cot and gently putting him down, he can finally have some time to himself. He Zhongliang didn't have any hobbies or social activities. His own free time was nothing more than going to the gym to work out for a while. There is a monitoring device next to the child's crib, and He Zhongliang is in the gym and knows when the child wakes up. When the little one wakes up, he rarely cries like other children. Usually he opens his eyes and looks around, and sometimes he can play by himself for a long time without crying. He Zhongliang watched him so well behaved on the monitor that he sometimes felt heartbroken. It's not good for a boy to be too obedient. Whenever the child woke up, He Zhongliang approached his crib. He would burst into a bright smile, like the little sun. Little hands cheered excitedly, waiting for this familiar man to come and pick him up and play with him. Zhongliang would sometimes intentionally stand by the bedside and watch his anxious appearance, but just didn't go to hug him. Wanted to see his temper tantrum look, but stretched out his hand in anticipation for a long time. But surprisingly, he did not cry, sometimes with a smile on his face to look at Zhongliang. Zhongliang left his sight, deliberately making him anxious. He still didn't cry or fuss, waiting patiently with expectant eyes. It takes a long time to go from losing patience to losing it in crying, and even the crying is gentle. Zhongliang only made him cry once in a hurry, and he could no longer bear to tease him like that. Maybe he was born that way, an honest kid without a temper, and human nature is hard to change. Late afternoon, Zhongliang holding the child in the yard swing, just swing not a few, the child fell asleep. Zhongliang carried the child back to his room and laid down on the big bed with him. He wanted to sleep today too. Hold your child close to you. Gently hold his little hand and scrutinize his little face. Zhongliang sighed in his heart. This kid is also too pretty and has such a soft personality. He won't be girly when he grows up. Thinking of this, Zhongliang couldn't help but laugh. Getting close to the child to smell the gush of milk, he revealed a look of bared fangs. The child especially likes to play this game with him, making Zhongliang pretend that the monster bites his bulbous little tummy. He laughed endlessly with fear and anticipation every time, and as long as Zhongliang didn't stop, he would keep blooming with a happy smile. A happy and joyful childhood is the most precious memory that parents give to their children. The child's innocent smile is also the most beautiful picture in the parent's memory. It is a gift from God to parents and children, but some people take this gift as a burden. They are only physically capable of procreating, but that doesn't qualify them for parenthood. Chapter 75, Calling Dad. Zhongliang placed a gentle kiss on the child's bulbous little belly. Lying beside him, he stared at the child's sleeping appearance and guessed that Shen should have been so cute when she was a child. Going slowly into dreamland. Dad, Dad. Zhongliang dreamed that the child could talk, pulling his hand with a cry. He opened his eyes and saw that the baby was awake too, lying on top of him. Immediately after seeing him open his eyes, he danced around happily. You woke up earlier than me, why don't you call me too? Zhongliang asked, then pretended that the monster went to bite the child's little tummy, making him laugh with delight. A little kid's happiness is just so cheap, and as he gets older, it costs more and more to get it, and grown-up pleasure has less and less to do with parents, except, of course, for the matter of giving him money. But then again, the joy of giving money is not limited to parents, so young to know not to disturb the adult's sleep, and you're too well behaved for a child. Zhongliang sighed helplessly and also smelled the smell of child urine. Feeling the heavy diaper, he laid the child flat on his back and unzipped his diaper. The child stopped fidgeting, bit his little hand, and waited quietly. Young man, you can't even control your emotions at an age when you can't even control your pee. Is that just to make it easy for me? You're a real daddy's boy. Zhongliang smiled and praised, then turned to get a diaper. From behind him came a childish voice, Daddy. Zhongliang turned his head violently and came up to the child, waiting expectantly. The child contained his little hand as if pretending to be innocent. You called me when I was sleeping just now, didn't you? Don't pretend. It's just the two of us in the house. You call out again. Zhongliang excitedly took the child's small hand and called out the child's breast name. Each call was met with the child's response, Daddy. Zhongliang picked up the child and stroked his smooth and tender little buttocks as he walked around excitedly. The room was constantly filled with the sounds of the father and son calling out to each other. Enjoy the joy that belongs to them as father and son. In the evening, Shen returned home. Zhongliang could not wait to hold the child to show her. Looking at Zhongliang's excitement, Shen picked up the child and kissed Zhongliang first, then curiously asked, It said that daughters are daddy's little coat. How come it feels like you're treating your son like a little coat too? Zhongliang revealed a helpless smile. Look at him where he looks like a boy. I've unconsciously treated him like a girl. It was only when I occasionally changed his diaper that I suddenly realized, we're a carrier. He's only so young. It's normal for him to look pretty like a girl. I see a resemblance to your childhood photo. There's a slight resemblance, but the look and personality is more like yours, and I guess it'll look more like you when you grow up. You're exaggerating too much. What kind of character can you tell at such a young age? Anyway, I think he's too gentle for a girl. Shen smiled and chided. Don't talk nonsense. He's a little man in my eyes. Then can't resist kissing the child's delicate little face. Zhongliang looked at their mother and son's happy appearance and walked toward the kitchen with a smile on his face. After dinner, the three of them soaked in the bath together. The little guy was wearing an inflatable collar and his arms and legs were underwater in a flurry of strokes, like little frogs, and time again, he sticks his tongue out and tries to drink the water in the bath, but it was stuck in the collar and the little tongue couldn't reach the water. Zhongliang pushed the child into Shen arms and reminded, Is he hungry? Shen tidied up the child's collar and discussed with eyes full of love. Little handsome, No more swimming. Mom carry you back to eat milk. Eat enough and go to bed early, okay? He Zhongliang replied painfully for his son. Good. Shen Kaiwei and He Zhongliang looked at each other with ambiguity in their eyes. She picked up the child and He Zhongliang hurriedly removed the child's collar. The little guy has not played enough. Reluctant to leave the bath, He Zhongliang cupped up the water and poured it on him, and the little guy excitedly reached out and grabbed it one by one, amusing Shen Kaiwei with laughter. A few moments later, the three left the bath. Shen Kaiwei wiped her child's body, while He Zhongliang held a bath towel now behind Shen Kaiwei and helped her wipe her body. When Shen Kaiwei rubbed Tinkerbell on her child, she inadvertently glanced back at He Zhongliang, with a serious expression of reproach. Why don't you listen at all? Then couldn't help but laugh. He Zhongliang didn't bother to explain and urged. Alright, dry off. Quickly carry him to breastfeed. I'll clean up the bathroom. Shen Kaiwei put on her nightgown and left the bath with her baby in her arms. Moments later, He Zhongliang returned to the room and saw Shen Kaiwei lying on her side on the bed, breastfeeding her child. He Zhongliang came to the bedside and sat down gently, and the child turned his head to look at He Zhongliang and smiled, thinking that he had come to play with him. I'm not hungry. You eat. He Zhongliang made a polite remark, and as if the child could understand, he turned his head and continued to eat his milk. Shen Kaiwei patted the child's little butt, glared at He Zhongliang, and discussed with the child. Go to bed early after you're full. I still have to put this big lad to bed. The child was coaxed twice with his eyes closed. Shen Kaiwei smiled and asked He Zhongliang, do you see him nodding? He Zhongliang turned his head to the side and smiled without saying anything. Shen Kaiwei continued to tease. You two little brothers look so much alike when you're breastfeeding. He Zhongliang stared at Shen Kaiwei's eyes and reminded. Poor generation. Dr. Shen. Shen Kaiwei covered her mouth and tried not to laugh very loudly. He Zhongliang stroked the child's small buttocks twice, and after touching Shen Kaiwei's hand, the two of them held each other tightly. After the child finished breastfeeding, He Zhongliang carried him around. When your child is asleep, gently place him in a cot with a fence, whispering reassuringly, I've got something going on with your mom, so when we're done, we'll come over and take you back. Then turned and left the room. After He Zhongliang returned to the bedroom, Shen Kaiwei changed into a sexy nightgown and lay on her side on the bed, blushing in anticipation. He Zhongliang sat on the edge of the bed, and Shen Kaiwei couldn't wait to get up and tighten her arms around his neck. Listening to Shen Kaiwei's sharp gasps and caressing her hot body, He Zhongliang teased in her ear. You're still so excited when you're so familiar with each other. Shen Kaiwei replied. Men seek freshness, women seek stability. We're different. Did you put on this new nightgown just to keep me fresh? He Zhongliang gently pushed Shen Kaiwei away and carefully surveyed her body. Was it good? Shen Kaiwei's cheeks flushed with a look of nervous anticipation. He Zhongliang caressed her waist and praised. I can't say it looks good. It should be beautiful. Then laughing, I reminded. What are you inhaling for? You can't even find your little belly. I feel like I'm getting flabby. Shen Kaiwei was not too happy with her postpartum recovery. Chapter 76. He Zhongliang comforted. You're not an athlete. It's normal to have a bit of flab on your stomach, and it's quite comfortable to touch. Shen Kaiwei touched He Zhongliang's abdomen and said enviously, you just don't have any flab, and there's the obvious outline of your abs. I'm a guy and my body fat is already low. On top of that, I've never had a baby. Shen Kaiwei looked at He Zhongliang and asked excitedly, do you want to have another child? Of course I don't want to. What's the point of having so many? We're just starting to live in a world of two. You've got to stop craving me. He Zhongliang lazy to talk more. Cannot wait to embrace Shen Kaiwei lying down. 40 minutes later, Shen Kaiwei, with a satisfied smile on her face, snuggled into He Zhongliang's arms and gently chided. Did you intentionally prolong the time? He Zhongliang smiled and replied. It's not like you want it every day now. Since you're in the mood, of course you should enjoy yourself. As long as you don't mind me getting old and fat, you can do whatever you want. There you go again. What's the point of talking about it all the time? I never get tired of you. I love the way the years have left their mark on your face, gently and softly. It looks very real and natural. Even finding the crow's feet at the corners of your eyes very sexy gives me an inexplicable thrill. After He Zhongliang finished speaking, he stared at the corner of Shen Kaiwei's eyes and gently caressed her cheek. Shamefully, I asked, isn't this hobby of mine a bit of a statement? No, it won't. I feel very happy. I'll get more crow's feet in the future. But I'm not trying to seduce you on purpose. You're just deliberately seducing me. You're the best at seducing me. It looks cloudy and light, and without realizing it, you've charmed me to death. Dr. Shen, you are no ordinary person. Shen Kaiwei flung herself into He Zhongliang's arms, laughing with a flamboyant smile, and graciously admitted, a woman is a woman's delight. I can't help but fantasize as soon as I see you. You're right when you see me rambling. He Zhongliang cupped Shen Kaiwei's face, looking at her shy expression, and began to get excited again. Shen Kaiwei could see that He Zhongliang wanted it and hurriedly got up to discuss. Will the child wake up? Go carry him over. But the eyes showed great anticipation. He Zhongliang pulled Shen Kaiwe back into his arms and whispered, "Wait half an hour before you go hug him." Shen Kaiwe proposed. "No, 15 minutes at most. 20 minutes. 16 minutes. Come on you, who's bargaining with you? Maybe you don't want to stop." 20 minutes later, He Zhongliang went to carry the baby back to the bedroom. Shen Kaiwe lay on her side on the bed and breathlessly praised, "Young people have such good stamina. I don't think you're tired at all." He Zhongliang put the sleeping child on the bed and went up to face Shen Kaiwe, protecting the child in the middle. Reaching out and gently resting her hand on Shen Kaiwe's waist, she said gratefully, "It's not because of Dr. Shen's good conditioning. Before I met you, I was terminally ill. It's a blessing for me that you're healthy, too." Shen Kaiwe held He Zhongliang's hand, revealing a happy and shy smile. Same to each other. He Zhongliang stares into Shen Kaiwe's eyes and expresses his love. 3 years later, He Jun started kindergarten. For adults, the first day of kindergarten is no big deal, and it's long gone in the memory. But it takes a lot of bravery for a 3 or 4-year-old to take that step. He Zhongliang sent his child to kindergarten on the first day and heard other children crying their hearts out as they said goodbye to their parents at the kindergarten entrance. A few of the children's moms, too, shed tears along with them. He Zhongliang had discussed with He Jun at home that he would play with the kids at the kindergarten during the day and pick him up in the evening and bring him home. He Jun had been obedient since he was a child and agreed obediently. But when I was taken away by the teacher, I turned around and waved my little hand goodbye to my dad, still deflating my little mouth and almost crying. He Zhongliang couldn't help but have a sore nose, tears welling up in his eyes. "Daddy, remember to pick me up. Daddy, remember to pick me up." He Zhongliang heard the child's pleading voice over and over again, and waved and nodded at him vigorously, but didn't dare to open his mouth to speak for fear that his uncontrollable tears would flow uncontrollably. A little boy next to me grabbed his grandmother's clothes and wouldn't let go. He was crying like a pig, but he didn't want to go into kindergarten with his teacher. The old lady accused him. "Don't cry. Look at that little girl at uncle's house. She didn't even cry. You should learn from her and be brave, okay?" He Zhongliang wanted to correct 2 points. First, my family that is also a son. Secondly, he is just too timid to cry. If he were to let loose a couple of cries, He Zhongliang would still feel better in his heart. He Zhongliang did not say a word, turned around and left quickly, not wanting to let people see the tears that flowed. It's hard to make it to the kindergarten to pick up your child. Parents who are picking up their child on the first day of kindergarten can enter the kindergarten early and play with their child inside for a while before leaving. When the time comes, parents waiting at the kindergarten entrance can't wait to rush in, eager to see their children immediately. The children came to the playground in a line led by their teachers. The naughty children showed great excitement and rushed to their parents shouting and screaming. The honest kids, on the other hand, were obviously a bit slower to react, mostly standing still with nervous expressions of anticipation. He Jun stood still, searching for his dad in the crowd, his expression eager and nervous. He Zhongliang rushed to him in a few steps, probably too fast. He instead did not notice, probing the small head to shed the distance to find. He Zhongliang picked his son up, kissed him twice on his little face, and asked happily, "Who are you looking for? After 1 day of kindergarten, you don't recognize Dad?" He Jun panicked for 2 seconds before seeing that it was his father who had come to take him home. Her small hands wrapped around He Zhongliang's neck vigorously, and she couldn't stop smiling. But He Zhongliang's expression gradually turned serious as he realized that there were 2 scratches on his son's face. Although it wasn't very serious, it was very obvious on the child's smooth and tender little face. He Zhongliang asked in pain, "What happened to your face? Who scratched you?" He Jun stammers and cannot understand. Children do not look in the mirror, did not pay special attention to their own face, and also do not hold grudges. Eat a little loss did not take it to heart. He Zhongliang carries his child to the teacher. The teacher was chatting with a family of 3, and when he saw He Zhongliang walking over with his child in his arms, he immediately greeted them with a smile. She knew that Hejuan had scratches on her face and guessed that the parents would come looking for her. Without waiting for He Zhongliang to open his mouth, the teacher hurriedly greeted him. "Hello Father Xiaojun. I was just about to go look for you. I was also too busy today." In a flash, the 2 children were pulling each other up because they were grabbing toys. "I'm really sorry." He Zhongliang understood the teacher's meaning. A little friction between small children is a very common thing. On the first day of new student registration, teachers are busy and it is understandable that they may not be able to take care of the new students. Chapter 77, What an Official's Authority. The teacher told He Zhongliang that it was the little girl beside him who had a fight with He Jun over a toy. However, both children realized the error of their ways and that children should not fight over toys, let alone hit each other. He Jun nodded obediently when he heard his teacher's words. That little girl, on the other hand, was all high and mighty and didn't take her teacher's words seriously. Surprisingly, he popped out, "My dad's a cop. He can get you arrested." Jun's little hands wrapped even harder around his dad's neck. It seemed like he was afraid of this little girl, and now he was afraid of the little girl's dad as well. The little girl's mother hurriedly apologized to Zhongliang, blaming her daughter for talking nonsense, and her attitude was quite good. But the little girl's father, next to her, just looked like a smiling man, and did not blame his daughter at all. In his mind, as long as his daughter didn't suffer, Zhongliang saw that the girl's mother was more polite and didn't have the heart to pursue the matter, politely correcting the little girl. The police can't just arrest anyone, they can only arrest the bad guys. Yeah. The girl's mother nodded repeatedly, but the girl's father was a bit upset, feeling that Zhongliang was provoking him. Putting on an official face, he asked, "What organization do you work for?" As soon as Zhongliang heard his tone, he wasn't quite ready to countenance it, but now he changed his mind. A little tiff between two kids is no big deal, but it's not right for you as a teacher to lie about it. I know my own child's temperament. Jun wouldn't grab a toy from someone. I said so. If you don't believe me, let's check the CCTV and see. After Zhongliang finished speaking, he seriously questioned the teacher. Tell me again, what was the cause and what happened when the two children fought over the toys? I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me? What organization do you work for? When the girl's father saw that Zhongliang didn't pay any attention to him at all, his tone became even more severe. Zhongliang still didn't pay any attention to him, just glaring at the teacher seriously. The teacher felt weak and hurried to tell the truth. I'm sorry I didn't make myself clear just now, but Xiaojun is really very good. He always picks up the toys that the other children don't want and plays quietly by himself. It was Jiejia's little friend, who suddenly went to grab the toy in his hand, and he didn't let go in time before Jiejia scratched him twice in the face. The girl's mother glanced at her daughter. She had been particularly polite to Zhongliang from the beginning. She should have known what kind of virtue her own child had long ago. The girl's father, on the other hand, still looked like he was going to stick up for his daughter without a hint of guilt. Zhongliang asked his teacher a follow-up question. Did Jun fight back? The teacher praised with a smile on her face. No. Xiaojun is a good boy who is especially obedient. He didn't fight with the children. So how did you just say that both kids realized the error of their ways? And what error did my son make? Was it being too honest? No. Xiaojun is not at fault. It's me who didn't make it clear just now. Xiaojun's father is sorry. I'm so sorry. The teacher originally wanted to make peace with the matter and gloss over it. Now he didn't dare to continue lying, so he had to apologize to Zhongliang one by one. The girl's father couldn't stand to watch, and overbearingly helped the teacher out. You're a big old man. What are you so pretentious for? They're all kids. What's right or wrong? Do you still want to call the police? Zhongliang listened to his tone as if the police station was run by his family. Disdainfully, he asked, what is your position in the police department? Listen to you. What an official. The girl's father pointed at Zhongliang and angrily questioned, what do you mean by that? The teacher and the girl's mother hurriedly persuaded and took the initiative to apologize to Zhongliang. I hope that because of this small matter, do not stimulate unnecessary conflicts. The girl's father was a bit unforgiving, relying on his 200-pound block and his status as a servant of the people. Continuing to point at Zhongliang, get this straight, do you have a problem with the police? Zhongliang was not accustomed to his problems either, and asked loudly and rhetorically, do you have a problem with the people? I'm talking to you. Do you speak for the people of the country? And do you represent the police of the country? Besides, you're in plain clothes now, and you're not on duty, always flaunting your identity. Who are you trying to scare? The girl's father was suddenly speechless when he saw that Zhongliang did not show any weakness, normally with his blockhead, and then flashing his identity. Ordinary people were polite to him and didn't dare to mess with him. Watch what you say. I'm mediating between two children with you as their parent. The girl's father finally started talking business. Zhongliang said as calmly as he could, there's no half misunderstanding here. Your child is unilaterally at fault. What's there to mediate? Of course kids don't know any better. There's no need to get on my case, and I have no intention of pursuing it. But don't you, as parents, know what to do? No, of course. The girl's mother nodded repeatedly and apologized to Zhongliang on the girl's behalf, also showing that she was concerned about the scratches on Jun's face, but never dared to criticize the girl, who had the same demeanor as that father of hers, knowing that she had been wronged, but without the slightest intention of feeling guilty or repentant. The attitude was very tough and not a word of apology was said, and by the looks of it, there was no intention to apologize. Zhongliang look at the girl's mother's attitude is very good. The whole process of making amends and apologizing. Kindergarten teachers are also on the sidelines of the good words. I hope to be able to turn big things into small things into nothing. Zhongliang was too embarrassed to embarrass the girl's mother and was too lazy to look at the father and daughter's faces any longer. Squeezing a helpless smile at the girl's mother before turning straight away, Jun stretched his little finger toward the seesaw. wanting his dad to go play with him. He Zhengliang chided heartily. You're also too honest. In the future you can't let other children scratch your face. Do you hear me? He Jun nodded, but didn't look the least bit pumped up. He Zhengliang asked seriously and gravely. When others grabbed you, wouldn't you fight back? Dare you fight back? He Jun didn't answer, and the timid expression said it all. He Zhengliang couldn't bear to force him and could only comfort himself in his heart. Forget it. A soft and well-behaved character is not a bad thing. It's better to suffer a small loss than to get into big trouble. My son is healthy and has a high face value. He's already very good. So what do I need? Some kids just don't hurt people. For no reason. It's as if the element of violence and savagery is missing from their genes. But when he becomes an adult, he may become the other extreme version of himself once his values and personality shift. Chapter 78, Pleasing the Teacher. When the girl's family left, the kindergarten teacher saw that He Zhengliang was still playing with his son. Hurrying to their side, he shamefully apologized to He Zhengliang. Father Xiaojun, I'm really sorry. That little girl is indeed overbearing and quick with her hands. I'll definitely keep a good eye on it in the future and try to stop this from happening. He Zhengliang wasn't satisfied with the teacher's attitude and said bluntly, with so many children, no one can guarantee that there won't be any bumps or bruises at all. This little thing is nothing, but I don't understand the way you handled it. The teacher explained helplessly. I don't want to favor the girl either, but things have happened and it's impossible to undo them. And I'm also worried that the parents on both sides will have conflicts that won't end well. Since I live in the same neighborhood as that family, I know the girl's dad better. That big brother isn't very talkative, and even if he knows his family's child's fault, he won't politely apologize. You saw his attitude today. That kind of person is best not to provoke him. After hearing this, He Zhengliang smiled and asked, just because he's big and yes, a cop? How can I say this? There's a saying since ancient times that the people don't fight the officials. How much of an officer is he? It's just a community policeman. But I still don't think we need to fight with someone like that. He Zhengliang didn't agree with the teacher's words, but he could understand what she did. It shouldn't be intentional favoritism, just not wanting to offend the kind of unqualified people. Not to mention the teachers, even the parents when faced with a conflict with their own children. Most of the time, they will also choose to aggrieve the child who is honest and obedient. It's not reasonable, but it makes sense. He Zhengliang nodded helplessly inside. That kind of person really doesn't deserve to wear a police uniform, and with that much power, he flaunts it everywhere. If he were to become a leader, he would be able to strut even more, and would probably have to walk sideways on the road. Don't look at him with a serious face to us. I once went to him to do business. When I saw the way people greeted the leader, he was like a different person, nodding his head and smiling sweetly. After sending off the leader, he turned around and instantly changed his face. The contrast was so great that it startled me and I couldn't help but laugh. The teacher said, still smiling as she remembered the image of that time. Since ancient times, it's this kind of people who are the most popular and get along well. There's a real possibility of becoming a big official in the future. If you flatter him well, it will definitely be good for you. The teacher glared at He Zhengliang and chided with a smile on her face. Little Jun's father, are you deliberately mocking me? How come? I'm just being honest. I'm not good at dealing with people like that. And besides, we're not very good at anything. And we're not very pretty. Actually, this female teacher is not bad looking, average to good. When a woman shows a humble demeanor in front of a man and complains that she is not beautiful, the heart is longing to be recognized by the man in front of her. Usually it's a good feeling about the man that makes you deliberately degrade yourself to test the other person's attitude. The moment He Zhengliang met his teacher's eyes, he felt her ambiguous gaze. Son, in order for you not to be bullied in kindergarten. Dad, I have no choice but to sell my sex and please the teacher to take good care of you. He Zhengliang glanced at the child and muttered helplessly in his heart. Then he turned his head to look at the teacher and criticized in a serious manner. Teacher, you're being too modest. Your face and body, how can you be 1 in 100? And so young? Just the right time. If you're not considered pretty like this, you won't be able to find a few pretty people on the street. The teacher shook with joy and glanced at He Zhengliang twice with affection. Staring at the scratches on He Jun's face again, he blamed himself even more shamefully. To say that it's pretty, Xiao Jun can't be found in 100 miles. It's all my fault for being careless today. This will definitely not happen again in the future. He Zhengliang declared in his heart. It's good that you count. Next time, I'll buy out the kindergarten. Throw you and that little girl, both out. However, on the surface, it is still courteous and shows recognition of the teacher's work. After all, the child was in someone else's hands, and he didn't want to make a big deal out of it until he had to. The more the teacher and He Zhengliang talked, the happier they got, and the topic began to stray a bit. He Zhengliang hurriedly changed the topic. That little girl is very much like her father, and at a glance, she is not a good person, but her mom is a sensible person. Listen to talk quite quality. The teacher hurriedly explained. That's not her real mom. Married to that big brother for less than a year. He Zhongliang muttered in a low voice. No wonder she just apologized for the child and didn't dare to criticize the girl. So it's because of this status. She's not bad in every way. How is she willing to be a stepmother to someone? Must be greedy for money from people's families. That big brother's family is a demolition household. There are several houses and they are civil servants. The economic condition is very good. He Zhongliang smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He suddenly realized that he had been at home with his children for a long time. How to be like an old woman. Especially loved to inquire about other people's parents. Hajun ran to his dad. He wanted to go home. He Zhongliang picked up the child, looked at the scratches on the child's face, and kissed him heartily. The teacher stared at the child's face with envious eyes and reached out to caress it to show her concern. Surprisingly, she kissed He Zhongliang in the same place where he had kissed him. He Zhongliang had some concern in his heart, but didn't have the heart to say it. After saying goodbye to the teacher, he turned around and walked out a few steps, and couldn't help but complain in a small voice. Shame on you. How can you just kiss someone else's child? If you want to kiss it, give birth to one yourself and kiss it as much as you like. When He Jun heard his father's complaint, he blinked and asked curiously, Dad, are you saying that our teacher is shameless? No, I'm talking about someone else. It has nothing to do with your teacher. He Zhongliang hurried to explain. He was afraid of this silly boy. Tomorrow said to the teacher to listen to the trouble. In the evening, Shen came home and also noticed the scratches on the child's face. Although she was heartbroken, she tried to ask calmly, did Xiao Jun fight with the kids at kindergarten? He Zhongliang helplessly explained. You really overestimate him. He won't even fight back when he's beaten. It's not like fighting is a good thing. And it's kind of nice that it won't be. You are a girl. Of course it doesn't matter. If you find someone to love and protect you, he can still find a man to protect him in the future. Shen Kaiwe picked up the child and came over to He Zhongliang, asking shyly, what did you just say about me? He Zhongliang replied as a matter of course. A girl. Shen Kaiwe snorted out a laugh, and a moment later let out a long sigh. Time flies. Thinking about the days when I was still a girl, it seems like it was just yesterday. He Zhongliang asked seriously, when I say little girl, I don't mean the season of your love affair. Are you thinking of certain happy things? Were there a lot of boys who curried favor with you back then? Nope, I was thinking about kindergarten too. You pull it off. I can see the way the corners of your mouth are turning up. You must be thinking about senior year. Are you reminiscing about going to college and hiding in the nooks and crannies of campus with some kid? Do you really want to know? Shen Sayue's words made He Zhongliang begin to hesitate. He both wanted to know and was afraid he would be envious. Cautiously, he offered, you can tell me when it's bedtime. Speak slowly and stop quickly when you see that I'm not in the right mood. I'm not telling you that. What the hell is going on with Jun's face? One little girl was particularly bossy and grabbed him twice when she grabbed his toys. After He Zhongliang finished speaking, he comforted. The teacher criticized that child, and the child's parents took the initiative to apologize to me. All with a pretty good attitude. This little thing, I do not have the good sense to pursue. He knew that saying this would make Shen Kaiwe feel better in her heart. Chapter 79, Meeting an Old Friend. Kids don't know any better. They don't have a light hand. Just make her pay attention in the future. Shen Kaiwe was even less of the type of character that was unforgiving, and she had grown up not even being able to speak profanity. He Zhongliang knows that the child's personality follows his mother. How can I put it? Mixed feelings, I guess. Both thankful that the child is as simple and kind as his mother, and worried that his life, as a result, will suffer. He Zhongliang looked at the child's clear eyes, and bright smile. Pray that he has a happy and joyful life. Fate has arranged for him to suffer a little. No big deal. Never be too much of a bully. The next morning, He Zhongliang sends his son to kindergarten and meets Jia Jia's stepmother at the door. When she saw He Zhongliang, she hurriedly took out a small gift from her bag and gave it to He Jun, apologizing again for her daughter. She dropped Jia off at the kindergarten early and then waited at the door just to apologize again. He Zhongliang accepted the gift for his son and told him to wait until he got home to play. Then he waved with Jia Jia's stepmother and watched him walk into the kindergarten with his teacher. He Jun waved his little hand and reminded, Daddy, don't forget to pick me up. But today with a smile on his face, he is much braver than yesterday. He Zhongliang revealed a pleased smile, surprisingly not willing to part with his child. This is a son. How is it more worrying than a daughter? He Zhongliang shook his head helplessly. Jia Jia's stepmother turned her head and said enviously, your son is so well behaved and pretty, so appealing. I've dreamed of having such a little baby. He Zhongliang looked at her slightly sad eyes and just wanted to mention her daughter, but then dismissed the idea. Hesitantly, he said, personality like his mom, pleasing and worrying me. He Zhongliang didn't have a good feeling about that bossy little girl and his father, and he felt nasty when he thought of the two. You must be very happy as a family. The woman's excited and envious eyes made He Zhangliang feel a little unnatural, but didn't think much of it, smiled and nodded. The two left the entrance of the kindergarten together, and when they walked to the intersection, He Zhangliang said goodbye to her, and the two of them lived in different directions. The woman suddenly opened her mouth and asked, He Zhangliang, you really can't recognize me? He Zhangliang had actually seen her look familiar for a long time, but he just couldn't recall where he had seen her. At her question, a mortified smile appeared. I'm sorry, it seems a bit familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen it before. That year we represented our respective elementary schools and participated in the elementary school games held in the city. The games were held for 3 days, and we often played together and even ate together. I also pour the rice I can't finish into your bowl, always looking for a chance to tease you. He Zhangliang came to a realization, but guessed incredulously, could you be Song Xiaomei? What's the matter? Has it changed much? He Zhangliang sized her up carefully, though her face matched the girl in his memory. Still, she couldn't believe it was really her, shaking her head and exclaiming, I remember you being tall and thin, how come you've become so petite now? Song Xiaomei disliked He Zhangliang and looked up with a smile to remind him, I'm 2 years older than you, and boys in their teens haven't even started developing yet, but some girls have grown to their full height, and I was one of those girls. I haven't grown any taller since I was in middle school. He Zhangliang still didn't quite dare to believe it and couldn't help but smile and tease. How can it be so petite? It's as if you've changed bodies. Not only have you not grown taller, you've also shrunk from that time. How can that be? I'm older than that. Song Xiaomei raised her head and chest in a towering, upright stance, making He Zhangliang feel funny and a little embarrassed. A decade or so ago he himself knew nothing, and fought with her like a buddy, without a single evil thought. But now everyone was an adult, and although Song Xiaomei was petite, she had a very substantial figure and a delicate and very attractive face. Song Xiaomei could see that He Zhangliang was a bit embarrassed and explained seriously, it's because you've grown too tall and look at me from a different perspective. That's why it creates an illusion that I've gotten smaller. He Zhangliang nodded and said in a serious manner, I really didn't expect to be able to see you again. Remembering those carefree days, I feel very kind. You should be happy now, too. That's true. He Zhangliang nodded. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He was indeed satisfied with his current life. I really envy you, to have a happy and complete family. He Zhangliang heard Song Xiaomei's tone of voice was lost. She had something in her heart that she wanted to talk to someone. He Zhangliang has been at home with her children for the past few years, and has almost no contact with her past friends. After your child starts kindergarten, it's kind of hard to get used to suddenly being quiet and doing nothing when you're home by yourself during the day. Now that they could meet Song Xiaomei, it was also the fate of the two of them. It shouldn't be too much to treat them as ordinary friends. He Zhangliang consoled himself in his heart. Although the dopamine, which had been dormant for several years, seemed to be starting to overdose again, but he trusted himself to hold the line, and then kindly asked, I heard that your husband was married before, and the child is his from his ex-wife, isn't it? Song Xiaomei graciously admitted. That's right, I'm Jia Jia's stepmother. Do you have children of your own? Song Xiaomei shook her head, unable to hide her sadness. With your qualifications, you should be able to find a better man. That man, your husband, is not of high quality and has a child with him. Why do you need to be a stepmother to someone? He Zhangliang felt aggrieved and sorry for Song Xiaomei from the perspective of a friend. Song Xiaomei revealed a helpless smile, did not continue this topic, but with He Zhangliang to leave each other's contact information, hurriedly bid farewell and left. Chapter 80. Accepting her invitation. Near noon, He Zhangliang received a call from Song Xiaomei, inviting him to have lunch. After a brief hesitation, He Zhangliang agreed to the other party's invitation. He couldn't think of a reason to say no and cherished his friends from his student days. That kind of feeling is hard to find in adulthood. It's as if once you step into society, most of the relationships between people can only be maintained by the pros and cons of the trade-offs. He Zhangliang rushes to the location Song Xiaomei told him about, a mid-range to high-end restaurant, close to the clinic where Shen works. The two took a seat against the floor-to-ceiling windows, where they could enjoy the view of the street outside. Of course people passing by could see them. At first the two were a little awkward, but talking about some interesting things about that field day, the two gradually found a sense of familiarity. That was the first time the two represented the school to go outside to participate in the competition. Is a very deep and happy memory. He Zhangliang was still a simple boy at that time, but Song Xiaomei developed too early, and already had a love affair. I remember the time when I dumped my unfinished meal in your bowl. After you casually complained about it, you looked down and continued eating with full concern. Are you still willing to eat other people's leftovers now? Song Xiaomei flirted slightly ashamed. He Zhangliang pretended to be nervous as he extended his hand in a covering gesture and replied with a smile. Of course not. Song Xiaomei laughed and said helplessly, you're so tall and strong now, I don't dare to tease you anymore. He Zhongliang stared carefully at Song Xiaomei's face and couldn't help but recall those silly times. Although he was still young, he remembered liking the big sister so much that he once thought that was his first love. Song Xiaomei noticed He Zhongliang's eyes and boldly responded. When I first met you, I was very attracted to you. That's why I tried my best to tease you. Now when I think of how silly you looked back then, I still find it funny. I really miss those times. If only we could have met earlier. He Zhongliang hurriedly sidetracked the topic. I've changed so much. How could you recognize me? Song Xiaomei took a deep breath and replied seriously. I didn't recognize you at first glance either. I just had a familiar feeling about you. It was only after seeing your name in the parent group that I was sure it was you. That boy who used to make me think about you day and night. He Zhongliang revealed a flattered expression and sheepishly avoided her gaze. What you're saying is too exaggerated. Song Xiaomei smiled and kept her eyes on He Zhongliang, eager to meet his eyes. He Zhongliang bravely raised his head and cared with the attitude of an ordinary friend. How are you living now? Why did you fall for that domineering guy? He should have treated you well. It's what made you willing to accept his child. Song Xiaomei was silent for a moment, as if she didn't want to talk about her affair with her husband, and casually asked, You're very confused as to why I married a man with a child, aren't you? He Zhongliang nodded and also graciously confessed, There's no problem if you truly like him. Actually, Xiaojuan's mom and I are also halfway married. She and her ex-husband have a daughter who is now in college. Her daughter is in college, and she's having a baby at what age? Song Xiaomei had a surprised look on her face, curious about Xiaojuan's mom's age. He's 16 years older than me, but I was enamored with her from the first moment I saw her and was sure she was the one I was going to spend the rest of my life with. He Zhongliang expresses his love for his wife and makes his position clear. The happy look in He Zhongliang's eyes was very obvious when he mentioned his wife. Song Xiaomei noticed and guessed with a slight loss. She must be a very good woman. He Zhongliang nodded. Xiaojun is more like his mother. That's right. I can imagine what a gentle, beautiful woman that is. Song Xiaomei did not mince words of praise, and also put away her ambiguous eyes towards He Zhongliang, but always reluctant to talk about their own business with Jia Jia's father. You can't hide the way you like someone's eyes, and it's easy to see the opposite. He Zhongliang could see that Song Xiaomei didn't want to talk about her marriage to that man, so he didn't ask any more questions. At the same time also regret to come to eat with Song Xiaomei. Perhaps between men and women want to maintain some kind of simple relationship is not an easy thing. The young nurse who works in the same clinic as Shen Kaiwei, when she goes out at noon and passes outside the restaurant, she overhears He Zhongliang and a young woman chatting while eating in the restaurant. She knew He Zhongliang, even though the two were just having a meal in public, but the little nurse was still worried for Shen Kaiwei, afraid that He Zhongliang would do something out of character. After all, there was such a big age difference between the two. And it wasn't like it was a secret that men liked the new and were interested in younger women. The little nurse returned to the clinic and after hesitating, she still told Shen Kaiwei about it. Shen Kaiwei usually take care of her, and our women cannot see Shen Kaiwei suffer. He Zhongliang and Song Xiaomei had a simple meal and went home separately. At first Song Xiaomei showed ambiguous feelings, but after He Zhongliang showed his attitude, she also pays attention to the proportion of her words, and the two keep the distance of ordinary friends. When He Zhongliang went to pick up his child from school, he saw Song Xiaomei again. The two received their children and said goodbye to each other after a few words of small talk. On the way home, He Zhongliang asked his child, Did you have fun at kindergarten today? June nodded and shared the good friends he made today. When He Zhongliang heard Jia Jia's name, he asked curiously, That little girl who scratched your face, are you still willing to be friends with her? The teacher made her apologize to me and she said she liked me and wanted to play with me. He Zhongliang smiled and told his son, Be careful when you play with her. That kind of kid's hands are too yawning. If she bullies you, go to the teacher right away. The teacher is a friend of Dad's and will definitely teach her a good lesson. June asked excitedly, When did you and our teacher become good friends? It's not about you. He Zhongliang casually threw out a sentence, not bothering to explain much. Started to talk about other things, concerned about how the child ate today, what games they play in kindergarten. Shen Kaiwei was preoccupied all afternoon after hearing the little nurse's reminder that she believed He Zhongliang wouldn't betray her. But you can't help but worry, after all. It's common for this human nature thing to fail the test. As soon as she came home, she saw the smiling faces of He Zhongliang and her child, immediately surrounded by happiness and forgetting all about that. It wasn't until I was eating dinner, when I saw a bit of yesterday's leftovers, that I remembered that incident again. She took the opportunity to casually mention, What's with this leftover food? You didn't eat at home for lunch? He Zhongliang hesitated a little, not expecting Shen Kaiwei to be suspicious, but still chose to tell the truth. When I sent Xiaojun to kindergarten today, I met the mother of the little girl who grabbed his face again. She bought Xiaojun a gift to apologize once again. And it's such a coincidence that we actually represented our respective elementary schools in an athletic event over a decade ago. So you bought her lunch, did you? Shen Kaiwei guessed with a smile on her face, her mood finally relaxing. He Zhongliang's words were very natural and did not have any hidden meaning. She apologized to me. Of course she offered to buy me dinner. He Zhongliang emphasized a sentence and stared into Shen Kaiwei's eyes, instead making her feel a bit weak. Can't you be a little more generous? People are so polite. You should treat them to dinner. Shen Kaiwei lowered her head after she finished speaking and focused her attention on Xiaojun. He Zhongliang saw that Shen Kaiwei's eyes were deliberately avoiding. In front of the child did not say anything more, lowered his head and continued to eat. Chapter 81, Still Scared. After dinner, He Zhongliang was playing with the children. Shen Kaiwei walked into the bathroom. Moments later, Shen Kaiwei returned to the bedroom and changed into a sexy nightgown. He Zhongliang told the child, "Let your mom play with you and me. I'm going to take a bath and she's wearing that robe again." The corners of Shen Kaiwei's mouth rose as she glared at He Zhongliang and went to bed to play with her child. He Zhongliang turned and walked out of the room. That nightgown of Shen Kaiwei's was very much accentuating her figure, making her breasts look fuller and more shapely. The child couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Shen Kaiwei smiled and asked, "Do you still want to eat milk?" Jun shook his head, but couldn't resist touching it with his little hand, full of bashful smiles. He also knew he was in kindergarten and couldn't touch his grandmother anymore. Shen Kaiwei looked at her son's well-behaved and obedient demeanor and put him in her arms to comfort him. "You're a good boy. You never make mom and dad angry. You're still young. Touch it if you like it." Xiaojun also only squeezed gently twice, and then hurriedly clasped her small hands in her arms, as if she was afraid of being bitten. Shen Kaiwei smiled and asked, "Xiaojun, you are already in kindergarten. You can sleep separately from mom and dad. Do you dare to sleep in a room by yourself?" Jun didn't answer directly and shook her head timidly. "Don't be afraid. It's okay to wait another 2 years. Mom's not forcing you." Shen Kaiwei stroked his little face, her eyes full of favor. After the child fell asleep, He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiwei on the bed glanced at each other, and both couldn't help the corners of their mouths from rising, and it was time for another moment of passion. He Zhongliang didn't rush to carry the child away and asked in a low voice, "Did you already know about me having dinner with Jia Jia's mom today?" Shen Kaiwei was a little embarrassed, as if she had done something to apologize to He Zhongliang, because she couldn't help rambling in the afternoon. She did suspect He Zhongliang and did her worst, but pretended to be calm. "Why do you ask?" "The first time in all the years of our marriage that I've eaten out with someone else and you're immediately alerted." He Zhongliang reached out and put his hand on Shen Kaiwei, purposely complaining with an aggrieved expression. "I'm at home every day with the kids and cooking, and when you're in need, I serve you comfortably, but you don't even trust me. Did you find someone to spy on me?" Shen Kaiwei smiled and sent a kiss before she could explain. He Zhongliang then picked up the child and got out of bed, leaving a smile on his face. "I'll sleep with Xiaojun tonight," then walked quickly out of the room. Shen Kaiwei looked at him as he left and knew that he was fooling around. Taking a deep breath, she mentally blamed herself for not suspecting him. A few moments later, He Zhongliang returned to the room, got into bed and jumped on Shen Kaiwei, and deliberately had an angry expression. "Didn't you sleep with Xiaojun? Why are you back again?" Shen Kaiwei smiled and flirted with a sentence, and when she saw that He Zhongliang didn't answer, she began to confess. "It was a nurse from the clinic who went out at noon and saw you eating with a woman in a restaurant. When she came back, she gave me a reminder, and she did it for my own good. But she's not me, so of course she doesn't know my feelings for you. How could I suspect you?" "You really didn't suspect a thing?" The two of them looked at each other. Shen Kaiwei was not good at lying. "Ashamed to be honest, I have been afraid, but you are still so young. Even if you make a mistake, it is human nature. I will not blame you. You think you're beautiful. It's your job to do, and you want to pass it off to someone else." Shen Kaiwei asked knowingly with an expectant look on her face. "What is the work I should do? The here and now is." Shen Kaiwei wrapped her arms tightly around He Zhongliang's neck and nervously whispered in his ear, "Zhongliang, you know what? I was really scared this afternoon. I'm worried that if you really change your heart, what should I do? I can't bear to blame you, and I don't want to lose you. Even more, don't you usually look in the mirror? Don't you realize how attractive the crow's feet at the corners of your eyes are?" He Zhongliang held Shen Kaiwei's face and stared at her eyes obsessively. Shen Kaiwei stroked He Zhongliang's face and gently reminded, "This hobby of yours, don't tell anyone. It does sound strange, and others should say you're abnormal. What about you? Will you think I'm abnormal?" "It would, but I love it. It's good that you like it. I'm more than willing to part with you." "Never part with you. You are the wind and I am the sand, entwined to the end of the world." Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but laugh out loud and teased, "Why are you even talking about the lyrics? Dr. Shen, I love you." He Zhongliang's few simple words made Shen Kaiwei put away her smile. "That's the right way to confess your love, and it's much more impressive than those fancy and funny lyrics." Shen Kaiwei gently chided, can't you call me by my name properly? I don't just love you, I respect you. That's why I find it a bit rude to call you by your first name, and I'm always embarrassed to do so. He Zhongliang voiced his concerns with a puzzled expression. Shen Kaiwei stared into He Zhongliang's eyes and suddenly asked with great interest, do you know what my nickname is? He Zhongliang nodded as his mother-in-law and old husband, still used to calling out Shen Saiyue's nickname. Shen Kaiwei came to He Zhongliang's ear and tenderly requested, I want to hear you call me by my nickname. He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment and called out in Shen Saiyue's ear, Yani. Shen Kaiwei felt an inexplicable excitement and revealed a shy smile. He Zhongliang noticed the change in her expression, and the sharp intake of breath, and smiled as he reminded, this strange hobby of yours is more than I've ever been obsessed with your crow's feet. Shen Kaiwei excitedly requested, I like it when you call me that, but only when we're alone together, okay? Okay Yani. I know, Yani. He Zhongliang called out her nickname in Shen Saiyue's ear and began to do business. Chapter 82. This teacher is too enthusiastic. In the days that followed, He Zhongliang often ran into Song Xiaomei when he was picking up and dropping off his children at kindergarten. The two just chatted easily a few times at a time, without making any more deliberate attempts to meet. He Zhongliang actually wanted to get in touch with her more, and dine and chat as often as good friends, but through the last meeting, He Zhongliang felt as if the other party was not satisfied with being an ordinary friend, so it is eliminated that idea. Decided to maintain this kind of relationship now. If you happen to meet, you can say hello and chat a few words, but there is no need to interact in private. 2 months later, when He Zhongliang went to pick up his children, he saw an old woman picking up Jia Jia from school. Guess it might be that Song Xiaomei had something to do and asked the old man to pick up the child for her. For the next several days, it was the old man who came to pick up Jia Jia. He Zhongliang, out of curiosity and because he was indeed quite bored during the day, especially wanted to call Song Xiaomei for some small talk, but thinking about it, never had the heart to contact her, until a period of time did not see the old man to pick up and drop off the child. He Zhongliang on the way home with Xiao Jun, could not help but inquire with his son, I have not seen the Jeju children for several days, she still go to kindergarten these days? June blurted out, her mom and dad didn't want her and gave him away. Who did you hear that from? How can a child just give it away? He Zhongliang thought the child was babbling. Xiao Jun explained seriously, really, she told me herself that day, and cried for a long time. He Zhongliang looked at the child's innocent eyes, knowing that he couldn't possibly make up such a lie, and casually asked, she hasn't been coming to school these past few days, has she? Xiao Jun nodded and asked curiously again, Daddy, are you going to let Jia live in our house? You've got a rambunctious little mind. He Zhongliang rubbed his son's little face and deliberately teased him, let Jia stay at our house, and you'll sleep in a room with her from now on, okay? Xiao Jun didn't answer directly, thinking seriously with a somewhat difficult expression. Are you afraid she's going to bully you when she goes to bed at night? He Zhongliang laughed and teased, then comforted, don't worry, Jia has her own family and won't be staying at our house. Xiao Jun then revealed a smile. It seems that he does not like to let Jia live in his home. The kindergarten teacher, recently, often contacted He Zhongliang, and would send Shijuan's every move at the kindergarten to He Zhongliang alone. It's obvious that special care is being given, and other kids and parents don't get that kind of treatment. He Zhongliang knows that the teacher is interested in him, but for the sake of the child, He Zhongliang also often interacts with the teacher and tries to maintain a good relationship. Sometimes when he chats with his teacher on WeChat at night, He Zhongliang does not avoid being in front of Shen Kaiwei and asks for Shen Saiyue's opinion. Shen Kaiwei, from the content of the chat, also saw that the teacher was chatting about increasingly sensitive topics, and was definitely interested in He Zhongliang. However, for the sake of the child, it is better to persuade He Zhongliang not to offend her. It wouldn't be good to break her heart in case she spoke too directly. Still, after all, the child is in someone else's hands. One weekend night, Hansel came home. She goes to college in another city and is usually only home once every few weeks. She was in the living room with her brother, even playing catch and having fun. She is especially doting on this cute little guy and often shows off her brother's face in her circle of friends. Sometimes he couldn't help but complain to Shen Kaiwei that he hadn't inherited his high face value to himself. She's more like Han Bing a bit more, and while she's also quite good looking, she's just quite good looking. There's still a noticeable gap when standing with someone who's really good looking, but she's got a great body and is a very attractive woman. And a little rich, but of course she kept her wealth hidden, masquerading as a regular middle-class person with people. Han Shui runs around upstairs and downstairs with He Jun, playing hide-and-seek in the house. The two siblings are so different in age and IQ that the progress and outcome of the game depends entirely on Han Shui's interest. He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiwei are chatting in bed when Han Shui bursts into the bedroom after her brother. Shen Kaiwei glanced at the time and reminded Han Shui, it's getting late, your brother should go to bed. Han Shui took her brother, who had just climbed into bed, and grabbed him down in her arms. Let him sleep with me tonight. I'll put him to bed. Would you like to sleep with your sister? Han Shui glared at her brother, and Jun didn't dare to say anything, revealing a silly smile. Han Shui teased. Look at how timid he is and how long and pretty he is. What about meeting bad guys in the future? Some hooligans like to mess around, especially ones like him. What are you babbling about? Shen Kaiwei interrupted Han Shui, not liking her for saying such things. He Zhongliang smiled, but didn't really care. There wasn't much of an age difference between him and Han Shui, and there wasn't much of a difference in concepts, nor was there a difference in generation. Han Shui came close to her brother's small face and asked, even in a consultative and threatening manner, will you sleep with your sister tonight? He Jun looked at his mom and dad, a little hesitant. He Zhongliang comforted him. Go to your sister's room and play for a while. When you fall asleep, I'll go and carry you back. He Jun then nodded with peace of mind. In fact, they had all fallen asleep. It was different where they were, but the child does not think so. Knowing that his father will go and carry himself back, his heart is solid. Go with your sister, little handsome boy. Han Shui hugged her brother and headed out. Shen Kaiwei hurriedly barked, don't give him messy snacks. Got it. Han Shui dropped a line about taking her brother out of the room. He Zhongliang was staring at his cell phone in a daze, frowning with a difficult expression. Shen Kaiwei snuggled into his shoulder, glanced at the cell phone screen, smiled and teased. Xiaojuan's teacher is pestering you again. You talk to her. He Zhongliang gave his cell phone to Shen Kaiwei and didn't bother to fool around with the teacher. Shen Kaiwei took over the phone, flipping through the chat records, couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. A few moments later, proposed to He Zhongliang, people want to ask you out for a meal. Why do you always push back? Take the time to treat her to a meal. He Zhongliang pretended to be afraid and asked, what if she makes even more outrageous demands? Can she force you if you don't want to? Just in case I can't resist the temptation. It's okay, you're selling your sex for Xiujuan's schooling. I don't blame you. Just started kindergarten and I need to sacrifice so much? Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but laugh out loud, cupping He Zhongliang's face to comfort him. You can withstand the temptation of so many beautiful women, and you can save me from the kidnappers on your own, so I'm sure you'll be able to deal with this kind of small matter. You really look up to me. He Zhongliang showed a modest expression. As long as I have you by my side, I feel especially grounded. You are my linchpin. After Shen Kaiwei finished speaking, she lay on He Zhongliang's chest, her eyes inadvertently glancing at. He Zhongliang came to a sudden realization. Dr. Shen, I almost didn't react to your double entendre about tigers and wolves. I didn't mean that. I think that's what you meant. Yeah, that's what I meant. How? Shen Kaiwei suddenly wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang's neck and sat on his lap. He Zhongliang couldn't help but laugh out loud, wrapping his arms tightly around Shen Sayua's waist and praising. Dr. Shen, how come you don't follow the rules? Surprisingly, you still have a wild side. I told you that this woman is not simple. Chapter 83, The Unexpected. A few days later, Xiaojuan's kindergarten teacher was on vacation and asked He Zhongliang to have dinner with her. This is the third time she has issued an invitation. He Zhongliang is too embarrassed to refuse again, so he has to go to the appointment. I plan to treat my teacher to dinner at a fancy restaurant and buy her some valuable gifts, then make it clear to him that the two are impossible. Even for fun, the teacher should be embarrassed to hold it against him after receiving the gift. He Zhongliang takes the teacher to the mall and buys her 2 sets of designer clothes, which flatters her. He Zhongliang made it a point to explain that this was Xiaojuan's mom's intention. Let himself thank the teacher properly for taking care of Xiaojun in the kindergarten. He Zhongliang opened his mouth to mention Shen Kaiwei. The teacher also heard his intention, bluntly demolished. You do not always need to hang your wife on the side of the mouth. I have long seen that you are for the sake of the child to come with me. He Zhongliang didn't deliberately explain and smiled awkwardly, counting it as a tacit admission. Then reassuringly, I don't have much to do when I'm at home every day, and it's nice to have a friend to come out to dinner with. The teacher looked at He Zhongliang and asked curiously, you don't even work, and you're still so generous. Does your family have a mine? Xiaojuan's mom is not earning money. You found a rich woman. He Zhongliang smiled and nodded, simply admitting it. Seriously, the teacher was a bit incredulous and tried again. Is Xiaojuan's mom pretty? Xiaojun inherited his mom's face. Hearing He Zhongliang's answer, the teacher shook his head in shame. No wonder you're not interested in me. It's because I'm too self-absorbed. You can't say that. In the eyes of a lover, in the eyes of those who like you, you must be the prettiest too. You pull back. In the eyes of men, there is no prettiest, only prettier. The teacher flirted, then said indifferently, you don't have to comfort me like this. I don't have such high requirements for men, and I'm not a relationship brain. What's more, I don't want to break up your family. If you're not interested, forget it. Still, I'm thankful that you're making such a generous offer. Seeing the teacher's relaxed and self-assured expression, He Zhongliang couldn't help but ask, do I look casual? I'm the one who's random. You just look attractive. The teacher smiled and praised a sentence, still having ambiguous feelings for He Zhongliang in her eyes. He Zhongliang avoided her eyes and changed the subject. By the way, that little girl named Jia Jia, how come she doesn't go to kindergarten anymore? The teacher replied casually. Something happened to her family and her stepmother didn't want her. After all, it was the real mom who couldn't be cruel and came to take the child away. Something happened? Is it serious? The teacher glared at He Zhongliang. Are you interested in what happens in other people's homes? He Zhongliang nodded shamefully, admitting that he was a bit of a gossip. The teacher asked another question. Just dry chat? Come on, let's go to the cafeteria and talk while we eat. He Zhongliang immediately invited her to dinner. When it was time to eat, He Zhongliang learned from the teacher that Song Xiaomei had been in a car accident with her husband, and that Song Xiaomei had been driving the car. She was only slightly injured because she was protected by a seatbelt. Her husband was not wearing a seatbelt and was thrown out of the car and seriously injured. The teacher said helplessly, he was sent home last month and never went downstairs again. I heard that the cervical spine was injured and almost completely paralyzed. Song Xiaomei will have to suffer for the rest of her life with such a handicapped person. But she's to blame, so it's karma. He Zhongliang frowned with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Why are you talking about her like that? I see you're quite interested in her. He Zhongliang anxiously urged. There's nothing much going on anyway. It's just idle chatter. You tell me about it. Song Xiaomei is a mistress who seduced Jia Jia's father. The man was so enamored that he abandoned Jia Jia's own mother and married Song Xiaomei without a second thought. Jia Jia's own mother was not pretty and had a weak character. Under her husband's coercion, she remarried with her other daughter. Now that the two of them have ended up in such a state, do you think they're getting their comeuppance? Is she that kind of person? He Zhongliang felt incredible. He felt that Song Xiaomei did not look like that kind of despicable person, but he was not sure. After all, he didn't know Song Xiaomei well. Perhaps that woman's character was far from what he had imagined. Do you think all good-looking women have a good heart? The teacher asked and saw that He Zhongliang didn't answer and was fidgeting thoughtfully. Raising his voice, he asked, what are you thinking about? You wouldn't have gotten hooked on that Song Xiaomei, would you? I advise you not to mess with that kind of woman. She's worried about finding her next home right now. He Zhongliang hurriedly explained. I didn't mean that. I just hated Jia Jia and her father a while ago. Now that I suddenly know about this, I feel that they are quite pitiful, and I feel a little bad in my heart. It's not necessarily a bad thing for the child. Having a stepmother is having a stepfather. Jia Jia is now following her real mom, which I think is much better than following her dad. He Zhongliang is not clear about what happens in people's homes. It is not convenient to comment, nodded and stopped inquiring about the matter. When Shen Kaiwei came home for dinner, she asked with concern, that teacher didn't do anything to you, did she? He Zhongliang smiled and shook his head, wanting to tell someone about the doubts in his heart, but not knowing where to start. Shen Kaiwei could see that He Zhongliang seemed to have something on his mind, but didn't pursue it. She believed that if He Zhongliang wanted to talk, he would tell her sooner or later. When the child fell asleep, He Zhongliang couldn't help but mention to Shen Kaiwei that he heard about Song Xiaomei today. Shen Kaiwei could see that He Zhongliang was unable to accept this matter for a while, and generously proposed, if you don't feel at ease with that friend, go and visit her, and provide some help as much as you can. He Zhongliang had some concerns and said, what if she really has character problems? What if she pesters me? Is there anyone you're afraid of when you're that good of a fighter? It's not something that can be solved by force, and I always thought she didn't look like a bad person, but if I'm wrong about her, I just want to stay away from her and don't want to uncover her ugly side. You want to keep her fondly remembered in your heart, don't you? She can't be your first love. Shen Kaiwei stared into He Zhongliang's eyes, expecting him to answer. He Zhongliang pretended to be seen through and deliberately looked very nervous. Bummer. You have to stop acting, even if it's real. I don't mind. I knew her when I was just 10. You said, I've noticed you're getting more and more jealous. I was growing to care about you and was afraid of losing you. You're getting oily now too. He Zhongliang lightly picked Shen Sayu's chin and sent a kiss. The corners of their mouths turned up in a sweet smile. Chapter 84, Her. The next day, He Zhongliang dropped his children off at kindergarten and returned home to keep busy for a while. Then sitting on the sofa with nothing to do, he casually picked up his cell phone and flipped out Song Xiaomei's phone number, muttering, friends for a while. Something so big has happened to her family. It's only right to call and show some concern. But looking at that phone number, He Zhongliang hesitated again and again, delayed to dial out. After a few more days, He Zhongliang had stopped thinking about Song Xiaomei, but once when he wanted to call someone, he unexpectedly ghost-dialed Song Xiaomei's number. He didn't know why, but his thoughts were out of sync with his behavior. It was hard to explain some of the strange actions that people sometimes had. It's like some scenes and behaviors can be so familiar that it feels like you've obviously experienced them once before, as if time and space have overlapped. He Zhongliang realized that he had dialed the wrong number and instinctively chose to hang up before Song Xiaomei answered. Then he fell into contradiction again, shook his head inside, mentally scolding himself. Since he had already called, he should have greeted the person in a big way. What's the point of ringing twice and then hanging up? He Zhongliang stared at his cell phone and fumed, considering whether he should call again or wait for someone to call him back. While he was hesitating, Song Xiaomei called him back. Ta-dao! What's the matter with you? Why did it ring twice and hang up again? Song Xiaomei's gentle chiding came from the other end of the phone, and she felt very happy and expectant to see He Zhongliang's call. He Zhongliang was so nervous for a moment that he actually blurted out, "There's nothing wrong with me, I just accidentally mistyped." The two fall silent. After a short period of embarrassment, He Zhongliang hurriedly greeted with concern, "I heard that something happened to your family. How have you been doing recently? Are there any difficulties in life?" Song Xiaomei threw out in a lost tone, "What do you think? It must be hard on your heart when you run into something like this." He Zhongliang stammered a guess, but didn't know what to comfort. Song Xiaomei asked expectantly, "Do you have time?" "Of course I have time. I usually don't have much to do during the day." After He Zhongliang finished speaking, the two fell into silence again. "It's a little late today and I have to pick up the kids later. Wait for tomorrow morning. I'll stop by your house." Hearing that He Zhongliang was going to pay a visit, Song Xiaomei asked curiously, "What are you doing at my house? Can't we meet outside? I've heard that your husband is having trouble getting around right now. Is it okay for you to leave him at home by himself? Why do you even care about him? Don't you hate people like him who have no qualities?" "I'm not that narrow-minded in my pattern. And how can I be so good as to bother about that little thing when he met with such a serious accident?" He Zhongliang was no longer angry with the overbearing father and daughter. "Well, then, come if you have time." Song Xiaomei told He Zhongliang her home address. Before going to bed at night, He Zhongliang told Shen Kaiyue, "I'm planning to go to Song Xiaomei's house tomorrow to visit her husband." Shen Kaiyue flirted with a smile on her face. "You're really good at talking. Are you going after her husband?" He Zhongliang smiled without saying anything, his expression a little awkward. Shen Kaiyue cupped his face and comforted, "You don't need to have concerns. I support you to care for your friends. All these years you stayed at home every day, serving me and the child. You should have been lonely as well. Now that the child has started going to school, you should make a few more friends and go out often to socialize with people. I don't feel lonely, taking care of Xiaojun during the day and serving you at night. I feel busy every day. That's a lot of hard work. You can take it easier from now on. Xiaojun has grown up and started going to school, and I'm getting older, so you won't have to work so hard at night. That won't do. I can't manage when the kids are older. You haven't aged a bit. I think you're in good time, getting more and more flavorful." Shen Kaiyue came to He Zhongliang's ear. "You're saying that I'm getting more and more flirtatious, aren't you?" Saying this word from Shen Kaiyue's mouth made He Zhongliang particularly excited, and tentatively asked, "Can I say that about you?" Shen Kaiyue smiled and nodded. "As long as you like it, I'm willing to." In front of you, He Zhongliang carried his sleeping child out of bed, sending the little one out of their world of two for a while. The next morning, after He Zhongliang sent his child to kindergarten, go home and simply clean up for a while, then go to the supermarket to buy a few gifts, rush to Song Xiaomei's home. After a few knocks on the door, Song Xiaomei opened it. The thin and haggard face finally blossomed into a smile upon seeing He Zhongliang. "Why are you still taking gifts? Is it really for Jia Jia's father?" He Zhongliang smiled and confessed, "The piece of human feelings, always have to do something like that. No gifts next time. You don't know what we need. Just give us money." Song Xiaomei joked and invited He Zhongliang into the house. He Zhongliang sat on the sofa as Song Xiaomei walked around excitedly, taking fruits and drinks to entertain him. "You don't have to be so busy. You don't have to be so polite with me. Which room is your husband in? I'll go and say hello to him first." He Zhongliang said and stood up. Song Xiaomei stepped forward to stop him and comforted him. "Wait a while. He wasn't feeling well last night and stayed up until the wee hours of the morning, so don't bother him. I was trying to greet him first and explain my coming. He was in the house when he heard a man come to the house." In case he misunderstood that someone was thinking about his daughter-in-law, He Zhongliang's two jokes made Song Xiaomei excitedly come up to him, her expression tense with anticipation as she asked, "Will you really miss me?" He Zhongliang regretted that he shouldn't have casually joked, and had wanted to make both of them face it easily, but ended up making the atmosphere more tense and awkward. He Zhongliang replied bluntly, "I just consider you a friend." Song Xiaomei instantly looked lost, gathering her own anticipation and longing, and gently resting her hand on He Zhongliang's shoulder. "I'm in a state of rebellion. Everyone who sees me avoids me, accusing me behind my back and looking at my jokes. It's rare that you're still willing to treat me as a friend." "Thank you." After the two sat down, He Zhongliang asked with concern, "How serious is your husband's condition? Is there no chance of recovery?" Song Xiaomei shook her head. "The doctor has already advised us to give up. He will spend the rest of his life paralyzed in bed." That's a real pain in the ass. And it's hard on you for him to suffer himself. Do you think I owe him? Shouldn't I just take care of him all the time? He Junliang didn't know how to answer. It was not good for others to make comments on this kind of issue that rose to the moral level. It can only be determined by the person's own heart, whether or not they will feel uneasy and guilty. Chapter 85, Discovering Her Secret. He Zhongliang looked at Song Xiaomei's lost appearance and could never believe that she was the kind of woman with a corrupt character. Couldn't help but inquire. I've heard some rumors about you. Was it really true that you intentionally broke up someone's family in the first place? Song Xiaomei didn't answer, glancing at He Zhongliang and helplessly lowering her head. He Zhongliang hurriedly consoled, I have no other meaning. People and people's destiny to each other. There is indeed a time when you cannot help it. If you are sincerely love each other, how to say it? In fact, there is no need to be on the line. After all, not every marriage is happy, and one should have the right to continue to pursue happiness. I don't love him. Song Xiaomei looked up and replied firmly, her eyes filled with aggrieved anger. Then why do something so damaging? It doesn't matter if two people split up, but he already has a child. So why destroy someone else's family? You're not too old and not too bad. You can totally find a more suitable single man. You don't understand. Song Xiaomei interrupted He Zhongliang's words with tears in her eyes, wanting to say something, as if there are many words pent up in her chest, but she does not know how to talk about it. You talk to me. I consider you as a friend. That is, I don't believe what others say about you, but if your character is really bad, I don't want to be friends with you. Song Xiaomei looked into He Zhongliang's eyes and squeezed out a hint of a smile to tease. Are you talking like a kindergartner? Yeah, this direct and sincere expression from the kids is fine with me. I can't see that you still have that childlike innocence. Maybe it's more contact with children. Being close to them is not as good as being close to them. I haven't worked in the last few years and hardly socialized, distancing myself from the adult world. Song Xiaomei was thoughtfully silent for a moment, sighing heartily with a helpless smile. I really envy you. Then looking sad, he began to explain, I used to have a happy family, but... A sudden knock on the door interrupted Song Xiaomei's words. She stood up to answer the door and found it was the downstairs tenant who had said she was checking out today. Wait here for a moment. I'll go down and be back soon. Song Xiaomei turned back to He Zhongliang and instructed a sentence, then went out and went downstairs with the tenant. He Zhongliang picked up an apple and stood up to eat it as he skipped around the living room. This house has 2 rooms and 1 hall, just 70 or 80 square meters. Decoration is ordinary. Cleanup is quite neat. He Zhongliang slipped to the bedroom door and found that the bedroom door was hidden, leaving a gap. Not knowing if Song Xiaomei's husband had woken up, He Zhongliang gently pushed open the bedroom door. If he woke up, say hello. After all, he was still the head of the family as long as he still had breath. As a result, when I pushed open the door of the room, I found that there was no one in the bed. He Zhongliang approached the second bedroom again, and the door was also hidden. He carefully pushed the door open, revealing a surprised expression. There was no one in this bedroom either. Couldn't help but mutter inwardly, isn't he paralyzed? How can he still go there? Then He Zhongliang circled the room twice to make sure Song Xiaomei's husband wasn't at home. But Song Xiaomei had just clearly said that her husband was sleeping, so how could she not find anyone? A person that big can't hide, and why would she lie? With suspicion, He Zhongliang toured the house before fixing his gaze on a freezer outside the kitchen. It's normal to have a freezer outside the kitchen, but it's a bit redundant to have a large refrigerator next to it. He Zhongliang approached that freezer with a bad feeling. He quickly chewed and swallowed the apple in his mouth after throwing the core into the kitchen trash can. Just went back to the freezer with the intention of finding out. A few minutes later, Song Xiaomei returned home. Seeing He Zhongliang sitting on the sofa, his expression was cold and serious. Sorry, a tenant just checked out. I'll go down and check. Song Xiaomei walked over to He Zhongliang and sat down in front of him, noticing that he didn't look too good, and instinctively glanced toward that freezer outside the kitchen. He has quite a bit of real estate, doesn't he? In the face of He Zhongliang's serious questioning, Song Xiaomei truthfully answered, there is not much, a total of 3 houses, 1 in his ex-wife's name. We still have 2 sets left. The demolition of the house has no real estate license. In fact, it is not worth much money, but rented out is also considered to have an income. Are you short of money? Song Xiaomei realizes that He Zhongliang's attitude has shifted considerably since her return. After she and He Zhongliang exchanged glances, she nervously lowered her head, her eyes wandering, not knowing what to do. We're not meant to be friends. Let's just pretend we never knew each other. He Zhongliang left a sentence, directly got up and left. Song Xiaomei also stood up and asked bluntly, you opened that freezer. You know everything, don't you? He Zhongliang stopped behind the door and didn't turn around, just glanced at the freezer. Taking a deep breath, he assured Song Xiaomei, just pretend that I wasn't here today and that I don't know anything. I can't help you and I won't report you. Then open the door and walk out and down the stairs quickly. After He Zhongliang left, Song Xiaomei suddenly felt that the room was very cold. It made her feel scared. She rushed to the door in a few steps, but she could no longer see He Jungliang's figure. Unable to hold back the tears, he muttered sadly, "Can't you just stay with me a little longer and let me finish? I'm really lonely and scared." A moment later, Song Xiaomei walked to the front of the freezer. When the tears stopped welling up, "Gather your courage and lift the freezer door." Looking at her husband's body inside, she had a stoic expression, with no hint of regret or remorse, then pulled out his cell phone and called the police. He Jungliang pulled over to the side of the road and recalled seeing the body in the freezer. Hands on the steering wheel couldn't help but tremble. He had experienced all sorts of big scenes, and he had even personally solved the lives of multiple people. But for some reason, after seeing a corpse today, he would be so nervous. Perhaps the last few years of his life had been too peaceful and calm, making him less bold. Although for Song Xiaomei, this woman, He Jungliang did not have too much contact and did not particularly understand. But it was also too different from what he had imagined. Even if she wasn't a kind woman, she wasn't a murderer. This was something that He Jungliang could not accept for a moment. She didn't finish what she just said, so maybe she's not that bad and is having a hard time. He Jungliang muttered to himself, trying to help Song Xiaomei make excuses. He wanted to hear Song Xiaomei finish her sentence and figure out the matter, but just now it really scared him. He has a family now. For the sake of his wife and children, he didn't dare to get involved with this kind of murder for fear of being implicated. Because of those murders years ago, it made him overly sensitive. After a moment of thought struggle, He Jungliang finally calmed down and was no longer so nervous. Her husband's death has nothing to do with me, and no amount of investigation will implicate me. He Jungliang consoled himself, then turned the car around, still decided to go back to clear things up. Chapter 86, Helping Her Get Out. He Jungliang drove to the neighborhood where Song Xiaomei lived, and saw from afar that a police car and an ambulance were parked under her house, and there were some people watching. When the police car comes, there must be something going on, and there's no shortage of people anywhere who like to see what's going on. He Jungliang keep a distance parking, also get off to the downstairs to watch, decided not to go up first. After waiting a moment, He Jungliang saw the paramedics, carrying a man down. Surprisingly, it was Song Xiaomei, who was unconscious and pale. He Jungliang couldn't care less and took a few steps up to inquire with the medical staff. "Are you a member of her family?" He Jungliang hurriedly replied. "No, just a friend." "Then you quickly notify her family and get them to the hospital." He Jungliang did not recognize her family, hesitated for a moment and decided to follow. Song Xiaomei committed suicide by slitting her wrists and lost a lot of blood, but it was finally resuscitated. When she woke up, only He Jungliang was guarding her at her bedside. Heartbroken and curious, she asked, "They said you called the police claiming you had killed someone, only to arrive and find that it was you who had slit your own wrists and collapsed in the kitchen doorway. What the hell were you planning to do?" Song Xiaomei replied breathlessly, "I was going to call the police to turn myself in, but after I called 110, I got scared again. I don't want to spend this life in prison. The more I thought about it, the more scared I got, so I chose to kill myself and get it over with." "You haven't told the police about that one, have you?" Song Xiaomei nodded with a lifeless look. He Jungliang reminded her, "It just so happens that the police also misunderstood that you called the police just because you wanted to commit suicide. Don't confess that incident yet. I'll find the best lawyer to help you with this." "Why are you helping me?" He Jungliang held Song Xiaomei's hand and consoled. "Bad people don't hurt themselves. You must have unavoidable hardships." Song Xiaomei confessed, "I deliberately broke up his family from a year ago just to find a chance to take revenge. Thought of many ways to kill him, but didn't have the courage to do it. Then I realized that he didn't wear a seatbelt when he was riding in the passenger side, so I pretended to make an operator error and deliberately caused the crash. I didn't expect him to live a long life, and after being injured so severely, he was still resuscitated. But in the end, he still died in my hands. I won't be at ease for the rest of my life until he dies." He Jungliang asked in a low voice, "Why must you kill him? What deep hatred do you have with him?" 2 years ago, my husband drove his car into a pond on the side of the road, and only I was resuscitated. My husband also lost his children. He was the one who randomly changed lanes on the road because my husband didn't yield to him. He then purposely retaliated by braking in front of us and provoking over and over again. My husband was overtaking the car when he jerked his direction and parted our car into the pond. As soon as I close my eyes now, I can still vividly remember the moment when my child was scared." Song Xiaomei couldn't go on, weakly gasping for breath, and the tears couldn't stop flowing down. He Jungliang found tissues and handed them to Song Xiaomei, sitting on the edge of the bed and waiting patiently. After Song Xiaomei stabilized a bit, she continued, "He dropped the window and poked his head out and insulted my husband twice. I could see his face clearly, but he didn't see me sitting in the back seat. I drowned for a very long time, barely regained my life after resuscitation, and spent many days recuperating in the hospital. By the time I got out of the hospital, the matter was settled. He said his car was stolen and he wasn't driving it that day. I don't know how he operates. All the videos against him are gone, but his face I remembered clearly and secretly investigated him to find him. He Zhongliang comforted her. People can't come back from the dead. You've already avenged your husband and child. You should treat yourself well in your future life and live well. Do I have a chance? Song Xiaomei looked up and asked, knowing that she had no way out, but she didn't want to die, and still held on to her last glimmer of hope. Things happen, and money talks. It's time for those who exploit the legal loopholes to do something good. This can't be kept under wraps for long. Something has to be done sooner rather than later. Song Xiaomei carefully asked, how much does it cost? She had no money at all, and her husband usually gave her only a small amount for household expenses. The two properties, both in her husband's name, were premarital. You don't have to worry about using the money. Just leave it to me. Hearing He Zhongliang's confident assurance, Song Xiaomei asked curiously, aren't you at home watching the kids? How come you're so rich? Xiaojuan's mom is a rich woman with lots of money. He Zhongliang explained helplessly with an awkward smile. Song Xiaomei wasn't sure if he was joking or taking it seriously, and didn't have the heart to ask any more questions. There was no way out for herself anyway, so she could accept whatever the final outcome was. He Zhongliang went home and explained this matter to Shen Kaiyue. After getting Shen Caiyue's support, he hired a team of top lawyers to come up with ideas to help Song Xiaomei resolve the matter. A few days later, Song Xiaomei once again called the police to commit suicide. Naturally, she didn't die this time either, but was admitted to a mental hospital, and she volunteered that her husband was in the freezer. But she said she was just trying to help her husband's fever go down. After months of identification and observation, Song Xiaomei was diagnosed as mentally challenged. Hasn't been quite normal since her husband and child died 2 years ago. Having money doesn't always buy you health, but it does get you better treatment. It can even help you prove that you have a disease, a mental illness that hurts others but doesn't have to be sanctioned. 6 months later, Song Xiaomei left the mental hospital, regaining her freedom and starting a new life. He Zhongliang sent the child into the kindergarten, waved goodbye, and then turned around and just walked out not too far when he saw Song Xiaomei appear in front of him. Her whole body was glowing, and it looked like she was not only free of the charges, but out of that grief as well. He Zhongliang walked up to her and teased with a smile. Did they let you out, or did you sneak out on your own? Song Xiaomei didn't tease with him and said sincerely, thank you. What are your plans for the future? Get a job and work hard to earn enough money to pay you back in your lifetime. There's no need. I'm not short of money. Think of it as charity. Me and Xiujuan's mom, we're both happy to help you. Since you're not short of money, can I repay you in some other way? Looking at Song Xiaomei's delicate and exquisite face, her petite but exquisite figure, He Zhongliang admitted that men are teenagers until they die. As long as there's still a breath left, he's still a lustful man. Moreover, Song Xiaomei was a different type from Shen Kaiyue, so to say that she didn't want to try was purely deceiving herself. It's not easy to control your desires, but it's very hard to control your behavior. He Zhongliang shook his head with an expression of not daring to accept it. He used to despise men who ate soft rice, and now he himself has come to this point. Can only accept the matter of eating soft rice, but the principle and bottom line must still be maintained. Don't worry, I'm not trying to break up your family, much less put you in a freezer. Song Xiaomei smiled and explained, trying to look more relaxed. However, her eyes showed sadness and unwillingness to give up. She couldn't hide it when she liked someone. If there are any financial difficulties in the future, no need. Song Xiaomei decisively rejected He Zhongliang's concern and said confidently, I have hands and feet, I am healthy, and I am pretty, so I can get along anywhere. You can rest assured, I can take good care of myself. Then asked, is there anything else you want to tell me? He Zhongliang wanted to speak, not knowing how to express his feelings. I'm leaving here to live in another city. I'll see you again in the future. Song Xiaomei waves goodbye to He Zhongliang. After watching her turn around, He Zhongliang was suddenly very reluctant and even a little sad. It could be that his life is so monotonous that he lacks real friends around him except for his wife and kids. If you ever get married again, be sure to let me know. Wherever you have your wedding, I'll be there in person. He Zhongliang sincerely expresses his concern for his friend. Song Xiaomei stopped but didn't turn around and didn't give a clear yes or no. After a few moments, continue striding away. He Zhongliang didn't have the courage to call out to her or go after her. Maybe she wanted more than just a normal friend. He Zhongliang understands that there are some things that are better not to pull the strings since they can't be given. Can only send silent blessings and see her go away. Chapter 87, Not One of a Kind. A few years later, today is He Jun's first day of elementary school, and wearing the uniform of an elementary school student, she still looks like a pretty little girl at first glance. He Zhongliang helped him lift his pants and flirted with a smile. Young man, let's order a set of skirts for you next semester. When people see you, they think you're a girl posing as a boy. I'm a boy and I have a penis. Hajuan tugged at the waist of his pants to prove that he was a boy. Instead of stopping him, He Zhongliang proudly showed off. I have one too. Shen Kaiwei couldn't stand to hear it anymore and seriously scolded. Can you two stop playing pugilist? You really don't know shame. Then urged the father and son to hurry up and get out of the house. The time was running out. After He Zhongliang sent the child to school, he returned home. Shen Kaiwei had not yet gone to work. He entered the room and casually asked, "Shall I take you to work now? There's no rush. I want to go later today." Shen Kaiwei discussed with He Zhongliang. Just now, Han Shui called me and wanted us to go there, meet with the other party's parents and have a meal together to get acquainted. Han Shui reaches the second half of her senior year of college and works as an intern in a company. She has been in a relationship with her senior, who is 1 year older, for more than a year, and the relationship has been relatively stable. Han Shui once also brought him home. The young man looks average, but very good at talking to the 8 sides. It seems to be business material. The future should be very rich. The two should settle in the city where they went to college, and the man's family is well off. The father is a surgeon, a famous specialist kind. Nowadays, young people are busy with their careers and get married later. Both parents meet now. Is not a little too early. If the two feel unsuitable later, is not a waste of time. He Zhongliang think two people just graduated from college. Can be a few more years of dating, more observation to understand each other. Talk about marriage a little early. Shen Kaiwei reminded him. We were both in our 20s when we got married. Seeing He Zhongliang's puzzled face, Shen Kaiwei revealed an awkward smile and explained. I mean when we each got married for the first time. The era was different in your time, and the employment environment was also more different from now. At that time, as the bottom of the social ladder, I couldn't talk about careerism. The purpose of coming out to work was to earn money to get married, so I couldn't compare with them. Shen Kaiwei felt that He Zhongliang had a point, but she still supported her daughter's decision and promised to go to that city this weekend and meet the man's parents. He Zhongliang's status was a bit awkward and he didn't know if he should go or not. Discussing with Shen Kaiwei, do you think it's still necessary for me to go? Shen Kaiwei cared very much about He Zhongliang's feelings and carefully asked, don't you want to go? He Zhongliang replied full of concern. It doesn't matter to me. It mainly depends on whether Han Shui wants me to go or not. Of course she wants to. She made a point of asking that she would like you to accompany me. Fine. As long as she doesn't mind that I don't look like an elder. I'll go with you. Shen Kaiwei suddenly thought of something and wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang's neck, laughing. What happy thing did you think of? Why are you smiling so much? He Zhongliang wrapped his arms around Shen Kaiwei's waist, his belly close to his belly, and came up to her. Shen Kaiwei tilted her head back, keeping a little distance from He Zhongliang. After trying to calm herself down, she shared with He Zhongliang. Han Shui told me that his boyfriend's father was also divorced, and is now an old married couple, and the two of them are also more than 10 years apart. He Zhongliang's expression was a bit complicated, and he couldn't help but smile when he imagined the image of the two families sitting together, casually exclaiming, Karma na, then asked again, when are you going to work? Wouldn't it be nice if I stayed home with you a little longer? Shen Kaiwei cocked her head and stared into He Zhongliang's eyes, displaying a few playful looks. It's a good thing you're not going to work today. That's no good. But I'd like to go later today. What were you just bragging about with June? He Zhongliang pondered for a few seconds and immediately understood Shen Kaiwei's intentions. I asked you last night if you wanted it and you still talked me down. Can't help it now, can you? I stayed up too late last night with Xiao Jun. I was really a bit lackluster and wanted to go to bed early. Getting in the spirit now, aren't you? The corners of Shen Kaiwei's mouth rose and she nodded excitedly. Go to bed. My old North knows. He Zhongliang picked Shen Kaiwei up and spun her around in place twice, pretending to be dizzy. Wobbling toward the bedroom, Shen Kaiwei was full of smiles, but also scared and shrieked. On the weekend, He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiwei took their son and went to meet with their future in-laws together. The two families had a meal together at the hotel, and Han Shui's boyfriend's parents were both scene stealers, who were very good at dealing with people, but it also feels overly polite, somewhat formal and distant. Both He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiwei are not good at talking about the scene, more sincere to each other. Although Shen Kaiwei and Han Shui didn't reveal their huge fortune, Han Shui's boyfriend has been to Shen Kaiwei's home, and the tens of millions of dollars of villas proves that Han Shui's home is not as simple as it seems. Han Shui didn't confess all about it, nor did she deny it completely. Both are smart and realistic. Even if they get married and live together in the future, their finances are managed independently. Times have changed and it's best not to mix things up when it comes to money, even for couples. I can give it to you unconditionally, but what's mine is mine and what's yours is yours, and that should be clear and unambiguous in everyone's mind. One day when you can't get by, you realize that marriage is really nothing more than a partnership. It's not that there aren't two relationships where you have me and I have you. It's just getting more and more rare. Chapter 88, Not Enough. After the two families finished dining, Shen Kaiwei politely refused the other party's invitation. did not have the good sense to go to the other party's home to disturb, or insisted on returning to their own home. Han Shui and her boyfriend are both independent in character, and they are very opinionated in both their careers and their marriage. Both parents are just going through the motions and don't need them to mention anything. Han Shui has Han Bing's genes for brains and character, and also has plenty of money. She has her own plans for the future and intends to start a company with her boyfriend to make her business stronger and bigger. He Jun now slept in a room by himself, but before he went to sleep, He Zhongliang would go over to keep him company for a while, waiting for him to fall asleep before he left. The little guy occasionally wakes up in the middle of the night, too frightened to sleep, and comes gingerly to his parents' room. Standing by the bed like a ghost, he gives his father a gentle nudge. He Zhongliang could sometimes feel someone walk into the room and was startled by him when he opened his eyes, then send him to his room and fall asleep with him again. After 9 o'clock in the evening, He Zhongliang returned to the bedroom from the children's room to enjoy the two-person world with Shen Kaiyue. During casual conversation, Shen Kaiyue asked He Zhongliang what he thought of his future in-laws. He Zhongliang smiled and commented, "That little daughter-in-law is very materialistic. All she talks about is jewelry and those expensive luxuries. We've never heard of them, and we don't know what they have to do with living. Anyway, I can't stand the way women are extremely vain. One person to another. Not that people are bad, but it feels like it's not in the same category as us, and can't fit into the circle of people's lives. She's so young and beautiful. Of course she likes to pursue those luxuries." Shen Kaiyue deliberately praised her in-law's young daughter-in-law and stared into He Zhongliang's eyes, expecting him to answer. "I didn't think she was that pretty, not even close to you," He Zhongliang blurted out, then asked, "Is that what you were waiting for me to say?" Shen Kaiyue's mind was torn apart, revealing a shy smile. Then he tentatively asked, "You see, people are over half 100 years old, and the little daughter-in-law beside them is only in her early 30s, just at the age of splendor. She's pretty and has a good figure, and she dresses up so fashionably that she has face when she takes her out. You're only in your 30s, and it's a good time for you, but you have an old aunt by your side. Will you feel bad about your heart? There you go again." He Zhongliang didn't bother to answer positively, wrapping Shen Kaiyue in his arms and comforting her. "I just like your plain makeup. You're a natural beauty. Those beauty faces can't compare. But I'm too old for that. You really won't get bored? You're pretty much fine. Don't test me with questions like that, okay? I'll let you know when I'm tired of it." "I didn't say that. I just haven't gotten bored enough." "Then let me know when you've scarcely had enough. And don't commit yourself." Shen Kaiyue persuaded He Zhongliang, slightly lost in his tone, could not help but hold He Zhongliang tighter. He Zhongliang stroked her back, smiled and deliberately made things difficult. "I see that you are chatting quite happily with your future in-laws. Are you tired of my kind of feudal little white boy? Started to like that kind of successful men with education and status?" Shen Kaiyue left He Zhongliang's embrace and raised her head to glare at him with a smile on her face. "He and I are peers, that's why we talk more. By the way, he's invited you to work at their big hospital. Won't you consider it? My ability is limited. I can only help people with simple illnesses at the clinic, and I think he has no medical ethics and deliberately misleads patients to spend money." "How did you read it? Does Dr. Shen also read faces?" He Zhongliang came up to Shen Kaiyue and flirted with a puzzled face. The two of them had their lips close together, and Shen Kaiyue naturally kissed him before answering seriously. During dinner, he received a call from a patient. I was next to him and could probably hear their conversation. Although it is only a few short sentences, I can be sure that he is misleading patients to spend money. Some tests are not necessary at all, not to mention costly and damaging. Is it possible that this is not called lack of medical ethics, but a common phenomenon? How can you say that? Doctors are, after all, in the business of treating the sick and saving lives, and I believe there are still more people with a conscience. He Zhongliang looked at Shen Kaiyue's serious expression, smiled and flirted. "You really do love your profession, and you're surrounded by people with a conscience. You are certainly surrounded by people with a conscience. What you have come into contact with is not all of your profession. My gentle, kind, beautiful and sexy Dr. Shen, you're still the first person to say I'm sexy." In Shen Kaiyue's self-assessment, the word sexy is not a label that belongs to her. You usually always look like a prude, so of course people are embarrassed to use that word to describe you. "Do you think I'm immodest in front of you?" He Zhongliang came to Shen Kaiyue's ear. "Yanni, I love your blooming side. The more you let go, the more excited I get. Tadashi, I can't stay away from you. I don't want you to get tired of me. I want you to rear me forever." Shen Kaiyue wrapped her hands around He Zhongliang's waist, her body pressed tightly together, excitedly requesting. He Zhongliang couldn't help but tighten his arms hard, making Shen Kaiyue a bit breathless, but she liked the feeling of being conquered. After He Jun started going to school, He Zhongliang's time during the day became boring. Hundreds of chatty, he inadvertently on TV, saw a writer's interview, surprisingly sprouted a bold idea. he also wants to write a novel. It's a good way to kill boredom and enrich himself at the same time. The main thing was that he didn't lack money. It didn't matter if he didn't earn a penny. To write a book, first read a book. Zhongliang customized a set of bookshelves for himself. A room on the third floor of the villa was made into his own study. There is a good view, beautiful scenery out of the window, and a look at it is refreshing and conducive to creativity. Then purchased a lot of books, domestic and foreign masterpieces. All kinds of genres came together and filled the shelves. After a few days of work, he finally created his study to perfection. From now on, this will be his reading and creative hut. The next day, Zhongliang sent his children to school and his wife to work. When he returned home, he went into the hut of his creation and took from the bookshelf the Book of the Golden Lotus. 2 hours passed. Zhongliang was tired, and he was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes in broad daylight. He put the books back on the shelf and viciously told the books, "You're staying on the shelf for the rest of your lives. I don't ever want to see you again." In fact, from the very beginning, he knew that he was not the material for reading, let alone writing. Ever since he grew up, he had never written a serious essay. He's just bored and looking for something to keep himself busy. You don't have to buy a book to read it. It can be used as a decorative piece on a bookshelf. Zhongliang looked out of the window with a sense of loss of being abandoned by this world. Chapter 89, Being Your Own Boss. While eating dinner, Shen asked Zhongliang, "Big writer, have you started creating today?" Zhongliang smiled without bothering to answer. Shen couldn't help but tease with a smile as she looked at him. It wouldn't be possible to hold back 6 words for 7 days. Jun giggled along with them on the sidelines, and Zhongliang glared at them and asked seriously, "Are you not putting me as the head of the household in your eyes?" Shen hurriedly apologized. "Hubby, I was wrong." Jun followed up with, "Dad, I was wrong too." Zhongliang slumped and told Shen "It's too late to apologize. I've slept too much during the day today, so get ready to face blasted wind tonight." Jun hurriedly followed up with, "I'm going to face blast too. Get on the side." Zhongliang casually threw out a sentence, not bothering to say anything more, and lowered his head to continue eating. "Is it okay for mommy to sleep in your room tonight?" Shen immediately discussed with her son. After Jun fell asleep, Zhongliang returned to the bedroom. Shen was lying on her side on the bed, wearing a silky and sexy nightgown with a provocative posture and eyes. After Zhongliang got into bed, he asked, "Didn't you say you were going to sleep in Juan's room?" Shen clung to Zhongliang's body, staring into his eyes and asking, "Then I'll go?" Zhongliang caresses the crow's feet at the corners of Shen eyes and tells her affectionately, "During the day today, it felt like I was about to get depressed. Now that I've taken you into my arms, I'm full of blood again, and I'm experiencing the beauty of life all over again." Shen sent out a kiss and gently comforted, "You should either go out and find an easy job. It doesn't matter how much the salary is. The main thing is to have someone to talk and chat with. Or open a store. The catering and retail industry can be considered. You'll be busy when you're the boss. It doesn't matter if business is bad. It's not like our family can't afford to lose money." Zhongliang blinked and frowned slightly. "If you don't want to do it, just stay home and wait for me for 2 years. When I retire, I'll be at home with you every day. Stay with me in my depression?" Shen sighed and said helplessly, "If I were to stay at home every day, I guess I wouldn't be able to stand it in a few days. I had planned to continue working even after I retired." "Why do you love going to work so much?" Zhongliang deliberately had a hard-to-understand expression. In fact, he knew that this state of Shen was normal, and he himself was the one who needed to adjust his mind. Shen seriously emphasized, "I love going to work, but I love you more." Oily mouth. Zhongliang cupped Shen face and kissed deeply together. After a hearty session, Zhongliang finished punishing Shen Shen snuggled in Zhongliang's arms, swallowing a little accompanied by panting. "Should be served." She stroked Zhongliang's abdomen and teased with a smile, "You've got a little belly. It's quite comfortable to touch, and it looks cute too." Zhongliang looked down at his stomach. The outline of his former abs was no longer visible, and he thought about what he should do. The next day, after the kids went to school and the wife went to work, Zhongliang found a gym near his home, went in and found that there are not many customers, and there is no fitness instructor, only 2 staff members chatting at the counter. It does not look very enthusiastic. After a conversation, Zhongliang learned that the gym cannot continue, the transfer of a long time no one to take over, due to municipal planning. This location has been deprived of its original favorable conditions. The owner has tried several business programs with no apparent results. He doesn't want to waste any more time running the gym and is now transferring it out at a loss. Zhongliang thought that this place was good, and the facilities and amenities were good. It is moderate in size and does not require many people to take care of it, which is just what he wants. Zhongliang told the counter staff that he wanted to take over the gym. The 2 beauties hurriedly put on their spirits, and one took Zhongliang to the office to wait. serving coffee and warm hospitality. The other called the boss right away. If this gym can't be transferred out, it's going to close down. They will also lose their jobs, and he Zhongliang will most likely become their new boss. So if they don't flatter now, when will they wait? 20 minutes later, the gym owner arrived in a hurry. After more than a year of transfers, someone was finally willing to take over the mess. The owner is like meeting a nobleman and is planning to transfer the gym even if he loses his money. When the boss saw he Zhongliang, he excitedly shook his hand and didn't bother to try and give the lowest price directly. If he couldn't get a deal, he was going to close the gym. There's barely anything left after labor and other costs are removed each month. It doesn't make any sense to run out like this. The boss is frank and honest, and he Zhongliang also showed a lot of pain. When he went home at night, he Zhongliang mentioned this matter to Shen Kaiyue. Shen Kaiyue raises both hands. As long as he Zhongliang likes, she will support. The next day, he Zhongliang signed a 15-year contract with his boss. The gym didn't have many customers, and there were only 3 employees inside, a cleaning lady, and 2 beautiful women at the counter. He Zhongliang decided to keep the cleaning lady, and as for the 2 beauties, it was better to forget about it. They are all young and beautiful and have great bodies. One had a ponytail, a full, sassy body, and a front and back. The other has short hair and looks very competent. The body is tall and slender, but thin and diminutive. The gym didn't have many customers in the first place, and he Zhongliang didn't want to face these 2 beauties every day. For a short period of time, you can still take it, but if you face temptation from morning to night all year round, what if something happens one day, and he could tell that both beauties were master flirts? Emotionally he would never want to betray Shen Kaiyue, but physically the urge to do so is unavoidable for a human being. There really is nothing wrong with the saying that men are fresh. He Zhongliang knew he wasn't a saint, but if he wasn't sure about resisting, he could not give himself the chance to make a mistake. Only the 60-something cleaning lady was left behind, built like a gas tank come to life. I can't say it's unattractive. I can only say it's festive looking. Even if you face her 365 days a year, it shouldn't be a day-to-day affair. He Zhongliang believed that he could hold on to it and would definitely not have evil thoughts. He Zhongliang came to the gym in the morning to open the door, greeted a few sparse customers, and took the time to work out for a while on his own. In the afternoon, the cleaning lady came to work. He Zhongliang left work before the children were dismissed from school, and the cleaning lady was responsible for closing the door at night. A month down, he Zhongliang calculated the account. After removing the salary of the cleaning lady, and miscellaneous expenses, there is still more than $1,000 left. As a boss himself, he hadn't made as much as the cleaning lady's salary, but he was content, having exceeded his predictions. At least he hadn't lost any money. There weren't many customers, but I was busy with the cleaning lady every day and occasionally chatted with those few regular customers. He Zhongliang's days are much more fulfilling, for people like him who have no ambition. Such a dull and uneventful, day after day, year after year, week after week, is a life he is satisfied with. Chapter 90. You should find someone to marry quickly. After 8 years, the profit of Ho Chonglian's gym has satisfied him. Although the cleaning lady took the big head, he was able to have 1,000 or 800 left over each month, and 2,000 or 3,000 during the peak season. For a gym to last 8 years on such a low income, no one would believe it. Shen Kaiyue retired long ago, but she didn't choose to stay at home. She was very healthy and well-maintained. In her 50s, she was still charming and elegant. She was one of those women who looked more mature when she was young and didn't look old when she got older. 16-year-old He Jun is already in high school, living in the same school as her sister did back then, and coming home only on weekends. Just over 1.7 meters in height, weighing just over 100 pounds. Among his peers, he was considered relatively short. In their generation, the average height of boys was close to 1.8 meters. His parents' heights, though, are both above average for their age. So odds are he developed later and should be able to come up later and at least reach his father's height. Han Shui got married 5 years ago and started her own company with her husband, which is now preparing for an IPO. The two can't be considered very loving, but they are more compatible. They are both pragmatic people. Even though the marriage relationship can be like a business, the main thing is to get what you need and achieve a win-win situation. As for the so-called love and fidelity, everyone understands it differently. For some people, that stuff has no practical use, much less a necessity in life. Every time, they love each other to death. There are plenty of lovebirds who have been in love all their lives but have gotten divorced over and over again. He Jun's character is calm and unassuming, and he knows that his family is rich, and he has a sister who owns a company and is also a little rich, but he never asked for money from his family, and the pocket money his parents and sister gave him every now and then was more than he could spend, because he was more generous to his close friends. He once suffered the threat of school bullies who asked him for money to spend for 3 days. At first, the amount is relatively small. He Jun just treat them as consumption. they are all from the same school, and they don't have the heart to take a small loss. But he wasn't very scared. He knew his father was a gym owner, tall and powerful all tendon. He had also befriended many fitness enthusiasts over the years. He believed that his father was capable of helping him with anything if needed. As those school bullies got more and more aggressive, the amount demanded gradually grew. Jun didn't want to indulge them anymore and told his father about it. Zhongliang was concerned about whether or not he had been harmed. And frankly speaking, every time he faced his son's handsome face and soft little body, Zhongliang could not help but worry that he would be molested as a girl. However, in school, nothing excessive has happened for the time being, and if you join the workforce in society, it's not so easy to say. Middle-aged men have heavier tastes and more guts. Jun told his father that those people at most just gave him a shoulder and a few pats, and didn't do anything to him. Zhongliang was then relieved that since his son had not received any physical injuries, there was no need for him to be too angry, and decided to settle the matter in a civilized manner. Equip Jun with equipment for recording and filming, prepare enough money, and give those people as much as they want, until the amount is significant and after sufficient evidence has also been collected. Zhongliang arranges for a lawyer to take care of the matter. And even though the guys are still underage, the lawyer knows how to make more trouble for them. You don't have to put them in jail to punish them. This kind of thing should be handled by professionals. In the end, the parents of those children led their children to the door to apologize, and asked to be able to pay for the matter to be resolved privately. Zhongliang stared into the eyes of those kids and made sure that there were no ruthless characters among them, so he didn't count anymore. As he grows older, in his 40s, Zhongliang is no longer so cynical, willing to give others a chance to reform. He of course warns those children and parents that they will only be given this one chance. The last person he warned like this should be old enough now after being reincarnated. It's the weekend, so Zhongliang takes Jun to the gym to work out, and lets him help out in the meantime. Think of it as a hired temp and pay him on a per diem basis for the day. Though money is just a number to their family, don't care how much, but it is still very necessary to develop good habits. Zhongliang does not want his son to be like some rich second generation. The whole day is muddled, paper drunk, too young to get a huge amount of wealth. Most people are not capable of controlling it, easily led by the nose by money and desire. Perhaps after the indulgence can find themselves gradually mature, but there are not a few people who have ruined their lives by going astray. After spending a day at the counter at the gym, Jun was accosted by multiple people asking for contact information, especially those mature young women. See him cannot help but gag, hate to eat him alive. In the afternoon, Zhongliang took Jun to exercise for more than an hour. His father was covered in tendon flesh, making Jun envious, squeezing his father's strong and thick arms and asking expectantly, "In 2 more years, will I be able to become as strong as you?" "Yeah, you don't have to exercise. You lie in bed all day and your body slowly gets stronger." Jun heard that his father was deliberately mocking and smiled as he explained, "High school is under a lot of pressure to study and I don't have time to exercise, so after I go to college, I'll start exercising again." "Don't kid yourself. You're just like your mom. You're just not athletic or athletic." Zhongliang put down the dumbbells in his hands and threw out a sentence. "Let's go. Go take a shower with me. We're going home." Jun followed him towards the bathroom and met 2 middle-aged men who were also going to take a shower. The 2 of them greeted Zhongliang warmly, their eyes unable to resist glancing at Jun. The bathroom in the gym was not a single room. It was a large bathroom that could be shared by many people. Jun didn't like to take a shower with strangers because the straight stares of others made him feel uncomfortable. "Dad, I'm going to have to wash this outfit, so I'd better go home and take a shower, then just change into clean clothes." Jun stopped and talked to his father. Zhongliang turned his head to look at him and nodded. "All right, go back and we'll take a bath together and help rub each other's backs. I don't want to rub your back and I don't need you to rub mine." Jun blurted out that he wouldn't feel shy with his father, who had bathed him since he was a child. It was only as he grew bigger and bigger that Zhongliang would ask him to help rub his back, but his hand strength was too small, and he tired his arms out every time. Zhongliang knew what he was concerned about and smiled as he criticized, "You're really growing more and more useless. When I was little I didn't need you to rub my back. You jumped high to jump on me, and now that I really use you, you're so lazy that you don't want to work." Jun followed his father and explained, "When I was a child, it was just to play in the water. Besides, at that time, you didn't force me to make so much effort. You were small. It's normal to have no strength in your hands. What am I forcing you to do? Now I have no energy either." Zhongliang glared back at him and helplessly threw out a sentence, "You find someone to marry quickly. You don't want grandchildren." Jun smiled and shouted at his father. The father and son have a good relationship. There is no gap. Chapter 91, The Age of Inactivity. After the 2 went home, Jun advanced into the bathroom to put water. "My son was at home on the weekend, and Shen Kaiwei came back early and was already busy in the kitchen. He Zhongliang walked into the kitchen and hugged Shen Kaiwei from behind, clinging to her slightly plump waist. How old are you? Don't let the kids see it. Shen Kaiwei turned back to the gentle reproach, unable to hide a happy face of joy. She had blossomed slightly, with just the right amount of roundness to keep her from adding more wrinkles to her face. Still an attractive woman for her age. June went to the bathroom to run the water. I'll take a quick dip with him first. He's got to change in that outfit, he Zhongliang told Shen Kaiwei, stroking her body and praising. You're getting more plump now, more feminine than before. You don't have to comfort me. I know I've blossomed and ultimately I'm not as tight as I was when I was younger. Now the skin is old and the flesh is loose. Haven't you rare enough? Shen Kaiwei turned around and wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang's neck, and began to ask questions again with an expectant face. Not enough, not enough, not enough. He Zhongliang dots and lightly kisses Shen Sayue's face. Shen Kaiwei got the answer she wanted to hear and smiled as she broke away, saying as she walked outside, I'll go find a change of clothes for Xiaojun, and it's time for you guys to eat after your bath. He Zhongliang also followed Shen Kaiwei to his son's room. Shen Kaiwei was rummaging for a change of clothes, and He Zhongliang came to the bed and turned around, realizing that there was no toilet paper on the bed. He looked into the trash can again. With a sigh, he muttered helplessly, is the boy not in heat yet? Shen Kaiwei gave him a blank look and seriously corrected. That's called puberty, okay? That's what I meant. It should be time ya. When I was 16, I already couldn't be idle every day. What do you do if you're not idle every day? Dr. Shen, stop it. Didn't you cover courses on male physiology when you were in medical college? Shen Kaiwei came to a realization and smiled as she teased. You think he's as shameless as you are. Maybe he hides it well. That's why he doesn't show it. He won't have a problem with his orientation. If he really leads a son-in-law home in the future, I won't be able to accept it. Shen Kaiwei cried and laughed as she chided. How can you talk about your son like that? He Zhongliang helplessly scratched his head inside. But this kid always looks like a pussy. I think he's normal, just too good looking. Shen Kaiwei interrupted He Zhongliang's words and speculated again. We're both normal in that area. How could he have orientation problems? It's hard to say. This gene combination thing. He Zhongliang didn't know how to explain and casually threw out a sentence. I'll go ask that kid whether he likes boys or girls. Are you good enough to ask? Shen Kaiwei felt embarrassed for father and son when she thought of them talking about that topic. I brought him up by the handful. What's there to be ashamed of? At any point, he's still my son. Looking at He Zhongliang's expression of indifference, Shen Kaiwei laughed and teased. Could it be that you also have another side? Just that you don't know it yourself. Then grabbed the clothes and headed out. No way. He Zhongliang firmly shook his head and whispered after her. It should be time Boys at this age are similar to animals, hardly picky about what they eat. So where is the sense of shame? As far as the eye can see, as long as it's the opposite sex that can look past, it's all a fantasy object. Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but burst out laughing, glaring back at He Zhongliang and criticizing him with as stern a face as she could muster. Don't you think everyone is like you? I think I'm normal. Man is also an animal. Instinctive physiological reaction. Why don't you dare to admit it? Confident with a touch of aggression, He Zhongliang defended himself. Shen Kaiwei approached He Zhongliang and complained shyly. People have different physical conditions. Not everyone is as powerful as you. You still don't know how to get tired after being over 40. If I cooperate with you, do you want it every day? It's not that great. Once every 2 days is better. That's too much. Shen Kaiwei dropped a sentence and turned toward the bathroom with a smile on her face. Why don't you make a counteroffer? We can negotiate. He Zhongliang took a few steps to catch up with Shen Kaiwei, and the two of them had already arrived at the bathroom door. A child is too big for his mother, and you're still planning to send him in. How embarrassing in case he's already naked. He Zhongliang took the clothes in Shen Sayue's hand and walked into the bathroom. If only God had arranged for us to meet when you were 16, Shen Kaiwei muttered in a small voice, and with a shy smile, she turned toward the kitchen. He Zhongliang walked into the bathroom, and He Jun had already stripped naked and stood in the middle of the bath, her back facing the doorway. Amidst the mist, this smooth and graceful back made He Zhongliang a little disbelieving. Thought I was walking into some theater set that was filming a nude scene with an actress. He Zhongliang couldn't help but guess that Shen Sayue's back when she was young should be the same. It made him all a little embarrassed, and he tentatively shouted, Xiaojun. Only when his son turned his head and saw his face did he breathe a sigh of relief. Brat, who would recognize you as a man from behind? He Zhongliang murmured and whispered, took off his clothes and walked into the bath. After the father and son soaked and chatted for more than 10 minutes, He Zhongliang intended to ask about business. Originally, he felt that there was nothing to be shy about facing his own son, but in this situation, before opening his mouth is still a bit awkward. He Zhongliang tried to inquire, are you high school students not allowed to fall in love? He Jun nodded and calmly declared, I'm not in love. I didn't say you were in love. Your classmates should have early love affairs. Hajun continued to nod. Well, there's quite a few of them. So what's going on with you? Are there no girls who like you? Or are there no girls you like? Hee-jung pretended to ask without thinking, then turned his head to the side, cupped the water and drenched it on his shoulders, rubbing it casually a few times. Chapter 92, Staying in Love. Hee-jun replied generously. There are several girls who like me, and I think they're all pretty good. How can I put it? They're all quite likable, but there's no one in particular that I like. So it is. Hee-jung nodded, deliberately flirting easily. Aren't there any boys who confess to you? Hee-jun thought for a moment and replied with a smile. There's really one. You didn't consider saying yes to him. Hee-jung looked away, pretending to joke without thinking. With a sudden splash of water, Hee-jun asked bluntly, how can a boy be with a boy? Do you also suspect that I'm gay? Hee-jung's mind was torn apart, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond, awkwardly explaining, I'm concerned about you, and I'll support you 100% no matter what the outcome is. Like you, I like mature and elegant women who are gentle and kind. Hee-jun had a serious attitude and told his father word for word. Hee-jung finally breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and turned around, turning his back to Hee-jun and ordering, rub my back, as hard as you can. I'll rub it for you later. I don't need you to rub. You're too strong. Besides I can reach my own back. Hajun gave his father 2 whacks on his bulging obliques before he began to rub his back. Hee-jung laughed and teased, you can't catch up with Dr. Shen with this hand strength. Hee-jun knew who his father was talking about and casually asked, did mom also take a bath with you and give you a back rub? Hee-jung felt that there was nothing to hide, and replied as a matter of course, that's my daughter-in-law. What's so strange about that? Hee-jun muttered in a small voice, I didn't think mom would want to take a bath with you. Dr. Shen is just born with a plain and clean face, and in front of others, she always has a serious demeanor. In fact, she is just deeply hidden. Hee-jung murmured in his heart, naturally embarrassed to say this to his son, but only urged with a smile on his face. You make it hard. You get my mom to rub you. Hee-jun slaps his father twice on the back with a splash. Hee-jung remembered the first time he held Hee-jun in the bath when he was very young. He wore an inflatable collar and looked adorable lying in the water like a little frog. I can't help but sigh, time flies. In the blink of an eye, my child has grown up. Although I look forward to my child growing up quickly, I really miss the time when he was small. Unfortunately there's never any going back. And sometimes when I look at my grown child, I even wonder a little bit if he's really that little guy. Has he grown up? Or is he a different person? If the fourth dimension really existed, instead of changing and growing, a person's life would be made up of countless different people, each responsible for a certain stage. After the family of 3 ate dinner, Hee-jung sat on the sofa with his son and played fighting games in a frenzy. Shen was half interested in those games, but was able to see the giddiness from the side, because these 2 men in front of her were her favorite people in her life. Shen yawned and said nothing, standing up and walking back to the bedroom. After a few minutes, Hee-jung then put down the gamepad and announced the end of the game. Hee-jun begs his father to play a little longer, but Hee-jung decisively refuses. Going back to his room to accompany Shen, Hee-jun asked curiously, you and my mom are also too in love, and I haven't seen you guys fight for so many years. Hee-jung asked rhetorically, do you wish to see us fight? Of course I don't want to. It's just that a lot of my classmates' parents can't get along and get divorced. Those who are together to make do can't avoid quarrels every 3 days. Some of my classmates are fed up with their parents arguing and talking about marriage in such a bad way that it even makes them feel sick. But I think it's wonderful. My classmates don't believe me when I say that you two have been very much in love for so many years and have never argued. Hee-jung looked at his son's naive eyes, told him helplessly, I'm afraid your classmates are right. Most of the marriages are just in disguise. Your mother and I belong to the exception. Cannot be found. We are so lucky to have met each other. And the probability of 2 souls merging perfectly and seamlessly is really, really low. Even if we're so lucky, we've each been through a failed marriage. So don't feel that those who are divorced are losers. It's easy to love each other and it's really hard to get along. It's the norm for 2 people to get tired of each other after years of being together. It's the state of my marriage to your mom that's unreasonable and honestly a little unrealistic. Hee-jun analyzed in a serious manner. I know what the secret of your love is. It's your relatively large age difference. You respect my mom, and she loves you, so it dissolves the conflicts that would have existed between husband and wife. How can it be? Hee-jung had a disdainful look on his face, but after careful thought, there might be a reason for that as well. Hee-jun suddenly popped up. I'm going to marry one in the future. A woman a dozen years older than me. You get on the side. Hee-jung disliked it without a good reason. Hee-jun looked unconvinced. What's wrong? You yourself can accept this age difference. Why can't I? I'm in love with your mom, who happens to be just that much older than me. You know what I mean? Maybe it's because she's so much older than you that you guys match so well. If you were the same age, you wouldn't have stayed so in love. He Zhongliang was tempted to retort, but there was no denying the possibility. Whatever, the big deal is that you can't live with it and then get divorced. Throughout history, most rich men have had to change their daughters-in-law a few times. After nagging helplessly for a few moments, he reminded, "You're still young. Study hard. Don't think about getting a daughter-in-law." Then he pressed down on Hee-jun's slim shoulders and squeezed them slightly harder. Hee-jun let out an ouch, broke away from his father's hands, and ran back to his room. With a smile on his face, Hee Zhongliang looked at Hee-jun's beautiful back, then turn off the TV, clean up briefly, get up and leave. After Hee Zhongliang returned to the bedroom, Shen Kaiwei complained about him. "I came back and waited for you for almost 10 minutes before you came in to keep me company." A large part of the reason why the two hadn't blushed for so many years was that Shen Kaiwei's voice was soft and gentle, whether she was complaining, blaming or criticizing Hee Zhongliang, and neither one is in the habit of controlling the other, except for some matters of principle. For most of life's ambiguous choices, they're used to using good yeah, yes, whatever you want. These soft, thoughtful words, and some couples, as long as one partner often puts the no. How is that okay? I just don't agree. These strong words are on their lips. It is easy to get tired of each other. It is natural to become bored with married life. The more afraid to produce contradictions, the more lazy to speak. The less communication, the more estranged. Wait until you have to communicate. Found that face to face with each other already will not speak properly. The moment you open your mouth is the posture and rhythm of the fight. The true nature of some marriages is truly ugly and even disgusting. The tone of voice between couples is very important. No one is a cutie. Some inner emotions are felt by the other person in the tone and attitude, then mapped out like a mirror in the same way. Chapter 93, I don't want you to be tight. Hee Zhongliang smiled as he got into bed and wrapped Shen Kaiwei in his arms, explaining, "I chatted with Xiao Jun outside for a while, so you're anxious to wait." Shen Kaiwei was not angry at all. She was just pampering and flirting. Hee Zhongliang was still willing to explain seriously, looking at each other's eyes with affection. These are the loving couples who have benign reactions in their daily lives. If the opposite is true, most people go home and observe their parents. "I thought you were so into the game you didn't notice I was gone." Shen Kaiwei reached out and caressed Hee Zhongliang's face, then slowly slid down to his waist, excitedly praising, "You're still as young and strong as ever, like a lad. I see you haven't changed much either. Still the charming young woman." Shen Kaiwei shook her head helplessly and sighed. "I will never belong to a young woman again. My menopause is over. No more menstruation in the future." Officially stepping into the ranks of old ladies. "Are you going to square dance later?" Shen Kaiwei smiled and shook her head. "I can't be embarrassed to twist around in front of so many people. My limbs are uncoordinated and not suitable for dancing. Am I going to have to moderate that kind of thing in the future? I'm slow to get into the swing of things right now, so I hope you'll be a little patient with me and just not be in such a hurry." Shen Kaiwei told Hee Zhongliang, then came up to his ear and pleaded shyly, "I don't want you to tighten up." "Roger that." Hee Zhongliang replied briefly and brought up the conversation with his son again. "Xiao Jun just told me that he wants to marry a woman a dozen years older than him in the future as well. It really pissed me off enough." Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth and tease. "What are you so angry about? He's still following you." Hee Zhongliang directly confessed, "I'm not into older ones. I'm into you. Fascinated with everything about you, including your age of course. If you suddenly turned into a flower girl now, I wouldn't mind and like you as usual." "Of course you don't mind. You can't wait until I can turn into a teenage girl." Shen Kaiwei stroked Hee Zhongliang's body with a smile on her face and threatened with a rosy blush. "If I become young, I'll definitely punish you properly and won't let you sleep for a night. You scared the hell out of me." Hee Zhongliang hugged Shen Kaiwei tightly and deliberately shivered. After the two of them had made love for a moment, Shen Kaiwei excitedly discussed, "I want to, but I don't feel like my body is in shape. What should I do?" Hee Zhongliang casually reassured, "Then just wait 2 days. I'm not in a hurry. It's good to hold you like this. Let's go to bed early." Shen Kaiwei's hand groped for a while. "You're talking out of your ass." Hee Zhongliang laughed and said in an aggravated voice, "I can't even think about it." "No." Shen Kaiwei lightly bit her lips, a face of shyness to break away from Hee Zhongliang's embrace. 2 years later, at the age of 18, Hee Jun graduated from high school and was preparing to enter college. His grades weren't terribly good, but the boring college entrance exams were designed to weed out kids who didn't have the family background and social resources. Just look at the textbooks for elementary school students these days. Some of the texts that children are required to memorize are simply anticlimactic in their wording and narrative techniques. It is expressed very clearly and unambiguously between the lines that it is just plain difficult for the children. The country of China is never short of talented people who are good at making things difficult for the underclass. So let's just say that those elites, they're damn fine. For Hujuan, he can easily skip the screening process. after graduating from college, a huge family fortune and his sister, Han Shui, beckon him. Han Shui is now the chairman of a listed company, a very successful strong woman. For this half-brother, still doting and very much hung up, after he June finished the college entrance examination, he went out with a group of classmates to enjoy the vacation before going to college. He'd grown a little taller and was now about the same height as his father, 130 pounds, a little on the thin side but well proportioned, well boned and comfortable to look at. It was still handsome, but it had grown into a man's skeleton and wouldn't be mistaken for a girl anymore. When 60-year-old Shen had a medical checkup, her doctor warned her about nodules in her lungs. This nodule grows in a tricky location and was found during a physical examination last year, and after a year of observation, her doctor suggested that it would be best for her to hang up with a specialist for a closer look. Shen was also a doctor. She knew that since people didn't recommend her to continue observing, the probability was that they suspected it was a malignant tumor. But there is no need to panic, even if the tumor is malignant. It is very early. After surgical removal, the cure rate is still very high. Besides, it's just a guess. We'll have to examine it in detail to find out. Shen didn't notify anyone and went to the oncology hospital herself for a detailed examination. The doctor's advice was that surgery was necessary and could not wait any longer. Moreover, the location of the lesion was such that the tumor could not be removed alone, but only a lobotomy could be done. This way the surgery is less risky and the treatment is more effective. At Shen Sayue's age, it won't affect her daily life as long as she doesn't do high-intensity strenuous exercise in the future. One night, after their passion, Shen panting lying in the arms of He Zhongliang, gradually calmed down, before the matter of hospitalization and surgery out. When she goes to the hospital for a checkup she can face it alone. When she is hospitalized for surgery she has to have someone around to take care of her. After listening, He Zhongliang frowned with a serious expression and asked, "Is it considered a major surgery?" "It's not too bad. Cutting the lobes of the lungs is not a small operation, but now it can be done just fine with a thoracoscope, which is a minimally invasive procedure and reduces the damage to the body. After 3 to 4 days of post-operative observation, you can almost be discharged." He Zhongliang nodded, not sounding so hard to accept, and sighed and asked, "Such a big deal. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Weren't you scared when you went to the checkup by yourself? I'm a doctor myself and I'm familiar with the hospital environment, so there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm rather worried that you'll feel nervous and scared when you enter the hospital." He Zhongliang revealed a relaxed smile. To him birth, old age, sickness and death was nothing to care about. It was just that facing the departure of his beloved would be difficult for him to accept. Then caressing Shen Sayue's face, he couldn't help but reproach with heartache. "Look at the way you were panting just now. Tell me if you're not feeling well. Why are you trying to be brave? Make it look like I'm abusing you." "But I want it." Shen let out a petulant whine and said helplessly, "I'm going to be hospitalized for surgery soon, and it'll take some days for me to recover after the surgery. The next time I favor you, it might be a long time." I said, "Dr. Shen, it's already that time of the year, and you're still worrying about that kind of thing." He Zhongliang criticized her with a smile on his face, then seriously discussed with her, "Do we need to inform the two of them to come back? I don't think that's necessary. It's enough to have you around." Shen didn't want to cause trouble for her children. He Zhongliang considered for a moment and comforted her. "Go get hospitalized first. We'll talk about it on the day of the surgery, and I reckon that Xiao Jun should almost be back in the next 2 days. It's better to tell them, or they'll surely complain about us afterward." Shen nodded and said gently, "I'll listen to you on everything. You make the arrangements." Chapter 94 Admission to the Hospital Suite. 2 days later, He Zhongliang and Shen packed their bags and drove to the tumor hospital. The two arrived at the hospital in the afternoon, having made an appointment in advance, and went straight upstairs to the thoracic surgery department to check in. The number of hospitalized people is particularly high, and the general wards are all full. In the past 2 years, the number of patients whose lung nodules have developed into tumors has been particularly high, and as a common people, if they have a disease, they have to treat it honestly, and there is no other way. He Zhongliang asked for a suite. Outside is the living room. There is a sofa and coffee table. Inside was the hospital bed, with a recliner next to it to accompany the bed. It wasn't exactly luxurious, but this was a hospital, and for the average citizen, it was the top of the ward. Of course suites are also very expensive and not covered by health insurance, but for He Zhongliang, there was no need to consider the cost at all. Passing through the long corridors of the ward area, I saw several elderly people pacing and skulking back and forth. Some were holding up bottles, others were carrying unidentified bags. It's only when you get here that you can feel the fragility of life. People have to go through old age, illness, and mobility. It hurts to think about it. After He Zhongliang sent Shen Kaiwei into the suite, the nurse informed him to go to the doctor's office. When he came to the office, the doctor told He Zhongliang that he had made an appointment for him to go for a checkup tomorrow morning and do an intensive CT for observation. If there are no special circumstances, the surgery will be done the morning after tomorrow. As for whether this tumor is malignant or not, the lobes of the lungs that are cut off are taken for a quick pathology during the surgery. You'll get the results in half an hour, and if it's benign, you'll just sew up the wound. If it is malignant, don't worry too much. It's just early days now, and after a good cleaning of the lymph around it, it won't be a big problem later on. He Zhongliang, just responsible for nodding to such a place, can only honestly listen to the words. Shen Kaiwei took out some daily necessities and set them up, and when He Zhongliang returned to the ward, he looked around and smiled as he teased, "It's good to be rich. Being hospitalized is like living in a hotel." As he came back from the doctor's office, he passed the doors to the other wards, the ones where 3 or 4 people shared a room. The cramped space, together with the bed companions, is particularly crowded, and there are always people coming in and out, disturbing the patient's rest. Then there are those who play their cell phone sound out and have the volume cranked up. Maybe those people didn't mean to be bad, but the quality needs to be improved. Shen Kaiwei pulled He Zhongliang's hand and sat on the hospital bed, complaining helplessly, "This bed is also too small. How can it sleep 2 people?" He Zhongliang kissed her on the forehead and flirted with her with a smile. "Dr. Shen, are you kidding? This is a hospital. We live in a ward. Have you ever seen a double bed before? But I haven't had the surgery yet. You can sleep together now. Then we'll sleep overlapping. You want to be on top or on the bottom?" "Of course I'm on top. You're so heavy. Will I be able to get up tomorrow if I let you weigh me down all night?" Shen Kaiwei shyly looked at He Zhongliang's side face, then suddenly remembered the main thing and asked seriously, "What did the doctor ask you to do?" "It's just to tell me the schedule for the next few days. No food or water after 12 tonight, and to go in tomorrow morning on an empty stomach for the tests. After the results come out, they observe and study them, and surgery should be scheduled for the morning after." He Zhongliang replied casually, then stared at the QR code on the bed in disgust with Shen Kaiwei. "You can also order takeout here. Do we order dinner at night, or do we eat in the cafeteria downstairs?" "Go to the cafeteria. When the operation is done, you'll have to lie honestly in bed, waiting for you to serve." After Shen Kaiwei finished speaking, she wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang's waist and asked him, "Are you now regretting marrying an old auntie? And will you feel aggrieved when people become old and have more physical problems?" He Zhongliang smiled and shook his head, not bothering to answer such a question. "Say something. Are you sorry?" Shen Kaiwei wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang and shook. She was really feeling a bit guilty. "What's a minor surgery that discharges you in 3 or 5 days? Don't mess with me. It took improved technology in all areas to get out of the hospital so quickly. And removing a lobe of a lung is no small operation." Shen Kaiwei seriously reminded that although she was a doctor herself, but she still couldn't help but feel a little nervous at the thought of going on the operating table. He Zhongliang hugged her tightly and came close to her face, gently comforting, "You're scared, aren't you? Don't worry. After the anesthesia, the surgery will be over after a nap. There's no such thing as 100% in medicine. What if the pathology comes back and it's very serious?" Shen Kaiwei voiced her concerns. He Zhongliang didn't know how to comfort her, but just confidently told her, "It's fine. Don't think nonsense. Sickness is like a spring. If you're strong, it's weak. If you're weak, it's strong. I know I will definitely be fine in a few short years after my surgery, but I'm afraid that even though my life is not in danger, my body has become so bad that I'll make you suffer in the future." Shen Kaiwei could not hide her lost look, and lying in He Zhongliang's arms, she proposed, "You can find another woman outside in the future. I don't blame you." "Why does that sound familiar?" He Zhongliang muttered to himself, then grumbled with a smile, "Is this my fate? Back then, my ex-wife also told me to go out and find another woman, and now you're doing this too." Shen Kaiwei raised her head and smiled as she teased, "How many men wish they could have such an opportunity? Do you still feel aggrieved? It's still the same thing. You don't want to push the work that should be done by you to someone else, and I also know that you have the means. Dr. Shen is not an ordinary woman, but I want to give you the best experience possible. It has to be you." He Zhongliang gently tapped Shen Kaiwei's forehead with his finger and leaned into her ear to whisper, "Being able to feel your soul is the most pleasurable enjoyment." Shen Kaiwei sent a kiss and asked expectantly, "Can I have it tonight?" He Zhongliang blinked and asked rhetorically, "You're a doctor. Ask me about such things. Having lung surgery? I don't think it's too big of a deal." He Zhongliang negotiated with a smile. "Why don't I go ask the attending doctor? If you're not ashamed, go ahead." Shen Kaiwei joked with He Zhongliang. At that moment, a young nurse walked into the ward. He Zhongliang hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, "Hello nurse, I want to ask you something." "You shut up." Shen Kaiwei reached out to cover He Zhongliang's mouth, her face reddening with shyness. "Why auntie, What's the matter? The little nurse was confused. Not knowing why Shen Kaiwa was so nervous, He Jungliang calmly asked, we're having surgery the day after tomorrow. Can we not stay in the ward tonight? Yes, you can, but the patient will need to fill out a form at the nurse's station if they don't return to their room at night, the nurse told He Jungliang, and then comforted. The condition of your suite is already very good, and there are restaurants and supermarkets in the hospital compound, so it's very convenient to eat and shop. If you don't have anything particularly important to do, don't go out. We have an inspection in the morning. Shen Kaiwa hurriedly nodded toward the nurse, and He Jungliang glanced at her and asked with another smile, but she is. Tonight. Don't you say it. Shen Kaiwa patted He Jungliang's shoulder, worried that he would say that thing, but I'm worried she won't sleep well in the hospital. He Jungliang finished his words and gently stared into Shen Kaiwa's eyes. Bear with me. Conditions here are good enough. The nurse gave a word of advice, hung a log sheet at the end of the bed, and turned to leave the room. Chapter 95, Squeezed in a Single Bed. He Jungliang looked at Shen Kaiwa's grudging eyes and asked curiously, I'm chatting with the nurse for a few moments. Are you jealous? Why do you keep stopping me from talking? Shen Kaiwa smiled and did not answer. She wrapped her arms around He Jungliang and snuggled into his embrace, softly whispering, as long as I have you by my side, no matter where I am, my heart feels solid. He Jungliang held Shen Kaiwa tightly, his expression calm and indifferent. He firmly believed that this point was nothing, and the two must still have a long way to go together. After eating dinner in the hospital restaurant, He Jungliang and Shen Kaiwa joked all the way, as if they were on vacation. Slipping back to the ward, the two just sat on the sofa not long. He Jungliang received a call from his son. He Jun went home in the afternoon and waited until nightfall without seeing his parents come home before he remembered to call. He Jungliang told him, I'm at the hospital with your mom. I won't be going home for the next few days. The caller nervously asked, is anyone hospitalized? Do you want a little brother or sister? What? When did my mom get pregnant and why didn't I see it? He Jun shouted on the other end of the phone, then incredulously analyzed, how can it be so fast? Wasn't she conceived in October? The last time I saw her, there wasn't any reaction. Don't you listen to your father? Shen Kaiwa shouted towards the microphone, then smiled and patted He Jungliang. Your mom is going to have a minor surgery in the next few days. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. You wait at home and I'll let you know when it's confirmed which day the surgery will be done. He Jungliang made a long story short and pacified He Jun to wait at home for the time being. After explaining a few sentences, He Jungliang hung up the phone. Shen Kaiwa asked, are you still going to tell Han Shui? Of course I have to notify. Let's wait until after the checkup tomorrow. It's not too late to notify her if you're sure about the surgery the day after tomorrow. Shen Kaiwa nodded in agreement. Then he hugged He Jungliang's arm tightly with a somewhat serious expression. Although there is not much risk in this kind of surgery, the thought of lying on the operating table, being anesthetized like meat on a plate, is inevitably nerve-wracking for anyone. He Jungliang didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only bring up the past to distract her. I hope she won't always think about the surgery. Remember when I first moved into your house? Day after day, I craved your body and endured the torment. Didn't you say at that time that you calmed down as soon as you saw me? Shen Kaiwa revealed a heartfelt smile. The thought of He Jungliang at that time did make her forget her worries and stop worrying about the surgery. The heart still wants you even though it's not controlled by dopamine after seeing you. It's just more rational. Do you still have that condition? It doesn't seem like I feel anything anymore, but we've been living together and I'm not sure I'd be sick if I didn't see you for a long time. I hope I live another 20 years. When you'll be in your 60s and you shouldn't be sick, I can then leave in peace. When Shen Kaiwa said this, both of them couldn't help but reveal a sad look. He Jungliang hugged her tighter and casually consoled. It's okay, I'll just go with you. Shen Kaiwa glared at He Jungliang, not liking him for saying such things. Couldn't help but kiss He Jungliang to express his dismay. Dr. Shen, don't be like this. In case the nurse comes in and sees it, how embarrassing. You go lock the door. How can you lock the door to a hospital room? Can you please show some restraint? Shen Kaiwa smiled and pressed her face against He Jungliang's chest. Taking a deep breath, he sighed. When we first met, I was only in my early 40s, and in the blink of an eye I was in my prime. You are now exactly the age I was at that time, and you seem to be in the prime of life, just in your prime. Being with me has wronged you. Why are you saying this again? To me you are the perfect woman, the most comfortable with you. No one can replace you. Shen Kaiwa remembered the past and suddenly smiled and asked, do you remember when we first started to fall in love? Just like now, and liked to nestle on the sofa in the living room. I kissed my mouth dry every night, but you just didn't take the initiative to enter my room, and I couldn't sleep well at night. Obviously you were the one who rejected me over and over again and insisted it would be a month before you agreed to accept me fully. He Jungliang immediately retorted that he remembered the situation very clearly. Fool, we've come that far. What you want me to do is still up to you. I respect your decision, and I overindulged at that time. My body is a bit weak. Take some more time to recuperate, and I'll be better off and you'll be better off. Shen Kaiwa looked up and stared into He Zhongliang's eyes, telling him with an agitated expression, remember the night you received the divorce certificate and finally entered my room? Shen Sayue's breath began to tremble, her arms tightly encircled He Zhongliang's neck, and she whispered tenderly with her face close to her face, if only I could still get younger. I want to give you more. That's pretty much it. What bike do you need? He Zhongliang flirted and gently stroked Shen Sayue's shoulder, whispering in her ear with endless words of love. It was getting late and the two left the couch to wash up in the restroom. A few moments later, Shen Kaiwa returned to the hospital bed to lie down, looked at He Zhongliang sitting on the recliner, and urged, you come up. Stop it. I can't sleep crammed into a hospital bed with you. The nurse should criticize me if she sees me. He Zhongliang plans to make do with a night in a recliner. I'm not in surgery, so the nurse shouldn't come in. Why not? There must be a mess coming in for you. Let's not give people a hard time. What's so hard about it? I'm not having surgery right now. We can sleep however we want. He Zhongliang looked at Shen Sayue's stubborn expression and got up to sit on the edge of the bed, stroking Shen Sayue's head. He smiled and flirted. Dr. Shen is still long-tempered. I'll sit here and coax you to sleep, okay? Come on up here. I'm lying in bed alone and empty. Shen Kaiwa pulled He Zhongliang into bed. He Zhongliang helplessly explained, this is a single bed, how to sleep? The two of us really can't lie down. It's okay. I'll take up a little space and that's enough. Shen Kaiwa made an effort to move her body to the side of the bed to make room for He Zhongliang. I'm really convinced. He Zhongliang helplessly got on the bed, and the two of them turned sideways and clung to each other so tightly that they barely wouldn't fall off. Dr. Shen, now you're satisfied. He Zhongliang ruffled Shen Sayue's hair and asked in her ear. Shen Kaiwa nodded, revealing a satisfied smile. Chapter 96 Care and Attention. He Zhongliang waited until Shen Kaiwa fell asleep before gently releasing her and slowly getting out of bed. The two of them were so cramped in the single hospital bed that he decided to sneak off to the recliner for the night anyway. Shen Kaiwa woke up when it was just dawn and noticed that there was no one around her. Panicked, she sat up and realized that He Zhongliang was in the recliner next to the bed, sleeping soundly. Shen Kaiwa didn't have the heart to disturb him, but just lay on the bed and scrutinized his face. In her heart, she silently praised, my man is good everywhere, doesn't smoke or drink, and doesn't even snore. After 6 o'clock, He Zhongliang slept until he naturally woke up and opened his eyes to see Shen Kaiwa sitting on the bed staring at him. When did you run away? I got out of bed after you fell asleep. It's too crowded for two people, and when they're both asleep, they tend to fall to the floor when they roll over. Shen Kaiwa asked, do you use the restroom? No. He Zhongliang shook his head. I'm going to go wash up first. Shen Kaiwa walks to the restroom with a smile on her face. A little after 9 in the morning, the two returned to the hospital room after all the tests were done. Breakfast time had passed and lunch had not yet begun. He Zhongliang went to play 2 cups of boiling water. Shen Kaiwa took out the fruit and snacks from home. The two decided to casually deal with a few bites on the line. It was almost noon when the bedside pager went off. The person at the nurse's station notified Shen Sayue's family to go to the doctor's office. He Zhongliang came to the doctor's office, and the doctor pulled up the enhanced CT films and began to explain to him. It means that there is no way to be sure that the tumor is benign and the odds are that it is early-stage lung cancer and surgery is definitely indicated. And once again, he reassured He Zhongliang that due to early detection, the probability of recovery after surgery was high, so that he did not have to worry too much. Some paperwork will be organized in the afternoon and will need to be signed by He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang, in addition to nodding yes, there is nothing to ask, can only honestly wait for the operation. After returning to the hospital room, Shen Kaiwa still held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked, are you sure you want to operate? Yes, it's scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The nurse will come in and go over the details of what to expect before the surgery. Shen Sayue's expression was calm, which was to be expected. He Zhongliang took out his cell phone and called Han Shui. Early the next morning, Han Shui took her husband, and He Jun all rushed to the hospital. Shen Kaiwa originally did not want to alarm them, but before going to the operating table, their loved ones are beside them. The heart is indeed more solid. The surgery takes about an hour, but the pre-anesthesia and post-awakening take a long time. During the surgery, after the lobes of the lungs with tumors were cut off and before they were sent for pathology, He Zhongliang was also called outside the operating room to take a look. The bloody palm-sized piece of lung lobe, let He Zhongliang cannot help but heartache. Half an hour later, the pathology came back. It was determined to be an invasive adenocarcinoma, with no cancer seen at the dissection, which is an early stage of lung cancer. Extended surgery is needed to do a thorough cleaning of the surrounding lymph. It was not until noon that Shen Kaiwa was pushed out of the operating room, still in a semi-conscious state, but heard the call of her loved ones and knew to nod her head yes. Just after the surgery, she can only lie flat. cannot drink or eat, and is not allowed to sleep. It is best to let her drink less water after 5 or 6 hours before she can sleep peacefully. He Zhongliang sat next to the hospital bed, responsible for talking to Shen Kaiwei to prevent her from sleeping too deeply. Under the guidance of the nurse, thin slices of cut cucumber are placed on Shen Kaiwei's lips to prevent them from bursting and also to relieve the pain of thirst. It was only in the evening that Shen Kaiwei was able to drink water, and she was also able to pat her pillow and rock her bed up a little. She was fully awake and seemed to be in okay spirits, not feeling very much pain, but the speech was breathless, and only talked briefly with his children, urging them to go back. There is no need for them to waste their time here, as they can't be of any use. She needs to rest now, and the nurses have warned time and time again that it's okay to try to keep just one person in bed with her to take care of her. When Shen Kaiwei fell asleep, Han Shui and her husband left, intending to wait a few days for her mother to be discharged from the hospital before returning home to spend 2 more days with her. He Jun wanted to stay with his parents because it was farther away from home and the suite accommodated both father and son. He Zhongliang then agreed to let He Jun stay and sleep on the sofa in the outbuilding at night. After 3 or 4 nights at the most, he should be able to be discharged from the hospital and go home. He Jun went to the cafeteria to buy dinner and came back, and made up a meal with He Zhongliang in the ward. Shen Kaiwei woke up and drank some millet porridge, staring at He Zhongliang for a while. As long as she was sure that he was by her side, her heart was solid, soon drifting off to sleep again. Shen Kaiwei couldn't turn over. Lying in one position for a long time made her whole body uncomfortable. He Zhongliang stayed by her bedside, often rubbing her feet and legs, as well as her buttocks and waist, try to help ease her discomfort. He Jun also wanted to help, but He Zhongliang told him to take a break, just be responsible for buying food, fetching water, and all those odd errands. He Jun didn't say anything more and honestly retreated to the side. He had that part of filial piety, but wasn't really too brave to do anything about it. A small, thumb-thick tube was inserted into his mother's wound, connected to a drainage bottle. There were other instruments and urinary catheters and such, and He Jun didn't know where to start for fear of hurting his mother. By nightfall, He Zhongliang let his son go to the living room sofa early to rest. He stayed by the bedside, responsible for keeping an eye on the time to change the medicine, waiting for the middle of the night after the bottle. Shen Kaiwei sleeps peacefully. He Zhongliang can also rest assured that sleep. The next day, Shen Kaiwei was able to sit up, could eat some soft and easy to digest meals, and looked much better. When He Zhongliang has nothing to do, he gives him a massage, rubbing here and there. Shen Kaiwei heartbreakingly persuaded, "Did you not sleep well last night? I didn't feel uncomfortable. You don't need to keep massaging me. Have a good rest. It's your business if you're comfortable. I just want to touch you." He Zhongliang reached under Shen Kaiwei's body and helped her rub her butt. Not being able to turn over in one position for a long period of time must have pressed hard. Shen Kaiwei glanced at He Jun next to her, then looked at He Zhongliang with a smile. "You two sure can show off." He Jun muttered and turned to leave the ward to turn on the water. He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiwei looked at each other with eyes full of ambiguous feelings. This kid, a little bit of eyesight. There is nothing to wait in the outhouse on the line. Use him when the time comes, we'll naturally call him. Always in front of us blindly wandering, like a light bulb. He Zhongliang complained about his son, then took a wet towel to Shen Kaiwei, wiped her face, and couldn't wait to kiss it. Shen Kaiwei's mouth said you stop. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and raised her arms to embrace He Zhongliang. Can't help that the wound is still a bit painful, so I hurriedly put it down again. As He Jun turned on the water, he inadvertently looked up and saw an ID card on top of the water tank. I think someone was fetching water and casually put their ID on it and forgot to take it on the way out. He Jun picks up his ID card and walks to the nurse's station with his water bottle. Chapter 97, One look and you're fascinated. After walking out of the boiling water room, He Jun couldn't help but glance at the ID card, name Lu Yuan Yuan, gender female. When He Jun saw the photo on the ID card, he immediately stopped and stood in the corridor in a daze, as if the whole world had stood still. He was completely captivated by the innocent face, the clear eyes mesmerizing. She was beautiful, but more than that, there was something special about her. It's like meeting the one who's meant to be. He Jun has never been sure whether to fall in love or not. There are female classmates like him. He also likes those girls, but he doesn't know how to choose, as if all of them can develop from friends to lovers, and as if none of them are the one he desires. He had been expecting a voice in his mind that would remind him very clearly, that's the girl. Allow yourself to be very sure that the other person is the right one, just like your parents. Now that this voice had finally appeared, the corners of He Jun's mouth rose in excitement. In his heart, he murmured, so this is what love at first sight feels like. He was completely drawn to the face on the ID card and ignored the rest of the information, and mentally asked yourself, maybe she's very short and fat. Would you still be enamored with her? Will, I can overlook her body because of that face. He Jun immediately gave himself an affirmative answer as he excitedly guessed, this is love, right? It's wonderful. and console yourself with the fact that the odds are that anyone who looks good doesn't have a bad body either. Upon arriving at the nurse's station, Hee-jun put his ID card on the counter and asked the nurse on duty to help him find this person. The two nurses surrounded Hee-jun and acted enthusiastically. They were both very enamored. This well-mannered and beautiful young man. Willow Roundup. In bed 10. She just had surgery yesterday. The nurse looked up Lu Yuan-Yuan's information on the computer and picked up the pager. Is the family of Lu Yuan-Yuan in bed 10 there? Come to the nurse's station. The nurse called out twice, but there was no answer. Hee-jun hurriedly inquired with the nurse. Which way is bed 10? I'll go give it to her. It's right over there. At the end of the hallway, the monitor next to the door has the bed number. The nurse reached out and deliberately moved closer to Hee-jun, her eyes staring straight at the side of his face. Thanks. Hee-jun nodded, picked up his ID card and left with a smile. The two nurses looked at each other, and both could guess what the other was thinking, pointing at each other in unison. He chided, "Don't you go too far," then couldn't hide the excited shy smile. Lu Yuan came out of the restroom. She had just had her urinary catheter removed and was still weak. She had a myomectomy, which could be done with a hysteroscope. Recovery from the surgery was relatively quick and I will be discharged tomorrow. She had just been in the restroom and hadn't heard the bedside call, and the loved one who had accompanied her to the bed had gone to the cafeteria to get food and wasn't in the room. Lu Yuan had just sat down on the bed when the person in the bed next to her reminded her. Someone just paged you to have your family go to the nurse's station. Oh, I know. Thanks. Lu Yuan nodded, but didn't get out of bed right away. She needed to rest for a while. The door to the ward was left open, and Hee-jun came to the door. Glancing at the monitor on the wall, he determined that this was the room. It was a quadruple room. Some people were watching TV, others were swiping through short videos on their cell phones, all rather loudly, and the space is cramped, not to mention sick. People who are not sick feel upset when they stay here. Some elderly people have hearing loss and always have their cell phone volume turned up. And then of course there are those who are just self-centered and simply don't care about other people's feelings. Hee-jun approached the 10 beds and looked at the woman on the bed who was frowning tightly, with short hair and a pale face. She looked more mature. Is Willow Roundup here? Hee-jun asked cautiously. He felt that this woman was rather different from the photo on her ID card. Lu Yuan raised her head to meet Hee-jun's eyes. I am. What can I do for you? Hee-jun took a deep breath and was sure it was those eyes. Compared to the photo on the ID card, they were obviously covered with a layer of dust and sadness, and the change in hairstyle gives her a more mature demeanor. Hee-jun took another look at the ID card in her hand before noticing the other information. She was 14 years older than Hee-jun, and was 32 this year. Hee-jun hurriedly handed his ID card to Lu Yuan and apologized with a smile. I'm sorry, I didn't see it was you just now. Lu Yuan took the ID card, took a look at her own photo, and helplessly exclaimed, this photo was when I was 18 years old, and it's certainly a bigger difference from now. Then asked, the nurse's station just paged me because of this, too. Yeah. I found your ID in the boiler room and brought it to the nurse's station. They called you and no one responded, so I brought it to you. Thank you. Lu Yuan stared at Hee-jun's face and carefully examined it, exclaiming in her heart, this young man is too attractive. I don't know which woman will be cheaper in the future. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds. Hee-jun was at a loss for words with fascination and embarrassment, and just wanted to say goodbye and leave. You. They both spoke at the same time, smiling awkwardly as they tried to speak. Lu Yuan snaps. Are you in the hospital with the bed? Hee-jun answered truthfully. My mom just had surgery yesterday, and my father and I are here to take care of her. I also had surgery yesterday. When will your mother be released from the hospital? I'm not sure exactly which day. I should be in for another 3 or 2 days and then I'll be discharged. I'm getting out of the hospital tomorrow. Lu Yuan told Hee-jun. Looking at him nervously, she smiled and asked, how old are you? Still going to school, right? I'm 18 and I'm going to report to college at the end of my vacation. Lu Yuan's eyes showed a flash of brightness as she asked excitedly, you must be looking forward to college life. I really envy you. When I was 18, I had already worked part-time for 2 or 3 years. Hee-jun smiled, although he very much wanted to recognize and understand this clear-eyed but slightly sad woman, but he didn't know how to express it, and his wriggling and hand-wringing made Lu Yuan's heart ache with love. In front of a woman of Lu Yuan's age, Hee-jun looked too young. Hee-jun was very shy by Lu Yuan's look. His Dao and experience were still shallow. Faced with a sudden heartbeat, there was no experience or ability to fight. I'll go back first then. Hee-jun hurriedly excused himself. He had 1,000 words inside him, but this was the only one he dared to say. He needed to hide in a quiet corner right now to calm himself down first. Lu Yuan knew though that the two were so far apart that it was unlikely that they would develop into either relationship, but couldn't resist asking, what bed number are you in? Hee-jun's nervous brain went blank as he awkwardly replied. I don't seem to have paid attention to the bed number. I'll go back and take a look before I tell you, okay? Lu Yuan wanted to tell him. Little fool, you can just give me your contact information directly. What do I need that bed number for? But she didn't have the heart to say it outright and casually replied. I'm not getting out of the hospital until tomorrow, so come over and talk to me when you have time. Hee-jun nodded in agreement, while noticing the stares of the people around him. There were too many people here and it was rather noisy, so he wanted to invite Lu Yuan to his mother's suite, but didn't have the heart to say anything. He just wanted to go back now and calm down first. Think about what to say the next time he came to this woman. Don't be like you are now, just standing still and not knowing what to do. People ask and answer, like a fool. He didn't realize how cute and inviting this goofy look of his was in the eyes of his mature aunt. 99% of the credit, of course, goes to his super high face value. With an ugly face, he might actually be taken for a cutie. I'm sure he'll be. Animals will not hesitate to choose a healthy and strong member of the opposite sex amongst themselves. In fact, the same goes for people, including plants. Everything is realistic. It's just that people have more factors to consider and are more complex. Chapter 98, Missing Her. I'll go first, then. Hee-jun left a sentence and was just about to turn around and leave. An old woman walked into the ward and came next to the 10th bed. After seeing Hee-jun, she asked Lu Yuan, is he your friend? Lu Yuan replied, you lost my ID card. It was someone else who found it and came to give it to me. I'm not blaming you, either, just reminding you. I don't need to be reminded that if you don't think I'm doing a good job, don't make me come. I don't like serving you yet. The old lady, furious, put the packed meal back on the bedside table and asked seriously, can you get out of bed now? Lu Yuan sighed and nodded helplessly. The old lady urges anxiously, I'll be going then. Give me the money quickly. I have things to do. Lu Yuan didn't bother to say a word more and took out a few $100s from her bag and handed it to her. The old lady quickly took the money, and without a word, she directly turned around and left, as if she really had something important to attend to. Hee-jun and the others had witnessed the conversation between the two, and everyone else was in a state of mind to see what was going on. Hee-jun couldn't help but ask with heartache, is she someone you hired? Lu Yuan revealed a trace of a disdainful smile and replied with disinterest, she's my mom. Without waiting for Hee-jun to speak, he added, stepmother. Hee-jun was silent, not knowing how to continue this conversation. Lu Yuan looked up at Hee-jun's face and guessed with a forced smile, you should have grown up in a happy family where your parents seldom fought, right? And they doted on you a lot, didn't they? They've never had a fight, at least I've never seen one. Lu Yuan asked enviously, they love you, and you love them a lot, don't you? Of course. Hee-jun nodded. He could see that Lu Yuan was lost and sad, but didn't know how to comfort him. I can see there's a joy in your face that I've never had. Rio Yuan tried to look as relaxed as possible when she finished. If you marry me, my parents will be your parents, and you can have that joy too. These words, Hee-jun could only mutter in his heart, not daring to say them at all. He was worried that the aunt in front of him would treat him as a psychopath. You eat quickly. I'll go back first. Hee-jun said goodbye again and turned away. Lu Yuan looked at his back as he left, and after a sigh, shook her head helplessly. Persuading herself not to think wildly, the two were born in the same world, but lived in different worlds. After Hee-jun returned to the hospital room, he sat on the sofa in the outer room. The image of that aunt just now lingered in his mind. Her every move, and every look, fascinated Hee-jun, longing to know more about that woman. This strong desire made Hee-jun unable to stop thinking about Lu Yuan. They had just met today. It was just their first meeting, and they weren't even familiar with each other yet. But why is it that after only a few minutes apart, there is a feeling of love to the bone and longing to be sick? The condition of her ward was so bad, and there was no one to look after her. Hee-jun couldn't help but start to worry. Fidgeting and panicking, Zhangliang heard someone walk into the ward's outer room, guessing that his son had returned to fetch water, and shouted outside, bring the kettle in. Are you stealing boiled water outside? Hee-jun then put himself, from the inexplicable thoughts to pull out, carrying the kettle into the inner room. Zhangliang saw him come in and smiled as he teased, it took so long to hit the jug of water. Are you looking at any nurse sister? Hee-jun put the kettle on the bedside table and smiled without picking a fight. Zhangliang advised, you'd better not fall in love with the nurses. They're too busy and hard-hearted. All day long, they give people needles, and if they flip out with you one day, what are you telling him that for? Shen smiled and chided, not wanting Zhangliang to joke around with his son. Zhangliang asked again seriously, you've graduated from high school now. You're about to go to college, and you're an adult. Do you have a girlfriend now? Shen didn't stop at this time. She also wanted to know if her son was in love. Hee-jun hesitated for a moment before swallowing and answering, I suddenly have a special feeling for someone. I just can't help but want to see her and worry about her. I don't know if it can't be a man. He Zhangliang deliberately teased his son, and Shen Kaiwei glared at him and rolled her eyes helplessly. Of course it's a woman. He Jun's answer was very firm. He Zhangliang also firmly told him, that's right, it must be love coming. Be brave and go confess. First love is usually fruitless, but the process is also important. Is there a picture of that girl? Let me take a look. For the time being, He Jun doesn't dare to tell his parents that he's infatuated with an aunt who's 14 years older than him. Only a shake of the head indicated that there were no pictures. What era is this? With the proliferation of various social software and display platforms, as long as it's someone you know, how can you not find a picture of her? He Zhangliang thought that his son was deliberately not showing him and complained impatiently. Shen Kaiwei hurriedly took his hand and calmly persuaded him. That's his personal matter, so don't ask. He Zhangliang couldn't care less. He said, let him be. Anyway, he's a man, so it's not a disadvantage to do anything. Don't guys need to love themselves? Were you so casual when you were young that you went around getting the short end of the stick for 3 days? Shen Kaiwei began to interrogate He Zhangliang. He Zhangliang asked with an innocent look on his face. Do you care about what happened before I met you? Not minding you. I'm just curious. So tell me. I'll analyze it for you. Are you at a disadvantage or an advantage? He Zhangliang and Shen Kaiwei looked at each other in a four-eyed glance, and they both couldn't help the corners of their mouths from rising, then glanced back at He Jun. No more for you. Go to the outhouse and rest. I want to hear it too. Hajun didn't leave, looking forward with a smile on his face. You don't tell me anything and you have the nerve to be here listening to my business. He Zhangliang grumbled, then pestled his head and thought for a moment. Begins to narrate. I remember it was an autumn day. The leaves on the mountain were turning yellow. My father took me to the river to catch fish. I fell into the river all wet, so I took off my shirt and pants, with my butt naked inside and my dad's jacket on the outside. I walked home. He Jun snorted and laughed. Shen Kaiwei also smiled and asked, how old are you and still bare ass? Can't remember. Maybe 4 or 5. Why don't you start with breastfeeding? Shen Kaiwei complained and couldn't help but ask curiously. Going home bare-assed? Then what? He Zhangliang sighed. When I arrived at the door of the house, I met a few old ladies from the left and right neighborhood. They are simply not human, peeling off their clothes and popping me. I don't want to hear it. He Jun threw out a sentence and walked towards the outhouse with a big smile. He suspected that when he was a child, he had suffered such a loss. When her son went out, Shen Kaiwei's eyes traveled downstream. With a smile on his face, he asked heartily, does it hurt? I don't remember. It didn't play badly anyway. Shen Kaiwei glanced toward the door and came to He Zhangliang's ear, whispering softly, I'll play it twice for you when we get home, so you can get back the feeling of your childhood. Dr. Shen, I advise you to recuperate from your injuries. Don't think nonsense. He Zhangliang puts on a serious face. You're the one who was immodest first. You're the one who's thinking in the wrong direction. Two people talk and laugh and have fun in the hospital. Chapter 99, Going to Her. He Jun was outside on the couch when he heard his parents laughing from inside, fantasizing in my mind that if I were with her, I might be able to stay in love all the time like my parents did. Late at night, He Jun lying on the sofa, tossing and turning difficult to sleep. The brain is Lu Yuan's voice and appearance. I was scratching my heart, anxious to ask her for contact information, but I didn't know how to ask. What if she doesn't give it to me? Or ask me why I need her contact info? What should I answer? He Jun couldn't help rambling in his mind. In front of the person he was in love with, it made him have no self-confidence, because he cared too much so he was afraid of being rejected. This kind of thing is clear to the onlooker and the authorities are confused. In fact, Lu Yuan has a good feeling about him. Even if she knows it's impossible, she still very much wants to get to know him. Lu Yuan couldn't sleep even as she lay in her hospital bed, her mind drifting back to the beautiful boy from today. I wonder if he'll come back to me. Lu Yuan guessed in her heart. She didn't seek to have a result with that boy. That kind of idea was impractical and too ridiculous. All she wants is to leave a good memory behind. Her past experience is not as good as it should be, nor is it honorable. Her life is a mess, and she doesn't dare to hope for happiness in the future. In a few years, when I'm old and gray, I'll just find a middle-aged man in a second marriage and marry him. What kind of feelings are you talking about? Just have a man as a companion and be able to solve the problem of food and clothing. Lu Yuan let out a sigh and turned her head to look at the two older sisters in the hospital bed next to her. Although they are not good-looking and out of shape, people at least have a husband in bed with them to take care of them. Lu Yuan again shifted her gaze to those two big brothers, the two fat head with a greasy look, in the recliner sleeping, snoring one after another. Noisy Lu Yuan could not sleep, but none of their wives take it seriously, probably because they're used to it. I should get used to it in the future when I marry a man like that. Lu Yuan consoled herself in her heart, then turned around and put her hands over her ears. At least she couldn't get used to the noise yet. The next morning, Hee-jun was in a hurry to go out to buy breakfast. In fact, he wanted to go and say hello to Lu Yuan. By the way, he would help her buy a breakfast and find another opportunity to ask for her contact information. It's too early. We're not hungry yet, so why don't you go to the cafeteria and eat and then come back? Just bring us back some. Zhangliang shuffled in the restroom and poked his head out to explain a few words to Hee-jun, who was about to head out. Hee-jun went out and went straight to Lu Yuan's ward. Lu Yuan had been woken up long ago. There were 4 patients living in this ward, plus their respective relatives, so they couldn't avoid the fact that there were always people coming in and out. She sat on her bed after washing up and fuming, neither too lazy to move nor at ease to rest. A figure stood beside Lu Yuan's bed. She didn't look up to pay attention to it. There were a lot of people visiting this ward, coming in and out endlessly. Anyway, none of them were looking for her, so she didn't bother to look at them. Did you have breakfast? Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Yuan immediately looked up and saw the handsome face that she had been thinking about all night. She couldn't hide her excitement and replied excitedly, "Not yet. I just got up too. I'm going down to get breakfast, so I'll bring you one." "No, I don't have any problem moving around now. I can go down and get it myself." Hee-jun was stuck again, not knowing how to respond. In her mind, she kept reminding herself that it was almost time to get in touch, and when she was discharged from the hospital today, she wouldn't have a chance. But with sweaty nervous palms and garlic in my mouth, I just couldn't open my mouth. Lu Yuan could see that Hee-jun was nervous. She, as an aunt, had a lot of emotional experience in the jungle. In the face of this kind of beautiful young man in love, naturally, she could easily pinpoint it. I was worried about not having company. Let's go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Yes, Hee-jun agreed painfully, praising in his heart that mature women were just understanding. Lu Yuan got out of bed wearing a loose pajama top and pajama pants, and at a medium height of over 1 meter 6.5. She stood together with Hee-jun, who had a net height of 1 meter 78, making a very good match. She looked around a few times and negotiated helplessly. "I'll just go down like this. I'm too lazy to change my clothes to dress myself up." "You won't mind." "Of course not. This is a hospital. It's normal for you to dress like this, but you're so young and handsome, and I'm old and ugly, and I always feel a little embarrassed to stand next to you dressed like this." Lu Yuan stared at Hee-jun's face and slightly exerted her power, making Hee-jun unable to resist, hurrying to explain excitedly, "You're not old, and you look good in anything. You look beautiful in your plain face." Lu Yuan knew that she had been a beauty since she was a child. Her body was slender but dimpled, thin but not faggy. Her body was still weak because of the surgery, but even with her pale face and no makeup, she was still overly poised. She'd seen too many men drooling over her and trying their hardest to please. Once a man got his way, it wasn't the same face anytime soon. She knows what boys Hee-jun's age want. They are curious about the opposite sex, very impulsive, but even more fickle. If one were to get emotionally involved with this wonderful boy, one would surely be broken and cut up. This age of Lu Yuan know how to grasp the balance. She has long seen through the rules of the game between men and women. The two left the hospital room and walked side by side down the hospital corridor. Although Lu Yuan can be discharged from the hospital today, her body is still very weak, and she will need to recuperate for at least 10 days and half a month after returning home to fully recover. She walks slower and seems to be struggling. Hee-jun discussed with her. "I'll rent a wheelchair to push you." Lu Yuan smiled and replied, "It's not that serious. If you're in a hurry, go ahead. There's no rush, no hurry." Hee-jun shook his head repeatedly and carefully guarded Lu Yuan's side. Handsome face and heartbroken eyes, so that love has long been disheartened. She began to long for and look forward again. "Cannot help but sigh in my heart. What a good boy. I know it's impossible to be with him, but I still can't help but fantasize. Is it possible that this time, I can't help but give my true feelings again? Maybe in the game between men and women, I will always be the losing side." After a sigh, Lu Yuan requested tenderly, "Can I take your arm?" Hee-jun nervously brewed for a moment and laboriously spat out a word, "Aha." Lu Yuan took Hee-jun's arm and leaned against his body. Walking felt much easier. Hee-jun was so nervous that his whole body stiffened and lost coordination. The rhythm of the pace is completely disrupted and the walk is a bit comical and ridiculous. As the two walked into the elevator room, Zhangliang returned to the ward from the nurse's station. As he passed the doorway of the elevator room, he glanced at the backs of the two. He didn't stop walking and muttered, "Why does that back look so familiar?" Then he suddenly stopped and returned to the door of the elevator room. Hee-jun and Lu Yuan had already gotten on the elevator, but the doors hadn't closed yet. Zhangliang saw that it was indeed a woman holding her son's arm. standing inside the elevator. Hee-jun had someone in front of him to cover him, and he was focused on Lu Yuan. He didn't notice his father, who was looking at the door of the elevator room. The elevator doors closed and began to descend. Zhongliang turned back to the ward. Chapter 100, Breakfast with her. After returning to the ward, Zhongliang sat by Shen Sayue's bedside and chatted with her. I saw our son outside just now, and he was with a woman, looking quite intimate. Shen Kaiwei asked curiously, who is that woman? I don't know. I just looked at the door and they went down in the elevator. How can it be? You're looking at it wrong. Xiao Jun went to the restaurant a long time ago, so I guess he's almost back from dinner, and he doesn't know anyone here. I can't possibly be wrong. It's definitely him. That woman is wearing a nightgown. She should be a hospitalized patient. Did he happen to meet an acquaintance here? Just ask him when he gets back. Shen Kaiwei casually threw out a sentence, then asked expectantly, how old is that woman? And is she pretty? Zhongliang shook his head. The two of them were standing in the elevator, with someone in front of them. I really didn't see the woman clearly. I only glanced at her back. Although she was wearing a loose nightgown, her figure should be quite good. Shen Kaiwei smiled and praised. You're really good. Just by casually glancing at someone's back, you can tell if a woman's body is good or bad. What kind of skill is that? I went to a clinic back in the day. There was a female doctor who still wore a mask. I only took one look at her and decided to go home with her. Shen Kaiwei smiled and pulled up Zhongliang's hand, asking knowingly, did you get your way afterward? Zhongliang replied with a bad smile on his face. I got it front and back. Nasty. Hit you. Shen Kaiwei gently patted Zhongliang's shoulder, unable to hide a shy face. I still can't help but blush and get my heart racing when I recall those crazy nights over a decade ago. He himself was just in his early 40s at that time, as if he was blooming for the second time in his life. Zhongliang was only in his 20s, the age of tirelessness. Shen Kaiwei closed her eyes. Those passionate and sweet images were still fresh in her mind, as if it was just yesterday. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Zhongliang's neck, exclaiming in her ear, in the blink of an eye we've been together for almost 20 years. How did I grow old so quickly? Zhongliang gently stroked her back and comforted her. It's okay to be old. Being healthy is enough. Without you by my side to keep me company, I'm afraid I'll commit the same old illnesses again. Shen Kaiwei revealed a helpless smile. She didn't know how much more time the heavens would give her to accompany Zhongliang. 5, 10, 20 years. She's not satisfied. Lu Yuan sat with Hee-jun in the dining room, a bowl of millet porridge and a bowl of soy milk on the table, for veggie buns and a small dish of pickles. Looking at the food in front of her, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile and flirted. Does this count as our first date? A date? Hee-jun repeated, showing a sheepish expression, not knowing how to define the meal. I just had surgery and can't eat meat. Why don't you want 2 meat buns? My dad says good meat is not stuffed and won't let me eat meatloaf or anything like that outside. Your father is right. You can't do harm without defense. Not to mention the meat filling, even the whole meat and ribs are counterfeited. Lu Yuan picked up a bun and handed it to Hee-jun before picking up another one herself. I can't eat in the morning, so I can only eat 1 bun. You can eat the remaining 3. You're a bit thin, and it's the time to grow your body. Lu Yuan's gentle eyes and caring tone mesmerized Hee-jun. He just nodded his head vigorously and ate the buns with a big mouthful, and he couldn't even say a few polite words. The more embarrassed he was to look up, the more recklessly Lu Yuan scrutinized his face, the more fascinated she became. 18-year-old innocent beautiful boy, by the 32-year-old pretty aunt. See, not a bit of power to fight back. Lu Yuan finished a bun, and Hee-jun also settled 3 buns, because he ate too hastily and choked a bit. He picked up the soy milk and took a big gulp, resulting in it being a bit hot. He burned his tongue and spilled some at the corner of his mouth, making a mess. Lu Yuan hurriedly asked heartily, scalded isn't it? Hee-jun instinctively stuck out his tongue, admitting that he was scalded, and awkwardly explained, it's fine, it's not too hot, then blew on the soy milk and took 2 more small sips. Lu Yuan took out a paper towel and reached out to help him wipe the corners of his mouth and chin, hating to help him blow on his burned tongue. Hee-jun was too nervous to move, and honestly waited for Lu Yuan to finish wiping him off before locking eyes with her and nodding his thanks. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuan opened her mouth and asked, I'm being discharged from the hospital this morning. Will we be able to see each other in the future? Hee-jun hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and excitedly pleaded, I want to see you again. Why do you want to see me? Your girlfriend won't be jealous. I don't have a girlfriend. Hee-jun has a very firm attitude and is glad that he is not in a relationship and is now free to pursue it. Lu Yuan could sense that Hee-jun was very sincere and could also tell that he was very simple and naive. After a moment's thought, he asked bluntly, do you want me to be your girlfriend? Since Lu Yuan had opened up her words, after poking through this layer of window paper, Hee-jun also stopped being nervous and nodded vigorously. You don't even know if I'm single, and at my age, I'm probably married. Lu Yuan had already decided to accept this handsome young man, but seeing his adorable expression, she still couldn't help but deliberately tease him. Even if you were married, at times like this when he's not around to keep you company, I don't think you need to live with him anymore. Looking at Hee-jun's serious look, Lu Yuan asked incredulously, even if I'm a divorced woman, you don't mind? Hee-jun shook his head. Don't mind. Lu Yuan revealed a helpless smile, not even bothering to argue. She wasn't foolish enough to take the older boy's words seriously, but she was happy inside, as if she too was back in that silly flowery season. I'm not married. I don't have a boyfriend. I'm not even hospitalized for surgery and I don't have anyone to take care of me. Lu Yuan laughed at herself, the slightest hint of sadness hidden under her forced smile. I'll take care of you from now on, Hee-jun blurted out with a very firm attitude. Lu Yuan looked at his face. Her heart had already surrendered. Even if it was just a dream, she was willing to devote herself to it. Even if you've predicted the ending, you still long to give it all you've got and love again. Do you expect me to be hospitalized later? Of course not. I can take care of you in other ways too. Lu Yuan smiled and teased. You still have to go to school. How can you take care of me? It's more like I'll take care of you. Hee-jun nervously asked. Will you be my friend? Of course. Lu Yuan took out her cell phone and added WeChat with Hee-jun. After the two finished breakfast, Hee-jun packed a good breakfast for his parents, and the two left the restaurant together. Chapter 101, Confessing to Your Parents. After coming out of the restaurant, the two walked shoulder to shoulder each way. While waiting in the elevator room on the first floor, Hee-jun suddenly asked, why aren't you holding my arm anymore? I feel stronger after eating, and I can keep up with you when I walk by myself. Lu Yuan replied casually. Not only did she have strength, her essence was much better. But you're my girlfriend now. You should be on my arm. Who said to be your girlfriend? We can only be considered ordinary friends now. There has to be a process if you want to move on. I thought if you gave me the contact number, that was a yes. Lu Yuan couldn't control her excitement and looked at Hee-jun's face. She didn't want to take into account, in reality, the messy problems. Brave took Hee-jun's arm and asked, now you're satisfied? Aha! Hee-jun nodded, his expression satisfied and calm. Lu Yuan looked at Hee-jun's side face and couldn't help but be curious. You don't seem to be nervous at all anymore. You've suddenly matured a lot. I don't know why. From the moment you agreed to be my girlfriend, I just felt like I've grown up and should take the responsibility of taking care of you. Hee-jun turned his head to bravely look straight into Lu Yuan's eyes. He really wasn't shy anymore. The deep and ambiguous eyes made Lu Yuan, the aunt, surprisingly a little shy. Unable to resist the corners of his mouth, he lowered his head to avoid it, while sighing in his heart, this game of love, I've lost again. I can't blame my love brain, I only blame the other party for being too good. When the elevator came down and the two walked into it side by side, Hee-jun asked, what time are you getting out of the hospital? You go back to the ward and take good care of your mother. Don't worry about my affairs. Contact me after 10 days and half a month if you still remember me. I'll see you when my mom gets out of the hospital. Don't you want to spend more time with your mom? You don't know how much my mom and dad love each other. I'm like a light bulb on the sidelines. I'm really in the way. As soon as these words came out, the others in the elevator also looked at Hee-jun and couldn't help but smile. Alright, I know. Lu Yuan signaled Hee-jun to stop, and both of them were a little embarrassed. The two walked into the ward area, said goodbye in the middle of the corridor and left in different directions to walk back to their respective wards. Hee-jun returned to the hospital room, placed the meal on his mother's bedside table, and asked, are you guys hungry? It's okay, not really hungry. Shen really wasn't in a hurry to eat. She didn't have much of an appetite in the hospital. Hee-jun looked at his son and teased, you ordered a few dishes and kept eating them until now. Hee-jun smiled and replied, just a bowl of soy milk and 3 vegetarian buns. Eating alone? Hee-jun looked surprised as he heard that his father seemed to know something. After a moment's hesitation, he answered truthfully, and a friend I just met. Just met and went to a restaurant together on your arm? She just had surgery yesterday and is weak. Hee-jun didn't finish. He wouldn't lie. If when he went to the restaurant, it was to take care of Ryu Yuan's weak body, but now it's not that anymore. Hee-jun saw through Hee-jun's mind at a glance, and he had never been in such a state in the past. Excitedly, he asked, that woman is not young. Hee-jun was even more curious. Have you seen her? I took a look from behind when you guys got into the elevator room. How old is she? How do you guys know each other? 32. I met her when I picked up her ID in the boiler room and went to return it. Hee-jun answered truthfully that he trusted his parents very much and did not have any resistance. Usually young people at this age are reluctant to be honest with their parents. You saw the picture on someone's ID and fell in love at first sight. Hee-jun excitedly took his father's shoulder and asked excitedly, "How did you know? If you picked up an old man or woman's ID, you'd have given it to the nurse's station. Would you have returned it to the person in person?" Hee-jun was read by his father and sat down on the edge of the bed and took his mother's hand with a shy smile. Shin Kai-wei was surprised when she heard the age of the woman, but didn't have the heart to say anything more, and could only look at Hee Zhengliang helplessly. Hee Zhengliang directly picked it out. "Don't you think she's too old for you? How could you fall in love with Auntie at first sight?" Shin Kai-wei glared at Hee Zhengliang as if she had been kenoted. Hee-jun immediately added a knife. "You and my mom aren't also like this. You two are 16 years apart. I was in a special situation." Hee Zhengliang wanted to speak, but did not continue. Shin Kai-wei had a crying expression, not wanting to get involved in this topic. "It's just a feeling coming on and deciding that the other person is the right one in your life. That's how I feel about her." After hearing his son's words, Hee Zhengliang incredulously asked, "Just because you saw the photo on her ID card, you instantly decided that she was the right person in your life?" Hee-jun carefully recalled yesterday's situation, then explained seriously, "It doesn't seem to be that way. When I first saw the photo on her ID card, I just felt a good feeling and wanted to get to know her. When I went to the hospital room to meet her in person, it was the huge contrast between her and her picture that made me more sure and feel like she was the right one." "Why are you still god-awful?" Hee Zhengliang flirted incredulously, then asked with great interest, "Tell me about that feeling, so that I can grow up as well." Shin Kai-wei glared at Hee Zhengliang, worried that he would make her son impatient if he flirted like this. Hee-jun wasn't impatient. He was willing to share everything about himself with his parents because he had respected and trusted them so much since he was a child, especially to Hee Zhengliang, who was not only a competent father to Hee-jun, but also a very good friend. Hee-jun opened his heart and began to tell, "When I saw the photo on her ID card, I was attracted by her innocent face. Her clear eyes were unforgettable, and I couldn't wait to meet her in person. It was only when I saw her in person that I noticed her age. The ID photo was from when she was 18, but now she was in her 30s. She cut off her once long hair, though I don't know when she did it, but I could sense that she must have gone through something poignant when she went from long hair to short. Her eyes were still clear, but clouded with a layer of sadness. Can't help but want to feel sorry for him and pamper her." Hee-jun didn't know how to describe the feeling and asked his father excitedly, "Can you understand what I mean by that?" Hee Zhengliang let out a sigh and replied indifferently, "I don't understand, but I believe you are in love with her." Then worriedly asked, "Are people single?" "Yes," I asked. "She's single." Hee Zhengliang smiled, unsure if the woman was telling the truth. Chapter 102, Going to see my future daughter-in-law. In Hee Zhengliang's opinion, although he and Shin Kai-wei were also very different in age, but at that time, he was already 26 years old and had gone through a marriage, so he was more mature mentally and emotionally. "But my son is only 18 years old, just like a blank sheet of paper." Although he hadn't asked, I guess he was still a virgin, so it was too cheap for that woman in her 30s. If he had a daughter who fell in love with an uncle, Hee Zhengliang would be furious, but the son fell in love with a mature aunt. This kind of thing, although not very favorable, but also will not be strongly opposed to. Just let him go. I've been hurt. I've grown up." Shin Kai-wei asked with concern, "Why did she have the surgery and what was the disease?" Hee-jun replied awkwardly, "It seems to be fibroids. It's just a benign tumor, not a big deal." "When will she be discharged?" Shin Kai-wei looked at this matter easily and naturally from a doctor's point of view. "She'll be discharged today." As soon as Hee Zhengliang heard that people were being discharged from the hospital, he hurriedly asked, "How many beds is she in?" 10 beds, Hee-jun replied casually, then asked nervously, "What are you doing?" Hee Zhengliang said helplessly, "I'll buy some eggs and go see her. And by the way, tell her that I have a stupid son who has his eye on her." Hee-jun immediately refused. "No need for you to say that. I've already confessed to her and she agreed to be my girlfriend." Hee Zhengliang took a deep breath and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "You just met someone yesterday, and you're confessing today." Without waiting for Hee-jun to explain, Shin Kai-wei reminded, "He's not just following you on this one." Hee Zhengliang let out a sigh and smiled, shaking his head, unable to retort. Hee-jun was quite interested to inquire with his mother, "Did my father also confess to you right after we met?" Shin Kai-wei looked at Hee Zhengliang and smiled as she replied, "Your father went to the clinic to see a doctor, and it was the first time we met. The next day he waited outside the clinic for me to get off work and had to follow me home." Looking at Hee Zhengliang's smiling expression, Shin Kai-wei pulled her son's hand, and both of them smiled happily. "Serve your mom dinner. I'm going out for a walk." Hee Zhengliang dropped a sentence and got up to leave. Hee-jun asked nervously, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to see my future daughter-in-law." "We've only just met and you're going to someone else. How embarrassing for her. She doesn't know me. I'm just passing her like a stranger. What's there to be embarrassed about?" "Oh, go on then." Hee-jun nodded, finally relieved. Turning my head to help my mother open her lunchbox, Shen instructed. You mustn't affect people's rest. Got it. He Zhongliang smiles as he walks out of the hospital room. He wanted to see what that woman looked like and how she could make Jun sink at a glance. Trying to recognize what kind of person this woman is based on half a lifetime of experience? Coming to the end of the corridor, Zhongliang found bed 10 on the display at the entrance of the ward. The door to the hospital room was open, and there were people chatting both inside and outside, and the occasional person coming in and out. There are 4 hospital beds in here, and there are more family members who come to visit during the day. Anyway, no one knows anyone, and no one cares about one more Zhongliang. Zhongliang glanced into the ward and found that one bed was empty, so he directly rushed towards that empty bed and walked in. It was none other than Lu Yuan's bed, with the bed and her name on the monitor above it. Zhongliang stood beside the bed and muttered in a low voice, Lu Yuan. That name just breathes a million words. The others took him for a family member who came to visit in bed 10 and didn't care too much. A few moments later, Lu Yuan came out of the restroom with pajamas and pajama pants, changing into a yellow bottom shirt, and a pair of light-colored jeans. The casual dress still makes her look radiant and beautiful. The delicate face and melancholic temperament. It is indeed very easy to provoke the man desire to care for her desire. Not exactly tall, but well-proportioned and slender. The breasts and hips weren't very full, but they looked fuller against the slender waist. There is no exaggerated front and back, but the concave and convex lines are also very aesthetically pleasing. Zhongliang had wanted to casually look at her and leave, but when he saw her approaching, he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Lu Yuan notices Zhongliang and treats him as the next patient's family member because the hospital beds are tight. As soon as someone is discharged, the next patient is immediately scheduled to be admitted. She moved closer to Zhongliang and said politely, I haven't finished packing yet, and I have to wait to get a report card, so I can't leave until about 9 o'clock. Zhongliang didn't say anything and looked Lu Yuan up and down. It made her a little embarrassed, but didn't show any sense of annoyance. Image was indeed important during socialization. Zhongliang could just go along with what she said at the moment and pretend to be the next patient's family member and take the opportunity to walk away. But he was worried that if he did have the chance to meet again in the future, he would definitely be recognized, and it wouldn't be good then. Simply and graciously confess directly, I'm Jun's father. I heard him say that he'd met a girlfriend, so I snuck over to take a look. Lu Yuan hurriedly greeted, hello, but I don't know what to call him. By rights he is Jun's father, so he should definitely be called uncle. But the age difference between the two was not too big, plus Zhongliang's face and body were well maintained. The two stood together looking like peers. Calling uncle seemed incestuous. Calling big brother was more appropriate. Sorry, parents are probably more curious about their children's affairs. I heard Jun say he fell in love with you at first sight, so I couldn't help but come over to take a look. So don't mind, I just want to talk to you. But don't worry, I will never interfere in your business. If it's inconvenient for you, I'll leave you alone. Zhongliang was very polite to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan could sense that Zhongliang was a reasonable person and warmly invited him to sit down without showing any resistance. Though what happened between herself and Jun was like a joke. Now even the parents were alarmed, making her very embarrassed. It was as if she had seduced someone else's child and the child's parents came to her door. Zhongliang sat on the chair next to the bed, and Lu Yuan slowly sat on the bed and awkwardly asked, when will Jun's mother be discharged from the hospital? Zhongliang guessed, when the catheter is removed tomorrow, he should be able to be discharged. Where did Jun's mother have her operation? Zhongliang hesitated for a moment and directly confessed, early stage of lung cancer, had surgery to remove the lobes of the lungs. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and her expression tensed. She didn't expect it to be this serious. Zhongliang comforted, there are many medical advances nowadays, and with early detection, most patients can recover after surgery. Yeah. Lu Yuan nodded her head repeatedly and couldn't help but exclaim, people with this disease are getting younger and younger nowadays. Your lover isn't too old, is she? She's exactly 60 years old. Zhongliang's sentence left Lu Yuan dumbfounded, staring at Zhongliang's face with an incredulous expression. Chapter 103, Being of Excellent Color. Zhongliang could see Lu Yuan's doubts, and without waiting for her to open her mouth, he graciously admitted, I'm 16 years younger than Jun's mother, then smiled and teased. Hikuan should be following me. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth rose but didn't have the heart to laugh out. She knew that Zhongliang was flirting with the difference in age between Jun and her. Knowing the age of Jun's mother, she immediately used honorifics. Auntie must be a very attractive woman. Zhongliang recalled that when Shen was 40 years old, she really wasn't inferior to the current Lu Yuan. Then smiled and teased, this kind of thing is in the eyes of the lover. She is now 60 years old, but in my eyes is still charming. This time, Lu Yuan didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh, then hurriedly apologized to Zhongliang. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any disrespect, Hee Junliang warmly invited. If you have the time and interest, you can go and say hello to Hee Jun's mom. She's a gentle and kind woman, very good to get along with. Lu Yuan nodded earnestly, expressing her affirmation of their family. Seeing Hee Jun, I can imagine that his parents must be very good people. Hajuan is more like his mom, Hee Junliang emphasized, then tried to inquire, what kind of work do you do? Lu Yuan sensed that Hee Junliang was a very sincere person and answered truthfully, I work in the guest room department of the Regent Hotel. Her position was head of rooms, but didn't have the heart to mention it. Hee Junliang knew about that 4-star hotel, which was not small. Considering that Lu Yuan works in that kind of place and is in this kind of posture, Hee Junliang couldn't help but speculate. Hee Jun said you're single, but with your looks, you shouldn't be short of suitors. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before nervously answering, I just ended a relationship. Regardless of whether what she said was true or not, Hee Junliang didn't want to pursue it any further and changed the topic to ask, you used to have long hair, didn't you? Yeah, just cut off my hair this year after years of growing it long. When a woman decides to cut her long hair of many years, it should be because of some past experiences that made her see through certain things. Hee Jun was just attracted by the lightness in your eyes and the aura that your whole person exuded after you turned into a short-haired person. After describing his feelings towards Lu Yuan, Hee Junliang curiously said, I also don't understand how that brat can see women so deeply and thoroughly at such a young age. Lu Yuan looked up excitedly at Hee Junliang, as if she had met a confidant, but there were some things she was not comfortable talking to him about. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. Hajuan's mother and I want you two to have a good outcome. We're in the 6th bed, so you can come in and sit down on your way out if you like. Both Hajuan and his mother should welcome you. Hee Junliang got up and left when he finished speaking, knowing that it was almost time to end the conversation with his future daughter-in-law. Lu Yuan had planned to just play along with that big boy, to each his own. I didn't expect his family to be so tolerant and friendly, so that she, who lacked family warmth since childhood, was somewhat touched and couldn't help but long for and look forward to it. Had she really met a treasure boy with whom she could make love? Looking at Hee Junliang's back as he left, Lu Yuan sighed in her heart, this future husband-daddy, he really can't be faulted in all aspects. When Hee Junliang returned to the ward, Shen had already finished her breakfast. Seeing Hee Junliang return, he hurriedly urged, the food is getting cold, so hurry up and eat. Hee Jun then nervously asked, have you seen her? Hee Junliang nodded, sat down and began to eat breakfast without haste. Shen anxiously inquired, how is that girl? Hee Junliang flirted with a sentence with a smile on his face, still a girl in your 30s, 30-something isn't that old. After Hee Jun finished speaking, Shen agreed, that's right, 30 is a woman's golden age. Hee Junliang nodded and praised, that Lu Yuan does have some good looks, and her temperament and conversation are also very good. After taking a deep breath, he added his concern, it just looks as if he's worried. Maybe his past experiences weren't as good as he'd hoped, and he has a bitter look on his face. Why are you still feudalistic? Hee Jun was not satisfied with his father's assessment of Lu Yuan's face. I mean her past. Maybe after meeting a fool like you, she'll be blessed in the future. I'm not going to be a light bulb for you too. I'm going to go outside and watch TV. The corners of Hee Jun's mouth rose in a satisfied smile as he walked towards the outside room, smoothly closed the door. Do not want to disturb the parents whispering, and embarrassed to listen to the ambiguous love between them. After seeing her son leave, Shen asked seriously, what's your impression of that girl? Hee Junliang emphasized a sentence. What girl? That's a woman. 30-something seems very young to me. What about comparing it to being 18? Shen hesitated for a moment with a worried expression. Xiao Jun is indeed too young. Does he know about men and women? Hee Junliang smiled and replied, we don't need to worry about this. That Lu Yuan can be considered to have picked up a great bargain. After she recuperates her body in 10 days and half a month, she should probably teach our stupid son. How can you say that? Xiao Jun is just simple at his age. He's not stupid. Shen didn't like the fact that Hee Junliang was always calling her son stupid. Hee Junliang smiled and sighed. That Lu Yuan's posture and figure are outstanding, and it's just the right time. Even if the two of them don't end up with results, it will still be a great experience for Junhee. It's better than wasting time on little girls who don't know any better. Auntie is good. Auntie knows how to be considerate and heartfelt. That's something I know well. Shen asked shyly, are you complimenting me? Hee Junliang asked rhetorically, is it right for you to praise others? But I don't think there's enough consideration and affection for you. Shen cupped Hee Junliang's face, her face slightly flushed. You get well before you think about that kind of thing, Hee Junliang advised, then kissed Shen on the cheek and lowered his head to continue eating. Shen stared at Hee Junliang's face, and after a moment of joy, she gradually calmed down. Taking a deep breath, I sighed. Even after I'm discharged from the hospital, my health is definitely not as good as it used to be, and it's inevitable that I'll have more than I need. Zhongliang didn't say anything, and after finishing his breakfast in a few bites, he simply cleaned up and sat next to Shen Kaiwei, whispering into her ear. Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth rise. Her face gradually flushed. Shyly, she chided. Don't you say it. The nurse will come to take my temperature in a while, and she'll think I've got a fever. Then he carefully looked toward the door, and could not help but put his hand on Zhongliang's thigh. Chapter 104, Give your little boyfriend a stamp. A moment later, Zhongliang sat down on the recliner and asked, Now you're satisfied? Shen Kaiwei blushed and shook her head. Zhongliang smiled and comforted her. This is not the time for you to be capricious. Get some rest. Strive to be discharged tomorrow. It's better to live in your own home. Shen Kaiwei nodded. She was also looking forward to going home early. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jun sat on the sofa and stared blankly. He had no time to care about what program was playing on TV. Full of thoughts about Lu Yuan, as if he had been poisoned by her. He didn't really have any specific thoughts, but just can't help worrying about her and missing her. Jun didn't know what time Lu Yuan was discharged from the hospital, didn't know if she was busy right now, and was considering whether or not to go find her. Two sudden knocks on the door interrupted Jun's thoughts. After he got up and opened the door, he saw Lu Yuan standing in the doorway with her duffel bag. She took off her pajamas and changed into her own clothes, and had dressed up a little. Even with just a light lipstick, it was enough to wow Jun. He knew what he wanted to do. What brings you here? Facing Jun's surprised expression, Lu Yuan smiled and asked, Aren't you going to invite me in to have a seat? Come in, come in. Jun hurriedly invited Lu Yuan into the house. Your father told me you were in the 6th bed, so this is a luxury suite. Is your family rich? Lu Yuan entered the house and looked around in surprise. I don't know. I think the general ward is full. Lu Yuan didn't know if Jun was deliberately keeping a low profile or if he didn't understand anything. Staring into his eyes, he asked, You told your parents that I promised to be your girlfriend, didn't you? Yeah, you would have promised. Don't you think it's more normal that you should start introducing them as ordinary friends? How can you just meet yesterday and finalize a relationship today? My parents can understand. They were pretty much like us back in the day. Lu Yuan revealed a smile, thinking Jun was joking, then asked enthusiastically, Can I go in and see Auntie? Sure, my mom would love to meet you too. Jun led Lu Yuan towards the inner room. Shen Kaiwei was satisfied with Lu Yuan, except for being a bit older, but since she was in the same situation with Zhongliang, she was too embarrassed to mind. Consider it destiny. Having been pampered by the lad himself for most of his life, it was now his son's turn to pamper another woman. Of course it wasn't easy to say how far Jun and this woman could go. 18-year-olds might change quickly, and if the two didn't come to fruition, it would definitely be Lu Yuan who would suffer. Her age couldn't afford to wear her out. Shen Kaiwei was worried about Lu Yuan and hoped that she would consider carefully and it would be best not to waste time on Jun, but she was too embarrassed to persuade her, fearing that people would misunderstand. Can only show great satisfaction and extreme blessing. After a few simple conversations, Lu Yuan could feel the charm in Shen Kaiwei, as if collecting all the advantages of women, the mother's loving forgiveness, the wife's tenderness and consideration, are displayed to the fullest. Lu Yuan couldn't wait to fit in their harmonious and beautiful family. It was perfect in every way, except for the fact that her husband's father was too young and might be a little awkward to call. After a short conversation, Lu Yuan bid them farewell. Zhongliang asked his son to send her downstairs. After Jun helped Lu Yuan carry her duffel bag out of the hospital room, Lu Yuan looked at Jun's childish and simple smiling face and was instantly pulled back to reality. This big boy is only 18 years old and has 4 years of college ahead of him. He's so good. There must be no shortage of pretty young girls around him, and he'll probably have a new love interest within a few days of going to college. Lu Yuan held Jun's arm and asked as she walked, How long will it take for you to forget about me after you go to college? Jun thought for a few seconds before responding, That's not right. Why would I forget about you? Because you'll meet younger and prettier girls. It's normal to forget about an old aunt like me. I won't change my mind about you. I promise you. Lu Yuan raised her head and glanced at Jun's serious expression, revealing a helpless smile sighing, You don't have to promise. I promise to be your girlfriend before you change your mind. I really don't change my mind. Jun continues to reassure. For some reason, Lu Yuan neither believed him nor wanted to blame him, and was willing to play this game with him, although she was pretty sure that it would be herself who would be hurt in the end. As the two waited for the car in front of the hospital, Lu Yuan looked at Jun's face. He had been hospitalized for a few days and picked up a beautiful boy for nothing, but it was a shame that he had just established a relationship and was about to be separated. Lu Yuan reluctantly took Jun's hand, then gently caressed his handsome face. When dealing with this kind of young man, he should definitely take the initiative. Seeing how nervous he looks, he probably hasn't experienced anything. Lu Yuan asked tentatively, "Have you never had sex with a woman?" Jun nodded, gulping with excitement, but didn't dare and was too embarrassed to make any moves. "Ever make out with a girl?" Jun thought for a moment and replied, "Does it count if they purposely pull and tug when doing the game?" Lu Yuan snorted out a laugh and wrapped her arms around Jun's waist to jump into his arms and listen to his heartbeat. Jun's heart was racing and he was so nervous that his brain went blank. It was only after a few moments that he slowly raised his arms and gently hugged Lu Yuan. First time experiencing this kind of excitement. The car that Lu Yuan called came, and he lifted his head to hold Jun's face with both hands and kissed him at the corner of his mouth. "Here's a stamp for you. This counts as making out with a girl, remember?" Jun hurriedly nodded his head and replied seriously, "Remember." Then he watched Lu Yuan get into the car and leave, and only when the car was far away did he put away his glowering expression. Lu Yuan sat in the back seat of the car and waited until she couldn't see Jun's figure before turning her head, unable to hide her sad and reluctant look. Suddenly the cell phone rang. It was Jun calling. "Where are you staying? I'll come find you when my mom gets out of the hospital." "Forget it. My body needs to recuperate for 10 days and half a month. If you come to me, it will affect my body's recovery." "How come?" "I'm there to care for you, to take care of you," Lu Yuan explained helplessly. "I can't have that kind of relationship anytime soon." Jun pondered for a moment and came to a realization. "It's not like I have to do that kind of thing when I go to you. You'll be satisfied if you can give me a stamp." Lu Yuan covered her mouth and smiled, feeling the cuteness of her little boyfriend and the sweetness of falling in love. Although this kind of relationship was dangerous and impractical, it was so sweet. "I'm afraid I won't be able to control." After more stamping, Jun hurriedly assured, I can control it. I was worried I wouldn't be able to control it. My little fool." With one gentle rebuke, Lu Yuan held Jun at bay, leaving him speechless. Then he seriously comforted him. "Don't affect my recuperation of my body. When I am fully recovered, I will naturally look for you, okay?" Jun nodded helplessly. "Okay, I'll wait for your news." Lu Yuan hung up the phone with a fond look on her face. She planned to contact Jun in a month's time, and perhaps by that time, the stamp for Jun would have expired. Both will come to their senses and realize how ridiculous and ludicrous this relationship is. Consider it a dream. Chapter 105, The Heart is Not Enough. The next morning, Shen removed the catheter, can get out of bed and walk freely. After a day of rest and observation in the hospital, they were processed for discharge home. Wait 3 months before returning to the hospital for a review. Han Shui took time out of her busy schedule to spend 2 days at home with her mother. Shen Sayue's body recovered quite well, only to say that the living is somewhat breathless, and after the lack of lung lobes, it needs to slowly exercise the lung capacity. Jun will start school in half a month, and the school is in another city, but it's not far from home, and can be reached in an hour or so by high-speed rail. He contacted Lu Yuan on the phone every day and often sent messages to chat until midnight. Feelings gradually warmed up, and the scale of the conversation became larger and larger. Even if you only chat on your cell phone, Lu Yuan can easily pin down Jun and tease him to the point of endless reverie. After all, the age and experience of the two were not on the same level, and Lu Yuan could be Jun's enlightened mentor. Since recognizing Lu Yuan, Jun's bedside table also habitually placed a box of toilet paper. Shen after surgery, resistance may decline. In order to prevent viral infection, try to not let her go to crowded places. Naturally, she was also not allowed to go to the clinic to work. Honestly, stay at home to recuperate. 2 weeks later, Jun reported to the university, still going home only once on the weekend, just as he did in high school. But he's an adult now, just like his sister was back then, and probably won't be home every week. Now that the house had become Zhongliang in Shen Sayue's two-person world again, Shen Kaiyue hadn't taken a proper bath since her surgery. Because of the wounds, she simply wiped her body each time, and in order for the body to recover quickly, also try to restrain themselves from indulging. Now that the wound was fully healed, she looked forward to a nice hot bath. After lunch, Shen Kaiyue discussed with Zhongliang, "Let's take a bath together." Zhongliang casually asked, "Not waiting for the night? I'm feeling bad about my body right now." "Your wounds could have been soaked a long time ago. Why weren't you in a hurry 2 days ago?" It wasn't very convenient the first 2 days when Jun was at home. "Does his presence in the house still affect your bubble bath? Isn't it bad if we're in the bath together and don't get out for a long time?" Zhongliang laughed and threw out a sentence. "There's more than one bathroom in our house, so we can still delay him from going to the toilet." Shen Kaiyue casually complained. "Anyway, there's someone else in the house, so I feel like I can't let go." "What else are you going to toss around with your current stamina, Neza?" You're fine if you're physically fit. I'm mostly cooperating with you. Shen revealed a petulant expression, and she couldn't help but feel her heart surge at the thought of the images to come. Though at this age, the desire has diminished and it's not as moist as it was when I was younger, but she still has needs physically, most of all for psychological reasons. It is because of the deep love and infatuation for her lover that stimulates her to develop a strong desire, more than anything else, to make the other person feel pleasure and joy. Some women are not interested in that kind of thing when they get older. This is partly because of the waning desire due to the aging of the body, but mainly because the sight of the other person is enough. Who has that kind of mind when you're fighting over food, rice, oil and salt and daily chores for 3 days? Most of their lives are spent trying to survive, day after day, year after year, enduring a boring life. In fact, the heart is older than the person. Some people's heart died a long time ago, as if the rules of The Walking Dead generally live. He Zhongliang stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Shen Sayue's waist with a slight force. Is this intensity acceptable to you? Shen Kaiwei took a deep breath and held it, her breath trembling in her throat. Then he wrapped his arms around He Zhongliang's neck, and after letting out a long breath, he whispered face to face, "You can go a little harder, as long as you like." "That's no good. Wear you out and I'll have to serve you." He Zhongliang flirted, picked Shen Kaiwei up and walked toward the bathroom. Shen Kaiwei, in He Zhongliang's arms, reached out and pointed to the bedroom, anxiously reminding, "Wait, I haven't gotten my nightgown yet. It's just the two of us in the house, so it doesn't matter if we wear them after the shower." He Zhongliang did not put Shen Kaiwei down, and Shen Kaiwei smiled and acquiesced, but it was hard to hide a few points of loss. If she was young, she was eager to show off as much of her attractive flesh as she could in front of her lover, but at this age, a nightgown is more than just a cover-up. She knows she is now in shape and has no capital to show off. Half an hour later, He Zhongliang held Shen Kaiwei out of the bathroom and walked into the bedroom. Shen Kaiwei put on her nightgown and snuggled into He Zhongliang's arms with a satisfied expression, but so tired that she didn't want to say a word. She just wanted to have a good sleep. The next morning, after He Zhongliang made breakfast, Shen Kaiwei hadn't gotten up yet. He Zhongliang walked into the bedroom and sat beside her, gently chiding. "What time do you plan to stay in bed?" Shen Kaiwei looked at He Zhongliang with a smile on her face. She was very happy and tired, and slowly sat up with He Zhongliang's help, helplessly laughing at myself. People are really useless in their old age. I feel that my back aches and my body is weak. I guess it will take a few days to recuperate. After your surgery, your wounds have recovered though, but the vital energy needs to be recuperated slowly. You can't rush it. I advise you not to show off. Honestly, after the shower, we go back to the bedroom to lie on the bed. You can still relax a little. You favor not to listen. Just can't wait so long. Shen Kaiwei revealed a shameful smile and tenderly apologized. "I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again." "Okay." He Zhongliang stared at Shen Sayue's tender eyes, kissed her on the forehead, smiled and flirted. "If Dr. Shen were at the golden age of 30, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to subdue you. When I was 30, you were 14. Well, it's almost time." Shen Kaiwei wanted to say something, staring at He Zhongliang with a face full of shyness. He Zhongliang blurted out, "I think you can eat me. I'm not a demon. Why would I eat you?" Shen Kaiwei cupped He Zhongliang's face and complained. Her face was flushed, couldn't help swallowing her saliva. He Zhongliang felt Shen Sayue's body temperature rising and hurriedly advised her. "Alright, no more flirting with you. Get up quickly. I see you're not tired again now, are you?" Shen Kaiwei smiled and nodded, knowing full well that her heart was more than enough. It's best to get up and eat breakfast honestly. Chapter 106, Sleeping Well This Way. He Jun's first weekend after going to college. He excitedly called Lu Yuan, hoping to go and meet with her. Lu Yuan advises him to wait until next week and asks if he's met any girls he likes in college. He Jun still insists that she is the only one in his heart and will not be attracted to other girls. Lu Yuan told him half-heartedly, hoping that he would still be so persistent next week. When He Jun came home for the weekend, he had dinner with his parents. His father asked him, "Don't you have a date for the weekend?" He Jun answered truthfully, "I asked Lu Yuan and she wants to meet with me again next week." "I'm asking if you don't have a date with your new classmate?" "It's only called a date when it's between a couple, and I already have a girlfriend, so how can I be dating someone else?" Looking at He Jun's serious expression, He Zhongliang smiled and shook his head, helplessly saying, "Your mother and I belong to a special case. Besides, I was already 26 in the beginning, and had experienced a marriage, and also suffered from a special kind of disease, only Dr. Shen can cure, all to accompany each other to this point." "What are you telling him that for?" Shen Kaiwei smiled and glared at He Zhongliang, a little embarrassed. He Jun had a curious look on his face. "What special disease? Tell me about it." He Zhongliang graciously admitted, "Back then, I suffered a head injury from a high-altitude fall, which led to brain damage, and I can't always control the massive secretion of dopamine. As for the symptoms brought about, I won't explain it to you in detail. Search the internet yourself if you are interested. Anyway, it seriously affects my normal life. More than a year had tortured me physically and mentally, and I had reached the point where I was terminally ill. It was at that time that I met Dr. Shen, and the first moment I saw her, I felt myself returning to normal. So it's not just because your mom and I love each other that we've come this far. More importantly, it's fate. The world every day, so many broken up couples, and divorced couples, they do not love each other? Not really. There are a lot of people who are really in love in the first place, and it's the kind of love that lasts until death do us part. But in the end, you can't resist fate, and with all the changes and pressures, you end up compromising. People change, especially at your age now. They're not even ripe for the picking. I hope you and Lu Yuan can make it work, but personally, I don't think that kind of probability is very high, so you'd better be mentally prepared. Jun didn't hasten to retort, thought carefully for a while, and said calmly, "You're afraid that I'll change my mind in the future, delaying her and hurting her, aren't you?" "I'm more worried about her hurting you." "How come? Didn't you always say it wouldn't hurt to be a guy anyway?" "Physically we do have an advantage, but emotionally it's hard to say. Maybe you're more emotionally fragile than others." "Okay, can you guys not always think the worst?" Shen comforted the two of them, then told Jun, "Just treat people sincerely and do it with a clear conscience. Don't listen to your father. Don't think too much about the future. Just let nature take its course." Jun nodded, feeling that his mother had a point. Then, still interested in my father's kind of disease, I pulled out my cell phone and ate while opening the app to check out. "What happens when you overproduce dopamine?" Then looking up, she asked curiously, "Do you still get moody, insomnia and anxiety if you don't have your mom around now? And dizziness, headaches, even schizophrenia?" "I don't have any of those problems." Zhongliang had a puzzled look on his face. His initial symptoms were more specific and not so complicated. Jun glanced at his cell phone and explained seriously, "It says here that if dopamine is overproduced, these symptoms will appear." Zhongliang looked at Shen Kaiwei and smiled as he discussed with her. "Dr. Shen, can you help me explain the symptoms at that time from a professional perspective? I don't remember." "Explain it to him yourself." Shen Kaiwei seemed to smile and didn't bother to join the conversation, continuing to eat with her head down. Zhongliang casually perfunctory, "Yeah, at first it was emotional instability, insomnia and anxiety. Over the years it should have been long ago for your mom to regulate it, and anyway, there's no discomfort in being separated from her for 3 or 2 days." Jun looked at his cell phone and then at his parents, and suddenly laughed and asked, "You're joking with me, aren't you? You also used this trick to rely on my mom in the beginning and had to follow her home." Shen Kaiwei also laughed and accused Zhongliang, "I also suspect that you intentionally lied to me in the first place. You really have a lot of heart." Zhongliang smiled but did not say anything. Lazy argument, lowered his head and continued to eat. After dinner, Jun stared at his cell phone and went to his room to go about his business. Zhongliang accompanied Shen Kaiwei to watch TV for a while and went back to the bedroom together. Before going to sleep, Shen Kaiwei put her arms around Zhongliang and suggested, "Do you want to separate from me for a while, to test whether you've recovered from that illness? I just had a crush on you and was looking for an excuse to go home with you. There's no such thing as a weird disease." Shen Kaiwei knew Zhongliang was joking and patted his chest. "If you can fool me, you can still fool everyone." Then caressing his face, he asked, "If you didn't have that disease, wouldn't you be afraid to promise that you would be able to be in love with me for so many years?" Zhongliang stared at Shen Kaiwei's somewhat nervous expression and flirted, "Dr. Shen, how much charm do you have? Don't you have a count yourself? Your ex-husband, the richest man in the city, is surrounded by beautiful women, but he still can't forget about you and can't let go of you. He's not sick anymore, but he's still being held by you. I can't live without you. I can't get enough of you in my life. I'm so old. What's so rare? Those young women are so nice. Their skin is shiny and taut, and their bodies are beautifully curved. Not to mention you men, I love them even when I look at them." Shen Kaiwei was happy, but she didn't quite understand. She felt that she now no longer had the capital to attract men. Zhongliang consoled her, "All people will grow old one day. There's no need to care too much. Anyway, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." When Shen Kaiwei heard such words, she couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth rise, revealing a happy smile. At all times, women love to be praised by their loved ones, but there's also a hint of regret, a helpless sigh. "It's a shame I didn't meet you at my best age. I'm not afraid of growing old. I just don't think it's fair to you." "You mean it's fair to make me 60 now too, don't you?" Shen Kaiwei smiled and shook her head. "I don't want you to be as old as me. I wish I could be younger than you, so I can bully you at night." "Don't you say that. I'm scared." Zhongliang hugged Shen Kaiwei and pretended to shiver. Shen Kaiwei laughed out happily and calmed down after a moment, wrapping her arms tightly around Zhongliang's neck, couldn't help but let out a sigh. flowers bloom again. People are never young again. He Zhangliang hugged her tightly and comforted her. Not necessarily. Nowadays, technology is developing so fast. Maybe there's a way to make people return to their old age in the future. I don't want to turn into a child, Shen told He Zhangliang. One hand began to feel. He Zhangliang lifted his leg to match hers, then smiled and teased. After you were discharged from the hospital, you developed this bedtime habit. Isn't it too naughty? That's the way I like it. A good night's sleep. Shen closed her eyes. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, happiness and joy written all over her face. Chapter 107, Waiting for this day at last. When He Jun returned to school, he was very popular in his class and made some good friends. One of the pretty girls had a crush on her and made hints, but he didn't budge a bit and just wanted to be normal friends with the other guy. Finally, it's the weekend again, and He Jun gets an invitation from Lu Yuan to give him his address. He Jun excitedly calls his parents to tell them that he won't be going home this weekend. He's going on a date with his girlfriend. Shen and He Zhangliang have no opinion. The son is already an adult. It is natural to go after their own happy life. He Jun rushed to Lu Yuan's address. It was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening. After taking the elevator upstairs and finding the door number, He Jun stood in the doorway and couldn't help but start to get nervous. If nothing else, he was going to get rid of his virginity tonight. As soon as he thought of Lu Yuan's face and body, He Jun was so excited and thrilled that he felt his mouth dry and his back teeth began to itch. Lu Yuan had already prepared the meal and was wearing a pink halter nightgown as she slipped back and forth in the living room. It was obvious that she had dressed herself up carefully, sometimes as pure as a lotus flower, sometimes as delicate as a blooming rose. Shen was right. This kind of woman with shiny and tight skin and a beautiful face with a beautiful body. Not to mention men. Women can't help but like them when they see them. She was fidgeting nervously as she knew He Jun would be arriving soon. Finally came the long-awaited knock on the door. Lu Yuan quickly rushed behind the door. Take a deep breath. Hold your breath and open the door to greet your longed-for little boyfriend. He Jun looked at Lu Yuan wearing a pink halter nightgown. The silky water-like fabric matched perfectly with her smooth and delicate skin. The design of the halter dress model made her breasts look fuller, with just the right amount of bare thighs and hip lines, neither very exposed, but also full of temptation, so that people cannot help but think about. He Jun stared at Lu Yuan's outfit and surprisingly popped out incoherently. How do you dress like this? He thought that when women were at home, they should be dressed in modest pajamas and pajama pants, just like his own mother. In fact, when he wasn't at home, Shen would dress up carefully in front of He Zhangliang, wearing a sexy halter nightgown. Shen had another side to her that was better at holding men than Lu Yuan. She just would never show it in front of him. That's how I always dress at home, yeah. What's wrong with that? Lu Yuan reached out and pulled He Jun inside, casually closing the door behind her. He Jun's dumbfounded expression was like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Lu Yuan stuck close to He Jun and questioned, "Don't you like my outfit? Like, or do you think I don't look good dressed like this?" Look good. You look good in anything." He Jun realized that he had asked a stupid question and was now eager to curry favor to make up for it. Lu Yuan reached up and caressed his face, slowly moving closer to his lips, wanting to give him another seal of approval. He Jun suddenly held her in his arms with force, and did not know what to do, but just hugged her hard and tightly. "What are you strangling me so tightly for?" Lu Yuan delicately chided. He Jun then loosened his hand and excitedly confessed, "I miss you every night. How about during the day? Don't you want to during the day?" Having to go to class and study during the day felt a little better, not as torturous. Looking at He Jun's sincere look, Lu Yuan teased, "You're still real, you can't even lie," then stared at He Jun's handsome face, which was full of collagen at this age, and his white skin seemed to be able to pinch out water. Lu Yuan wrapped her arms around his neck and questioned, "Tell me the truth, have any girls confessed to you?" He Jun hurriedly replied, "Someone asked me, and I told them that I already have a girlfriend." Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction and sent a kiss as a reward. He Jun's whole body stiffened and he couldn't wait to attack, but he didn't know how to start. He was too young and inexperienced in matters of men and women. Lu Yuan could see that he was anxious and gently comforted him. "Let's eat first. It's already so late. I'll accompany you after dinner, okay?" He Jun nodded and walked hand in hand with Lu Yuan toward the dining table. He got out of class and headed straight for the station. Kinda hungry by now. Sitting down, without being too polite, he took a big bite. Lu Yuan looked at the way he wolfed down his food, his eyes full of joy and love. During this period, Lu Yuan's cell phone rang a few times. She didn't answer it and directly hung up. He Jun asked curiously, "Why don't you answer it?" Lu Yuan nervously perfunctorily said, "Off-duty hours, no work calls." He Jun smiled, convinced of what Lu Yuan said, and lowered his head to continue eating. A few moments later, Hee-jun had almost eaten and calmed down. Raising his head to look around, he casually chatted with Lu Yuan. The decoration and furnishings of your home are quite simple, and there doesn't seem to be much in the way of furniture or appliances. It's just a house I'm renting for one person. I don't need that much stuff. Don't you have a house of your own? Lu Yuan laughed and replied helplessly. It seems we are not from the same world. I can't afford to buy a house by myself. When we both get married, you'll have your own house. Lu Yuan didn't know if Hee-jun would still remember what he said today when he reached the age of marriage. She didn't dare to hold too many expectations for the future. But hearing Hee-jun say this, she still felt warm in her heart. It seems like your family is really well off. Have your parents already bought you a house? Hee-jun wasn't too sure and replied, my family has a lot of real estate, so if I get married, I should be given a set. Lu Yuan had a crying and laughing expression and couldn't help but tease. Are you still a rich second generation? Then I've really earned it. Even if you abandon me in the future, you should still compensate me. Wouldn't I receive both wealth and color then? Hee-jun's expression gradually became serious as he asked in a lost voice, you don't really like me, do you? Lu Yuan realized that she had gone a little too far in making this kind of joke in front of this innocent young man, hurrying to explain seriously, I like you. Of course I like you. It's just that I think you're so much younger than me that it makes me insecure. So I always remind myself to always be prepared for the end of a breakup. Hee-jun grabbed Lu Yuan's hand hard and promised her, I will definitely not fail you. And when I graduate from college, I will propose to you. Lu Yuan didn't want to hit Hee-jun, but couldn't help but sigh. When 4 years from now, you'll still remember me as a person once in a while, I'll be satisfied. Hee-jun excitedly explained, why don't you believe me? My family has the gene for emotional specialization, and my parents have been very much in love for so many years, not even quarreling with red faces. My mom is beautiful too, and my dad looks so young and strong and handsome, but they never changed their hearts. Lu Yuan wanted to say, maybe they have some conflicts and things that you don't know, but looking at Hee-jun's serious and solemn expression, she was too embarrassed to say something like that, and Hee-jun's parents do look very much in love and enviable. Chapter 108, The Past is a Mistake. Lu Yuan patted Hee-jun's hand and comforted him. Alright, I believe you have the gene for emotional specialization. I'm waiting for you to graduate from college and welcome me as your bride. Although Lu Yuan was only perfunctory to Hee-jun and didn't dare to expect that there would really be that day, she couldn't help but burst into tears after saying those words. Hee-jun looked at Lu Yuan's teary eyes and finally manned up. Taking the initiative, he left his seat, rushed to Lu Yuan, and wrapped her tightly in his arms. I really like you. I swear, if I abandon you later. Without waiting for Hee-jun to finish, Lu Yuan sends a kiss to stop his vow. Lu Yuan didn't want to hear it. She knew that those vows weren't binding in any way. The end of the two people in the future. With the current oaths and promises, not half a penny relationship, Hee-jun didn't have any kissing skills. Eager and nervous to express his love, but didn't know how to put his mouth. Her face turned red, and she didn't know where to put her hands, let alone where to exert her strength. Accompanied by shortness of breath and a racing heart, his whole body stiffened and his mind went blank. It just felt so warm and silky that he didn't want to stop. Under Lu Yuan's patient coaching, Hee-jun slowly found the rhythm of kissing, and gradually entered a good situation. A moment later, Lu Yuan gently pushed Hee-jun away, raising her head to meet him at eye level. She couldn't control her swallowing, gently chiding. Alright, are you done? You want to eat me? Hee-jun replied nervously. If you don't say stop, I don't dare to stop, and I don't want to stop. It's late, so go take a shower and get ready for bed. I'm not sleepy yet. I'm not sleepy at all. Hee-jun tightly wrapped his arms around Lu Yuan's waist, not willing to let go. When I said sleep, I didn't mean for you to actually sleep. Lu Yuan blankly glanced at him, not bothering to explain, and directly ordered, quickly let go of me. I'll clean up this place. I'll help you clean up. I just took a shower yesterday. Lu Yuan reminded him. You can also skip the shower. I'll go clean up the second bedroom for you. You can sleep there tonight. Hee-jun's brain was still quick this time, and he asked excitedly, after the bath, is it possible to sleep in your room? Guess what, my little fool? With a delicate smile on her face, Lu Yuan gently pushed Hee-jun away and began to clean up the dining table. Hee-jun did not nag anymore, excitedly turned around and rushed to the restroom. Before Lu Yuan could finish clearing the table, her cell phone rang again. It was a man named Lei Ming who called. He was the vice president of the Regent Hotel and the man that Lu Yuan had once loved. Lei Ming was just a hotel porter more than 10 years ago, met and fell in love with Yuan Lu, who worked as a waitress in a restaurant. He is extremely smooth and tactful, and he is also very talented. By chance, he was noticed by the daughter of the boss. The old boss's daughter had just been divorced at the time and was in a window period. He sees this opportunity to strike decisively and climb the high branch, while he himself is on a level playing field. He also helps Lu Yuan become the head of the guest room department. It was supposed to be the end of the relationship after the love, pain, and hate, but after the two were separated for some time, Lei Ming began to relaunch his attack on Lu Yuan. He pleases and pursues the daughter of the old boss just for his own future, and he has never been able to let go of Lu Yuan in his heart, and he promises Lu Yuan that he will divorce the old boss's daughter as soon as he has accumulated enough wealth. The old boss's daughter is a anyway and has a gigolo on the outside. After all, Lu Yuan had loved him deeply, and the scum is like sugar cane. Although you know that after chewing there will be crumbs left, but when chewing, it is really sweet. Under Lei Ming's stalking, Lu Yuan has been in an underground affair with him for several years. During this period, they also had many breakups, but they never made up their minds to end this wrong relationship. 6 months ago, a very important client of Lei Ming stayed at the Regent Hotel. He takes an immediate liking to Lu Yuan, who is the guest room supervisor, but of course he is a middle-aged man with a family, and is just looking for a lover. He made his thoughts known to Lei Ming. In order to please this client, Lei Ming specially arranged the drinking game to set up Lu Yuan and this client together. As a service worker, some scenes were inevitable, and Lu Yuan was used to this arrangement. But this time she realized there was more to it than simply showing up and giving a face. Lei Ming had other arrangements and planned to have Lu Yuan accompany the client back to her room and would pay her a generous amount afterward. Lu Yuan instantly saw the face of this man, and also soberly realized how lowly he was all these years. If she had completely drawn a line with him in the first place, she wouldn't have been subjected to this kind of humiliation today. It was her own hesitation and compromise time and time again that had allowed Lei Ming to gain an inch and recklessly challenge her bottom line. Lu Yuan slapped Lei Ming in a fit of rage, and then sailed away. Since that drinking game, Lu Yuan has stopped giving Lei Ming any chance to get close to her. Vowing to end this wrong relationship, Lei Ming apologizes to Lu Yuan many times and tries to salvage their underground relationship, but all of them are rejected by Lu Yuan, who intends to leave the city, forget the past people and things, and start a new life. Just as she was about to quit her job, Lei Ming told her that he was going to be away for a few months because of business. I hope both of them calm down and think about how to face each other in the future. After Lei Ming left, no one bothered her anymore and showed her how alone she was. Her family was not well off since she was a child, and when she was in junior high school, her mother fell ill again and died, and her father had a hard time finding another woman. With a stepmother comes a stepfather, and not only did her father fail to take good care of her, he himself was killed in a car accident. Luckily, left the stepmother a compensation. Stepmother look at this money on the sake of, finally let her finish junior high school. Then she let her go out to work and had to take care of herself in the future. The teenager hadn't suffered and been bullied a lot in society, so after meeting Lei Ming who doted on him, she felt that her bitter days had come to an end, and she used to really love that man. But between her and glory and riches, that man chose the latter without hesitation. Those days when Lei Ming was not there, Lu Yuan gradually figured out that she did not hate that man. Feelings of this kind of thing, are you love my willingness where the right and wrong? To blame their own play cannot afford it. Half a month ago, Lei Ming came back. After learning that Lu Yuan had just had surgery, she was very concerned about her. Time and again they tried to visit her at home, but were refused. Lei Ming was not a man of heavy feelings, but he was greedy for money and lust, and he was never willing to give up on Lu Yuan's beauty and body. Jun was already in the shower, and Lu Yuan answered the phone helplessly. Lei Ming, what the hell do you want? It's over between us. How many times do you want me to say it? Chapter 109, Get rid of the scum. Lei Ming was excited to curry favor. Even if I'm just a normal friend, I can still show my concern for you. Right, Lu Yuan told him categorically. We no longer have any relationship other than that of superior and subordinate. The fact that you don't want to be normal friends with me means that you still have feelings for me. We have loved each other deeply. How can you just say break? If you're being such a nuisance, I'll just have to resign tomorrow and stay away from you. Can we talk about it tonight? It shouldn't be inconvenient since you're a month out of surgery. I really miss you. Lu Yuan could hear what Lei Ming meant. That is, she was craving her body again, angrily accusing him. Will you have some face? Haven't I let you take advantage of me enough over the years? How can you say who took advantage of who in this kind of thing? You're enjoying yourself too. Hearing the oily voice on the other end of the phone, Lu Yuan's false face of Lei Ming surfaced in front of her eyes. Couldn't help but blame myself in my heart. How could I have been so stupid back then? Surprisingly, she was coaxed by his flowery words. She tried to keep herself calm and nodded helplessly. You're right, there is no debt between us, but everything in the past is over. I don't want to have anything to do with you in the future. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, She directly hung up the phone, turned the cell phone on flight mode and casually throw it aside. A few moments later, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lu Yuan quickly came behind the door. It was not yet 9 o'clock. It was not very late. She casually asked, "Who is it?" "I'm the downstairs tenant. Is there a leak in your house?" Lu Yuan glanced towards the restroom. Jun hadn't come out yet, but it shouldn't have happened. She had never encountered it before. She opened the door with a puzzled look on her face, wanting to ask the person outside for clarification, only to find that it was Lei Ming standing in the doorway. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, he playfully asked, "You're dressed so beautifully, did you know I was coming?" "It has nothing to do with you. I don't want to see you." Lu Yuan is about to close the door after saying. Lei Ming reached out to pick at the doorframe with a disinterested expression. Lu Yuan reminded him, "Take your hand away. Don't squeeze your hand. You still can't bring yourself to hurt me, can you? I know you still like me. Just because I don't like you anymore doesn't mean I have to hurt you. Don't flatter yourself." Lu Yuan seriously drove Lei Ming away. Lei Ming gained an inch a step, rushed into the house. Lu Yuan tried to push him out, but did not succeed. She did not have the strength of this man. Just as the two of them were pushing each other, Jun walked over to them bare-chested with a towel around his lower half. Lei Ming froze in place, staring in surprise at the young man behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked back, embarrassed and not knowing how to explain, urging Lei Ming to go out quickly. Lei Ming could see that Jun was very young and seemed to have a relatively gentle personality, unlike a fierce person. Surprisingly, he turned against the guest and rebuked loudly, "Brat, what are you doing in my girlfriend's house?" Jun was subdued by Lei Ming and was so scared that he couldn't speak even though he was shivering. He was too young. The other party was middle-aged and had been in society for many years, and could easily overwhelm Jun in terms of his aura. More to the point, Jun felt vindicated. He wasn't sure what his role was, although he didn't want to believe it. Looking at this situation, it was very likely that Lu Yuan had been cheating on him, and that she was the real boyfriend. Lu Yuan could see that Jun was timid, and hurriedly came close to pull his hand to comfort him. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I broke up with him a long time ago." Then he loudly told Lei Ming, "He's my boyfriend. I asked him to come. What's it got to do with you? Get out or I'll call the police." Annoyed, Lei Ming moved closer to Lu Yuan and pointed at her. "You're really good at this. He's still a student, isn't he? Grown up?" After getting Lu Yuan's affirmation, Jun was no longer afraid and bravely took 2 steps forward to block in front of Lu Yuan, clearly telling Lei Ming, "I'm going to college and I'm already an adult." Facing Lei Ming's fierce eyes, Jun wasn't afraid, but he didn't act very strong either. If he really did it, he definitely couldn't beat Lei Ming. He wasn't exactly strong to begin with, and being an honest kid, he'd gotten his hands dirty in fights since he was a kid. Lei Ming also saw that Jun was an honest child, and seriously questioned, "Which university do you go to? Where does your family live? Why should I tell you?" Jun's attitude wasn't strong enough, although he didn't intend to back down, but the aura was indeed weak. He hadn't experienced this kind of thing and couldn't help but feel a little nervous and panicked. Lei Ming began to put on a menacing face and threatened, "Do you know what I am? In this territory, I can make it impossible for you to return home. Do you believe that?" Lei Ming has some power and connections in the black and white channels, but he doesn't have the ability to cover the sky with one hand. Lu Yuan knew that Lei Ming was deliberately scaring Jun by seeing that he was young and relatively honest. She stepped forward and pushed Lei Ming, shouting angrily, "Get out right now, or I'll call the police right away." Lei Ming took 2 steps back. He knew he couldn't bluff Lu Yuan. "Brat, if you dare to spend the night here tonight, I will definitely not let you go. If you don't believe me, just try." After punching Jun and putting down a harsh word, Lei Ming turned to leave. As soon as he went out, Lu Yuan immediately closed the door. Returning to Jun, he stroked his face with both hands and comforted him heartily. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect him to come. Did it scare you?" Jun felt guilty for his slightly weak performance and awkwardly explained, "I'm not afraid of him, but I do feel a little nervous. I should be the one to protect you. Do you think I'm useless? How come? How old are you? Haven't had any experience in society yet. You didn't back down. I think you've been very brave." Lu Yuan praises Jun and happily kisses him twice on the cheek. Then staring at his face, he flirted with gentle strokes. "Look at your delicate skin after a fresh shower, like a peeled egg." Jun smiled with an expression of nervous anticipation as he waited for Lu Yuan's next arrangement. Come back to the room with me." Lu Yuan reached out and grabbed the bath towel around his waist, pulling Jun toward the bedroom. The two sat on the bed. Jun looked around. The woman's room had a special smell, makes him more nervous in anticipation. Lu Yuan clung to Jun's body and asked, "I'm here. What are you looking for?" "I'll just take a look around your room. Hee-jun stammered a reply, then hugged Lu Yuan tightly. Hands couldn't wait to caress her body, and the movements seemed rusty and clumsy. Why is your face red and your body a little hot? Is it because you're not feeling well somewhere? Hee-jun stared at Lu Yuan with a nervous expression. Little fool, don't you have physical hygiene classes in college? Lu Yuan asked, then wrapped her arms around Hee-jun's waist, pushing her face against his chest. She cooled down her hot cheeks. Hee-jun nodded and began to seriously recall. Well, don't you fool around. I am a little uncomfortable. You come to help me. Lu Yuan gives Hee-jun a handful of instructions. Chapter 110, Officially in Love. A few minutes later, Hee-jun was lying on the bed looking at the ceiling with a stunned expression. Lu Yuan snuggled up next to him and caressed his face, asking with concern, "What are you thinking about? Am I normal like this? Why not?" Hee-jun mumbled nervously. Different from what? Hee-jun glanced at Lu Yuan, wanting to speak but not having the heart to answer. It's not like the little movie you saw, is it? Hee-jun nodded, unable to hide his loss. Are you uncomfortable? Hee-jun hurriedly nodded his head vigorously, his pleasure overflowing, but he wasn't satisfied with his performance. He wasn't the type of person who only cared about his own comfort. Lu Yuan came to his ear and praised him with satisfaction and anticipation. Even the first time is like this. You're already doing very well, and it will be better than once. Hee-jun turned his head to meet Lu Yuan in a four-eyed stare, looking a little embarrassed as she asked shyly, "What are you always staring at me for? Is it because you're so pretty that I'm so fast?" Hee-jun was still haunted by his earlier performance and did his best to find out why. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded, not bothering to explain. She knew Hee-jun was fine and on good terms. She just needed a little time to slow down. Are you staying over tonight? Lu Yuan's sudden question puzzled Hee-jun. With a puzzled look on his face, he asked, "Are you kicking me out?" "Of course not. I can't afford to let you go." Lu Yuan first gave Hee-jun a peace of mind, and then asked with concern, "That bad guy just threatened you and wouldn't let you spend the night in my house. Are you afraid?" Hee-jun replied firmly, "Of course I'm not afraid, unless you're the one who lets me go. I don't care what anyone else says. He might actually look for trouble, but I'll be sure not to let him hurt you. I'll get out of here with you, and I'll get a job around your college, be with you every weekend and take care of you, okay? You don't have to give up your job. I'll come see you every weekend. I'll tell my dad if that guy bothers us again." Lu Yuan looked at Hee-jun's serious little expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud, curious as to why she fell in love with this big boy, but he was really simple and cute. Lu Yuan couldn't wait to bring him around every day to love him. She couldn't help but kiss him and comforted. "Don't worry, he's just talking in anger. He shouldn't do anything very excessive." Then couldn't resist asking, "What does your father do? He seems so easygoing, but there's a very confident power in his eyes. He's been taking care of me at home for as long as I can remember. When I went to school, he opened a gym, but it didn't seem like it was to make money, just to pass the time. My mom says he doesn't make as much money as a cleaning lady." Lu Yuan wasn't sure if Hee-jun was a rich second generation, but his family was definitely in a good condition and he shouldn't be short of money. She didn't press on. She liked the guy and didn't want to keep prying into Hee-jun's family finances. "It's almost 10. Let's go to bed," Lu Yuan discussed with Hee-jun. In fact, she knew that this night was very important to Hee-jun. Normal guys don't give up and must toss themselves to exhaustion 3 times before they can go to sleep. Hee-jun really didn't want to go to sleep. He cupped Lu Yuan's face and scrutinized her body. A serious plea. "I don't want to go to sleep and I won't let you." Both of them wore shy smiles and a $1,000,000 look of anticipation. Lu Yuan began to blush again and her body burned. 20 minutes later, the two rested for a little while, still not willing to go to sleep, starting to smooch and gossip until midnight again. Lei Ming in the car downstairs, sat for a few hours, and did not see that little white man out, and the lights in Lu Yuan's bedroom, always on. With a fierce look in his eyes, he snuffed out the cigarette in his hand and threw it out the car window with force, then started the car and left, leaving only a trail of cigarette butts. When it was almost 2 in the morning, Lu Yuan tiredly and contentedly discussed, "Little bull, let's turn off the lights and go to sleep. I'm really sleepy." Hee-jun nodded in agreement, then got up to turn off the lights. Lu Yuan turned her back to Hee-jun, but her back and ass were pressed against him, eager to be held tight. She didn't want to think about anything now, didn't want to give up the happiness of today by worrying about tomorrow, even if she will be abandoned in the future. She has no regrets. Consider it as her destiny. Live today and enjoy the moment is enough. When in love with someone, it's easy to lose another person. That's yourself. Some people will also fall in love with themselves again after going through something and also realize that the person they should love the most in this world is themselves. Some people can't do it. Hee-jun hugged Lu Yuan tightly, clinging to the concave curves of her body. The two seem so tightly knit. The next morning, Lu Yuan opened her eyes and it was already after 8 o'clock. She would be late if she didn't get up. But looking at Hee-jun's sleeping face, she couldn't wait to get tired of being in bed with her little boyfriend all day. Lu Yuan gently a kiss. Hee-jun opened his eyes. After seeing Lu Yuan, the first reaction was that the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Lu Yuan also blossomed into a happy smile. And humans who had reached mating age called this phenomenon hot love. I have to go to work. Are you coming home today? Lu Yuan was about to get up after saying that. Hee-jun reached out and wrapped his arms around her, gently threatening, "You're not going anywhere today." Lu Yuan asked excitedly, "Aren't you leaving today?" Hee-jun nodded and then began to move his hands. After yesterday's overnight training, he was now well versed. Like a kitten that had tasted fishy, he no longer waited passively, but went on whenever he saw an opportunity. "Let's get up and have breakfast." Hee-jun doesn't give her a chance to get up. "Don't be in such a hurry. I'm not going to work today. Let me call first to say." Lu Yuan picked up her cell phone and simply chose to give up before she could dial. She didn't have the heart to make a call and subsequently tossed her cell phone aside. Yesterday Hee-jun was still like a docile and passive kitten, but today it had turned against him. Lu Yuan loses the initiative, which is exactly what she craves and expects. It was 20 minutes before the two got up and washed up for breakfast. Until noon, they spent most of the time cuddling and making out, whispering endless words of love in their ears. Chapter 111, Beaten Up. Lu Yuan wrapped her arms around Hee-jun's neck with a delicate and lazy look and discussed with him. "Let's go out for lunch. I'm so tired of being tossed around by you. I'm really too lazy to cook." Hee-jun nodded. "Don't go too far. My legs are weak too. Who told you to be endless? I thought you didn't know how to get tired. Once I leave tomorrow, it will be another week before I see you. That's why it's so hard to give up, to give you all of myself. There are times when you get tired of it. I want you to be fine and stay with me for more years." Lu Yuan knew it was the heat of the moment, saying things without thinking, completely controlled by hormones. "I'll always be there for you, just like my dad loved my mom." Lu Yuan knew full well that this kind of promise might just have an aphrodisiac effect, without any practical guarantee for the future, but still moved to tears just because it came from the mouth of his beloved. "I love you, no matter what the future holds. I love you." Lu Yuan is a woman who is easily moved, which is why she has been toyed with and teased in the past. She longs for a secure relationship, and a reliable man, knowing full well that it's harder to keep a man when he's young and handsome. And it is this kind of man who is especially young, very handsome, and 10% heart. But now that I've met and have been conquered by him, what can I do? One can only love him against all odds and pray that the end won't be too tragic. Lu Yuan brought Hee-jun into a noodle shop in the alley, which was not big, with only a few tables inside, and was very close to the neighborhood where she lived. Although the dishes were single, they were all genuine. Lu Yuan liked coming to this noodle shop so much that she often came here alone to eat. When she was with Lei Ming in the past, Lei Ming only accompanied her once, and then he disliked the place as not upscale and never wanted to accompany her again. Hee-jun is not picky about the setting, finding this kind of place grounded and raving about the food. Lu Yuan felt relieved to hear Hee-jun say this and asked excitedly, "Do you like to accompany me here to eat noodles?" "Sure, it's nice here. Even if you're squatting on the street to eat, I'd still be willing to keep you company. You sure are different from him." Lu Yuan happily pinched meat into Hee-jun's bowl, hoping he would eat more. Hee-jun casually asked, "Different from who?" Lu Yuan shook her head with a disinterested expression and did not answer positively. Hee-jun didn't pursue the matter and reminded her, "Didn't you say you were tired? You should eat more too. I'm still staying at your house tonight. Do you have time to get home if you leave tomorrow?" "I'm not going home this weekend. I'm going straight back to school tomorrow evening." Lu Yuan accused with a smile on her face, having a daughter-in-law and forgetting her mother. "I don't want to have a son in the future." Then he stared earnestly at Hee-jun, observing his reaction. Hee-jun laughed and teased, "It doesn't seem like it's up to us to have children." Lu Yuan is 32 years old and she wants a child very badly. Suddenly, a bold idea came to her. If she could have a child with Hee-jun, even if Hee-jun changed his mind and left her in the future, at least there would still be a child by her side to keep her company. But when I think of Hee-jun's age, it's better not to talk to him about these things, so as not to scare him. He's still like a child himself. After dinner, let's go to the supermarket for a stroll, buy some needed ingredients, and I'll make you dumplings for dinner tonight. Okay, what kind of filling do you like? You're not a picky eater, as long as it's hand-breaded by you, and I love it when it's noodle-filled. Where are the noodle-filled dumplings? Lu Yuan covered her mouth and laughed. She hadn't been this happy in years, feeling both immensely happy and scared. Fear that this happiness is unreal, or too fleeting. There were only 2 tables of customers in the noodle shop, and all the food was quite simple. The 2 old men who ran the noodle shop were not very busy, An old lady sat next to her observing Lu Yuan and Hee-jun, and couldn't help but inquire with Lu Yuan, "Girl, what kind of person is this young man to you?" Lu Yuan often came to patronize, and was considered familiar with the old lady, but just smiled awkwardly and didn't have the heart to introduce. Hee-jun answered for her, "Auntie, I'm her boyfriend." "What a handsome kid," the old lady praised happily, then reminded him, "Your girlfriend called me auntie. You should call me grandma." Hee-jun smiled and nodded. "That's fine." Shen was in her 40s when she gave birth to him, so he was used to calling women in their 60s aunts, but when they met men of the same age, they used to call them grandpa because Zhonglian was too young. The old lady could see Lu Yuan's concern and seriously comforted her. "Girl, you don't have to worry too much. This little boyfriend of yours has a good face and a soft heart. As long as you treat him well, he will definitely not fail you." "Really?" Lu Yuan looked at the old lady happily. She felt that the words of such old people should be more spiritual. Hee-jun seriously emphasized, "Of course it's true. I've told you so many times that I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. You don't get to say it." Lu Yuan jokes with Hee-jun. She prefers to believe the old man's golden words. The two finished their meal and skipped towards the supermarket, holding hands. As they passed by the entrance to Lu Yuan's neighborhood, a van was waiting here, waiting for Lu Yuan to get close to Hee-jun. The van door opened. From above rushed down a few people. Without saying anything to Hee-jun is a beating. Lu Yuan wanted to block, but was grabbed by the arm and pulled to the side. She desperately resisted, but was helplessly too small to break free, and could only watch as Hee-jun was beaten. In front of these socialites, Hee-jun didn't have the slightest power to fight back. He didn't know how to fight at all, and he wasn't an opponent in a single fight, let alone being beaten up by a group of people. After a violent beating, Hee-jun collapsed on the ground with his hands holding his head in pain. Those people got on the bus one after another, and the person who grabbed Lu Yuan's arm let go of his hand. Lu Yuan rushed over and squatted beside Hee-jun to assist him. "This time I'm just giving you a warning. Next time I won't be so polite. You'd better not call the police, or we won't let you off. And this little thing? It's useless for you to call the police. It's only a blind delay." The lead man threatened a few times before getting in his car and leaving. Seeing Hee-jun being beaten, Lu Yuan's heart bursts into tears and she mentally blames herself for not being able to protect him, guessing that it would have been Lei Ming who sent someone to do it, but not knowing how to deal with that kind of person. Hee-jun's face was swollen, the corners of his mouth were bleeding, and he felt pain in many parts of his body, but he didn't know how badly he was hurt. It was the first time he'd ever been beaten himself, and he had little concept of injury. Lu Yuan saw Hee-jun stood up with difficulty, hurriedly dialed 120. While being examined in the hospital, Hee-jun still decided to call the police to deal with. Lu Yuan was a little worried that Hee-jun would be retaliated against, but there was no better way than to agree with Hee-jun's decision. After examination, although Hee-jun was beaten lightly, but they are all superficial injuries, no need to recuperate for 2 days will be fine. Even if you catch the person who hit him, it doesn't constitute a crime, only an administrative penalty. And although the two men saw the license plate number, but after checking, there is no such license plate. It is estimated to be a vehicle used for frequent crimes. If they still want to pursue the matter, they should take Hee-jun and Lu Yuan to the police station. Let them give a detailed description of the assailant's appearance and characteristics to help the police launch an investigation. Lu Yuan persuaded Hee-jun to forget about it. Even if he went to the police station and worked for half a day, it would definitely be a waste of time. Hee-jun tries to bring up the man who threatened him last night, but is stopped by Lu Yuan, who advises him not to pursue the matter any further. Hee-jun listened to the words of Lu Yuan, choose to put things to rest. Chapter 112, decided to ask my father for help. After the two returned to Lu Yuan's house, Lu Yuan assisted Hee-jun to make it to the bed and looked at his swollen side and cracked mouth. Unable to help his heartache, he started to shed tears again and blamed himself. "I blame me for getting you into trouble. I didn't think he would go so far. I thought he was just talking in anger. Then why don't you let me mention him to the police?" Lu Yuan shook her head and said helplessly, "Everything has to be about evidence. Just because he said those few words, it's like suing him definitely won't work, and he won't admit it. He is very powerful in this area and knows a lot of people in both the black and white worlds. I'm worried that we won't be able to sue him, but he'll beat us up instead. I've heard of their unseemly ways at some drinking parties before, so let's not mess with him. You lie down and rest a while, and I'll take you to the station this afternoon. So go home." Hee-jun grabbed Lu Yuan's hand and asked excitedly, "What do you mean? Are you going to kick me out? Of course I can't let you leave me, but if you're still in my house tonight, he's bound to deal with you again. What if he comes down hard next time? I could never forgive myself for the rest of my life if I broke you." Hee-jun held onto Lu Yuan's hand, not willing to let go, much less leave her. Lu Yuan wiped away her tears and sincerely comforted. Don't worry, I'll resign tomorrow, and then I'll go find you. As long as you don't grow tired of it, I will always be by your side. Jun held Lu Yuan tightly in his arms for a moment before asking worriedly, what if he refuses to let you go? Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. She had thought that Lei Ming could be nostalgic towards her and wouldn't do anything excessive, but now she wasn't sure. She might not have known the man in the past. Jun could see that Lu Yuan was a bit lost and helpless, so he had no choice but to helplessly offer. I want to call my dad and hear what he has to say. In Jun's memories, his father was his backer. Although he was not sure of his father's true strength, he always felt that his father could help him with anything. What if I get your dad involved? Lu Yuan was worried that Zhongliang wouldn't be able to deal with those people either. I'd like to hear what my dad has to say. Jun still stands by his decision. Lu Yuan grew up without a father's care, while Jun was brought up by his father. In Jun's mind, her father is a very tall and omnipotent being. Seeing that Jun was so determined, Lu Yuan also had to agree with his decision. The afternoon sun is bright. Zhongliang and Shen sat on the rocking chair in the courtyard, talking and laughing in the sun. Shen wants to go back to work at the clinic, but Zhongliang tries his best to stop her, telling her to stay home with him. Moreover, Zhongliang had hired 2 temporary workers to help out at the gym, while he himself concentrated on accompanying Shen at home. The gym is now getting more customers, slowly starting to get more. Shen teased Zhongliang, you're so young, you can really stay at home, don't you feel bored? Not with you, Zhongliang replied casually, then asked curiously, you've long since reached retirement age, why do you still love to work so much? Shen smiled, turned her head to look at Zhongliang, and said gratefully, actually, with you with me, I'm happy not to go to work, but I'm afraid you'll get bored. No way no how. Zhongliang shook his head repeatedly. When his cell phone rang, he picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, smiling as he told Shen it's that guy who has a daughter-in-law and has forgotten his mother. Then answering the phone, hey, you didn't embarrass yourself last night. Shen blankly glanced at Zhongliang, revealing a helpless smile. Zhongliang's expression grew serious and his eyes became angry. Shen also tensed up. She had not seen Zhongliang this kind of eyes with a murderous aura for many years. A few moments later, Zhongliang hung up the phone and vented with a grave expression. Asterisk. Harmonious society. How can this still happen? Shen heard Zhongliang swearing and guessed that something big had happened. Eagerly, he asked, what happened? What happened to Xiaojun? Zhongliang replied briefly, it's nothing much. He offended a few ruffians over there and was beaten up by others. Don't worry, he went to the hospital for a checkup. It's just a flesh wound. It's good for a boy to have some experience, otherwise he won't grow up. Experiencing doesn't necessarily mean getting beaten up. Xiaojun's personality is different from yours. He's timid and never gets into trouble. Shen had begun to feel sorry for her son. I've been told it's a flesh wound, and I just heard him talking. He's in good spirits, so you don't have to worry. Zhongliang consoled a few words before discussing with Shen I'll go over and take a look. When Shen thought about it, when Zhongliang had gone outside the country to save her, he had killed 3 people in a row. Worried, he asked, can't the police handle this? Zhongliang helplessly explained, they called the police, but this kind of small matter can't be filed, and I'm afraid those people will still come after them. This is the country, you mustn't be too impulsive. I get scared when I see murder in my eyes. Zhongliang smiled and approached Shen comforting her, don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. This little matter, I'm not that angry. Then he picked up Shen come on, let's go home and finish our nap. It's time for me to set off and go help that good son of ours get even. Just put me down. Just let me walk by myself. I'm too lazy to put it down again after all the hugging. Zhongliang insisted on carrying Shen into the house. When she entered the house and went up the stairs, Shen got anxious. Alright, quickly put me down. It's been a while since I've worked out, so just let me sweat it out. Zhongliang carried Shen upstairs and casually asked, have you gotten lighter? Shen replied in Zhongliang's arms, yes, it's a bit thinner. How is it that you've been kept at home every day and you've gotten thinner? Don't you like it when I get skinny? Shen hugged Zhongliang's neck tightly and kissed him on the cheek. Then reaching up and squeezing his strong arm, he sheepishly praised, thick and hard. Zhongliang was amused by her and flirted, Dr. Shen, make your words clear. What the hell is thick and hard? Arms, what else can I say? Shen raised her head with an innocent expression, the corners of her mouth rising as she stared at Zhongliang's face. Let's go into the bedroom and I'll break this down with you. Zhongliang rushed into the bedroom with Shen in his arms. Chapter 113, Take Her With You. Half an hour later, Shen was contentedly lying in Zhongliang's arms. Panting, he asked, when are you going to see your son? He Zhengliang thought for a moment and calmly replied, "Actually, it's fine to go tomorrow, let him not go out today, there should be no danger for it. You'd better go early, he must really need you now. Can you take me there? I want to see him too. Just don't bother tossing it, it's quite a distance, it's a 2-hour drive. I'll bring him back tonight." Shen Kaiyue nodded, then helplessly complained, "What's wrong with me? Every time I'm done being comfortable, I'm tired and drained, and it takes me days to slow down, but when I see you, I can't help but want, again. No wonder you've lost weight, so it's all because you let me get tired. Why don't you quit in the future?" "I don't." Shen Kaiyue firmly spat out 2 words and snuggled into He Zhengliang's arms, smiling and no longer speaking. She's really tired and now she just wants to get a good night's sleep. When Shen Kaiyue fell asleep, He Zhengliang kissed her on the forehead and tiptoed out of bed to leave. 2 hours later, a BMW 7 Series parked downstairs at Lu Yuan's house. Those who had assaulted He Jun were also downstairs, and they got out of the van and stared at the BMW 7 Series with an envious expression. He Zhengliang even flashed a friendly smile at them when he got off the car, then went straight upstairs. They did not know He Zhengliang, but they did not have any malice toward him, and they began to talk around the car. Lu Yuan and He Jun, fidgeting and waiting at home. An hour ago, Lei Ming called Lu Yuan and said that he had sent someone to stand guard under her house. If He Jun hadn't left before nightfall, he wouldn't be able to leave this place in the future. And one has already made arrangements with the local police station to take them all together to the police station if they call the police, so they don't think they can take advantage of it. Lu Yuan believes that Lei Ming has this ability, otherwise it would not let the gang, emboldened to guard downstairs. A knock came on the door, and Lu Yuan came to the door and asked cautiously, "Who is it? Is He Kuan here?" Hearing the voice outside the door, He Jun excitedly told Lu Yuan, "It's my dad coming." As if waiting for their savior, they rushed to open the door to greet. After He Zhengliang entered the house, Lu Yuan hurriedly closed the door. Looking at the scars on his son's face, He Zhengliang couldn't help but clench his fists. Although it wasn't very serious, a parent couldn't help but feel angry and heartbroken after seeing it. Lu Yuan hurriedly apologizes to He Zhengliang and explains the current situation, hoping that he can persuade He Jun to leave quickly. He Jun refused to go by himself and insisted that Lu Yuan go with him before he would leave. He Zhengliang came to the window and looked downstairs, with Lu Yuan and He Jun following closely behind him. He pointed at the men left circling the BMW. "Are they the ones that Lei Ming sent?" "Yes, they're the same people who beat up He Jun today." Lu Yuan tells He Zhengliang that He Jun is standing by with a resigned and embarrassed expression. He Zhengliang patted He Jun's shoulder and comforted him with a smile. "There are several of them, so there's no shame if you lose the fight." Then threw out, "Come home with me. Your mom is worried about you too." "What about her? Do I have to leave her behind?" He Jun was clinging to Lu Yuan. "This is her home. It's not like those people are going to hurt her. What are you worrying about? Just come home with me." Lu Yuan also hurriedly persuaded. "Right, it's not like they will do anything to me. I'll resign tomorrow, and I'll definitely look for you in a few days." He Zhengliang looked at Lu Yuan and asked curiously, "Are you planning to leave here as well?" Lu Yuan excitedly assured He Zhengliang, "I'll find a job somewhere else, and I'll only go to him on weekends. I won't cause you any trouble, and I won't affect his schooling." He Zhengliang seriously reminded, "Is it worth it for you to give up everything here for him? If he fails you in the future, there's no place to justify such a thing." I know. I'm willing and I don't regret it." He Jun couldn't listen to it anymore, and as soon as he put Lu Yuan in his arms, both of them couldn't help but start to shed tears. He Zhengliang glared at his son and shook his head helplessly. "How old are you? You're still crying." Then reassure them, "You'll all come home with me if you want to get out of here together." He Jun wiped away the tears and broke into tears, and could not wait to take Lu Yuan home. Lu Yuan simply packed some things, and He Jun each carried a duffel bag, hand in hand to hide the joy. He Zhengliang looked around and casually asked, "You've given up your job and home, just like that?" Lu Yuan replied truthfully, "I've done enough of that job long ago, and I don't want to see Lei Ming again. This is the house I rented. Just talk to the landlord later." He Zhengliang nodded and reminded her, "The path is your own choice, and you can't blame others for your future regrets." Lu Yuan did not say anything. She was also a little uncertain and afraid, but now she cannot help it. She cannot convince herself to stay, only want to hold He Jun's hand more tightly. He Zhengliang brought the two of them downstairs, and the punk saw the three of them coming down. Smugly, he barked at He Jun, "Little white boy, don't come back if you leave, or else I'll see you once and beat you." He Jun and Lu Yuan didn't dare to pick up the conversation, and He Zhengliang ignored them, only wanting to send the two home first. The lead punk noticed that Lu Yuan was also holding a duffel bag and had gotten on the bus with He Jun. He immediately called Lei Ming to report. but did not stop He Zhenliang and others from leaving. The van then drove off as well, right behind the BMW. After Lei Ming learned that Lu Yuan took her luggage and followed the white boy to the car to leave, he told the van to follow them first. Call Yuan Lu right away. After seeing Lei Ming's call, Lu Yuan was a bit scared and didn't know what to do. He Zhenliang glanced in the inside rearview mirror at the van that was trailing behind him and comforted the panicked Lu Yuan. Answer it, get the word out to him. Lu Yuan then bravely answered the phone. Lei Ming's growling voice came from the other end of the phone. Where are you going? Come back to work right now. Lu Yuan directly showed her cards. I quit, and I don't want to see you again. Are you crazy? You've only known that kid for a few days and you're giving up everything here for him. Is it worth it? What do I have here? A job that was handed out to me because I was played and cheated by you for 10 years? I don't care. What are you going to do when he gets tired of playing you and gets kicked off? I chose my own path. It has nothing to do with you. I never want to see you or hear anything about you ever again. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, she directly hung up the phone. Because of He Jun's appearance, she completely saw Lei Ming's face. This kind of selfish and self-interested man, the farther away from him the better. Lei Ming continued to call Lu Yuan, but she didn't answer again. Put Lei Ming angry in the office. Loud burst of foul language, venting the anger in his heart. Then he called the leader of the punks in the van. Cut them off and waste that little white boy for me. Then go to the field to hide first. I will find someone to set up the back. The young leader in the van hung up the phone and told the driver to look for an opportunity to stop the BMW. Then have the brothers all put on masks and drag out a sack from under the seat. From inside, they drew sharp machetes, ready to strike at any time. Chapter 114, Serious Consequences. He Zhenliang noticed in his inside rearview mirror that the van behind him was closing in on him. Not yet out of the city. More vehicles on the road. He Zhenliang cannot drive too fast, temporarily unable to get rid of the gang. Finally turning onto a road with fewer vehicles, the leader on top of the van tapped the driver on the shoulder. He knows he won't be able to keep up with that BMW if he doesn't do it. The van driver stepped on the gas pedal to the end, hated to put his foot in the gas tank, rushed up from the side of the BMW, trying to force He Zhenliang to stop. Van co-pilot a rash, but also the window rolled down, cursing and let He Zhenliang immediately pull over. They're way out of their depth. Unless they run right into the BMW while they still have the chance, or the other driver stops of his own accord out of fear. Both drivers had no problem with the mindset and skill of the driver, and without a collision, their crappy van never had a chance to force a BMW 7 Series to stop. This is a narrow road and overtaking in the same direction requires the use of the opposite lane. The van would need to overtake the BMW from the opposite lane to get in front of it to force it to stop from the left, but after several attempts failed. He Zhenliang could easily control the distance between the two cars. In fact, he could have dumped those people with a kick of the gas, so that they wouldn't even see the taillights of the car. But he was still debating how to resolve the matter. Originally, his son had only suffered a few superficial injuries. He didn't intend to take it into account. But since those people won't relent, things are a little difficult, and he's used to giving the other side only one chance. He Jun looked at the van, dangerously approaching again and again, and asked nervously, Dad, can't you drive faster to lose them? He Zhenliang calmly looked ahead, took a deep breath, and casually replied, I don't want to speed. He Jun and Lu Yuan were dumbfounded. They didn't really understand. Was speeding serious in this situation? The van fails to overtake time and time again and has to pay careful attention to what's in front of it and avoid cars coming in the opposite lane. Having just gone through two curves, the van attempted to overtake in the lane and almost hit the vehicle that appeared on the opposite side of the road. They had been favored twice by the gods of fortune, but they were now too overcome with anger to realize the danger of the situation. Twice before, when they were overtaking at a curve, they encountered vehicles coming quickly from the opposite direction. If He Zhenliang had deliberately not allowed them to merge, they would have had an accident long ago. But because the other lane is also a private car, He Zhenliang could not bear to hurt the innocent, so he let them off twice. Immediately after another curve, He Zhenliang slightly slowed down. Behind the van immediately borrowed the road to overtake. Opposite lane a dump truck coming fast. He Zhenliang saw it first. This kind of car can hit the van against the traffic, and it's usually a public vehicle and the driver is not liable. Sorry, gave you guys a chance. I can't help it if you guys have to die. He Zhenliang mentally apologized to the group behind him. No matter whose sons they were, or whose husbands they were, or even the fathers of their children, although their crime was not to death, they could only blame themselves for being unlucky and messing with people they shouldn't have messed with. He Zhenliang controlled the speed of the car, so that the side of the van, see the hope to continue to overtake forward, almost with the BMW car side by side. Dump truck suddenly appears in front of the driver. The driver jerked the steering wheel and crashed into the BMW on the side. At this point in time, You don't pick a cheap car to crash. It's important to save your life. That dump truck is not as expensive as a BMW 7 Series, but it can send them to heaven. He Junliang has long predicted this situation. Slamming on the gas quickly adjust the steering wheel, did not let the van touch, and the van left their lanes too far, although the front end to avoid the dump truck, but the side of the dump truck was solidly given a hit. The dump truck braked sharply, and its tires left several meters of tracks on the road. The van was practically smashed apart, with all sorts of parts and sheet metal and the bodies of the sociopaths strewn around everywhere. He Jun and Lu Yuan looked at He Junliang dumbfounded, only feeling that there was a loud bang from the back of the car just now. Then it disappeared in an instant, as if they were hallucinating. He Jun looked at his father's calm demeanor and asked warily, "Dad, did they have a car accident?" He Junliang glanced in the rearview mirror as they pulled out of the curve, long out of sight of the crash site. After a few moments of silence, he casually threw out, "I don't know. I was concentrating on driving and didn't pay attention to what was going on behind me." He Jun and Lu Yuan looked at each other, neither of them sure in their hearts that this incident was considered an accident. Lu Yuan's body was shaking a bit nervously. Shivering, she asked, "Uncle, in case something happens to them, do we have any responsibility?" Even if the age difference between He Junliang and her wasn't that big, she now felt it was time to call it an honorific. He Junliang thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Depends on the casualties. You two are definitely not responsible." "I can't say." "Ah." He Jun opened his mouth wide in fear and muttered excitedly, "What if someone dies?" "No way. You don't scare me." Lu Yuan leaned on He Jun in terror, and the two of them hugged each other tightly, revealing helpless eyes. He Junliang's heart is clear. Just now that kind of serious car accident, in addition to the dump truck driver, it is difficult to have a living. Big brothers go all the way. He Junliang was also a bit ashamed, but there was no way out. When there was danger threatening his family, he usually gives the other guy a chance, but only once. He Junliang glanced behind at the way the two of them were snuggling together, and deliberately teased, "If I'm captured, you two have to take care of your mom." He Jun was limp and weak, muttering in despair, "Dad, I'm too young. I'm still in school. I don't understand anything. I see you've been very opinionated and very brave in your search for a date, and you know quite a lot now, don't you?" Lu Yuan, as He Jun's teacher in that area, shyly lowered her head. He Jun helplessly explained, "I would have been at the age to fall in love now, and naturally learn some things quickly." Lu Yuan lowered her head without saying anything and gently disliked He Jun, feeling a little embarrassed. He Junliang looked at the two men's frustrated looks in the rearview mirror and laughed a few times before his expression gradually calmed down. Conscientiously and seriously, he reassured them, "The people in the van should all be hanging, but you don't have to worry. Even if I need to assist in the investigation, it won't cause me a lot of trouble." He Jun let out a long breath, his heart finally falling to the ground. He had no doubt about his father's words. Then it was hard to hide the look of loss and sadness. Even though those people had beaten him up, the crime was not to death. He was still angry with those people before, but now he began to feel guilty and uneasy. It was a human life, and several lives at that. Although not directly related to himself, but also because of himself, the heart will inevitably be difficult to twist for a while. Normal people don't take it too well when faced with death happening all around them. Of course there are some who have become less normal because of special experiences. After making the decision to send those people on their way, He Junliang felt guilty for a few seconds and wouldn't think about it again. As for that Lei Ming, He Junliang didn't want to pursue his responsibility, and everyone just assumed that nothing had happened. But he will have serious consequences if he continues to harass He Jun. Chapter 115, He's really a rich kid. He Junliang guessed that he was driving normally and should not have any responsibility, but still called the lawyer, ready to respond. The BMW drove into the multi-million-dollar mansion. Lu Yuan had a surprised look on her face, and He Jun had said before that there were other properties in the house. She could be sure that He Jun was as rich as they come. She had hit the jackpot this time, and was surprised to receive both money and sex. Shen has already prepared a meal and warmly welcomes the three home. Lu Yuan originally felt very constrained. She had worked for all these years and had come into contact with all sorts of people, but He Jun's family, not the slightest bit of that kind of high-profile face, to her very kind and easy. During the meal, Shen was concerned about what Lu Yuan's future plans were. Lu Yuan expresses her desire to get a job around He Jun's university and spend as much time with him as possible. It's a bad time and the unemployment rate is so high. What kind of job can you find? Shen expressed concern. It's okay, I'm not afraid of suffering. Going to the factory assembly line, delivering couriers, take out. I can do it all. Lu Yuan showed her determination. Her whole being was now filled with love. As long as she can be with her beloved, she is not afraid of any hardship. There's no alternative to those jobs hiring year-round now. but where you can keep people, you certainly won't be under-recruited year-round. Shen Kaiwei turned her head to discuss with He Zhongliang. Can you help Yuan find an easier job? The salary isn't required to be very high, but don't make her work too hard. Then staring at He Zhongliang's face, he was so well maintained that there were people who would believe him if they said he was in his 30s. He Jun was even more so. The tenderness was uncharacteristic. Thinking about herself and Lu Yuan, Shen Kaiwei exclaimed in a serious tone, women should never work too hard. It's easy to grow old fast. Lu Yuan appreciated Shen Kaiyu's understanding and concern for her and was very fond of this future mother-in-law. Growing up without a mother's love, she couldn't wait to change her mind. Nightclubs, hotels, that kind of service industry. I do have some connections. Don't let her work in a place like that. Isn't there a quieter place to work? Shen Kaiwei interrupts He Zhongliang, not wanting Lu Yuan to engage in those jobs. He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment and seriously told Lu Yuan, go to my gym. In the future, that place will be yours to manage. There's no salary, and whatever you earn will be yours. He Jun smiled and teased, is that gym of yours still making money? Now that the neighborhood is gradually developing and there's a lot of foot traffic, the income is actually pretty good. It's better than going out to work. Well, it's nice to work there, and just go home with Hejuan on the weekends. Shen Kaiyue nodded in agreement. Then he asked He Zhongliang, then what will you do in the future? He Zhongliang calmly spat out 2 words, accompany you. Shen Kaiyue was overflowing with happiness and joy, but in front of He Jun and Lu Yuan, she was too embarrassed to make intimate gestures. Just imploring look at He Zhongliang cannot help the corners of the mouth up. Lu Yuan looked at the two enviously, fantasizing that she and He Jun would be this loving in the future. Perhaps he really had inherited his parents' genes for being devoted. Maybe one's hard days are really over, with the best love and bread at the same time. After dinner, He Jun took Lu Yuan for a walk outside in the yard, excitedly introducing her to the place where he grew up. Let Lu Yuan sit on her own exclusive swing, cuddle up and talk and laugh and enjoy the sweet time. After He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiyue finished cleaning up in the kitchen, the two of them came to the living room. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they saw the young couple in the courtyard. After He Zhongliang let out a sigh, he told Shen Kaiyue, let's go upstairs. I can't watch these shameless people. Shen Kaiyue smiled and reminded, when we were at home, we were also like this. I think we're much more restrained and low-key than they are. That's because I'm too old to have a heart. If I were young now too, maybe we'd be closer than they are. He Zhongliang looked at Shen Kaiyue's slightly lost look, smiled and pulled up her hand, saying as he walked, let's go to the bedroom and sneak around to make out. Not as shameless as they are. Shen Kaiyue took He Zhongliang's arm and negotiated a bit embarrassedly. Do you think I need to clean up the guest room for Yuan? Or let her sleep with her son? Look at the way the two of them look like glue. They must have slept together last night and slept satisfactorily. Don't worry about the two of them. Xiao Jun is still too young now. Living with a woman so early, will it affect her development? How old is he and where is he developing? It should still be long before you're 20. He's already gotten a taste of it, so he definitely can't put the brakes on it. So let him be. Besides, he has to go to school. Only on weekends can the two of them be together, or get together and be away from each other. Don't worry, it shouldn't be drained. Why do you say that? Shen Kaiyue glared at He Zhongliang and reached out to gently pat. He Zhongliang winced and grumbled with a smile. Unbridled. What are you doing? You haven't even gone into the bedroom yet. No one saw it anyway. Shen Kaiyue smiled and looked back, then walked quickly into the bedroom with He Zhongliang. The next day He Zhongliang saw the news that 3 of the people in the van that chased them yesterday died on the spot and 2 were seriously injured. It's still in the hospital ICU. It's not certain if it can be resuscitated. The lawyer called He Zhongliang, and the matter was settled without any responsibility on his part. Even if a police officer approaches him, there is no need to be nervous. Just a simple inquiry and investigation. No need to worry. Lei Ming was both angry and scared when he saw the news. If it was known that he had instructed those people to stop the BMW, the family of the deceased would not let him go. He didn't dare to show up and get involved in the matter, and went around looking for someone to make a diversion, hoping to treat the matter as an ordinary traffic accident and try to put it to rest as early as possible. He has no heart for the moment, much less dare to go back to Lu Yuan. Chapter 116, the day came too soon. A few months later, the gym is getting more and more people and 2 employees have been added. Lu Yuan managed it very well, and all aspects were well organized. Shen Kaiyue gave her the key to a large flat under her name to live in first, and there was no need to be so clear-cut. If she and He Jun ended up having results, they were all family and the property would have to be given to them sooner or later. If He Jun really changes his mind and dumps her in the future, it's only fair to compensate her with a property. He Jun came back from school every weekend and ran straight to Lu Yuan's place. Shen Kaiyue would usually call them to come home for dinner, and they would come back obediently, but they would not spend the night at home. It just so happened that He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiwei, too, didn't want them to live at home. The two are in the heat of the moment and are always as sticky as glue. If you're not embarrassed yourself, it's others who are. He Zhongliang accompanied Shen Kaiwei every day at home to plant flowers and fish, and occasionally went out for a few days to swim in the mountains. Carefree life is comfortable. It was just that Shen Kaiwei's stamina was getting worse and worse, and she was getting thinner and thinner. Every morning when she woke up, she would lose a lot of hair, giving He Zhongliang a bad feeling, but didn't dare to think about it more. There were some things that he couldn't accept. The day before Shen Kaiwei's review, the two took a mandarin duck bath together. Shen Kaiwei was foolishly tempted time and time again, but she dismissed that idea. Her stamina was too poor, so she still decided to go back to the bedroom and lie on the bed. That way she could relax a bit. After the two dried their bodies, He Zhongliang carried her back to the bedroom. After a period of making out, Shen Kaiwei's face was flushed and her body was hot. Has not even started already panting. Go to bed early. You have to go to the hospital tomorrow for a review. He Zhongliang tried to comfort her, hoping that tonight would not exhaust her physical strength. Although the two of them hadn't had intercourse for a long time, Shen Kaiyun was getting thinner and weaker by the day, and He Zhongliang couldn't bear to toss her around. But I want it. Shen Kaiwei's attitude was resolute, and she was especially eager today. He Zhongliang cupped her face, unable to hide his heartbroken eyes. It was obvious that she had added a lot of wrinkles compared to a few months ago, and she had aged quite a bit. Shen Kaiwei also knew that her recent changes were obvious, and helplessly lamented, "Have I become old and ugly?" "Shut up," He Zhongliang ordered her seriously, and they both knew in their hearts that something was not to be optimized. Shen Kaiwei requested again, "Give it to me. I'm afraid that after I go for a review tomorrow, I'll be hospitalized. There might not be a chance to go home again." "No way, don't get any ideas, we'll be home as soon as we're done checking." He Zhongliang's eyes are firm, but the indisputable tears in the eye sockets. Shen Kaiwei excitedly kissed He Zhongliang, then came to his ear and delicately requested, "I want to, help me." The next day, He Zhongliang took Shen Kaiwei to the tumor hospital for a review. While the two were waiting in the rest area, He Zhongliang received a call from the doctor asking him to come to the office alone. "The review results are in." He Zhongliang hung up the phone and was already teary-eyed. He did not dare to look directly into Shen Kaiwei's eyes, worrying that the tears would slide down. Shen Kaiwei was also a doctor, and she knew her own physical condition in her heart. Without waiting for He Zhongliang to say anything, she took the initiative to let go of He Zhongliang's arm, trying to negotiate in a relaxed tone. "Just go, and then take me home early. I don't want to stay here." He Zhongliang understood what Shen Kaiwei meant, and both of them forced a smile and gave each other encouragement. Came to the doctor's office. The doctor told He Zhongliang, "The situation is very bad. The cancer cell's metastasis spread. Need to be hospitalized immediately to receive chemotherapy." Although He Zhongliang guessed that this was the case, he still indignantly questioned the doctor. "Didn't he say that the possibility of recurrence is very small? It's not even a year. How can it be so fast?" The doctor hurriedly comforted him. "I can understand your feelings. Her case is indeed a small probability event. Most patients do not relapse so quickly, but there's number 100% in medicine, and we're helpless. There's a lot of uncertainty about the virus and the patient themselves, and there's really no way to be completely in control. We can only try to take treatment in the most effective way possible." "How long will she live if she cooperates with the treatment?" He Zhongliang interrupted the doctor. The doctor shook his head, unable to give a standard answer. He Zhongliang couldn't help but clench his fists. His expression as cold as ice and frost speculated. Since the first surgery didn't succeed in stopping the spread, the future is delaying the time of death, isn't it? And most of the time fought for is wasted in the hospital, isn't it? The doctor did not answer positively, but only helplessly persuaded him that the patient would cooperate with the treatment. "Let's go back and think about it." He Zhongliang dropped a sentence, directly turned around and left the office. Shen Kaiwei stood up excitedly when she saw He Zhongliang walking towards her. From He Zhongliang's expression, she could already see the result. Anxiously, he discussed, "Isn't it time to go? Let's go home. I want to go home." Looking at Shen Kaiwei's nervous and scared appearance, He Zhongliang could not control his red eyes. Then trying to force a smile, he teased, "Of course I'm going home. Still planning to let people take care of your food?" Shen Kaiwei finally at ease, holding He Zhongliang's arm, happy and fast to leave the hospital. She knew she was hopeless, but she didn't want to waste the last precious moments of her life in the hospital. She wanted to spend it quietly at home in the company of He Zhongliang. However, she was worried that He Zhongliang would persuade her to accept the treatment, in which case it would be very difficult for her. But now she was finally relieved to know that He Zhongliang was on her side. On the way back, He Zhongliang drove the car and Shen Kaiwei sat in the passenger side. The two didn't talk, both trying to control their emotions as best they could, worried that if they opened their mouths, they wouldn't be able to control their emotions and break down. They didn't expect this day to come so soon. Finally arrived home. He Zhongliang parked the car, turned his head in Shen Kaiwei 4 eyes relative to the moment. The two repressed all the way sadness instantly burst, tightly embraced each other. Tears rush out. Before going to sleep at night, Shen Kaiwei snuggled into He Zhongliang's arms, and one hand began to grope again, placing it on the part she was accustomed to. Satisfied, he exclaimed, "It's better to be at home. You feel solid in your heart." He Zhongliang's expression was a bit heavy, and he wasn't sure if he was right to help Shen Kaiwei make this choice. It's just that he personally doesn't agree with the notion that it's better to die than to live, and that there's no point in prolonging a limited life if it's just for the sake of agonizing lingering. Han Shui and He Jun both had a right to know about this, and He Zhongliang wondered if they would support the decision. Even though it's hard to talk about it, he intends to tell them as soon as possible. Chapter 117, I want you to send me away. Shen Kaiwei raised her head and stared at He Zhongliang's thoughtful look, asking gently, "What are you thinking about?" He Zhongliang was silent for a moment and spat out 2 words with deep emotion. "Miss you." Shen Kaiwei smiled and teased, "You're thinking about your future daughter-in-law." He Zhongliang blanked her and didn't bother to explain, just gently kissing her forehead. Shen Kaiwei put her face on He Zhongliang's chest and seriously persuaded, "I hope I can suffer less and vacate this position as early as possible. You're still so young. I hope you can find a young, beautiful, and gentle and kind woman to continue to accompany you. I will also be happy for you." He Zhongliang slapped Shen Sayue's buttocks, not wanting to hear her say such words. Then he couldn't help but clench his fists, and his strong arm exerted a force. It made Shen Kaiwei, who was in his arms, feel a bit suffocated. Shen Kaiwei raised her head and looked at the tears glistening in He Zhongliang's eyes, and she couldn't help the urge to cry as well. Then flirting with tears in his smile, "You want to send me away now? It's better to have a long pain than a short one." He Zhongliang squeezed out a smile and shook his head helplessly, holding Shen Kaiwei tighter. He felt that the two of them were running out of time together, just like the sand in his hands. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop it from passing quickly. Shen Kaiwei came to He Zhongliang's ear and pleaded shyly, "How I wish that the last moment of my life could be in your arms, comfortable and happy." He Zhongliang took a deep breath, tried to hold back the tears that were about to fall, and consoled with a slightly choked voice, "When the time comes, I will try to satisfy you as much as I can, but it's not time yet, and I'm not rare enough. I'm sure you won't put me through too much pain. I want you to send me away." Shen Kaiwei continues to plead. He Zhongliang's tears slipped down and dripped onto Shen Sayue's back. Her skin had long since ceased to be smooth and delicate, and her body was dry and withered. But to He Zhongliang, none of this mattered. He had gotten used to this beautiful soul accompanying him. If it wasn't for Shen Kaiwei, he didn't know what he would have done. Perhaps he would have indulged in wild lust until he ran out of gas. Or accompanying Shen Kaiwei to leave together is also a good choice. That way both of them will not feel lonely. The next day, He Zhongliang called to explain the matter to Han Shui. On the phone, Han Shui didn't comment too much. She just told He Zhongliang that she was too busy right now and would go home to see her mother in a few days. Her company has grown abroad and she is currently out of the country. After He Jun knew that his mother's days were numbered, he was sad and upset, and at the same time, the whole person seemed to have instantly matured a lot, and was no longer as childish as he had been in the past. Shen Sayue's body and spirit, obviously one day worse than the other. He Zhongliang has trouble sleeping every night, and has been hesitating about where he should go from here. He should have the courage and reason to live, just as Shen Kaiwei expected. Maybe he could find another kind and considerate woman to make up for thinking about Shen Kaiwei, but it is also possible that everything is just futile, and will eventually become sick with longing and love to the point of madness. This life, the only lovesickness, cannot be cured. A few days later, Han Shui came home. Originally wanted to pretend to be strong to comfort her mother, but after seeing her mother's great change, she couldn't say a word and flung herself into Shen Sayue's arms, crying uncontrollably. It was as if the mother had instantly become thin and short, and the once beautiful and confident aura was gone. Strong visual impact led Han Shui momentarily unable to accept. When the three of them ate together, Shen Kaiwei looked at her daughter's crying red eyes and couldn't help but show a heartbroken expression, and Han Shui simply did not dare to look her mother in the eye. As long as she saw her mother's haggard and weak appearance, she could not help but shed tears. He Zhongliang was at Shen Sayue's side every moment, so he would not be particularly surprised by the gradual changes in his appearance and was quite able to accept them. And Han Shui, who hadn't seen her mother in months and was suddenly confronted with her dramatic changes, hadn't been able to believe it was true. It's as if a different person is replacing the mother. Han Shui tried to make herself act relaxed and natural. She didn't dare to look directly at her mother and turned her head to look at He Zhongliang to flirt. "Remember when you first lived in my house? The two of you clearly liked each other, but you deliberately slept in separate rooms. My mom even lied to me about you being a tenant being a patient." He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiwei smiled at each other, remembering each other at that time. He Zhongliang hadn't changed much, but Shen Kaiyue had been a different person. I was so thick-skinned at that time. Stalking Dr. Shen with my dead skin. He Zhongliang lowered his head and squeezed out a smile to mock himself. Shen Kaiyue looked at the side of He Zhongliang's face. Although her appearance had aged, her eyes full of love for He Zhongliang had never changed. Thank you for pestering me. Thank you for living in my house. Thank you. Shen Kaiyue wanted to say something. In front of her daughter, there were some things she was too embarrassed to say. Hearing Shen Kaiyue say the word thank you, as if she was making a curtain call, instantly made He Zhongliang break his defenses. Holding Shen Kaiyue's hand with force, he tried to force a smile, but the moment he turned his head and met Shen Kaiyue's eyes, he could not control his emotions. Suddenly stood up and walked quickly to the restroom. He didn't want to show his vulnerable side in front of this mother and daughter. Han Shui holds her mother's hand, her red, weeping eyes tearing up again. Only Shen Kaiyue didn't cry. She accepted her fate and had no regrets about the past. She can't let go of her children and He Zhongliang, but believes that they will slowly accept this matter and will definitely be better. Moments later, He Zhongliang washed his face and came out of the restroom. Han Shui's emotions also calmed down, and the three of them continued to eat. Shen Kaiyue asks Han Shui about her life and work outside, allowing the trio to get away from the topic of grief for a while. After chatting for a while, Han Shui finally couldn't help but propose. Mom, why don't you go abroad with me to receive treatment? I'll send you to the top hospital, so maybe there's still a chance. Shen Kaiyue tiredly explained. But I'm tired and don't want to go around tossing and turning just to live a few more years. I don't want to suffer myself and waste your time. She mainly didn't want to waste He Zhongliang's time, and since she was already like this, she just wanted to give up her position as early as possible to fulfill He Zhongliang's next happiness. Han Shui had already taken her mother's film and asked top doctors abroad, and indeed there was little hope for a cure. While I don't want to watch my mother wait to die, I don't want to force her to change her decision either. There's only one way to go now, and she's now trying to figure out how to contact the founder of the world's largest genetic research company. That company developed a drug that repairs cells in living organisms and stimulates them to divide again, helps regenerate skin cells, hematopoietic cells, and some other cells, and removes senescent and useless cells and of course diseased cells, can not only cure a variety of terminal diseases, but also help patients to reverse the growth, to realize the desire to return to the color of the year. Chapter 118, I just want to be relieved. It is just that this drug is very expensive, costing tens of millions of dollars for a single shot, which is simply unacceptable to ordinary people, and there are no channels to obtain it. Because this medicine still exists certain uncertainty, only in the animal body has been experimented. The probability of success is not very with high, and those successful test subjects, although the realization of rejuvenation, more and more young and strong, but none of them lived for more than a year, and almost as soon as they did, the cells suddenly stopped dividing and regenerating, and life came to an abrupt end. But at least it helped them continue a healthy, happy, and vibrant life. And passing away is like a computer dying. No pain is felt. This drug is not legally tradable at this time, much less allowed to be experimented on with humans. But Han Shui learns through her foreign partners that some of the rich and powerful who are on the verge of death are secretly buying injections of this drug with the mindset of beating a dead horse. Neither the buyer nor the seller is allowed to publicize this matter to the outside world, so no one in the outside world knows the true effect of this drug on humans. To buy injections of this drug, only money is not enough. You must have a reliable person to introduce the introduction. Han Shui is using all her contacts in the hope of seeking this medicine for her mother and getting a chance to extend her life. Maybe the injection won't work, but as long as there's a silver lining, it's better than waiting to die. Han Shui also met Lu Yuan. They were about the same age. Han Shui was a few years older than Lu Yuan. She wasn't satisfied with He Jun looking for this woman, but because of her mother's current situation, she also didn't have the heart to care about her brother's affairs, and she wasn't very warm to her prospective sibling, but she was quite polite. She had also planned to let her brother come to her company when He Jun graduated from college. Whether it's a career or the other half of your life, you should aim higher. Now it seemed that He Jun probably had little desire to go out and make a name for himself. Just like his parents, he was the kind of character who had no desire to do anything. Han Shui was in a hurry to leave after accompanying her mother at home for 2 days. She had to go back abroad to deal with her company's business, as well as help her mother contact the kind of medicine that renews her life. When Han Shui was leaving, Shen Kaiyue was tearful with reluctance. She had never been so reluctant to let her child go before, but this time was different, and she worried that this was the last goodbye between mother and daughter. Maybe if you pass away suddenly, you may not be able to wait for your daughter to come back for the last time. Han Shui didn't talk to them about that kind of medicine for the time being, because she wasn't sure that she could help her mother get her hands on it. 2 months later, Shen Kaiwei was already very weak. Her movements were slow and her speech was breathless. He Zhongliang couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache every time he picked her up, tears welling up in his eyes. She plummeted in weight and was as thin as a bone. Emaciated and made He Zhongliang's heart ache. Sleeping at night He Zhongliang did not dare to hold her hard and tight, worried that he would accidentally hurt her. One night, Shen Kaiwei blamed herself in He Zhongliang's arms. Why haven't I died yet? I feel so sad when I keep dragging you down like this day after day. He Zhongliang already did not know what words to say to comfort her. Just expressionless reach out his hand and gently touch her wrinkled face. There is also not much thin hair left. Even more heartbreaking. After a moment of silence, Shen Kaiwei sadly asked, "You should be tired of me by now." He Zhongliang just shook his head, still not speaking. "I know you dislike me, and I don't blame you. I dislike myself the way I am now. I want to sleep apart from you, but I'm afraid I won't be able to hold your hand on my deathbed." He Zhongliang slightly exerted himself to hold Shen Kaiwei tightly, placing her hand on the part where it should be placed, and with hot tears in his eyes, he teased in her ear, "Are you sure you want to hold my hand?" The corners of Shen Kaiwei's mouth rose, and after a moment of silence, she calmly requested, "You send me away. I know that you must have a way to let me leave this world comfortably, a husband and wife. I'm only going to trouble you this one last time to help me, okay?" He Zhongliang still did not speak. He had 1,000 words pent up in his chest, but he did not know how to speak, just nodded vigorously, and tears slipped down. In the late afternoon of the next day, Shen Kaiwei leaned against the rocking chair in the courtyard and closed her eyes. He Zhongliang scrutinized her withered face next to her, trying to remember what she once looked like. "Want to go back to the bedroom and get some sleep?" He Zhongliang asked and saw that Shen Kaiwei didn't have any reaction, so his heart thumped in fear. He was just about to approach when Shen Kaiwei took a deep breath. She had to take a deep breath to build up her chi every time she spoke. "No need. It's sunny here and it's quite comfortable to shine." Shen Kaiwei turned her head and looked at He Zhongliang, a smile in the sunlight. "Flirting," she said. "Do you have any more ideas for taking me back to the bedroom?" He Zhongliang nodded and honestly said, "The idea has always been there." Shen Kaiwei was silent for a moment, and let out a sigh. "I'm in this state now. I no longer have the face to make out with you, and I'm even more embarrassed to ask you for it. How can your body stand up to the strain now?" He Zhongliang persuaded a sentence, looked at Shen Kaiwei's expectant look, and then comforted. "I know what you mean. I'll think of a way to arrange it. Will you wait a few more days?" Shen Kaiwei nodded and turned her head to continue resting her eyes. He Zhongliang has not yet decided whether he should give Shen Kaiwei a ride, and he does not know whether his children will blame him. After sending Shen Kaiwei away, where should he go? Just when He Zhongliang was at a loss and felt difficult, his cell phone rang. He Zhongliang took a look at Han Shue's call. He left the recliner and walked a few steps away before answering. Han Solo has already bought that drug and made an appointment to get the injection. Made a brief introduction to He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang asked expectantly, "Is that kind of medicine reliable?" Han Shui asked rhetorically. "It's come to this. Do you have a better do?" He Zhongliang shook his head. "Your mom can't hold out any longer. In fact, I've been hesitating whether or not to let you guys come back to see her one last time. She doesn't want to endure this kind of pain and has repeatedly requested me to help her get out of it sooner." "Then let it go. I got that undisclosed information because I was already a booked client. There are already many people who have tried that medicine and the success rate is 50%. After success, you can regain your health within a few months, and you can be a few dozen years younger, and then survive for 3 to 5 years. Of course there will be some differences in the physical condition of each person because of individual differences. Even if it is unsuccessful, it is acceptable that after injecting the drug, one will die in a very short period of time, just like euthanasia. I don't want to stand by and see her, sick and suffering, and not be able to do anything about it. You tell me." He Zhongliang nodded silently after hearing. Chapter 119. After He Zhongliang hung up the phone, he came to Shen Kaiwei's side, pulled up her hand and lowered his head to kiss her face. Shen Kaiwei opened her eyes and saw that He Zhongliang's brows were finally no longer so tightly locked. Unable to resist, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she asked happily, "What do you want with me, an old woman?" He Zhongliang asked seriously, "Are you ready? I want to take you to a place that will help you end your current pain. Why not at home?" He Zhongliang smiled and replied, "It's not legal at home. I'll take you to a place where you're not bound." Although Shen Kaiwei wasn't sure what He Zhongliang was going to do, she nodded trustingly. "As long as I have you by my side to keep me company, it's enough." Then pleaded, "I want to see my children one last time." "Yeah, Hajuan will be home tomorrow for the weekend, and then I'll take you to meet Han Shui once more. I'm all yours. You set it up." Shen Kaiwei pulled He Zhongliang closer and wrapped her arms around his waist, looking forward to getting rid of the disease as soon as possible and leaving this world comfortably. A few days later, He Zhongliang brought Shen Kaiwei to meet with Han Shui abroad and also explained the purpose of this time to her. The equivalent of euthanasia and rebirth were two paths in front of her, with a 50% probability of one or the other. If it works, the state of her physical recovery and how long she can live depends on her own destiny. After they arrived at that secret medical base, Shen Kaiwei began to worry and clutched He Zhongliang's arm, afraid of being separated from him. Before injecting the drug, there are some preparations to be made on the operating table. He Zhongliang had been holding Shen Kaiwei's hand tightly next to him, and they could not hide their fearful eyes from each other, afraid that this would be the last parting. There are some things that no matter how much one imagines and mentally prepares for, when the moment actually comes, one still doesn't dare to face it and can't accept it. It wasn't until after the injection of the drug that Shen Kaiwei reluctantly closed her eyes. Only then did He Zhongliang remember that he still had a lot of things he hadn't told her. When Shen Kaiwei was completely unconscious, the next 20 minutes to half an hour would be the end of her fate, or a new beginning. If you don't wake up for more than half an hour, you can just declare it dead. On top of the instrument next to her, Shen Kaiwei's faint heartbeat was displayed. The staff all went outside the house to wait, and Han Shui couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere and hid outside to wait for the results. He Zhongliang held Shen Kaiwei's hand and stared up at the monitor, enduring the torment for a minute. Shen Kaiwei did not wake up every minute. He Zhongliang added a point of despair. After 20 minutes, He Zhongliang no longer dared to raise his head to look at the monitor, nor did he dare to look at Shen Kaiwei, bowing his head in silent prayer. He had never believed in godly things and had never been so afraid. Today he conceded to God, Hades, God, Bodhisattva Buddha, etc. All kinds of gods and goddesses have begged all. He also knew that if he didn't usually worship and started believing only when he used it, it definitely wouldn't be spiritual. Of course he didn't expect it to really work, except that he couldn't handle the repression right now and wanted to find a way out for his thoughts. It was almost half an hour since the instrument had begun to sound its signal. When the instrument detects that Shen Kaiwei has no life characteristics, it will automatically stop working and declare the experiment a failure. After hearing the alarm sound of the instrument, He Zhongliang completely panicked and came to Shen Kaiwei's ear, incoherently threatening, "If you don't come back to accompany me, I won't have a good time either. I'm not looking for a gentle and kind woman to live a good life. I want to eat, drink, whore and gamble as much as possible. I'm going to find a lot of women who aren't decent, and I'm going to toss myself to death. And force me to go to the island to debut as an actor, I tell you. You quickly wake up." He Zhongliang is desperate and bangs his head hard against the edge of the operating table. "You've been wanting to go to the island as an actor for a long time, haven't you?" When He Zhongliang heard Shen Kaiwei's faint voice, he immediately lifted his head with tears in his eyes and met her with 4 eyes. After taking a long breath, the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a dull expression. After being in fear for so long, he could finally relax. After seeing Shen Kaiwei wake up, the staff and Han Shui immediately rushed in and gathered around the operating table. He Zhongliang patted Shen Kaiwei's hand and finally dared to let go of her temporarily. Slowly taking a few steps back, he made room for the staff. Shen Kaiwei cocked her head and kept a close eye on He Zhongliang, as if she was worried that he would escape. He Zhongliang through the gap between the staff body, locked into the eyes of Shen Kaiwei, smiling with tears to give her a thumbs up. After a day of observation at the medical base, Shen Kaiwei could go home. The cells in her body, in theory, would finish renewing within 2 or 3 months, allowing her to reach her peak physical state, probably around 30 years old. There is no exact number as to how long one can remain in that state of survival, which varies from person to person. Almost all of those who had successfully bonded with the drug before had suddenly passed away in their sleep sometime between 3 and 5 years. Although 3 to 5 years wasn't a very long time, to Shen Kaiwei, it was equivalent to giving away another wave of benefits after exhausting her own life, and she was already very satisfied, and the thought that she would be able to return to her golden age of 30 in a few months. The way she looked at He Zhongliang, she couldn't help but start to draw. When the two were on the plane home, Shen Kaiwei couldn't help but ask He Zhongliang, "Do you think I've changed?" She herself couldn't remember how many times she had asked He Zhongliang along the way. He Zhongliang carefully scrutinized Shen Kaiwei, pretended to count, and seriously replied. 24 wrinkles were missing from her face, and 240 black hairs grew on her head. "Are you that good at math? You can count them yourself if you don't believe me. Are you impatient with me? I wouldn't dare. Maybe you could stay young forever. I'll count on you to push my wheelchair in the future." Shen Kaiwei held He Zhongliang's hand tightly, revealing a heartfelt smile. She does not expect herself to live forever, but only to be able to accompany He Zhongliang for a few more years. 3 or 5 years is also very contented. At this time, a flight attendant walked with elegant steps and passed by He Zhongliang. A well-tailored red uniform set off her tall and exquisite figure just right. As she twisted, the tight, rounded curves of her waist and hips exuded vigor and sensuality with every step. With a body like that, it doesn't matter so much what your face looks like anymore. He Zhongliang out of the instinct of opposites attract. It is natural to glance twice at the back of that flight attendant. When he withdrew his eyes from the stewardess, he noticed with his afterglow that Shen Sayue's eyes were firmly fixed on him. He pretended that nothing had happened, his expression calm as he gazed ahead, then slowly lowered his head. Chapter 120. A good meal is not too late. Shen Kaiwei held He Zhenliang's arm and asked with a smile on her face. That stewardess just now was so pretty. Did you see it? He Zhenliang couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising slightly as he casually replied. She passed by. I didn't pay attention to what she looked like. Nice figure, too. Tall and luscious, with a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Yeah, I didn't look closely. How else do you want to scrutinize it? He Zhenliang was speechless and smiled in shame. After taking a deep breath, she turned her head and praised. I think you'll look better than her if you wear an outfit like this in the future. Shen Kaiwei stared into He Zhenliang's eyes and tenderly promised, when I buy a uniform like this, I'll only wear it for you at home. Although Shen Kaiwei had not yet changed greatly in appearance, her essence was obviously much better without the torture of illness. Looking at her glowing appearance, He Zhenliang covered half of his face with one hand and sheepishly suggested, if you want to buy it, buy a few sets of the other uniforms as well. What other uniforms do you like to see me in? He Zhenliang lowered his voice and replied in a small voice. I want to try everything except the white coat. After returning home, He Zhenliang prepared a hearty meal. Watching Shen Sayue's appetite increase and eat with gusto, she happily praised. You have a really big meal now. A small body of less than 100 pounds. You eat more than I do. Shen Kaiwei swallowed the food in her mouth and smiled as she teased. At your age, it's best to control the amount of food you eat and eat as little as possible. I'm different from you. I'm just growing my body. Nutrition must keep up. It's only the second day, and you're full of energy and talking. When I open my eyes to see you in the morning, you won't be a young woman with a lot of flavor. Will you? You don't like it? I'm used to the way you are now. If it suddenly changes too much. He Zhenliang wanted to say something. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Stop pretending. You can't wait and be happy inside. He Zhenliang didn't retort, and smiled and lowered his head to continue eating. Shen Kaiwei cheerfully comforted him. Don't worry. It's not that fast. Didn't people say that it takes about 2 months for the body to recover to its peak state? He Zhenliang tried his best to inquire in a calm tone. Were you at your peak when we met? Shen Kaiwei blurted out. Of course not. I was 42 that year. Although it's still well maintained, there's still a noticeable gap from when I was young. Actually, I think it would be good for you to return to the way you were when we met. You've become too young, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get used to it. Looking at the corners of He Zhenliang's mouth that he couldn't suppress, Shen Kaiwei comforted him with a smile on her face. You don't have to worry too much. I'll be very gentle with you, so that you can slowly get used to the younger me. He Zhenliang let out a sigh. I don't know if I can. Now, still satisfy your wolf-like age. You can do it. I believe in you. Shen Kaiwei patted He Zhenliang's shoulder, revealing a smile of happy anticipation. Why do I feel a little stressed? He Zhenliang murmured, then smiled and asked, do you want it tonight? Shen Kaiwei was silent for a moment, shook her head, and said heartily, I don't want to aggravate you any further. The way I am now, I dislike it even when I look at myself, so how could you possibly like it? I kind of like it, as long as it's you I like it. He Zhenliang didn't lie, but he didn't exactly tell the truth either. He's more interested in pleasuring and delighting the other person, and in the face of people in their 60s, there really isn't a strong physical urge to do so. Shen Kaiwei seriously discussed, give me a few days, okay? I want to give you a better experience. Wait until I'm satisfied with my body. He Zhenliang nodded. Well, it's like when I waited for you for a month after I first stayed in your house before I got my pass. A good meal isn't afraid of being late. It's worth waiting as long as it takes. That's your divorce papers, isn't it? Shen Kaiwei covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh out loud, clenching her fists hard to feel the state of her body, then confidently assured, this time we definitely don't have to wait a month, half a month at most, maybe sooner. He Zhenliang hurriedly comforted with a sentence, you don't have to be too hasty, I have the patience to wait, but I'm afraid I can't wait. Shen Kaiwei stared at He Zhenliang, the corners of her mouth rose in a helpless expression. He Zhenliang smiled and muttered, starting tomorrow practice a few more sets of deep squats every day. In the evening, the two went to bed early. After chatting for a while, Shen Kaiwei got sleepy and couldn't help yawning. He Zhenliang gently patted Shen Sayue's back and teased, you've really reached the time when you're growing up, being able to eat and sleep. I can't even keep my eyes open. So if you're not sleepy, just find something to do. No need to keep me company. Shen Kaiwei said so on her lips, but one hand began to grope again. Forget it. I'll also go to bed early every day while I'm still free and save my energy. Get ready for the coming rainy season. Maybe there's even a raging storm. He Zhenliang took a deep breath, held it for a moment, and bravely and expectantly spat out a few words. Come on harder. Shen Kaiwei snuggled in He Zhenliang's arms and quickly fell asleep. before she could put away the smile on her face. Hee-jun brought Lu Yuan home for dinner on the weekend and was happy to see his mother looking radiant, but was surprised and dumbfounded to hear that his mother might look like she was in her early to mid-30s after another 2 months. Excitedly, I asked my mother, "Will you stay that way and never grow old?" Shen Kaiwei replied frankly, "It won't get old, but it will die." Hee-jun instantly put away his happy smile and began to worry about his mother again, revealing his sadness. "Don't worry, it will be years before I die. I've earned my life compared to ordinary people." Shen Kaiwei did not tell her son that the probability was that she would only have a life expectancy of 3 to 5 years. Hee-jun also did not pursue the question in detail, and everyone stopped bringing up the topic of death, not wanting to affect the joyful atmosphere of the moment. Hee-jun changed the subject and asked his father if his mother was more beautiful in person than in photos when she was 30 years old. Hee-jun replied helplessly, "I didn't know her when she was 30. I haven't even finished my 9 years of compulsory education yet." Shen Kaiwei smiled and flirted with Hee-jun. "You were 14 at the time. Still a brat. Wasn't that naughty? Just the age when you couldn't be bothered." Hee-jun smiled and didn't continue the topic. Started to inquire with Lu Yuan, "How is the gym's recent business?" Lu Yuan reported truthfully, "Business is getting better and better, and the income is starting to double. I'll give you all the money. You can just pay me a salary." Hee-jun shook his head. He didn't want to worry about the gym after he handed it over to Lu Yuan. As for the income there, it doesn't matter to him. In the future, when Lu Yuan becomes the official daughter-in-law, she will be a family member, so there is no need to be so clear. If Hee-jun breaks up with her in the future, think of it as compensation for her. After Hee-jun and Lu Yuan finished eating, he accompanied his parents to chat for a while, and then said goodbye and left. Chapter 121, She's different every day. At night, Shen Kaiwei was going to the bathroom to take a bath, and Hee-jun followed closely behind her. Shen Kaiwei told him, "I'll just flush it and be fine on my own." Previously, because Shen Kaiwei was too weak, Hee-jun was worried that she would fall in the bathroom. Now it seemed that she was already moving steadily and shouldn't be in any danger, and his back is naturally straight. His figure is no longer so dry and withered, and there is a sparkle in his eyes. "Already back to where I was before I got sick." Hee-jun didn't argue with her and flirted, "You're grown up now. It's time to bathe yourself. I'll be inviting you to shower with me soon, so wait a few more days." Shen Kaiwei dropped a sentence, smiled and turned to walk into the bathroom. Hee-jun looked at Shen Kaiwei's back and muttered in a low voice, "It'll actually work now." Then he turned away, mentally persuading himself, "She's taking it one day at a time. A good meal is never too late. Just wait a few more days, before going to sleep." Shen Kaiwei could feel that Hee-jun was a bit foolish and asked with concern, "Are you in a hurry?" Hee-jun replied in a pretense of relaxation, "I can do anything, all at your disposal. I want to wait until I'm happy with my body before I give you the best experience I can wholeheartedly, but I'm also a little put out. There are no hard and fast rules. We can be flexible." Hee-jun began to caress and kiss Shen Kaiwei. No. Can you wait 2 more days? I'm not moist enough." Shen Kaiwei gently pushed Hee-jun away, gently and excitedly discussing with him. Hee-jun sighed and stroked her hair, which had begun to darken and thicken. Nodding her head, she agreed, "Dr. Shen, let's wait for 2 days. Naturally she has her reasons. Surely it can't be wrong." Shen Kaiwei smiled and looked at the time, discussing with Hee-jun, "How about this? It's just after 9 o'clock, so let's turn off the lights and go to sleep. If we're still awake at 9:30, I want you. There's no need to be so troublesome. This kind of thing just goes with the flow." Hee-jun grumbled, but still followed Shen Kaiwei's advice and got up to turn off the lights. Then he wrapped her in his arms and hummed an old Cantonese song in a whisper. "Sweetheart, you're suddenly in sight. I'm in a hurry to gasp. Wow, gasp. What a song." Shen Kaiwei can't help but snicker in Hee-jun's arms. 20 minutes later, Hee-jun was still awake. He moved to Shen Kaiwei's mouth and felt her steady panting, guessing that she had fallen asleep. "I'm sure it's time to grow up and eat and sleep fast." Hee-jun also stopped looking forward to tonight and persuaded himself to sleep honestly. The next morning, Hee-jun opened his eyes and felt energized. He had a dream last night, and now he's been holding it in even more of a spurt all night. Shen Kaiwei was still asleep, and Hee-jun stared at her face and chest. It's really one day at a time. After a night of beauty sleep, she's a bit of a half-aged woman. Hee-jun didn't care and kissed the corner of her mouth, waiting expectantly. If she wakes up, pick a day and want her right here and now. As a result, Shen Kaiwei moved her eyebrows, but didn't open her eyes and turned around to continue sleeping. Hee-jun raised his hand and hesitated for a moment, muttering a movie line in a low voice, "Gluttony and sleepiness are not teachable," then gently got out of bed and went to the bathroom to finish peeing after the desire wasn't as strong. After washing up, Hee-jun came out of the restroom and went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After the two of them had breakfast, Shen Kaiwei felt bored at home, and she wanted to go to the clinic to say hello to those colleagues and old friends. It's not a big change while it lasts, pretty much the way it was when I was over 100 years old, which is saying something. If I meet up with my old friends again after some more days, when I have returned to my youthful state, I am afraid that I will scare them. He Zhongliang also decided to go to the gym to stretch his muscles. He hadn't exercised for a long time. He Zhongliang drove Shen Kaiyue to the clinic's entrance and asked her, "Come over to pick you up at noon?" "Forget it. It's been a long time since I've seen them. I'd like to treat them to a meal at noon. Is that okay with you?" Shen Kaiyue wanted to get together with an old friend. He Zhongliang pretended to let out a sigh of helplessness. "I reckon I can't control you even more in the future." Shen Kaiyue held He Zhongliang's arm and smiled comfortingly. "If you don't like it, I won't eat with them. You wait here, I'll go in to say hello and come out in 2 minutes." "Never mind, we'll see you tonight." "Tonight I want to." He Zhongliang didn't finish his sentence with an excited smile. "I understand. I was planning on not waiting last night and I accidentally did fall asleep." Shen Kaiyue finished with a mortified and petulant expression, then asked, "Are you going home at noon, or do you have other plans? Who knows if that future daughter-in-law will take me seriously?" "Don't worry, she'll definitely treat you well as an old dad." He Zhongliang revealed a helpless smile and casually teased, "After a few more days, our family will be lively, and all the generations will be different. No matter what I become, I'm still the oldest status, and you're still trying to usurp the throne. I won't argue with you about who's older, but if you look very young, is it okay to call me brother when no one is around?" Shen Kaiyue looked at He Zhongliang's shy expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she whispered softly, "Call me uncle as long as you like." Then push the door open and get out of the car and wave bye-bye. He Zhongliang also waved and drove away. Upon arriving at the gym, I noticed that there were indeed a lot more customers. Still respecting him, Lu Yuan rushed to introduce him to the new employee, who was the real boss. After He Zhongliang greeted the new employees, he went to the cleaning lady to chat for a while. The cleaning lady wailed and complained that she still liked it the way it used to be. There aren't many customers all day, so she can still take it easy. He Zhongliang also met a few old acquaintances when he was exercising, and they all asked him for information about Lu Yuan, who seemed to be interested in her. He Zhongliang glanced at Lu Yuan at the counter, wearing a slim-fitting professional outfit. The figure and face value were truly outstanding. No wonder she could attract those people's attention. In order to let those people die, He Zhongliang can only be honest and tell that maybe his future daughter-in-law. Near noon, a group of people came into the gym, led by Ray Ming. The matter of the previous car accident that killed a person has long since been resolved. He let go of his guts again and inquired about the whereabouts of Lu Yuan. Today deliberately brought a few social people to find Lu Yuan catch up. I did not expect to bump into He Zhongliang is also here. Chapter 122, Come with me. Lei Ming came to the counter and carefully looked Lu Yuan up and down, excitedly praising, "Haven't seen you in a few months. You're getting prettier and prettier." Lu Yuan saw the guys behind Lei Ming who were painting the literary dragons and phoenixes, and two of them even had cigarettes in their mouths. With an arrogant and domineering stance, she didn't expect that after such a long time, Lei Ming would still come looking for her. And at a glance, it looked like the visitor was not good, and should have come to find trouble on purpose. He Zhongliang was practicing deep squats and noticed the group from afar. Although he didn't recognize Lei Ming, one look at the dangling appearance of those guys didn't look like they were here to work out. Other people working out consciously stay away. Most people don't come to the gym to be nosy. In today's society, the price of meddling is too high for the average person to bear. He Zhongliang put down his instruments and stepped closer to the counter. Lu Yuan is trying to persuade, hoping that Lei Ming will not make trouble here, so that they can hurry to leave. "Can't I bring my friends to the gym? Why are you still driving away guests? Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you. Call your boss out." Lei Ming stared straight at Lu Yuan and began to play the rogue pestering. He Zhongliang and the cleaning lady came to those people at the same time. The lady grabbed the first opening accusation. "You two put out the cigarette. Indoor no smoking, do not know? Cigarette ash landing all over the ground. Do not need you to clean, is not it?" The two punks threw their cigarettes on the ground in front of the older woman, stamped them out with their feet, and then took out their cigarettes, intending to continue to light them. "If you two ever light up a cigarette again, I'll call the police." He Zhongliang took out his cell phone and prepared to dial 110. "What the are you doing? Mind your own business and off. Looking for a beating, aren't you?" A few punks with fierce faces threatened He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang told them truthfully, "I am the boss here." Lei Ming looked at He Zhongliang and mocked, "As the boss of this place, if you can't handle this little thing, why bother the police? I pay my taxes according to the law. It's my right to be protected, and it's also their duty to protect our people. The state pays their salaries. There is no hemp not trouble that." He Zhongliang said he was about to make a call. Lei Ming waved his hand, signaling the two men around him to stop lighting cigarettes. Then he moved closer to He Zhongliang and guessed, "You're the one who drives the BMW 7 Series, right? What's your relationship with Lu Yuan and that white boy?" "My son is now in a couple relationship with Lu Yuan, but the two are not married. You can legitimately pursue her, but you can't trouble her." He Zhongliang didn't bother to beat around the bush and made his words clear directly. Asterisk, so it's Yuan's old dad. Scared me to death. Lei Ming deliberately put on an exaggerated expression, and the people beside him matched him with laughter. He Zhongliang didn't say anything, just stared confidently into Lei Ming's eyes. "Mentally flirting with myself, or get him killed." Lei Ming put away his pompous expression and took 2 steps closer to meet He Zhongliang eye to eye. His expression was serious as he reminded, "Don't think that you can hide the truth from the world. I know that you created that car accident on purpose." He Zhongliang was full of concern and said, "If you have evidence, just go ahead and sue me. Heaven knows, you know and I know, you can sleep soundly at night when several people have died? It's you who can't sleep at night." Looking at He Zhongliang's cloudy expression, Lei Ming in turn became a bit unsettled, and his eyes couldn't help but start to dodge. Then an exasperated reminder, "Be careful when you go out on your own and with your family. Car accidents and accidents happen every day, and next time it won't necessarily be your luck." He Zhongliang didn't fight with him verbally, and after a helpless sigh, he calmly asked, "What do you really want?" Lei Ming saw He Zhongliang sighing and thought he had conceded. Condescendingly, he warned, "Immediately persuade your little brat to break up with Lu Yuan. Let her honestly go back to work in her previous unit, and I'll take this matter as never having happened. Otherwise, okay, you have to give me a few days to persuade the kid." Without waiting for Lei Ming to finish his sentence, He Zhongliang nodded his head in agreement with his request. Lei Ming felt a little surprised. He didn't expect this confident-looking man to scare so well. "I'll give you a week. You can't control your own child. Others won't spoil him." Lei Ming continued to warn He Zhongliang, then mocked Lu Yuan with a disdainful face. "Still counting on your husband's father to back you up? That little white boy must be of the same demeanor. A good-looking but useless thing. Then take a group and strut away." The cleaning lady came to clean up the cigarette butts and ashes on the floor with her tools, glanced at the still calm He Zhongliang, and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "You're too mild-tempered for a big man. I always thought you had 2 tricks up your sleeve." He Zhongliang was amused by the big mom. Of course he wouldn't be afraid of Lei Ming and those few people. He had his own plans, and since Lei Ming had sent himself to his death, he had no choice but to fulfill him. He Zhongliang is still in contact with Brother Dash in the White City, and Brother Dash has invested in a lot of business in the country over the years, and is a partner with Su Meng. Ho Chung Liang is their introducer. "I've got to go." He Zhongliang gave an explanation to Lu Yuan and left in a hurry. "I'm sorry I've gotten you in trouble again. What now? Why don't I get another job?" Lu Yuan was ashamed to discuss with He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang moved closer to the counter and whispered to her, "Just work here in peace. I promise he won't bother you again in the future." Lu Yuan looked at He Zhongliang's confident eyes and asked worriedly, "You're not going to make a big deal out of it again? What's the matter? You still can't let go of that guy?" No. What are you going to do about him?" "I'm afraid you'll get in trouble." Lu Yuan suspected that He Zhongliang had a murderous intent again, but did not dare to say so explicitly. He Zhongliang laughed and dropped a sentence, "Adults do business, kids don't pry," then walk away at a brisk pace. Lu Yuan looked at He Zhongliang's back and wondered in her heart, what the hell did he used to do? Chapter 123, Another Good Thing. At noon in an upscale restaurant, He Zhongliang and Su Meng are eating together. Su Meng was now also over 100 years old, and her already plump figure was now slightly richer. It hadn't gone completely out of shape yet, and under the cover of the clothing, it was still saying something. She stared at He Zhongliang's face and smiled as she flirted. "Why did you want to get up and ask me out to dinner? I waited for so many years and didn't see you make a move. Your family, Dr. Shen is now older. You remembered me. I'm also old now. What did you do long ago?" He Zhongliang didn't bring up the matter of Shen Kaiwei receiving treatment and said bluntly, "I have something to ask for your help. Someone is threatening my family and I want him to disappear." Looking at He Zhongliang's cloudy expression, Su Meng shook her head helplessly. "You, as soon as there's a dirty job, you think of me," He Zhongliang casually suggested. "If it's inconvenient for you, forget it, I'll go talk to Dash." "Wouldn't it be the same if you looked for me? Just wait for me to talk to him. And try to minimize your walking around with those guys over this kind of thing. Give me the man's information. Do you want to teach him a lesson? Or, I've already given him a chance, and I don't have time to pull a fast one on him." He Zhongliang bluntly stated his intentions, and Su Meng nodded in understanding. "For the sake of your family, you are also ruthless enough." After hearing the information about Lei Ming, Su Meng told He Zhongliang, "Alright, let's talk about something else. He Zhongliang knew that Su Meng had a number in mind and should have a result soon, and politely asked, "How much do you think is appropriate for me to give you in terms of remuneration? Is there any need between us? Just save your breath. It's not like you're giving me what I want." Su Meng blankly glanced at He Zhongliang, still having a bit of regret and pain in her heart because of what happened back then. Couldn't help but complain. "Back then, your dream sister's posture didn't aggravate you at all. Why can't we leave each other a good memory? It's just a little thing. It's not like we're going to lose a piece of meat. So what's the big deal, now that I'm old and gray? That Dr. Shen of your family is also in his 60s, isn't he? Don't you have any other ideas now?" He Zhongliang casually perfunctorily said. "I'm not getting any younger. What else can I think? Don't pretend in front of me. I still don't understand men. It's only after a man turns 40 that he really starts to flirt. If you don't have an idea, it means you have a problem." He Zhongliang didn't retort and nodded with a smile. "There's nothing wrong with what you said. I also feel that the older I get, the more I like to play tricks." Upon hearing this, Su Meng immediately perked up, excitedly and curiously asked, "Can your family's Dr. Shen withstand your tossing and turning? Tell me more about it. I'm just thinking about it. You don't have a shortage of men around. Why are you asking me? My two godchildren, they do have two skills. My old lady didn't love them for nothing all these years. I don't want to hear that. Just be happy that you feel happy and I'm happy for you." He Zhongliang interrupted Su Meng, not wanting to hear about what happened between him and his godson. Su Meng helplessly advised, "If only you could be as dashing as I am. Learn to enjoy life. Enjoy yourself. I'm fine just the way I am. What a deadbeat. Hurry up and eat." Su Meng glared at He Zhongliang and shook his head helplessly with a smile on his face. He Zhongliang went to the supermarket in the afternoon and called Shen Kaiwei to make sure she wouldn't be home until late afternoon. After nightfall, Shen Kaiwei went home. She went to see several old friends today. He Zhongliang had already prepared the meal, and after the two of them ate dinner, Shen Kaiwei said that she was a little uncomfortable today, and that she had a familiar but indescribable feeling. She wanted to take a bath and asked He Zhongliang if he wanted to join her. "You've asked for it, so I'll begrudgingly do it." He Zhongliang happily wrapped his arms around Shen Kaiwei. He didn't want to wait tonight. "Why don't you go to the bathroom and run the water? I'll clear the table." After Shen Kaiwei pushed He Zhongliang toward the bathroom, she herself turned toward the dining table, suddenly frowned slightly, always felt that something was wrong, but could not say. Just after cleaning up the kitchen, Shen Kaiwei felt a vague swelling pain in her belly. Although it wasn't very strong, there was an obvious discomfort in her body. Her lower back was a little sore, like the kind of soreness caused by staying in one position for a long time doing housework. Shen Kaiwei tried to straighten her back, trying to soothe the uncomfortable energy. Suddenly one feels like a deflated ball of gas, feeling some sort of alien, yet familiar occurrence. Shen Kaiwei looks down and examines herself. The face was first surprised, turned to a look of surprise. He Yanliang was still debugging the water temperature. Shen Kaiwei suddenly rushed into the restroom and sat on the toilet. He Zhangliang heard Shen Kaiwei rush in with a wall between them. Thinking that Shen Kaiwei wanted to use the restroom, he casually asked, "Do you want me to go out?" Shen Kaiwei called out excitedly, "No, come here. There's nothing to be ashamed of between an old married couple." He Zhangliang came to the toilet and asked curiously, "What are you doing sitting on the toilet in your pants?" Shen Kaiwei replied shyly and excitedly, "These pants need to be changed. Are you sick to your stomach?" He Zhangliang thought that Shen Kaiwei did not hold back, trying to hold back as much as he could. He didn't have the heart to laugh out. Shen Kaiwei waved at He Zhangliang to come closer. He Zhangliang stepped forward with a puzzled face to show his concern. "What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable?" Shen Kaiwei wrapped her arms around He Zhangliang's neck and whispered in his ear, "I've resumed my physiological period." He Zhangliang was silent for a moment, and calmly threw out a sentence. "There are just the two of us at home. Are you still afraid of letting others hear?" "I'm so happy." He Zhangliang nodded, probably able to understand Shen Kaiwei's mood, then nervously asked, "Are you not going to be able to take a shower today? Can I do something for you? Go out and buy me some packs of bunnies." He Zhangliang casually asked, "Didn't you have any left before? I've been menopausal for how many years now? Where would I find those things at home? You should go quickly. The convenience store in front of the neighborhood should still be open. What brand and style do you want?" Shen Kaiwei urged. "They're all pretty much the same. Just take 2 random packs first." He Zhangliang was just about to head out when he turned back and asked, "Are you in a hurry? I'll go buy it at the supermarket. It's not all the same to you. Why are you traveling so far?" Shen Kaiwei had an expression of not quite understanding. He Zhangliang explained with some difficulty, "The convenience store owner knows me, so if he asks me who I bought it for, what am I going to say? Or what if he misunderstands that I bought it for someone else?" Shen Kaiwei glared at He Zhangliang. "People won't be stupid enough to ask that kind of question. Just go. I'll be right there." He Zhangliang dropped a sentence, turned and rushed out of the restroom. Although Shen Kaiwei was a little uncomfortable with a bit of a falling sensation in her belly, she could not hide the joy on her face. It's a completely different mindset to be faced with this kind of thing this time than it was that time as a teenager. After He Zhanliang bought back the white rabbit and sent it to the restroom for Shen Kaiwei, he was kicked out. Some embarrassing scenes. Shen Kaiwei did not want to let He Zhanliang see, so as not to give him a bad impression. After simply cleaning up, Shen Kaiwei walked out of the restroom and told He Zhanliang, "I'll go wait for you in bed first." He Zhanliang discussed with her, "Let's call it a night." Shen Kaiwei gave him a blank look and explained helplessly, "I'm waiting for you to go to bed and snuggle me." Okay, go ahead and go to the bedroom. I'll clean up briefly and be right there." He Zhanliang was just about to enter the restroom when he turned back and asked, "Do you need me to carry you to bed?" "No, I feel fine, not very uncomfortable, not afraid with the bunnies. You finish cleaning up quickly and go back to snuggling." "Got it." He Zhanliang nodded and walked into the restroom. Shen Kaiwei put on a smile and turned toward the bedroom. Chapter 124, Removing the Threat. He Zhanliang returned to the bed, and Shen Kaiwei hurriedly wrapped her arms around his waist. "Lift the pajamas, belly to belly with him." Gently, he told He Zhanliang, "When a woman's body is relatively weak and cold, it's best to have a man by her side, especially the kind with sufficient yang energy. It will be very helpful." He Zhanliang half-heartedly threw out a sentence. "It's psychological. It's true. It just works. It's good for you. If Dr. Shen says it's good for you, it's good for you." Shen Kaiwei caressed He Zhanliang's face, kissed the corner of his mouth, and asked with concern, "Are you disappointed that you can't serve you tonight?" He Zhanliang smiled and comforted, "How could that be? I'm still a few days away. The body is important. I'm not in a hurry, but I'm in a hurry. You get some sleep. Don't get carried away." He Zhanliang consoled a sentence, and then not still good sense to ask, "Your situation usually a few days to end. I used to you this kind of thing does not seem to have any impression. What I've been in the past has been pretty regular and normal, over in 2 or 3 days. It usually doesn't interfere with my work or daily life, and I try not to let you find out, so of course you don't remember much." He Zhanliang nodded and praised. Dr. Shen is regular and normal at first glance, very healthy. The corner of Shen Kaiwei's mouth rose up to He Zhanliang's ear, gently comforting, "When I'm lighter in 2 days, I'll definitely make it up to you, okay? Don't be too deliberate, just go with the flow." No, it's got to be fun for you." Shen Kaiwei hugged He Zhanliang tightly and couldn't help but laugh out loud. 2 days later to the weekend, He Jun brought Lu Yuan home for dinner. After dinner, He Jun played a few games with his father, who he had enjoyed playing fighting games with since he was a child. As a child, He Zhanliang gave way to him, and now he can still control the situation, occasionally letting him win a couple of rounds on purpose. Not only is he not as strong as his father, his reaction time is not in the same league. Lu Yuan and Shen Kaiwei chatted on the side and occasionally paid attention to the battle between father and son. They had no interest in the game, but both loved their men. Lu Yuan was not stingy with her praise for her future mother-in-law. To her, Shen Kaiwei had changed too much. Compared to last week, she was at least 10 years younger. Couldn't help but flirt with Shen Kaiwei. After a while, "I'll be too embarrassed to call you auntie. By then you'll look even younger than me, and I won't even know what to call you." No matter how much the appearance changes, the relationship can't change. "I'll be your elder till the end of time." Shen Kaiwei smiled and reminded He Jun and Lu Yuan. He Jun hurriedly nodded. "Mom, don't worry, when Yuan and I are 70 years old, you'll still remain young and beautiful then. We'll still treat you as an elder and often come home to rub our noses in the food. I don't have the luxury of living so many years that I can be allowed to stay with you for 3 or 5 years. Shen Kaiwei didn't finish her sentence and smiled awkwardly. When she thought about how she only had 3 to 5 years to spend with her family, her heart was still a bit sour. People are always greedy, giving you 3 years and wanting the next 3. Shen Kaiwei period has not yet ended. Feel a little tired, so first went upstairs to rest. He Jun intends to play 2 more games with his father and then leave. Lu Yuan on the sidelines, brushing his cell phone short video patiently waiting. Suddenly seeing a piece of news made Lu Yuan dumbfounded with surprise. After He Jun finished the game, he turned his head and noticed Lu Yuan's strange expression. Putting down the gamepad, he asked curiously, "What did you see? Getting all excited like that?" Lu Yuan handed her cell phone to He Jun and told him in a panic, "Lei Ming is dead," then carefully glanced at He Zhanliang. He Zhanliang also came to the side of He Jun. "Carefully look at that news. Rening was hit by a car on the street and it deliberately ran him over once before fleeing the scene. So the police ruled that this was not a traffic accident, but a premeditated criminal case. People related to the deceased are now being contacted and an investigation is underway." He Jun didn't know that Lei Ming had gone to the gym to cause trouble a few days ago and couldn't help but be curious. How many enemies does this person have? Did he offend some big shot? Lu Yuan and He Zhongliang looked at each other, too nervous to speak. He Zhongliang revealed a relaxed smile and flirted. Heavenly madness will lead to rain, and human madness will lead to trouble. It's better to keep a low profile as a human being. Then nodded towards Lu Yuan, who understood and said nothing with an awkward smile. Lei Ming's death was good for her. No longer did she have to put up with that scumbag's harassment. But she didn't have He Zhongliang's kind of mental strength, and she was still nervous and scared. Couldn't help rambling on about what to do if the police came looking for her. She was worried that He Zhongliang would be caught. But looking at He Zhongliang's confident expression, I believe he should be very sure. Lu Yuan could only pray silently in her heart, hoping that this incident was just a coincidence and had nothing to do with He Zhongliang. But she knows very well in her heart, this matter 99.9%, is the future husband-father arranged. After He Jun left with Lu Yuan, He Zhongliang went back to the bedroom to accompany Shen Kaiwei. When she woke up the next morning, Shen Kaiwei was refreshed and looked a lot younger again. After breakfast, Shen Kaiwei was suddenly very interested and asked He Zhongliang to take her to a movie. After the show broke up, they went shopping again and ate out at noon before the two went home. Shen Kaiwei hadn't gone out for so long in a long time, and the two of them lay down on the bed for a nap in the late afternoon. Shen Kaiwei woke up from her beautiful dream with a flushed face accompanied by panting sounds. She knows she's ready and eager. He Zhongliang felt someone kissing him, and he opened his eyes to face Shen Kaiwei up close, as if going back to years ago, holding Shen Kaiwei's face and exclaiming, I just slept for a night's work, and you've become young again. It's like those 2 years after you just gave birth to Xiao Jun. The flavor is full of. Shen Kaiwei asked excitedly, do you like the way I look now? He Zhongliang nodded. Of course. I'm done with that one, and I want you. Shen Kaiwei can't wait to request. After a burst of passionate intimacy, she forced herself to push He Zhongliang away and comforted him. I haven't taken a bath in the past 2 days, so wait for me for a while, okay? He Zhongliang's mouth was already dry, revealing a helpless smile and urging anxiously, immediately. Shen Kaiwei kissed He Zhongliang on the cheek and commanded in his ear, I'll be back in a while, don't you dare try to escape, then happily left the bedroom. After Shen Kaiwei left the room, He Zhongliang, who had been abstaining from sex for several months, lay on the bed and made every effort to stretch his body, cannot help but let out a cry. The voice was thick and full of power, and hormones instantly erupted. Shen Kaiwei had just reached the bathroom door when she heard this male cry. Her body couldn't help but feel a wave of tenderness, and she knew that He Zhongliang had endured it for a long time. She herself was looking forward to it, that passionate, hearty flavor. Chapter 125, Good things come in small packages. A few moments later, Shen Kaiwei came out of the bathroom, straightened her pink halter nightgown, and couldn't wait to walk towards the bedroom. She hasn't worn this gown in over a decade. Just as he reached the bedroom door, a doorbell rang from outside. He Zhongliang walked out of the bedroom, saw Shen Kaiwei standing in the doorway, looked at the lotus-like Shen Kaiwei, couldn't help but praise a sentence, you're so beautiful, then told her to wait in the bedroom and went down to see what it was. Who's so annoying? Shen Kaiwei grumbled and wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang's neck and admonished, no matter what people, send them away immediately, you come back quickly. Got it. He Zhongliang patted Shen Kaiwei's plump buttocks and turned to walk downstairs. When he came downstairs and opened the door, he saw 2 police officers standing in the doorway. They want He Zhongliang to go to the police station to be investigated, although there is no evidence to force the arrest of He Zhongliang yet. But that day with Lei Ming to the gym to make trouble, a few people have said that He Zhongliang and Lei Ming life have a problem. Lei Ming that day threatened He Zhongliang after his own soon after the accident, and also brought up that car accident a few months ago. Lei Ming had told them about it many times, and he was sure that it was a car accident that He Zhongliang had created on purpose. Coupled with Lei Ming's death, the police have reason to interrogate and investigate He Zhongliang. The police had no evidence or warrant for the moment, so He Zhongliang could have not cooperated. But he didn't do that and decided to go with the police and leave it to his lawyer to settle the matter. He Zhongliang called his lawyer first. A few moments later, Shen Kaiwei put on her clothes and came to the first floor. After He Zhongliang explained the situation to her, she pouted, her expression lost and a little worried, complaining angrily in my mind. What a good thing. Can't the police come back tomorrow? Better never come. Don't worry. I'm just going to assist in the investigation, and I'll be back soon after I've asked. He Zhongliang calmly comforted Shen Kaiwei, then followed the police away. Looking at He Zhongliang's back, Shen Kaiwei could not be relaxed. She was afraid that she would not be able to speak clearly, although she did not know the truth about those cases, but she was clear about He Zhongliang's behavior. If the family was threatened, without the police suspecting it, Shen Kaiwei felt sure that He Zhongliang had done it. Now she could only pray and hope that this time too, the danger would turn out to be as good as it had been in the past. Otherwise, what was the point of restoring her young and beautiful body? If your lover is not around, no one will appreciate how beautiful you are. After the police bring He Junliang to the station, they link Lei Ming's death to the car accident a few months ago and investigate. Through the questioning of people close to Lei Ming, it was learned that the victim of that car accident was arranged by Lei Ming to intentionally go after and cut off the BMW, which caused that car accident. And at that time, He Junliang also obviously knew about this incident, was chased by the van threat. He did not call the police or accelerate to shake off those people. Coupled with Lei Ming's visit to the gym to cause trouble and threaten Ho Chunliang's family, he died 2 days later. Analyzing the whole thing logically, it was already obvious that He Junliang was the biggest suspect, although there is no conclusive evidence yet. A major criminal case involving multiple lives. The police detained He Junliang and used a large number of police forces to start investigating and collecting evidence. He Junliang met with his lawyer, who reassured him that he would soon be released as long as there was no hard evidence. The only breakthrough for the police now is to find the person who committed the murder on Lei Ming. Then they'll follow the trail to He Junliang. Although he was detained, He Junliang didn't panic. He believed that with Dash's experience in doing this kind of thing, he would definitely not make any mistakes. And to Su Meng and Dash, also very trusting. In the interrogation room, the two policemen questioned He Junliang for half a day, but did not ask any useful clues. But they decided that He Junliang wasn't as simple as he looked, and asked curiously, "You remember that car accident a few months ago, don't you?" He Junliang nodded, somewhat impressive. "Why didn't you call the police when you were being chased and threatened by the van behind you? It's not like they're doing anything to me. They're just trying to overtake. Would it help to call the police? Then why didn't you let them overtake? I was driving normally and they couldn't overtake me, which means they weren't going fast enough. So there's no point in overtaking then. You could have accelerated to lose them. You were driving a BMW 7 Series. It wasn't a matter of kicking the gas to keep them from seeing the taillights. I was driving normally. I didn't want to speed." Looking at He Junliang's calm and self-assured expression, the police officer couldn't see that he was the least bit nervous or uneasy. The two cops looked at each other, both curious if this guy was really innocent, or did he have special training that would make it impossible for an ordinary person to be so calm. This is a major criminal case where lives are at stake, and now that he's the most suspected, he doesn't even take it seriously. During his detention, He Junliang had no right to see anyone except his own lawyer. Shen Kaiyue is anxious at home and can only hope that He Junliang will come home earlier. More than a month later, He Junliang was released for lack of evidence. The case about Lei Ming also came to an end and the investigation was temporarily suspended. This result is expected by He Junliang, because he trusts Su Meng and Dash. The police notified He Junliang early in the morning that he could leave. He did not notify his family and asked his lawyer to drive him back. As the lawyer drove into the neighborhood, he saw from a distance a wonderful woman with a ponytail, dressed in black yoga pants and a white athletic tank top. She was taking a morning jog along the interior road. The smooth and beautiful shoulder and back lines are full of strength without lacking feminine softness. Perfect waist-to-hip ratio with tight, strong, long legs. For middle-aged men, she's so beautiful when she exercises that she runs a deadly seduction every step of the way. The lawyer drove up to her from behind and couldn't help but slow down to get a better look at this beautiful, sexy woman. He Junliang looked at her back and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was the first time he had seen a real person who excited him so much. "Can't stand looking at it from the back even though I haven't seen the front face yet. Can't help but wonder, is this a resident who just moved into the neighborhood? In the past so many years, how did I never notice that there is such a special thing?" When the lawyer drove over to the side of the woman, He Junliang hurriedly eyed ahead and shielded his face with his hands. With a rush, "Stop staring at people and get going." The lawyer deliberately lowered the speed of his car like this to admire that woman, making He Junliang feel embarrassed. It's all in the same neighborhood, so it's inevitable that we'll run into each other again. He doesn't want to give people the impression that he's frivolous and has no manners. Chapter 126. The apple is sweet. The lawyer left He Junliang at the entrance of the villa and drove away. He Junliang was just about to enter the house, saw that wonderful girl, even ran toward his side. I don't know if she was passing by, or if she came over to question the lawyer about his rude behavior earlier. He Junliang muttered in his heart, guessing that it should not be so. All people love beauty, like to see beautiful women is not a big mistake. Seeing that the beauty is getting closer and closer, He Junliang hesitates to say hello to others before going home. He has no other idea. Just live in a neighborhood. Out of politeness to say hello is also very normal. After a moment of thought, he decided to turn around and go home anyway. Let's say hello when we have a chance to meet later. It seems too deliberate to wait here to meet people on purpose. Where are you running to? A familiar voice came from behind him, and He Junliang turned to stare at the beautiful woman. When she stood before her, she was dumbfounded with surprise. He Junliang was sure that this was Shen Kaiyue, but it was the Shen Kaiyue he had never seen before. It belonged to the vibrant and sporty version, which made He Junliang not know how to face it for a while. Shen Kaiwei rushed up and jumped directly onto He Zhongliang, her two long legs clamping onto his waist and her arms tightly encircling his neck, happily kissing twice, then gently scolding, "Why didn't you inform me in advance? And deliberately avoiding me, trying to hide and seek with me?" He Zhongliang honestly said, "I didn't recognize it was you." Then he patted her tight thigh and reminded her, "Come on down. It's not good for people to see you out there." Shen Kaiwei loosened her legs and got off of He Zhongliang, staring into his eyes with a smile on her face, unable to hide her joy. "Are those things settled? They won't come after you again." "I guess not." He Zhongliang carefully surveyed the current Shen Kaiwei, beads of sweat on her cheeks and neck, sliding down her white, taut skin, crystallized in the early morning sunlight, like sweet dew. The body's delicate and exquisite curves, even more so, made He Zhongliang impatient and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Slightly nervous, he asked, "Have you grown taller?" "It's not taller. It's more erect and stretched out now." Shen Kaiwei held her head up and was full of vigor, looking between 25 and 30 years old. "You also have fuller breasts," He Zhongliang praised in a small voice, his eyes wandering, suddenly a little shy. Obviously the two of them were already an old married couple, but because she had changed so much and was in a state she hadn't seen before, it made He Zhongliang feel a little rusty. Shen Kaiwei pulled He Zhongliang's hand and put it on her waist, letting him slowly slide down. Moving to his ear, he confidently assured, "Not just fuller breasts, but you'll be more satisfied wherever you go." Then taking He Zhongliang's arm, he seriously questioned, "Are you still going to stand at the door foolishly?" He Zhongliang laughed and walked towards the house while discussing with Shen Kaiwei, "Give me time to take a shower and shave, okay? And it's been too long since I've had that, so I might be a bit more sensitive at first, so don't you ever mind. I'm giving you a chance, a million chances." Accompanied by Shen Kaiwei's bright laughter, the two of them walked into the house. Shen Kaiwei has not only become younger, but also more cheerful. After the two entered the house, He Zhongliang let out a long sigh. "It's better to be at home." Shen Kaiwei complained aggrievely, "It's only good when we're all at home. It's not much fun for me to be home alone." Then he wrapped his arms tightly around He Zhongliang's neck, stared into his eyes, and asked with a sharp intake of breath, "Do you still want me to wait when you take a shower?" He Zhongliang glanced down as Shen Kaiwei clung to He Zhongliang's body. The black yoga pants showed the curves of his hips and thighs, to the extreme, flat tight belly without a trace of fat, hard against the body of He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang can feel Shen Kaiwei also extremely eager. This day the two have waited too long, both cannot wait to get each other washed together. He Zhongliang picked Shen Kaiwei up and quickly rushed to the bathroom. They went into the bathroom and just undressed and stood under the shower together, restraining. 10 minutes later, the two stood in front of the mirror, still wet. Shen Kaiwei held He Zhongliang's face and was helping him shave. He Zhongliang wrapped his arms around Shen Kaiwei's waist and looked at her charming back in the mirror, smooth and taut skin, and perfect concave and convex curves. Let He Zhongliang again stupid. Shen Kaiwei felt it and happily teased, "Uncle, you're quite powerful. You've come back to life so quickly." He Zhongliang frowned a little. It was the first time he had heard Shen Kaiwei address him in such a mischievous manner. He glared at Shen Kaiwei, unable to hide his doting eyes. Then a slight movement of the lips. "I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm exercising on an empty stomach too. Let's go out to eat together after we shower." Shen Kaiwei put down her razor, stared at He Zhongliang's clean and fresh face, and praised, "The spirited young man is back." Then looked down and couldn't help the corners of my mouth from rising. It took half an hour for the two to come out of the bathroom, and it didn't really take them long to shower. He Zhongliang fried 8 eggs, and Shen Kaiwei took the beef and chicken readily available in the refrigerator and took out a few slices of bread, quickly heated up and served together at the table. The two sat down and smiled at each other, looking down and eating their own food. They were both hungry. After fixing almost all the food on the table, He Zhongliang asked, "Do you need to make you some more breakfast?" "No, I'm almost full." Shen Kaiwei put down her cutlery and picked up an apple to eat. He Zhongliang cleaned up the food in the dishes and looked at Shen Kaiwei as she took a big bite of the apple, making a crisp sound. Smiling, he teased, "You're a big eater. Are you going to keep growing? I went out for a run this morning, so of course I need to replenish my strength and energy. And you, what did you do? Why did you eat so much too? You don't know what I did." He Zhongliang's casual remark made Shen Kaiwei come to her senses, standing up and going around the table to sit on his lap, chewing the apple in front of him with a big mouth, neat and white teeth, pink and full lips. Let He Zhongliang look at the infatuation. The flesh of the fruit was chewed by her, shooting out sweet juices and making a crisp, pleasant sound in her mouth. It made He Zhongliang couldn't help but swallow along with him. "You're craving it, aren't you?" Shen Kaiwei asked, swallowing the pulp in her mouth. Click, bit off a piece of apple, sent to the mouth of He Zhongliang. He Zhongliang was just about to reach for it when Shen Kaiwei twisted her body and glared at him. He immediately caught it in his mouth and chewed it twice before spitting out 2 words with a smile on his face. Sweet. After the two finished their apples, they couldn't help but start making out again. Chapter 127, She's changed a bit. 10 minutes later, Shen Kaiwei and He Zhenliang body a groping. In his ear, he reminded excitedly, "You seem to be full of life again." He Zhenliang nervously explained, "This is a bluff. Don't take it seriously. Let's call it a day. You're so scared." "I'm not done yet. I'm sure my own man is a pain in the ass, and I know how to save it. At your age, you've already done a great job today." Shen Kaiwei wrapped her arms around He Zhenliang's neck and praised him, contentedly kissing him on the face. He Zhenliang couldn't help but be curious. Dr. Shen, not only have you gotten younger, your personality has also become passionate and unrestrained. I thought that when you were younger, you were also the kind of person who looked more mature and stable. Shen Kaiwei recalled her past. "I'm just more serious in front of others. I've always been like this in front of you. Yes, you do act like what you are. Priggish in front of outsiders, flirtatious behind closed doors. Are you complimenting me?" Shen Kaiwei laughed and fluttered her branches. "But I saw you outside today, in yoga pants and a little workout tank top. Really didn't recognize you and didn't think it would be you." Shen Kaiwei put away her smile and questioned, "You don't like me going out dressed like that?" No. Showing health and beauty in a big way. Of course I support you. It's just that I didn't realize before that you would present yourself like that. I did used to be embarrassed, but now I don't care. Live how you are happy and please yourself most of all. People change, and after going through this incredible physical change, there's probably a change in mindset too." He Zhenliang nodded in agreement. At the same time couldn't help but stroke Shen Sayue's beautiful young face, couldn't help but praise, "It's so perfect. I can't believe this is real." Shen Kaiwei sends a passionate kiss, then close to his ear he asked, "Does this feel real now?" At that moment in the bathroom, it just really couldn't have been more true. He Zhenliang gently patted Shen Sayue's thigh in disgust with her. "Come down. My legs are a bit numb." Shen Kaiwei smiled and stood up to clear the table, turning her head to ask, "Where are we going to play in a while?" He Zhenliang actually just wanted to rest at home, but after a moment's hesitation, he told Shen Kaiwei, "I'll listen to your arrangements." Shen Kaiwei cheerfully proposed, "Let's go to the mall to buy clothes." "Yeah." He Zhenliang smiled and nodded. He actually hated shopping for clothes at the mall, but at the moment he was too embarrassed to refuse. Seeing Shen Sayue's happy appearance, he couldn't bear to spoil the fun. The two did a lot of clothes shopping in the morning and ate at an upscale restaurant for lunch. After lunch, Shen Kaiwei also wanted He Zhenliang to accompany her to continue shopping. Curious, He Zhenliang asked, "Aren't you going home for a nap?" Shen Kaiwei asked a rhetorical question. "Why do you need to sleep in the afternoon? You've had this habit before, and I've followed you into it, liking to take a nap in the afternoon. I've broken that habit now, and you'd better break that bad habit too." "It's not a bad habit. An afternoon nap is actually quite nice." "Alright then, I'll go home with you if you have to go home and sleep." Looking at Shen Sayue's lost look, He Zhenliang hurriedly comforted her. "I'm just making a suggestion to you. You don't have to nap if you don't want to. It doesn't really matter to me. I can do whatever." Shen Kaiwei excitedly shouted, "I don't want to take a nap. You accompany me to go on playing." "Yes," He Zhenliang echoed with an awkward smile. Shen Kaiwei was back to her happy self, and He Zhenliang didn't want to blame her. But compared to the previous Shen Kaiwei, she really wasn't gentle and considerate enough. The previous Shen Kaiwei would never force someone in such a way. He Zhenliang looked at the youthful, beautiful and energetic Shen Kaiwei in front of him. Suddenly there was some nostalgia for the old woman in the past. Although she was old and her body was no longer delicate and exquisite, but there was a precious understanding with each other, a resonance that arose between souls, but it was as if they could not feel it now. He Zhenliang persuaded himself in his heart that as long as she is happy, why should she be so considerate of others? He Zhenliang suspected that he, probably spoiled by the past Shen Kaiwei, should not be so demanding of the young her. She can't be youthful and still be as mature and stable as she is in middle age at the same time. But He Zhenliang always thought that the Shen Kaiwei in his memory, even if he was young to the time, should not have changed much. Did it really affect her personality because of the physical reversal of growth? He Zhenliang couldn't help but wonder, but it was only a fleeting thought. No matter when Shen Kaiwei, she will always be his favorite. In the evening, the two returned home with a large bag. Shen Kaiwei casually threw her things away and sat down on the sofa in exhaustion, casually complaining, "I said let's eat outside. I'm too lazy to move if you have to go home and cook. Eat less food outside. It's better to go home and make your own to eat at ease. You take a break. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare dinner." He Zhenliang dropped a sentence and walked to the kitchen. "I've only got 3 or 5 years to live, so how is there any point in caring about that?" Shen Sayue's casual remark caused He Zhenliang to stop in his tracks, his expression turning serious. Shen Kaiwei also realized that the atmosphere was instantly quiet. Standing up from the sofa and slowly approaching He Zhongliang, he gently asked, "Am I not quite the same as I used to be? You're a bit uncomfortable." He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment before making a serious guess. "Any old man, if you let him be young again, it should all become even crazier. And I think you're the kind of person who has changed the least. I'll go with you to prepare dinner." Shen Kaiwei held He Zhongliang's arm as she walked towards the kitchen, and the way she looked at He Zhongliang never changed. "Aren't you tired? But I don't want to be separated from you. Just dinner for two. It'll be ready soon." Shen Kaiwei came to He Zhongliang's ear and emphasized, "Not willing to part with you for a minute." Her tone was less gentle and more mischievous than in the past. After the two of them finished eating, Shen Kaiwei asked He Zhongliang, "Do we still need to take a bath tonight?" Looking at Shen Kaiwei's expectant expression, He Zhongliang knew what she meant and asked with concern, "You've been shopping all day, don't you feel tired?" "It's okay. We can get up later tomorrow." He Zhongliang let out a sigh. "You still want it tonight, don't you? We've been together for a long time. And of course we're excited for the first night." "Then you were so greedy in the bathroom this morning," He Zhongliang grumbled, got up to clear the table, and urged Shen Kaiwei, "You go take a shower first." Shen Kaiwei put on a smile and turned toward the bathroom. Chapter 128, A Moment's Rush. He Zhongliang walked into the bedroom after taking a shower and saw Shen Kaiwei lying on her side on the bed with a charming smile and a provocative pose. He Zhongliang went to bed and took her in his arms. Shen Kaiwei could not wait to start making out. He Zhongliang tried his best to restrain his impulsive desires and discussed with Shen Kaiwei. "Wait, let's talk first, okay?" Shen Kaiwei smiled and teased, "Do you still need to brew for a while? I see you're in great shape. It's too early in the morning, and I'm afraid I'll want it again when I'm done. Just before I go to bed. People are old and treacherous. Horses are old and slippery. You have a lot of heart. Don't worry, I can't afford to tire you out. I only need it once tonight." He Zhongliang caressed Shen Kaiwei's flowery face, one hand traveling downward from her shoulder, gliding over the side curves of her body, helplessly exclaims, "I was worried that I wouldn't be able to restrain myself from getting up in the middle of the night and falling head over heels in love with you. Men like beautiful young bodies, don't they? It's for everyone, regardless of gender. And will you remember me in old age?" "Not only do I remember, but I miss it very much." He Zhongliang talks to the current Shen Kaiwei about a certain sentiment he has for the past. Then carefully scrutinizing Shen Kaiwei, he couldn't help but sigh, "You're too perfect. The beauty is a bit unreal. It's as if you've changed into a different person. Of course it could also be because I really haven't seen you at this age before. We met too late and missed my best years. Good thing there's a chance to make it up to you, even though it's only 3 or 5 years." Shen Kaiwei pouted with a slight loss, remembering that she would suddenly die in 3 to 5 years. She couldn't help but feel a little sad. He Zhongliang smiled in disgust with her. "Back then, I overindulged and had reached a state of terminal illness, and it was you who pulled me back from the gates of hell. Now I'm returning this life to you, okay?" Shen Kaiwei held He Zhongliang's face and asked with a smile, "What do you mean? You've spent the last few years simply wearing me out. I'd be a flirt and give my all for you. I'm not that cruel, but if you don't behave tonight, I won't let you sleep." Looking at Shen Kaiwei's capricious appearance, He Zhongliang confidently comforted her. "Don't worry, although I'm a bit older, I'm experienced, and have plenty of means." Shen Kaiwei happily asked, "The older you get, the more immodest you get. Is that something you've said to me before? The wind and the water are turning, and now you're applying that to me. No problem." He Zhongliang smiled and nodded. Under Shen Kaiwei's active and enthusiastic attack, he no longer had the heart to chat. During the weekend, Han Shui brought her husband and child to see Shen Kaiwei, and He Jun also brought Lu Yuan home. When He Zhongliang was in the detention center, they had all seen Shen Kaiwei, so they were not so surprised now. But Han Shui and He Jun sometimes still stare at Shen Kaiwei and can't help but get lost in thought. It takes time for them to adjust to the change in their mother, especially for Han Shui, who has a bit of a hard time accepting the fact that Shen Kaiwei now looks younger than her. While the family was happily eating, He Zhongliang asked Han Shui with a bit of curiosity, "Among all of us, you're the only one who's seen your mother when she was young. Has she changed from what you remember?" Han Shui grumbled helplessly, "The look is pretty much the same as I remember, and I grew up thinking that my mom was the prettiest woman. Even suspected that it wasn't my mom because I wasn't as pretty as her." Shen Kaiwei wrapped her arm around Han Shui's shoulders and comforted, "You're the prettiest in my eyes. You're making a subjective assessment from motherhood that doesn't count." Han Shui took Shen Kaiwei's arm and looked her up and down. "Not quite sure, but from memory, you weren't this fashionable, and you were always very low-key on weekdays. It's as if you're trying to cover up your outstanding good looks as much as possible, not wanting to draw attention to yourself." Shen Kaiwei turned her gaze to He Zhongliang and asked him with a smile on her face, "Am I being high-profile now?" He Zhongliang blurted out, "Just right." The ambiguous eyes of the two filled with ambiguity made Han Shui a bit uncomfortable and bluntly told her mother, "This seductive and flirtatious look you're giving now, You never used to be like this in front of others. Then I won't look at him anymore. Shen Kaiyue revealed a happy smile and stopped staring at He Zhongliang. Lu Yuanyuan looked at Shen Kaiyue and couldn't help but praise. Auntie is indeed very beautiful. Then analyzing seriously. Maybe it's a different era. More than 30 years ago, most people were more conservative, not as liberal and open as they are now. Han Shui nodded, feeling that it made some sense. Mothers probably haven't changed much from the past, they're just going with the flow of the current era. After dinner, Han Shui bought some designer luxuries for her mother. Shen Kaiyue is very fond of those things. Mother and daughter chatting very engaged. Han Shui remembered that her mother used to have no interest at all in these impractical things. But how did she become vain now as well? But it's nice to have a hobby in common with my mother. It makes the two of them both mother and daughter and like bosom friends. Having this kind of relationship of mutual need and absolute trust makes Han Shui very happy and cherished. He Jun and his brother-in-law chatting in the yard, together coaxing his little nephew to play. He Zhongliang, as the head of the family, was busy cleaning up in the kitchen by himself. Lu Yuan walked into the kitchen and wanted to help, but He Zhongliang hurriedly refused. Just a few bowls and plates. I'll clean it up myself. You don't need to get your hands dirty. When we visit your house for dinner later, it will be your turn to work. Lu Yuan did not go out and stood beside He Zhongliang, her hands and feet expression a little awkward. He Zhongliang sensed that something was wrong with her and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? Is there something difficult about the work at the gym?" No. The customers are getting more and more and everything is going well. After Lu Yuan replied, she swallowed and said, "It's about He Jun and I. I want to hear your opinion. Didn't your aunt and I make a stand long ago? We don't oppose your affairs, but there's no guarantee of He Jun's decision in the future. It's not convenient for outsiders to intervene in things like relationships. We're both in a stable relationship and he treats me well." Lu Yuan took a deep breath and gathered enough courage to whisper to He Zhongliang, "I'm pregnant. I don't know what to do." After a moment of silence, He Zhongliang asked seriously, "Did you want a child on purpose, or was it an accident?" Lu Yuan lowered her head in shame and replied in a small voice, "Accident." He Zhongliang knows that many young couples, for the sake of the moment, are reluctant to take safety measures, like zero-distance more intimate contact, often the case of unwanted pregnancy. He Zhongliang also remembers that when he used to work, there was an older sister in the unit who had to take a long vacation at least once a year to recuperate at home. He had always assumed that it was the older sister's poor health, but then he realized that she had an abortion every year. What a way to get comfortable. Chapter 129, Wanting to have a baby. He Zhongliang stared at Lu Yuan's bowed head in shame and calmly comforted her. "Actually, it's no big deal. If you want it, give birth to it. If you don't want it, just abort it. But if you don't want it for the time being, you have to pay attention to safety in the future. It's your own body that gets hurt." "I want it," Lu Yuan blurted out, looking up at He Zhongliang expectantly. He Zhongliang was busy with the work in his hands and casually suggested, "Then you should discuss it with He Jun and hear if he wants to be a father now. I'm afraid of scaring him. What if he can't take it?" He Zhongliang looked at Lu Yuan's nervousness and smiled as he guessed, "I don't think you're unexpectedly pregnant." Lu Yuan didn't retort and nodded silently. Excitedly, she explained, "I'm getting older and I want to have a baby now." "Understandable." He Zhongliang nodded and helplessly reminded her, "That son of mine is too young and definitely hasn't had enough of the two-person world. From the time you get pregnant until you give birth, then that little guy will keep messing around and disturbing you guys. At that age, He Jun is definitely still playful. If he doesn't get satisfaction from you, some things won't be easy to say. Even if he changes his mind and abandons me in the future, I don't blame him and I won't regret it." Lu Yuan was adamant. She wanted to have the baby. He Zhongliang calmly comforted her. "Think on the bright side of everything. Maybe He Jun can accept it, and there will be no change of heart in the future." Taking a step back, even if you separate in the future, the relationship of lovers can be broken. Because of the relationship with the child, the kinship between us will never change. Lu Yuan moved to tears, but unfortunately, He Zhongliang really does not have the appearance of a husband-father, or else really anxious to change their mouths. "Called Dad. Thank you for supporting me." Lu Yuan tried to squeeze out a smile, still with a nervous and uneasy expression. "When I get a chance to talk to him, I think he'll be okay with it." Hearing He Zhongliang say this, Lu Yuan left with peace of mind. After a while, He Zhongliang found Lu Yuan chatting with He Jun in the courtyard. He Zhongliang took the initiative to walk over. Lu Yuan saw this and hurriedly took the opportunity to leave, creating an opportunity for father and son to talk alone. When Lu Yuan walked away, He Zhongliang asked bluntly, "Are you ready to be a father now?" He Jun blurted out, "Of course not. You and my mom are anxious to have grandchildren." He Zhongliang smiled and shook his head, then asked, "When do you think you'll be ready?" "At least graduate and work for a couple years. Willow Roundup will be running 40 by that time. My mom didn't have me until she was over 40. But your mom was married once before, and she had your sister a long time ago. Even without you, she would have been a mother long ago. Jun hesitated for a moment and asked curiously, are you thinking that Yuan and we should have a child earlier? She's pregnant, but was afraid to tell you for fear of scaring you. Zhengliang directly picked it out, then faced Jun with a look of watching. Jun let out a surprised cry and looked around, his eyes a bit flustered. Then Nan said to herself, how come? She told me it's a safe period. I don't need to wear a hat. Zhengliang smiled and advised, if you really love her, don't care so much. In fact, money can solve a lot of problems in life. If you don't have time, you can hire a nanny to take care of her. Anyway, she told me that she said she wanted to have the baby and probably felt more secure about her future. Even if you abandon her, she'll still have the child with her. How could I possibly abandon her? No matter what, I'll always be with her. Jun's attitude was very firm and didn't waver a bit, at least for now. Then go and tell her that you support her decision and don't keep her on her toes. Our family isn't short of money, and there's still me and your mom to help you. You don't have to be too nervous. I brought you up, so if there's anything you don't understand you can ask me. Zhengliang patted Jun's shoulder. Jun nodded and muttered in a small voice, no wonder I always feel that she's been distracted these days. She's pregnant. I'm going to be a father. Jun looked at his father excitedly, with both joy and panic in his eyes, proving that he wasn't ready. Though he felt like he hadn't grown up yet, he didn't choose to back down and run away. Excitedly hugging his father, he quickly walked away to find Lu Yuan. Jun looked around the living room and learned from his brother-in-law's mouth that Lu Yuan had gone upstairs. He quickly rushed up to the second floor to his room. Lu Yuan sat on the bed, and when she saw Jun push the door in, she hurriedly stood up, looking slightly flustered. Jun took a few steps to her and held her in his arms in gentle reproach. If I'm in trouble, you just tell me. Why go to my dad and tell him off? Lu Yuan explained with tears in her smile. It wasn't you who caused the trouble. I intentionally said that the ovulation period is the safe period. I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it when you realize you've been duped. Jun wipes away the tears from the corner of Lu Yuan's eyes and comforts her. Where is the dupe in this kind of thing? It should be you and me. It's your right to be a mom if you want to, and I'm glad I can help. Lu Yuan wrapped her arms around Jun's neck and leaned over his shoulder to confide. I feel selfish, but I really want to have a child of ours, care for and love him with all my heart. I want to be a good mom. Jun stroked Lu Yuan's back and threatened capriciously, you'll be a good mother, but I might compete with the child for favor. So let's see who you love more then. I'm going to love you both. You little brothers. Lu Yuan reveals a happy and cheerful smile. Shen Kaiwei also said this kind of thing to Zhengliang back when she was pregnant with Jun. In the evening, the children all left, and only Zhengliang and Shen Kaiwei were left in the house again. After a cloud of rain, the two of them are in bed chatting away. Regarding Lu Yuan's pregnancy, Shen Kaiwei acted rather blandly, as if it didn't have much to do with her. There wasn't that kind of excitement of becoming a grandmother. She cares more about her life and enjoys it more now compared to her past self. Zhengliang could understand. After all, she was equivalent to getting a chance to be reborn, and should enjoy the hard-won years of her life. The changes in her body have changed her personality and mindset. There is a saying that a person's life is made up of many selves. As one grows over the years, one slowly changes. Not to mention suddenly turning back time and having your body change so much. Chapter 130, Wanting to Work. Zhengliang asked Shen Kaiwei, do you prefer grandchildren or grandsons? Shen Kaiwei didn't answer. She had nothing to look forward to that matter and directly changed the topic. What are your plans for the future? Zhengliang shook his head and told Shen Kaiwei, ever since I met you at the age of 26, I've been clothed and fed without any further plans for the future. Shen Kaiwei laughed and teased, you're making yourself sound like a soft eater. Zhengliang graciously admitted, it's either like, or a soft meal, but I don't figure money, but I figure you as a person. I can't afford to hang around the house and be bored out of my mind for too long. Let's go out on a trip. Where do you want to go? Don't you like to work? Zhengliang shook his head. Work is to earn money, live in a mansion, and have beautiful women in my arms. I already have all of that, so why bother working? Shen Kaiwei smiled and corrected. Work is not just about earning money, it's also the motivation to move upward on your own, to gain a sense of accomplishment after success. Dr. Shen, what are you saying? I don't understand. Zhengliang deliberately put on an expression of playing dumb. Shen Kaiwei cupped Zhengliang's face with both hands and gently kneaded it twice. Flirting, not too young, still pretending to be cute with me. Then he seriously told Zhengliang, I want to open a biopharmaceutical company to develop more good medicines. Zhengliang felt that Shen Kaiwei's words were a bit big, but was too embarrassed to hit her. One can only cautiously remind, pharmaceuticals are not making food. Anyway, Just don't die from eating it. That's something that cures diseases and saves people. If anything goes wrong, it's a big deal. Have you no faith in me? He Zhongliang really didn't have confidence in Shen Kaiyue. Although she was an outpatient doctor, she should still be a bit far from developing drugs. One can only cautiously remind again. Although you are also a doctor, your specialty is not the right one, right? Seeing patients and making medicine are two different things. Can't I just hire people with the right specialty? Why do we keep so much money? Can't we do something useful? Shen Kaiyue seriously interrupted He Zhongliang's questioning. He Zhongliang saw this expression on Shen Kaiyue's face for the first time, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Shen Kaiyue could see that He Zhongliang was a bit nervous, and hurriedly comforted gently. I'm sorry, was I too mean to you? That's not true. You have a point, and it wasn't mean. Maybe you were too gentle with me before and spoiled me. He Zhongliang clearly felt that this Shen Kaiyue was a bit different from the past. Although she was a bit nostalgic for the past, it didn't affect her fascination in the slightest. If you don't like it, I'll do nothing and stay home with you honestly. Can you stand it from morning match tonight? From darkness to dawn? He Zhongliang shook his head and hurriedly pleaded. It's better for you to go out and start a company venture. When you get home from work, I'll do my best to serve you to your satisfaction. You need to exercise regularly during the day and eat, drink and rest well. As long as you can stay in the shape you're in, I'll be happy. Shen Kaiyue swam one hand down from He Zhongliang's neck. He Zhongliang teased. You still can't change this bedtime habit of yours. I'm not sleepy now, and I want more. Shen Kaiyue's petite sentence made He Zhongliang instantly nervous. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. He could still accomplish the task with extra effort, but he knew that at his age, he shouldn't consume himself like this. Shen Kaiyue looked at He Zhongliang's embarrassed expression and sent a kiss to comfort him. See how scared you are. I'm just kidding you. I was already satisfied just now. It's nice to just hold you like this and talk. Let's talk for a while longer and we'll go to bed, okay? He Zhongliang was suddenly speechless, and after a moment of silence, he helplessly confessed, Dr. Shen, you are younger and more beautiful now, and I really love you. As long as you need it, I am willing to give my all for you. But for some reason, I miss the wrinkled you of the past more. Do you miss the crow's feet at the corners of my eyes? He Zhongliang smiled and teased. You still remember that perverted hobby of mine? Of course I remember. You are a man who remembers old times. In my old age I began to dislike myself, but you never showed boredom or impatience with me, and I remembered it all. Now that I finally have a chance to make it up to you properly, do you think I'm treating you well? Looking at Shen Kaiyue's flirtatious expression, and then recalling her passionate and fiery state every time after she became younger, He Zhongliang couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise as he nodded his head repeatedly. Good, great. I'm a bit of a recipient of this. You don't have to be so polite with me. It's all I should do. Shen Kaiyue came to He Zhongliang's ear and complained delicately. Look at you. I said I was chatting with you. Why are you talking about such things again? At the same time that Han started making little movements, Shen Kaiyue's body temperature rose, and her reddened and warm cheeks became more obvious. After He Zhongliang let out a sigh, he failed to withstand the temptation of Shen Kaiyue. Shen Kaiyue also made a point to emphasize, this is your initiative, not mine. 2. In the next few days, Shen Kaiyue began to form a professional team with the help of Han Shui. There was no problem with funding. Just take out the family money. Shen Kaiyue, this step is very dangerous. Han Shui and He Zhongliang know Shen Kaiyue good character, but also a good doctor. But opening a pharmaceutical company such a huge investment, so that the two cannot help but fear. They also tried to persuade Shen Kaiyue not to invest so much in the first place. In case of loss it is difficult to turn around. But Shen Kaiyue was very firm in her thoughts, and given Shen Kaiyue's physical condition, He Zhongliang decided to take the lead in supporting her. In a few short years, as long as she is happy, it does not matter even if the family's wealth is scattered in the end. Han Shui is so filial that she can't bear to go against her mother, so she has to do her best to cooperate in helping her. Shen Kaiyue looked at a local medium-sized pharmaceutical company, which was not yet listed and mainly focused on the production of low-end drugs. The production process was relatively simple, mature and backward, and with limited R&D capability and no room for development. It was already on the verge of being eliminated from the market. Shen Kaiyue acquired it and led her own team to transform the research and development of high-end drugs. It is mainly oriented to patients with high requirements for therapeutic effects and better financial conditions, or for the treatment of major and rare diseases, drugs with advantages in the high-end medical market. Higher R&D costs and having your own company's patented and exclusive technology can dramatically increase the profitability of a drug. However, the development of innovative drugs, especially bio-innovative drugs, is an extremely complex and lengthy process. Many technical problems need to be overcome, and the long clinical trials require a lot of manpower and money. And the competition in this market is very fierce. Multinational pharmaceutical companies occupy a certain share of the market, especially in the field of high-end innovative drugs. It has a leading advantage. Han Shui and He Zhongliang both thought that Shen Kaiwei would soon lose so much money that she couldn't support it and give up on this company. Unexpectedly, after just half a year, Shen Kaiwei led her own team to develop a variety of special effective drugs. In terms of cost and efficacy, they are better than imported drugs. The company turned a profit and quickly expanded its financing to become a publicly traded company. Chapter 131, Super High IQ. As night falls, He Zhongliang has already prepared a meal, leaning on the deck chair in the courtyard, waiting for Shen Kaiwei to come home. In the past 6 months, Shen Kaiwei went to work and worked from 9 to 5 every day. He Zhongliang continues to eat soft food at home and goes to the gym during the day to work out, mainly practicing deep squats. Lu Yuan was already showing her pregnancy, and He Zhongliang sometimes helped with the gym. Then it was time to shop at the market for groceries, go home and prepare dinner, and wait for Shen Kaiwei to come home. The days went by very pleasant and leisurely. Just the thought that Shen Kaiwei will suddenly leave in a few years, the heart cannot help but a burst of sourness and sadness. Suddenly the cell phone rang. It was Han Shui's call. She stayed abroad most of the time. He Zhongliang answered the phone. Hello, what's up? Han Shui asked cautiously. Is my mom home yet? Not yet. Did you call her and no one answered? Han Shui hurriedly explained. No, I'm not looking for her. I have something to ask you. Have you noticed anything different about my mom? In the last 6 months? Isn't her change obvious enough? It's obvious at a glance, isn't it? Han Shui immediately corrected. I'm not asking about the changes in her body and appearance. Her personality and other aspects? Have there been any special changes? He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment and replied seriously. Her personality is more cheerful and enthusiastic, probably because her body has gotten younger. There's also the IQ aspect. I knew she was smart, but I didn't expect to reach such heights. It's so hard to make a small business these days, and she's casually made her company so successful, and it's a high-end industry. It's unbelievable. It's not unbelievable. It's the fact that it's simply impossible. Han Shui emphasized one sentence, then seriously told He Zhongliang. When she first started her company, I was the one who helped her set up her R&D team. I also lent her my company's top talents first, and now that she doesn't need my people anymore, she returned those 2 people to me. I even complained to those 2 that they deliberately hid their strength under my hand. It was only when they went to other companies to help out that they brought out their real skills. I didn't expect them to tell me that they didn't actually do anything. The core of the team was my mom, and she was the one who solved all kinds of technical problems. Those experienced PhDs were like interns in front of her, just giving her a hand. Biopharmaceuticals, this kind of high-end research and development. Those senior doctors, more than 10 years cannot overcome the problem. How is it possible that she easily managed it in a short period of time by herself? My mom is just an undergraduate student at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. It's impossible for a normal person's IQ to reach her current height. What you mean is that after she injected that drug, not only did her body change, the IQ is also different from normal people, is it? I talked to people from that company, and they said that this had never happened before among those who had injected the drug and succeeded in achieving reverse growth. They all just show physical changes, with no change in personality or intelligence. All of them indulge their desires, enjoy a few short years of good times, and then pass away quietly one day. He Zhongliang took a deep breath and asked, Do you want me to ask your mom about this? I want you to persuade her to go to that company and have a detailed examination. I mentioned it to her, but she casually refused, in such a firm manner that I didn't dare say anything more. Okay, I'll talk to her and call you then. He Zhongliang agreed to Han Shui's request, and the 2 briefly chatted before hanging up. A few moments later, a limousine pulled up in front of the door. The tall, lanky driver quickly got out of the car and went around the front to open the door for the people in the back seat. Shen Kaiwei got out of the car and walked towards He Zhongliang with a light and elegant step. The driver got on the car alone and left. Shen Kaiwei is a dedicated driver to and from work, so he does not have to worry about He Zhongliang. Shen Saiyue's beauty and figure, coupled with the title of successful businesswoman, it gave He Zhongliang a feeling of looking up to her every time he saw her. However, she and He Zhongliang were as loving as ever, never displaying a condescending demeanor. After holding He Zhongliang's arm into the house, Shen Kaiwei went to the bedroom to change clothes. He Zhongliang went into the kitchen and brought the prepared meal to the table. When the 2 of them were eating, He Zhongliang tried to discuss with her. The medical team that treated you in the first place wants you to go back and do a body checkup. Whenever you have time, I'll accompany you on a trip. Why are you going to check? Shen Saiyue's expression was slightly serious before she questioned He Zhongliang. It was Han Shui who asked you to persuade me, wasn't it? Since it was guessed by Shen Kaiwei, He Zhongliang nodded and didn't deny it. I have my own medical team. My skills in all aspects are no worse than those people. I don't need them to examine me. Just don't worry about this and be honest at home as the man behind me, okay? Shen Kaiwei took He Zhongliang's hand, and that charming expression with the corners of her mouth rising made He Zhongliang unable to bear to see her frown. But still, he tried to express his doubts. But your intelligence, which has far surpassed that of ordinary people, aren't you curious as to why you are like this? Shen Kaiwei hesitated for a moment and seriously told He Zhongliang, I've done a detailed examination of myself. Because of the previous injection of drugs, it activated more areas and potentials of the brain, so I have an intelligence that surpasses ordinary humans. I'm starting an AI company soon, and the bottlenecks that you guys can't break through in so many ways should be solved for me soon. Are you still my wife? He Zhongliang had a surprised expression on his face, as if he was facing an alien. Of course, my feelings for you haven't changed at all. Maybe there's no room for the brain to develop when it comes to feelings, so it remains the same. Shen Kaiwei smiled and comforted, then gently threatened, don't tell anyone else about this. Some people might think I'm dangerous, but I'm sure you'll be on my side. Aren't you afraid I'm in league with my kind? What are you saying? I just have a higher IQ, so you don't see me as one of your kind. There are many others who are smarter than you. Aren't they your kind? He Zhongliang smiled without retorting. In his heart no one could be more important than Shen Kaiwei. Chapter 132 Specialized Nutritional Solution. He Zhongliang asked tentatively, since you have such a high IQ, can you find a way to extend your life? Accompany me as I slowly grow old. Looking at He Zhongliang's expectant expression, Shen Kaiyun confidently replied, those who injected the drug like me and recovered their health to return to their peak physical state, they are all failed test subjects. As in the case of returning to health, living for just a few more years, only I managed to activate the unknown areas of my brain and unlimited potential, truly achieving perfect rebirth, and without aging. The lifespan is also much longer than ordinary people. Then he turned around and brought over a gift box from the side and put it in front of He Zhongliang, unable to hide his excitement. Why do we have to grow old slowly together? Can't we stay young forever together? He Zhongliang blinked his eyes and asked with a confused expression, Dr. Shen, what do you mean? Shen Kaiwei opened the gift box, which contained 10 small bottles of transparent liquid. Then he patiently explained to He Zhongliang, activating the brain cells has risks, and up until now, I'm the only one who has successfully been activated in human attempts. The probability is too low. You are my favorite person. I don't want to let you take the risk, but this kind of my homemade nutrient solution has no risk or harm. You only need to take one bottle every day, and it will help you return your years and become younger and younger. He Zhongliang reminded with some difficulty. It's medicine that's 3 times poisonous. Do you really want me to take it? That's because the technology you have at your disposal is not yet at a certain level. Don't you trust me yet? He Zhongliang answered truthfully. It's true that I don't trust you, but I don't care. Even if you want me to take the poison with you and kill myself, I will drink it without hesitation. Shen Kaiwei confidently consoled. Don't say anything stupid. Everyone in the world is dead, and the 2 of us will live well. He Zhongliang revealed an awkward smile, only wishing to live each day with Shen Kaiwei, unwilling to think much about the future. I'm full. I'm going to take a shower first. Shen Kaiwei put down her chopsticks and reminded He Zhongliang, after you take a shower, drink a bottle of nutritional liquid and then go find me in the bedroom. Then get up and leave. He Zhongliang looked at Shen Kaiwei twisting her shapely waist and then at the bottle of nutrient solution. Couldn't help but complain in a small voice, I think I'm in good health. Is she not satisfied with me? He Zhongliang cleaned up and came out of the kitchen, just came to the bathroom door. Shen Kaiwei pulled open the bathroom door and came out from inside. The perfect body, paired with $1 million halter nightgown, presents endless enchantment and seduction. Don't forget to drink the nutrient solution after your bath. I specially developed it for you, and no one else in the world has a chance to drink it except you. Shen Kaiwei reminded, kissed He Zhongliang on the corner of his mouth and walked towards the bedroom. After He Zhongliang finished his shower, he had just taken a few steps towards the bedroom when he suddenly remembered Shen Kaiwei's instructions. He came to the living room table and picked up a bottle of nutrient solution after hesitating for a moment, opening it and taking a sip. It was colorless, tasteless, and didn't feel anything. Then another half glass of water before walking into the bedroom. Half an hour later, Shen Kaiwei lying in the arms of He Zhongliang, could not control a burst of panting. He Zhongliang asked curiously, what did you give me to drink? How did my stamina become so abundant? It will help you regulate all aspects of your body's functions so that you can achieve better and better conditions and become more youthful and energetic. He Zhongliang caressed Shen Kaiwei's face and asked ashamedly, are you dissatisfied with my previous performance? Of course not, but I want you to enjoy a better experience. How did you just feel? Shen Kaiwei came up to He Zhongliang with an expectant expression. He Zhongliang couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising, holding her close to his ear and marveling. It's like going back to the night I first walked into your bedroom. At a loss for words, He Zhongliang swallowed in excitement, his breath quivering in his throat. Shen Kaiwei lightly bit his ear. Do you like it? He Zhongliang nodded and stumbled to reply. Must drop. The two couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shen Kaiwei glanced at the time and asked with a smile, "It's almost 9 o'clock now. Shall we sleep?" He Zhongliang's eyes wandered over Shen Sayue's body and shook his head. "It's too early. Let's wait until 10 o'clock before we sleep. You don't want to sleep. So what are you doing now?" Dr. Shen, you don't know anything in your own heart. It's an hour to 10. I know. The next morning, He Zhongliang opened his eyes and Shen Kaiwei was already up, recalling last night's crazier moves. He Zhongliang lifted the covers to check himself. It still looked refreshed and didn't look in any way sluggish and tired. He came to the door of the restroom and heard Shen Kaiwei washing inside. After waiting for a few moments, Shen Kaiwei finished washing up and came out from inside. Wrapping her arms around He Zhongliang's neck, she happily asked, "Little bull, what are you doing standing at the door?" He Zhongliang reached out and lightly touched Shen Sayue's face, feeling the silky smoothness of the skin that was like gelatin, then incredulously asked, "Will I be this energetic every day from now on?" Shen Kaiwei shook her head and purposely replied helplessly, "This isn't even your best state. Enough is enough. Can you stand it if it's too powerful and frequent? I said I'd make it up to you, and I'll do my best to cooperate whenever you like." He Zhongliang wrapped Shen Kaiwei in his arms, caressed her smooth and delicate shoulders, and discussed in her ear, "Dr. Shen, I think that nutrient solution, I don't need to drink it every day. It's up to you. 1 bottle for 2 days is fine. I'll get breakfast ready. You go wash up." Shen Kaiwei left He Zhongliang's embrace and walked towards the kitchen. He Zhongliang admonished, "Wait for me to do it. You work so hard to earn money outside. You don't need to do the work at home." Shen Kaiwei turned back and smiled to comfort. "Soft rice man, you don't have to be so clear with me." He Zhongliang walks into the restroom with a smile on his face. After the two of them finished breakfast, He Zhongliang sent Shen Kaiwei out the door. The tall, handsome, strong driver, who had long been standing by the door waiting, He Zhongliang casually asked, "Is it necessary to find such a tall and handsome driver? You're jealous. I'll fire him when I get back to the office today." No. The young man is quite nice and would be a good driver for you." He Zhongliang sent Shen Kaiwei to the car with a smile on his face. The driver immediately opened the door to Shen Kaiwei. After watching the car walk away, He Zhongliang turned his head just in time to meet a woman's eyes. He Zhongliang smiled and nodded at him in greeting before turning to go home. This woman was moved to that villa across the street last month, when He Zhongliang sent Shen Kaiwei out in the morning. Occasionally, she would be seen coming out of the house and walking a puppy along the side of the road with a small dog in her hand, with a small shovel and bag in hand, ready to scoop the puppy's poop. He Zhongliang hadn't talked to her, nor had he paid any special attention to her. When he happened to encounter her, he greeted her politely. Then each goes their own way. Chapter 133, They're all soft eaters. After taking those nutrient solutions for half a month, He Zhongliang felt that he was full of energy, and his body had inexhaustible energy. Running to the gym every day to work out for a few hours, Lu Yuan could see that he seemed to be getting younger and younger and asked him what his secret was. He Zhongliang did not want to tell Shen Sayue's secret, so he had to perfunctorily explain that it was the movement that made him younger and younger. One night before going to bed, He Zhongliang discussed with Shen Kaiwei, "I don't need to drink that kind of stuff anymore. I don't feel tired twice a night now. There's no need to supplement." Shen Kaiwei lay in He Zhongliang's arms, caressing his strong body, and advised, "It's best not to stop when it's good for you, and the sooner your body starts to take care of itself, the better the results will be." Then casually flirted, "If you're too energetic, you can go find another woman during the day. I don't know anyway." He Zhongliang smiled. He wouldn't do that and didn't bother to deliberately explain. After Shen Kaiwei waited for a moment, she raised her head and stared into He Zhongliang's eyes, questioning, "Why don't you say something? Do you really have that kind of idea?" For the first time, He Zhongliang saw a suspicious look in Shen Sayue's eyes, and it was as if he minded it very much. He hurriedly shook his head. "How could that be? I was able to withstand the test when I had too much dopamine, and I'm even less likely to make a mistake now." Shen Kaiwei said uncaringly, "A lot of men can't control their lower body. It's normal. Do you think I'm just like those philandering men? Of course not. I know you love me the most, would never abandon me or betray me. Isn't that right?" He Zhongliang nodded. "Of course." Shen Kaiwei immediately revealed a satisfied and happy smile, but He Zhongliang clearly found a complex emotion in her eyes just now. The Shen Kaiwei of the past had never shown him that kind of serious look. It gave He Zhongliang a shuddering feeling that those eyes were still beautiful and mesmerizing, but the undertones of gentleness and kindness are gradually becoming blurred. A few days later in the afternoon, He Zhongliang stood in front of the second-floor window, watching the scenery outside, considering whether to go to the gym today. Overheard the woman making out with a man in the room of the villa across the street, their curtains not fully drawn. He Zhongliang saw the bed right through the open crack. He didn't mean to pry into anyone's privacy, he was just casually observing and happened to come across something good. What's more, It's impossible for an ordinary person to see so far and so clearly with their eyesight. Since He Zhongliang had taken the nutrient solution Shen had given him, his reaction speed and strength, including all aspects, were better than before. His eyesight was already good. Now he can see farther and clearer. He Zhongliang stood sideways behind the curtains, knowing that he shouldn't pry into other people's privacy, but out of curiosity and boredom, he still couldn't help but take a few more glances. Just as he decided to stop peeking and was going to turn around and leave, the man in the room suddenly began to rough up the woman. The action was very savage, even choked and twisted and pushed the woman down to the ground again and again. Unable to tear his eyes away, He Zhongliang stared nervously at the man and woman in the room, contemplating whether or not to help the woman call the police. He wanted to help the battered woman, but wasn't sure that people needed him to meddle. What if it was just a special fetish between a couple? One would like to beat the other. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to call the police? He Zhongliang decided to wait and see what happens. After 10 minutes, the man was done and finally stopped torturing the woman. The woman organizes her clothes, and the things scattered on the floor of the room. Doesn't look angry, continues to serve the man. It seems to be really a willingness to fight. He Zhongliang is glad that he did not meddle in the matter. If he had called the police, it would have been embarrassing for him to go out in the future. He Zhongliang stood in front of the window and felt that the woman was quite pitiful. It was probably spending a man's money and could only be a man's punching bag. By comparison, being a softie yourself is much happier than that woman. Thinking of this, He Zhongliang smiled and shook his head, sighing that his life was really good. It didn't take long for the man from the villa across the street to go out and drive away. He didn't come every day, just come by once in a while for a woman to take it out on. He Zhongliang was too lazy to go to the gym and worked out at home for 2 hours by himself. He had his own gym at home, and there was quite a bit of equipment in it. He goes out to the gym a lot to check on Lu Yuan. His son is still in school and doesn't have time, so he, as an old dad, should visit his daughter-in-law more often and help out as much as he can. And there are a few friends there who work out together that you can turn to for a chat. I can't talk about a deep friendship, but I've known them for years and I want to talk to them every few days when I don't see them. People are herd animals, and it's easy to get depressed when you're alone for a long time with no one to talk to. After He Zhongliang finished his workout, he rested on the sofa for a while and ate some fruits and snacks, then get ready to go out to the market to buy groceries. It's time to prepare dinner again. As a competent family woman man, this evening meal must be carefully arranged. He Zhongliang just went out, and saw the woman from the opposite villa, holding the puppy out again, with a small shovel and bag in her hand. She seems to be quite a quality person, but it is a pity that she did not find a good man. There are a lot of people here who come out to walk their dogs, find a nook or cranny, and just let them poop and pee without cleaning up after themselves. He Zhongliang and the woman stood on both sides of the road, nodding and smiling at each other as a greeting. Neither of the two were talkative and enthusiastic people, so they often met without anyone initiating a conversation. But this time, He Zhongliang couldn't help but scrutinize her appearance. She had a small face and particularly delicate features. The figure is slender, but the bones and flesh are even, and the proportion of each part is very good. He Zhongliang had just witnessed her without clothes on, and she belonged to the delicate and exquisite figure, but she always wore long, loose skirts and blouses, as if she was purposely trying to hide her good looks. She noticed He Zhongliang's gaze and thought that He Zhongliang wanted to talk to her and was just about to open her mouth to greet. He Zhongliang smiled and hurriedly avoided her gaze. I feel a little ashamed when I think of the image I just saw. She could also see that He Zhongliang was avoiding it, so she didn't continue to approach on her own accord. The two walked along both sides of the road. The woman took a leisurely stroll with her puppy, and He Zhongliang quickened his pace, trying to distance himself from her. Otherwise it seems a bit awkward to be too close and not say a few words. That's when a bloated old woman, holding a large dog, came face to face with the woman. Chapter 134 Big Dog Bites Little Dog. The big dog that the old lady was holding noticed the little dog from a distance and visibly quickened his pace, creating a desire to attack. Realizing that the two dogs might bite when they met, the woman pulled the small dog toward the other side of the road, trying to avoid the larger dog. But the big dog was already in attack mode, darting and charging at the small dog the woman was holding. The owner of the big dog did not realize the danger at all, and in an unguarded situation, could not pull the big dog at all, and was easily dragged to the ground by the big dog. He Zhongliang couldn't help but curse in his heart. This kind of dog can't even hold the dog he raised, but also hold it out for what? The big dog was so fast that it didn't wait for its owner to stand up, but had already dragged the leash and pounced on the puppy and started to tear it madly. The small dog was too big a difference in size to resist, and was bitten by the big dog in its mouth and flung around, rubbing frantically on the ground, still pulling on the leash. The woman cried out in panic, trying to pull the puppy out of the big dog's mouth. But her cries and tugging didn't help and didn't affect the big dog's desire to attack in the least. The owner of the big dog finally got up and came up slowly, pulling on the leash and dragging it absently, as if he was afraid of hurting his big dog by tugging on it. After seeing little effect, she ruthlessly slapped the big dog's body twice. Even if she tried her best, she couldn't hurt the big dog. Not to mention that she didn't even bother to use her strength. Just like stroking and scratching, muttering, "Let go, don't bite, hear me." The old woman was counting on her stern words to stop the big dog from going crazy. As if a big dog could listen. He Zhongliang watched from the sidelines. If it was a dog biting, he would not hesitate to step in. How can you not watch your own kind be bullied by a bully? But if it was dog eat dog, he was too lazy to make a move, not wanting to get into trouble. The owner of the big dog, at first glance, is a matter of pussy. Security guards and property owners, patrolling the area, had already arrived on the scene, and someone had just pulled out a baton. The owner of the big dog then sternly scolds and stops anyone from harming her big dog. The owners who can live here are all either rich or noble. Security guards and property people who do not dare to offend can only be on the sidelines dry anxious, watching the big dog owner perform alone. The security guard used the baton to pry the mouth of the big dog, and under one interference, this finally loosened the mouth a little. The woman took the opportunity to pull the puppy out of the big dog's mouth and rushed to pick up the dying puppy. Turning around, he had just taken a few steps when the big dog suddenly rushed at the woman again like mad. Naturally, the dog's owner failed to pull again, and when it mattered, he was yanked to the ground and rolled over like a lumbering gas can. The big dog wouldn't let go of the puppy in the woman's arms, and the woman ran right up to He Zhongliang. Big dog catches up and leaps toward her arms. The woman turned around and watched the big dog pounce on her, and the terrified and helpless eyes made He Zhongliang's heart ache. He saw an opening and kicked the big dog in the stomach. The big dog wailed and flew a few meters away, lying motionless on the ground. He Zhongliang's kick was so strong that it injured the big dog's internal organs so badly that he didn't even have a chance to be resuscitated. The owner of the dog jumped on the big dog and cried out for help, as if he had lost his parents and children. Property owners rushed to help her send the big dog to receive treatment, and the woman scrambled to hold the puppy to receive treatment. Everyone left, leaving He Zhongliang standing awkwardly alone. A sigh and then stride away to go about his business. In the neighborhood near the veterinary hospital, the big dog and the small dog were not resuscitated, and both female owners were very sad and upset. The owner of the big dog asked the owner of the small dog how much money she wanted. In her opinion, the dog just bit the dead dog. Pay a few dollars and be done with it. The owner of the puppy didn't ask for her money and didn't bother to look at her more than once, hugging her own puppy and walking home sadly. The big dog was kicked to death by He Zhongliang, and the incident was totally unacceptable to its owner. Holding the body of the big dog, he came to the door of He Zhongliang's house and asked He Zhongliang to pay for his son's life. She has been treating the big dog like a son, and called to let the real son to make his own. Must hold He Zhongliang accountable. The property owner was kind enough to ask her to stop, and the big dog lunged at the person. People in order to save people. Kicked the dog to death is not responsible. She threw out the property owner in a fit of foul language and threatened to report the staff, then called the police again. After the police came, through the property monitoring to understand the situation, also ruled that He Zhongliang is not responsible. The owner of the big dog could not accept this kind of mediation and sat in front of He Zhongliang's house, holding his dead dog, like a mourning, ghostly wailing up. The puppy's mistress dug a pit in the villa's yard and buried the puppy, guarding the side to hold back tears. He Zhongliang came back from buying groceries and saw the owner of the big dog sitting in front of her house crying, and her son, with a couple of men, rushed to the scene. See He Zhongliang back. The dog owner rushed to tell his son, and pointed at He Zhongliang began to swear. He Zhongliang didn't bother with her, dropping a line, "You're sick." Then he tried to go home and the dog owner's son questioned, "Who are you cursing at?" With a few people, they started pushing and shoving at He Zhongliang. The dog owner also rushed up to He Zhongliang and scratched him, leaving scratches on his neck and arms. He Zhongliang was just about to fight back when the rushing property security guards separated the two groups of people. In fact, if He Zhongliang wanted to make a move, no one could stop him, but he was a bit hesitant. What if he struck too hard now and killed this old lady with one punch? The other party finally calmed down after being persuaded by the property owner. The dog owner's son saw He Zhongliang's neck and arm, scratched by his mother. Really, if the police, they cannot take advantage of anything. He advised the old lady to accept the settlement, and the matter was settled. This old lady in fact is not stupid. See the son's attitude, no to accept the good. Aggrieved, hugging the big dog, crying and cursing, he began a tactical retreat. Property owners asked Ho Chung-liang if he wanted to call the police. He Zhongliang was too lazy to delay the work. Just a few scratches. What can the police do? He was still in a hurry to go home and cook. After the crowd dispersed, He Zhongliang had just entered the house not long before the doorbell came again from outside. He Zhongliang was busy in the kitchen and took a deep breath when he heard the doorbell. going to the door in a rage, thinking that if it was the family that came looking for trouble, just introduce them into the house and let them be carried out lying down. When he pulled the door open with force, he saw the puppy's owner, standing in the doorway. Startled by He Zhongliang's imposing appearance, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Chapter 135, Ms. Keiko. He Zhongliang looked at her crying red eyes and frightened expression, and hurried to politely explain, I wasn't rushing you. I thought it was that crazy old lady. The woman stared at the scratches on He Zhongliang's neck and arms and apologized heartily. I'm sorry. It's all for helping me and causing you to get hurt. It's not much of an injury. You don't have to take it too seriously. I was in such a hurry to rescue the puppies that I forgot to even say thank you. I'm so sorry. You were in a panic. I can understand that. He Zhongliang said he didn't mind, then asked with concern, how's that puppy of yours doing? Dead. The woman deflated and spat out 2 words, unable to hold back the tears. He Zhongliang looked at her pitifully and really wanted to hug her and comfort her. It's not that he wants to take advantage of her. It's simply that he's overwhelmed with sympathy. But he was too embarrassed to do so and could only try his best to reassure. It's just a puppy. You can just go buy another one. He had never raised a small animal and didn't like raising small animals, so naturally he couldn't understand the woman's feelings. But it's my only friend here. The woman couldn't help but sob as she finished the sentence. She's been trying to find someone to pour her heart out after the death of her puppy and there's no one suitable. He Zhongliang had long heard her strange accent and asked curiously, aren't you from your own country? The woman choked back a sob and replied, I'm an islander. He Zhongliang instant sympathy more flooded. He has a special kind of affection for the island women. Never mind that. He invited the woman inside and closed the door behind her, generously patting her shoulder. He comforted her. If you feel bad inside, cry it out. The woman saw He Zhongliang's meaning, gently leaned on his shoulder and began to let out a cry. A moment later, the woman left He Zhongliang's shoulder and stopped crying to bow in gratitude. He Zhongliang then carefully scrutinized her face, an innocent doll face, giving a feeling of first love. Clear and simple eyes, revealing a gentle and kind temperament, exquisite small nose and full pink lips, as well as smooth and delicate skin. Her face could not even pick out a single flaw, even more than Shen Kaiwei ever was. In fact, she was not prettier than Shen Kaiwei. It was just that she had something in her eyes that Shen Kaiwei had lost. That kind of gentle and kind light is what He Zhongliang misses the most. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Shen Kaiwei now, that kind of light that blooms from the inside out is getting dimmer and dimmer. He Zhongliang didn't have any evil thoughts about her. He just had a good feeling about her and wanted to care for her as friends do. My name is He Zhongliang. I don't really have any friends. What's your name? He Zhongliang sincerely introduced himself and extended his hand to try to recognize the woman. She was a bit shy and gently shook He Zhongliang's hand. Hello, my name is Keiko. He Zhongliang stared at Keiko's face and couldn't help but be curious. I'm not getting close to you. Why do you look so familiar? It seems like I've seen you somewhere. Where did you live before? I've just been here for a short time and have lived on the island in the past. Keiko looked up at He Zhongliang and hurriedly lowered her head again. I've never been to your island. I shouldn't have been able to meet you but I just feel like I've seen you somewhere. He Zhongliang was racking his brain thinking about the memories. Probably read my work, Keiko reminded, dropping her head even lower. Are you an actor? I said, why do you look familiar? What movies or TV shows have you been in? Keiko stammered and replied, I don't know what to say. Just tell me the name. Can't you remember the names of all the movies and TV shows you've been in? Our kind of work is usually named after the number. Huizi's words made He Zhongliang come to a realization. So she's a teacher who dedicates herself to the arts. No wonder she looks familiar. After chatting for half a day, how come I didn't think about that aspect? He Zhongliang wondered in his heart. I haven't paid attention to that field in the past few years, and I've almost forgotten those teachers who accompanied me in my youthful years. Seeing a real person for the first time, He Zhongliang couldn't control his nervousness and asked excitedly, are you retired now? Keiko answered truthfully, it's just a temporary state of hiatus. What is your relationship with that man? Isn't he your husband? Keiko thought for a moment and spat out the word, pact. He Zhongliang looked like he was crying and laughing, then sincerely explained, I'm sorry, I'm not mocking you. After all, the life you have chosen is not something that ordinary people can understand. And then asked, how do you speak our language? He asked me to learn. It's not easy in any line of work, and I can't believe I had to learn a foreign language. He Zhongliang sympathized with Keiko, then wondered, what price did he offer to keep you? Keiko hesitated, and He Zhongliang hurriedly told her, if it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't ask. There's nothing inconvenient about it, and since you're willing to treat me as a friend, of course I'll be honest with you. 2 months, $300,000. He Zhongliang blurted out, 2 months with food and lodging, coming to you occasionally to fulfill his desires, and abusing you. Keiko looked up, surprised, and asked, how did you know? He Zhengliang stammered and tried to make up a false story, but finally decided to confess. I unintentionally saw you guys in the room from the window. It's in the contract, just don't leave bruises. Keiko stated that kind of behavior, with her own consent. You're still dedicated. He Zhengliang praised one sentence, then stared at Keiko's face inside. With your face value, you can kill most first-tier actresses. To be honest, the money given is really not much, Keiko said helplessly. Once you're naked, you're worthless. And I'm not young anymore. I debuted in my teens and have been in the industry for almost 20 years. He Zhengliang also felt sorry for her, but still couldn't help but ask the doubt that had been suppressed in his heart for many years. You guys chose to do that line of work. Is it really to earn money, or is it because your own needs in that area are greater? There's both sides of it, I guess. There's also the rebellious age of 18 or 19 when you enter the business. Usually, the mind is not really very mature, and under coercion and temptation, they start to try it out in a haphazard way. Once you have the first time, you don't care so much later. He Zhengliang nodded his head as if he understood. Still unable to understand, how did these women take the first step, and what kind of extraordinary courage did it take for them to do so? More importantly, with her face value if she is here, casually shooting short videos to start live broadcast, also than that tired and hard work, be scorned by people to earn more and it's a shame that by the time you finally retire, you're prone to contracting a whole host of occupational diseases. Mom and dad gave her a good deck of cards and ended up playing them badly. There's no way around it. Some women may just be destined to deserve this path. People time, fortune, and fate. Chapter 136 Meeting New Friends. Feeling that it was time for her to leave, He Zhengliang politely reminded her, I still have to cook. Do you want to stay for dinner? Keiko stared into He Zhengliang's eyes, first surprised for a few seconds, then excitedly asked, Can I really stay? Looking at her expectant expression, her eyes were so clear and innocent that He Zhengliang couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Still, he reluctantly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm afraid it's not very convenient. I was just being polite. It's okay, I'm the one who's stupid. Keiko forced a smile to hide her embarrassed expression. He Zhengliang stared at her face and couldn't help but sigh. The same are all beautiful women. Some beauty can arouse a man's carnal desire, and some beauty can arouse a man's lust. You belong to the latter, but you went that way. You deserve a more decent life and relationship. What a shame. Thank you. Keiko bows out with tears in her eyes. He Zhengliang did not say polite words again, silently sent her out. Keiko stood in the doorway and gathered her courage to request, I'm leaving next month, for the rest of the year. If you have time, can I meet with you? Of course, I have time during the day, so I can take you around and buy you dinner. Don't stay at home all the time. People tend to get depressed when they're alone for a long time. Keiko happily took out her cell phone and left contact information with He Zhengliang. Looking at Keiko's back as she left, He Zhengliang didn't know why he was so attracted to her. Maybe it was just a matter of having eye contact. He Zhengliang wanted to close the door and go home, but Keiko always looked back at him after a few steps, making him embarrassed to close the door. It had been waiting for Keiko to return to the opposite villa before He Zhengliang closed the door and went home. In between preparing dinner in the kitchen, He Zhengliang couldn't help but open his cell phone and search for Keiko's information. It turned out that she 6 months ago, with a married man's underground romance was exposed. Popularity plummeted, career also suspended. He Zhengliang guessed that it was probably because of this reason that he could only take this kind of job of renting himself out for a short period of time. The island is so sick. Men and women kind of. It's just a matter of women figuring it out and men figuring it out and getting together. It's been rotten for a long time. They're all just wearing masks and disguises. She has chosen that profession. Why should she be morally abducted? He Zhengliang shook his head and let out a helpless sigh at the thought. When Shen returned home, He Zhengliang was still busy in the kitchen. She came to the kitchen door and asked curiously, Am I back early today? He Zhengliang smiled and apologized. It's me who didn't make dinner on time. Private Marseille. What a mess. Are you speaking a foreign language? It's not standardized at all. Where did you learn it? He Zhengliang laughed and didn't have the heart to explain in detail. You go and get changed. Dinner will be ready soon. Did you go out on a date with a pretty girl and forget to make dinner time? Shen flirted, and without waiting for He Zhengliang to answer, she prepared to go change her clothes. Just turned around and suddenly stopped again. A few steps rushed into the kitchen and came to He Zhengliang's side. Staring at the scratches on his neck and arms, he asked painfully, What happened to you? Who scratched you? He Zhengliang told Shen what happened today and comforted her. Forget it, it'll grow back in 3 or 2 days. I'm too lazy to bother with that old thing. You're in a good temper now. Where's that ruthlessness that used to leave no one alive? Shen tone was angry, with a murderous aura in her eyes. He Zhengliang wrapped his arm around her waist and flirted with a smile. You've really changed. In the past, for this kind of small matter, even if I wanted to pursue the matter, You would have advised me to forget about it. Now you're even fiercer than me. Shen Kaiwei gently stroked the scratches on He Zhongliang's neck, kissed him on the cheek, and confidently assured, I won't spare the people who hurt you. He Zhongliang saw Shen Kaiwei this kind of fierce look for the first time, and wondered in his heart, how is it that with a higher IQ, her temper is also bigger? Could it be youthful exuberance? He Zhongliang thought she was just talking in anger and didn't care very much. After dinner, the two of them cuddled up on the couch. After their emotions were in place, back in the bedroom, its program as usual. The next morning, after He Zhongliang sent Shen Kaiwei to work, Keiko stood across the street and greeted him. He took the initiative to approach He Zhongliang and praised him excitedly. She's your wife, isn't she? What a pretty face. You guys look so good together. It's true that you don't see many handsome husband and wife combinations in reality. She's not only pretty, she's got money. In fact, I'm also adopted. He Zhongliang looked at Keiko's surprised expression and hurriedly explained. I was joking. We're a couple. Then smiling, I asked, are you prone to believing what people say? Yeah, I can't always tell the truth from the lie, Keiko admitted with shame. He Zhongliang exclaimed, people like you are so heartbreaking, but helpless. Then suddenly curious, he asked, are you going back to your home country to start work next month? I can't yet. The company has offered me another job and someone is willing to pay for me to stay with them for some days. The road is of your own choosing. Grit your teeth and go through it too. He Zhongliang could only casually comfort her, then invited her, care to take a walk in the park over there? Of course I do. Keiko nodded her head excitedly, which would be the reason why she was near He Zhongliang. She wants someone to talk to. He Zhongliang had an eye for her and was also very fond of her, but just out of sympathy and concern. I hope that in the remaining half a month or so, we can get along sincerely as friends, so that she can feel some of the good emotions in the world. After a few days, He Zhongliang and Huizi were already friends without words, and he realized that Huizi was really simple. Otherwise you wouldn't have extreme beauty and not be able to sell yourself for a good price. But it could just be He Zhongliang's subjective bias. Maybe she wasn't that deserving of love in the eyes of others. It's just that there's an undercurrent in her eyes that Loyalist is familiar with and fascinated by. The old lady who scratched He Zhongliang, and has a big dog, often leading in the neighborhood. This big dog didn't look that fierce, and He Zhongliang often met up with the old lady when he was walking with Huizi. Neither side gives the other a good look. Neither wants to talk to the other. One night, someone passed by the old lady's house and casually threw a piece of food into her yard. The big dog in the yard smelled and found the piece of food, licked it and couldn't wait to eat it. A few moments later, it started barking wildly. The old lady heard the noise and came into the yard to check it out. As soon as I left the house, I was jumped by a big dog and started tearing like crazy. When the security guards patrolling the neighborhood heard the commotion to rescue the old lady, she had been bitten and bloodied, rushed to hospital too late, bled to death. The next day, when He Zhongliang heard about this, he was surprised, and also felt sorry. As much as he hated that unqualified old man, this outcome was too cruel. He talked to Keiko about it, and Keiko even shed tears for the old man, although she had also been angry with the old man, but the goodness of her, at the moment, cannot help but sadness. Chapter 137, She's a Murderer. When He Zhongliang had dinner with Shen Kaiwei, he casually mentioned the old lady, and comforted Shen Kaiwei. Now you don't have to be angry about that little thing. The person is gone. She had it coming. Who let her hurt the one I love most, and deserved to die? Shen Kaiwei didn't have any sympathy. This attitude of hers made He Zhongliang feel a little strange. She used to be so gentle and soft-hearted. She would surely be saddened to hear such a thing. But He Zhongliang didn't have the heart to accuse her. Just gently reminded, people are dead. There's no need to talk about them like that. I helped you get revenge. Why are you still blaming me? I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying since she's dead. He Zhongliang suddenly stopped and looked at Shen Kaiwei in surprise. What did you just say? What do you mean by helping me take revenge? Shen Kaiwei answered rightfully, it's me who helped you take revenge. Otherwise her own dog, how could it have gone crazy tearing her apart? He Zhongliang stared at Shen Kaiwei's flawless face, both familiar and feeling unfamiliar, even a little afraid. Incredulously, he asked, did you do something to her dog? Do you still need me to do this kind of thing personally? Just arrange a random person to do it. You don't have to worry about it. It won't cause us any trouble. Shen Kaiwei thought that Wei Zhongliang was worried that he would be found out and casually comforted him with a couldn't care less expression. This is a human life. How can you just kill someone casually? When someone hurts me, you don't hesitate to kill them too. This matter is not that serious. He Zhongliang was so emotional that he couldn't help but roar angrily. Shen Kaiwei slammed her chopsticks down and questioned aloud in an aggravated manner. Is there anything wrong with me caring about you? This is the first time the two have lashed out at each other in nearly 2 decades of marriage. A moment later, He Zhongliang looked at Shen Kaiwei's tearful eyes, his eyes filled with anger and aggression. I know you care about me. It's just that you're becoming a stranger to me now. He Zhongliang adjusted his tone and tried to talk to Shen Kaiyue as calmly as possible, and offered to take her hand. Oomph. Shen Kaiyue shook off He Zhongliang's hand and got up to leave with anger. Looking at Shen Sayue's back as she went upstairs, He Zhongliang didn't get angry. He just couldn't believe it. Is this the same Dr. Shen who was once gentle and kind to the bone? He Zhongliang finished cleaning up and drank a bottle of nutrient liquid. Then he went and took a shower, dried himself and came to the bedroom with nothing on. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Shen Kaiyue lay on her side with her back to He Zhongliang, knowing that He Zhongliang was sitting on the edge of the bed, but deliberately ignoring him. He Zhongliang spoke calmly. Dr. Shen, I came to apologize to you. You don't sound like you're apologizing to me. After Shen Kaiyue finished speaking, she turned her head to look at He Zhongliang and couldn't help but blame with the corners of her mouth rising. Why aren't you wearing anything? How shameless. I thought you'd like it. He Zhongliang wore a sheepish smile on his face, and one sentence made Shen Sayue's anger disappear. Getting up, she wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang's neck and gently warned, "You're not allowed to be mean to me in the future." The two of them looked at each other, and He Zhongliang could feel that their feelings for each other had not changed. As for Shen Sayue's change in personality, He Zhongliang chose to accept it. I won't dare to do it again. I'm afraid that if you get angry, you'll send me away too. Shen Kaiyue smiled and comforted. Don't worry. In this world, the only thing that scares me is losing you. I want you to always be by my side and only belong to me. He Zhongliang found that Shen Sayue's attitude towards love is different. Before she selflessly give, always from the other's point of view, to consider the problem, hope that they love people can be happy and happy. It's more selfish and possessive now, and a very assertive attitude. He Zhongliang stroked Shen Sayue's face and said helplessly, "You've changed, really changed, but my love for you will not change. I know you love me the most. When I was dying and abandoned by the world, you were the one who was always there for me to take care of me and love me, and I remember all of that. You are the only person in this world that I trust." Shen Kaiyue excitedly told He Zhongliang and began to passionately kiss him. Another wonderful night of passion. The next morning, He Zhongliang sent Shen Kaiyue out of the yard. Keiko stood at the entrance of her yard and greeted He Zhongliang enthusiastically. She couldn't wait to take a walk and chat with this new friend. He Zhongliang waved at her in greeting, and Shen Kaiyue smiled back at her. When Shen Sayue's car slowly left, Keiko quickly came to He Zhongliang, and the two of them talked and laughed side by side. Shen Kaiyue saw the two from the rearview mirror, living in a neighborhood, meeting in the morning to greet and chat a few words, are very normal. But Shen Kaiyue could tell from the woman's body movements and expression that she was very excited and happy, and instead of going back to their respective homes, the two of them actually started walking side by side. Shen Kaiyue couldn't help but get suspicious, wondering if they would be alright. Now Shen Kaiyue is sensitive and suspicious, and her eyes are even more unable to tolerate sand. There is an artificial lake in the district. He Zhongliang and Huizi sat on a bench by the lake, looking at the scenery in front of them and chatting. I'm leaving in a few days, and I haven't invited you to dinner yet after knowing you for so long. Why don't you come to my house for lunch? Keiko extends a sincere invitation. He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. We can just talk outside. It's best if I don't go to your house so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Keiko knew her status. She could understand what He Zhongliang meant, and didn't say anything more, silently dismissing that thought. But the way she looked at He Zhongliang was no longer calm. She couldn't hide it if she liked someone. Not to mention she wasn't good at hiding it. He Zhongliang sensed her strange eyes and seriously reminded her. I treat you as a friend. Don't get any ideas. Keiko gave a sheepish smile when she was seen through and helplessly laughed at herself. I'm like this every time. Getting hurt over and over again only to fall in love with the impossible over and over again. He Zhongliang stared into her clear eyes, wanting so badly to embrace her and comfort her. But after raising his arms, he still stopped in the air and hesitated. It ended up just running his fingers gently through the hair around her ears and tapping her shoulder twice. Heartbreakingly, he chided. You're such a love brain. Baka. Harm. Keiko nodded her head and admitted her stupidity, then broke into a wide smile that made He Zhongliang's heart flutter. He wasn't sure if that was a heartbeat. He Zhongliang scrutinized Keiko carefully, always feeling that there was a bitter look hidden between her brows. Even though she was smiling happily now, there was always a layer of sadness in her eyes. He Zhongliang hoped that he was overthinking things, and that maybe it was just that he was sighing with regret about her past. Can only heartily wish this woman, in the future, to meet a truly loving her people. At least do not fall into a miserable end. Chapter 138, Stealing a Kiss. In the evening, after Shen Kaiyue had dinner with He Zhongliang, the two of them sat on the sofa and watched TV. Shen Kaiyue took out a gift from her bag. He Zhongliang opened it and saw that it was a watch with a very beautiful design. As for the price, it doesn't matter. To them money is a number and nobody cares. Shen Kaiyue asked expectantly, do you like it? Of course I like it from you. He Zhengliang gives the standard answer, but also sincerely confesses, but I never wear a watch, so why give it to me all of a sudden? Watches are men's jewelry, and I like to dress you up. Alright then, to please you, I'll learn to dress myself too. He Zhengliang put the watch on, displayed it in front of Shen Kaiyue, and took it off again and put it aside. Then he wrapped Shen Kaiyue in his arms and discussed with her, when you're at home at night, you're always moving around and cuddling with me. I'll leave it on so as not to scratch your delicate skin. You're the one who made a move on me, aren't you? Shen Kaiyue retorted, then reminded, when you go out during the day, don't forget to wear it. Don't even have a piece of jewelry and look so shabby when you go out. People will think I don't love you. I know, can't embarrass you. He Zhengliang smiled and nodded his head, reaching out to pinch Shen Kaiyue's chin and gently bit her pink and full lips, light-heartedly joking. Haven't you ever thought about finding another, better man? What about you? Ever like another woman? Shen Kaiyue's expression was not as relaxed and slightly serious. He Zhengliang answered truthfully, not only women, but men, old people and children. I would like them all. I don't mean like that kind of like the kind of like between us. He Zhengliang shook his head, then said seriously, I've only loved two women in my life, the one who was you before and the one who is you now. Shen Kaiyue revealed a satisfied smile. Do you love the old me or the current me more? Preconceived notions. I love her more. Humph. Shen Kaiyue pretended to be angry, but in her heart she didn't care. Losing to herself was still acceptable to her. And just because he Zhengliang to the past that old and colorfuler, always never leave, with care and love. It is only because of this that she is now so devoted to He Zhengliang's feelings, but once she remembered that she was near that woman He Zhengliang today, Shen Kaiyue asked with jealousy, are you familiar with that woman who lives across the street? Hang out a lot, kind of get to know each other better. You don't like me talking to her? He Zhengliang had a clear conscience and didn't hide it half-heartedly. Shen Kaiyue stared at He Zhengliang's eyes and reminded, I'm sure you don't have any thoughts about her, but she seems to be interested in you. He Zhengliang also realized this and said helplessly, everyone should have the right to like others, as long as they don't act excessively, they shouldn't be blamed. Are you speaking for her? Shen Kaiyue gently pinched He Zhengliang's ear. He Zhengliang smiled and explained, for a woman like you, all the men around you must like you. Do you still want to hold them responsible? Shen Kaiyue wrapped her arms tightly around He Zhengliang's neck and ordered, I only belong to you, and you can only belong to me. Of course. He Zhengliang nodded repeatedly and stroked her charming waist. Shen Kaiyue continued to remind, if she acts excessively towards you, I won't let her off the hook. It's not like she can do anything to me. A weak woman who doesn't weigh 100. He Zhengliang found Shen Kaiyue's worry amusing. Actually, Shen Kaiyue wasn't worried. She knew that that woman didn't have the ability to force He Zhengliang to do anything. But as long as that woman dares to go too far, even if she doesn't succeed. A moment later, Shen Kaiyue glanced at the time and told He Zhengliang, it's still early, so I want to go to the bath for a while. You want to change the battlefield today, don't you? Understand. He Zhengliang picked up Shen Kaiyue, who was full of smiles, and walked toward the bathroom. The next morning, before He Zhengliang went out with Shen Kaiyue reminded him, put on the watch I gave you. I'll be back in a minute. That doesn't work either. You have to wear it when you go out. He Zhengliang smiled and went to pick up the watch and put it on his hand, sending Shen Kaiyue out. This time, they didn't meet Keiko outside, because the man who had adopted Keiko was back, and there were 2 days left for the contract to expire. Men spend most of these last 2 days at home and try to use the money they spend back. After seeing Shen Kaiyue's car leave, He Zhengliang turned to go home. Late afternoon, the man who bagged Keiko walks out of the villa and drives away. Keiko rested for a while, taking a shower and carefully dressing up, then left the villa and walked into the courtyard of He Zhengliang's house. After a few doorbells, He Zhengliang opened the door and saw Keiko standing in the doorway. She had come to say goodbye to He Zhengliang. The man who had adopted her had urgent business and would not return. She can also go back early. The company has already booked a plane ticket for her to leave tonight. Keiko looked at the house behind He Zhengliang with anticipation in her eyes, and He Zhengliang hesitated for a moment, but still didn't invite her into the house. Went out by myself and talked to her in the yard for a while. Keiko noticed the watch He Zhengliang was wearing and praised it as very beautiful. None of your business, Shen Kaiyue angrily rebuked. She could see the two together on the computer screen in her office and could hear them chatting. The watch she gave to He Zhengliang also had a listening function, which was the reason why she suddenly made He Zhengliang wear a watch. She wanted to know if the woman had gone too far. The two chatted in the courtyard for nearly 2 hours, He Zhengliang always keeping his distance from her. And respect. Keiko could see that He Zhengliang had no other thoughts about her and could only bid farewell helplessly. When He Zhengliang sent her to the gate, she suddenly turned around and asked reluctantly, we shouldn't have the chance to meet in the future, should we? He Zhengliang nodded and sincerely consoled her. It's true that some friends won't see each other again, but they'll always be in their hearts. Keiko excitedly requested. Thank you for respecting me. Can I hug you? He Zhongliang smiled and wrapped her in his arms. A hug between friends was just a hug, and he didn't think Keiko's request was too much. However, Shen was furious at the sight of the two embracing. She looked into Keiko's profile and found the woman to be very dirty and didn't want her to touch her husband. Can't accept even a simple hug. Keiko wrapped her arms around He Zhongliang's neck and lay on his shoulders, quietly enjoying the moment. The man's physical appearance, mannerisms, and respect for her were something she would never forget. These days together have made her fall in love with this man, madly obsessed. But she was also well aware that they were two worlds apart. One chooses a path that others dare not tread, and this life is so. One can only go on bravely. The two embraced for a long time, and He Zhongliang gently patted Keiko's shoulder, signaling that she almost had it. Although He Zhongliang's heart is firm, but after all, it is flesh and blood, and after a long time of contact, it is inevitable that there is some physical embarrassment. When Keiko left He Zhongliang's shoulder, she took the opportunity to kiss him on the corner of his mouth, then mischievously and nervously apologized. I'm sorry, I really liked you and didn't refrain. I just wanted to savor a sweet bite. He Zhongliang warned her. As a friend, your behavior is a bit excessive. Keiko bows and apologizes again. He Zhongliang smiled and patted her shoulder with a sigh before sending her away. Huizi 2 steps a turn back, a million reluctant to wave goodbye to He Zhongliang. Although the two didn't do anything, Shen stared at the image of the two and couldn't restrain her eyes from showing a fierce light. The two of them hugged, which she barely tolerated. But Huizi secretly kissed He Zhongliang that one time. Shen is really cannot endure. Chapter 139, Irreparable. He Zhongliang returned home, sitting on the living room sofa fuming, a sense of loss in his heart. He hadn't met a friend he could make friends with over the years, and Keiko's presence gave him something more to look forward to every day. He liked the kind of person who was direct and simple, who didn't need to go on the defensive or second guess whenever he looked into her eyes. More importantly, Keiko's beautiful eyes were very similar to Shen in the past. Both of their eyes were so clear that one couldn't help but fall deeply into them. It's just that the two women's fates are so different. It's two lives altogether. What Keiko chose to do with her life was her own business, and had nothing to do with He Zhongliang. But He Zhongliang always can't help worrying about her, afraid that she will be unhappy in the future. After a while, He Zhongliang got up and walked towards the second floor. He wanted to see Keiko a few more times. Standing in front of the window on the second floor, He Zhongliang clearly saw that Keiko was packing up in the opposite room. He Zhongliang couldn't help but let out a sigh, not understanding how he could be so sentimental now. Was it because he was getting older? Or is it because of pining for the past Shen Since Shen became younger, her stunning face and perfect body, it did make He Zhongliang very fascinated and in love with her. But when I think of that old age Shen in the past, I always feel that I have lost something more important. As if Huizi's eyes, there is the shadow of the past that Shen so that He Zhongliang cannot help but want to pamper her. Suddenly a car pulled up in front of the villa across the street and a tall man got out of the car. Wearing a hat and mask, it was impossible to see his face, but He Zhongliang could be sure that it wasn't the man who had bagged Keiko. The difference in stature was rather large. Man rings doorbell. He Zhongliang saw Keiko leaving the room. A few moments later it appeared in the yard and went to open the door for the man. After a few conversations, He Zhongliang didn't know what they said, and Keiko opened the door directly. The man walked into the yard and closed the door behind him, then grabbed Keiko by the hair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He Zhongliang turned quickly and rushed downstairs. The man dragged Keiko to the corner of the yard, grabbed her by the neck with one hand and lifted her up against the wall. He Zhongliang rushed to the opposite side of the villa outside. Without a little pause, directly from the outside of the courtyard wall tumbled in. The man saw someone jump in and temporarily let go of Keiko to meet He Zhongliang. Keiko coughed twice, finally catching her breath and curling up in the corner in shock, looking at the two wrestling together. Ho Chunliang is more agile and quicker and has been getting the upper hand, but the big man resists strikes very well, took several punches, but didn't react much, as if he couldn't feel the pain. He Zhongliang felt strange when he hit him. It is both soft and very resilient, not quite like a normal person. After throwing a few combinations in a row, He Zhongliang's stamina began to decline. However, his opponent's stamina was still very stable, as if he wasn't the least bit depleted, much less injured. He Zhongliang didn't have the certainty of knocking him down and didn't dare to spend time with him like this. Taking advantage of the fact that he still had his stamina now, he saw the opportunity to go around behind him and managed to put him in a naked choke from behind. With the strength of He Zhongliang's arm, once the naked strand was molded, it could instantly put a strong man into a coma. But his opponent did not lose his ability to resist. He used his elbow to hit the side of He Zhongliang's body hard. He Zhongliang endured the pain and continued to exert force. The guy's neck was almost broken, but still continued to elbow Hee Jongliang's body. 1 time, 2 times. By the 3rd time, Hee Jongliang's 2 ribs had cracked bones. He finally couldn't support himself anymore and let go of his hand to cover one side of his body. But when he let go, he grabbed his opponent's mask off. After seeing that person's face clearly, it surprised him to the core. But it was Shen Sayua's tall and handsome driver. In the moment Hee Jongliang froze, his opponent kicked him in the face, sending him several meters away. The kick was so strong that it made Hee Jongliang feel faint. It was as if there was an invisible force pressing him to the ground, making it impossible for him to stand up. He fell into a kind of semi-consciousness, watching the man approach Keiko, but unable to do anything about it. After a few moments, the man made sure Keiko had stopped her heartbeat and casually tossed her aside. Then he approached Hee Jongliang and took his mask back from him. Hee Jongliang wasn't fully awake yet, but he knew that Keiko should be in mortal danger. He desperately grabbed the man's collar and tried to avenge Keiko's death, but he was kicked a few meters away by his opponent, then put on a mask and strut away. His mission was only to kill Keiko. Hee Jongliang was not his target. Hee Jongliang covered his chest and knelt in the corner, the intense dizziness making it impossible to stand up. After a few minutes of breathing heavily and adjusting, Hee Jongliang finally felt better. He could control his body, and his mind regained its clarity. But when he looked up at Keiko's body in the distance, instant pain tore through him. This kind of pain is different from physical pain and may never heal. He stumbled and rushed to Keiko on his hands and knees. With trembling hands, he gently caressed Keiko's pale face, and after determining that she was no longer breathing, Hee Jongliang's tears came to his eyes and he cried uncontrollably. He knew that he had dragged Keiko into this, and that person must have been instructed by Shen Kaiwei to do such a thing. Hee Jongliang was still holding on to the last glimmer of hope that he could resuscitate Keiko, and he wanted to hold Keiko and go out for help, but holding her slightly harder. The sharp pain in his ribs forced him to put Keiko down and rush to find his cell phone to call 120. After putting down his cell phone, he tearfully knelt beside Keiko and gently called out her name, then tries to give Keiko CPR. He's not experienced in that area. He's clumsy and very nervous. The last time he felt so helpless and desperate was when Shen Kaiwei was suffering from illness and her life was in danger. Chapter 140, Crime Not Punishable by Death. 10 minutes later, paramedics arrived and took both Keiko and Hee Jongliang to the hospital. Keiko was confirmed dead, and Hee Jongliang suffered 2 rib injuries, half of his face swollen up, and a mild concussion. For the past 20 years, he had never been the one to beat anyone else, and it was the first time he had been beaten so badly. The police questioned him for a long time, and what Hee Jongliang said was consistent with the neighborhood surveillance footage. Just he did not say the identity of that murderer. He did not want to implicate Shen Kaiwei, but must be a statement. Shen Kaiwei rushed to the hospital and saw Hee Jongliang's bruised and battered appearance, gently caressing his body, her heart aching. With a serious expression, Hee Jongliang lowered his head and pleaded, "Take me home. I just want to go home right now." Because there were other people beside him, it was inconvenient for him to open his mouth to question Shen Kaiwei. Shen Kaiwei knows the ins and outs of this matter better than anyone else. She did not expect to accidentally injure Hee Jongliang, and although she was very heartbroken, she did not regret her decision. Until very late, Hee Jongliang left the hospital with Shen Kaiwei with his injuries. Leave the red tape to the lawyers. When the two of them were in the car, Shen Kaiwei had been holding Hee Jongliang's arm, looking at him with tender and heartbroken eyes. But Hee Jongliang always avoided her eyes and did not give a response. He stared intently at the driver in front of him, still a tall, handsome man, but a different one. "Where's that chauffeur driver you used to have? He won't show up again." Shen Kaiwei helplessly perfunctory sentence. Hee Jongliang also did not continue to pursue the question. "Look serious, look out the car window." I couldn't help but redden my eyes again at the thought of the dead Keiko. Shen Kaiwei looked at the car window, reflecting Hee Jongliang's sad appearance. She took a deep breath and turned her head to the side as well, choosing silence. After the two returned home, Shen Kaiwei assisted Hee Jongliang to sit on the sofa, then went to bring the nutrient solution over and told Hee Jongliang to drink it quickly. "Wait a minute, I'll go get you something to eat." Shen Kaiwei left a sentence and just got up wanting to go to the kitchen. Hee Jongliang's face was expressionless as he opened the door and asked, "Why did you send someone to kill her?" Shen Kaiwei sat back down next to Hee Jongliang again, tears glistening in her eyes as she took his hand and apologized. "I'm sorry, I really didn't expect to hurt you by mistake. It hurts me to see you hurt. It doesn't matter if I'm a little injured. I'll be fine after a few days of recuperation. You don't have to take it to heart. But I don't understand how Keiko messed with you. That you would kill her? And that killer shouldn't be a normal person either. He's a simulacrum, just one of my tools." Hee Jongliang was surprised. Incredulously, he asked, "Are the drivers now too?" Shen Kaiwei nodded. "The assistants and security personnel around me. There are many simulacra, all of which were developed and created by me. I have never told anyone about this secret. and many countries would classify me as a dangerous person if the news got out. I believe you won't betray me. Of course not, He Zhongliang assured him painfully, then met Shen Saiyue's eyes, expecting the other party to solve the doubts in his heart. Shen Kaiyue confessed with a straight face, the watch I gave you is also a monitoring device that can see and hear your every word in action. She did something she shouldn't have done, so she should be punished. He Zhongliang recalled carefully for a moment and asked incredulously, just because you saw her hugging together when she said goodbye to me? She even stole a kiss from you. It's so shameless. Don't you think she's dirty? Shen Kaiyue reminds He Zhongliang that she's still a little angry when she remembers Keiko's actions. Just because of this little thing, you're up to killing. Are you crazy? How dare you accuse me for her? You're in love with her, aren't you? I just thought of her as a normal friend. I never thought of her that way, and it was supposed to be that after we said goodbye today, he and I would never see each other again in our lives. So why do you have to take things so far? Just because you didn't think of her doesn't mean she didn't think of you. She clearly wanted you. You just didn't go along with it. So what? He Zhongliang interrupted Shen Saiyue's words and seriously questioned. Can't she even think about it? It's not like she's forcing me to do anything. Anyway, I couldn't take it when she kissed you. Don't you know what she is? Thinking about the things she did makes you feel dirty and disgusting. Why would you consider someone like that a friend? Keiko was already dead, and Shen Kaiyue still had to insult her, making it impossible for He Zhongliang to remain calm any longer. Loudly retorted, because I can tell that she is a gentle and kind woman. Even if her past experiences were dirty and disgusting, she didn't hurt anyone else. The body is her own. It's her right to choose how to live. People are born and grow up in different environments, and their encounters are even more different. Not all women are as lucky as you are to meet a man who truly loves you. We don't really know what happened to her. Life is inherently unfair. Maybe she just saw through the world and instead of being raped by life, she tried to enjoy it and let it go. Shen Kaiyue didn't like He Zhongliang speaking for that woman, and roared with emotion. Why are you speaking for her? Do you know her well? He Zhongliang was silent for a moment and replied seriously. I haven't been in contact with her for long, but I'm willing to trust her, because her eyes are very clear and kind, just like you in the past. Don't you compare her to me. Shen Kaiyue felt insulted, then switched places to give an example. If I took the actor who made that kind of movie as a friend, and he stole a kiss from me, wouldn't you mind? As long as you don't get mad, I'll never count it. He Zhongliang's words enraged Shen Kaiyue. There's no way I'd ever make friends with that kind of man, much less allow them to touch me. I know to love myself, but why can't you do it? He Zhongliang acknowledged that Shen Saiyue's thinking was not unreasonable, but the Shen Kaiyue of the past would never be like this. Helplessly, she shook her head. Because of a parting hug, then she secretly kissed me when I wasn't looking. Even if it's her fault, the crime is not to death. Shen Kaiyue didn't want to argue anymore and showed weakness to He Zhongliang. This incident has already happened. People can't be brought back from the dead. Don't let her affect the relationship between us, okay? I don't like arguing with you. The thought of Keiko's terrified, helpless eyes when she was killed, and the fact that she was right next to her, but incapable of saving her. He Zhongliang lowered his head in loss and shame. After being in physical contact with her, I feel dirty too. Why don't you just send someone to kill me too? Shen Kaiyue hurriedly cupped He Zhongliang's face, excitedly consoling. You're my favorite person. How could I ever want to hurt you? I just want to protect you. He Zhongliang was no longer able to refute. He was sure that Shen Saiyue's feelings for him had not changed, but the personality and character, it was as if she had become another person. Also let this feeling in the way of expression, began to twist and distort. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. He Zhongliang slowly stood up. Shen Kaiyue hurriedly assisted him toward the bedroom. The two lay on the bed, keeping a proper distance. He Zhongliang's rib injury prevents him from lying on his side for the time being, and it's not convenient for him to cuddle. Two people have been married for 20 years, and for the first time they are experiencing what it's like to be in the same bed. He Zhongliang's feelings towards this current Shen Kaiyue began to become complicated. Can't say that he doesn't love, but he doesn't love purely enough. He increasingly felt that this person beside him was not the real Shen Kaiyue. Rather, it was another soul that had borrowed Shen Saiyue's body. The thought that the real Shen Kaiyue may no longer be there. He Zhongliang is like a knife in the heart. Some people are ultimately irreplaceable. Chapter 141, Complex Emotions. The next morning, Shen Kaiyue prepared breakfast before coming to wake up He Zhongliang. In fact, He Zhongliang woke up a long time ago, but he just didn't want to face Shen Kaiyue. With Shen Kaiyue's assistance, He Zhongliang got out of bed and slightly moved a few times before signaling that there was nothing wrong with him, and then walked to the restroom alone. A few moments later, the two sat opposite each other, heads bowed as they ate in silence. After He Zhongliang put down his chopsticks, Shen Kaiyue held his hand and asked accusingly, "Are you still angry with me? You never used to blame me. You used to." He Zhongliang wanted to say something and shook his head helplessly, not wanting to say anything more. he knew that it was useless to say all that now. If it had been Shen Kaiwei, this wouldn't have happened. He and Shen Kaiwei had been married for 20 years and had never quarreled, not without conflict. Rather, it was that Shen Kaiwei, who was able to tolerate everything about him, and he couldn't bear to fail to betray that woman. Zhongliang raised his head violently and looked at the perfect face in front of him. Suddenly, he missed the soul he once had very much, even though she was old and gray at that time. But as long as he had her by his side to keep him company, Zhongliang felt like he had the whole world to himself. Shen Kaiwei looked at Zhongliang's lost expression and hurriedly got up and came to his side, hugging him and pleading, "I don't want you to be like this. I want you to love me like you used to, okay?" Shen Kaiwei excitedly kissed Zhongliang, then looked at him with all eyes, expecting his response. Zhongliang was now conflicted. He was sure that this soul in front of him was no longer Shen Kaiwei. However, it was impossible to completely distinguish this person from Shen Kaiwei. After all, this was Shen Kaiwei's body and still loved him deeply. Dr. Shen, I missed you so much. Zhongliang hugged Shen Kaiwei tightly, trying hard to get back that feeling from the past. I missed you too. I couldn't sleep all night if you didn't put your arm around me last night. Shen Kaiwei revealed a happy smile. She did not fully understand Zhongliang's words. After Shen Kaiwei went to work, Zhongliang came to the second floor and sat behind the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at that room in the villa across the street. When Keiko wasn't dead, he just had a special feeling for her, but didn't think about it in a male-female kind of way. Now that Keiko was gone, his heart boldly admitted that he was just smitten with that woman. As for why, he couldn't say for sure. Just like when he first saw Shen Kaiwei back then, it turned out that she wasn't a unique being. Zhongliang remembered that he had also seen Keiko's work many years ago, which was why he had an impression of her. At that time, he hadn't known Shen Kaiwei yet, and Keiko had just made her debut and was only 18 years old. I didn't have any special feelings for her at the time. I was just looking at her with a watchful eye. After all these years, I never thought I would see a real person. She cut off her long hair, and the ignorant curiosity in her eyes was replaced by calmness and lightness. 20 years of ravaging and baptizing in that industry and still keeping a clear eye, whether it's from giving up, or seeing the world through. When talking to her, the kind of charm that radiated from her smile all but mesmerized Zhongliang. Recalling the image of Huizi, Zhongliang's vision became blurred and tears slipped uncontrollably. Even when Shen Kaiwei was being tortured by her illness and not being human, he never had second thoughts. I didn't realize that I would now be in love with someone else, that I would actually be mentally derailed by love at my age. Zhongliang squeezed out a bitter smile, laughing at himself for becoming ridiculous and weak. Under Shen Kaiwei's careful care, Zhongliang regained his health after 3 days. He persuaded himself to stop thinking about Keiko, and to think of it as if he owed that woman a life in this life, and hoped that he would have a chance to pay her back in the next. After dinner, Shen Kaiwei took a bath and put on her newly bought nightgown and walked into the bedroom. Standing beside the bed with a smile on her face, she asked, "Do I look good in this nightgown?" Zhongliang sat on the bed and looked at Shen Kaiwei turning her body in front of him, displaying her charming curves. She wore a loose silvery white semi-sheer nightgown that covered her from the neckline down to the tops of her feet. It covered everything except for leaving her backside bare. But under the light, the silhouette of her body presented inside the nightgown made Zhongliang feel awestruck. She was truly beautiful beyond words. One can only truthfully say, "You look good in anything." Shen Kaiwei got into bed and snuggled into Zhongliang's arms, gently caressing the injured parts of his body and asking with concern, "Do you still have pain here?" "It's okay. After taking the special medicine you developed, there is no more discomfort. Can we exercise once tonight?" Looking at Shen Kaiwei's expectant eyes, Zhongliang was powerless to resist her, both physically and psychologically. Caressing her face, he told her fondly, "As many times as you like. I knew you loved me the most and wouldn't let me suffer, and wouldn't really be angry with me. I don't blame you. It's my fault. Everything is my fault." Zhongliang shook his head helplessly as he hugged Shen Kaiwei tightly. "None of us are at fault. It's that woman who doesn't love herself, who let her kiss random people's husbands. Don't talk about it. Just don't bring her up again, okay?" Zhongliang hurriedly pleaded that he didn't want to hear Shen Kaiwei say bad things about Keiko again. "Well, I won't mention her." Shen Kaiwei sees fit to agree to Zhongliang's plea. Then he came to his ear and comforted. "Your body has just recovered, so save your strength for tonight. Just lie still." 20 minutes later, Shen Kaiwei lay on Zhongliang's chest, panting and asking, "If one day, I'm the enemy of the world, will you side with me? Why are you against the world?" Zhongliang looked puzzled and said he couldn't understand. After Shen Kaiwei hesitated for a moment, she only spat out 2 words, "Right." Zhongliang could see that Shen Kaiwei didn't want to seriously explain, and he didn't want to go into detail to pursue it. Helplessly, he replied, "I don't know what's going on in your head, and I don't want to know. I'm only responsible for waiting for you to come home every day. I've gotten used to this. I'm also used to having you waiting for me when I get home every day. Shen Kaiwei wrapped her arms tightly around He Zhongliang's neck, satisfied with his answer. Then with anticipation on his face, he asked, "Do we turn off the lights and go to bed?" He Zhongliang met her eyes. The corners of his mouth rose and he shook his head. "There's no hurry." Shen Kaiwei reveals an expression of excited anticipation. Chapter 142 Fake is more real. A few months later, Lu Yuan successfully gave birth to a daughter, and He Jun himself became a father just after reaching adulthood. Even though he is not legally recognized yet, he wants to take on the responsibility of being a good father and a good husband. He decided to give up his studies and return to his family to be with Lu Yuan and his children. In his opinion, being a good father and husband is not difficult. He had no experience, but he had a good teacher to teach him by example. He Zhongliang played him every day, the role of a good father and a good husband. He Jun has been watching and remembering this since he was a child. He Zhongliang and Shen Kaiwei did not oppose his decision. In the case of not lacking money, life can actually take a shortcut. It can also be a green light all the way, unimpeded. He Zhongliang often went to see his little granddaughter during the day, although he didn't want a child very early, but holding grandchildren can be much earlier than his peers. Anyway, their families are all different generations. When they go out together, outsiders can't tell the relationship between them. Shen Kaiwei seldom went to see his granddaughter. He cared more about his work and husband. Busy with his work during the day and with his husband at night, he lives a very regular life. My son and daughter-in-law have professional nannies at home, and with 3 people serving 1 child, there's nothing to worry about. She has become increasingly ambitious in her work and has a place in the global market for the supply of high-end medicines, and it's a global leader in technology and artificial intelligence. The market capitalization of a number of her companies is continuing to go up. Of course, she stayed back and didn't reveal the full extent of her scientific research. The outside world saw only the breakthroughs in manufacturing process and efficiency of the company under her name. In fact, she has long been creating simulacra that are as good as the real thing, but has not announced it to the public. Many of the company's major shareholders, including those close to her, are simulacra, all under her control. Shen Sayue's wealth was increasing and her reputation was growing. Coupled with her super high face value and perfect body, she was frequently on the front page of the news, become the most influential person in the world. The whole world knows that she is not normal. How can she have this kind of appearance in her 60s? Even if she has money for maintenance and plastic surgery, it is impossible to achieve such an unbelievable effect. Shen Kaiwei knew that she was too high profile, and that the company under her name, which was rapidly seizing the global market, had moved the cake of certain bigwigs, with herself in the open and the real plutocrats hiding in the shadows. She is in danger every day. One day while eating breakfast, He Zhongliang uneasily reminded Shen Kaiwei, "I was looking at the rich list yesterday and saw your name on it." Shen Kaiwei casually threw out a sentence. "It's just eye candy. It doesn't make any sense. Will you offend some people by grabbing so many markets around the world so quickly? You think I'm too high profile, don't you?" He Zhongliang nodded, revealing a helpless smile. "Don't worry, I've already arranged it. I'll take you to the office after dinner." Shen Kaiwei invited He Zhongliang to go to the company with her today. "What am I doing in your company?" He Zhongliang felt puzzled. He never asked Shen Kaiwei about her work, and he didn't understand the high technology at all. "Just come with me. I need you to do me a favor." Looking at Shen Sayue's pretentious appearance, He Zhongliang deliberately asked nervously, "You won't let me go and work for you as a secretary?" Shen Kaiwei laughed and teased, "Just do your night's work." He Zhongliang came to the company with Shen Kaiwei and was taken by her to the secret laboratory, where only a few people have permission to enter this area. Shen Kaiwei brought He Zhongliang close to the operating table, on which lay a naked woman with a very outstanding body. He Zhongliang only took a look at her body and turned his head to the side, not having the heart to continue looking at her. Shen Kaiwei smiled and comforted, "It's fine. It's not like she's a real person. She won't mind." Only then did He Zhongliang turn his head to scrutinize the woman on the operating table, then looked at Shen Kaiwei and asked in astonishment, "Why did you create another self?" The woman on the operating table was a simulacrum of Shen Kaiwei, exactly like her, only without a mind or soul. Shen Kaiwei tells He Zhongliang about her plan. She plans to have He Zhongliang and this simulacrum go out on a private plane together tomorrow, then plan a plane crash to create the illusion that the two were killed, and there will be no identity of Shen Kaiwei and He Zhongliang in the world in the future. The person who would take over her management of the company, she had already arranged for. From now on, she would just hide behind the curtain and manipulate. She would create a new identity for He Zhongliang and move into another villa. It was surrounded by private territory, guarded by security personnel and off limits to outsiders. Shen Kaiwei, as usual, worked in the company's secret office during the day and went home at night to accompany He Zhongliang. After listening to Shen Sayue's explanation, He Zhongliang nodded his head in agreement, and then was a bit curious. You can just give me a clear explanation at home. What's the point of bringing me to the company? Get acquainted with your temporary wife, yeah. When you go out together tomorrow, act like we're in love. Isn't it enough to set it to the desired program? You are professionals. Do you still need me? He Zhongliang had an incomprehensible expression. You talk to the staff about what we did before and feed her some memories. Make it seem more natural when she talks to you. Shen Kaiwei told He Zhongliang, then left the lab herself, leaving the place to him and a staff member. On the way out, He Zhongliang was reminded, the staff is also a simulacrum, and everything is at your disposal. You don't need to be nervous, just feel free to instruct him. After Shen Kaiwei left, He Zhongliang approached the staff member and carefully surveyed him, unable to see anything unusual. Both of them looked relatively polite, and He Zhongliang sighed in his heart. Is this any different from real people? The staff asked He Zhongliang about how the character and memory of the Shen Kaiwei simulator is set up. He Zhongliang approached the operating table and looked at the simulated human face, gradually attracted by her, and for a moment he could not distinguish between the real and the fake. It's as if that Shen Kaiwei from the past came back and then seriously told the staff, she has a gentle and considerate personality and is a woman who is kind to the bone. The staff began entering the character's personality on the computer to create the chip used to activate her. He Zhongliang stared at the simulation on the operating table, recalling the past with Shen Kaiwei, could not help but burst into tears, and let the staff implant the simulacrum. He walked with Shen Kaiwei. When everything was almost ready, the staff asked He Zhongliang, how do you set up her memories when she's awake, and when do you cut in? He Zhongliang hesitated for a moment and asked expectantly, can it start from the moment she woke up after traveling abroad to inject the drug? Sure. You just have to tell me what was going on. She was in the late stages of lung cancer and her days were numbered, so I sent him overseas for an injection of a special drug. It had the potential to help her regain her health and return to youth, but it also had the potential to kill her on the operating table, which she was terrified of at the time. I always took her hand and stayed by her side. He Zhongliang narrates the situation. Chapter 143 Unexpected. After the staff had everything set up, they took the chip to the side of the operating table, peeling back the simulated person's hair. He found the precise location at the back of the head and inserted the chip inside. Turning back to He Zhongliang, he asked, do we need to activate her for testing? He Zhongliang nodded, staring nervously and expectantly at the familiar face. The staff activated it with a single keystroke on the screen, and the simulacrum on the operating table took a deep breath as its chest began to rise and fall. Then he opened his eyes and looked around in horror, curling his body up and shivering in fear. It wasn't until she saw He Zhongliang that she sat up in floods of tears and called out, husband! He Zhongliang hurriedly rushed up, took off his clothes to help her cover her body, and held her tightly in his arms. Looking at her clear and simple eyes, he said excitedly, you're back, Dr. Shen, you're finally back. She snuggled into He Zhongliang's arms, looked down and noticed the changes in her body, and asked in surprise, how did I become like this? He Zhongliang tricked her with tears in his smile. It's the medication that's working. Your case is rather special. Not only did you regain your health, but you returned to your youthful appearance for a short period of time. Really? She stroked her face in disbelief. He Zhongliang hurriedly took out his cell phone and turned on the front camera so that she could see his beautiful young face. She twists her cell phone and appears on camera with He Zhongliang, laughing with tears of praise. You seem to have gotten younger, too. Yeah, I'm not just younger, I have more energy. He Zhongliang couldn't wait to show off, and the two of them looked at each other, unable to hide their shy and joyful smiles. Just wait. I'll find you a suit and take you home now. He Zhongliang turned to request the staff after finishing. Can you find a dress for her? The staff looked confused and tapped at the screen to turn off the simulacrum on the operating table. She instantly went limp and collapsed on the operating table. Then he reminded He Zhongliang, we're just testing her. She can't go home with you. Mr. Shen has other arrangements. He Zhongliang approached the operating table and set the simulacrum's body straight. Caressing her cold body, he realized that he had really taken her as Shen Kaiwei just now, as if he had gone back in time. Then he turned to the staff and asked, does she need any more setup? Staff answer, some basic skills for daily living, and some instinctive physiological responses. He Zhongliang asked expectantly, can she act like a real woman? Every detail of her body is like that of a real person. No different from a normal woman except that she can't get pregnant normally. He Zhongliang nodded and asked curiously again, what does she rely on to provide her body with energy? Can she eat? No. She relies on a special device in the lab to recharge her batteries to provide energy. It can also rely on sunlight to replenish energy, but that kind of charging is very slow and only ensures simple daily activities. There isn't enough energy to turn on the power-hungry attack mode. He Zhongliang looked at the simulacrum on the operating table and asked heartily, will she know she's a simulacrum? She plays your wife. He Zhongliang stared back at the staff member and asked seriously, do you know you're a simulacrum? I'm General Manager Shen's assistant. I'll do whatever she arranges. He Zhongliang didn't say anything else. It seemed that the simulators didn't think about who they were. It would only carry out the set program and play its role. He Zhongliang glanced at the simulacrum on the operating table and walked out of the lab to call Shen Kaiyue. Shen Kaiyue told him to wait in a room and immediately arranged the next plan. A few moments later, Shen Kaiyue's simulacrum got dressed and was brought before He Zhongliang. When the simulacrum saw He Zhongliang, she immediately rushed to him and tightly wrapped her arms around him. To her, everything around her, except He Zhongliang, was strange and frightening. When the staff left, He Zhongliang met her eye to eye, stroking her face and gently combing her hair. In his heart, he clearly knew that this was just a simulation of a person, but her simple and clear eyes made He Zhongliang find the feeling of once facing Shen Kaiyue. It's as if the real Shen Kaiyue is back. The simulacrum snuggled into He Zhongliang's arms and pleaded, I want to go home. Go home. Go home. We'll leave in a few minutes. Go home today. He Zhongliang comforted her with tears in his eyes, already beginning to feel disenchanted. According to Shen Kaiyue's plan, someone would send them to the airport in a while, and the two of them would travel abroad. However, when the plane landed, an accident would be created on purpose to ensure that the simulacrum would die in this accident instead of Shen Kaiyue. As for He Zhongliang, Shen Kaiyue had already prepared escape equipment for him. The staff on the airplane would let He Zhongliang enter the special escape cabin in advance. Then a ground-based pickup crew recovered the escape pod from the wreckage of the plane and surreptitiously moved him. Unfortunately, people's plans were not as good as God's plans, and those big shots who wanted to deal with Shen Kaiyue also had their eyes on her for this trip. There was no intention to give her a chance to land. Shen Kaiyue's plan was cut short. He Zhongliang was on the airplane, tightly embracing the simulacrum in his arms, and he was getting more and more reluctant to let go of this imposter Shen Kaiyue, because she doesn't have a complicated mind, only memories of her past with He Zhongliang. Her gentle, considerate and kind character is more like the real Shen Kaiyue. Although He Zhongliang knows that everything is set up, he still can't help but feel for her, and his mood becomes complicated and uneasy. It was as if he was going to lose Shen Kaiyue once again, making it difficult for him to accept, but he was powerless to change his plans. Looking into the simulacrum's eyes, He Zhongliang sincerely told her, Dr. Shen, I really miss you. I can stay with you for 3 to 5 years, yes? The simulacrum asked expectantly, just like that Shen Kaiyue back then, only wishing to accompany He Zhongliang for some more days. She only had memories of He Zhongliang, and to her, the man was all she had. She came into this world to continue the last wish of the elderly Shen Kaiyue. We'll always be together, never to be apart again. He Zhongliang held her close, tears welling up in his eyes. He had not yet made up his mind, but could not help entertaining a bold thought. Just as he hesitated, a drone collided head-on with their plane out of control, about to crash. He Zhongliang didn't know what was going on. The original plan wasn't like this. Did Shen Kaiyue want to get rid of him too? Then what was the point of telling him a fake plan in advance? He Zhongliang guessed that this should not be arranged by Shen Kaiyue. He couldn't be bothered to work out the truth at the moment. Quickly unbuckling his seatbelt and pulling the simulacrum out of his seat, stumbling toward the escape pod. Chapter 144, Survival from Death. The plane crashed in the middle of a deserted mountainous area, and the huge impact scattered pieces of the plane everywhere. He Zhongliang hid in the escape pod with the simulators and was ejected before the plane crashed into the lake at the foot of the mountain. Escape pod smashes through ice, plunges to bottom of lake. Although the two were not injured, the violent shaking produced by the escape pod landing made He Zhongliang inside dizzy and fell into a semi-comatose state. A few moments later, the simulator gently woke up He Zhongliang. The two didn't realize where they were. The escape pod was completely closed off, so they couldn't see or hear anything outside. Feeling that the escape pod had stabilized and should have landed safely, He Zhongliang pressed the button to open the door. The moment the escape hatch opened, the cold, bone-chilling lake water gushed into the escape hatch, wrapping the two. With the help of the simulator, the two found the place where the ice was broken and finally surfaced. Then the simulator first pushed He Zhongliang to the ice, and then climbed up himself, dragging He Zhongliang toward the lake. It's more than 10 degrees below zero here, and it's crawling out of the water, so He Zhongliang's flesh and blood can't stand it a bit. The simulacrum mastered many skills, including swimming to escape. With enough energy, it can easily help He Zhongliang escape from danger. After the two came ashore, He Zhongliang curled up next to a large tree. His whole body could not control the shivering. 2 rows of teeth kept fighting, staring at the simulacrum in front of him, shivering and praising. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Without your help, I probably wouldn't have been able to climb onto the ice. Come on, I'll take you somewhere you can get warm. The simulacrum assisted He Zhongliang to his feet, knowing that this was the time to get him moving and to find a way to help him warm up as soon as possible. The two of them stepped through the thick snow, walking deep and shallow for 2 hours, and still couldn't get out of these woods. He Zhongliang cannot walk. As a body of flesh and blood, his physical ability has reached the limit. The simulacrum carried him on his back and continued to move forward. He Zhongliang lay on the shoulders of the simulacrum and flirted weakly. Dr. Shen, I really didn't think that I would also this day, that I would become a burden to you. How can you be a burden when you're my favorite person? Without you, I don't even know what's the point of living. In the past, when I was old and weak, it was you who took care of me. Now that I'd become young and strong, I can finally repay you. The simulacrum thought she was Shen Kaiyue, recalling all the good things He Zhongliang had done for her. She wouldn't doubt her identity, and her feelings with He Zhongliang. As long as the program didn't change, she would never change her heart. The human heart, this thing true and false. Who can tell the difference? Falsehoods are real. He Zhongliang gave the simulacrum a kiss on the cheek, treating her as the real Shen Kaiyue, talking to her about all the fun things they used to have in the past. The sun was setting in the west and night was beginning to fall before the two were out of the woods. He Zhongliang had stopped talking and fell into a coma, his body long frozen. The simulators have been walking for hours with their weight on their backs, and their energy is about to run out, and they are walking more and more slowly. Seeing that below the slope in front is a mountain road, the emulator fell to his knees, unable to carry He Zhongliang further. She didn't give up and hoped that He Zhongliang would have a chance to live, although no longer able to stand up, relying on the little energy left. Dragging He Zhongliang continued to climb toward that mountain road. With his last ounce of strength, he pushed He Zhongliang down the slope and slid onto that mountain road. She also used up all of her energy, clawing at the ground with both hands a few times, no longer able to move her body. Keep your eyes on your favorite person and go into standby sleep. Snowflakes drifted up from the sky and soon covered the two men's bodies in a layer of white. A donkey cart came from the distance with a man and a woman sitting on it. The man's name is Lu Yong, and he lives in Lu Jiago at the foot of the mountain, which is a remote mountainous area. Economic development is particularly backward and there is a serious loss of population. Most of the decent young people, with nothing wrong with them, have chosen to leave the mountains, never wanting to return to this poor mountain valley. Lu Yong is short, though not ugly looking, but his character was weak and he didn't have the courage to go out and make a name for himself. His father died early. He and his mother depend on each other. Living in this poor mountain valley, this life has no intention of leaving here, but the people here to marry a daughter-in-law is a problem. But all the girls who have a little pursuit of the girl to run out, who do not have to stay here to suffer poverty. In a situation where there are more men than women, Lu Yong has no advantage in all aspects. Compared to his peers, he naturally lacks competitiveness. Already 26 years old, this time last year was still a bachelor. He and his mother were worried sick about breaking the family line. For young people in economically developed areas, it is normal not to be married at the age of 28. There will be plenty of opportunities later, and it is not too late to get married after 30. But in this poor mountain valley, no one receives higher education. Simply going to school for a few days, knowing a few words and being able to add, subtract, multiply and divide was enough. Most people start to open up about finding a daughter-in-law at 16 or 17, and by the time they haven't found one by 26, they're basically out of luck. Used ones are not his turn either. Lu Yong bought a daughter-in-law from another backward and poor village dozens of miles away last year after being introduced by an intermediary. The youngest daughter-in-law was a little over 5 feet 4 inches tall and not very good looking. Couldn't say it was small and cute, but also more or less impervious. The only good thing about it is that it's young, not yet 20. I have been married to Lu Yong for more than a year, and my stomach has not been moving. Lu Yong took his daughter-in-law to town today to buy some Chinese medicine, hoping to get her pregnant as soon as possible. The burro stepped over He Zhongliang's body, but one of the wheels of the big crate behind it ran over him. The strong bumps almost made Lu Yong and his daughter-in-law fall out of the car. Lu Yong looked back. Through the sunset afterglow, vaguely looked like a person lying on the road. He pulled the donkey cart and went down to check. It was found that the fruit was alone, and he was a man of little skill and stupidity, but having been raised with a good heart, he couldn't do anything to see death. Hurry to call the little daughter-in-law down to help, to carry He Zhongliang to the car, intended to bring home to recuperate, perhaps can still be slowed down. The little daughter-in-law came to Lu Yong's side with a reluctant look. She didn't want to mind her own business. Pulling Lu Yong's arm, he impatiently urged, "Let's go. It's almost dark. Let's go home. Let's go home." Lu Yong rolled He Zhongliang over so that he was face up and examined him carefully. Eagerly, he told his daughter-in-law, "Look, he's not injured. He's just frozen. He should be able to slow down. Don't delay the rescue. Quickly help me carry him to the car." The little daughter-in-law put her hands in the sleeves of her cotton coat, squatted down to scrutinize He Zhongliang's face, and couldn't help praising. It's still strangely good-looking. That expression was like Pan Jinlian, who had been facing Wu Daolang for years and suddenly saw Wu Song's. Only her posture is a million miles away from Pan Jinlian. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Whether you look good or not, you have to save it. Lu Yong urged his daughter-in-law to hurry up and save. He couldn't carry He Zhongliang by himself, and his little daughter-in-law struggled to carry He Zhongliang on both legs. The two of them tried several times before they were able to lift He Zhongliang onto the cart. The little daughter-in-law sat beside He Zhongliang, gripping him to prevent him from slipping, and Lu Yong drove the donkey to continue the journey. Simulators lie on their backs in the wind and snow, fading to white. Chapter 145, Encountering a Kind Mother and Child. Lu Yong drove the donkey cart into the yard. It was already dark outside. The mother turned on the lights and came out of the house to greet them. Seeing a man lying on the crate, and not knowing whether he was dead or alive, he asked in surprise, "Who is this man? Where did you bring him from? I saw him unconscious on the road when I came back, and if I had left him alone, he would have frozen to death tonight." Lu Yong told his mother with a worried look. The mother went up to check and made sure that He Zhongliang still had breath before she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It would have been troublesome if I had brought a dead person back, but now it seems that there is still a way to save." Several people ganged up to carry He Zhongliang to the bed in the house. Lu Yong's mother greeted, "Quickly take off all the clothes for him. Move gently. The close-fitting clothes may stick to the skin. Don't hurt him." Mother and son hands to undress He Zhongliang. The little daughter-in-law on the sidelines jumped at the chance to help. "What are you looking at here? Doesn't a little daughter-in-law know how to be shy? Go and boil some hot water." The mother-in-law dismissed her young daughter-in-law, who indignantly turned and walked away. A small voice muttered, "You're still an old widow. Why don't you know how to be shy?" When she stripped down to just his underwear, Lu Yong's mother turned around and instructed her son, "Take off his underwear as well, and then take the quilt and cover him up." Lu Yong tried twice and said awkwardly, "I am sorry. We're all men. What are you embarrassed about? You're useless. Hurry up and go out. Get a towel and bring in a basin of warm water." After the mother supported her son away, she stared at He Zhongliang's face for a moment, and her gaze began to wander down her neck. She gave birth to Lu Yong at the age of 19 and lost her husband when she was less than 30. This year she is 45 years old and has been a widow for 20 years. Facing He Zhongliang on the bed, she stretched out her trembling hands and peeled off the last layer of the cloth. Her body felt limp and weak, and she could not wait to fall on top of this man, and suddenly felt the urge to urinate and almost incontinence. It was clearly winter now, and there was neither air conditioning nor heating in the dilapidated house, and the temperature in the house was very low. But she couldn't control her body was unbearably hot and dry. Her mouth was dry, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She hadn't realized that at her age, she would still have such strong urges. There is no such thing as a human being who is not horny, and if you don't get a rise out of it, it only means that the other person isn't tempting enough. There's always someone special who grows right into your heart and can easily tear down your last line of defense. A rush of footsteps came. Lu Yong's mother hurriedly grabbed the quilt and covered He Zhongliang, casually throwing his underwear, with his clothes, into one piece. Lu Yong came in with a pot of hot water. His mother picked up a towel and dipped it into the water, chiding, "It's too hot. Then walk out with your son piece by piece and let your son and daughter-in-law eat first." She had already eaten in the evening, scooped a dipper of cool water and walked back to the bedroom. Lu Yong and his daughter-in-law lifted the lid of the pot and served the meal. The two hadn't eaten more than a few bites when the youngest daughter-in-law asked curiously, "That man is lying on your mother's bed. Where will she sleep tonight?" Lu Yong hesitated for a moment and discussed with his daughter-in-law. "I'll sleep on the same bed as that man. Let my mom sleep on our bed." "I don't want to sleep with your mom." "What then? There are only 2 beds in the house. Should I let my mom sleep with that guy?" "You and your mom will sleep in our bed. So where do you sleep?" The little daughter-in-law took a bite of the steamed bun, wriggling and lowering her head shyly. Lu Yong can see his daughter-in-law's mind, complained, "You really do not know shame. Spread the word I still how to see people." My daughter-in-law explained her ridiculous idea. "I mainly didn't want to sleep with your mom. The man is in a coma. So what's to be afraid of? That won't do. What if he wakes up in the middle of the night?" Lu Yong sternly rebuked, worried that his daughter-in-law would suffer. In fact, this kind of worry of his is too redundant. His daughter-in-law's appearance, in the countryside all belong to the lower class. She's not even as good as her mother-in-law. Although Lu Yong's mother couldn't be said to be pretty either, she was at least well-boned and decent-looking, not ugly anyway. A few moments later, Lu Yong's mother came out of the bedroom with a face basin. The wash basin contained He Zhongliang's intimate apparel, which she carried directly to the courtyard. The youngest daughter-in-law reminded Lu Yong, "Look at your mom, how much she cares about people, washing their clothes for them in the middle of the night. What's up with that? Wash and dry it early or what will he wear when he wakes up?" Lu Yong did not feel where it is wrong. He is as warm-hearted and good-hearted as his mother. A few moments later, the mother returned to the house. Lu Yong opened his mouth to discuss. "Mom, you can sleep on our bed tonight. I'll sleep on your bed." His daughter-in-law disliked him with a grimace. Forget it. I can't stand that smell in the bed of you two. Lu Yong and his wife are not hygienic. Their bed is like a pig's nest. Ordinary people can't stand it. Not so good. You're sleeping in the same bed as that guy. Lu Yong wanted to speak. There were some things he wanted to remind his mother of, but he was too embarrassed to open his mouth. His fever hasn't gone down yet. Shouldn't wake up tonight. I'll deal with it next to him for the night. No big deal. Lu Yong's mother forced herself to calm down and comfort her son, then walked back to her bedroom. Close the door behind you and press your back against it. Covering his chest with both hands as hard as he could, he felt his excited heartbeat. Looking at He Zhongliang on the bed, he couldn't help but blush and breathe rapidly. She slowly walked to the bed and sat beside He Zhongliang, caressing his handsome face. I can't help but sigh in my heart. If only I could have such a man in my life. How wonderful it would be. Then let out a long sigh and shook his head with a bitter smile. Until late at night, Lu Yong's mother has been guarding the side of He Zhongliang to help him rub the body to ease the blood circulation. Of course she was enjoying it, not having touched a man in nearly 20 years. Meeting such a superb man as soon as she got her hands on him filled her with joy. Until the middle of the night, Lu Yong's mother was too sleepy to open her eyes, but still not willing to sleep. She knew that once this man woke up, he had nothing to do with her. Driven by a strong desire, she made a bold decision that one should always fight as hard as one can to get one for oneself. She stripped off her clothes and got under the covers, clinging to He Zhongliang's body. Although she was a bit blonde and did not have outstanding curves and beauty, but the whole body is a piece of snow white and tender, and there is also a unique flavor. Just by cuddling together, she was already trembling all over with excitement and nervousness to the point of hot tears, sighing at how nice it is to have a man under the covers who calls it a day. Then couldn't help but comfort He Zhongliang in his ear. You're so strong. You'll definitely get better. A hand on the body of He Zhongliang, a burst of groping after the excitement of tears, gradually fall asleep.